Chapter 1. Replication. Do you wish to replicate the fundamental nursing skills discovered? Yin Dajing awoke in a daze to find a nurse, approximately 22 or 23 years of age, gently touching his forehead. At the moment her hand made contact, a peculiar thought surfaced within his consciousness, rendering him momentarily perplexed. Have you regained consciousness? Upon noticing that Yin Dajing was awake, the nurse withdrew her hand, causing the thought to dissipate in an instant. What is happening here? Why am I here? Yin Dajing inquired, utterly bewildered as he struggled to rise. The nurse promptly stepped forward to support him, advising, "Please remain lying down for now. Do you wish to replicate the fundamental nursing skills discovered?" As the nurse touched him once more, the thought arose in his mind again, akin to the instinctive urge to indulge in a delectable meal. Though Yin Dajing was still grappling with the situation, he subconsciously murmured the word replicate. In that fleeting moment, a wealth of medical knowledge materialized within his mind. However, he did not experience any overwhelming sensation. It felt as if he had always possessed this knowledge, effortlessly acquiring it without formal instruction. Gasp! Yin Dajing inhaled sharply. How have I suddenly acquired this ability? To validate his newfound skill, he deliberately grasped the nurse's hand and asked, "My dear, how is it that I find myself here?" As he made contact, another thought emerged within him. Shall I replicate the fundamental nursing skills once more? Simultaneously, a different notion surfaced. Should you replicate the same skill a second time, the original skill shall be severed. To replicate the same skill twice would imply the severance of another's hard-earned ability? Yin Dajing released her hand. He was not so unscrupulous as to deprive someone of their meticulously cultivated skills necessary for survival. You, my brave rescuer, fainted while saving others. Aside from a slight concussion, you are otherwise unharmed. A few days of rest will suffice, the nurse elaborated. The child you saved is the son of Mr. Yang, who brought you to the hospital. Therefore, you needn't worry about medical expenses. Mr. Yang has covered everything. Surveying his surroundings, Yin Dajing realized he was in a luxurious hospital room. This Mr. Yang must be quite affluent. After the nurse conducted a few examinations, she instructed him to refrain from vigorous activity and to rest in the ward. Shortly after she departed, another nurse entered to perform an examination. Without hesitation, Yin Dajing replicated her fundamental nursing skills. Although the two nurses possessed similar training, there were subtle differences. After acquiring the basic nursing skills from both nurses, a new thought naturally arose in his mind. Shall I merge the fundamental nursing skills? Merge. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Dajing acquiesced. Similarly, a second later, Yin Dajing discovered that his primary nursing skills had unexpectedly upgraded to intermediate nursing skills. Now, he felt entirely capable of teaching nursing knowledge at school. What a surprise, an upgrade indeed. Yin Dajing was ecstatic. However, his joy did not stem from acquiring intermediate nursing skills, as he had no intention of teaching or working as a nurse in a hospital. Rather, it was the newfound ability to replicate others' skills that thrilled him. This was an extraordinary boon, a remarkable advantage that could enable him to command respect and influence at the pinnacle of any profession. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Yin Dajing turned and retrieved his phone from the nearby pair of jeans. "Elegant little treasure. Darling, congratulations on your acceptance. Kisses." Upon reading this message, Yin Dajing's expression darkened instantaneously, transforming into a mask of fury. How dare he? Lu Wen is utterly outrageous. Previously, he had chuckled with his girlfriend, Gaoya, about an online news story detailing a netizen who was deceived by a teasing girl and a female teacher, only to discover that the culprits were actually unsightly men. Little did he know that he was now the subject of an even greater farce. Yin Dajing was a fresh graduate from an ordinary university in Jiangzhou, majoring in computer programming. This morning, he had successfully passed an interview with Yuan Technology and was set to commence work the following Monday. Excited, he shared this good news with his girlfriend, Gaoya. Yet, after a considerable wait with no response from her, he returned to his dormitory, only to stumble upon his roommate Lu Wen's phone left behind. On the screen, he spotted a message Lu Wen had sent to Gaoya, and at that moment, something felt amiss. Lu Wen was a talented student from the foreign language department, the captain of the basketball team, and the vice president of the student council. He was well connected both on and off campus, and Gaoya had been introduced to Yin Dajing by Lu when via WeChat 6 months prior. In the photos on WeChat, Gaoya was petite, with long hair and large, charming eyes. She appeared sweet and endearing, and Yin Dajing was quite taken with her. After connecting on WeChat, Yin Dajing and Gaoya enjoyed lively conversations, and their relationship blossomed rapidly, solidifying into a romantic partnership within a month. Subsequently, Gaoya frequently approached Yin Dajing for financial assistance under various pretenses, claiming illness, either hers or her family, closing her wallet, or needing funds for a classmate's birthday celebration. Once their relationship was established, he found himself transferring most of his monthly allowance to her. He was generous when it came to spending on his girlfriend. Over the past 6 months, he had expended nearly 50 to 60,000 yuan on Gaoya, including over 10,000 yuan borrowed through credit. Whenever he suggested a video call with Gaoya, she would always find excuses to decline. As Luan had played matchmaker, he occasionally spoke on Gaoya's behalf. Though Yin Dajing felt a twinge of suspicion, he had never truly doubted her. After deciphering Luan's mobile phone, Yin Dajing realized everything. There was no such person as the elegant Gaoya. Luan had merely found some photos online to deceive himself and swindle his own money. In that moment, a surge of rage and frustration coursed through Yin Dajing, igniting within him a murderous intent. He angrily approached Luan to confront him, but just as he reached the school gate, he witnessed a truck barreling towards a young student carrying a backpack. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward to save the child, only to collide with the ground and lose consciousness. Perhaps it was this act of valor that warranted good fortune. Yin Dajing was endowed with a remarkable ability to replicate the skills of others. Within his phone, aside from the WeChat messages from Gaoya, there were no calls or inquiries from anyone else. Clearly, none were aware of his hospitalization. How could I have considered you a brother when you deceived me so? I must avenge this grievance. Fortunately, endowed with the talent to copy skills, Yin Dajing, though seething with anger, quickly regained his composure. That scoundrel Luan signed a contract with a translation company. His English must have passed level 8 months ago. That should suffice for absorption, right? Taking a deep breath, he refrained from exposing Luan and instead called him, informing him of his hospitalization and requesting a change of clothes. During the time Luan took to arrive, Yin Dajing began to explore the peculiar, indistinct presence that seemed to have manifested in his mind. Perhaps this was the source of his newfound abilities. However, further investigation was not feasible at that moment. Luan, ever the loyal friend, arrived at the hospital room within 15 minutes. You certainly have a knack for luxury, residing in a superior ward. I shudder to think how much this costs for a single day, he remarked, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes as he entered the room, secretly contemplating that this fellow must be hiding his stash of money. In Luan's mind, Yin Dajing's wealth was akin to his own. Upon receiving the clothes from Luan, Yin Dajing seized the opportunity to touch Luan's hand. Discovered basic English skill. Would you like to replicate? Discovered basic billiards skill. Would you like to replicate? Goodness, he had heard of Luan's prowess in billiards, but he hadn't anticipated it would suffice to generate a basic skill. The English skill was expected, yet the basic billiards skill was a delightful surprise. Replicate. All of it. Without hesitation, Yin Dajing opted to replicate, and he did so twice. Why does my head feel a bit dizzy at that moment? Luan felt a slight disorientation, as if he had lost something, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Fortunately, the dizziness was fleeting and soon dissipated, prompting Luan to dismiss it from his mind. Hello, Mr. Chi. You're playing billiards with Smith, right? All right. I shall make my way there immediately. Luan answered a phone call, smiling as he spoke to Yin Dajing. Our director has asked me to accompany Mr. Smith from the United States for a game of billiards. Yin Dajing, please rest well at the hospital. I must take my leave now. Luan worked at a translation company and had gained considerable recognition from Mr. Chi for his exceptional billiard skills, allowing him to secure a position ahead of schedule. Upon arriving at the entertainment center mentioned by Mr. Chi, Luan observed Mr. Chi engaged in amiable conversation with a foreign gentleman, seemingly around 40 years of age. Upon noticing Luan's arrival, Mr. Chi greeted him in English. Hi Luan, you are here. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Smith from our headquarters. However, to Luan's dismay, he found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend a word of what Mr. Chi was saying. Each individual word was familiar, yet strung together, they sounded like an incomprehensible language. Subsequently, Mr. Smith spoke a few sentences, and once again, Lu Wen was completely at a loss. What are you doing? Noticing Lu Wen's dazed expression, Mr. Chi reproached him softly, then handed him a billiard cue, adding, make sure to play well with Smith. Remember, give it your all, do not go easy on him. Smith despises it when others do. If you manage to win against him, I shall reward you handsomely. Yes, I understand, yet holding the cue, Lu Wen realized he had forgotten how to play entirely. Leaning over the table, he struggled for an eternity to strike a single ball. Finally, with gritted teeth, he took a shot, only to miss entirely. Mr. Smith cast a brief glance at Mr. Chi and remarked, Chi, is this Lu Wen your relative? He appears to have no grasp of English and seems to be utterly inept at billiards. What disappointment today, let's call it day. Lu Wen, what on earth are you doing? After Mr. Smith departed in dismay, Mr. Chi could no longer contain his frustration, bellowing at Lu Wen, you fool. I recommended you because I believed your spoken English was adequate and your billiard skills commendable. Is this how you repay me? Are you deliberately sabotaging me? Get out. I never want to see you again. Mr. Chi Lu Wen sat down on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes, his face pale. What is happening to me? Why can't I play billiards anymore? Moreover, it seems I have forgotten all my English. This is absurd, utterly absurd. Chapter 2. Who do you say is selling themselves? Never mind. After Lu Wen's departure, Yin Dajing upgraded both his elementary English and elementary billiard skills to an intermediate level. According to Yin Dajing's estimation, possessing these foundational skills was sufficient for survival in this industry, while intermediate skills were already considered exceptionally proficient. Take billiards, for instance, at present. Yin Dajing could hold his own against professional players without much disparity. Having invested around 50 to 60,000, he acquired 2 intermediate skills, which would ensure his livelihood. Meanwhile, Lu Wen, now bereft of these skills, would likely face a grim future. Contemplating all this, Yin Dajing's anger gradually dissipated. However, thoughts of Gao Yi still stirred an undeniable sadness within him. After all, she was the girlfriend with whom he had been in a relationship for over half a year, and the emotional turmoil felt akin to a breakup. Fortunately, the recently acquired talent for skill replication spared him from being consumed by the anguish of heartache. Dressed in the clothes Lu Wen had sent him, Yin Dajing prepared to discharge himself from the hospital. Earlier, when the female nurse had come to check on him, he had noticed that he was completely recovered and ready to leave. You can't get up yet. You still need to rest. The nurse interjected just as he was about to step out. Beautiful nurse, your timing is impeccable. I intend to leave. I am fully recovered. What purpose does my stay serve? It is a waste of life and resources, Yin Dajing asserted resolutely. Please wait a moment. General Manager Yang is on her way to thank you in person, she replied. Is she the family member of that little boy? Then it is unnecessary, he responded, preparing to exit with his phone in hand. At that moment, the door to his room was unexpectedly pushed open. A strikingly beautiful woman, around 28 or 29 years old, entered the room. Stunning, beyond compare, this was Yin Dajing's first impression. She resembled a ripe peach, exuding an aura of maturity. Adorned in a white fitted blouse and a black pencil skirt, she epitomized the charm of a professional woman. General Manager Yang, your timing is perfect. The nurse promptly addressed the elegantly dressed beauty. This gentleman wishes to be discharged, and I couldn't dissuade him. I was just about to contact you. Yang Xiangling, perplexed, responded, your injury has yet to heal. Why would you want to leave? In the past, Yin Dajing would have lacked the courage and confidence to gaze at Yang Xiangling. However, now, endowed with the ability to replicate others' skills, he felt assured of his own worth. He calmly touched his nose and replied, I'm really fine. It's just a minor issue. There's no need for hospitalization. Besides, I've just graduated and need to start working. I cannot afford to delay. Just graduated? Starting work? Oh, Yang Xiangling exclaimed. There's no need for you to worry. I shall provide you with a monetary reward as gratitude for saving my son. You should focus on resting in the hospital. Should you lose your job as a result, I can arrange for you to work at our company, with a starting salary of 10,000. Yang Xiangling, a prominent businesswoman in Jiangzhou, viewed everything through the lens of commerce, including the act of Yin Dajing saving her son. Her expression of gratitude was straightforward. She sought to resolve matters with financial compensation, devoid of pretense. However, Yin Dajing harbored a deep disdain for those who spoke to him in terms of money. From a young age, his parents instilled in him and his 2 sisters the virtues of humility and integrity. teaching them that they should never take what does not belong to them. His act of saving Yang's son was instinctual, devoid of ulterior motives. No, I do not need it. Before he possessed the ability to replicate skills, he would not have accepted such compensation. Now, even with debts exceeding 10,000, he remained indifferent. Please do not be too hasty in your refusal, Yang Xiangling smirked coldly. In the business realm, she had encountered numerous hypocrites. To her, it seemed that Yin Dajing was merely attempting to elevate his demands. Thus, she stated directly, I will offer you 1 million. 1 million would allow him to circumvent a decade of toil. I have already said, it is unnecessary. Yin Dajing's expression began to darken. Yang Xiangling's condescending tone made him feel as though he were being pitted. Consequently, his demeanor grew less amicable. 2 million. Yang Xiangling furrowed her brow, surprised at Yin Dajing's insatiable appetite for more than 1 million. However, she was a woman of principle. Debts of gratitude must be settled. This amount could easily secure you a residence in Jiangzhou, with funds to spare. Yin Dajing chose to disregard her, preparing to walk past her. Yang Xiangling, incensed, retorted, Is that enough? Are you not satisfied with 2 million? Do you truly believe that saving my son grants you leverage? 5 million, this is my final offer. Upon hearing 5 million, the eyes of the female nurse widened in astonishment. Many people would never earn such a sum in their lifetime. Yin Dajing felt momentarily tempted, but swiftly dismissed the thought. Taking a deep breath, he returned to face Yang Xiangling, stating coldly, Ms. Yang, my act of saving your son was purely instinctual. However, I implore you to understand that I am not a beggar. I do not require your charity. Indeed, I am merely a recent graduate in dire need of funds. Nonetheless, I can earn money for myself. If you feel compelled to repay me and cannot bear the thought of not doing so, then by all means, donate that sum to a charitable organization. As Yin Dajing stormed away, the female nurse stood speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yang Xiangling furrowed her brows, initially believing that victory was assured, only to be met with a complete and utter defeat. This young man possesses a certain intrigue, she pondered. Nurse, his information, surely the hospital has it? Please send it to me. Certainly, Director Yang. After leaving the hospital, Yin Dajing intended to find a bustling place to explore his extraordinary talent for replication. Just then, he received a call from his dormitory mate, Gao Yang. Bro, I've just been heartbroken. Meet me at the Three Sisters restaurant for a drink. Sob, sob, sob. In their dormitory, all three were computer science majors, with only Lu when studying foreign languages. This was merely due to a vacant spot in their dorm, as the foreign language department had fewer students. Upon arriving at the Three Sisters restaurant, Yin Dajing found Gao Yang in a state of complete inebriation. Naturally, this fellow had been treating liquor as if it were water. How could he not be incapacitated? For heaven's sake, stop drinking. Are you trying to endanger your life? Yin Dajing exclaimed as he snatched the bottle from Gao Yang's grasp. Does this guy have no skills whatsoever? Graduating from an ordinary university really is unfortunate. Upon engaging with Gao Yang, Yin Dajing discovered that he, too, was lacking in substance, devoid of even basic programming skills. This only served to highlight Lu Wen's genuine excellence, setting him apart. However, it seemed that this talented linguist was destined to fall from grace. Damn it, I finally understand. Today's women are purely pragmatic. They care only for wealth, disregarding everything else. All the romantic promises and vows are utterly false. Without a house or a car, one is doomed to a lifetime of solitude. As Gao Yang lamented, tears streaming down his face, Yin Dajing felt a pang of sorrow, which momentarily reminded him of Gaoya, stirring within him a desire to shed tears as well. Once all the grievances had been aired, Yin Dajing settled the bill and, with great effort, dragged the swaying Gao Yang out of the Three Sisters restaurant. Just a few steps outside, a gust of wind prompted Gao Yang to retch uncontrollably. And once the first wave of nausea hit, he could not stop himself, emptying his stomach repeatedly. The stench of his vomit, mingled with the scent of alcohol, was so foul that even Yin Dajing had to cover his nose. At that moment, a sleek black Rolls-Royce glided into view, coming to a stop downwind. Inside the vehicle sat a fashionable young woman clad in a white t-shirt and ultra-short shorts, pinching her nose as she entered a nearby convenience store. What's so special about her? She has the audacity to turn her nose up at me while I should be disgusted by her filth, Gao Yang seethed, his irritation boiling over. The mere sight of her disdainful gesture seemed to stab him deeply, particularly after his girlfriend had just run off with a wealthy man. Gao Yang fumed. That car must cost several million. How could she possibly afford it? A young lady driving an extravagant car can typically be attributed to two scenarios. Either she possesses remarkable abilities herself, or her mother is exceptionally affluent. However, from my perspective, it is more likely that she is engaged in less than savory endeavors. Yin Dajing initially intended to offer a brief explanation. After all, this luxury vehicle is worth at least 7 to 8 million, possibly even exceeding 10 million. How many times would one need to engage in such activities to afford it? Furthermore, Yin Dajing was reluctant to cast such negative assumptions about her. Perhaps she is merely a pampered heiress. Or perhaps fortune smiled upon her with a lottery win worth tens of millions. Yet, considering the futility of explaining this to Gao Yang, who would not be receptive, he decided to acquiesce to his assertions. Yes, you are absolutely correct. She is merely taking advantage of her youth, able to sell for a few more years before age diminishes her allure. Before Yin Dajing could finish his thought, a voice, icy to the core, interrupted. Who are you insinuating is selling themselves? Mortified, Yin Dajing stammered an apology, realizing he had been caught in the act of disparaging someone. Upon turning around, he found himself captivated by the striking young woman, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Gao Ya. What an extraordinary coincidence that a random photo Lu and found online would manifest in reality. Chapter 3. The Art of Replicating Cultivation. Hi, what a nuisance. The fiery maiden was seething with rage. Just moments ago, this fellow had insulted himself, claiming to be for sale, while casting lecherous glances in her direction. He was nothing short of a pervert. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Yin Dajing's chest, sending him flying 2 meters away. Though Yin Dajing's backside throbbed painfully, he managed to rise again, intent on pursuit. However, Gao Yang lay on the ground, retching violently. I must have owed you something in my past life. Yin Dajing stamped his foot in frustration, forced to watch the fiery maiden drive away, before returning to assist Gao Yang. If he left, it was highly probable that Gao Yang would perish on the road. He wondered if they would ever meet again after this parting. Originally, it would have been better not to see her again, but upon encountering Gao Ya once more, Yin Dajing's heart inexplicably began to burn with fervor. In the past, he would have lacked the courage to even approach a beautiful woman driving a Rolls-Royce, but now, it was different. He possessed the innate ability to replicate skills. He had the audacity and confidence to pursue any woman he desired. After expending tremendous effort to toss Gao Yang onto the dormitory bed, Yin Dajing collapsed onto the mattress, utterly exhausted. My physical condition is truly abysmal. Even a single maiden can send me flying with a kick. It seemed imperative to replicate the training regimens of fitness instructors or soldiers and engage in some serious exercise. Although utterly fatigued, Yin Dajing still mustered the strength to rise and take a shower before retiring for the night. He was naturally fastidious, while not a full-blown germaphobe. He found it unbearable to feel unclean and simply could not rest without washing up. Among programmers, he was indeed an anomaly. The following morning, at around 5 o'clock, Yin Dajing awoke, his mind racing with thoughts of the events from the previous day, rendering him restless. After tossing and turning for nearly half an hour, he finally got out of bed, freshened up, and made his way slowly to the cafeteria. Just a few days prior, the seniors had held their graduation ceremony, and the university had mandated that all seniors vacate their accommodations by July 1st. Most seniors had already left for internships, much like their dorm mate Liao Junkai, who had begun interning at a company in Yanjing earlier in the year and had already secured a full-time position. After the ceremony, they had moved out. Yin Dajing and Gao Yang were also preparing to search for a new place to live this weekend, which was the final deadline. As Yin Dajing approached the cafeteria, he noticed that there were not many people there for breakfast. The cafeteria, situated conveniently close to the senior dormitories and the school, had seen much of its clientele depart, resulting in a significant drop in the number of breakfast patrons. Additionally, due to the early hour, only a handful of individuals were present at each serving window. As he arrived, Yin Dajing made a deliberate yet casual attempt to engage with the underclassmen, but after interacting with over 30 individuals, he encountered only one moderately attractive girl who possessed a rudimentary skill in flute playing. Yin Dajing was uncertain about the nature of this skill and hesitated to replicate it. Although it is often said that having numerous skills is never a burden, some abilities, once acquired, can be quite repulsive. Perhaps I should seek out doctoral candidates, professors, or individuals of a more mature age to emulate their skills. However, upon surveying my surroundings, the only slightly older individuals I found were the uncles and aunts selling breakfast at the window. Yin Dajing indeed harbored the intention of replicating their skills, pondering that they might possess rudimentary culinary abilities or other unexpected talents. Yet, with the window separating them, interaction was impossible. Just then, in a moment of despair, he noticed a man in his 30s, dressed in athletic attire, entering the establishment. This individual was unfamiliar to him. However, given his age, he was likely either a teacher or a doctoral student, and thus, presumably possessed skills worth emulating. As Yin Dajing approached one of the windows and positioned himself behind the man, he seized the opportunity to make contact. Skill discovered. Basic traditional Chinese medicine. Should it be replicated? Skill discovered. Basic wood element cultivation technique. Should it be replicated? Yin Dajing was momentarily dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that this man in sportswear would possess such formidable skills, particularly the latter. What on earth was this basic wood element cultivation technique? Could it be that cultivators truly existed in this world? He had merely sought a fitness instructor or a soldier to learn some athletic techniques. Yet here he was, confronted with a practitioner of cultivation. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, Yin Dajing proceeded with the replication. Upon assimilating the man's skills, especially the basic wood element cultivation technique, he felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, rendering him as famished as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. Something was amiss. He sensed a problem unfolding. Fortunately, the man departed immediately, and without further ado, Yin Dajing ordered 10 steamed buns, 2 bowls of porridge, and 5 fried dough sticks. He took his breakfast to a corner, seated himself, and began to devour the food voraciously. As he consumed, he felt the nourishment transforming into energy, alleviating his overwhelming hunger. He realized that while other skills could be directly replicated, cultivation was distinctly different. Medical knowledge, proficiency in English, and nursing skills were mere information that could be implanted into one's mind. However, cultivation exerted a tangible effect on the body. Though he had replicated the skill, his physical form was insufficient, lacking spiritual energy, and thus he could only replenish it through sustenance. After finishing his breakfast, he still felt insatiably hungry. In a single breath, he purchased over 80 buns and steamed rolls, returning to the dormitory under the astonished gaze of the cafeteria staff. Upon his return, Gao Yang was still asleep, the air conditioning humming in the background, while his blanket lay discarded on the floor, leaving him curled up in a ball. After Yin Dajing neatly arranged his quilt, he resumed his meal. The steamed buns and mantou were consumed with such rapidity that they scarcely lingered before being transformed into energy. Finally, after devouring over 70, he felt a sense of hunger subside. Yet, Yin Dajing was already aware that his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. He experienced an unprecedented comfort, with a flow of spiritual energy circulating within him. Every inch of his muscles was capable of unleashing astonishing strength. According to the principles of the wood element cultivation method, he now classified himself as being in the qi refinement stage, specifically at the 3rd level of this stage. As per the knowledge imparted by the athletic man, the stages of cultivation are divided into qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, among others. Each stage further subdivides into early, middle, and late phases. The qi refinement stage encompasses 9 levels, and Yin Dajing's 3rd level indicates he is in the early phase of qi refinement. The athletic man he encountered was merely at the same early stage, though the specifics of his level remained unknown to Yin Dajing. Once Yin Dajing mastered the skill of duplication, he would reach the pinnacle of replication. He surmised that the enigmatic entity in his mind possessed the ability to deduce and evolve. Regrettably, he noticed the unpleasant odor emanating from his body, which was coated in filth, residue expelled during his recent practice of transformative cultivation techniques. After taking a refreshing shower, he felt invigorated and rejuvenated. According to the wood element cultivation method, he could advance to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, replenishing his spiritual energy would allow him to continue his ascension. However, Yin Dajing soon realized that the reality was far more complex. Initially, consuming steamed buns and mantou facilitated his enhancement, but as time progressed, the spiritual energy derived from such foods had diminished significantly, leading to a sense of satiety. As his cultivation advanced, the demand for spiritual energy would inevitably increase. Steamed buns and mantu would no longer suffice. He would require substances rich in spiritual energy. Alternatively, he could resort to daily meditation, gradually and steadily honing his skills. Donning a fresh set of workout attire, Yin Dajing ventured outside. After his recent cultivation, he felt an abundance of energy and was eager to run a lap outdoors. This athletic outfit had been purchased over a year ago, with intentions of exercising, yet he had not engaged in any physical activity until now, even as graduation approached. Once outside, he began jogging around the campus. Previously, just a few steps would leave him breathless, but now he ran for 5 uninterrupted minutes at a swift pace, his complexion unruffled and heart steady. As he approached a small river on campus, he was suddenly startled by a cry of distress. Rushing over, he discovered a student couple also exercising. Unfortunately, the girl had accidentally twisted her ankle, and within moments, it had swollen considerably, causing her to weep in agony. "Hurry, let me carry you. We must go to the hospital." The male student was terrified and immediately offered to carry her. "Hold on a moment." Yin Dajing, possessing rudimentary skills in traditional Chinese medicine, was quite capable of managing a small clinic. With just a glance, he discerned that the girl's foot was slightly misaligned, a matter trivial for him. "Allow me to take a look." Yin Dajing acted swiftly. Before the boy could react, he grasped the girl's foot, gently massaging it. With a practiced motion, a satisfying crack echoed as he skillfully realigned her foot. Oh. The girl gasped in surprise, then remarked, "It seems my foot doesn't hurt as much anymore. Do not fret, I shall perform a massage for you." Yin Dajing employed his acquired special massage techniques, working on the girl's foot for approximately 3 minutes, during which her swelling noticeably subsided. "All right, you may now take her to the hospital," he instructed. However, she should refrain from putting any weight on that foot for the time being. The male student nodded repeatedly, filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much, senior." Yin Dajing watched as the boy hurriedly carried his girlfriend away, a smile gracing his face. His parents had instilled in him the value of helping others, which explained his impulsive actions when he saw Yang Xiangling's son nearly getting hit by a car. Just as Yin Dajing prepared to resume his run, a deep voice called out, "Young man, please do not leave just yet." He turned to see 3 individuals approaching from beneath a tree by the small river. Among them was a sporty young man he had encountered earlier in the cafeteria. The other 2 appeared to be elderly men in their 60s. One donned a black tang suit, while the other was clad in a gray robe. The latter, who spoke, was notably slender and exuded an aura of ethereal grace. Had this been before, Yin Dajing might not have perceived any distinction, but now, with his rudimentary medical skills and as a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he was acutely aware of the differences. Chapter 4. The Medicine Immortal Sect. Greetings. May I inquire about your purpose? To be candid, Yin Dajing was somewhat reluctant to engage with them, as he had recently emulated their skills. If it were any other technique, it might have been manageable. However, given that this was a unique wood-based cultivation method, it could very well be their proprietary art. Should he be branded a thief of knowledge and subsequently dealt with in secret, he would find himself in a most lamentable situation. His mind was inundated with images from martial arts novels, where characters who secretly learned the techniques of grand sects were stripped of their powers and cast out. The elder clad in gray sensed Yin Dajing's reluctance, but remained unfazed. With a smile, he remarked, "Young friend, I noticed that your bone setting and massage techniques bear an uncanny resemblance to our teachings. May I ask who your master is?" Yin Dajing thought to himself that he would have to fabricate a tale. "My method of bone setting? I learned it from a wandering Taoist." "A wandering Taoist?" The gray-clad elder was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he exclaimed with excitement, "Young brother, the Taoist you encountered, was he tall, with a white beard and hair, appearing somewhat frail, yet remarkably spirited?" "Not at all," Yin Dajing interrupted, weaving a tale. "The Taoist who taught me was somewhat rotund and rather solitary, with one eye missing and a finger absent from his left hand." "What?" The elder's face turned pale with astonishment. "Are you saying this is true?" "Indeed." Yin Dajing, feeling a twinge of guilt, nodded. "How could it be that I fabricated such a description and it aligned so closely?" The elder in traditional attire interjected. "Third uncle, do you recognize this young friend's master?" "Yet, according to his account, the one who taught him is not our ancestral master." The gray-clad elder, visibly excited, responded. "Tianza, While he is not your ancestral master, he is indeed your granduncle. Turning to Yin Dajing, the elder exclaimed, "Young friend, do you realize? You and we share the same lineage. We are akin to family." Yin Dajing was at a loss for words. Wasn't he at the same? His medical knowledge was entirely derived from the young man beside him. However, he could not voice this sentiment. The most absurd aspect was that he had conjured a fictional character, only to find that they were indeed acquainted with the very person he had fabricated. It was utterly preposterous. The gray-clad elder beckoned, "Young friend, come, let us speak over there." Yin Dajing felt he had no choice. It would be inappropriate to flee at this juncture. He followed the three of them to the shade beneath a great tree. There a go-board lay, indicating that the two elders had been engaged in a game. In a gentle tone, the gray-clad elder asked, "Young friend, might you share how you came to meet your master? How is he faring now?" Yin Dajing recounted, "For years ago, shortly after my college entrance examination, I encountered the venerable elder. At that time, he was besieged by a group of unruly children, in a rather pitiable state. I stepped forward to rescue him and offered him some food. In return, he imparted to me the art of medicine and various breathing techniques, teaching me diligently for over 2 months. It has now been 4 years since I last saw him." This is truly a narrative plucked from the pages of a novel, and Yin Dajing has directly adopted it. The gray-robed elder nodded and replied, "Indeed, indeed." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. "Forgive me, young friend, I seem to have forgotten your name." Yin Dajing introduced himself. "I am Yin Dajing, with Yin from the Shang dynasty and Dajing meaning capital city." The gray-robed elder acknowledged with a nod, saying, "Based on the techniques you have demonstrated, it is evident that you and we belong to the same sect. Our sect is known as the Immortal Sect. Your master, Li Xian, is the junior brother of my master, Li Wei. However, in the past, my uncle made a grave mistake, resulting in the loss of one of his eyes and his expulsion from the sect. Acknowledging his error, he even severed one of his own fingers as penance before leaving. Alas, my master has been searching for him all these years, yet he remains elusive." The gray-robed elder smiled wistfully and continued, "By the way, I have yet to introduce our sect. My master, Li Wei, has 3 disciples, my elder brother, Feng Hui, my second brother, Qin Yun, and myself, Gu Hong. You are now my junior brother. Currently, in the Immortal Sect, both my elder and second brothers have ascended, leaving only the 2 of us of the highest generation. Henceforth, you may call me elder brother." Yin Dajing felt that this jest had perhaps gone a bit too far. Elder Gu Hong continued with the introductions. "This is Feng Tianzi, the son of my elder brother, Feng Hui. My elder brother departed early and did not take on any disciples, leaving only this one heir." The old gentleman in traditional attire, Feng Tianzi, immediately bowed respectfully to Yin Dajing, saying, "Feng Tianzi pays his respects to Uncle Master Yin. Please, no need for such formalities." Yin Dajing hurriedly assisted him. However, upon making contact with Feng Tianzi, several thoughts resonated within his mind. Detected elementary Chinese medicine skill. Would you like to copy it? Detected elementary wood-type cultivation technique. Would you like to copy it? Detected elementary Go skill. Would you like to copy it? Detected intermediate calligraphy skill. Would you like to copy it? Goodness! Yin Dajing marveled. As expected of an elder, such a plethora of skills. Without hesitation, he opted to copy them. Each skill was indeed valuable. After all, one could never possess too many talents. Soon after, a prompt appeared asking if he would like to upgrade the elementary Chinese medicine skill and the elementary wood-type cultivation technique. Having already copied the athletic male and now Feng Tianzi, he was poised for an upgrade. However, Yin Dajing chose not to upgrade the wood-type cultivation technique immediately. He only upgraded his Chinese medicine skill. It would be unwise to upgrade the cultivation method now without sufficient spiritual energy, as it could lead to exposure. "You are an elder. How could you?" Yin Dajing chuckled while declining the offer. In his heart, he felt a bloom of joy. Initially eager to depart, he now yearned for deeper interactions with them, hoping to connect with others in the realm of cultivation through them and learn diverse paths of practice. Feng Tianzi insisted on bowing, for at his age, he valued propriety. As the saying goes, every family has its own rules, and every sect has its own regulations. Respecting one's teacher and honoring the way is simply a matter of course. He stated, "Sure, Shu, there is a hierarchy of respect, which is the principle of our Immortal Sect and must not be broken." He wished to bow, yet was halted by Yin Dajing. Gu Hong chuckled, "Junior brother, There is no need for such formality. Moreover, I can see that your talent for cultivation is quite remarkable. Without guidance from Shu, you have already reached the third level of qi refinement, surpassing even my disciple and Tianzi. No wonder Shu holds you in high regard. Seizing the moment while Yin Dajing was taken aback, Feng Tianzi bowed nonetheless. Although Yin Dajing felt a bit embarrassed, he accepted the gesture. Gu Hong continued his introduction. My second brother, Qin Yun, has 2 disciples, but they are not in Donghu province. When time permits, I shall introduce you to them. As for my side, I have 2 disciples. My eldest disciple is named Ling Donglai, and my second disciple is Chong Qiu. Ling Mo is Donglai's son. The athletic Ling Mo, upon hearing Gu Hong introduce himself, immediately bowed and exclaimed, Ling Mo pays respects to Shu. Yin Dajing felt a shiver upon hearing someone older than himself addressing him as Shu, and he wanted to protest, but Gu Hong cheerfully stopped him, saying, Junior brother, do not be modest. As juniors, they must pay their respects to you. Feeling the warmth of Gu Hong's hand, Yin Dajing nearly leaped up in surprise. Discovering intermediate traditional Chinese medicine skills. Would you like to replicate? Discovering wood-based cultivation techniques. Would you like to replicate? Discovering beginner Go skills. Would you like to replicate? Discovering intermediate calligraphy skills. Would you like to replicate? Compared to Feng Tianzi, Gu Hong's Go and calligraphy skills were comparable. However, in terms of medical skills and cultivation techniques, Gu Hong evidently excelled. As usual, aside from his own cultivation, Yin Dajing replicated everything else. Furthermore, his traditional Chinese medicine and calligraphy skills were upgraded to advanced, and his Go skills reached intermediate. My goodness, the traditional Chinese medicine skills have risen to advanced. It is truly astonishing. Indeed, this is a treasure of Huaxia. After gaining self-taught knowledge, Yin Dajing was astounded to discover the extraordinary nature of traditional Chinese medicine, which was simply beyond comprehension. In general, the vast majority of ailments on Earth can be addressed with advanced traditional Chinese medicine skills. However, certain diseases, such as cancer, require the assistance of spiritual energy, which he currently possesses only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, leaving him with limited spiritual power. Even with intention, he felt powerless. Ling Mou, Yin Dajing stammered after surveying the 3 of them, momentarily lost in thought. He realized that although Gu Hong and Feng Tianzi appeared to be in their 60s, in reality, Gu Hong was nearly 90, while Feng Tianzi was estimated to be nearing 70. However, both individuals were in excellent health, free from any ailments. Yet, remarkably, the young man Ling Mo, barely in his 30s, harbored a hidden affliction. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. Yin Dajing, possessing advanced skills in this ancient art, could discern Ling Mo's concealed condition merely by observation. Ling Mo, perplexed yet respectful, inquired, May I ask, esteemed master uncle, what instructions do you have? Yin Dajing hesitated, contemplating his words before finally expressing, since we are both members of the apothecary Immortal Sect, and there are no outsiders present, I shall speak candidly. Ling Mo, might it be that you are afflicted in a certain intimate capacity? Your masculine vitality has been compromised, rendering you unable to fulfill your duties? Such words were indeed difficult to articulate, yet the gravity of the situation rendered the meaning unmistakable to all present. Chapter 5, Astonishment. Advanced Traditional Chinese Medicine Skills. Ling Mo's countenance abruptly flushed a vivid crimson, while Feng Tianzi gazed at him in perplexity. As a fellow practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he could perceive nothing amiss. In contrast, Gu Hong exclaimed in astonishment, Junior brother, you have discerned Ling Mo's ailment with remarkable clarity. It seems your medical prowess rivals my own. Master often speaks of our senior uncle's exceptional talent, lamenting his departure, yet it appears he has not squandered his potential nor succumbed to despondency, but rather has diligently pursued his studies. Perhaps, senior uncle's skills have even surpassed those of master. Since you can identify Ling Mo's condition, might you be able to? It is all my fault. This lad, while training, suffered a disruption in his energy flow, resulting in impaired function. In his youth, I hesitated to intervene, fearing the consequences. However, I find myself at a loss now. As Gu Hong recounted this matter, he felt a pang of guilt. Ling Mo, embarrassed, looked longingly at Yin Dajing. Feeling humiliated, an earnest young man unable to assert his masculinity. With unwavering confidence, Yin Dajing nodded and proclaimed, Through the method of acupuncture, I possess a 90% certainty. I wonder, does Ling Mo dare to let me attempt this? Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Mo bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude to his senior uncle. His eyes glistened with tears. Even if there were but a mere 10% chance, he was willing to take the risk. Yin Dajing's medical expertise now far surpassed that of Gu Hong, and he was indeed capable of healing Ling Mo through acupuncture. We must find a tranquil location for the procedure, he stated. As a recent graduate, I reside in the school dormitory, which poses a challenge. Fang Tianzi immediately interjected. Senior uncle, you may come to my home. I am a professor at the Jiangzhou University School of Medicine, and I have housing allocated. Moreover, my residence is well equipped with acupuncture apparatus. Very well, let us proceed, Yin Dajing replied, taken aback by Fang Tianzi's status as a medical professor, though he assumed he must be of retirement age, hence their previous lack of acquaintance. Fang Tianzi's home comprised 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, tastefully decorated, yet simple and imbued with an antique charm. Aware that Ling Mo awaited eagerly, Yin Dajing wasted no time and commenced the acupuncture in one of the rooms. Both Fang Tianzi and Gu Hong, being medical students themselves, sought permission from Yin Dajing to observe the procedure. Upon witnessing Yin Dajing's technique, they gasped in awe. It became evident that the proficiency of the junior brother was comparable to Fang Tianzi's own, lacking only in novelty, as his innate talent surpassed that of his peers. Gu Hong recognized all of Yin Dajing's methods and noted that he did not employ particularly extraordinary techniques. Rather, he demonstrated remarkable precision in locating acupoints. Initially, there was a slight hesitance, but soon his movements flowed seamlessly like water. Moreover, the techniques that had previously eluded Gu Hong's understanding became clear upon observing Yin Dajing's execution, prompting him to exclaim repeatedly, "So that is how it is. I see now." Fang Tianzi, positioned somewhat further away, did not share Gu Hong's level of astonishment. Fang Tianzi lacked the profound insight possessed by Gu Hong, rendering him unable to fathom Yin Dajing's true capabilities. Consequently, he initially maintained a watchful stance regarding Yin Dajing's identity. However, it has now become undeniably clear. Unless he hails from the medicine Immortal Sect, such extraordinary medical skills would be impossible for anyone else to possess. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yin Dajing began to retract the needles. After completing his task, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "Ling Mo, you should be fully healed now." Ling Mo merely felt a gentle warmth emanating from his lower body, without any other notable sensations. Stunned by Yin Dajing's assertion, he remained momentarily speechless. Gu Hong, in a swift motion, struck him with a slap and chastised, "What are you dawdling for? You ungrateful brat. Your grandmaster expended considerable spiritual energy to administer treatment, gifting you a new lease on life, and you fail to express gratitude?" Only then did Ling Mo hastily adjust his trousers and kneel on the ground, uttering, "I am profoundly grateful for the rebirth bestowed upon me by my grandmaster." If his hidden ailment was indeed cured, it would be nothing short of a miraculous second chance for Ling Mo. It is only right. We are of the same sect and ought to support one another. In truth, even if they were not from the same sect, Yin Dajing would still not turn a blind eye to those in need. However, Gu Hong, in all honesty expressed, I must confess, I truly know little about the medicine Immortal Sect. Even the techniques I practice, as well as my medical knowledge, lack specific names, hence. Could there be a misunderstanding? It would be quite the farce if it were so. Yin Dajing discreetly provided himself with an escape route. In the future, should he encounter someone named Li Xian, he could always argue, "I warned you beforehand. I may not be Li Xian's disciple, nor a member of the medicine Immortal Sect. Yet you insisted on claiming me as one." Currently, Gu Hong viewed Yin Dajing with utmost satisfaction, taking joy in the accomplishments of both his master and grandmaster. "Little junior brother, the skills you exhibited are indeed those of the medicine Immortal Sect. Even if you were not my master's disciple, given your authentic medical expertise, it would be entirely reasonable for me to address you as grandmaster." "Please, not that." Yin Dajing found himself at a loss for words. Ling Mo addressing him as grandmaster was already a source of inner turmoil. Should it escalate further, he could scarcely imagine the implications. Observing Yin Dajing's flustered demeanor, Gu Hong could not help but erupt in laughter, with Fang Tianzi joining in. Beyond his astonishment at Yin Dajing's medical prowess, Fang Tianzi also felt immense satisfaction with his character. It is indeed rare to possess such remarkable abilities while remaining humble and retaining a heart of simplicity. Subsequently, Fang Tianze began to engage Yin Dajing in conversation at home, inquiring about his family background, to which Yin Dajing provided a brief account. To Fang Tianze's surprise, his grandmaster had spent 4 years at Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology, and it was only today that they crossed paths. He reflected wistfully, unaware that had their meeting occurred earlier, their relationship might not have flourished as it has. Conversely, Yin Dajing remained composed, for his medical skills now surpassed those of Gu Hong, and even if his true identity were to be exposed, he had no reason to feel apprehensive and thus adopted a more open demeanor. As the solitary swan and Fang Tianze engaged in a game of Go, it was evident that both were merely at a novice level. In the realm of amateurs, they might be considered proficient, yet they were utterly defeated by Yin Dajing, who left them in shambles. Presently, Yin Dajing's prowess in Go had reached a pinnacle that even seasoned professional players found challenging to overcome. Approximately an hour later, Ling Mo returned in a hurry, his face radiating joy that he could barely contain. His very steps seemed to float with elation. Observing this, the solitary swan couldn't help but nod approvingly, while Fang Tianze feigned ignorance. However, Yin Dajing exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Mo, recognizing the youthful exuberance that had led him to indulge in merriment so early in the day. Yet, Yin Dajing understood, after years of restraint, one must venture forth to ascertain the truth of their feelings. After this encounter, Ling Mo's demeanor towards Yin Dajing transformed entirely, regarding him as a revered elder, a mentor, and a benefactor. Enough of the game, Yin Dajing declared after decisively defeating both the solitary swan and Fang Tianze, losing interest in a match against such overwhelming opponents. Junior brother, I am genuinely impressed by your talents, not only in medicine but also in your superior skills in Go, far surpassing both of us. Truly, a prodigy in his youth, the solitary swan reflected with admiration. Haha, elder brother, you jest, Yin Dajing replied modestly. I have other matters to attend to today. Elder brother, Professor Fang, Ling Mo, I must take my leave. Not wishing to refer to them as his nephew and disciple, he opted for the more formal titles instead. Furthermore, having exchanged contact information made communication considerably more convenient. Junior uncle, this evening my son and daughter-in-law will return. Would you be available to join us for dinner? Fang Tianze inquired. While Yin Dajing wished to be addressed simply by his name, Fang Tianze, having witnessed Yin Dajing's medical expertise, was steadfast in his refusal to do so. Indeed, junior brother, if you have no other engagements, let us dine together. Ling Mo and I must return to Yanjing tomorrow, the solitary swan suggested. Yin Dajing, having grown comfortable with associating with the members of the medicine Immortal Sect, nodded in agreement. Very well. Then we shall dine together this evening. Junior uncle, where are you headed now? Perhaps we could have Ling Mo accompany you? Fang Tianze offered. There's no need. I am merely returning to the school dormitory, which is not far. It would be unnecessary to trouble Ling Mo, Yin Dajing responded. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was still only 9 o'clock. Gao Yang was eating a cold bun when he noticed Yin Dajing's arrival and remarked, Brother Jing, I've noticed something different about you today. Different? In what way? Yin Dajing questioned, puzzled as he touched his own face. Gao Yang pondered for a moment before replying, I can't quite articulate it. Your skin appears fairer. Yet it is a different kind of whiteness than before, not that pallid hue from lack of sunlight. It's a vibrant, healthy white. Yes, you seem particularly radiant and full of vitality. To be honest, is it possible that you and Gaoya are approaching something significant? At the mention of Gaoya's name, Yin Dajing's expression darkened as he glanced towards Lu Wen's bed. Lu Wen has successfully secured a rental property and spends most of his nights away, occasionally returning to the dormitory. Enough of the pretense. Let us seek out a place to stay, for this is our final weekend. If we do not vacate soon, the school will forcibly evict us. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, hastening his pace and consuming the buns. However, he had only finished one when Lu Wen arrived. Yin Dajing, what is going on? Gaoya has been unable to reach you and has come to me in distress, Lu Wen exclaimed, his demeanor betraying concern as he rushed in. Yin Dajing's face flickered with shades of distress, yet he remained silent, slowly taking a seat and suppressing the anger boiling within. His phone was set to silent, and Gaoya's WeChat messages had been incessantly pouring in, yet Yin Dajing had neglected to glance at any of them, let alone respond. Chapter 6. The Revelation. Lu Wen exclaimed in anger. Yin Dajing, how dare you? Gaoya is the girlfriend I introduced to you. If you abandon her, I will not tolerate it. Look at how many messages she has sent me. Do you have any idea how anxious she is because she can't reach you? As Lu Wen spoke, he thrust his WeChat account towards Yin Dajing. Yin Dajing merely glanced at it, noting that Gaoya's messages to Lu Wen were all inquiries about his well-being. However, Yin Dajing was already aware of the truth and recognized that this was merely a performance orchestrated by Lu Wen. He had already dealt Lu Wen a fitting retribution by severing 2 of his basic skills, and he was incredulous that Lu Wen had the audacity to come and annoy him further. Taking a deep breath, Yin Dajing snatched Lu Wen's phone and checked the WeChat balance, momentarily stunned to discover there was actually 6,500 yuan. Without a second thought, he initiated a transfer to himself. Since the transaction required a password or fingerprint, Yin Dajing grasped Lu Wen's hand and placed it on the sensor. Boom. The transfer was successful. Yin Dajing then retrieved his own phone to confirm the receipt of funds. What the hell are you doing, Yin Dajing? Are you transferring my money? Damn it. Lu Wen initially believed that Yin Dajing was merely reviewing the WeChat chat records, so he was willing to give him time. Confident that his fabricated evidence was solid, he was taken aback when Yin Dajing suddenly released his hand and completed the transfer in the blink of an eye. Yin Dajing glanced at Lu Wen's phone, a brand new iPhone 11, which he assumed was purchased with Lu Wen's own funds, and with a sudden surge of anger, he hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Having entered the qi refining stage as a cultivator, his strength was formidable. What the hell, Jinggu? What are you doing? Gao Yang, standing nearby, was bewildered by the unfolding events. Lu Wen trembled with rage. Yin Dajing, did you have a fight with Gaoya? Why are you taking it out on me? That was my brand new iPhone, costing several thousand yuan. Are you out of your mind? Enough. Yin Dajing glared at him coldly. Lu Wen, do you think I'm a fool, still trying to play games with me? Is this phone truly purchased with your money? This is my money that I transferred to Gaoya. Oh right, Gaoya doesn't exist, does she? You just found some random pictures online and came here to fool me, didn't you? I didn't call you out on it face to face. And now you have the audacity to act offended? Lu Wen, who had initially been brimming with confidence, felt his resolve wane upon being exposed by Yin Dajing. You're talking nonsense. Yin Dajing retorted sharply. Nonsense? You still want to act tough with me? Just yesterday, I saw your WeChat on your old phone. Why don't you explain to me how you logged into Gaoya's WeChat account? After replacing his old phone, Lu Wen had used it to log into Gaoya's account, and it was precisely because he had acquired a new phone that he had forgotten the old one. Little did he know that Yin Dajing had already uncovered the truth. What? You saw it? I could just go to hell. When the lies were exposed, Lu Wen initially felt a pang of panic, but soon, fury engulfed him as he shouted. What are you saying? I have no idea. But you transferring my money and smashing my phone is irrefutable evidence. If you don't compensate me, I will call the police right now. Call the police? By all means, go ahead, came the retort. You scammed me out of 50 to 60,000 under the guise of Gaoya. This is no small sum. It could warrant a sentence. And you must have the transfer records, you absolute fool. Yin Dajing stared at Lu Wen as if he were an imbecile. Damn. Is what Jingga said true? Gaoya, you concocted this scheme to swindle Jingji's money? Gao Yang, who had been listening intently, was suddenly filled with rage. Yin Dajing was well known in the dormitory and throughout the entire computer science department as a paragon of virtue. Easygoing, amiable, and exceptionally considerate towards his friends. Most of the time, he was the one tidying up the dormitory, helping to fix fallen blankets, and even bringing food when others were too lazy to head to the cafeteria. The respect with which they called him Jinggu was heartfelt and genuine. Upon hearing that Gaoya, Yin Dajing's girlfriend, was involved in Lu Wen's deceit, Gao Yang trembled with anger. He could hardly fathom that his brother could engage in such despicable behavior and felt compelled to stand up for Yin Dajing. You bastards have some nerve. Lu Wen's expression shifted erratically, and after a moment's resolve, he picked up the shattered phone from the ground and slinked away, though not before casting a resentful glance at the two. Jinggu, don't hold me back. I just want to give this idiot a good beating. How could he betray his own brother? Gao Yang wanted to take action, but was restrained by Yin Dajing, given his own prowess. Even though Lu Wen was tall and athletic, he would not be a match for him. As for any future retaliation from Lu Wen, Yin Dajing dismissed it from his mind entirely. Enough. Go take a shower. We need to find a place to live. This trash will eventually get what he deserves. Yin Dajing was initially consumed by anger, especially at the thought of Gaoya, which filled him with sorrow. However, after encountering the glamorous Rolls-Royce girl the previous night, he felt a glimmer of hope. Yin Dajing's Huabei account still had an outstanding balance of over 10,000, divided into 12 installments, each requiring a repayment of just over 1,000. With the 6,005 he had just received, he was able to settle this month's dues. This financial relief made his burdens a tad lighter. Otherwise, he would have to continue liquidating funds for rent. Gao Yang, on the other hand, lacked the technical skills and had been rejected by several companies after interviews. Thus, he did not pursue a technical position but instead opted for sales. Counting 2 months of internship, he had been working for over 4 months and was now a full-time employee. Currently, with a base salary plus commissions, he earned over 3,000 a month. Fortunately, he was progressing quickly. Last month, he earned 3,900 and was on the verge of breaking the 4,000 mark, with a promising upward trajectory. Previously, I resided at the university, but circumstances have compelled me to move out. Fortunately, Yin Dajing's new job at Yuan Technology, starting Monday, is merely a bus stop away from his workplace, leading us to decide on sharing a rental. Gao Yang felt a twinge of indignation for Yin Dajing, reflecting on the emotional turmoil he must endure upon discovering that Gao Ye was a FAAD. Yet, despite this, he selflessly came to accompany me during my heartbreak. Such camaraderie is truly commendable. Gao Yang, unable to contain his anger, vented his frustrations at Lu Wen for an extended period, even muttering curses while showering. After completing their grooming rituals, the duo took a bus in search of accommodation. They spent the entire day hunting, and it was not until around 5 in the evening that they successfully negotiated a 2-bedroom apartment. The decor was satisfactory, furnished adequately, and ready for immediate occupancy. With a monthly rent of 2,500, requiring a deposit of 1 in payment for 3 months upfront, totaling 10,000. Divided equally, each contributed 5,000. Initially fearing the need for liquidation, they were pleasantly surprised that the funds retrieved from Lu Wen sufficed, leaving them with an additional 200 for living expenses. That evening, Gao Yang wished to treat Yin Dajing to dinner. However, Yin Dajing had already made plans with Gu Hong and Fang Tianzi, so he had to forego the invitation. Upon returning to the university around 6 o'clock, they waited for over half an hour before heading to a nearby restaurant named Ziyunxian. This establishment is renowned as the most distinguished dining venue near Jiangku University. 2 years prior, Yin Dajing and his friends had dined there, racking up a bill of over 2,000, which had left them quite distressed given the modest amount they consumed. As he approached Ziyunxian, he noticed someone pacing outside. "Teacher Yi, what brings you here?" Yin Dajing greeted. This Teacher Yi, the advisor for his class, had stepped in after their original mentor suffered a car accident during their junior year. Over the past 2 years, she had demonstrated diligence and responsibility in her role, so it was only polite to acknowledge her presence. "Yin Dajing, what a coincidence to see you here," Yi Qiao replied, her demeanor slightly uneasy, though she managed to muster a faint smile. "How is your job search progressing?" "I have successfully secured an interview and will begin work next Monday." "Congratulations, Yin Dajing. Are you here to dine?" "Please, go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to here." "Ah, all right then." After a moment's contemplation, Yin Dajing added, "Teacher Yi, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist, should I be able." His thoughts drifted to Fang Tianzi, a professor at the medical school. Perhaps he could be of help. Yi Qiao regarded him with gratitude, though she did not respond directly. With that, Yin Dajing proceeded into Ziyunxian. Chapter 7. Alarmist rhetoric. Upon entering the Ziyun pavilion, Yin Dajing announced his box number, and a server promptly guided him inside. "Little uncle, you have arrived," exclaimed Fang Tianzi, who immediately stood and approached the door to open it for Yin Dajing. At that moment, within the box sat an elderly woman in her 60s and a middle-aged man, around 50 years of age. While Yin Dajing did not recognize the elderly woman, the middle-aged man bore a familiar visage. "Little uncle?" The warm reception by Fang Tianzi, who referred to him as such, caused both individuals to furrow their brows in unison. "Professor Fang, please, make yourself comfortable." "No need for such formality," Yin Dajing smiled graciously. Of course. Little uncle, allow me to introduce." Fang Tianzi beamed as he moved to the side of the elderly woman. "This is my beloved wife, Chen Ping, who is also a professor at Jiang University of Science and Technology. However, like myself, she is semi-retired, engaged in only a few research projects." He then urged, "Chen Ping, greet your little uncle." With a stern expression, Qin Ping remained silent. Having heard from Fang Tianze about the arrival of a little uncle, she had mentally envisioned someone considerably younger. Nevertheless, she felt that, regardless of age, he should at least be in his 40s or 50s to merit such a title. In terms of age, she could very well be Yin Dajing's grandmother. The thought of calling him little uncle felt utterly absurd to her. Yin Dajing quickly interjected. "No need for that, Professor Chen. You may simply call me Little Yin." He continued, "Professor Fang, times have changed. Let us not involve family in our relationship, or it may lead to discomfort for everyone." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's demeanor softened slightly. However, Fang Tianze hastily objected. "That is out of the question. Chen Ping is my wife, and it is only right for you to be addressed as little uncle." His traditional beliefs regarding respect for elders were deeply ingrained, especially considering Yin Dajing's medical expertise, which even surpassed that of a third uncle. He would undoubtedly seek guidance from him in the future. To Fang Tianze's dismay, his wife's lack of understanding left him fuming. All right, I shall call you." After living together for over 40 years, Fang Tianze, usually a paragon of elegance, was visibly agitated, his eyes reddening. Seeing him in such a state compelled Qin Ping to relent. She bowed to Yin Dajing and said, "Qin Ping pays her respects to little uncle." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yin Dajing scratched his head and returned the bow. With this, Fang Tianze finally exhaled in relief and proceeded to introduce the other middle-aged man. "Little uncle, this is Principal Zhuang Lingfeng of Jiang University of Science and Technology. He is one of my most esteemed Prot.Gs." Suddenly, Yin Dajing recalled that he had indeed seen Principal Zhuang at a distance during the recent graduation ceremony. He respectfully said, "Principal Zhuang, I am Yin Dajing, a recent graduate from the computer science department. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zhuang Lingfeng awkwardly nodded and uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Due to Fang Tianze's presence, he found himself at a loss for words. Fang Tianze had initially intended to elaborate further, hoping that Yin Dajing might offer some guidance to Zhuang Lingfeng, but upon witnessing his aloofness, he refrained from continuing. Nevertheless, he understood that Zhuang Lingfeng had squandered a significant opportunity. After arranging for Yin Dajing to take a seat, Yin Dajing couldn't help but steal a few glances at Principal Zhuang, yearning to capture some photographs to share on social media, thus indulging his vanity. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. In reality, such an act would be utterly humiliating. "Principal Zhuang, have you not undergone a health examination in quite some time? I advise you to seek one out sooner rather than later," Yin Dajing suggested. What began as a casual observation soon morphed into a more serious concern. As he scrutinized Zhuang Lingfeng for several moments and discerned the unsettling presence of a tumor within his mind. "What, little master uncle, have you discerned something?" Fang Tianze inquired, his concern palpable. "Lingfeng, you must ensure you get checked immediately." Regardless of the circumstances, Zhuang Lingfeng was one of his most esteemed disciples, and he could not bear to watch him face potential calamity. "Old principal, you are a seasoned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Surely you do not believe that someone can merely glance at me and ascertain my ailments? Even you, I suspect, lack such prowess." Zhuang Lingfeng replied with a hint of skepticism. Having studied medicine himself, he increasingly found himself dismissive of traditional Chinese practices, viewing Yin Dajing's remarks as akin to the superstitions of fortune-tellers, fanciful and alarmist. Just as Fang Tianze was about to clarify, Gu Hong and Ling Mo entered, escorted by a server. "Master uncle, you have arrived," Ling Mo greeted cheerfully upon spotting Yin Dajing. The sight of Ling Mo addressing Yin Dajing with such familiarity visibly brightened Qin Ping's demeanor, revealing the young man's esteemed lineage. Gu Hong took the seat of honor, with Yin Dajing to his left and Fang Tianze to his right. Zhuang Lingfeng, positioned behind Yin Dajing and Ling Mo, felt a twinge of discontent, reminding himself that he was the principal of Jiang University. However, as this was Fang Tianze's arrangement, he refrained from voicing his displeasure. "Third master uncle, Senior Gu Hong." Both Qin Ping and Zhuang Lingfeng expressed their respect upon encountering Gu Hong, acknowledging his seniority and formidable reputation in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, where he was regarded as a national treasure. "Haha, please take a seat." "There is no need for formality," Gu Hong replied amiably. "Qin Ping, have your son and daughter-in-law not yet arrived?" Qin Ping hastily responded. "Qiming and his wife are on their way. I entrust them to you, third master uncle." As she mentioned her son and daughter-in-law, a flicker of concern crossed her gaze. Gu Hong nodded and turned to Zhuang Lingfeng, smiling. little Zhuang. It has been some time since we last met, and you appear to be in increasingly good spirits. Zhuang Lingfeng cast a sidelong glance at Yin Dajing and smiled. Senior Guhong, I appreciate your well wishes. However, this classmate Yin Dajing has just suggested that I see a doctor for a checkup. His intention was merely to use Guhong's presence to exert some pressure on Yin Dajing. After all, if even Senior Guhong remarked on his excellent complexion, how could Yin claim he needed a medical examination, suggesting there was something amiss? However, to his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, Guhong sprang up and exclaimed, Junior, have you truly discerned any ailment with Xiao Zhuang? Xiao Zhuang, let me be frank with you. Despite his youthful appearance, my junior possesses medical skills that surpass mine. If he indicates there is an issue, it is highly likely that there is one. Zhuang Lingfeng remained somewhat unconvinced, yet Yin Dajing, respecting both Guhong and Fang Tianzi, pressed on, wanting to awaken him to the truth. After sipping some tea, Yin Dajing remarked, Principal Zhuang, have you recently experienced frequent nosebleeds during late nights? It is not uncommon to bleed after staying up too long. At times, you may also feel a sudden onset of fatigue, correct? Yes. But there are numerous matters at the school that require my attention, so it is inevitable that I become exhausted. As he spoke, Zhuang Lingfeng began to feel uncertain. Yin Dajing sighed and said, You speak lightly of it. Since you are aware of these ailments, why do you not take steps to rectify them? Do you realize that there is a tumor forming in your brain? If not treated expeditiously, it could pose a serious threat to your life. Should you doubt my words, I suggest you visit the hospital for an examination. I. Zhuang Lingfeng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was a person of great promise. The higher one ascends, the more one fears death. Better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss the possibility. Old Dean, Senior Guhong, I shall make a trip to the hospital and return promptly. Chapter 8 Diagnosis. Zhuang Lingfeng drove to the nearest hospital, Jiangzhou People's Hospital, and called the president en route, requesting immediate arrangements for his examination. As the president of Jiangxi University, he was afforded such courtesy. Upon his arrival at the hospital, the tests commenced without delay. Soon, the results were revealed. President Zhuang, there is indeed a tumor in your brain, and it has grown significantly. Responding to Zhuang Lingfeng's call, the president personally arranged for Dr. Tong, a neurosurgeon hired from abroad, to conduct the examination. Upon reviewing the results, Dr. Tong furrowed his brow in concern. What? I really have a tumor in my brain? Zhuang Lingfeng gazed at the displayed images, utterly bewildered. After a moment, trembling, he implored, Dr. Tong, will this tumor pose a threat to my life? What are the risks involved in surgery to remove it? Dr. Tong contemplated for a moment before grimly stating, President Zhuang, this tumor has begun to exert pressure on your nerves. It must be removed promptly. Otherwise, you may only have a year at most. Thankfully, you discovered it in time. If we proceed with surgery now, I have a 30% chance of success. The foremost experts in Huaxiao might offer a 50% success rate, while seeking the best surgeons abroad could elevate that to 60%. However, if it is discovered a month later, even the most distinguished overseas doctors may have less than a 10% chance. Zhuang Lingfeng's face drained of color as he remarked, Even if I travel abroad to consult the finest physicians, there remains only a 60% success rate. This implies a substantial risk of failure. Indeed. And even if the surgery is successful, the potential for future complications remains uncertain. As someone with medical knowledge, you must understand the challenges of performing surgery on the brain. If Western medicine is unable to help, what about traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Tong? Zhuang Lingfeng suddenly recalled Guhong and Yin Dajing. Dr. Tong shook his head. Traditional Chinese medicine? With all due respect, it is merely a charlatan's art. They are not adept at treating serious ailments. Zhuang Lingfeng raised his gaze to Dr. Tong, saying, However, my tumor was detected by a traditional Chinese physician with the naked eye. What? How is that possible? To discern a tumor with the naked eye? That is utterly inconceivable. A fanciful tale. Dr. Tong could not fathom that anyone's eyesight could surpass that of medical instruments. Yet, this was indeed the reality. In the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope surged within Zhuang Lingfeng. Without hesitation, he drove to Ziyunxian, a journey that took barely 20 minutes. Dr. Yin, I implore you, save me. Upon entering, Zhuang Lingfeng knelt before Yin Dajing with a thud. Xiao Zhuang, what? What has happened? Surely, it cannot be. Chen Ping's expression shifted uneasily, like Zhuang Lingfeng. She held doubts about Yin Dajing's capabilities. The disparity in Zhuang Lingfeng's demeanor before and after is indeed striking. Professor Chun, I have just returned from the hospital where I underwent an examination, and it has been confirmed that I have a tumor in my brain. The doctors informed me that the success rate for surgery to remove this tumor in the country is at most 40%. Even if I seek out the most esteemed specialists abroad, the likelihood of success barely reaches 60%. Dr. Yin, I do not wish to die. I implore you to save me. I acknowledge my earlier rudeness. It was my fault, and I beg you. As he spoke, Zhuang Lingfeng became increasingly incoherent, tears streaming down his face, a pitiful sight indeed. Chen Ping gaped in shock, staring fearfully at Yin Dajing. Could it be true that this junior master could discern a tumor with merely a glance? Was he truly more capable than Master Guhong? Senior brother, do you have any means to address the tumor in his brain? Yin Dajing did not respond directly to Zhuang Lingfeng, but instead turned to Guhong. Guhong shook his head and replied, if it were a matter of medication, it would only provide temporary relief, and the efficacy would likely be outpaced by the tumor's growth. To eradicate the tumor, acupuncture would be necessary, yet I cannot assure success. Zhuang Lingfeng's countenance turned ashen, his heart plummeting. If even the esteemed Guhong had no solution, did that not imply that he was destined to seek treatment abroad? However, pursuing such an avenue would not be a matter of days. He would likely have to resign from his position as president of Jiangke University. Furthermore, it would mean that he might never achieve greater heights in his life. In this country, there is a scarcity of positions. Even if he were to return cured, his place would have vanished. Yin Dajing pondered briefly before speaking slowly. President Zhuang, I can treat your tumor, but my current abilities may require 3 sessions to entirely eliminate it. What? Completely eradicate it? Zhuang Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own hearing. Guhong displayed an expression of incredulity. Junior brother, can you truly remove the tumor from Xiao Zhuang's brain? Indeed, but it will deplete my energy significantly. Hence, it must be done in 3 stages. If I possessed my senior brother's capabilities, a single session would suffice. In truth, the tumor in Zhuang Lingfeng's brain was not particularly large. Its location merely rendered surgical intervention exceedingly challenging. In the context of Western medicine, it would necessitate a craniotomy, which carries significant risks. Is that true? Dr. Yin, thank you so much. A glimmer of hope emerged in Zhuang Lingfeng's heart, though he remained apprehensive. After all, until he was cured, the outcome remained uncertain. He desired for Yin Dajing to commence treatment immediately. Yet considering that they had only just sat down and had yet to dine, this seemed rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, Yin Dajing had also stated, President Zhuang, time is of the essence. After we finish our meal, we shall proceed to Professor Fang's residence or to the hospital, and I will administer acupuncture. With immense gratitude, Zhuang Lingfeng expressed his thanks. Having recently assumed the role of principal, he yearned to make a significant impact. Were it not for Yin Dajing, he would have remained oblivious to the tumor lurking in his mind. If left undiscovered until he naturally realized it, he might have truly faced insurmountable challenges. Before long, a middle-aged couple approached. The man, with a square face and an air of righteousness, bore a striking resemblance to Fang Tianzi. The woman, approximately in her late 30s, donned a pair of black spectacles and was dressed in professional attire, exuding competence. Fang Tianzi promptly rose and declared, Qiming, Wanner, allow me to introduce you to my little master uncle, who is also your little master granduncle. What? Both Fang Qiming and Tang Wanner furrowed their brows in unison. One was the foremost leader of Jiangzhou City, while the other held a prominent position in education. Now, they were expected to address someone significantly younger than themselves as master granduncle. Exchanging glances, they both felt a lump in their throats. Chapter 9. I truly know Principal Zhuang, please. Professor Fang, let us address each other in our own manner, suggested Yin Dajing, who stepped forward to diffuse the tension. He was taken aback to learn that Fang Tianzi's son and daughter-in-law wielded such significant influence, commanding respect from the highest leaders who referred to him as their great-uncle. The gravity of the situation was almost overwhelming for Yin Dajing, who could hardly fathom that these figures, once deemed unattainable, were now his own disciples. The world, indeed, was a peculiar place. How can this be? Fang Tianzi interjected, his authority as a father evident in his tone. Is it that Fang Qiming has ascended to a position of leadership and forgotten the virtues of respecting one's elders? Or do you not regard me, your father, with any esteem? Fang Qiming glanced at Guhong, who wore an equally discontented expression. Reluctantly, he managed to utter, "Great uncle." Tang Wanner, left with no choice, joined in the chorus and awkwardly took her seat. Yin Dajing could only smile, though the title felt strange. He began to grow accustomed to it, as more people addressed him thus. Unable to refuse, he resolved to quietly relish the moment, secretly delighted by his own vanity. After a brief pause, he scrutinized Fang Qiming and Tang Wanner. Fang Qiming exuded righteousness and calmness, earning Yin Dajing's admiration. Upon catching sight of Tang Wanner, he suddenly broke into laughter, remarking, "Professor Fang, it appears your efforts were unnecessary. It seems Gu Hong's visit may have been in vain." Fang Tianzi, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Gu Hong, equally puzzled, looked to Yin Dajing for clarification. However, after a moment of contemplation, he turned back to Fang Qiming and Tang Wanner, his eyes lighting up. "Wanner, give me your hand." After taking her pulse, Gu Hong erupted in laughter, filled with joy. "Huh, Tianzi, your junior disciple is indeed correct. If my diagnosis is accurate, your daughter-in-law is already with child. Pregnant? How can this be? They have been married for 12 years without conceiving. How could it suddenly?" Chen Ping interjected, her voice trembling with hope. As a mother, how could she not feel anxious after such a long wait for a grandchild? "Mom." Tang Wanner, blushing, stood up and explained, "Actually, Dad, Mom, Qiming, I intended to surprise you today, but..." She pulled out a document from her bag. "I visited the hospital for a checkup, and it has been confirmed that I am indeed pregnant, already a month and a half along." "Really? Is it true? Huh. This is wonderful. I am to become a father. Huh." The Fang family erupted in a mix of astonishment and joy, tears mingling with laughter. "Great uncle, your foresight is truly remarkable." Chen Ping was thoroughly impressed by Yin Dajing. After the incidents involving Principal Zhuang and Tang Wanner's pregnancy, she recognized that this young master was indeed capable, possessing more than just a mere title. Thus, she addressed Yin Dajing as Little Master Uncle with utmost sincerity, feeling a deep sense of shame for her earlier lack of courtesy. Indeed, Little Master Uncle's medical skills are truly remarkable. He merely needed a glance to discern the truth, Fang Tianzi remarked with admiration. Gu Hong, far from feeling envious of the praise bestowed upon Yin Dajing, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. With a disciple like Yin Dajing, how could the medicine Immortal Sect fail to flourish in the future? He was eager to help elevate Yin Dajing's reputation, proclaiming, "Little brother, I am in awe. Your medical prowess truly surpasses mine. I still require a pulse check to confirm Wanner's pregnancy, while you only needed a glance." Impressive. Fang Qiming and Tang Wanner remained somewhat bewildered. Frankly speaking, even if one could ascertain Tang Wanner's pregnancy, it was not an extraordinary skill. After all, many experienced doctors could roughly determine a woman's condition through observation. Thus, witnessing their parents, and even Gu Hong, lauding Yin Dajing left them puzzled. Zhuang Lingfeng, observing all this, was undoubtedly the happiest among them. The more skilled Yin Dajing was, the higher the probability of his own recovery. He smiled and explained, "Indeed, Qiming, you may not know, but just before you arrived, Dr. Yin discerned that I had a tumor in my brain with a mere glance." "What? Is this truly the case?" Upon hearing Zhuang Lingfeng's words, Fang Qiming and Tang Wanner completely changed their perception of Yin Dajing. This indicated that Yin Dajing possessed extraordinary medical skills, not merely a coincidence in identifying Tang Wanner's pregnancy. They both hastily offered their apologies, no longer daring to regard Yin Dajing as an ordinary young man. With the joyous news of Tang Wanner's pregnancy, the atmosphere at the banquet was particularly celebratory. Even Fang Qiming, who seldom drank, indulged in a few more cups. During this time, Yin Dajing excused himself to the restroom, and upon returning, he passed through the hall, where he spotted Yi Qiao dining with a young man and woman in a corner. As a practitioner of the third level of qi refinement, he possessed sharp senses. Recalling Yi Qiao's troubled expression earlier, he felt compelled to offer assistance. Considering her diligent and responsible nature as a teacher over the past 2 years, recently, Yi Qiao had been quite distressed. Having graduated with a master's degree and experienced a stroke of good fortune in securing a temporary position due to an accident involving a counselor, she had worked tirelessly over the past 2 years, hoping to attain a formal appointment. However, to her dismay, this year there was only one position available for permanent status at Jiang University, with 4 candidates, including herself. After the written examination, she had ranked first, leading her to believe she had a strong chance of securing the position, only to hear rumors that the spot had been predetermined, causing her great distress. As Yi Qiao found herself in a state of utter disarray, her cousin Ning Xiaoyan arrived, informing her that her boyfriend, Liang Hui, was the director of the personnel department at Jiang University. She believed that if Liang Hui could intercede on her behalf, there might still be hope for her situation. This prompted Yi Qiao to invite Ning Xiaoyan and Liang Hui to dinner. However, they arrived a good 30 minutes late, inciting Yi Qiao's ire. Yet, as she was in need of assistance, she chose to endure the inconvenience in silence. To her dismay, the ensuing conversation was dominated by Ning Xiaoyan and Liang Hui, who engaged in a mutual flattery session, extolling Liang Hui's virtues and connections within various departments. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Yi Qiao finally asked Liang Hui, "Would it be possible for your uncle, Director Liang, to assist me with my formal employment status?" Liang Hui shot her a sidelong glance, somewhat taken aback, and replied, "Yi Qiao, if you had approached me sooner, I would have deemed this matter almost certain. However, your timing is unfortunate, as the candidate has already been predetermined. To intervene now would disrupt existing relationships and could cause offense. Even my uncle must tread carefully in such matters." Ning Xiaoyan interjected, "Liang Hui, you are aware that my cousin is merely a master's student. Nowadays, university counselors primarily favor doctoral candidates. If she misses this opportunity to secure a position at Jiang University, she may never have another chance." With a resigned sigh, Liang Hui conceded, "Very well, Xiaoyan. For your sake, I will speak with my uncle, but I cannot guarantee success, as I am unaware of who the chosen candidate is or whose connections they are relying on. My only recourse is to implore my uncle for assistance. Yi Qiao, you are exceptionally talented. Securing this position should not necessitate reliance on connections." At that moment, Yin Dajing approached, interjecting, "And who might you be?" Liang Hui frowned in irritation. Yin Dajing turned to Yi Qiao, "Why are you here?" Yi Qiao shot him a disapproving glance, but soon sighed, explaining, "Cousin, Liang Hui, this is my student, Yin Dajing, a recent graduate from the computer science department." "Oh, just a freshly graduated student," Liang Hui remarked, his furrowed brow easing into a dismissive expression. "No wonder you lack understanding." "I don't need to know everything," Yin Dajing retorted. "I only know that teacher Yi scored the highest in her written examination and has excelled in her professional duties over the past 2 years. She deserves to be appointed. Otherwise, if the institution fails to uphold fairness and justice, how can it educate its students?" Yin Dajing spoke from the heart, recognizing Yi Qiao's dedication and professionalism throughout her tenure as a counselor. If she were rejected based on her performance, he would have no argument. However, if it were due to unjust circumstances, it would be an egregious injustice. With a chuckle, Liang Hui shook his head and remarked, "Ah, you are still too naive. Fresh out of university. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. This world has never known absolute fairness or justice. Much like the process of a counselor's promotion, regardless of how exemplary your written examination results may be, it matters little. During the interview, one may still be dismissed without hesitation." "Connections, you ask?" Yin Dajing thought of Zhuang Lingfeng. "Teacher Yi, with your extraordinary qualities, if you cannot be retained, it would be a loss for Jiangku University. As it happens, I am acquainted with the school's leadership. Perhaps I could." "Enough, Yin Dajing," Yi Qiao interjected with a wry smile. "What connections could you possibly have? If you truly had any, would you not be aware of it? I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall find my own way." Ning Xiaoyan could not suppress her laughter, unabashedly mocking him. "I must say, you are quite the character. Do you really have ties to Jiangku University? You might as well claim that the president of Jiangku University is your uncle." Yin Dajing replied, "I do indeed know President Zhuang, but he is certainly not my uncle." "Ha ha." Ning Xiaoyan and Liang Hui erupted into hearty laughter. "You truly dare to climb the ladder." Suddenly, Liang Hui, still chuckling, spotted Zhuang Lingfeng emerging from the private room and approaching them. He quickly stood up to greet him. Chapter 10. Traversing the gates of the underworld, twice who are you? Zhuang Lingfeng did not recognize Liang Hui, but upon seeing him with Yin Dajing, he courteously inquired, "My name is Liang Hui, and I am the nephew of Director Liang from the Personnel Department of Jiang University. We met last year at my uncle's wedding," Liang Hui responded, slightly taken aback by Zhuang Lingfeng's politeness. "Oh, so you are the nephew of Xiao Liang. I've heard you are a distinguished graduate who has returned from studying abroad." "Indeed. You possess remarkable talent, Zhuang Lingfeng replied dismissively, before turning to Yin Dajing with a different demeanor, smilingly saying, Dr. Yin, why have you been away for so long? Senior Gu Hong is inviting you for a drink. Witnessing Zhuang Lingfeng's abrupt shift in demeanor towards Yin Dajing, speaking with an unusually soft tone. Liang Hui and the others were left in shock, gasping at the revelation. He really knows Principal Zhuang, especially Liang Hui, whose face flushed as he realized that just a moment ago he had been boasting about his connections, only to be publicly humbled. Yin Dajing responded with an "oh," saying, I happened to see my teacher, Yi Qiao, and came over to greet her. By the way, Principal Zhuang, Teacher Yi is my advisor. She is diligent and responsible. A wonderful teacher. However, it seems she is yet to be officially appointed. I heard there is only one position available this time, and she scored first in the written exam. What do you think her chances of being appointed are? Zhuang Lingfeng, being astute, immediately grasped Yin Dajing's intentions. Yet, he had never regarded the position of an advisor as particularly significant. Nevertheless, since Yin Dajing had broached the subject, he was bound to act. Since Teacher Yin has stated that Teacher Yi is an outstanding advisor, I believe her chances of being appointed are absolutely certain. Yin Dajing smiled at Yi Qiao, saying, See, I told you that you would definitely be appointed. Now that Principal Zhuang has spoken, you believe it, don't you? Yi Qiao's face turned crimson, yet she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Yin Dajing. She was astonished to learn that this clean, helpful, and well-liked gentleman from her class was acquainted with Principal Zhuang. Moreover, their conversation revealed that Principal Zhuang was clearly lowering himself to speak to him, indicating that his true status was far beyond what appeared. This fellow is quite adept at concealing his true self. Not at all. It is the least I could do. I maintain that if Jiang University cannot retain you, it will be their loss, Yin Dajing replied with a smile. Teacher Yi, please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now. Dr. Yin, please go ahead. Zhuang Lingfeng had completely lowered his stance. He had no choice. After all, his life and future rested in this person's hands. Furthermore, even without that reason, Yin Dajing was the junior of the renowned national physician, Gu Hong, and the uncle of both Fang Qiming and Tang Wanner. Each of these individuals was a person of great stature, one not to be trifled with. After more than half an hour, Yin Dajing and the others finally finished their meal and drinks. A group of 8 individuals was gathered, with Zhuang Lingfeng and Tang Wanner driving 2 vehicles. Zhuang Lingfeng initially intended to drink, planning to hire a designated driver, but refrained from alcohol as Yin Dajing was to treat his tumor shortly thereafter. Tang Wanner, being with child, also abstained from drinking. The duo drove everyone to Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Before departing, Yin Dajing intended to exchange pleasantries with Yi Qiao, but upon stepping out of the private room, he discovered that Yi Qiao and the others had already left. Liang Hui and Ning Xiaoyan were visibly embarrassed and lost their appetite. Yin Dajing stepped outside to wait, but within a minute, he was approached by a group of unruly young men with brightly dyed hair. The leader, around 24 or 25, sported yellow hair, a nose ring, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of arrogance. You must be Yin Dajing, right? He queried. Indeed, that is I, Yin Dajing replied. In the past, such individuals might have instilled fear in him, but now, as a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he viewed them as mere fodder. Someone sent us to greet you. The yellow-haired leader waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to advance menacingly. Try to lay a finger on me, and you'll regret it. Yin Dajing retorted, preparing to strike back, but he was interrupted by a voice. It was Ling Mo, who, upon witnessing the assault on his little granduncle, was consumed by fury. He drew a firearm and aimed it at the yellow-haired thug's head. Are you here to greet my little granduncle? Ling Mo growled, his expression fierce, as if ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. The thugs, accustomed to bullying ordinary people, were taken aback. They had never encountered someone so brazen as to draw a gun. One of the younger gang members was so frightened he lost control of his bladder, the stench permeating the air, yet none dared to cover their noses. And no, we got it wrong. We made a mistake, the yellow-haired leader stammered, his bravado crumbling. What kind of person carries a firearm? Stop it, Ling Mo, came a frustrated voice from Fang Qiming, who had just stepped outside. What are you doing? This is Jiangzhou City. You can't just brandish a gun recklessly. Leave this to me to handle. All right, Qiming, you take care of it. Yin Dajing nodded in agreement. The thugs, upon recognizing Fang Qiming, nearly fainted. All they had intended was to rough up a recent graduate from Jiangke University. But here they were confronted by someone wielding a gun and a prominent leader of Jiangzhou stepping in to defend his little granduncle. What a stroke of bad luck. Fang Qiming coldly addressed them. You lot, for your brawling, report yourselves to the authorities. I will ensure you face severe consequences. Yes, we will. The yellow-haired thugs, now devoid of any bravado, left with trembling legs. Upon entering the precincts of the station, one after another, they confessed, leaving the staff momentarily bewildered, suspecting some trickery was afoot. Damn it, that scoundrel Lu Wen has led us to ruin. Indeed, Brother Chong, it is fortunate we did not act. Had we laid a hand on the esteemed junior uncle of the first leader, we would have surely faced far graver consequences than mere detention. Nonsense. Had we truly assaulted Yin Dajing? Oh, no, Jinggu, we might have met with immediate and fatal retribution. The ruffians, led by Huang Mao, broke into a cold sweat, realizing they had traversed the gates of hell not once, but twice. This is utterly absurd, isn't it? Upon arriving at the hospital and explaining their intent, Dr. Tong of the People's Hospital was the first to express skepticism. If it were Gu Hong or Fang Tianjin performing the procedure, one might accept it, but Yin Dajing, a mere youth in his 20s, attempting to cure Zhuang Lingfeng's brain tumor through acupuncture? It was sheer folly. Dr. Tong, simply arrange a hospital room for me. Zhuang Lingfeng insisted, reluctant to elaborate further. What could Dr. Tong say? He could only proceed as directed by his superiors. In the upscale ward, Gu Hong, Fang Tianzi, Fang Qiming, and Ling Mo stood by, particularly Gu Hong, who remained vigilant, ready for any eventuality. Yin Dajing began to channel his vital energy, delicately placing needles upon Zhuang Lingfeng. The warmth radiated from each needle, enveloping him in comfort, inducing a drowsiness that beckoned him to sleep. After a full hour, as he felt the needles withdrawn, the soothing warmth dissipated. Junior brother, uncle, esteemed junior uncle, Gu Hong, Fang Tianzi, and the others exclaimed as they noticed Yin Dajing sway unsteadily. I am fine, truly. Yin Dajing's pallor was slightly ashen. I merely expended a bit of spiritual energy, nothing to worry about. However, with one more application of acupuncture, Principal Zhuang shall be fully restored. Dr. Yin, Zhuang Lingfeng felt a warmth welling in his eyes. Very well, I recommend another examination for your peace of mind. Yin Dajing replied with a smile after taking a sip of water. Indeed, Zhuang Lingfeng acquiesced without hesitation, seeking out Dr. Tong for another assessment. Good heavens! Dr. Tong's eyes widened, unable to fathom the sight before him. This is nothing short of miraculous. Overwhelmed with excitement, he held up the examination results. And after a moment of astonished silence, he addressed Zhuang Lingfeng. Principal Zhuang, the tumor in your brain has remarkably shrunk by more than half. Moreover, the results indicate there is no longer any sign of growth. If you were to permit me to perform the surgery now, I would have a 50% chance of success. Zhuang Lingfeng exhaled deeply, remaining silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he clenched his fists and, filled with emotion, strode out. Upon reaching the ward, he fell to his knees with a thud. Dr. Yin, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. Fang Tianzi and the others were utterly in awe of Dr. Yin's medical skills, revering him to the utmost degree. Gu Hong, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, Junior brother, your medical prowess has reached a divine level. Not only I, but even our master and grandmaster would pale in comparison to you. The glory of the great medicine Immortal Sect is on the horizon, truly on the horizon. Chapter 11, Elegance? Lu Yuan, the beautiful boss? Senior brother, you flatter me. Yin Dajing chuckled, witnessing the healing of Principal Zhuang Lingfeng, feeling an inexplicable joy within. With such medical prowess, at the very least, I shall not face starvation. Principal Zhuang, it is time for you to rise. As long as you diligently work in the future to nurture more talents for our motherland, my efforts to save you will not be in vain. These words resembled the counsel of an elder to a younger one, yet at this moment, Zhuang Lingfeng received them with gratitude, feeling it was entirely warranted. Dr. Yin, your earlier remarks have reminded me, your medical skills are truly transcendent. If you could impart your knowledge at the school, many would begin to appreciate traditional Chinese medicine. Yin Dajing interjected, stating, Principal Zhuang, I understand your sentiment, but let us reserve this discussion for another time. For now, I am merely an ordinary programmer, not yet contemplating the teaching of medicine. Yes, Should you wish to teach and disseminate medical knowledge, you are always welcome to reach out to me. Zhuang Lingfeng felt a sense of regret. Yet he respected Yin Dajing's decision. Upon returning to his dormitory, it was already quite late, and Gao Yang was fast asleep. After taking a shower, he rested briefly and rose at 11 o'clock to begin his cultivation. According to the wooden cultivation methods of the medicine Immortal Sect, the midnight hour is a time of Yin supremacy, where Yin gives rise to Yang. The emergence of Yang at midnight signifies the commencement of its growth. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, cultivators do not miss the opportunity to practice during this auspicious hour. Yin Dajing, being financially constrained, could not afford medicinal herbs and thus relied on diligent practice. As he operated his cultivation technique, he sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surging towards him from all directions, which he absorbed into his body. After circulating it through a grand cycle, it transformed into his own spiritual power. Having expended considerable spiritual energy to provide acupuncture for Zhuang Lingfeng, he was now in need of replenishment. Breathing out slowly, he realized the process was too slow. After 2 hours of cultivation during the midnight hour, Yin Dajing had restored a significant portion of his spiritual power. However, he also recognized that he had barely managed to step into the third layer of qi refinement. In simpler terms, while his realm was sufficient, his spiritual power remained lacking. Spiritual energy does not materialize from thin air. It can only be absorbed from external sources. There was no alternative. Merely consuming buns and steamed bread was no longer effective, and the replenished spiritual energy was negligible. It seemed imperative that I quickly replicate other skills and earn money to purchase herbs. Previously unaware of the existence of cultivators, Yin Dajing had solely focused on earning money. However, now that he understood cultivators were present in his vicinity, he realized that only by strengthening himself could he truly rely on his own power. Yin Dajing attempted to circulate his spiritual power further, trying to discern the nebulous entity within his consciousness. Although it remained exceedingly hazy, he discerned a pearl at the center of the mist, swiftly revolving around an ancient mirror. A pearl? A mirror? Could it be that my replication ability and the capacity for upgrading stem from the pearl and the mirror? The desire to delve deeper into the mysteries was proving to be exceedingly challenging. At present, he was barely able to discern the essence of the fog. Fortunately, Yin Dajing was a person of remarkable equanimity, unfettered by the perplexities of life. On Sunday, the better part of the day was spent moving by both Yin Dajing and Gao Yang. Although they could simply arrive with their bags, there were many cherished belongings they were reluctant to part with. Thus, they brought everything along. Even when Gu Hong and Ling Mo returned to Yanjing, Yin Dajing did not see them off. Exhausted to the core, he muttered to himself about his fatigue. After arranging all their possessions, Gao Yang found himself too weary to even lift a finger. What on earth? Jinggu, have you taken medication or received an injection? You appear utterly unfazed. As if your heart isn't racing at all, he exclaimed. Yet, in an instant, he observed Yin Dajing calmly dusting the furniture in the hall without a moment's respite, prompting Gao Yang to exclaim in astonishment. It is you who lacks exercise. You make it sound as though you are fond of physical activity. He pointedly referenced the sportswear someone had purchased, which had only been worn twice. Yin Dajing paused momentarily at this observation before breaking into a quiet chuckle. Indeed, just 2 days prior, he had been no different from Gao Yang, an untrained recent graduate. In fact, his physical condition had been inferior to Gao Yang's. Yet now, he had ascended to the 3rd level of qi training, and his physique had improved significantly, surpassing that of an ordinary person, even with a simple move-in and minimal belongings. After a day filled with activity and several hours of cleaning, he finally felt that his home was taking shape. Now, this feels more like home, he mused with satisfaction. On Monday morning, Yin Dajing rose early to prepare breakfast. His culinary skills were rather modest, but he managed to fry an egg and boil some rice porridge without issue. After finishing his meal and leaving a portion for Gao Yang, he set off early for work. As it was the first day on the job, he deemed it prudent to arrive at the office ahead of schedule. Before boarding the bus, he felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping to replicate some useful skills. However, he was sorely disappointed. The bus was filled with elderly passengers, and after interacting with a few, he found little of value. The only skills of note were the beginner-level Sichuan cooking and traditional handicraft skills he had managed to acquire. As for the beginner-level square dance skills, he had absolutely no interest. While it is true that knowledge is never burdensome, such skills would surely never be utilized, and thus were unnecessary to replicate. Just as Yin Dajing was about to disembark, he noticed a young man in his 20s brazenly reaching into an elderly woman's pocket. He hurried over, intending to intervene. But upon contact with the pickpocket, he was prompted. Detected beginner-level thief skill. Would you like to replicate? Without hesitation, Yin Dajing opted to replicate the skill twice, effectively severing it from the thief. What are you doing? You are a thief. The pickpocket, now devoid of his thieving prowess, was promptly apprehended by the elderly woman. Catch the thief. Catch the thief. The elderly displayed remarkable prowess, swiftly uniting to subdue the pickpocket and clamoring to escort him to the police station. Yin Dajing merely smiled as he exited the vehicle. Upon alighting, he upgraded his basic thieving skill to an intermediate level. To his surprise, this newfound ability proved to be quite formidable. If paired with my spiritual energy, the potential is astonishing. At the 9th floor of the Qiushui building, Yin Dajing, lacking an employee ID, registered at the ground level before ascending in the elevator. Once he arrived at the company, he waited for approximately 20 minutes before the HR manager, Peng Shijuan, busily commenced his onboarding process, including issuing his work ID and recording his facial recognition for clocking in. After a full hour of meticulous work, she escorted him to the technical department. Yuran Technology had a modest number of employees, yet they occupied an entire floor of the Qiushui building. The technical department was similarly spacious. Despite housing fewer than 20 individuals, it occupied an office designed for 50 to 60. The department director, Shui Yifan, a balding man in his mid-30s, was someone Yin Dajing had met during the interview. Ah, you're here, Yin Dajing. Come, let me introduce you to the team. Shui Yifan greeted warmly, leading him to meet his colleagues. Intermediate computer programming skill detected. Would you like to copy it? Basic English skill detected. Would you like to copy it? Yin Dajing swallowed hard. The intermediate programming skill was something he had yet to achieve even a basic understanding of during his 4 years at university. Without hesitation, he opted to copy both skills. However, regarding English, as he was already at an intermediate level, the additional knowledge gained was merely a slight enhancement, akin to filling in the gaps in his understanding. After exchanging pleasantries with the technical staff, Shui Yifan continued to introduce Yin Dajing to colleagues from other departments. Director Shui, it seems your technical department has welcomed a fresh face. Hello, handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? While everyone was still engaged in their work, the casual banter was brief, and Yin Dajing refrained from initiating handshakes. The colleagues from other departments, particularly the women, teased him playfully. Greetings, Director Liu. After Shui Yifan had taken Yin Dajing on a brief tour, they were about to return when suddenly, someone emerged from the president's office. Shui Yifan immediately stood at attention. Goo, goo. Yin Dajing's eyes widened, his tongue momentarily tangled. Wasn't that Gaoya? No, wait. She was the fierce woman who had kicked him a few days prior. However, unlike their first encounter, today she was dressed quite formally, appearing like a completely different person. Liu Yuran initially struggled to recall Yin Dajing, but upon hearing the stammered goo, she suddenly remembered. Shui Yifan nudged Yin Dajing and said, Yin Dajing, this is our president, Director Liu of Yuran Technology. Mr. Liu, allow me to introduce our new colleague from the technical department. I am currently helping him get acquainted with our esteemed colleagues from various departments. Mr. Liu, greetings. Yin Dajing exclaimed hurriedly. Do your best at work, Liu Yuran responded dismissively before departing. Upon returning to his seat, Yin Dajing remained in a state of disbelief. Elegant, Liu Yuran, the beautiful president of Yuran Technologies. What a remarkable coincidence. Could this be fate? Taking a deep breath, Yin Dajing's gaze shifted towards the direction of the president's office, and he resolutely decided, I shall pursue her. Chapter 12, Advanced Computer Programming Skills. Liu, what troubles you? Who has provoked you? Sima Qing inquired with bewilderment as Liu Yuran stormed back into the president's office. Having served as Liu Yuran's assistant for 3 years, Sima Qing was well aware that the president only exhibited her poised and dignified demeanor in front of the company and clients. In private, she was no different from an ordinary woman, her emotions often more intense than those of her peers. When she liked someone, her affection was fervent. When she detested someone, her disdain was profound. The current expression on her face clearly indicated her wrath. However, given the company's prosperous development, there seemed to be little cause for distress, and the employees would be unlikely to offend the president so brazenly. Sister Qing, a new employee has joined the technical department today. Please investigate his background for me. Lu Yuan, aware that Sima Qing understood her true nature, felt no need for pretense in her presence. President Lu, what has happened? How could a new employee have offended you? Sima Qing was puzzled. How could a newly hired programmer possibly provoke the president? She knew well the reverence the employees, particularly the male staff, held for Lu Yuan, often venerating her as a goddess. Do you remember a few days ago when someone insulted me, saying I was selling myself? What? It couldn't possibly be this new employee, could it? Sima Qing touched her forehead, conceding, all right, I understand. I will speak to HR and find a reason to dismiss him. No. Lu Yuan waved her hand. Since he has come to me, how could I let the opportunity to torment him slip away? As a female boss, I must embrace the chance. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued. It's fortuitous that there are no major projects at the moment. I shall have some fun with him. Sima Qing shivered at the thought and silently mourned for Yin Dajing, the unfortunate new colleague. May fortune favor you. The technical department, including Director Shui Yifan, comprised a total of 19 individuals, of whom only 2 were women, Chu Qin and Xiao Nannan. Xiao Nannan, at 25 years old, had a boyfriend she had been with since university, and they appeared to be planning for marriage this year. Chu Qin, having graduated a year ago and just a year senior to Yin Dajing, was unremarkable in appearance and somewhat reticent, yet was reputed to possess exceptional programming skills, having surmounted numerous formidable challenges. After assigning Yin Dajing a desk, Shui Yifan handed him some documents, instructing him to review them independently. With his intermediate programming skills, Yin Dajing found the material quite manageable, devoid of any difficulty. How is it going, new colleague? As he was engrossed in his reading, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Intermediate computer programming skills detected. Would you like to copy? Brother O, I'm doing well, quite well. Yin Dajing responded with a smile, simultaneously copying the skills of project manager O Beichin. Subsequently, the 2 intermediate programming skills were seamlessly integrated and elevated to an advanced level. It had long been said that Yuan Technology was a stellar company in Jiangzhou, and their capabilities were indeed impressive. Even a project manager possessed intermediate editing skills. In other companies, such talent would suffice for the role of a technical director. Astonishingly, after enhancing his programming skills to an advanced level, Yin Dajing realized that his prior knowledge acquired at school was merely superficial. Most importantly, he felt an abundance of ideas swirling in his mind, a sense of eager anticipation bubbling within him. He pondered whether there existed a level beyond advanced skills to aspire to. However, up to that moment, he had yet to encounter anyone with advanced skills nor any conditions for further advancement. Yet, Yin Dajing was at a loss as to how he could further refine his programming abilities. Enough of this. Delving into such materials isn't something that can be completed in a day or 2. There's no rush. It's noon already. Let us go have lunch, he remarked, glancing at the time and realizing it was already 12 o'clock. He had been so engrossed in his reading that he lost track of time. O Beichin invited a few colleagues from the technical department to join them for lunch. Yuan Technology generously provided breakfast and lunch, having hired chefs to prepare and serve meals daily, with a delightful variety that was both sumptuous and nutritious. While serving the food, Yin Dajing took the opportunity to engage with a few colleagues from the technical department who were dining with him. Aside from O Beichin, the others were uniformly at the beginner level of programming skills, with 2 colleagues boasting basic gaming skills. Programmers had few avenues for entertainment, and gaming was their primary leisure activity. Possessing even basic gaming skills was quite commendable. Yin Dajing enjoyed gaming as well, and while he played reasonably well, it was far from sufficient to develop gaming skills. Observing this, he unabashedly upgraded his skills to an intermediate level. As the colleagues from the technical department sat together at a table, engrossed in discussions about games, a sudden chorus erupted. Hello, General Manager Lu. Entering with a light-hearted demeanor, Lu Yuan, donned in high heels, was accompanied by Sima Qing, exchanging laughter. Lu Yuan greeted everyone with a gentle smile. Though as her gaze briefly fell upon Yin Dajing, her brow furrowed involuntarily before she swiftly redirected her attention. Stealthily, Yin Dajing took out his phone, comparing an elegant photograph he had with the real Lu Yuan, concluding that she was far more captivating in person. If the elegance in the photo rated a score of 70, Lu Yuan undoubtedly surpassed 90. It's been quite a while since General Manager Lu dined here, he noted. Indeed. Bei-chin and another colleague whispered in agreement. Yin Dajing inquired, "Doesn't General Manager Liu usually dine here?" To which Bei-chin replied, "Someone like General Manager Liu would find it hard to count the number of times she dines here in a year on both hands." After taking a couple of bites, a radiant smile suddenly adorned Bei-chin's face as he sprang to his feet. "Mr. Liu, you have arrived. Would you care to join us here?" The other colleagues from the technical department promptly vacated 2 seats. "Certainly," Liu Yueran replied with a smile, taking a seat next to Sima Qing. "So, this must be the new colleague from the technical department? Do your best." Liu Yueran had already adjusted her mindset, speaking encouragingly. "Yes, indeed. This is our new colleague." Yin Dajing, Bei-chin clarified, feeling relatively at ease in front of Liu Yueran, while the other members of the technical department appeared somewhat more reserved. "Please hand me your phone," Liu Yueran said, extending her hand towards Yin Dajing. "I'll add you on WeChat. We can stay in touch for any matters that arise." "Sure." Yin Dajing responded without a second thought, handing his phone to Liu Yueran. However, his face instantly flushed as he realized, "Oh no, I forgot, my phone's screensaver is still." Elegant. Chapter 13, Generous Rewards. Upon catching sight of Yin Dajing's phone wallpaper, Liu Yueran was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she could hardly fathom that the image adorning his screen was none other than her own photograph. How could he possibly possess my picture? Could it be that this young man has come to Yueran Technology with the intention of pursuing me? I mustn't dwell on that thought. Shaking her head, Liu Yueran discreetly began to manipulate her phone for over a minute before returning it to Yin Dajing. "All set. Should you require any assistance with work, feel free to reach out to me via WeChat." "Understood, General Manager Liu." As Yin Dajing accepted the phone, he felt a strong urge to seize the moment and touch Liu Yueran, aspiring to absorb her skills. However, in such a public setting, it felt rather inappropriate, and he ultimately refrained. Liu Yueran and Sima Qing left shortly after having only a modest meal. No sooner had they departed than Bei-chin remarked, "Yin Dajing, General Manager Liu hails from a technical background. Even Director Xue feels inferior in her presence. Indeed, even Boss Xue frequently seeks her counsel whenever significant projects arise. General Manager Liu is right there with us, working late hours," echoed a colleague from the technical department. There was nothing peculiar about Liu Yueran adding Yin Dajing on WeChat, as each of them had already established a connection with her. "Is that so?" Yin Dajing expressed a hint of skepticism. After all, Liu Yueran was merely 25 or 26 years old. Unless she possessed extraordinary talents akin to his own, how could she surpass Xue Yifan, who had intermediate programming skills? In Yin Dajing's view, it was likely that Xue Yifan was merely downplaying his own abilities to elevate their boss, while Liu Yueran's respect for technology was genuine. It was hard to believe she was exceptionally skilled. Yet, he acknowledged that Yueran Technology was her brainchild. The mere fact that she could attract so many programming experts was a testament to her competence. Reflecting on how he and Gao Yang had previously doubted the legitimacy of her wealth, a wry smile crossed his face. "Do not doubt us. We speak the truth." General Manager Liu studied abroad in the United States and participated in several major projects during her time there. "She is a true programming prodigy," Bei-chin asserted earnestly, his face brimming with envy. After their meal, Bei-chin and the others ushered Yin Dajing to the company's lounge. To his surprise, the room boasted several gaming machines, a billiards table, a ping-pong table, and various fitness equipment. Clearly, Yueran Technology places significant emphasis on the physical and mental well-being of its employees. "Wow, they're currently engaged in ranked play. This week seems to be billiards," Bei-chin exclaimed, patting Yin Dajing on the shoulder. "Yin Dajing, do you know how to play billiards?" "I can manage," Yin Dajing replied modestly. In the past, he would have merely been considered an amateur at billiards, but now, he possessed intermediate skills, capable of challenging professional players. Bei-chin remarked, "Very well. Then you may give it a try and bring honor to our technical department." Subsequently, he elucidated the situation to Yin Dajing. It turned out that at Yueran Technology, a project competition is held every 2 weeks, where the top 3 participants receive monetary rewards. Furthermore, colleagues who do not participate can still place bets. Although gambling is frowned upon, the colleagues indulge during their lunch breaks, which is permissible. This practice fosters camaraderie among employees, making departmental collaboration more seamless. "How much is the prize?" Yin Dajing inquired, as this was his primary concern. He still had a debt of 10,000 to settle. After the ranking matches, the first place receives 1 000 yuan. The second place 500 yuan. And the third place 200 yuan. The betting limit is capped at 100 yuan, and the total amount is evenly distributed based on the results. Yin Dajing nodded, comprehending Beichen's intent. If there are 5 candidates and one is chosen, should this candidate unexpectedly win, the shared amount could be quite substantial. If you can play billiards, I will sign you up, Beichen continued. Our technical department has always excelled in gaming, yet in other competitions, the results are rather dismal. Often, we struggle to even field a single participant for billiards or table tennis, hence Beichen's enthusiasm. After the registration was completed, Beichen returned shortly. Yin Dajing, do not feel pressured. As long as your performance is not abysmal, it will suffice. After all, Huang Liwei from the marketing department and Lu Yu from the publicity department are exceptional. The billiards rankings have remained unchanged for over half a year. As long as you can secure a place in the top 5, it will be deemed a success. The ranking matches at Yuan Technology are akin to challenge matches, where those without ranks, or with lower ranks, challenge those higher up. Coincidentally, today is the final day for these matches. Originally, others would not entertain such sudden appearances, but since he is a new colleague from the technical department, they all agreed to allow it. Upon reaching the billiards table, they noticed an electronic board displaying the names and departments of the current top 10 players, along with the corresponding amounts. Currently, Huang Liwei has 900 yuan behind him, indicating that 39 individuals have wagered on his victory. For most, betting on Huang Liwei is essentially a safe bet. However, this means the payout would be minimal. Fortunately, everyone is not primarily motivated by money, but rather by the desire to participate and enjoy the atmosphere. Huang Liwei's competitor, Lu Yu from the publicity department, has 300 yuan, with 3 individuals selecting her. Following her is manager Peng Shijuan from the human resources department. However, no one has bet on her victory, not even she herself, as she has also placed her bet on Huang Liwei. All right, we have a newcomer ready to compete in the ranking matches. Let us welcome. After Peng Shijuan introduced Yin Dajing, she asked, Yin Dajing, would you like to place a bet? Yin Dajing nodded and replied, then I shall bet on myself to win. Laughter erupted among the crowd, but Peng Shijuan proceeded to register him nonetheless. Yin Dajing, who will you challenge? Beichen offered his counsel, suggesting, I believe you should aim for the 5th position. Should you prevail, your name would be immortalized on the leaderboard. If you lose, you can always try again next time. It's a strategy that allows for both offense and defense. Quite prudent. No, I shall directly challenge the 1st place, Huang Liwei. Yin Dajing declared. Have you lost your mind? Beichen pushed back. Our tournament rules state that if you fail a challenge, you forfeit the opportunity to challenge again. If you take on Huang Liwei and luck is not on your side, you may not even get a chance to break. In billiards, the outcome is determined in a single match, as the duration is too lengthy to facilitate a best-of-3 or best-of-5 format. As Beichen pointed out, should Yin Dajing lose a rock-paper-scissors contest, Huang Liwei might sweep the game in one stroke, leaving him without a chance to respond. Fear not. There will be ample opportunities in the future, Yin Dajing replied with a smile. All right then, let us commence. Huang Liwei, come forth for a game of rock, paper, scissors. Someone wishes to challenge you, Peng Shijuan called out. I'm on my way. Who dares to challenge me? A tall and robust young man descended from the exercise equipment. He was Huang Liwei from the marketing department. New colleague, I shall let you break, Huang Liwei said with a smile upon seeing Yin Dajing. That won't be necessary. Let us stick to rock, paper, scissors for fairness, Yin Dajing insisted, unwilling to take advantage. Very well, this sounds intriguing, Huang Liwei chuckled, yet he seemed dismissive of Yin Dajing, who seized the moment to engage him. Discovering basic marketing skills. Would you like to replicate? Discovering basic billiard skills. Would you like to replicate? Yin Dajing chuckled to himself. Realizing the source of Huang Liwei's confidence, he possessed basic billiard skills. However, the unfortunate truth was that Yin Dajing had intermediate skills, and no amount of replication of the basic skills would elevate him further. Yet, the basic marketing skills could still be duplicated. As the adage goes, it never hurts to have extra skills. In a twist of fate, during the rock-paper-scissors contest, Yin Dajing intentionally lost to Huang Liwei. Utilizing his intermediate pickpocket skill, he managed to lose without anyone noticing in the bustling environment. Ah, such is destiny, Huang Liwei feigned regret. Perhaps next time, you may have a chance to make it onto the leaderboard. Alas, Beichen and the colleagues from the technical department sighed in unison. This is a disaster. With Kwang Liwei taking the lead, does Yin Dajing have any chance left? Indeed, Kwang Liwei's billiards prowess was commendable. He opted for the striped balls and, in one fluid motion, pocketed 4 before the 5th ball proved too difficult to sink. Go Yin Dajing. Although no one placed their bets on Yin Dajing's victory, the technical department colleagues rallied in support of him. Upon entering the arena, Yin Dajing caressed his cue. In the past, he felt a profound uncertainty when handling it. Yet now, as a practitioner of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, endowed with intermediate skills in thievery, he exhibited a mastery over his grip that far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Coupled with his intermediate billiards prowess, he knew precisely how to execute each shot before he even approached the table. Indeed, with each ball that sank into the pocket, the excitement among his colleagues surged. Even those who initially had no desire to watch gathered around. In the technical department, aside from Chu Qin, even Shui Yifan was drawn in to witness Yin Dajing play. Black 8 in the pocket. A clean sweep, incredible. We won. Ha ha. Our technical team has emerged victorious. Oh no, my 100 yuan has gone to waste. Let us consider it a celebration for our new colleague. Just 100 yuan, after all. Applause erupted from other departments, though the marketing team appeared somewhat glum, with Kwang Liwei being the most discontented of all. This is frustrating. Fine, I concede, but I shall challenge you now, Yin Dajing. That is how the ranking matches operate. Having secured 1st place, Yin Dajing ascends to the top, leaving Kwang Liwei and Lu Yu trailing behind, while Peng Shijuan falls out of the top 3. However, this time, Yin Dajing did not relent. He swiftly won the rock-paper-scissors and executed a complete clearance, leaving Kwang Liwei without even a chance to step up. And in this round, he was stripped of the right to challenge, becoming merely a target for others. 2 more challengers stepped up against Yin Dajing, but they too fell short. Yin Dajing, this 1,000 yuan is your prize for winning the ranking match. This 100 yuan is a refund of your previous bet. Additionally, here is 4,002, the total amount lost to you by everyone else. Since only Yin Dajing had placed a bet on himself, he singularly reaped all the rewards. As the finance manager handed over the winnings, a chorus of astonished gasps filled the room. Wow, this is exhilarating. It's been ages since there has been such a disparity, leaving other colleagues feeling a tinge of envy. One must remember, previous champions often had numerous bets placed on them. When the winnings were distributed, each person would typically receive no more than 100, with many only garnering a meager sum of 10 or so. What a thrill. Yin Dajing silently reveled in his fortune. Though he lamented that these ranking matches occurred only once every 2 weeks, and it might be a long while before billiards would grace the table again. Chapter 14. Hacker Intrusion. What? The Pool Prince? Upon hearing the news relayed by Sima Qin, Lu Yuan found it hard to believe, curling her lip in disdain. Him? The Pool Prince? Humph. It seems we at Yuan Technology must consider removing the billiards project. Sima Qin was at a loss for words, wondering how the other employees would react to the president's haughty demeanor. In the afternoon, Shui Yifan convened a meeting for the technical department, where Yin Dajing also attended, seizing the opportunity to engage with each individual. Among the 19 members of the technical department, including Shui Yifan, only 3 possessed intermediate programming skills, while the remainder held only basic capabilities. Additionally, 4 individuals had rudimentary gaming skills. To Yin Dajing's astonishment, he discovered that 3 colleagues possessed hacking skills, all of whom were merely ordinary programmers. Among these 3 was Chu Qin, an unassuming young woman who surprisingly boasted intermediate hacking abilities, surpassing the other 2 colleagues by a significant margin. Possessing intermediate hacking skills is exceedingly rare, far more so than intermediate programming skills. Basic skills can barely suffice to thrive in this industry. Take basic programming skills, for example. Few university graduates can emerge from academia with such proficiency. They often require extensive real-world experience to attain that level. Advancing from basic to intermediate skills is an accomplishment akin to reaching Shui Yifan's stature, where annual salaries typically soar into the hundreds of thousands or even millions, and positions range from project manager to project director, or even to those who can establish their own companies. Yin Dajing had previously dabbled in hacking techniques, yet he was leagues away from even basic proficiency, having scarcely scratched the surface. Basic hacking skills denote true expertise, distinct from those who merely skimmed the surface of hacking tutorials. They possess the capability to craft intricate Trojans to infiltrate others' computers and steal sensitive information. Intermediate hacking skills, on the other hand, are recognized within the hacker community as formidable. In essence, if a global ranking of hackers existed, Chu Qin would undoubtedly secure a spot within the top 100. Though Yuan technology may appear small in personnel, each individual is a true elite. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Dajing elevated his gaming skills to intermediate and advanced his hacking skills to a higher echelon. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck him. My phone has been infected with a Trojan. Upon unlocking his device to check WeChat, he sensed something amiss. After conducting a thorough inspection, he was alarmed to discover a Trojan program had been installed on his phone. However, he initially assumed this Trojan had been present for some time. His prior ignorance of hacking techniques had simply prevented him from noticing it. What kind of Trojan was it, and when had it been installed? Yin Dajing connected his mobile phone to his computer. Instead of immediately eradicating the Trojan program, he began to investigate when it had been installed and the nature of the malware. The Trojan posed little challenge for Yin Dajing. Within 3 minutes, he had deciphered it. It turned out to be a basic eavesdropping Trojan. Judging by the timeline, it was undoubtedly installed by Lu Yuan. No wonder she insisted on using my phone during lunch. She was planting eavesdropping software. Yin Dajing quickly deduced this and chuckled to himself. It appeared that Lu Yuan was also capable of deploying Trojans. As his colleagues in the tech department had suggested, she indeed had a penchant for technology. Had he not fortuitously acquired and upgraded his hacking skills, he might have remained oblivious for much longer. He had assumed Lu Yuan, as a business owner, would not engage in petty tactics. It seemed he had overestimated her. This woman harbored a strong desire for revenge. Subsequently, Yin Dajing executed a counter-operation, installing an eavesdropping program on Lu Yuan's phone. As for the Trojan on his own device, he chose not to eliminate it, ensuring it could only listen when he desired it to. Suddenly, he noticed a virus on the company's computer. Just as he was preparing to exit, he discovered that his own machine was also infected. This virus had been lurking undetected, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Comparatively, this virus was exponentially more complex than the eavesdropping program Lu Yuan had installed. Nevertheless, for Yin Dajing, it took merely a little over 10 minutes to craft an antidote and eradicate the virus. At that moment, Peng Shijuan from the Human Resources Department approached, inquiring if any male colleagues were available to assist with some tasks. I'll do it, Yin Dajing volunteered eagerly. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was reviewing a proposal on her computer when the screen flickered. Almost instantly, an email popped up in her corporate inbox. Realizing her computer was under siege, she prepared to take action, only to discover she had lost control over her device. The email, composed in English, opened automatically. Having studied in M country, Lu Yuan found the language effortless. Dear Miss Lu, please remit 20 million Huaxia coins, or within half an hour. I will format all the data on the Yuan technology computers and, within an hour, publicly disclose certain confidential documents online. Lu Yuan turned pale. Yuan technology was being extorted by hackers? The company had always prioritized cybersecurity, investing heavily in firewalls that had previously thwarted numerous attacks. Yet, unexpectedly, this time they had been breached. Lu Yuan promptly restarted her computer, but upon rebooting, it remained unchanged. Clearly, this virus could not be vanquished simply by shutting down the system. Moreover, once the power is disconnected, all the data within the computer will be irrevocably formatted upon reboot. I suggest consulting Director Xue from the technical department. As Lu Yuan opened the door to the president's office, she spotted Sima Qing hurriedly approaching, her expression fraught with anxiety. This is terrible, Director Lu. The company's computers have all been infected with a virus. None are spared. The technical team is addressing the issue. But they too, a throbbing headache began to plague Lu Yuan. Unlike other executives, she possessed a solid understanding of technology and recognized that the technical department's expertise lay primarily in programming. Their grasp of cybersecurity was merely superficial. Director Lu. The leaders from the technical department and other divisions rushed over, greeting her as they arrived. Lu Yuan observed the expressions on their faces, each one etched with despondency, panic, and unease. Chapter 15. Crisis averted. Director Xue, how are things now? As the others grew increasingly frantic, Lu Yuan maintained an air of composure. Xue Yifan offered a wry smile. Xiaoguang possesses hacking skills, but the programmer, referred to as Xiaoguang, continued, Director Lu. The hacker who infiltrated Yuan technology is highly skilled and has meticulously planned this attack for quite some time. We are at a significant disadvantage, and currently, We have no leads. Chu Qin remained silent, her head bowed, unnoticed by the others. In truth, she had begun to formulate a few ideas. But time was of the essence. Based on her estimation, to eliminate the virus would require at least half a day, a luxury they did not have, as the hacker had allotted them a mere half hour. Let us not panic just yet, Lu Yueran urged, having no time to soothe her employees' anxieties. She took out her phone and called a former classmate abroad, from whom she had learned her hacking skills. Claire, I need your assistance. Lu Yueran quickly explained the ransomware situation at her company. Lu, my dear sister, if you grant me 2 hours, I might be able to resolve your issue. However, if you only have 20 minutes to decrypt the virus, I fear that is utterly impossible. I advise you to concede and pay the ransom. A hacker of this caliber typically honors their word. Moreover, remember to upgrade your firewall in the future. I understand, Claire, Lu Yueran replied, feeling frustrated. It seems we have no choice but to pay the ransom. From now on, we must learn from this experience and invest more in cybersecurity. Lu, look at the news. Just as Lu Yueran was preparing to concede, Sima Qing exclaimed. Our company's ransomware situation has been posted online and has sparked considerable discussion. Sima Qing had seen the news in an industry group where someone had tagged her. This doesn't feel right. Lu Yueran took a glance at Sima Qing's phone, and her expression shifted dramatically. The hacker's intent was to extort money. Yet publicizing the incident online would not be advantageous for their demands. It suggested that the hackers would only resort to such measures in the absence of cooperation. Now, before the deadline had even arrived, they had already disclosed the matter online, indicating that the hackers' motivations extended beyond mere financial gain. Was their true aim to tarnish the reputation of Yueran Technology? Were they not primarily driven by monetary desires? Director Lu, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. If we concede, we risk being labeled spineless online and questioned about our capabilities. Conversely, if we refuse, our data could be deleted and subsequently exposed, resulting in catastrophic losses. In this instance, even Lu Yueran felt uncertain about the best course of action. Buzz. Lu Yueran's phone vibrated. It was General Hong from Jichuan. Lu Yueran's heart tightened suddenly. Her greatest fear had finally come to pass. Hello, President Hong. Lu, I've seen online that your company is being blackmailed by hackers. Is everything all right? Of course, everything is fine, President Hong. Please rest assured, this minor issue is manageable. That's good to hear. I fear that if you concede and pay them, it would reflect poorly on us, and our group's collaboration with your company would face scrutiny. It's essential that you can handle this. However, Lu, let me be candid. If Yueran Technology cannot resolve this, then our partnership will come to an end, and I will seek collaboration with other, more trustworthy companies. After ending the call, Lu Yueran felt her heart plummet further. President Hong from Jichuan had made it abundantly clear, whether Yueran Technology capitulated or resisted to the bitter end, the ultimate outcome would be the termination of their partnership. Yueran Technology had invested considerable effort to secure Jichuan as a major client. This was the largest project of the second half of the year, and if it fell through, Lu Yueran dared not contemplate the consequences. Aside from Lu Yueran's phone, others began to ring as well, evidently, upon seeing the news. Yueran Technology's other clients were also inquiring about the situation through various means. Other leaders within Yueran Technology started to maintain client relationships, leaving Lu Yueran momentarily undisturbed. Just as Lu Yueran felt lost and helpless, Shui Yifan suddenly exclaimed, "Okay, it's done, President Lu. Haha, a post just surfaced online specifically targeting our ransomware. I downloaded it and tested it. It works perfectly. Quickly, let's run it on the other computers." The technical department's colleagues began to disinfect the company's other computers while Lu Yueran inquired, "What is going on? How did this antivirus program suddenly appear?" A technician known as Xia Wang chuckled, "President Lu, I occasionally browse a dark web forum where many hackers exchange information. I happened to see a post addressing the ransomware issue, downloaded the program, and it indeed proved effective. Within 5 minutes, the company's computers were entirely disinfected and all data remained intact. Additionally, they began upgrading the firewall. The lingering concern was how much data had already been compromised and what would be disclosed. Lu Yueran had yet to fully relax. However, even if confidential data were leaked, resolving this significant crisis would allow Yueran Technology to breathe a sigh of relief. On the 19th floor of Tianyuan Building in Jiangzhou, at the office of Zhongyuan Technology, President Jiang Silin laughed heartily. Haha, James, Jack, you two are simply outstanding. Look at the data from Yueran Technology on the computer. This time, Yueran Technology would not escape unscathed. Suffering significant losses was inevitable. Though the expenditure was considerable, extinguishing Yueran Technology was worth any price. In addition to Jiang Silin, there were two foreigners in the room. Mr. Jiang, this is our duty, one of them remarked. It had been over 20 minutes, and it seemed that Liu Yueran was unwilling to make the payment. Should we begin to prepare and disclose certain information? Jiang Silin acknowledged with a sound, poised to sift through the data on his computer, when suddenly, the screen flickered and the device shut down autonomously. What happened? James, seated beside Jiang Silin, pushed him aside to take control, only to discover that Jiang Silin's computer had malfunctioned entirely. Even if it could be restarted, the screen remained dark. Jack produced a USB drive, intending to retrieve the information stored within, but found it had been formatted. What is going on? Have we been hacked? James and Jack exchanged glances, bewildered. Mr. Jiang, all of our company's computers have been compromised. Jiang Silin's secretary rushed in, her face pale. Jiang Silin's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Liu Yueran knows it was me and has begun her retaliation? James, Jack, what should we do now? We are at a loss as well. They replied. It appeared that the adversary had enlisted the services of a highly skilled hacker, one whose capabilities far surpassed their own. The hacker had employed their own antivirus software, but had enhanced it significantly. Even if granted a month, they might not be able to develop an adequate antivirus solution. Hearing this, Jiang Silin slumped back into his chair. Chapter 16. The Dark Alliance Forum, an eye for an eye. Jiang Silin suddenly recalled this phrase. However, the matter was far from over. A series of static noises crackled, and a string of English words appeared on James and Jack's iPads. Greetings, James and Jack. You are given 3 days to return to M country and surrender. Otherwise, your personal information, along with your misdeeds, will be publicly disclosed. The internet is not a realm for your reckless abandon. Henceforth, do not assist the wicked. James and Jack exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a profound fear. In less than 20 minutes, their meticulously crafted ransomware had been dismantled, and they had been counterhacked, with their secrets laid bare. Such methods were truly unprecedented. They had considered the possibility of encountering hackers more skilled than themselves, capable of crafting antivirus software, which was why they had set a deadline of half an hour. Even experts require time to analyze a virus in order to develop targeted countermeasures. James and Jack could never have imagined that there existed hackers whose prowess was so formidable. It is worth noting that on the hacker leaderboard of the Dark Alliance, they ranked among the top 50. Faced with such an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, they found themselves bereft of even the slightest inclination to resist. The mountain looms high. Within the Dark Alliance, a cacophony of voices erupted, with incessant debates igniting. Incidents of hackers breaching corporate defenses and extorting funds were not uncommon. Recently, a hacker had infiltrated the firewall of an entertainment company in M country, stealing the complete version of an international blockbuster, intending to extort money upon its premiere, a news story that had stirred considerable commotion. Consequently, the community exhibited little enthusiasm regarding the extortion of Yueran technology. However, mere minutes later, someone posted on the Dark Alliance forum, titled Antivirus Program for Yueran Technology's Ransomware in Jiangzhou, Huaxia. In the afternoon of Huaxia, it was the dead of night in M country. One of the forum's administrators, Robert, was preparing to shut down his computer for the night when he stumbled upon this post. Uncertain of its legitimacy, he assumed it was likely a bait post. Otherwise, why would the poster use a pseudonymous account instead of a main one? Given the recent tranquility of the forum, he decided to pin the post and was the first to comment. Garbage. Coward. If you have the guts, post from your main account. I utterly disdain such behavior. He then went to sleep. Other hackers within the Dark Alliance, upon seeing this pinned post, shared Robert's sentiments, even dismissing the antivirus program without a second thought, opting instead to hurl insults in the comments. Nevertheless, some began to analyze the code of the antivirus program. Joseph remarked, I have reviewed the code, and it is quite well written. Who possesses the ransomware from Yueran Technology? Joseph, ranked 28th among the elite of the Dark Alliance, had spoken, prompting others to take notice. It soon became apparent that the ransomware attack on Yueran Technology in Jiangzhou had unfolded in less than 20 minutes. Shortly thereafter, an ID known as Jiong Yushin responded. Astonishingly, the antivirus program truly proved effective. Attached was the ransomware that had afflicted Yuan technology. With the ransomware program shared by Jiong Yushin, one could now revisit the antivirus software posted by the ID Diao. Joseph commented, "Goodness gracious, my lord. This antivirus program is nothing short of perfection." A reply on the 378th floor read, "This ransomware is exceptionally formidable. Even typical firewalls cannot withstand it. Only a formidable mind could craft such a program to produce an antivirus solution within merely 10 minutes. Indeed, even K1 would struggle with that." A reply on the 379th floor echoed the sentiment. "What you say holds merit." Could it be that Diao is orchestrating this entire spectacle for self-promotion, seeking to make a grand entrance? I doubt it. Perhaps a new genius has emerged in the hacker realm. In the world of hacking, innate talent is of paramount importance. Although there exists a certain ranking, no one can predict when a groundbreaking talent might suddenly arise. Consequently, the Dark Alliance forum became divided into two camps, one asserting that this was a self-contained performance, the other insisting it was the work of a genuine prodigy, or perhaps a lesser account of a top 10 figure, due to the stark differences in coding style, with the latter being far more meticulous and robust. The greater the controversy, the faster the situation escalated. Before long, the Dark Alliance ID Diao became an overnight sensation. Speculation about Diao's identity leaned towards the belief that he was of Chinese descent, as the posts were in the Chinese language and the targeted company was based in Jiangzhou, China. However, individuals from H Nation contended that Diao was one of their own, citing numerous unfounded examples. A small faction even suggested he might be from M Nation or Y Nation, positing that only individuals from these countries could possess such prowess. Most unfortunate was Robert, who had been asleep when a phone call roused him. Upon learning of the situation, he was left in despair, especially as many in the thread had lambasted him harshly. In the hacker world, strength commands respect, and everyone venerates the powerful. Regardless of the circumstances, Diao was undeniably a genuine expert, even if he sought attention. His talents warranted respect. Thus, Robert's insults and subsequent scorn were entirely justified. Within the shadows of the Dark Alliance, a fervent debate ensued, and before long, numerous esteemed figures emerged to assert their prowess, declaring themselves not to be trivial. They acknowledged the remarkable efficacy of the antivirus program, stating that if it were indeed crafted within a mere 20 minutes, they would find it beyond their capabilities. The responses from these luminaries only served to intensify the fervor surrounding the matter. Of course, none of this concerned Yin Dajing, who merely stumbled upon the unfolding drama while assisting Peng Shijuan with a move. In passing, he casually shared his antivirus program on the Dark Alliance forum. Subsequently, upon witnessing Xiaoguang's discovery and download of the program, he did not return to the forum to check for updates. Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a prominent figure within the Dark Alliance, unaware that he might be perceived as a citizen of H, M, or Y nations. In the company, Yin Dajing was but an unnoticed entity, to the extent that no one realized his computer had escaped unscathed. Chapter 17. While ginseng the entire afternoon, Yuan technology braced itself for an impending storm, anxiously awaiting any leaks of confidential information online to devise a counter-strategy. However, to their dismay, no such revelations materialized. After approximately 2 hours, Lu Yuan found herself inundated with phone calls, each inquiring whether she had enlisted the help of a formidable hacker, wondering just who this hacker, referred to as Diao, truly was. Yet, Lu Yuan was equally perplexed. She remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Her emotions oscillated like a roller coaster throughout the day, rising and falling unpredictably. It was only after work that Lu Yuan learned the matter had been thoroughly resolved. Who, then, was this enigmatic Diao? She pondered whether this individual was a noble soul coming to her aid, or perhaps a friend lending assistance. Guiyang. After some contemplation, a spark of realization ignited within her. She remembered a high school classmate who had once professed his affection for her, only to be met with rejection. Guiyang was a name that seemed rather commonplace, yet during their student days, playful banter led to the creation of nicknames. When read backward, Guiyang became Yanghua, phonetically akin to the legendary character from Chinese folklore, prompting many classmates to affectionately refer to him as the divine eagle hero, with others simply calling him Brother Diao. Beyond Guiyang, Liu Yuan struggled to conceive of anyone else who could fit the bill. Meanwhile, in a farmstead in country Y, a young man in his 20s was furiously typing away at his keyboard. His complexion was pallid, a sickly hue that seemed dissociated from mere skin tone. Clad in a hat that failed to disguise his baldness, he occasionally succumbed to a fit of coughing. Suddenly, he paused, a hint of color returning to his face. Good. Very good. At last, I have completed this before my demise. Hello, world. Farewell, world. I hope you will cherish this gift I have bequeathed to you. He coughed violently, blood splattering onto the keyboard. With his last ounce of strength, he raised his head and clicked the confirmation button. Who indeed was this Jiao? I attempted to trace the source of the post, but found myself at a complete standstill. The other party's security awareness was astonishingly robust. Within the Dark Alliance forum, discussions flourished, and numerous experts began their pursuit, yet to no avail. The most alarming aspect was that 4 to 5 hours had elapsed with no results. The post remained vibrant, and conversations persisted. I had investigated Jiangzhou Yuan technology. Their server's firewall was decent, though merely adequate, and it paled in comparison to Diao. It seemed that Diao had fortuitously discovered and resolved the issue with remarkable ease. Wait, it seems my computer has contracted a virus, someone exclaimed. Damn. Mine too. What on earth is happening? After work, Yin Dajing headed directly to a traditional Chinese medicine shop, intending to procure some herbs. Having won over 5,000 in a billiards game at the company, he resolved to invest in medicinal materials to enhance his abilities, promising himself to repay any debts incurred later. However, to his dismay, the herbs in the shop were exorbitantly priced. As he contemplated the ginseng, Yin Dajing, practicing the techniques of the medicine Immortal Sect, which focuses on wood-based cultivation methods, was particularly attuned to the essence of these herbs. Alas, he found that they possessed almost no spiritual energy, merely marginally better than common radishes. After examining several varieties, he concluded that these herbs lacked even the fundamental medicinal properties. They wouldn't remedy the ailments of an ordinary person, let alone provide him with the spiritual essence he sought. His initial enthusiasm waned, and he exited the shop feeling disheartened. Just as he was about to check other pharmacies, he noticed an elderly man, dressed in tattered gray garments and wearing a straw hat, standing at the entrance. His demeanor fraught with anxiety and indecision. The old man appeared to be impoverished, yet in the next moment, Yin Dajing's gaze was drawn to his pocket. Sensing a surge of spiritual energy emanating from within. Good sir, is there something troubling you? Yin Dajing approached, eager to see if he could offer assistance. I am here to sell wild ginseng, but the price they offer is two. The elderly man stammered. Is this wild ginseng in your pocket? Yes. The old man, sensing Yin Dajing's kindness, began to share his story. A few days ago, I unearthed these 2 wild ginseng roots on the mountain peak. They appear to be of excellent quality, and I thought they would fetch at least several thousand, maybe even 10,000. Yet, they only offered me 800. My wife is ill, and 800 is hardly sufficient. Yin Dajing was at a loss for words. He glanced back at the Tianjia medicine shop, feeling a surge of disdain. How could they sell their ginseng for prices akin to radishes while attempting to acquire genuine wild ginseng for a mere 800? Their greed was beyond comprehension. Good sir, I happen to be interested in purchasing wild ginseng. Allow me to buy both roots from you. However, I may not have sufficient cash on hand. I currently possess 5,000. If you have a bank card, I can transfer you 95,000, totaling 100,000. What do you think? Yin Dajing calculated that the worth of these 2 wild ginseng roots far exceeded 100,000, but his available credit would only allow him to raise that amount. 100,000? This is too much, young man. If you truly wish to buy, just give me 1,000, and I will part with both. The elderly man had originally hoped to sell the roots for a few thousand, so Yin Dajing's offer far surpassed his expectations, leaving him astonished. No. Dear sir, let me be candid with you. These 2 wild ginseng roots you possess hold immense value and likely possess considerable age. If I were to sell them, they could command a price of several 100,000. To be frank, I would be the one benefiting from you. Yin Dajing had not yet fully comprehended the situation, yet the abundant spiritual essence emanating from the wild ginseng was sufficient to elucidate the matter. Very well, I shall accept this. Here is my bank card. The elderly gentleman was filled with immense joy. After handing over 5,000 in cash to the old man, Yin Dajing proceeded to withdraw all the funds from his borrowing account, transferring a total of 95,000 to the elderly man. Haha, how swift. The funds have arrived. The old man retrieved his basic mobile phone and, upon seeing the text notification, his smile widened to an almost unbearable extent. As Yin Dajing accepted the wild ginseng from the elder, a look of ecstasy graced his countenance. My goodness, this wild ginseng is over 100 years old. This particular root is 150 years old, while this one boasts an impressive 120 years. Elder, I have truly struck gold. Rest assured, once I am financially stable, I shall repay you. With his advanced skills in traditional Chinese medicine and his mastery of wood-based techniques, Yin Dajing effortlessly determined the age of the ginseng. According to current market trends, each of these roots could fetch a price of 1 million, yet they remain scarce commodities. No need, the old man sighed. Young man, you are a kind soul. If you had offered me merely 5,000 to buy it, I would have sold it, but what is rare is your honesty. Individuals like you are indeed a rarity these days, and thus, even if you profit, I can only feel content. Well then, I shall take my leave. Should I come across more wild ginseng in the future, I will be sure to call you. Yin Dajing replied with a smile. Certainly, dear grandfather, I desire all the wild ginseng you can procure. If there is a next time, I shall offer you a higher price. By the way, I noticed that your legs seem to suffer from rheumatism, and you might be experiencing some migraines as well. If you trust me, I can write you a prescription. Just procure the necessary herbs and brew them for consumption, and within 10 days to half a month, you shall feel better. Young man, you truly are a physician, able to discern such ailments? Remarkable. The elderly gentleman regarded Yin Dajing with admiration, nodding appreciatively. Thank you kindly. Yin Dajing penned the prescription and sent it via text message. Upon receiving it, the old man expressed his gratitude before bidding farewell to Yin Dajing. Ah, wild ginseng. Just as Yin Dajing was preparing to wrap the ginseng for his journey home, a grandfather and grandson approached. Young man, I will buy that wild ginseng from you for 600,000 per root. Not for sale. Yin Dajing did not hesitate. After all, money can be earned through various means, but such wild ginseng cannot simply be purchased with wealth. 1 million. I wouldn't sell it for 10 million. Chapter 18, Breakthrough. 6th layer of Qi refinement. Sir, young master, have you arrived? The middle-aged shopkeeper of the Tian family's apothecary briskly emerged, his gaze falling upon Yin Dajing. Are you, perchance, allied with that old man from earlier? No wonder you purchased nothing. Nonetheless, do not accuse me of being stingy. I shall accept 1,000 for each of these wild ginseng roots. Surely, that is acceptable? Fool. Yin Dajing could no longer restrain himself and uttered those 2 words. I acquired these 2 wild ginseng roots from that elderly gentleman for a sum of 100,000. You, black-hearted scoundrel, dare to offer a mere 800? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? The middle-aged shopkeeper remained oblivious to the change in the elderly gentleman's expression. He regarded Yin Dajing with a foolish stare and remarked, Ah, you are still too young. These so-called elders and mountain folk occasionally present what appears to be authentic wild ginseng for sale, but in reality, they are merely cultivated. 1,000 or so is the utmost one could expect. Huanggung, you imbecile. The elder Tian trembled with rage. By heaven, you mean to say these wild ginseng roots were merely scavenged from your own shop? Have you gone blind? These 2 roots are genuine and possess some age. Your eyes are less discerning than a young man's. What use are you to me? Henceforth, you are dismissed. What? Genuine wild ginseng? The middle-aged shopkeeper stood dumbfounded. If this were true, then I would be. In that fleeting moment, he was consumed by regret. After departing from the Tian family's apothecary, Yin Dajing hurried home, eager to test the wild ginseng. He took the bus during rush hour, the vehicle crowded with commuters. However, none possessed the skills he sought to replicate. Those endowed with intermediate skills typically excelled in specific professions, achieving a degree of success that rendered public transport unnecessary. Upon arriving home, Yin Dajing immediately retreated to his room. Extracting a 120-year-old wild ginseng root, he began to chant, Refine the wild ginseng, enhance my power. Indeed, as this thought took shape, akin to his experience at the university cafeteria 2 days prior, the wild ginseng transformed into spiritual energy, surging into Yin Dajing's body at a pace far surpassing that of consuming steamed buns. Within 10 minutes, he sensed his strength had reached its zenith, indicating he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, on the verge of a breakthrough. Then let us advance. Observing that 1/5 of the wild ginseng had been utilized, Yin Dajing gritted his teeth and merged two elementary wood-based cultivation techniques, elevating them to an intermediate wood-based technique. Yin Dajing felt an overwhelming weakness throughout his internal organs, discomfort enveloping him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The wild ginseng root in his hand visibly shrank. Yet, in an instant, the sensation of weakness was counterbalanced. 3 minutes later, the discomfort had yet to subside. Yin Dajing swiftly grasped the other 150-year-old wild ginseng. After another 15 minutes, this wild ginseng was completely depleted of its spiritual essence. Breathing heavily, he lamented, "How unbearable." The spiritual energy is stuck at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refining. Astonishingly, even 2 roots of wild ginseng were insufficient to elevate him to the 6th layer of qi refining. However, should he utilize a skill upgrade, he would inevitably ascend to the 6th layer. This predicament was dire. The lack of spiritual energy posed a significant threat. Regrettably, there was no spiritual energy left to absorb. With a clenched jaw, Yin Dajing began to circulate his cultivation technique. Yet, the process of cultivation during this time was exceedingly arduous, with spiritual energy being exceedingly scarce. Fortunately, all he required was a mere hint of spiritual energy. It was akin to downloading a movie that had reached 99% completion. Do not underestimate that 1%. It could render the movie unwatchable. Yin Dajing found himself in such a predicament, forced to rely on the most rudimentary of methods to persevere. Time passed without his notice until, at long last, he achieved a breakthrough, barely meeting the threshold of spiritual energy and awkwardly stepping into the 6th layer of qi refining. I have survived. Yin Dajing felt an overwhelming sense of relief akin to having escaped a disaster. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future and to avoid such perilous methods of enhancement. Previously, he had managed to ascend to the 3rd layer of qi refining merely by consuming steamed buns. Yet reaching perfection in the 3rd layer still necessitated the absorption of spiritual energy. Once he reached the 3rd layer, the spiritual energy required could no longer be obtained from the buns, and the energy needed for each subsequent layer nearly doubled, indicating that the further he advanced, the more challenging it would become. From the 3rd to the 6th layer, he had consumed 2 roots of wild ginseng. However, to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining, he might require more than 2 roots of ginseng aged over 100 years. If he were to have the opportunity to elevate to a more advanced wood-based cultivation technique, he would need to prepare at least 30 roots of wild ginseng aged over a century before daring to attempt such a venture. Yet, as far as Yin Dajing was aware, wild ginseng was an exceedingly rare commodity, available but seldom found. Many so-called century-old wild ginseng roots were merely hastily cultivated, lacking the potency of true century-old varieties. Having reached the 6th layer of qi refining, after a refreshing bath and feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, a smile finally graced Yin Dajing's face. It was truly worth it. Spending 100,000 yuan to ascend from the 3rd to the 6th layer, what a bargain. Even my senior brother, who is considerably older, only recently broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining. If he had 1 billion yuan, he would undoubtedly spend it without hesitation, wouldn't he? Now, with my enhanced abilities, I could effortlessly eradicate Zhuang Lingfeng's brain tumor with just 1 acupuncture session. However, with my newfound strength, it's time to contemplate how to generate income. Profiting from Yuan technology seems rather unrealistic for him. Such a meager sum is merely a drop in the ocean. To truly cultivate his skills, he would likely have to invest a considerable fortune in the future. Should he seek a casino to gamble? Perhaps not, for engaging in illegal activities is not an option. While a visit to a casino might allow him to acquire skills akin to sleight of hand, it ultimately remains a perilous path fraught with risks. If only he could, as before, procure genuine wild ginseng at a modest price. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Yin Dajing's eyes. There exists an antique street in Jiangzhou, a favored haunt for many treasure hunters, where individuals of remarkable talent abound. He could venture there and explore. Even if he cannot stumble upon a hidden gem, he may still acquire some extraordinary skills. Yin Dajing resolved to visit that place over the weekend, hoping to seize any potential opportunities. Click. The door creaked open, and someone entered. Yin Dajing stepped outside to find a flushed Gao Yang returning from a night of revelry. Ah, what is this dark aura? It appears Gao Yang has encountered something unsavory. After breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, Yin Dajing's perception has greatly sharpened, allowing him to immediately discern that something was amiss with Gao Yang. Chapter 19. A Global Network Catastrophe. However, Yin Dajing did not pay much attention to it, as the dark aura surrounding Gao Yang was minimal, likely stemming from contact with someone problematic. Wow, Jinggu, I heard that your company, Yuan Technology, was hacked and extorted today? Gao Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm upon seeing Yin Dajing. Do you know who Diao God is? Come on, tell me the details. Diao God? I've never heard such a peculiar name before, Yin Dajing replied, perplexed. Gao Yang, astonished, said you don't know? The crisis was resolved today by a hacker with the ID Diao. People online are now referring to him as Diao God. After a brief pause, he mischievously added, by the way, do you still have the ransomware? Let me take a look. It's nowhere to be found online. Gao Yang, a graduate of the computer science department, worked for a company that specialized in networking. The extortion incident involving Yuan Technology had caused quite a stir. Although it was quickly suppressed, he was well aware of the details. Yin Dajing, speechless, remarked, are you out of your mind? When others hear about computer viruses, they stay far away. Yet, you actively seek infection. You must be a masochist. Aren't you afraid your computer will crash? That's several thousand yuan down the drain. Gao Yang, enviously, responded, you know, as computer programming students, it's such a pity we weren't involved in such a significant event. Oh wait, you were involved? I was just a bystander. Of course. Yin Dajing had no intention of providing him with any information. He shrugged and said, actually, I wasn't involved either. This afternoon, the HR manager needed help from the guys. So I went down for a moment. That's when the virus outbreak occurred, and it was subsequently resolved. I can't find the virus now. Why? Can't you find it online? Gao Yang sighed dramatically, of course not. The news surrounding this incident has been suppressed. Most posts have already been deleted. As for the ransomware program, it's even less likely to be left behind for some beginners to exploit. What a shame that you don't have it. It's truly unfortunate. Yin Dajing chuckled, in matters like this, I would advise you not to provoke it. The methods of hackers are astonishing. If you were to get caught, it would be disastrous. By the way, why did you return so late today? Who were you out with? Gao Yang rolled his eyes and replied, out with whom? Our boss celebrated his birthday and treated all the employees to a meal. I must say, our boss is quite a decent person, though lately, he hasn't been in the best spirits. Though spoken casually, the words struck a chord with Yin Dajing. In the past, he might not have noticed, but today, the faint dark aura lingering around Gao Yang was unmistakably filled with resentment. This implied that the source of this grievance likely stemmed from Gao Yang's boss, who might have encountered something sinister. Without further ado, I shall take a bath. After Gao Yang finished his bath, he hurried back to his room to engage in online gaming. However, shortly after logging into the game, he was greeted with a notification indicating insufficient storage space. Exiting the game, he was astounded to find his desktop brimming with files named Happy, each adorned with a cheerful smiley face icon. Upon clicking delete, he discovered that for every Happy file he removed, a new one would instantly materialize. His C drive was completely filled, explaining the space warning. He then opened his D drive, where files still resided, yet similarly, it too was overwhelmed by Happy files. The E and F drives were no exceptions. In disbelief, he exclaimed, what madness is this? What kind of virus is so tyrannical? Grasping his head in despair, he attempted a reboot, only to find the files remained. Resolutely, he chose to restore factory settings. After several minutes, he was left dumbfounded by the persistent presence of the Happy files. Jinggu, Jinggu, Yin Dajing, come quickly, Gao Yang shouted. Having returned, Yin Dajing was preparing to rest before rising at 11 for training. Upon hearing Gao Yang's call, he donned his pajamas and approached. What's the matter? He inquired. I think I've been infected. I have no idea what virus this is, Gao Yang lamented, pointing at the screen with a look of innocence. Do you think my reckless words have drawn the ire of a hacker? Not at all, Yin Dajing replied, shaking his head. After scrutinizing the screen, he remarked, this virus is exceedingly aggressive. It's a widespread issue, not just confined to you. Gao Yang, upon hearing this, pulled out his phone to search, gasping in shock. Goodness. Jinggu, you were indeed correct. This virus is termed the Happy virus, and its origins are uncertain, whether from country M or Y, but it has rapidly spread across the globe. It was reported in Huaxia just an hour ago, and now nearly all servers are incapacitated. Yin Dajing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. I was aware of the virus's ferocity, but I did not anticipate it to this extent. He patted Gao Yang's shoulder and said, "This is a matter far beyond our capabilities. You should rest easy. I suspect that by morning, an antivirus solution will emerge." Not so simple. You see, there are reports that a prominent hacker forum has also fallen victim to the virus, leaving many top-tier hackers powerless against it. This, I fear, may not be resolved in a day or two. What sort of person is behind this? Truly astonishing. I wonder if the legendary Diao deity can offer a solution. Everywhere online, people are seeking the assistance of Diao. Yin Dajing remarked, "The Diao is likely just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, which fortuitously saved Yuan technology. He surely cannot tackle this virus, so do not place your hopes on him. Brother Jing, although you are indeed my brother, the Diao deity is my idol. Speak carefully, lest I turn against you." All right, you are impressive. Go ahead and wait for your Diao deity while I retire for the night. Yin Dajing was left speechless. Had he known so many would chatter about it, he would have chosen a more appealing ID. Upon returning to his room, Yin Dajing powered on his computer and began to research this joyful virus, embarking on the task of deciphering it. According to his estimation, the mastermind behind this joyful virus was undoubtedly an exceptional individual, likely possessing advanced hacking skills. Nonetheless, Yin Dajing still held hope of conquering this virus, though it would require considerable time. After work, Lu Yuan returned home early to rest, utterly exhausted from the day's upheaval. She had drifted into slumber until approximately 9 o'clock, when a phone call jolted her awake. She had set her phone to vibrate, and the incessant buzzing roused her from her sleep. "Ms. Liu, a brand new virus known as the Joyful Virus has swept across the globe. Quickly, you must contact Yao. He may be the only one capable of averting this cyber catastrophe." The shocking content of the call instantly startled her awake. She scrolled through her messages, discovering numerous inquiries about Yao and alarming reports regarding the terrifying happy virus. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yuan decided to search for Guiyang's contact information and called him. Chapter 20. The Uncrowned King of the Hacker Realm. "Hello. Who is this?" The call connected swiftly, revealing a languid voice. "Is this Guiyang?" Lu Yuan inquired, having not heard his voice for quite some time, testing the waters. "Yes, this is Guiyang. Who might you be?" "This is Lu Yuan." "Lu Yuan? Which Lu Yuan?" Guiyang seemed to have no recollection of who she was. "Seriously? Your high school classmate, Lu Yuan. Have you really forgotten me?" A hint of surprise tinged her voice, as she could discern that Guiyang was not jesting. He truly did not recognize her. Oh, an old classmate. How did you manage to get my phone number?" "Huh. What brings you to call? Is it a teacher or the school planning a celebration?" Guiyang chuckled. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. Was there some misunderstanding? Or was this fellow simply acting, feigning ignorance? Are you genuinely unaware, or are you pretending? Pray tell, where are you now? Where could I be? I'm just about to sleep. No, really, what is this about? Just say it directly. You aren't Yu Diao? What Diao? Wait a minute, Lu Yuan. You haven't mistaken me for someone else in an online romance, have you? I must say, that would be quite the predicament. After all, you were once my goddess. If you are involved in an online romance my foot. Lu Yuan could no longer tolerate the conversation and abruptly hung up the phone. Clearly, Diao was not this fellow. So, does that imply Diao merely stumbled upon the fact that Yuan technology was being extorted and intervened? Never mind. It was irrelevant, as she knew nothing of who this Diao was. It was disrupting her sleep. Lu Yuan mused that, given the current widespread network issues, there was no need to fret. Perhaps by morning, the virus would have been resolved. Many shared Lu Yuan's sentiments. People pondered how such a colossal incident could occur, truly a rare occurrence in a century. The heads of cybersecurity across nations would undoubtedly strive to resolve it swiftly. Surely, they could not allow the network to remain paralyzed. Only those with genuine hacking skills comprehended the true terror of this happy virus. They understood that this matter was unlikely to be resolved quickly. Everyone held their breath, eager to concoct an antidote. Yet, the more they delved into their research, the more they realized that the virus program was indeed terrifying, far exceeding their initial assumptions. Simultaneously, networks around the globe were under siege, the spread of this joyful virus occurring at an astonishing pace, leaving many astonished. People worldwide remembered that smiling emoticon. Upon witnessing someone grinning radiantly, reminiscent of that smiley face, they felt an overwhelming urge to confront them. Inside a university in northeast Huaxiao, a male student had invited several close friends, arranging a plethora of candles, shouting towards the girls' dormitory, "Ming Qianqian, will you be my girlfriend?" A multitude of young women emerged from the dormitory upon hearing the news. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of fury washed over them. What in the world? That smile. Is not that the countenance of the so-called happy virus? It is precisely due to this foolish virus that I can no longer indulge in gaming. In an instant, a girl named Ming Qianqian, who had yet to emerge, doused the surroundings with buckets of cold water, washing away both herself and the candles. Begone. Retreat far away. If we meet again, I shall strike. A few youthful souls still dreaming of love were left utterly bewildered, even developing psychological scars. Meanwhile, in a convenience store in M Country, the proprietor was ready to commence work. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was rendered speechless. Where is my promotional stand? Where has my wall of smiles gone? Who has torn down my smiles? Such occurrences were rampant across the globe. The happy virus had infected 80% of computers online worldwide, with no server capable of resisting its onslaught. Gaming was rendered impossible. Video sites became inaccessible. News websites failed to load. The entire world's network was plunged into paralysis, resulting in a dramatic decline in the speed of smile walls. Oh God, save me. I truly cannot live without my games. I was supposed to meet an online friend today, and haven't even exchanged contact information yet. Yin Dajing concentrated intently on crafting an antivirus program, laboring for a full 5 hours before finally eradicating the virus from his computer. This happy virus was indeed formidable, he thought, wiping the sweat from his forehead in exclamation. Without further ado, he uploaded the antivirus program to the Dark Alliance forum, using the ID Diao. He then, without concern, took a shower and went to bed. While other identities could be exposed, the hacker persona must remain concealed. Fortunately, Yin Dajing possessed advanced hacking skills, placing him at the pinnacle of cybersecurity, and with his utmost caution, no one could trace him. What? Someone has released an antivirus program? Indeed, hurry and download it. Following Yin Dajing's announcement, relevant personnel across major websites worldwide began downloading and subsequently disseminating the antivirus program. The virus spread rapidly, but the antivirus program was even swifter. Within an hour, this global calamity had vanished without a trace, its tumult quelled. On the Dark Alliance forum, Diao ascended to legendary status, with one post becoming divine and another reaching the pinnacle. The antivirus program had emanated from the Dark Alliance forum, silencing any previous doubts regarding Diao's prowess. Many silently crowned Diao as the king of hackers, a ruler without a crown. Even the top 10 individuals on the Black Alliance forum must concede that Diao surpasses them all. Indeed, many speculate that this Diao cannot possibly be a solitary entity, but rather a collective, for no single individual could possess such formidable prowess. From the emergence of the Joy virus to its ultimate eradication, merely 10 hours elapsed. The elite hackers and cybersecurity professionals from various nations had already commenced their investigations, many of whom operated within teams and wielded the most sophisticated tools. Yet, they were still outmaneuvered by Diao. The more they delved into their research, the more they recognized the terrifying nature of the Joy virus. According to their estimates, even a collaborative effort would require at least 3 days to decipher it. However, Diao astonishingly accomplished this feat in just 10 hours. Moreover, 10 hours was merely the maximum time. It is entirely possible that Diao resolved the issue in even less. Contemplating this, a chilling realization swept over everyone. Security agencies across all nations yearned to recruit Diao, for should such an individual be poached by another country, it would spell disastrous consequences for their national cybersecurity. On that day, the most prominent figure was undoubtedly Diao. The name resonated across the globe. On the Black Alliance forum, the relevant authorities promptly adjusted the rankings, elevating Diao to the top position while relegating others down the list. Furthermore, Diao's privileges were upgraded to the highest level. Countless individuals began to inquire about Diao's information, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for even the slightest possibility. Yet, Diao remained an enigma, leaving no trace behind. The only potential connection seemed to be Uran technology from Jiangzhou. However, it was evident that Uran technology was equally bewildered. Everyone was hesitant to excessively probe into Diao's personal information, lest they provoke this mysterious figure. Chapter 21. A narrow escape. Yin Dajing's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, rendering him indifferent to the hacker incidents. Thus, after uploading the antivirus program, he felt no further connection to the matter. He resumed his normal routine of sleeping and waking without realizing that his first skill to ascend to global prominence was, in fact, hacking expertise. The following day, as Yin Dajing prepared breakfast and headed to work, he was taken aback by the fervent discussions surrounding the enigmatic Diao deity on the bus. Enthusiastic voices echoed throughout, reverently referring to Diao as if he were a savior. Upon perusing the news online, Yin Dajing was left speechless. He had not anticipated the profound impact of this event, nor the apparent lack of suppression from various nations, which seemed to have embraced a certain degree of openness regarding the matter. The media buzzed with the prominent headline, "Who is the Diao God?" Most domestic outlets speculated that Diao was a Chinese individual, given that he had only recently emerged and had promptly resolved the ransomware crisis at Yuan Technology. Upon arriving at Chirshui building, Yin Dajing was struck by the throng of journalists congregated at the company's entrance, all intent on interviewing a singular group, the employees of Yuan Technology. From top to bottom, they inquired, "Are you an employee of Yuan Technology? What is your role there? Do you know the identity of Diao God? Who do you believe Diao God might be?" Once inside, the employees of Yuan Technology exhibited a blend of excitement and distress. They were thrilled to be associated with Diao, yet overwhelmed by the attention. "You have no idea. It's absolute madness. The entire world has gone crazy." In the tech department, Xiao Guang was particularly animated, having spent the night engrossed in the Dark Alliance forum, where he had not only browsed numerous threads, but also posted extensively in support of Diao, asserting confidently that he must be Chinese. "Truly, Diao God is my idol," he proclaimed, as two of his posts catapulted him to the pinnacle of the hacking world, rendering him an unofficial king among hackers. "If only I could meet Diao God, I would die content." Unable to bear the enthusiasm any longer, Obachan interjected, "Xiao Guang, you mustn't speak so recklessly. I suspect that Diao God may very well be hidden among us at Yuan Technology, perhaps even in this very building. Let us not tempt fate." The conversation quickly shifted as everyone began speculating on the true identity of Diao God. They engaged in this lively discourse until someone announced the arrival of General Liu, at which point they redirected their attention to their work. Yin Dajing, having immersed himself in information all day yesterday, pondered whether there was anything left for him to decipher. After the onslaught of ransomware and the happy virus, the technology department of Yuan Technology has yet to fully recover. Shui Yifan, feeling unconcerned, approached Yin Dajing. Having perused the materials, he had grasped the essence. Yin Dajing candidly remarked that if these documents were intended for absolute novices, they would require at least a week to comprehend thoroughly. Programmers often append comments to their code for the benefit of future developers. The documentation is laden with myriad intricacies that demand meticulous attention. Furthermore, each team possesses its own set of practices that necessitate acclimatization. As a newcomer, one must familiarize themselves through careful study. "Oh, is that so? Allow me to inquire," Shui Yifan said, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile and posing a few trivial questions to Yin Dajing. To his surprise, Yin Dajing elucidated the concepts with remarkable clarity, indistinguishable from the seasoned employees involved in the project. "Impressive, truly impressive," Shui Yifan mused, as his thoughts grew increasingly reserved. "Yin Dajing, you have proven your diligence from yesterday. Excellent, very well. You may now directly participate in our projects. I shall assign you some simpler tasks to begin with. A substantial project requires a well-structured framework, with programmers each handling their respective segments, filling in the code within this structure." Shui Yifan assigned Yin Dajing some of the most elementary functionalities to implement, which were trivial for him at this stage. Within mere minutes, he had completed them all. However, Yin Dajing did not overly showcase his skills. Instead, he deliberately took his time, submitting his work to Shui Yifan only at noon. "Good, very good," Shui Yifan exclaimed, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. For technical directors like him, the ideal scenario is to discover adept technical talent rather than recruit fresh graduates to nurture, as time is a luxury they cannot afford. This hiring was merely a preemptive measure due to the current lack of major projects. Yet a substantial undertaking looms in 3 months, likely necessitating a busy half-year ahead. With mature talent hard to come by, they decided to experiment with recent graduates. During his university years, Yin Dajing had undertaken several minor projects. Thus, even without a prestigious alma mater, Shui Yifan granted him an interview opportunity. Initially, He had intended to train him for 2 months and assess his performance during the probationary period, but given Yin Dajing's formidable capabilities, Shui Yifan contemplated making him a permanent hire immediately. In the days that followed, Shui Yifan continuously assigned code tasks to Yin Dajing, who consistently delivered quality results, leading Shui Yifan to believe he had struck gold. On Saturday, Yin Dajing rose early and took the bus to Jiang University of Science and Technology. Unexpectedly, as he alighted from the bus, he encountered Yi Qiao. Yin Dajing. Yi Qiao, preparing to board a bus to depart, approached him with a smile. "Thank you so much. I have just confirmed my permanent position." In jest, Zhuang Lingfeng took this matter to heart, and upon returning, he promptly set about addressing it. Fortunately, Yi Qiao was already quite remarkable in her own right, which saved Zhuang Lingfeng a considerable amount of effort. "No need for thanks. It is your own excellence that has brought this about, Teacher Yi." Yi Qiao chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and remarked, "What good is excellence if it weren't for your connections? I would surely have been eliminated. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude." "Tomorrow? That works for me. Then let us finalize it for noon tomorrow. I will determine the exact location later." "All right. The car is ready, so I must take my leave. See you tomorrow." At Jiangxi University, the students had already begun their holiday, resulting in a sparse atmosphere. Yin Dajing brought some fruits to Fang Tianzi's residence, and after a short while, Zhuang Lingfeng arrived by car. While at Fang Tianzi's home, Yin Dajing administered acupuncture to Zhuang Lingfeng. This time, Yin Dajing felt only slightly fatigued. Yet his condition was remarkably good. "All right, Principal Zhuang, the tumor in your brain has been completely eradicated. You should go for a checkup at the hospital." Zhuang Lingfeng replied. No, it's unnecessary. "Dr. Yin, I feel extraordinarily well. I am certain I am healed." "You must go. Just do it," Fang Tianzi interjected, giving him a pointed look. "Do you think my junior uncle would still care about such trivial matters?" Yin Dajing chuckled. "Professor Fang is correct. If you do not have a checkup, you will always harbor doubts within yourself. Do not mind me." "Very well, I will go for the checkup now." A short while later, Zhuang Lingfeng excitedly called, "Old principal. Dr. Yin, I am truly healed, completely healed. Dr. Tong said there is not a trace left. It is perfect, absolutely perfect." "Thank you, Dr. Yin." Zhuang Lingfeng's voice trembled with emotion. The weight that had burdened his heart was lifted entirely at that moment. Having escaped from the brink of death, his gratitude was beyond words. "Junior uncle, you are simply amazing." Although Fang Tianzi had anticipated the outcome, he could not help but give Yin Dajing a thumbs up. "Oh, it was nothing, just a small matter," Yin Dajing replied with a smile. "Now, Tianzi, since Principal Zhuang has recovered, I shall take my leave. Junior uncle, do you have any plans today? If not, please stay for dinner. I can send Chen Ping to buy groceries." Fang Tianzi always learned so much in Yin Dajing's presence, and given that their sect was dwindling, he cherished the rare opportunity to spend time together. "That would be too much trouble. I plan to visit the antique street and see if I can uncover any treasures." Yin Dajing waved his hand dismissively. "The antique street? Sounds great. I haven't been there in ages. Junior uncle, let me accompany you. Perhaps we can find some exquisite calligraphy." "Very well, let us go together." Yin Dajing did not decline, and after Fang Tianzi called for a car, the two set off together. Chapter 22. The Art of Appreciation and the Skill of Forgery in a Street Renowned for Antiques, purportedly located in Jiangzhou. The truth is that it lies beyond the boundaries of Jiangzhou. However, the inhabitants of this area prefer to identify themselves as Jiangzhou locals, as Jiangzhou is the provincial capital, lending a certain prestige to their claims. Over time, this antique street has come to be regarded as a part of Jiangzhou. After a taxi ride from Jiangxi University that lasted over 40 minutes, I finally arrived at my destination. To my surprise, the antique street was rather expansive. Yet, it appeared somewhat deserted. I had initially assumed that this antique street was merely a single thoroughfare, but it turned out to be a confluence of 3 parallel streets. Each street was lined with numerous shops and stalls. However, despite the length of these streets, only a handful of individuals lingered at a few stalls, creating an unusually desolate atmosphere. Fang Tianzi elucidated, "The antique trade is fraught with complexities. Those who lack expertise seldom venture here to spend exorbitant sums on antiques. Consequently, the foot traffic remains sparse throughout the year. There is a saying that antique shops may remain closed for 3 years, only to thrive for 3 years once they open. Many establishments might go for months without a visitor." Today being Saturday, The crowd is relatively larger. Ah, I see. I silently lamented my miscalculation. Had I known the place would be so empty, I might have preferred a bustling department store where the opportunities for skill replication would abound. With so few people around, I wondered if I could even manage to replicate any useful skills. Moreover, if there were too few individuals, approaching them to copy their skills would seem rather conspicuous. Young master, would you like to explore jade artifacts, or perhaps ceramics and paintings? Fang Tianzi inquired. I am fairly familiar with the painting shops here, but I have not ventured into the others. Fang Tianzi had a penchant for calligraphy and would often wander this area when time permitted. However, he held little interest in ceramics or jade, typically heading straight to the painting shops. This is my first visit, and I have no specific objective. I shall wander at leisure. Professor Fang, why not find a painting shop to relax in instead of accompanying me? It is rather unseemly for someone nearing 70 to follow me around on such a hot day. Very well, if you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Fang Tianzi replied respectfully. As I meandered through the vicinity, I attempted to discreetly touch a few individuals, yet I failed to replicate any useful skills. Without the ability to discern the authenticity of the antiques, I found myself unable to distinguish the genuine from the counterfeit. To my untrained eye, all these items appeared equally authentic. After traversing 2 streets with little success, I sighed, realizing that my trip might be in vain. I walked over to a nearby kiosk and ordered an iced red tea. How much? I inquired. 5 yuan, replied the elderly proprietor. A sprightly gentleman in his 70s with a full head of white hair. Isn't that a tad expensive? Nevertheless, I handed him a 10 yuan note. As he took the money, our fingers inadvertently brushed against each other. Upon discovering intermediate skills in antique appreciation, one may ponder if replication is possible. The same inquiry arises with the novice skills in antique forgery. Astonishingly, after a fruitless search, one stumbles upon a profound expert in an unassuming kiosk on the antique street. An outcome that was entirely unexpected. Without hesitation, the individual chose to replicate the knowledge. Soon, a wealth of information regarding antiques filled their mind. Antiques can be broadly categorized into 4 distinct types: ceramics, paintings and calligraphy, jade artifacts, and miscellaneous items. The first 3 categories are self-explanatory, while the miscellaneous group encompasses bamboo, wood, ivory, horn, the 4 treasures of the study, lacquerware, embroideries, bronze items, Buddhist statues, gilded objects, and various items that defy precise classification such as pendants, wrist beads, and walnuts. The elderly gentleman possessed both the ability to appraise and to forge, making him remarkably knowledgeable in the field of antiques. His demeanor was cold and unapproachable, and after retrieving his belongings, the individual departed. Upon returning to the antique street, the sight of the antiques provoked an involuntary smile. The nuances of antiques can be slight, yet they yield significant discrepancies. The average person would struggle to discern the differences. However, at that moment, the distinctions appeared stark to the individual, as items that once seemed convincingly authentic now resembled mere bricks. To their astonishment, every item encountered was counterfeit. After visiting several antique shops, not one genuine piece could be found. The prices were exorbitantly high, often ranging from tens of thousands to even hundreds of thousands. The individual mused that they could easily replicate these items. Discouraged by the prices, even if something piqued their interest, it was beyond their financial means. On the final street, the crowd was somewhat larger, yet the stalls were noticeably more haphazard. The prior streets, though less populated, boasted unique and tasteful decor. In contrast, this area could only be described as rudimentary. Some vendors had even set up makeshift stalls on the ground. The individual approached the largest of the general stores, which indeed resembled a general goods shop. After traversing 3 streets, most shops remained focused on specific types of antiques. For instance, those specializing in paintings and calligraphy offered primarily those items, with only a few antiques serving as mere embellishments. This general store, however, offered a vast array of goods, including ancient ink treasures, jade artifacts, ancient coins, and ceramics, among others. Unlike the other shops, the prices here were quite affordable, generally ranging from 3 to 500 yuan, although there were also expensive items priced in the tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. A mere glance revealed that everything here was also counterfeit. The quality of these replicas varied, and without a doubt, the forgeries here were of the lowest grade, likely mass-produced at a cost of merely a few yuan each. Yin Dajing traversed the entire establishment but found nothing of value. Just as he was about to depart, a middle-aged man entered, adorned with a tattered straw hat and barefoot, resembling a farmer returning from the fields. "Boss, is the boss here?" he inquired, carrying a large basket on his back filled with various items. The proprietor of the shop, a man in his 60s clad in a white Tai Chi outfit, frowned upon seeing the middle-aged man and asked, "What do you want?" The middle-aged man smiled amiably and replied, "I unearthed some items from the field, rumored to be antiques, and I thought to sell them to you. Would you be interested?" As he spoke, he set down the basket and unveiled its contents, revealing the antiquities beneath a cloth. "Wow, come take a look." The other patrons in the shop were drawn to the display, including Yin Dajing. However, upon making contact with the middle-aged man, Yin Dajing was taken aback. "Discovered basic forgery skill. Would you like to replicate?" "Discovered basic antique appraisal skill. Would you like to replicate?" "Discovered basic driving skill. Would you like to replicate?" After acquiring the skills, Yin Dajing furtively observed the proprietor and suddenly understood. This was a deliberate guise of a farmer, orchestrated for a scheme. The intricacies of this ruse were truly profound. Indeed, this stratagem proved effective. The patrons were increasingly intrigued by the antiques purportedly brought by the so-called farmer. Chapter 23. Coercive sales. Damn it. If it weren't for my fortunate ability to replicate, I would have been deceived. Yin Dajing gazed at the farmer, whose demeanor was simple and honest, speaking with a certain hesitance. Even when customers surrounded him, there remained a trace of timidity that left Yin Dajing somewhat perplexed. This fellow, astonishingly, possessed no performance skills. After several days of exploration, Yin Dajing had come to understand that acquiring such skills was no trivial matter. Those capable of developing skills were already adept at surviving in this field. The skills of forgery and antique appraisal, while somewhat understandable, also included basic driving skills. It is noteworthy that within the technology department of Yueran, not a single person possessed such basic driving skills, not even Ling Mo or Zhuang Lingfeng. With the basic forgery skills in hand, Yin Dajing first upgraded 2 forgery skills to intermediate. Upon merging the forgery skill with the antique appraisal skill, he discovered how these antiques were counterfeited, and he could discern the truth with remarkable clarity. Regrettably, he currently only possessed basic antique appraisal skills. If he could acquire an intermediate appraisal skill, he would be able to replicate it and elevate it to an advanced level. He believed that at that point, a mere glance would suffice to determine authenticity. However, there was a caveat to the replication ability, once upgraded to an advanced level. Replicating additional lower-level skills would only serve to address minor gaps, lacking substantial utility. For instance, since Yin Dajing's forgery skill was intermediate, replicating numerous basic forgery skills would yield no benefit. He could only replicate intermediate forgery skills or directly acquire advanced forgery skills. Indeed, those skilled in forgery would present items to deceive novices, leaving no room for authenticity. After meticulously inspecting all the antiques, Yin Dajing felt no lingering interest. Conversely, the novices, under the duplicitous machinations of the shopkeeper and the master forger, succumbed one by one, believing they had stumbled upon genuine treasures. Initially, Yin Dajing had no intention of intervening, but to his surprise, the shopkeeper began to coax a young couple into taking out a loan of 100,000 yuan to purchase a piece of porcelain. "Hey, enough already," Yin Dajing furrowed his brow. If they couldn't afford it, they should refrain from buying, acting within their means. "What did you say? Do you look down upon us?" The boy among the young couple, tall and stout, glared fiercely at Yin Dajing. "Young man, if you are not buying, then please leave. Do not hinder our business." The shopkeeper shot Yin Dajing a threatening glance. Threatening whom? Yin Dajing felt a surge of displeasure. If others were wealthy, deceiving them might be permissible, but these two were clearly university students. How could they possess such funds? To ensnare them and urge them to take out a loan. Did they have no conscience? "None of you should buy. They are partners conspiring to deceive you," he declared. 2 individuals had already made payments, and 5 or 6 others were queuing. Upon hearing Yin Dajing's outburst, they paused, casting uncertain glances toward the shopkeeper and the farmer. "You are slandering us. Do you dare to challenge me?" The shopkeeper shouted angrily. "Is that so? Then go ahead and call the police," Yin Dajing retorted. Yin Dajing scoffed dismissively, as if to say that one might dare to call the authorities. "I shall not purchase it. I refuse to buy it." Observing the store manager visibly faltering, the customer who was about to make payment set down an ancient coin and turned to leave. "Halt. You have all placed your orders. Thus, you must pay, the manager exclaimed, both anxious and irate, casting a knowing glance at one of the clerks. The clerk, quick-witted, discreetly sent a text message, and soon, over a dozen unsavory characters emerged from within the shop. Who dares to withhold payment? The leader, a thug with dyed gray hair, held a cigarette between his lips, exhaling smoke as he spoke. You are engaging in coercive sales, muttered a customer. Faced with the sudden appearance of so many ruffians, the patrons began to fidget uneasily. The lead thug sneered, what coercive sales? We have made our terms abundantly clear. The order has been placed and is non-refundable. We are all civilized individuals here. Let us converse amicably. Should you choose not to engage in civil discourse, do not blame me for lacking compassion when it comes to inflicting pain. The manager pointed at Yin Dajing, stating, Brother Quan, this lad has been spreading rumors and causing trouble in my establishment. Brother Quan turned his gaze upon Yin Dajing, declaring, Do you know who protects this antique street? How dare you stir up trouble here? Come, teach this boy a lesson. Let him learn to remember. Quan commanded his subordinates to act, intending to set an example for others to witness his power. This was not the first time such an incident had occurred. Quan was well practiced in this manner of intimidation. The two thugs closest to Yin Dajing launched kicks toward him. How slow? In the realm of speed. Fast and slow are relative. To the onlookers, the thugs' kicks seemed rapid, prompting some to shut their eyes in dread. However, to Yin Dajing, their movements appeared excruciatingly sluggish. With a resounding crack, he struck first, landing a punch on each of them before their kicks could reach him, sending them sprawling to the ground. How is this possible? The manager's eyes widened in astonishment, fear creeping in. Meanwhile, the customers began to exhibit expressions of relief. Damn it, he dares to retaliate. Let us all join in. Brother Quan blinked in disbelief as his two subordinates lay defeated, his fury igniting. The owner of the convenience store often employed unscrupulous tactics to overcharge customers. All under Brother Quan's protection, naturally, the owner was expected to share a portion of his earnings with Quan. If he could not maintain control over such matters, who would pay him protection fees in the future? Who would even acknowledge him? The remaining thugs surged toward Yin Dajing, though he lacked martial arts prowess. At the 6th level of Qi refining, his raw physical strength far surpassed theirs. In the world of martial arts, speed is unparalleled. Although he had no formal technique, he relied solely on the virtue of swiftness. However, this was precisely the most effective method. In an instant, all those individuals were brought to the ground, curled up helplessly, unable to rise. Big brother, I have been blind to my own folly. I concede defeat. Chuanjia, his complexion pale, murmured with his head bowed. The subordinates here were merely among his three, yet regardless of their numbers, they were merely delivering provisions to others. Chuanjia understood that he would never have the opportunity for vengeance in this lifetime. Yin Dajing scoffed, humph. From now on, conduct business honestly, especially with the youth. Do not tempt them into borrowing money. Their capacity for endurance is frail. Should they fail to repay and resort to self-harm, the consequences will fall upon you. Do you not fear tarnishing your moral standing? Yes, I understand. The grocery store owner feigned acquiescence, though he remained unconvinced in his heart. Those who had not purchased antiques fled in haste, while the two who had already spent their money demanded refunds. And the grocery store owner could only comply with their requests. Yin Dajing returned to the front of the calligraphy and painting shop, where Fang Tianze was seated, enjoying tea and conversing with the proprietor. Just as Yin Dajing intended to join them, his gaze fell upon a painting among several displayed at the neighboring shop, distinctly different from the others. He approached and picked it up. As the scroll unfurled, a smile spread across his face. Young proprietor, your discerning eye is commendable. This imitation of Zhao Lingrong's work captures its essence so well that it could easily be mistaken for the original. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man clad in a black t-shirt and sporting black-framed glasses, displayed a rather unappealing smile, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, an evident result of excessive smoking. How much for this painting? Yin Dajing inquired directly. Since you are genuinely interested, I shall part with it for 5,000 yuan, replied the shopkeeper with a grin, revealing his discolored teeth. Very well, I shall take it for 5,000, Yin Dajing said, uninterested in haggling, fully aware of the painting's true worth. I'll give you 10,000, interjected a young man who had just approached, a sneer on his face. It's you? Yin Dajing recognized him from a few days prior when they had encountered each other outside the Tian family clinic, where the young man had shown interest in purchasing his century-old wild ginseng. Indeed, it's me. I never imagined I would run into you here. Tian Wenbin replied with a grin. However, I'm afraid this painting is now mine, Yin Dajing stated coolly. You haven't even paid for it yet. And the owner hasn't confirmed the sale to you, has he? Right, boss? I'll take it for 10,000, Tian Wenbin declared, oblivious to the painting's actual value. In his view, it was undoubtedly a forgery, and his actions were merely a means to mock Yin Dajing. Chapter 24. The authentic piece. Yin Dajing's gaze fell upon the face of the boss with the horse-like countenance, who promptly responded with a grin. My dear young master, I apologize, but in our line of business, it is indeed the highest bidder who prevails. However, since you were the first to arrive, I shall sell it to you should you match this gentleman's offer. Very well, I bid 100,000, Yin Dajing declared, gritting his teeth. He thought to himself that Fang Tianze was just next door. If worse came to worst, he could borrow some funds from him. I bid 200,000. Tian Wenbin taunted, casting a challenging glance at Yin Dajing. I raise it to 300,000. I offer 500,000. Yin Dajing began to waver. 500,000 was no trivial sum, and he was uncertain whether Fang Tianze had sufficient funds. After all, both Fang Tianze and Fang Qiming were men of integrity and should not have resorted to ill-gotten gains. What's the matter? No further bids? Tian Wenbin mocked. Is it merely 500,000? Out of cash, are we? That's just the cost of a meal for me. Huh, if you're short on funds. You could sell me that wild ginseng. I bid 1 million. An idea struck Yin Dajing, and he suddenly challenged Tian Wenbin. Come on, if you're so impressive. Keep raising the stakes. Haraha. Congratulations, boss. Tian Wenbin shrugged, chuckling. I find even 1,000 too steep for this painting. You are purchasing it for 1 million? Wonderful. Then I shall be a gentleman and refrain from taking what is not mine. Please, go ahead. He even winked at Yin Dajing, as if to suggest that he believed Yin Dajing would not raise the bid further. I merely wish to take advantage of you. Ha ha ha. Tian Wenbin reveled in his apparent cunning success. My young master, shall I wrap it up for you? The boss with the horse-like countenance was undoubtedly the happiest. Relishing the bidding war between Yin Dajing and Tian Wenbin, he felt an overwhelming desire to kiss Tian Wenbin, for this young fellow was precisely to his liking. Perhaps he could consider recruiting him as an accomplice in the future. Wrap it up, Yin Dajing said, his heart racing with uncertainty about whether Fang Tianze had enough money. Professor Fang. Yin Dajing stepped aside, and upon noticing Yin Dajing calling him, Fang Tianze hurriedly emerged from his tea-drinking reverie. What is it, my young uncle? Do you have any money? Could you lend me 1 million? Yin Dajing asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Of course. My young uncle, what are you saying? It's just 1 million. I have it, take this. Fang Tianze quickly retrieved a card from his pocket. There are 3 million here. My young uncle, take it. If it's insufficient, I will have Chen Ping transfer more. My young uncle? Upon hearing Fang Tianze address Yin Dajing as such, Tian Wenbin was left speechless, wondering about the background of this young man. That's enough. Just 1 million. After Yin Dajing completed the payment with the card, Fang Tianze picked up the scroll and quickly frowned, his expression turning grave. My young uncle, you spent 1 million on this painting? This is worth at most a few thousand yuan. Boss, isn't this a bit? Fang Tianze was somewhat irked. After all, Yin Dajing was his little master uncle. To deceive Yin Dajing was tantamount to deceiving him, which naturally left him feeling quite displeased, as if he bore some unjust grievance. The boss with a horse-like face chuckled. Feng Lao, I apologize, but you understand our local customs. Payment must be made in full. This price was set by the young master himself. I have no intention of reneging, so rest assured. Yin Dajing took the painting from Fang Tianze's hands and smiled. Professor Fang, may I inquire if you can identify the creator of this piece? Fang Tianze replied. This painting is a copy of the works by Zhao Lingrang from the Northern Song dynasty. Zhao's paintings often depict the scenery of lakeside waterfowl gathering, much like this southern Jiangnan outing scene, which is intricately conceived and elegantly refined. If this were an authentic piece by Zhao Lingrang, it would be a national treasure, valued at over 100 million, and one could not even purchase it with money. However, this is merely a copy. Yin Dajing countered, that cannot be. For just look at the mastery of this reproduction. It is exceedingly rare. Even as a copy, it is a remarkable rarity. Fang Tianze insisted, Master Uncle. A copy is just a copy. No matter how lifelike and spirited it may be, it is still a counterfeit. It holds no value. Yin Dajing argued. That is not entirely accurate. Some originals are indeed valuable, yet counterfeits may, in certain cases, be even more precious. This painting is indeed a copy of Zhao Lingrong's work, but perhaps its creator is even more renowned. Look closely, you should be able to discern it. Following Yin Dajing's line of thought, Fang Tianzi examined the painting again, but shook his head. Master Uncle, I believe you are mistaken this time. Although this copy is executed exceptionally well, exhibiting profound artistic skills that even I would find hard to replicate, it is not the work of a master artist. However, if managed well, it might mitigate some losses. Ha. Do you truly think your luck can always be so fortuitous that you can stumble upon a hidden gem? Tian Wenbin laughed heartily. You encountered a rare find at our Tian family hospital and now believe you are destined for fortune, coming here to unearth treasures? What a notion! Yin Dajing shook his head and said, how could you forget Zhang Daqian? Professor Fang, take a look. Does this not reflect Zhang Daqian's technique? What? Zhang Daqian? Let me see. Upon mentioning Zhang Daqian, Fang Tianzi's eyes brightened. He leaned closer for a better look, but then shook his head. Master Uncle, while this indeed bears some resemblance to Zhang Daqian's style, it is far from his level of maturity. Yin Dajing fell silent. After all, Fang Tianzi was merely at a novice level in calligraphy, and his appraisal skills were still somewhat lacking. With a huff, he remarked, of course, this is an early copy by Zhang Daqian, hence it is not yet fully developed. Nevertheless, any work by Zhang Daqian can certainly be regarded as a masterpiece. What? A copy by Zhang Daqian? Let me see it. Just then, an elderly man with white hair and dressed in a flowing white robe hurried in. President Tan. The boss with a hoarse face respectfully exclaimed, Ah, it's President Tan. It has been quite a while since we last met. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fang Tianzi greeted warmly. Master Uncle, allow me to introduce you. This is President Tan Jia, the head of the Antique Association of Behu Province. President Tan, this is my master uncle, Yin Dajing. Greetings, President Tan. Yin Dajing bowed slightly. Hello. Tan Jia merely exchanged pleasantries without paying much attention to Fang Tianzi's address of Yin Dajing, and proceeded to take the painting from Yin Dajing's hands. Under Yin Dajing's deliberate manipulation, their hands brushed against each other. Discovered intermediate antique appraisal skill. Would you like to copy it? Discovered intermediate forgery skill. Would you like to copy it? Discovered intermediate carving skill. Would you like to copy it? What a treasure! Today is a monumental gain. Yin Dajing, both astonished and elated, unhesitatingly copied Tan Jia's 3 skills and upgraded both the antique appraisal and forgery skills to advanced levels. Previously, Yin Dajing would have needed to scrutinize meticulously to discern a Zhang Daqian imitation, but now, a mere glance allowed him to ascertain the essence. Indeed, this is truly an early imitation by Zhang Daqian. This imitation, however, lacks perfection and bears some flaws. Tan Jia was thrilled, yet he understood that this was, after all, a work of Zhang Daqian. Regardless of time, material, or technique, I can affirm that this is an imitation by Zhang Daqian. You, young friend, possess an extraordinary eye. Such details are often elusive to the average person. The horse-faced boss, unable to contain himself, inquired, President Tan, are you suggesting that this painting is an authentic piece? Tan Jia nodded. Of course, it is authentic. Even if it cannot fetch the billions that Zhang Daqian's masterpieces command, it would surely sell for 1 or 2 million. After all, there are not many works by Zhang Daqian left. 1 or 2 million. The horse-faced boss fell to the ground in shock. He had initially thought that selling it for a mere 100,000 would be a tremendous profit, but now it seemed he had suffered an immense loss. Meanwhile, Tian Wenbin felt utterly disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly, thinking, damn it, once again, I let a treasure slip through my fingers. Snatched by this fellow named Yin Dajing. The most delighted of all was Fang Tianzi, who felt immense joy in his heart, though his face bore a hint of apology and shame. Master Uncle, you truly are remarkable. I had no idea you possessed such profound knowledge in calligraphy and painting. I feel rather out of my depth in your presence. What? Lao Fang, you mean this young friend is your master uncle? Tan Jia exclaimed, his mouth agape. Having been friends with Fang Tianzi for many years, he was well aware of Fang's abilities and influence. The sudden appearance of such a young master uncle left him utterly astonished. Chapter 25. Selling at a high price. Fang Tianzi chuckled and chided. You old ghost. I just introduced my junior uncle to you, and yet you are completely engrossed in this painting, hardly paying attention to what I said. Indeed, this is my junior uncle. Yin Dajing. Tan Jia, filled with emotion, gazed at the painting for a moment before inquiring, "Brother Yin, how did you recognize this piece at first glance?" Since Yin Dajing was Fang Tianzi's junior uncle, it would be inappropriate for him to refer to him as young man or kid. Hence, he opted for the respectful term Brother Yin. This painting, a copy by Zhang Daqian, was something a discerning eye like Fang Tianzi's could immediately identify as a replica. Although the technique was commendable and not something an ordinary person could replicate, a forgery is still a forgery and holds no real value. Consequently, upon realizing the painting's inauthenticity, they lost interest in examining it further. Moreover, Fang Tianzi had already demonstrated this point, pointing out to Yin Dajing that it was indeed a replica by Zhang Daqian. It was no wonder the shopkeeper was willing to part with it for a few thousand yuan. As for Tan Jie, having reached a certain level of connoisseurship, his perspective was somewhat different. However, he too was in the dark, as his status and commitments did not allow him the luxury of perusing stalls in front of shops. When he visited antique stores, he typically headed straight for the rare and exquisite items, dismissing everything else with indifference. Yin Dajing replied, "It's because I am poor. I recently moved into a new home and thought to buy a painting for my room. Since I cannot afford anything expensive, I came here and happened upon this piece. To my surprise, I instantly recognized its uniqueness. Certain brushstrokes reminded me of Zhang Daqian's style, though they appeared slightly awkward. After some careful consideration, I discerned its true nature." Tan Jie was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "What a twist of fate. Brother Yin, I wonder, are you willing to sell this painting? If so, I would gladly offer 1 million for it." "I would be willing to pay 15 million for this Zhang Daqian replica," interjected a middle-aged man, rotund and balding. Clutching a briefcase, Tan Jie frowned, contemplating a counteroffer, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Yin Dajing observed the exchange and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I would prefer to sell this painting to President Tan. He is a true lover of art, and I believe he would take the utmost care of it." This indeed reflected Yin Dajing's sentiments. While he did not particularly value cultural relics, he preferred to see them in the hands of genuine enthusiasts. Furthermore, given the lucrative nature of such dealings, it was inevitable he would continue to engage with antiques. Since Tan Jie was the president of the Antique Association of Behu Province and a friend of Fang Tianzi, granting him this favor seemed most agreeable. A smile instantly graced Tan Jie's face. He had initially contemplated bidding up to 15 million, but considering that the corpulent man would likely continue to compete, he felt it futile to pursue the matter further. "Brother Yin, I sincerely thank you for your generosity." The corpulent figure of Tang expressed his regret, yet he remained undeterred. He produced a business card and handed it to Yin Dajing, stating, "You are Yin, correct? I am Tang Kuan. Perhaps we shall find avenues for collaboration in the future." Yin Dajing graciously accepted the card and replied, "I apologize, but I do not possess a business card at the moment. Instead, allow me to provide you with my phone number." After exchanging contact information, Tang Kuan departed, content. Upon exiting the antique street, Yin Dajing called out to Tan Jie, saying, "President Tan, I wish to share something with you, and I hope you do not take offense." "Oh, Brother Yin, speak candidly," Tan Jie responded, puzzled by Yin Dajing's solemn demeanor. Yin Dajing continued, "President Tan, I sense a heavy aura of resentment surrounding you. If my intuition serves me right, one of the individuals you have recently interacted with is deeply afflicted by nightmares." "What? Junior Master, you can perceive that President Tan is burdened by resentment?" Fang Tianzi exclaimed in astonishment, for he, at the third level of qi refinement, could not discern such a thing. "I have recently made a breakthrough and am now at the mid-stage of qi refinement," Yin Dajing explained. "I can indeed sense the resentment emanating from President Tan. However, there is no need for excessive concern. He is merely touched by this negativity and is not currently troubled by it. It is likely that someone in his vicinity has influenced him." Although Yin Dajing did not specify the exact level of his breakthrough, his words left Fang Tianzi in profound admiration. Junior Master truly possesses remarkable talent. At this rate, it is only a matter of years before he surpasses the third senior brother. "Old Tan, as a member of the Medicine Immortal Sect, I have some knowledge of cultivation methods, which allows me to perceive things beyond the ordinary," Yin Dajing continued. "My junior master is far more accomplished than I am, and his medical skills are such that even the third senior brother, Gu Hong, feels inadequate in comparison. If he asserts this, it must be true. Think carefully about whom you have interacted with recently and whether anything seemed amiss. Such matters are not trifles. Mishandling them could prove fatal. Tanjia, completely trusting Fang Tianzi, pondered for a moment before abruptly raising his head and saying, "My nephew, Tanzaheo, has been particularly unwell these past few days, looking noticeably gaunt. Just yesterday, he was involved in a car accident, and I visited him. Fortunately, he is not gravely injured and is still in the hospital. However, the doctors could not identify any physical issues and merely suggested he see a psychologist. Brother Yin, do you think my nephew is in danger?" Yin Dajing replied, "I will need to see him in person before I can make any definitive claims. As it happens, I am free today, so let us visit the hospital together." "Excellent. Brother Yin, Lao Fong, let us go to the hospital," Tanjia said, pleased to have a private vehicle at his disposal, allowing Yin Dajing and Fang Tianzi to avoid the hassle of a taxi. Before long, they arrived at a private hospital and found Tanzaheo in the bed as Tanjia had described. "Brother Yin, is it?" "Yes, that is indeed him," Yin Dajing whispered. "It appears your nephew has been afflicted by a malevolent entity, which explains his lack of vitality. The recent car accident was also likely influenced by this dark force. Should this situation persist, I fear that within a week, he may no longer endure. Professor Fong, I kindly request that you procure some cinnabar along with paper and writing instruments, for I wish to draw a talisman." Fang Tianzi possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding the rudimentary art of talisman crafting and understands the necessary materials. Thus, he promptly set off to make the purchase. Tanzaheo, at the age of 37 or 8, is considered relatively young and accomplished. However, he presently appears exceedingly haggard, as though he has not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in over half a year. His unkempt beard and dark circles around his eyes resemble those of a panda, with bags beneath his eyes threatening to sag further. Within the confines of the hospital room, Tanzaheo's wife, Yu Yun, along with his parents, are present, appearing somewhat dispirited as they engage with him. Upon the arrival of Tanjia, they greet him warmly. "Second brother, this is Brother Yin, a member of the Immortal Sect, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. I have invited him to attend to Zaheo's condition." "Him?" Yu Yun and Tanzaheo's parents furrow their brows, expressing disbelief. "Uncle, perhaps we should still allow the hospital's physician to examine him. The doctor has assured us that there is no serious concern." Yu Yun even harbors some apprehension that an individual who is otherwise well might be harmed by misguided medical intervention. Chapter 26. Intermediate carving skills. It's all right, I'll just observe. I won't act recklessly. Yin Dajing chuckled, easing the apprehensions of Tanzaheo's family as he approached Tanzaheo's side. Suddenly, his fingers darted like lightning, swiftly tapping several times on Tanzaheo's body. "What are you doing?" Yu Yun exclaimed in surprise. "Cough, cough, cough." Tanzaheo, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, abruptly awoke and remarked, "What just happened? I feel rather comfortable now. The discomfort has subsided." Indeed, Yin Dajing had subtly infused spiritual energy, temporarily warding off the encroaching malevolence. "Huh, is it really this simple? What is going on?" Yu Yun stood frozen, while Tanzaheo's parents were momentarily bewildered. However, Tanjia, witnessing the scene, burst into hearty laughter and said, "Zaheo, this esteemed brother Yin is someone I specifically invited to treat you." Yin Dajing then addressed Tanzaheo. "So, you are Tanzaheo. Aside from some superficial injuries, you appear to be in good health. However, have you been plagued by nightmares for the past 10 days, unable to sleep soundly?" Yes, that's correct." Tanzaheo was on the verge of madness. He was utterly exhausted. "You have no idea how distressing it is to endure nightmares every night. I've taken numerous sleeping pills, but they hardly calm me down. Yet, the doctors find nothing wrong and insist I seek a psychologist. Dr. Yin, what should we do about my son? Please, I implore you, save him." Tanzaheo's mother immediately pleaded, noticing the revitalization in her son after Yin Dajing's intervention. "Rest assured, now that I am here, I will ensure his recovery." Yin Dajing waved his hand, signaling her to remain calm. After circling around Tanzaheo, he extracted a jade pendant from him. "Whose gift is this jade pendant? Think carefully. Did your nightmares commence after you began wearing it?" Yin Dajing discerned that all the malevolence emanated from this pendant. It was indeed the source of the affliction. The pendant. Could it be? Tanzaheo's eyes widened in realization. "Yes. It was given to me by Zhou Deqian as a birthday gift. I understand now." Tanzaheo's teeth clenched in anger. "Be cautious. Do not become overly agitated," Yin Dajing said calmly. "You have suffered greatly from these nightmares. It is best to rest now." He inscribed several ethereal symbols in the air, infusing the jade pendant with spiritual energy, thoroughly purging its malevolence. The negative energy within this pendant has now been eliminated. You may wear it without concern. However, you mentioned Zhou Deqian. Though I do not know him, he has already harmed you once and could do so again. Exercise caution. Exhausted from his ordeal, Tan Zihao quickly succumbed to sleep after the malevolence was dispelled. When Fang Tianzi returned with paper and ink, Yin Dajing crafted a talisman, folding it into a lucky heart, which Yin placed beneath Tan Zihao's pillow. Once you await Tan Zihao's awakening, ensure he carries it with him and rests it beneath his pillow while he sleeps. Should any further issues arise, please contact me through President Tan. Unlike the initial days, both Yu Yun and Tan Zihao's parents now regard Yin Dajing as a reclusive sage, expressing their profound admiration and gratitude. On the journey back with Fang Tianzi, Yin Dajing received a transfer from Tan Jia amounting to an impressive 10 million huaxia coins. Overjoyed, he realized that with this sum, he could settle the remaining debt of 110,000 and still have a considerable surplus. It is indeed true that the antique trade is highly lucrative. However, Yin Dajing is acutely aware that such fortunate occurrences are rare. After perusing the antique street, he discovered only this singular treasure. With his advanced antique appraisal skills now surpassing those of Tan Jia, he could discern the essence of many antiques with merely a glance, suggesting that in the future, he might frequently return to unearth hidden gems. First, he settled all his overdrafts and returned 100,000 to Fang Tianzi. Professor Fang, I see that both you and Fang Qiming embody integrity, and thus should not. Fang Tianzi chuckled and replied, Little Uncle Master, I understand your concern, but perhaps you are overthinking it. Both Qin Ping and I are university professors, and I have previously served as the president of Jiang University. Even if we are merely drawing salaries, it amounts to a considerable sum each month. Together, our pensions reach several thousand yuan monthly. Long ago, we invested in 2 properties in Jiangzhou. One is occupied by Fang Qiming and his spouse, while the other is rented out, both now holding significant value. As the elderly, we have minimal expenses, allowing our finances to flourish. Moreover, I have a passion for calligraphy and painting. Though my calligraphy is mediocre, my connections, thanks to Fang Qiming, enhance its value, ensuring that each piece fetches a respectable price. Yin Dajing nodded repeatedly, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Fortunately, had he clashed with Tian Wenbin, he might have found it impossible to acquire Zhang Daqian's imitation for even 100,000, let alone earn this 10 million. Fang Tianzi instructed the driver to take Yin Dajing home before he departed. Upon returning, Yin Dajing contemplated purchasing some medicine from the clinic, but ultimately refrained. With the assistance of the mirror and pearl in my mind, my cultivation can progress swiftly, yet there remains a lack of deeper insight. Additionally, my pace is exceedingly rapid and requires stabilization. More importantly, my previous visit to the Tian family's pharmacy left me with a lackluster impression. It is likely that even if I return, I would find little of value. Currently, at the 6th level of qi refining and possessing intermediate carving skills, why not create a few spirit-gathering talismans and forge a spirit-gathering array? Resolute in his decision, Yin Dajing ventured to the nearest jade shop and purchased 20 pieces of jade in one go. The jade he selected is genuine, not the artificially synthesized variety, with each piece substantial in size and priced around 4,000 to 5,000. Ultimately, for 20 pieces, after a slight discount, he managed to secure them for a total of 90,000 and was even gifted a simple set of carving tools. Just as humans possess 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, the universe itself is imbued with numerous pulses. This talisman effectively represents the drawing of a pulse. When infused with spiritual energy, it can unleash immense power. The Gathering Spirit Talisman is one such example. However, when drawn on paper, its efficacy is negligible. Yet when engraved into jade, it can significantly absorb spiritual energy. The act of drawing talismans is inherently challenging, and to flawlessly carve one into jade is an even greater feat. Therefore, jade imbued with such pulses is exceedingly rare. Upon returning home, Yin Dajing commenced his efforts. Failure. 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 After a series of 5 unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded in carving one piece. Phew. It was exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, I possess intermediate carving skills. Otherwise, even with my late-stage qi refinement prowess, my success rate would likely have been dismal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yin Dajing took a brief respite before continuing his carving. With one successful experience under his belt, his success rate increased again, and he managed to carve 5 pieces out of the subsequent 10. Utilizing these 6 Gathering Spirit Talisman jade pieces, he arranged a Gathering Spirit formation. Upon entering this formation to cultivate, Yin Dajing immediately sensed the rapid influx of spiritual energy from all directions, a sensation that was more than 10 times faster than cultivating during the midnight hour. Most importantly, he would no longer be limited to practicing at that specific time. With this Gathering Spirit formation, it would take at most another 6 months for him to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement independently. Chapter 27. The Weight of Ambition. However, the jade I purchased is merely the most ordinary variety. I estimate it will suffice for only a month. After that, I shall need to acquire new jade and have it recarved. Yin Dajing pondered silently. Furthermore, as my cultivation progresses, the amount of spiritual energy I can absorb increases, necessitating higher quality jade, which in turn will entail a considerable financial expenditure. Fortunately, I have earned a sum of money. Otherwise, my cultivation plans would be left in limbo. Nonetheless, this money must be spent wisely, ideally through investments that yield returns. The resources Yin Dajing requires are abundant and ever-increasing, whether it be jade or medicinal herbs. And the demands will only intensify, necessitating even greater financial outlay. Although I need not worry excessively about monetary issues at present, it is prudent to prepare for the future. Currently, my skills in medicine, antique appraisal, computer programming, and hacking have all reached an advanced level, each capable of generating income. I must carefully strategize my investment plans. 10 million may seem substantial, yet in this era, it can dissipate rapidly. Such funds cannot be squandered recklessly. Ding ding ding. The phone vibrated, breaking his reverie. Yin Dajing glanced at the screen and saw it was a video call from his mother. Hailing from Ezhou, his father, Yin Daping, and mother, Chu Jiao, operated a modest restaurant there, which thrived well enough to support both Yin Dajing and his twin sisters, providing them with a generous allowance each month. His parents were never stingy with their 3 children. They would rather curtail their own expenditures than deprive their offspring. Xiao Jing, you've been working for a week now. Are you adjusting well? Upon opening the video, he saw his parents seated together, greeting him warmly. Yes, I am quite accustomed to it, Yin Dajing replied promptly. Is your allowance sufficient? Do you need me to send you more? His mother, Chu Jiao, inquired with concern. Sufficient. I am not lacking in funds. But now you are not alone. As a man, you should be willing to spend on your girlfriend. Sometimes, it's nice to take her out to see a movie or enjoy a meal together. Chu Jiao said with a cheerful smile. Oh, and Xiao Jing, remember to bring your girlfriend home for the new year this year. Yin Dajing was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had forgotten to mention the elegant photos he had sent to his parents 2 months prior. Upon noting that he was nearing graduation without having experienced a romantic relationship, his mother had begun to urge him. Reluctantly, he had shared his relationship with Gaoya and sent them her photo, which had brought his mother immense joy at the time. What else with that expression? You're not having a disagreement with your girlfriend, are you? Chu Jiao's expression shifted slightly. I must warn you. If you don't bring your girlfriend home for the new year, don't even think about returning. Is it really necessary? Yin Dajing feels a bit overwhelmed. Although he has met Lu Yueran, it is evident that pursuing her is a far more challenging endeavor. Even if he succeeds in his pursuit, whether she would agree to accompany him home for the new year remains uncertain. Fine. I will take her home for the new year. However, how to handle my mother? Yin Dajing is quite adept at this. At such times, it is best to acquiesce to her wishes. When the moment comes, he can easily concoct an excuse to evade her inquiries. Surely, his mother wouldn't actually forbid him from returning home. That sounds about right. Chu Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and inquired about his work situation, sharing some tips on charming girls before ending the video call. What a tiresome conversation. Yin Dajing genuinely dreads chatting with his mother, as every third sentence revolves around girlfriends. He wonders what Lu Yueran is doing at this moment. This week, he only allows Lu Yueran to listen in during work hours. After work, or when he makes other calls, she is entirely oblivious to his conversations. Although Yin Dajing possesses the ability to eavesdrop on Lu Yueran, he has refrained from doing so, primarily because he is quite busy this week. With that thought in mind, Yin Dajing decided to take a look. He opened his computer and accessed the live feed from Lu Yueran's phone. La 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 la. Lu Yueran is singing. and the content of the video causes Yin Dajing to blush instantly. Oh my, she is actually taking a shower. At that moment, Louis Warren had just finished bathing and was drying herself with a towel, completely unaware that her form was on full display for Yin Dajing. As she sang, she admired her figure in the mirror, oblivious to the fact that her phone was transmitting everything to him. Well, it's no wonder she is the CEO of Yuan Technology. She truly has a remarkable presence. After a brief moment of admiration, Yin Dajing quickly severed the feed. Louis Warren has an exquisite figure, but the most striking feature is a mole on her chest. His face still flushed. This was the first time Yin Dajing had seen a woman's body in such a revealing manner. He opened a web browser to help himself regain composure. What on earth? When did I become a part of the H country? As Yin Dajing browsed the Dark Alliance forum, he was momentarily speechless. Apparently, in the past few days, Diao had not made an appearance, and people from H country began posting, claiming that Diao is actually from H country, providing a plethora of nonsensical examples. They were just shy of starting to research Diao's genetics. The most outrageous part was that these individuals, with unabashed audacity, spread lies, attempting to brainwash everyone into believing that Diao is indeed from H country. Even more reprehensible was a hacker named Jean Min, who directly posted, "You don't believe Diao is from H country? Huh. Then from now on, if Diao is from H country, please refrain from posting for 3 days." Jean Min made this post early Thursday morning, and as soon as the clock struck 12 today, the 3-day period would commence. In the realm of Huaxia, numerous individuals have cited examples of certain linguistic habits associated with Diao, asserting that his posts are composed in the language of Huaxia, firmly believing him to be a native. However, the hackers from Huaxia, particularly those at the pinnacle of their craft, often refrain from claiming Diao as one of their own, as it would be beneath their dignity. After all, they lack definitive evidence to substantiate such a claim. At this juncture, they can only implore Diao to reveal himself. The forums are abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. Yin Dajing, without hesitation, responded directly to Jean Min's post, proclaiming, "I am a Huaxia person. My ancestors have been Huaxia people for generations." Furthermore, he deliberately employed special effects to render these words bold and resplendent. After posting his response, Yin Dajing ceased to engage with the Dark Alliance forum, as he had numerous other pressing matters to attend to. The Diao ID had long been the focus of many observers, and his post was quickly noticed shortly after its publication. In that moment, hackers from Huaxia erupted in jubilation, while those from H country were left teary-eyed, having prepared to celebrate only to be taken aback when Diao unexpectedly stepped forward a few hours later. If Diao were from another nation, such as M or Y, the hackers from H country would have readily accepted it. However, the notion of him being from Huaxia was simply intolerable for them. Yet, considering the terrifying potential of the happy virus, they found themselves powerless, forced to swallow their pride, as it was evident that Diao was already displeased, and they dared not provoke the wrath of the deity that is Diao. Chapter 28, Cybersecurity Program. Oh, what a delightful morning it is. Tan Zihao let out a long yawn, feeling refreshed, having not slept so soundly in quite some time. "Darling, you're awake," exclaimed his wife, Yu Yun, along with his mother, almost in unison. "Yun, Mom, I'm perfectly fine. I had an exceptionally restful night," Tan Zihao replied with a relaxed demeanor. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. "Dear, I'm famished. It feels as though I've slept from yesterday afternoon until now." Though hunger gnawed at him, Tan Zihao felt an unprecedented vigor. "I'm all right now. Let us discharge me from the hospital and find something to eat," he continued. Yu Yun nodded. "The doctor has already examined you. Your abrasions are nothing to worry about. I will handle the discharge paperwork right away. Oh, and don't forget the talisman under your pillow. It was left by Dr. Yin." Talisman. Tan Zihao retrieved it and gazed at it for a moment before gritting his teeth. "It appears that I was indeed unable to rest because of that scoundrel, Zhou Deqian." Recently, Zhou Deqian had sought to acquire shares in Tan Zihao's company, a proposal Tan Zihao had declined. He never anticipated that Zhou would resort to such despicable means to undermine him. "Be cautious. Zhou Deqian has the backing of the Sato Corporation from Country R." Yu Yun cautioned. "Rest assured, I know how to proceed," Tan Zihao affirmed. Just as he was changing his clothes, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Zhou Deqian calling. "Hello, President Tan. I heard you were in a car accident the day before yesterday. Are you all right?" Zhou Deqian inquired with feigned concern. "I'm quite well, merely some scrapes. I'll be discharged shortly. My wife insists I stay in the hospital. It's quite a waste of time, Tan Zihao chuckled. Your sister-in-law is simply worried about you, Zhou Deqian replied. If you're feeling better, shall we meet today to discuss our collaboration further? Certainly. Let us meet at noon. I'll choose the location. A glimmer of determination flashed in Tan Zihao's eyes. Sounds good. Phew, nearly finished. After a night of rigorous practice, Yin Dajing was not only unwearied but invigorated. As dawn broke, he concluded his session and carefully stored away the gathering spirit array. After refreshing himself and preparing a light breakfast, he began drafting the cybersecurity program. Yin Dajing pondered. Given my exceptional hacking skills, why not develop a cybersecurity program? With his current hacking abilities, creating ransomware would be effortlessly successful. He could even surreptitiously siphon bank account information and transfer funds to himself without leaving a trace. However, his upbringing instilled in him a strong moral compass, preventing him from engaging in such illicit activities. Thus, in the realm of hacking, it seemed that cybersecurity was the only path he could ethically pursue. Computer programming and hacking skills, both advanced in nature, when combined, reveal that creating a network security program is not as daunting as it may initially appear. At that point, selling it or establishing a cybersecurity company seems entirely feasible. In today's world, where information security is paramount, no major corporation dares to underestimate this domain. Once Yin Dajing's program is developed and can ensure the security of a client's network, one can only imagine the price they would be willing to pay. It would certainly exceed the profits from extortion. Yin Dajing is inclined towards founding his own company, ensuring a continuous influx of wealth. However, these are considerations for the future. The program must first be completed. By around 11 o'clock, Yin Dajing paused his work. The initial model of the security program had taken shape, and the next step would involve refinement, a task that would not be accomplished overnight. Even with his advanced programming and hacking skills, he anticipated that it would take at least a week. He had a lunch appointment with teacher Yi today and could not afford to be late. The previous evening, Yi Qiao had already sent him a message on WeChat, inviting him to lunch at Yuanjiang Building. Yuanjiang Building, the nearest upscale shopping center to Jiang University of Science and Technology, offers an array of dining and entertainment options. Yin Dajing hailed a taxi to make his way there. It seems I should obtain a driving license. Otherwise, I will always be reliant on taxis, which is quite inconvenient. Yin Dajing had copied the rudimentary driving skills of a local vendor from the antique street. His driving prowess surpassed that of the average taxi driver, making the prospect of obtaining a license utterly trivial. During his university years, many classmates had pursued their driving licenses, but Yin Dajing had found it bothersome and had abstained. A decision he now somewhat regretted, as it would have enabled him to purchase and drive his own car. Yi Qiao arrived early at Yuanjiang Building, and, upon learning that Yin Dajing was nearing his arrival through WeChat, she went to meet him at the entrance. Unexpectedly, shortly after stepping out, she heard someone call out to her. Yi Qiao? What a coincidence, you're here too. Yi Qiao's expression darkened instantly as she spotted a young couple walking towards her, hand in hand, exhibiting an affectionate demeanor. With a slight huff, she turned her head away. The duo comprised her ex-boyfriend Lu Can and her university classmate and close friend Pan Xiaoyu, two individuals she least desired to encounter in her lifetime. Why so cold? Aren't we on speaking terms? Pan Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. Am I on such familiar terms with you? Yi Qiao shot back with a glare. If one were to ask Yi Qiao how deeply she loved Lu Can, it would be inaccurate to say she was hopelessly enamored. After all, he had pursued her for 3 years before she reluctantly acquiesced. As for her reasons for agreeing, it was largely due to societal expectations portraying them as a perfect match, coupled with a lack of other options, prompting her to accept his advances. After about a month of conversation, Yi Qiao discovered that Lu Can, who appeared to be demure and well-mannered, had been entangled with her close friend all along. The sense of betrayal nearly drove Yi Qiao to the brink of fury. Are you so small-minded that you cannot even admit it? She exclaimed. Nearly 2 years had passed, yet her anger remained unabated. Pan Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. By the way, I heard you didn't secure a permanent position as a counselor at Jiangke University. Would you like Lucan to assist you? After all, you once shared a romantic relationship, and as your close friend, I assure you that we would not disregard your request. At that moment, Yin Dajing arrived just in time to overhear Pan Xiaoyu's words, and he could not help but interject. Chapter 29. The Scoundrel and the Mistress. Who are you referring to? Pan Xiaoyu exclaimed angrily at Yin Dajing. Whoever is shameless, I shall name them, Yin Dajing replied with a smile. What? Do you consider yourself shameless as well? You. Pan Xiaoyu fumed. Yin Dajing, you're here. Yi Qiao said joyfully, relieved to no longer have to endure the bickering of these two. Come on, let us go eat. Oh, Yi Qiao, so you were waiting for your boyfriend. Pan Xiaoyu, who had been indignant, suddenly felt at ease and said with a grin. Why don't you introduce him? However, I must speak candidly. Your boyfriend's character leaves much to be desired. Before Yi Qiao could respond, Yin Dajing had already taken her hand and remarked, How is it that you know my character is so lacking? I'm aware that one of you is Yi Qiao's ex-boyfriend, and the other is her friend turned mistress. Huh. Since when did a mistress and a scoundrel have the audacity to confront others so boldly? What on earth is happening in this world? Who the hell are you calling a scoundrel? Lu Kan, tall and handsome, who had remained silent until now, felt compelled to intervene as the insult seemed directed at him. In his view, with his regular workouts, he could easily crush the slender Yin Dajing with just one hand. Neither of you possesses the self-awareness to realize your own shamelessness. One is blatantly audacious yet oblivious to it, while the other, amusingly, has betrayed his girlfriend with her friend and still fails to recognize his own scoundrel nature. Yin Dajing spoke confidently. To hell with you, Lu Kan shouted, throwing a punch at Yin Dajing's face. Ah, be careful, Yi Qiao gasped. Knowing that while Yin Dajing often lounged in the dormitory, Lu Kan dedicated time to the gym. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened as she witnessed Yin Dajing effortlessly grasping Lu Kan's hand. Well, your punch packs a bit of a wallop, but it's utterly ineffectual, Yin Dajing remarked, applying a gentle squeeze. Lu Kan shrieked in pain. Ah, it hurts, it's killing me. Damn it, let go of me. Keep cursing. The more Lu Kan swore, the tighter Yin Dajing gripped, nearly bringing tears to Lu Kan's eyes. Unexpectedly, Yin Dajing had acquired a plethora of skills. He promptly copied Lu Kan's basic English skills twice and cut them. Having already possessed intermediate English skills, even after cutting Lu Kan's, he could not advance further, remaining at an intermediate level. However, his R language and piano skills had both been elevated to intermediate. Cease the vitriol, cease it. I acknowledge my faults, release me. It pains greatly. I was wrong. The excruciating pain in Lu Kan's hand rendered him utterly defeated, to the extent that he failed to notice his abilities being curtailed. As long as you recognize the pain, refrain from entangling yourself with Yi Qiao henceforth. Do you understand? Otherwise, I shall confront you each time we meet, Yin Dajing stated with malice. However, upon releasing his grip, Lu Kan stepped back and immediately cried out, Security, security. Come quickly. The commotion had drawn the attention of nearby security personnel, who hastily approached, quickening their pace upon hearing Lu Kan's shouts. This man assaulted me. Look, my hand is nearly deformed from his grip. Apprehend him at once. Observing the security guards staring at him in astonishment, Lu Kan retorted angrily. I had an appointment with General Manager Tan from your Yuanjiang group to discuss business, a multi-million deal. If you delay me, can you bear the consequences? I can bear them. Suddenly, someone behind him scoffed coldly. Bear your nonsense. You dare. Lu Kan was on the verge of cursing, but as he turned around, the words caught in his throat, rendering him speechless. Tan. General Manager Tan. It is you. I had no idea it was you. In this sweltering heat, Lu Kan felt a wave of cold air envelop him, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss, rendering his limbs icy and his speech faltering. The person was none other than Tan Zihao. He quickly approached Yin Dajing and, with a trembling voice, said, Mr. Yin, you are here. Why did you not inform me in advance, so I could arrange for someone to receive you? Yin Dajing had already gleaned a general understanding of Tan Zihao from his uncle Tan Jie and his wife, perceiving him as a figure akin to a deity, his savior. Haha, merely dining with friends. Furthermore, I was unaware you were associated with the Yuanjiang group, Yin Dajing replied with a smile. Yes, that was my oversight. My hospitality was lacking. Tan Zihao promptly produced a black card from his pocket and handed it to Yin Dajing, stating, Mr. Yin, this card is a gift from me. In all malls under my Yuanjiang group, you shall receive a 10% discount on all purchases. Ah, this young man. General Manager Tan actually bestowed upon him the black gold card of the Yuanjiang group. Such cards are rarely given out across the entire organization. Who exactly is he? It appears he is the true epitome of a highborn gentleman. How foolish I was to misjudge him. Many of the security personnel and staff within the Yuanjiang building were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Yi Qiao remained somewhat composed, as even Principal Zhuang Lingfeng treated Yin Dajing with utmost respect, yet Tan Ziheo's demeanor astounded her. As for Chun Can and Pan Xiaoyu, they were utterly dumbfounded. Pan Xiaoyu had just been mocking Yin Dajing, believing him to be a mere impoverished student, only to witness him transformed into Tan Ziheo's esteemed guest in the blink of an eye. Tan Ziheo turned to Liu Can and remarked, "So it's you, Liu Can. Given that you have offended Mr. Yin, there is no need for us to discuss business today. Furthermore, all dealings between the Yuanjiang Group and your company will be halted." The Yuanjiang Group held the upper hand, and he had the audacity to utter such words. No, General Manager Tan, you cannot do this." Liu Can's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground in terror. Their company heavily relied on the Yuanjiang Group. If all cooperation ceased, it would not merely be a matter of sustaining injuries, but rather akin to being flayed alive, potentially leading to the company's bankruptcy. "Security, remove Liu Can from here," Tan Ziheo said, showing no inclination to engage in further dialogue, instructing the guards to throw Liu Can out. "Mr. Yin, since we have the rare opportunity to meet, may I show you around the mall?" "No, thank you. I am merely here to dine with friends." "General Manager Tan, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go about your business." Yes. I shall not intrude any longer. Should you require anything, simply contact me." After casting a glance at Yi Qiao, Tan Ziheo departed with a smile. Chapter 30. The Art of Yin and Yang. Rest assured, Teacher Yi, Liu Can will likely no longer pursue you, Yin Dajing remarked with a faint smile after Tan Ziheo departed. His assistance to Yi Qiao stemmed not from any personal affection, although Yi Qiao was indeed a beauty, but rather from her undeniable prowess as an educator. Additionally, their bond as teacher and student over the past 2 years warranted his support. Yi Qiao beamed with gratitude, replying, "Yin Dajing, I cannot thank you enough. You truly have no idea how insufferable those two are. Their incessant buzzing around me is akin to that of a fly, and I am left bewildered by their relentless pursuit of some semblance of achievement in my presence. To be honest, I tremble at the mere sight of them. I owe you my sincere gratitude for alleviating such a significant burden," Yin Dajing casually remarked. "Then, Teacher Yi, you still owe me a meal." "Huh, certainly," Yi Qiao agreed. But after a moment's reflection she added, "Yin Dajing, you are no longer a student. I have merely been your counselor for 2 years. So there is no need for you to call me Teacher Yi. Just refer to me as Sister Yi." "All right, Teacher Yi." Sister Yi," Yin Dajing stammered, still unaccustomed to the change. They ascended to find a restaurant for their meal, while outside the Yuanjiang building, Liu Can faced a dire predicament. What had initially appeared to be an almost certain multi-million-dollar project had slipped away, resulting in a rift between his company and the Yuanjiang Group. If his father were to discover this, he would surely be met with dire consequences. What was to be done? Yes, he needed to plead with Yi Qiao. Liu Can grimaced as he blew on his still aching fist, his gaze landing on Pan Xiaoyu. "Pan Xiaoyu, you are close friends with Yi Qiao. You must appeal to her. Ask that Yin Dajing speak with President Tan to prevent the termination of our collaboration." I can't bring myself to say it," Pan Xiaoyu stammered, on the verge of tears. Ever since her relationship with Liu Can began, she had reveled in showcasing her accomplishments in front of Yi Qiao, deriving satisfaction from it. Now, however, asking for Yi Qiao's favor felt insurmountable. "What kind of relationship is that? You are her best friend." Liu Can's voice turned harsh. "If you cannot persuade Yi Qiao, our company may face bankruptcy, and what then for your future?" Pan Xiaoyu gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Since graduation, she had not been employed and had relied solely on Liu Can's support. If his family's company were to fail, she would lose her comfortable lifestyle. "Fine. I will go plead with Yi Qiao," she relented, albeit reluctantly. "Remember, do not provoke Yi Qiao or Yin Dajing. If they scold or strike you, endure it. You must secure their forgiveness," Liu Can instructed earnestly. "I understand." Meanwhile, Yin Dajing and Yi Qiao occupied a window-side table. As Yin Dajing mentioned his card gifted by Tan Ziheo, Yi Qiao readily ordered several exquisite dishes, delicacies she had long desired but had previously deemed too indulgent. As the dishes had yet to arrive, Yin Dajing glanced up and noticed a figure outside the window, shrouded in a palpable aura of resentment. This individual, in his early 40s, was short and stout with a significant bald patch atop his head, yet he donned a suit that lent him an air of vitality. Sister Yi, I shall step out for a moment. I will return shortly. After exchanging a brief greeting with Yi Qiao, Yin Dajing promptly followed the man. If it were merely a trace of resentment, he would have paid it no mind, but it appeared that this person was encased in a veritable spirit of grievance. Maintaining a respectful distance, Yin Dajing could not discern the man's cultivation level, as he himself was merely a practitioner in the mid-stages of qi refinement. Before long, Yin Dajing discerned the man's identity, Zhou Deqian. He observed as Tan Zihao emerged, greeting this individual with a smile and referring to him as Director Zhou. Rather than escorting Zhou Deqian to an office for discussions, Tan Zihao chose a spot in the third-floor food court to sit down. Director Tan, it has been a few days since we last met, and you seem a bit under the weather. You should take care to rest. Zhou Deqian remarked with immediate concern upon sitting. Tan Zihao had actually enjoyed a restful sleep the previous night and felt significantly better, though still not quite as robust as he had been in full health. Rest? My recent sleep quality has been abysmal, he retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Director Zhou, let us get to the matter at hand. The reason I summoned you is to inform you that I have decided to cancel our collaboration between Yuanjiang Group and Sato Corporation. We at Yuanjiang Group have no intention of collaborating with Sato Corporation, nor do we plan to sell any shares to individuals from our country. Director Tan, must you speak so definitively? Zhou Deqian replied. The partnership between Sato Corporation and Yuanjiang Group is a formidable alliance that would yield substantial benefits for both parties. Moreover, I bring good news. I have heard that you have been troubled by insomnia lately. Sato Corporation has engaged a master to provide you with treatment for your condition. If the master can alleviate your insomnia, then perhaps you would consider collaborating with me afterward? A twitch of irritation crossed Tan Zihao's lips. Damn it. If it weren't for Dr. Yin's timely intervention in curing me, I might have succumbed to this pressure. Director Zhou, do not hesitate. Your mental state is evidently poor, as evidenced by your recent car accident. If this continues, it could have dire consequences. Furthermore, Sato Corporation's reputation is well established. Tan Zihao interjected. There is no need for that. Director Zhou, I have already sought treatment for my insomnia, so there is no need for you to engage any master on my behalf. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so I must bid you farewell. Please, take care. You. Zhou Deqian felt a surge of frustration but thought to himself, fine, let us see how long you can maintain this defiance. When you can no longer withstand it, you will inevitably turn to me. However, it seems that the resentment I infused is still insufficient. I must inject more to hasten the pace. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Deqian refrained from displaying animosity and, with a smile, remarked, well, since Mr. Tan has laid everything bare, I shall take my leave. However, Mr. Tan, should your insomnia persist, feel free to contact me. I am acquainted with a master who specializes in treating such afflictions. After all, life is of paramount importance. No amount of wealth is of any use if one lacks the vitality to enjoy it. As he spoke, he activated a sapphire in his hand, which contained a swirling mass of black smoke that swiftly darted into Tan Zihao's jade pendant. This dark mist was imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Yet Yin Dajing perceived it with clarity. Suddenly, a piercing scream emanated from the sapphire in Zhou Deqian's grasp as the black smoke was entirely obliterated. It became apparent that Tan Zihao had sought assistance from a formidable figure, hence his confidence. Zhou Deqian quickly grasped the situation, clearing his throat lightly. He turned to depart when someone collided with him unexpectedly. My apologies, my apologies. The individual muttered before hastily retreating, and Zhou Deqian paid little heed to the encounter. Intermediate are language skills, basic yin-yang techniques, basic marketing skills. Indeed, it was he who was orchestrating the mischief. The one who had intentionally bumped into him was none other than Yin Dajing. In that fleeting moment, he had successfully replicated Zhou Deqian's 3 skills. Furthermore, Yin Dajing elevated his language proficiency to an advanced level, meaning he now possessed a deeper understanding of our language than many scholars from our country. His marketing skills also advanced to an intermediate level. As for the basic yin-yang techniques, they merely scratched the surface of the profound practices of Huaxia's cultivation. Nevertheless, there were indeed numerous nefarious methods contained within. Zhou Deqian employed the most rudimentary approach, directly utilizing vengeful spirits to ensnare his target. The resentment emanating from these spirits, if one were to be long exposed to it, would lead to physical frailty and a plethora of ailments. Simultaneously, Zhou Daqian infused the resentment into Tan Zihao's jade pendant and commanded the vengeful spirit to manipulate the resentment from afar, inducing nightmares for Tan Zihao, even causing him to encounter accidents in broad daylight. Chapter 31. The Private Affairs of Lu Yuerina. Dr. Yin, what brings you here? After Zhou Daqian walked away, Tan Zihao recognized Yin Dajing. I noticed this individual approaching and sensed a vengeful spirit surrounding him, so I followed to investigate. He must be the Zhou Daqian you mentioned yesterday, correct? Indeed, this scoundrel is the one causing me distress. Today, he couldn't wait to rush over. Eager to introduce me to some so-called master, Yin Dajing replied, a hint of disdain in his voice. Reflecting on the torment of his recurring nightmares, Tan Zihao realized that, had it not been for Yin Dajing's intervention, he might have been inclined to accept the unsatisfactory terms offered by Zhou. You must exercise caution. His malicious tactics are numerous. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. Yes, thank you, Dr. Yin. Tan Zihao now held deep respect for Yin Dajing, recognizing him as a true master. His initial faith in Yin stemmed from Tan Jia's introduction, who had informed him that Yin Dajing was a senior disciple of Fang Tianzi, a person Tan Zihao was well aware of. Such an individual was worth befriending. Once Yin Dajing resolved matters on his end, he returned to the restaurant. He had only stepped out briefly, yet the dishes had already been served. However, he noticed that beside Yi Qiao, there was now a Pan Xiaoyu. Remarkably, the two were engaged in lively conversation, resembling close sisters. Yin Dajing, you're back, Yi Qiao exclaimed as he entered. I wonder if you might kindly speak to Mr. Tan and ask him not to. Yin Dajing interrupted her, saying, Sister Yi, I can discuss it with Tan Zihao, but I can only assure you that he won't terminate the collaboration with Lu Qin's company. As for other partnership matters, I cannot guarantee anything. He promptly contacted Tan Zihao, conveying the situation. Tan Zihao replied with a smile. All right, Dr. Yin, I know how to proceed. Since I've made the call, can I take my leave now? Yin Dajing glanced at Pan Xiaoyu. Although he held a low opinion of Pan Xiaoyu, he could not deny her capabilities, as she had certainly captivated Yi Qiao. Of course, this was Yi Qiao's choice, and Yin Dajing chose not to comment further. At the very least, Pan Xiaoyu would no longer overtly seek attention in Yi Qiao's presence. After finishing their meal, Yin Dajing parted ways with Yi Qiao. He took a moment to search for a driving school to register, but as he looked around, he spotted an elderly man in his 70s lying on the ground. Bystanders were merely pointing and whispering, yet none approached to assist him. Since childhood, Yin Dajing had been instilled with the value of helping others. Despite hearing reports of students being falsely accused after aiding the elderly, his parents had always advised him and his siblings not to let the fear of potential deceit deter them from offering help. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over. Fortunately, the elderly man had merely twisted his ankle and was otherwise unharmed. Utilizing a unique technique from the medicinal arts, Yin Dajing gently manipulated the man's foot to realign it. Intermediate ghost skill discovered. Would you like to replicate it? Upon discovering the intermediate Tai Chi skills, one might ponder whether they can be replicated. Similarly, the initial English proficiency raises the same question. This elder possesses 2 intermediate skills. He must have a remarkable background. After Yin Dajing replicated and enhanced his skills, he inquired, Elder, is your foot feeling better now? The elder nodded and gently shook his foot, replying, My foot is fine now. Thank you, young man. As the elder attempted to rise, Yin Dajing gently restrained him. At your age, it would be wise to rest a while longer before departing. With that, Yin Dajing offered to carry the elder, transporting him to a nearby bench in the mall, where he gently set him down. The elder expressed his gratitude, saying, Oh, I truly appreciate your kindness, young man. Nowadays, such helpful souls are rare. Those by the roadside merely observe, yet you took action. Yin Dajing, feeling a bit bashful, remarked, These days, many elders feign injury, so people are hesitant to help, fearing deceit. The elder chuckled, Then why are you not afraid of being deceived? Yin Dajing replied, My parents instilled in me and my sister the value of helping others. Turning a blind eye to someone in need is simply not in my nature. The elder nodded in approval, gazing at his own foot and asking, I noticed your foot massage was quite skilled. Are you a doctor? Yin Dajing smiled. I have learned some traditional Chinese medicine from a wandering Taoist, but I am not a doctor and lack a medical license. The elder exclaimed, That explains it. Young people proficient in traditional medicine are indeed scarce. Quite impressive. Checking the time, Yin Dajing suggested, Elder, Please provide me with a contact number for your family, and I shall call them to come pick you up." The elder chuckled. "There is no need. My family is quite busy, and no one would come even if I called. Once my foot is well, I can simply take a taxi home." Yin Dajing smiled wryly. "Very well. Then I shall keep you company while you rest." Remembering the elder's intermediate Go skill, he added, "Elder, do you play Go? I can join you to pass the time." The elder replied, "I do play Go. Young man, do you know how to play Go? I learned from my medical mentor. There should be a set available nearby. Please wait a moment." Yin Dajing soon returned with a Go set and began a game with the elder. Although the elder possessed intermediate Go skills, he initially merely intended to engage with Yin Dajing to alleviate boredom. However, as the game progressed, the elder's brow furrowed in concentration, and he did not relax. Meanwhile, Yin Dajing remained quite at ease, having replicated and upgraded his own Go skills from basic to intermediate, and now having assimilated the elder's intermediate skills into an advanced level. The advanced Go skills overwhelmingly surpassed the intermediate, making the game with the elder rather effortless. After losing 2 rounds, and with a furrowed brow, the elder inquired, "Young man, tell me honestly, are you a member of the National Go team?" "Not at all, my dear elder. I am merely an ordinary programmer. I have just graduated from university and am currently employed at a company. As for Go, I only play it casually," Yin Dajing said with a smile. The elder, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Young man, your talent is truly underappreciated. I know people from the National Go team. Perhaps I could recommend you." Yin Dajing interjected, "No need, dear elder. I prefer to play casually. Should I make it my profession, I might lose my fondness for it." The elder chuckled, realizing the futility of persuasion. He looked at Yin Dajing with increasing satisfaction and remarked, "Young man, I have a granddaughter. She is beautiful and intelligent. Would you be interested in me introducing her to you as a potential girlfriend?" Yin Dajing quickly waved his hands, saying, "No, dear elder, I already have a girlfriend." "Really?" the elder exclaimed, somewhat regretful. "In this day and age, a young man like you, who is not only handsome and kind-hearted but also skilled in traditional medicine and Go, is indeed a rarity. It's a pity my granddaughter isn't as fortunate." Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Yin Dajing politely deflected the conversation a couple of times before escorting the elder back. The elder's foot had merely twisted slightly, and after some massage, he felt better. It was only his age that necessitated a slower pace. After nearly an hour of playing Go, they had taken sufficient rest. Once he saw the elder off in a car, Yin Dajing first registered at a driving school before returning to continue his work on security programming. Later that night, he resumed his practice. As Monday noon approached, just before lunchtime, Louis Waran inquired within the technical department, "Who among you can play Go?" Everyone lowered their heads. But Yin Dajing cheerfully raised his hand, as he was eager for an opportunity to spend time alone with Louis Waran. "Oh, I see." Louis Waran waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to put his hand down, as if she hadn't asked at all, and left the technical department. What was that about? Yin Dajing wondered, perplexed by Louis Waran's intentions. As the workday neared its end, Louis Waran summoned Yin Dajing to the president's office. "Lou, is there something you need?" Yin Dajing asked with a smile. A flicker of displeasure crossed Louis Waran's eyes, but she reluctantly said, "Yin Dajing, I have a personal matter I'd like your assistance with." "Oh, please, Lou, give your instructions." "Follow me," Louis Waran instructed, having him clock out early before leading him to a nearby shopping mall. "Here, put this on." Louis Waran selected a formal suit for Yin Dajing to wear, adding, "Tonight, you will pretend to be my boyfriend and meet my grandfather." Chapter 32, The Hot Commodity Disguising as a Boyfriend? Yin Dajing was taken aback, his mind momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation. It was not Mr. Liu. He thought this was rather abrupt, and he was utterly unprepared. "What do you need to prepare for?" Louis Waran shot him a glare. "It's merely a pretense. Don't flatter yourself." Suddenly recalling that this fellow had her photograph as his phone wallpaper, Louis Waran felt a throbbing headache, uncertain whether this course of action was right or wrong. "Rest assured, as long as your performance is commendable, I will expedite your formal employment and offer you a raise." This was indeed an enticing proposition. Yin Dajing nodded, secretly elated. Neither formal employment nor a raise held much allure for him, considering that with his advanced computer programming skills, he could single-handedly rival the entire technical team at Waran Technology. What truly delighted him was the implication that Louis Waran, by requesting him to masquerade as her boyfriend, was currently single. This fellow is quite suited to wearing a suit," he appears rather dapper. Louis Warren observed Yin Dajing, now clad in a suit, looking remarkably refreshed, and silently approved. However, she remarked verbally, "Well, it's passable, just barely acceptable." Louis Warren then purchased some health supplements from a nearby store before driving Yin Dajing to a villa area in Jiangzhou. Her family villa was indeed grand, adorned with mountains and water, and the landscaping was exquisitely done. Of course, the mountains were artificial, and the water was a man-made lake. Yet, one could only imagine the effort that had gone into arranging it all. "Once we enter, refrain from speaking out of turn," Louis Warren instructed quietly, then entered the house by inputting her fingerprint. "Grandpa, I've brought my boyfriend to meet you," Louis Warren began to call out. "Warren, over here." A voice, somewhat familiar to Yin Dajing, called out. Following Louis Warren, they navigated past the hall and entered a side room, where they found two elderly gentlemen engaged in a game. Both appeared to be in their 70s. One of them, clad in a traditional robe, was the very elder he had encountered yesterday at the Yuanjiang building. "So, this is your boyfriend. What's his name?" The elder raised his head, exclaiming in surprise, "What? Your boyfriend is him?" Louis Warren's expression darkened, and she inwardly cursed her misfortune. "Grandpa, do you know Yin Dajing?" "Ah, young man, your name is Yin Dajing? Ha ha, it seems we are indeed fated." Elder Lu rose, astonished yet delighted. "You see, just yesterday I was introducing you to a girlfriend, and I met my granddaughter. It turns out you have already been together. Ha ha ha, come, quickly, help me defeat this old rascal Qi. Qi, this is my grandson-in-law, he'll stand in for me, right?" The other elder, Qi, merely smiled coldly and remarked, "I've never heard of a young one being solicited for assistance in Go. However, since you hold your grandson-in-law in such high regard, let him take his turn. Just don't blame him if he loses." Old Qi was not particularly concerned about Yin Dajing's prowess in Go. Rather, he worried that old Lu would not concede defeat, especially since it was ostensibly Yin Dajing who stood to lose. "Rest assured, I shall not concede," old Lu declared, firmly pressing Yin Dajing into his seat. "So, Yin Dajing, you must play well for me. If I lose this match, I will have to hand over my cherished Go board, which I have treasured for many years, to that old rascal Qi." Yes, grandfather." "Oh no, I mean grandpa," Yin Dajing exclaimed, casting a deliberate glance at Louis Warren before turning his serious attention to the game. Old Qi played with the black stones, while old Lu wielded the white. Observing the current board, it was evident that old Qi had gained the upper hand. However, after merely glancing at the board a few times, Yin Dajing quickly discerned the path to victory and commenced his match against old Qi. "Grandpa, how did you come to know Yin Dajing?" Louis Warren reiterated her earlier inquiry. Old Lu shot her a reproachful glance and replied, "You little rascal, did I not tell you this morning? Yesterday, I was strolling near the Yuanjiang building when I unexpectedly twisted my ankle. The surrounding people hesitated to assist me, but it was Yin Dajing who came to my aid." "Oh," Louis Warren regarded Yin Dajing with slightly softened eyes. Anyone brave enough to help an elder could not be too bad. Old Lu sighed. Yin Dajing is quite an exceptional young man. He practices traditional Chinese medicine and excels at Go. TSK. I intended to introduce you to him yesterday, but he claimed to have a girlfriend and outright declined." "Huh, so the girlfriend he mentioned is you, eh? You should have brought such a remarkable boyfriend home sooner. Why keep him hidden away? If it weren't for my urging, you would likely have never brought him back." "Hee, my apologies," Louis Warren said, though inwardly she harbored resentment towards Yin Dajing. If it weren't for him, her grandfather would have never pressured her to bring a boyfriend home. With her grandfather so pleased with him, how could she ever dare to break up with him? Hiss, splendid move, excellent. Old Qi, who had initially been calmly confident, suddenly felt his advantage dissipating bit by bit. By the time he regained his composure, he realized that the tide had turned against him. "Well played, old Lu. Where did you find such a formidable opponent?" Old Qi's gaze towards Yin Dajing had transformed significantly. "Shall we play another round?" "Grandpa Qi, then I shall be honored to comply," Yin Dajing said after exchanging a glance with old Lu, who nodded in agreement. Both old Lu and old Qi were of similar skill levels, often alternating victories. One would win this round, only to have the other triumph in the next. In general, old Qi had a slight edge in victories, but it was not significant, placing them both at an intermediate level in Go. Yin Dajing faced him and secured his victory effortlessly. In less than half an hour, the match concluded. "Young man, I actually have a granddaughter. Would you be interested?" Old Chi, a passionate Go enthusiast, found Yin Dajing's talents irresistible and could not help but begin his introduction. Old Chi, you shameless scoundrel. Yin Dajing is my granddaughter's fiancé, and you dare to undermine me in my presence? Old Lu seethed with indignation, almost ready to confront Old Chi. But they aren't even married yet. Old Chi retorted with a disdainful smirk. Of course, it was merely banter. He and Old Lu had been lifelong friends. And despite their incessant bickering, their bond was genuine, making any notion of undermining Lu Yuan utterly implausible. This guy has become quite the catch, Lu Yuan mused, secretly wishing that Old Chi would indeed attempt to encroach upon her territory, though she hesitated to voice such thoughts. Her gaze shifted to Yin Dajing. Filled with a hint of astonishment, she hadn't anticipated that this young man would excel not only in billiards but also in Go, proving himself a formidable opponent even against her grandfather and Old Chi. Yet, a sense of foreboding began to settle in her heart. The more exceptional Yin Dajing proved to be, the more challenging a future separation would become. What was she to do? Chapter 33. Chi Lao's leg injury. Old Lu regarded Yin Dajing with a sense of growing satisfaction, akin to a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law with increasing fondness. His affection for Yin Dajing had already been considerable, and now that Yin Dajing was his granddaughter's husband, his warmth had only intensified. Young Yin, you practice traditional Chinese medicine, don't you? Why not take a look at Grandpa Chi? His leg has long suffered from chronic rheumatism. Old Chi looked at Yin Dajing in confusion and asked, Young Yin, you can practice traditional Chinese medicine? Of course, Yin Dajing replied with a smile, though a hint of skepticism lingered in Old Chi's gaze, for he was acutely aware of Yin Dajing's youth. Traditional Chinese medicine differs significantly from Western medicine. It requires years of diligent accumulation to achieve any level of success. Allow me to massage your leg, Grandpa Chi. It will provide you with some relief, Yin Dajing offered, fully aware of Old Chi's doubts. Frankly, had their positions been reversed, he too would have been incredulous. Moreover, Yin Dajing understood that without the innate talent for skill replication, he would never have attained his current proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine, regardless of how long he studied. Discovering intermediate Go skills, would you like to replicate? Discovering intermediate Tai Chi skills, would you like to replicate? Discovering beginner Guqin skills, would you like to replicate? These were the notifications he received upon first encountering Old Chi. It was no wonder that Old Chi and Old Lu could find common ground. With a chuckle, Yin Dajing decided without hesitation to replicate all three skills, elevating his Tai Chi expertise to an advanced level. Tai Chi, after all, is merely a form of martial art, and as a practitioner in the mid-stages of Chi refinement, he found replication to be effortless. He wondered how it would feel to employ spiritual energy while executing Tai Chi. Perhaps he would seek an opportunity to try. After calming his mind, Yin Dajing began to employ the massage techniques from the medicine Immortal Sect to alleviate Old Chi's leg discomfort. Grandpa Chi, during your youth, around the age of 30, did you immerse your legs in cold water for an extended period? After that incident, it seems that the root of your ailment took hold. For over a decade now, your legs must have been suffering from excruciating pain every week, requiring painkillers. Though the medicine Immortal Sect is renowned for its emphasis on cultivation, its greatest achievements undoubtedly lie in the realm of medicine. Old Chi felt as though Yin Dajing's hands possessed a magical quality. Wherever he touched, warmth surged into his legs, bringing such comfort that he nearly cried out in relief. Indeed, you are quite right. However, I have consulted doctors, and they... Yin Dajing shook his head, alas. Had it been anyone else who soaked their legs in such cold water, they would have long since been rendered incapacitated, perhaps requiring amputation. Yet, you are robust and seemingly practiced in Tai Chi, achieving modest success, which has allowed you to endure. It is precisely this malevolent energy that has accompanied you, only to emerge uncontrollably as you age. Had you sought medical attention earlier, perhaps a cure could have been found, but now, it is to be expected that doctors are at a loss. Young Yin, is Grandpa Chi's leg truly that serious? Old Lu inquired, having only been aware of his old friend's discomfort, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Yin Dajing, do not feign understanding. Your words are mere nonsense. Lu Yuan interjected, her concern for Yin Dajing's reckless behavior palpable. While the game of chess was manageable, after all, as long as one possessed the skill, her morning conversation with her grandfather about her boyfriend's proficiency in chess could suffice. Medical practice was an entirely different matter. one that could very well be a matter of life and death. Given Yin Dajing's youth, a simple leg massage would not suffice. She could not condone any haphazard attempts at treatment. No, Yuan, do not speak carelessly. Young Yin, your medical skills are quite remarkable. I wonder if you might be able to heal my leg. Elder Qi waved his hand dismissively, casting an expectant gaze upon Yin Dajing. Despite his resolute demeanor, the pain in his legs was excruciating, often requiring him to rely on painkillers for relief. Some doctors had even suggested amputation. Yet a man of Elder Qi's stature would rather face death than resort to such a drastic measure. What? Grandfather Qi, you cannot be serious. Do you truly have faith in this young lad? Lu Yuan exclaimed, bewildered and anxious. Grandfather Qi, while chess and medicine may both require skill, they are entirely different realms. She feared that Elder Qi's trust in Yin Dajing stemmed merely from his prowess in Go. Even Lu Lao was at a loss for words. He only knew that Yin Dajing had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, yet he did not fully grasp the extent of his abilities. The suggestion for Yin Dajing to treat Elder Qi was merely an attempt to showcase the young man's diverse talents. Young Yin, I place my trust in you. Proceed with whatever treatment you deem necessary, Elder Qi said, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Dajing. He was acutely aware of the severity of his leg condition and believed that Yin Dajing possessed the genuine capability to heal him. Yin Dajing nodded. Grandfather Qi, your leg has sustained significant damage, but I can restore it. If you desire a quicker recovery, I can employ acupuncture. If you are hesitant, I can provide massage therapy. With a few sessions over the course of 3 months, you should see complete healing. Elder Qi, well aware of the gravity of his condition, had consulted numerous doctors to no avail, yet here was Yin Dajing, claiming recovery in just 3 months. Feeling the warmth in his legs, Elder Qi sensed that Yin Dajing was indeed truthful. And what of acupuncture? He inquired. It will yield immediate results, Yin Dajing replied calmly. Elder Qi's legs bore damage to both muscles and tendons. However, Yin Dajing practiced the cultivation methods of the medicine Immortal Sect, which focused on the principles of longevity and vitality inherent in the wood element. By harnessing spiritual energy alongside acupuncture, Elder Qi's legs could be swiftly restored. Very well, then. Let us proceed with acupuncture, Elder Qi decided. No, Grandfather Qi, I insist on massage therapy, Lu Yuan firmly opposed. Do you truly understand who Grandfather Qi is? Lu Lao added, Elder Qi, perhaps we should opt for massage therapy. It is more prudent. Acupuncture can be risky if not executed perfectly. Risky? Lu Lao? Do you not realize that young Yin is your granddaughter's husband? How can you doubt him? Rest assured, I harbor an unwavering trust in him. Even if my leg were to be inadvertently harmed under his care, for your sake, would I truly seek to hold him accountable? Old Qi cast a silent, reproachful glance at old Lu. Lu Yuan persistently signaled to Yin Dajing, yet the latter feigned ignorance, confident in his abilities. Under old Qi's insistence, Lu Yuan reluctantly retrieved the acupuncture kit from home. After Yin Dajing sterilized the instruments, he commenced treatment for old Lu on the sofa in the side hall. Old Qi, there may be some sharp pains. You must endure, Yin Dajing cautioned. Fear not. Proceed with confidence. I have faith in you, old Qi replied with a smile. Without further hesitation, Yin Dajing began the acupuncture, channeling his spiritual energy into old Qi's legs, aiding in the restoration of the damaged muscles and tendons. The entire procedure lasted over 40 minutes, during which old Qi's expression remained impassive, although there were moments of intense pain that persisted for several minutes. He bore it all in silence, not uttering a single sound. Ah, it is done, old Qi, Yin Dajing announced after removing the final needle. The session had consumed 2/3 of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement granted him sufficient strength. Otherwise, he would have needed to administer the treatment in several sessions. Chapter 34. Entangled in one's own web, is everything all right? Both Lu Lao and Lu Yuan gasped in astonishment. A stubborn ailment that renowned physicians could not remedy was suddenly cured? Lu Yuan cast a perplexed glance at Yin Dajing. What is going on with this young man? He excels at billiards and Go, and now, astonishingly, possesses remarkable medical skills as well. Why then is he working as a programmer in our company? With such talents, he ought to open a clinic or practice medicine. What is he doing? Hurry and assist young Yin. Noticing that Lu Yuan remained motionless, Lu Lao huffed in irritation. This child lacks perception. Cannot she see that young Yin is quite weak at present? Initially, Yin Dajing was in fair condition. Despite having exhausted considerable spiritual energy and feeling somewhat fatigued, he was not so feeble as to require assistance. However, upon hearing Lu Lao's words, he feigned a stumble. Only then did Lu Yuan reluctantly approach and support Yin Dajing. Intermediate computer programming skill detected. Shall it be copied? Basic hacking skill detected. Shall it be copied? Basic Tai Chi skill detected. Shall it be copied? Basic Taekwondo skill detected. Shall it be copied? Basic gaming skill detected. Shall it be copied? Intermediate English skill detected. Shall it be copied? Yin Dajing's lips twitched in disbelief. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. This must be the legendary child of another family. Lu Yuan is merely 3 or 4 years his senior, yet she possesses such a multitude of skills. Previously, when he heard Director Xue and Manager O praise Lu Yuan's programming abilities, he thought they were merely elevating her reputation. Now it seems they were indeed speaking the truth. No wonder she was able to kick him away when he spoke ill of her. Her Tai Chi and Taekwondo skills are at a basic level, sufficient to qualify her as an instructor. How could he stand a chance against her? Without hesitation, Yin Dajing copied all the skills and, seizing the opportunity, upgraded his English to an advanced level. Grandpa Chi, you might want to try walking a bit, Yin Dajing suggested to Old Master Chi. All right, I shall give it a try. Old Master Chi typically experienced a slight discomfort while walking, but he had endured it for so long that he had grown accustomed to it. This time, upon placing his feet down, he discovered that his legs felt as if they had returned to their youth, free of any discomfort and brimming with energy. Grandpa Chi, do not engage in vigorous exercise. Seeing Old Master Chi begin to kick his legs, Lu Yuan expressed her concern. Yuan, it's fine. Grandpa Chi's feet are perfectly well. Moderate activity is beneficial for him. Yin Dajing smiled reassuringly. How delightful. So this is the smoothness of a girl's hand. Supported by Lu Yuan and inhaling her fragrance at such close proximity, Yin Dajing found himself thoroughly enjoying the moment. Grandfather, I shall prepare some traditional Chinese medicine for you. Although your health is well, the practice has left you with some hidden ailments. Consuming this medicine will be beneficial. Old Lu, who has always taken joy in Old Chi's happiness, now beams with delight, exclaiming, very well, there's no rush. Oh, Old Lu, I truly envy you for having such an exceptional grandson-in-law, Old Chi remarked, sharing the sentiment of admiration for Yin Dajing, much like Old Lu. Haha, it seems that Yuan has a discerning eye, finding me such a capable grandson-in-law. Old Lu replied with pride. Old Chi, do not dwell on it. Such fortune cannot be forced. Turning to Lu Yuan, Old Chi said, Yuan, should you ever part ways with young Yin, do inform your grandfather Chi, so I might introduce him to my granddaughter. Grandfather Chi, you. Lu Yuan felt a mix of annoyance and anger. You old rascal, is this truly how one speaks? Old Lu, too, felt displeased and, had it not been for Old Chi's leg being in good condition, he would have insisted on a friendly competition. Yuan, everyone is hungry. Do check on how Little Tsin's cooking is coming along. All right. Lu Yuan acquiesced before departing, yet not without admonishing Yin Dajing to refrain from speaking out of turn. Undeterred, Yin Dajing had already devised a new approach to woo Lu Yuan by turning pretense into reality. It is often said that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. Yin Dajing believed that to capture a woman's heart, one must first win over those she cherishes most. Undoubtedly, Lu Yuan's greatest concern was Old Lu. Thus, his objective was to endear himself to Old Lu. If he could secure Old Lu's approval, Lu Yuan would be disinclined to sever their connection. With Old Lu present, opportunities to meet Lu Yuan would abound, granting him ample time to showcase his charm. Once Lu Yuan had departed, Old Chi reflected, Young Yin, I must confess that I have consulted traditional Chinese medicine for my leg, yet it has yielded little improvement. I once sought the expertise of Professor Fong, a renowned practitioner here in Jiangzhou. It appears your medical skills surpass even his. Professor Fong? You must mean Fong Tianzi. Yin Dajing replied with a smile. In fact, he is my master's nephew. We were together just yesterday. Yin Dajing generally disliked boasting about himself. Perceiving such behavior as rather lowly, yet in pursuit of Lu Yuan, he felt compelled to shed his modesty. Upon hearing that Fong Tianzi was Yin Dajing's master's nephew, Old Lu and Old Chi exchanged astonished glances. They were merely a few years older than Fong Tianzi, placing them as contemporaries, and Fong Tianzi's status was undoubtedly more esteemed. Old Lu felt a tinge of embarrassment, pondering how he would address Fang Tianzi in future encounters. As he was 4 generations older than Fang Tianzi and 5 years senior to the esteemed leader Fang Qiming. Ah, young Yin, how did you come to know you ran? Old Lu, feeling awkward about continuing the topic, swiftly shifted the conversation. Yin Dajing shyly scratched his head and said, I am actually a recent graduate from Jiangke University. Previously, when Yuan came to our company for recruitment, I was struck by her beauty and have been pursuing her ever since. I am currently a programmer at Yuan Technology. Old Qi gave a thumbs up and remarked, impressive. You have even managed to win a girl over to the company. This is the power of sincerity. It can break even the hardest of stones. My granddaughter, truly, why didn't she think to recruit from your school? If she had, upon seeing her, you would surely have been enchanted as well. Alas, Old Qi, what is your situation? Are you still holding on to hope? Yin Dajing is my designated grandson-in-law. You should abandon such thoughts. As Lu Yuan approached, she overheard her grandfather's words, sending chills down her spine. How did it feel like things were spiraling out of control? This was indeed a self-imposed predicament. That insufferable lad, no matter how I look at him, I find him utterly disagreeable. Yet, why do both my grandfather and Old Qi treat him like a treasure? Chapter 35. Toxicity. Grandfather, Elder Qi, dinner is ready, Lu Yuan announced as she approached. Haha. Splendid. Let us proceed to the meal. I am famished. Elder Qi, well acquainted with the surroundings, was the first to head towards the kitchen. You old rascal. Your legs seem quite nimble, Lu Lao teased, before beckoning Yin Dajing to join for dinner. Yin Dajing followed Lu Lao and Elder Qi to the dining table, where he discovered an array of 7 or 8 delectable dishes, abundant and inviting. Elder Qi, please have a seat. Today, the master specifically instructed me to prepare a fish head soup for you. The housekeeper, a middle-aged woman named Xin Yin, remarked with a smile upon Elder Qi's arrival. Bah! Who prepared that for him? It is meant for my granddaughter's husband, Lu Lao retorted, turning to Yin Dajing. Young Yin, do you enjoy fish soup? Both Lu Lao and Elder Qi shared a similar temperament. While in public, they exhibited a demeanor of refinement, embodying the essence of cultured intellectuals, even possessing an air of ethereal heroism. Yet, in the absence of outsiders, they transformed into playful children, often engaging in light-hearted banter. Yin Dajing responded with a smile, indeed, I do enjoy it. Fish soup is rich in nutrients, beneficial for the spleen and qi, warming to the body, and excellent for skin health. Haha. Elder Qi chuckled heartily. No wonder you are a student of traditional Chinese medicine. You can effortlessly delve into such topics. I do not concern myself with all that. As long as it is delicious, that suffices. Young Yin, do you drink? Would you care for a bit? Elder Qi, can you still drink? Lu Lao inquired with concern. Yes, indeed, Grandfather Qi. Given the acupuncture earlier, perhaps it is best to refrain from alcohol for a while, Lu Yuan added with worry. Rest assured, my dear. Elder Qi is in good health. As long as he does not indulge excessively, he will be fine. Just a little sip, Elder Qi reassured. Come, young Yin. Let us share a drink. Look, even Yin Dajing has spoken. Then I shall drink sparingly, Elder Qi declared, pouring himself a glass. As well as for Yin Dajing and Lu Lao. However, as he settled down, Yin Dajing's expression suddenly shifted, his nose wrinkling in apprehension. Wait, there is something amiss with this dish. Yin Dajing's countenance darkened as he spoke solemnly. Hey, young man, do not jest. All these dishes are fresh. Just procured from the market, lively and vibrant, Xin Yin exclaimed, startled, quickly defending herself. No, it is not merely a matter of freshness. This dish is toxic. Yin Dajing gestured for Xin Yin to hold her tongue, inhaling deeply before his gaze fixed upon a large platter of chicken. Toxic? How can that be? Xin Yan's face turned pale. If it were merely unclean food, that would be one thing, but if it were truly poisonous, she would face serious consequences. Young sir, are you certain? Little Xin has cared for me for 3 years. How could she? Lu Lao stated gravely. He trusted Xin Yin would not harm him, yet he also held considerable faith in Yin Dajing's medical expertise. The dish of big plate chicken was deemed poisonous. Yin Dajing, with a somber expression, remarked, Grandfather, there exists an herb known as momentary bloom. If consumed, it ensures death within a day. Moreover, after a day, its effects dissipate entirely, leaving even the most skilled forensic experts unable to detect it. This big plate chicken contains the toxin of momentary bloom. If my deductions are correct, This chicken ingested Momentary Bloom and subsequently carried the poison. As Momentary Bloom is colorless and tasteless, it was fortunate that this chicken displayed a reaction, otherwise, I would have been unable to detect it. Elder Chi interjected, "It must be that this chicken accidentally consumed what you refer to as Momentary Bloom, and then shouts and purchased it. She should not bear any blame." Xin Yin quickly affirmed, Yes, I am completely unaware of this situation. This chicken was bought from the market. We can confront the vendors there. Is that so?" Yin Dajing coldly scrutinized Xin Yin. "Aunt Xin, may I inquire? What position does this big plate chicken hold among today's dishes?" "The fifth dish, prepared alongside the fish head soup," Xin Yin answered, puzzled. Haha, this bears significant relevance. Yin Dajing continued, "There are 8 dishes here. The big plate chicken is the 5th, implying that 2 or 3 dishes were prepared after it. Yet, none of the other dishes have been tainted by any toxin. Momentary Bloom cannot be washed away with mere water. Aunt Xin, it seems you are well versed in how to eliminate the residual toxins of Momentary Bloom." The expressions of Elder Chi, Elder Lu, and Lu Yuran shifted, for they were astute individuals who understood the implications of Yin Dajing's words. Lu Yuran, pale-faced, declared, "In our household, only grandfather relishes big plate chicken. Elder Chi enjoys fish soup, while I prefer vegetables and seafood." "Aunt Sun, are you attempting to poison my grandfather? Who exactly is orchestrating this from the shadows?" Xin Yin, trembling with fear, knelt and wept, "Miss, I truly do not know what is happening." Elder Lu took a deep breath and sat calmly in his chair, stating, "Enough. Even if you do not speak, I already know who is responsible. Yuran, settle her account and let her depart. Grandfather, do as I say." "Understood." In a fit of indignation, Lu Yuran took a stack of cash and threw it at Xin Yin, commanding, "Leave. Do not return here, or you will face dire consequences." Xin Yin's visage was a tumult of pain and shame. As she reached the door, she gritted her teeth and confessed, "Master, it was the eldest young master who gave me a sum of money. My son needs funds for surgery. I am sorry." With that, Xin Yin exited. Elder Chi displayed a sorrowful countenance, lifting his glass as he said, "Old ghost, do not dwell on this. Come, let us drink." Elder Lu maintained his composure, yet Elder Chi could sense that the turmoil within him was profound. Indeed, the notion that one's own son would stoop to poisoning one's own flesh and blood is a grievous burden for anyone to bear. "Uncle, how could this be?" Lu Yuran slammed her palm against the table, exclaiming, "I shall confront him at once." "Halt," Lu Lao commanded, stopping her in her tracks. "Will that scoundrel ever admit to such a deed? What gain would you derive from such a confrontation?" A sudden laughter escaped Lu Lao, albeit a hollow sound imbued with profound desolation. "Ah, Yuran, I have lived long enough. Why dwell on such unpleasant thoughts? Today marks the occasion of your boyfriend's first visit to see your grandfather. Let us focus on enjoying our meal. Xiaoyin, I apologize for subjecting you to this spectacle. If not for you today, our family might have faced dire consequences, perhaps even the demise of Qi Lao Gui." Yin Dajing grasped Lu Lao's hand earnestly, assuring, "Grandfather, do not overthink matters. I vow to protect both you and Yuran, ensuring that no one dares to bully you." Well, splendid. With your promise, I can rest easy." The meal, however, was far from joyous. Despite Lu Lao's forced smiles, an air of disquiet enveloped the gathering, leading to a hasty conclusion of the dinner. Yin Dajing reserved a plate of large chicken, jesting that while the momentary splendor may be venomous, this rare herb is exceedingly scarce. According to the records of the Immortal Sect, this flower should originate from foreign lands and is unlikely to be cultivated within the bounds of Huaxia. Moreover, the momentary splendor would indeed aid in refining his cultivation. After consuming several pieces of chicken, he promptly activated his techniques, gradually transforming the potent toxin into spiritual energy, nourishing his body and fortifying his physique. Alas, it is a pity that this toxin, potent enough to claim the lives of dozens, yields spiritual energy barely equivalent to half a wild ginseng. Ultimately, the momentary splendor has undergone numerous processes, causing a significant loss of its medicinal properties. If only there were a way to procure more. Just as Yin Dajing prepared to depart, a loud cry echoed from the entrance. Dad, are you all right? I heard you were in trouble, and I rushed over to see you." Chapter 36. Dominance. Yin Dajing circled around, and from a distance spotted a middle-aged man, roughly in his 50s, leading a group into the villa. Judging by his appearance, the man bore a striking resemblance to old Lu, yet his eyes reflected an air of cunning and malice, contrasting sharply with old Lu's gentle and benevolent demeanor. "Uncle, Aunt, do you still have the audacity to come here?" At that moment, only Lu Yuan stood at the entrance while old Lu and old Qi had retreated to the backyard for a game of chess. However, old Qi was adamant about not allowing Yin Dajing to participate, insisting that a balanced match was essential for enjoyment. If one side were to be utterly crushed, the game would lose its charm. Originally, old Qi intended to leave, but considering old Lu's somber mood, he concocted an excuse to keep old Lu company for the chess match. "Lu Yuan, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner?" Aunt Fei Yuxiao reprimanded. "This is the Lu family, and your uncle is the eldest son. If he cannot enter, who else has the right?" Though Aunt Fei was no longer young, she had maintained herself reasonably well. Yet, she had applied an excessive amount of makeup, which began to flake off as she raised her voice. Lu Yuan retorted coldly, "What a fine eldest son of the Lu family. Uncle, may I inquire about the situation with Xinyan? Xinyan? Isn't she the nanny you hired for the old master? What has happened to her?" Uncle Lu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, "I merely heard that the old master was unwell, so I came to check. Is it true that the nanny you hired has harmed him?" Aunt Fei immediately turned the accusation back, declaring, "You little wretch. You truly are an ungrateful pup. Your deceased parents left early, and no one raised you properly. Yet you have the audacity to harm your grandfather who has cared for you all these years. Are you even human?" In her fury, Aunt Fei raised her hand and struck Lu Yuan across the face, declaring, "If anything were to happen to the old master, I will not let you off easily." Completely taken aback by Aunt Fei's sudden aggression, Lu Yuan stood stunned, tears streaming down her cheeks. Uncle Lu Qingfeng shouted, "Where is the old master? Has he already been harmed by you? Step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Aunt Fei retorted, "This girl, who eats and drinks Lu family provisions, dares to commit such acts. Qingfeng, once we see the old master, whatever nonsense she calls Yuan technology should be taken back." Lu Yuan bit her lip defiantly, stating, "Yuan technology is my own creation. It has nothing to do with you. Without the Lu family's wealth, could you have studied abroad? What could you have possibly founded? This Yuan technology? Oomph, you dare to argue with me? You wretched child of dead parents. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your father and mother." Aunt Fei, embodying the essence of a shrew, raised her hand once more to strike Lu Yuan. However, this time, before her hand could reach Lu Yuan's face, she received a kick to her abdomen, sending her flying a meter away, her face contorted in pain, unable to utter a word. The assailant was none other than Yin Dajing, who could no longer tolerate witnessing Lu Yuan being bullied. "Are you a pig?" Yin Dajing glared fiercely at Lu Yuan and shouted, "This shameless woman struck you, and you did not retaliate? Have you wasted your efforts in mastering Tai Chi? It is infuriating to witness such passivity. You possess the skills, yet you merely stand there foolishly, allowing yourself to be struck. Who do you think you are to lay hands on my wife?" Lu Qingfeng refrained from ordering his subordinates to act immediately and coldly remarked, "Lu Yuan, is this the paramour you invited? The accomplice in your scheme against the old master, I presume?" Yin Dajing retorted, "Enough of your nonsense, you fool. Your feeble tricks have already been seen through by my grandfather. He did not consume the poisoned chicken you prepared. Do you not realize that your antics resemble those of a mere clown?" Unbeknownst to Lu Qingfeng, the old master had indeed not eaten the food, and he believed that the old man had succumbed to poisoning. In his calculations, the old master was already dead, prompting him to arrive here with dual intentions, to frame Lu Yuan and seize control of the Lu family while also acquiring Yuan technology. A sense of unease washed over Lu Qingfeng. Could this be true? The plan appeared flawless. He had been unable to reach Xinyan earlier. Could it possibly be genuine? Clearing his throat softly, he exclaimed, "Who are you? This is a matter concerning the Lu family. It is not your place to meddle." Yin Dajing replied with a chuckle, "I apologize, but Lu Yuan is my girlfriend, and even my grandfather acknowledges this, making me somewhat part of the Lu family. If your matters were unrelated, I might turn a blind eye, but should you harm Yuan or my grandfather, I cannot remain indifferent. If you wish to inflict harm upon them, you shall have to step over my dead body." Murderous intent flashed in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. If he sought death, he would oblige. "Attack! Break this fool's legs." No sooner had Lu Qingfeng spoken than his men charged toward Yin Dajing, overestimating their capabilities. Yin Dajing sneered. He refrained from employing his powers as a cultivator, instead utilizing spiritual energy to channel Tai Chi, meeting the oncoming assailants head-on. Tai Chi, though seemingly gentle, slow, and light, possesses an extraordinary balance of softness and strength, wielding immense power. Lu Qingfeng's thugs were skilled in brawling but lacked martial prowess. They were merely brutish, and against Tai Chi, they proved utterly ineffectual. In mere seconds, all 10 or so of them were felled. Gasp! Observing the scene from above, Old Master Lu and Old Master Qi exchanged glances, both filled with admiration. Though they were also practitioners of Tai Chi, their skills paled in comparison to Yin Dajing's mastery. Originally, Old Master Lu intended to descend and confront Lu Qingfeng, but upon witnessing Yin Dajing's prowess, he halted. Seeing Yin Dajing stand up for Lu Yueran brought him great comfort, and he felt entirely reassured. As for Lu Yueran, she was utterly overwhelmed by Yin Dajing's commanding presence. Firstly, having someone stand up for her was an exhilarating feeling, allowing this strong woman to momentarily lower her defenses. Secondly, the elegance of Yin Dajing's Tai Chi far surpassed her own, leaving her to wonder how he could have ever been bested by her. Stop! What do you intend to do? Lu Qingfeng trembled with fear as he witnessed Yin Dajing dispatch all his subordinates, advancing towards him step by step. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Dajing lunged forward, and with a swift motion, there was a sharp crack. Lu Qingfeng let out a piercing scream, clutching his right hand, exclaiming, You actually broke my hand? Yin Dajing replied coldly, Considering you are my grandfather's son and Yueran's uncle, I have merely shattered one of your arms. Should you provoke me again, I shall break all your limbs, rendering you utterly incapacitated. His gaze then shifted to Fei Yuxia. You must heed my words as well. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to insult her as a harbinger of misfortune in Yueran's presence, nor shall you mention her parents. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to silence you in the most brutal manner. Now leave. Chapter 37. The favor of Lu Yueran. Lu Qingfeng and Fei Yuxia fled in haste, not daring to linger for even a moment, particularly Lu Qingfeng, who was preoccupied with the thought of whether his hand could be reattached and how urgently he needed to visit the hospital. Yin Dajing, I truly appreciate your help just now, Lu Yueran said, brushing away the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes. Upon looking at Yin Dajing, she found him considerably more agreeable. It is curious how human emotions work. When one harbors animosity towards another, every aspect seems irksome. Yet, when one begins to view another with a favorable disposition, they scrutinize them closely, uncovering numerous virtues. Previously, Lu Yueran was infuriated by Yin Dajing's derogatory remarks about her, which led her to harbor a deep-seated bias against him. However, after he bravely stepped forward today and spoke words that transformed her perspective, she began to acknowledge him in a new light. This fellow is not unattractive. In fact, he possesses a certain charm, and when he displays determination, he exudes a commendable masculinity. Yin Dajing chuckled. Isn't this what one ought to do? Should your uncle and aunt come again, please do inform me. He noted the newfound warmth in Lu Yueran's gaze and nodded subtly. It was revealed that Lu Yueran had lost her parents at a young age and was raised by her grandfather, which explained her profound respect for his opinions. This realization stirred a pang of sympathy within Yin Dajing. Throughout his life, his family had always been a source of warmth. His parents ran a modest restaurant. Though they were not affluent, they had never neglected the needs of him and his siblings. Be cautious, Lu Yueran advised. While my grandfather is safe and your uncle's family would not dare to provoke him further, they will not spare you. Yin Dajing replied confidently, Let them come. I am not afraid of them. He spoke with conviction, for he was now a practitioner at the mid-stage of Qi refining, capable of effortlessly overpowering ordinary martial artists. Speaking of martial arts, Yin Dajing was well-versed in Tai Chi. His expertise in Tai Chi was advanced. When combined with spiritual energy, its subtle intricacies unleashed tremendous power. It is getting late. Allow me to escort you home, Lu Yueran said, and without further ado, she took the car keys and prepared to drive Yin Dajing back. Little Yin, remember to visit me at least once a week, Lu Lao called out from upstairs with a robust voice. Yes, Grandpa, I shall come to see you weekly, Yin Dajing eagerly affirmed. As Lu Yueran drove the luxury vehicle out of the villa, she inquired, When did you learn Tai Chi? Your agility is quite remarkable. Earlier, When I kicked you, Yin Dajing explained, I learned Tai Chi from my master, as well as my medical skills. A few days ago, I was drinking with my dormitory friends. He became inebriated and mistakenly misunderstood you, and I, following his lead, spoke harshly about you. I regret the unpleasantness. Indeed, I understand. Regardless, today marks a debt of gratitude I owe you, one I shall not forget. However, as you have observed, my grandfather holds you in particularly high regard. Therefore, I must ask you to continue feigning the role of my boyfriend. Lu Yuan spoke slowly, adding, of course, should you enter into a romantic relationship, do inform me in advance, and we shall devise a plan to break up at that time. Yin Dajing responded affirmatively, expressing his fondness for both Grandfather Lu and Grandfather Qi. By the way, the prescription I provided can be administered to my grandfather and the others. It is beneficial for their health. In the hospital, Lu Qingfeng lamented in agony. Ah, my hand. It hurts terribly. Doctor, how is he? What is the condition of my husband? Fei Yuxia urgently inquired at the doctor's ear. The doctor shook his head, stating, Mr. Lu's hand is completely fractured. It is irreparably damaged and will never recover. For now, I will prescribe some pain relief for Mr. Lu. After the doctor left to administer pain relief, Fei Yuxia seethed. It's all that wretched girl's fault. I wonder where she found that worthless boyfriend. Qingfeng, what are we to do now? The more pain Lu Qingfeng endured, the more his hatred intensified. Lying in bed, he coldly declared, as long as the old man is unharmed, we cannot move against Lu Yuan for the time being. However, that scoundrel has rendered my hand useless, and such a grievance cannot go unpunished. He claims to possess martial skills? Humph. Then I shall hire a professional assassin to eliminate him. Fei Yuxia concurred. Indeed, that boy is a nuisance alongside Lu Yuan. Removing him would facilitate our future acquisition of the family fortune. Lu Qingfeng insisted, time is of the essence. You must investigate that boy's background immediately. Once my hand feels a bit better, we will contact the assassin. Upon returning home, Yin Dajing found Gao Yang slumped on the sofa in the living room, looking utterly despondent. What is the matter? Yin Dajing asked, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. I saw Yin Shi today, Gao Yang replied, lifting his head with a smile that was on the verge of tears. The forced smile tugged at Yin Dajing's heartstrings. Yin Shi. Well, never mind. Gao Yang. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Yin Dajing consoled. Yin Shi was Gao Yang's girlfriend, and also his junior in college, now a senior. The two had been quite happy together until just days ago when Yin Shi broke up with Gao Yang to run off with a wealthy man. The blow had been tremendous for Gao Yang. He had been drinking with Yin Dajing on the day of his heartbreak. Gao Yang shook his head. I never anticipated that in less than 2 weeks, Yin Shi would seem like a completely different person, constantly berating me for being poor. As for her boyfriend, he is already in his 40s, and it is evident that he is not a good person. Moreover, that fellow seems to revel in the thrill of stealing someone else's girlfriend. Can the wealthy truly act with impunity? As he spoke, Gao Yang could no longer contain his tears. It is said that a man does not shed tears lightly. Gao Yang was not one to weep often. In fact, since parting with Yin Shi, he had only cried on that one drunken occasion and had scarcely mentioned the matter since. It seems that today he was struck particularly hard. Then you should hasten to become a wealthy man, Yin Dajing blurted out for reasons unknown. Become a wealthy man. How easily you say that. Who wouldn't want to? But can one simply transform into wealth at will? Gao Yang wiped his tears and chuckled. Jinggu, today I wish to drink. Let us go to a bar. Come, to the bar. Today I shall treat you, Yin Dajing said with a smile, patting his chest. Like Gao Yang, Yin Dajing had never been to a bar. This was a rare first for them both. They checked a website, found a nearby bar that had received favorable reviews, and hailed a cab to go there. However, upon entering the bar and reaching the counter, they unexpectedly encountered Yin Shi, who was currently entwined with a middle-aged man's arm. Upon seeing Yin Dajing and Gao Yang enter, she first froze, then mockingly remarked, You two poor souls, are you here to work as waiters? Chapter 38, Jinggu in the past. Gao Yang frequently gathered at Yin Shi's place, so Yin Dajing was familiar with her. However, upon seeing her just now, he immediately understood why Gao Yang remarked that he was close to not recognizing her anymore. Yin Shi, who once favored a conservative style, had transformed remarkably. Her face was adorned with heavy makeup, and her hair was dyed a deep burgundy, resembling more of a barmaid than anything else. We are here to drink, not to serve, Gao Yang said, his expression grim. fists clenched tightly. Drink? Indeed. Having been in Jiangzhou for so long, one cannot possibly leave without visiting a bar at least once. However, I wonder whether to commend your taste or to scorn your pretentiousness. This upscale bar is certainly not within your means. I suggest you stick to a couple of beers and then depart quietly, said the middle-aged man, whom Yin Chi was arm in arm with, a slight smile gracing his features. Gao Yang, is it? This gentleman is your friend? In light of Yin Chi's past acquaintance with you, feel free to drink to your heart's content today. Whatever you consume is on me. The middle-aged man, somewhat balding and portly, was comically different from others who flaunted their bravado by thumping their chests. He instead patted his belly. My brother Hai is indeed generous, Yin Chi remarked, gazing at the balding man with admiration. This is Yin Dajing, a brother of Gao Yang. Gao Yang, Yin Dajing, do express your gratitude to brother Hai. Without him, you wouldn't be able to afford the fine wines here. Some of the pricier bottles could cost several hundred or even 1,000, equivalent to half a month's salary for you. I had thought he was also your boyfriend. What a pity, the balding man chuckled. Nonetheless, since you are Gao Yang's brother, we are somewhat fated. Let us drink. Consider it my treat. Students like you may never have the chance to visit such a bar more than twice in a lifetime, so cherish this moment. Thanks. But we do not drink just any wine, especially not yours. I fear that if I did, I might end up like him, balding and as spiteful as you. Yin Dajing replied with a cheerful demeanor. You, Yin Chi pouted. Brother Hai, he is insulting me. The balding man, who detested any mention of his hair, felt his temper flare. Though he had been feigning a smile, he could no longer contain his anger. You little brat, you're asking for it. The balding man could no longer hold back and swung his hand towards Yin Dajing's face. But would Yin Dajing be at a disadvantage? The balding man's speed was swift, yet to Yin Dajing, it resembled the slow movement of a turtle. Just as the man's hand approached, Yin Dajing struck first, delivering a slap that echoed sharply. With a light sound, the balding man spun around before coming to a halt. In mere moments, his face began to swell, the 5-finger marks glaringly visible. Brother Hai, are you all right? Yin Chi gasped in shock, pointing at Yin Dajing and scolding. Yin Dajing, you scoundrel. Do you know who Brother Hai is? You're doomed. Should you continue to prattle on, I shall take you down as well. Depart at once and do not hinder our revelry. Yin Dajing shot her a fierce glare. Observing Yin Chi assisting the balding man in his departure, Gao Yang expressed his concern. Brother Jing, perhaps we ought to leave? Leave? Are you afraid of those two rascals? Yin Dajing, now quite adept in his abilities, harbored no fear of such individuals. Even Fang Qiming referred to him as Master Uncle. Our purpose here is to enjoy our drinks. We shall confront any challenges that come our way. Besides, do you truly believe that bald fellow is formidable? He merely possesses some wealth and boasts. When it comes to real confrontation, he is nothing. As for Yin Chi, forget about such a woman. She is not worth your lingering affections. There are plenty of flowers along the journey of life. You ought to understand this principle. Gao Yang nodded. I understand, Brother Jing. Thank you. Without your support, I would not know how long it would take to emerge from this shadow. The two made their way to the bar, each ordering a drink and sipping it slowly, while the balding man and Yin Chi stepped outside the bar. I will not rest until those two scoundrels are dealt with. I, Lu Hai, shall turn my name around if I do not. The balding man's eyes blazed with fury as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. Brother Tian, this is Lu Hai. Lu, what is it? Came a languid voice from the other end. I am at the Blue Star Bar and have been assaulted by two insolent youths. I require your assistance in teaching them a lesson. Of course, I will send 2 people over immediately. After ending the call, Lu Hai turned to Yin Chi. Brother Tian is a renowned figure in this area, indeed throughout the entire Jiangzhou. It is imperative that we deal with them today. Wait. Lu Hai's gaze suddenly fell upon Yin Chi. You may also take action. Yin Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Hai, are you truly serious? I have long found them displeasing. In less than 3 minutes, 5 young men approached, with the leader sporting bright yellow hair. Hey, you must be Lu Hai. We were sent by Brother Tian. Lu Hai, mindful that he was merely a paying client, thought it best to avoid unnecessary provocations. Yes, that would be me. What do they call you, my friend? This is Brother Chong, said a pockmarked-faced man behind the leader. Brother Chong, please, have a smoke, Lu Hai offered, producing a pack of cigarettes and lighting one for each of them before continuing. The 2 ruffians who assaulted me are her ex-boyfriends, recent graduates. Brother Chong, please assist me in dealing with them. and then I wish for my girlfriend to personally teach them a lesson. The yellow-haired leader chuckled, exhaling a smoke ring. All right, you're the financier. We shall proceed as you wish. Come, let us go inside and retrieve them. In this particular bar, all was under the protection of Brother Tian. Thus, when the security guard heard the name of Brother Tian from the blonde-haired youth, he promptly granted them entry, fully prepared to restore order after any potential altercation. Behold, those two rascals were still indulging in their libations, just the two of them. Lu Hai led the way, accompanied by the blonde-haired youth and others, as they approached. Kid you, the blonde, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, was about to utter a few words. But upon seeing Brother Yin turn his head, the cigarette fell from his mouth in an instant. Brother Yin. A tumult of emotions surged within the blonde, sweetness, bitterness, and everything in between. To think he would encounter Brother Yin here. I just emerged from confinement 2 days ago. I certainly do not wish to return. Chapter 39, Master of the Martial Arts, you two little rascals. Having assaulted someone, yet still indulging in drink here. Haha. Soon, even your mother won't recognize you after I'm done with you, Lu Hai declared smugly. Brother Chong. These are the two brats. Lu Hai pointed at them while covering his face with one hand. Yin Shi, having heard Lu Hai boast about Brother Tian's prowess, felt that Lu Hai was indeed exceptional upon witnessing Brother Tian's subordinates willing to do his bidding. Yin Dajing, Gao Yang, I advise you both to kneel down, slap yourselves, and beg for mercy. Otherwise, when Brother Chong takes action, you won't even know how you perished, Yin Chi said, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Upon uttering these words, even Yin Chi felt a surge of satisfaction. Those around them, a few recognizing the yellow-haired individual, began to murmur. I know Brother Chong. He is one of Brother Tian's men. Goodness, so this bald fellow knows Brother Tian? One listener recalled hearing that this bald man had stolen someone's girlfriend and flaunted it, which led to his current predicament. Initially, they thought he deserved it. But now it seemed the two brothers were in grave trouble. Isn't that the truth? When Brother Chong turns brutal, breaking their legs would be the least of their worries. These two are foolish, assaulting someone and not fleeing immediately, still drinking here. They appeared to be university students or freshly entered the workforce, still naive, and one could surmise they might even be contemplating calling the police. Let us keep our distance to avoid being collateral damage. Provoking Brother Tian is no joke. Indeed, you're right, we should not linger too close. Gao Yang felt a twinge of fear. He had never encountered such hostility before, and judging by the current atmosphere, a beating was inevitable. Brother Jing, what should we do? Call the police? Yin Dajing restrained him. No need for that. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Just sit back and enjoy the show. He cast a sidelong glance at the yellow-haired man, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. The yellow-haired man felt his legs weaken. Realizing too late he should have intervened to stop Lu Hai and Yin Chi's bravado. By the heavens! Upon perceiving Yin Dajing's expression, the yellow-haired man's heart raced. Without further hesitation, he swung his hand and slapped Yin Chi across the face, then kicked Lu Hai to the ground. You two fools. Do you even know who this is? This is Brother Jing. Brother Jing, I'm sorry, it's a misunderstanding. Had I known it was you, I would have. I apologize. Misunderstanding. The yellow-haired man approached, wearing a forced smile. This individual was someone even Fong Qiming would address as Little Master Ancestor, and he was accompanied by armed associates. What a formidable figure. Let alone him. Even Brother Tian would pale in comparison before Brother Jing. Having just emerged from the station, he was still searching for Lu Wen to settle a score, but now, having been ensnared by Lu Hai's foolishness, he found himself in another predicament. Huang Mao felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain whether Jing Ge would show him mercy. A misunderstanding? It seemed there was no such thing. You've brought people to confront me. Haven't you? Come on. I stand here. You may strike me. Yin Dajing took a sip of his drink and spoke. Upon hearing Huang Mao's voice, Yin Dajing recognized him as the ruffian he had encountered outside Ziyun Pavilion. This fellow, aware of his own identity, would surely refrain from acting recklessly. It was best if no violence ensued. Dare I lay a hand on you? Huang Mao was on the verge of tears. Indeed, even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Changgu, why are you hitting me? Have you mistaken me for someone else? He is just a recent graduate from Jiangku University, This Yin Dajing is merely a computer science nerd. Yin Chi covered her face and said, She assumed Huang Mao had made a mistake and hurriedly reminded him. What a joke. She had known Yin Dajing for quite some time. He was just a very, very ordinary university student. If he were so formidable, would she have ended her relationship with Gao Yang? Shut your mouth. Huang Mao struck again. Do you think I'm blind and could misidentify someone? It's all your fault. You wretched woman. You deserve it. Strike. Beat her. Huang Mao's subordinates, who had entered the station with him, initially paid no mind. But upon hearing Huang Mao's words, they too were struck with fear at the sight of Yin Dajing. Thus, when Huang Mao commanded them to beat Yin Qi, they hesitated not a moment, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at her. How dare she insult Jinggo? Was she courting death? Beat this fool to a pulp. And him. That bald head deserves it for daring to offend Jinggo. Two more were directed at Lu Hai. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Was Changge not here to confront these two fellows? Did he just refer to this young man as Jinggo? Could it be that Jingge held significant power? Surely. Look at Changge. He was evidently terrified. Behind Changge was Tiangu. Could this handsome gentleman's influence surpass even Tianji's? Realizing this, the crowd collectively gasped, vowing to keep a keen eye in the future, lest they offend this Jingge and his companions. The bar owner and staff shared the same sentiment, desperately memorizing the appearances of Yin Dajing and Gao Yang to avoid any inadvertent slight against them. Changge, Mao Xiaoqiang, you've mistaken the target, damn it. Lu Hai cried out in agony, filled with rage. I'm hitting you. Huang Mao's underlings struck with brutal intensity, landing blow after blow. You dare defy Tianji's orders? I'm calling him. Lu Hai invoked Tiangu, still in a state of bewilderment. These two individuals, are they not merely impoverished souls? How did they find themselves in such a predicament? I advise you to refrain from contacting Brother Tian. Otherwise, your demise will be even more tragic. Upon hearing Brother Tian's name, the blonde intensified his aggression. For heaven's sake, do not betray Brother Tian. If Brother Jing were to vent his anger on him, it would spell utter doom for Brother Tian. Enough. This is a bar, not a battleground. As Yin Dajing noticed the surrounding crowd had quieted, all eyes fixed on the altercation, he intervened to halt the blonde's assault. Indeed, the blonde had yet to issue a command, yet others obediently ceased their actions. Fearful of overstepping, amidst the chaos, Yin Qi began to weep, suddenly realizing the grave error of her decision. With her bruised visage, she glanced at Gao Yang, but he had long since ceased to acknowledge her. Leave, I do not wish for a repeat of this, Yin Dajing stated coolly. Understood, Brother Jing, the blonde exhaled deeply. Take these two wretches away, lest they disturb Brother Jing's drinking. Boss, remember, today's expenses are on my tab. What on earth is happening, Brother Jing? Gao Yang exclaimed in astonishment after the blonde and his companions departed. Nothing of consequence, Yin Dajing replied. Previously, Luwen attempted to have that blonde attack me, and I dealt with him. Nonsense, not a word of truth, Gao Yang interjected. You, panting after a mere few steps, dare claim you bested them? Indeed. Why would I lie to you? In truth, I am a master of martial arts, merely concealing my prowess until now, Yin Dajing responded with a smile. Observe, ice palm. He struck his wine glass with force, exclaiming dramatically, while secretly employing spiritual energy to freeze the liquid within. Though he practiced a wood-based cultivation method, with his mid-stage qi refining skills, solidifying the wine into ice was hardly a challenge. Gao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Jing, no way. Have you been possessed by some immortal cultivator? Possessed? Nonsense. If I were to be possessed, I would certainly avoid my old classmates post-graduation, Yin Dajing chuckled. True enough. Gao Yang mused. I never expected you to be a martial arts master, my apologies, haha. Brother Jing, I noticed a glimmer of regret in Yin Qi's eyes earlier. It was quite satisfying, haha. Initially concerned that Gao Yang might harbor resentment towards Yin Qi, which could affect their brotherly bond. Yin Dajing was relieved to find Gao Yang did not dwell on the incident. They continued to enjoy their drinks together. It was evident to Yin Dajing that Gao Yang had genuinely moved on from Yin Qi. Although he initially drank to alleviate his sorrows, he soon found joy in the revelry, even joining the dance floor for a while. Chapter 40. Regret to the core with a resounding thud. Lu Hai and Yin Qi were unceremoniously cast outside the Blue Star Bar. Mao Xiaoqiang, I am acquainted with Brother Tian. If you refuse to assist me, that is one matter, but to strike me is utterly unacceptable. I shall call Brother Tian and see what he has to say, Lu Hai lamented. His body racked with pain from the rough treatment. his backside nearly splitting from the impact. Go ahead and hit me. Mao Xiaoqiang glared at Lu Hai defiantly. Do you think I fear you? Enduring the agony, Lu Hai dialed Brother Tian's number. Hello, Brother Tian. As soon as he spoke, tears of grievance welled in his voice. What on earth has happened, Lu? Brother Tian responded, awakening to the situation. Did I not send someone to assist you? He was still somewhat drowsy from the day's earlier revelries and mildly irritated by the interruption. With a quivering voice, Lu Hai recounted, Brother Tian, the very person you dispatched, Mao Xiaoqiang, not only failed to assist me, but instead beat me up. I am in excruciating pain. You must stand up for me. What? Brother Tian's sleepiness dissipated in an instant. What the hell? Is Xiaoqiang out of his mind? Hold on, I will call him right away. In their line of work, Brother Tian and his associates expected compensation for intervening on behalf of others. This incident, while troublesome, could potentially jeopardize future alliances with wealthier patrons who might hesitate to seek his assistance again. It was a chain reaction in the making. Brother Tian, Mao Xiaoqiang is right here. Shall I hand him the phone? Yes, let him take it. With a scoff, Lu Hai remarked, Mao Xiaoqiang. Brother Tian wishes to speak with you. Mao Xiaoqiang regarded Lu Hai with incredulity, astonished that he dared to contact Brother Tian. After taking the call, he greeted Brother Tian, unfazed by the fact that he had just assaulted Lu Hai and Yin Qi. Xiaoqiang, are you out of your mind? I instructed you to assist Lu, not to strike him. Even if there were past grievances, you need not rush to settle them. Brother Tian roared. Unperturbed, Mao Xiaoqiang calmly explained, Brother Tian, listen to me. Today a situation nearly escalated. Lu Hai, that fool, has offended Jingge. Brother Tian paused, bewildered. Jingge? Which Jingge? Is there such a figure in our circles? Mao Xiaoqiang elaborated, Brother Tian, do you not recall how my brothers and I gained entry? It is the very Jingge we previously crossed. A chill ran through Brother Tian as realization struck him, banishing all remnants of sleep. You mean, the one whom even Feng Qiming refers to as Little Master Ancestor? The one who always has a firearm at his side? After Mao Xiaoqiang's confession, Brother Tian had dispatched personnel to arrange for a bail, but Mao Xiaoqiang had refused, insisting on revealing the truth and advising Brother Tian to exercise caution. Upon their reunion, Mao Xiaoqiang recounted the entire ordeal, leaving Brother Tian utterly shaken. Such a formidable character was not one he could afford to provoke. Indeed, it was this very Jingge. As I was about to charge in and strike, I suddenly realized that the fool Lu Hai had led me to confront Jingge and his associates. I had no choice but to redirect my aggression towards Lu Hai, for if Jingge were to become enraged, it would not only affect me, but potentially implicate Tiange as well. After taking a deep breath, Tiange declared, strike him, and make sure to break one of Lu Hai's legs. Damn it, this imbecile almost brought me to ruin. Understood, Tiange, I replied. You stay here. I will go and offer my sincere apologies to Jingge. After much contemplation, Tiange decided it was prudent to extend an apology, for a single word from Feng Qiming could cast him out of Jiangzhou, obliterating years of hard work in an instant. Such a prominent figure must be treated with the utmost respect to ease one's conscience. After tossing his phone to Lu Hai, Mao Xiaoqiang smirked and asked, so, did Tiange instruct you to apologize to me? Lu Hai sneered, huh? Mao Xiaoqiang chuckled and said, Tiange actually told me to break one of your legs. Choose left or right. Why you're talking nonsense? Tiange would never. I've always been a patron at his establishment. He wouldn't. Lu Hai stammered, panic rising within him. The thought of having a leg broken was terrifying. I ask you again, will it be the left leg or the right? If you refuse to choose, I shall break both, Mao Xiaoqiang threatened menacingly. Left leg. Faced with Mao Xiaoqiang's menacing demeanor, Lu Hai felt tears welling up. He ultimately made a choice, as the prospect of having both legs broken was simply unacceptable. With a sharp crack, Lu Hai clutched his left leg, wailing in agony. Remember, not everyone is worth offending. Now, leave, Mao Xiaoqiang commanded. Suddenly, Yin Qi, seemingly possessed by a whimsical thought, inquired, Changge, may I ask what exactly is the significance of Yin Dajing? He was merely a friend of my ex-boyfriend's roommate, so he shouldn't be anything special, right? Mao Xiaoqiang cast her a sidelong glance, scoffing, you foolish girl, must everyone remain low-key? You're just as blind as that Lu one. Indeed, this foolish woman, who was once a partner to Jing Ji's brother, and Lu Wan, who is Jing Ji's roommate, squandered a precious relationship, turning what could have been camaraderie into enmity. I shall not elaborate on Jing Ji's background. Suffice it to say, even Tian-gu cannot afford to provoke him. Now, due to your foolishness, Tian-gu is compelled to apologize to Jing-gu. Depart from my sight. I do not wish to see either of you again. Yin Shi's heart twisted as she observed Lu Hai, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, howling in distress. She felt a pang of regret. Hai-gu, we must leave, she urged, attempting to help Lu Hai up. Yet, Lu Hai retaliated with a slap, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You wretched woman. If it weren't for you, I would never have offended Jing-gu or Tian-gu. My leg would not have been broken. Leave, just get lost." Lu Hai spent some money to send someone nearby to the hospital, while Yin Shi was left in utter despair, with nothing at all. However, her gaze soon fell upon the Blue Star bar. Yes, Gao Yang loves me so much. He will surely forgive me, she mused. And she was about to rush into the bar. Stop. The security guard at the entrance blocked her way. You are not welcome here, leave. They were well aware of Yin Shi's intentions, but at that moment, they dared not let her in. Why not? I came to spend money. I am a woman. And at most, I should pay the entrance fee, Yin Shi retorted angrily. At the Blue Star bar, only men were required to pay an entrance fee, while women could enter for free. Yin Shi was even ready to offer money. I've already told you, you are not welcome here. If you do not leave, don't blame us for taking action, the security guard shouted furiously. You will regret this, looking down on me. Yin Shi muttered as she walked away, but not too far, preparing to wait for Yin Dajing and Gao Yang to come out. Chapter 41. Evil begets evil. Gao Yang was thoroughly enjoying himself at the Blue Star bar, surrounded by numerous beautiful women who eagerly approached him, initiating intimate contact and even hinting at the possibility of accompanying him outside. However, Gao Yang declined their advances. A common affliction among newcomers to society who are still too inexperienced to shed their inhibitions. Yin Dajing was in a similar predicament, feeling rather out of place. Yet he bore with it today as he was there to support his friend. After about 20 minutes, Gao Yang continued to sway in the dance floor when Mao Xiaoqiang approached with his older brother, Brother Tian. Brother Jing, hello? I'm Mao Xiaoqiang. And this is my elder brother, Brother Tian. Mao Xiaoqiang introduced. What, Brother Tian? Brother Tian shot Mao Xiaoqiang a glare before respectfully stating, Brother Jing. You can just call me Zhao Tian. At just over 30, Zhao Tian possessed a robust physique, exuding a commanding presence far superior to that of Mao Xiaoqiang. His facial features resembled those of a male protagonist from a comic, bearing a striking resemblance to a certain male celebrity from Shandao. Yin Dajing merely cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, I will not pursue today's matter further. You may leave now. Remember, I am just an ordinary fresh graduate. I do not wish for others to see me mingling with you. Yes, yes, Zhao Tian nodded repeatedly, smiling in agreement. Oh, and Zhao Tian, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Consider visiting a hospital for a checkup. Your stomach seems to have an issue. It would be wise to seek treatment sooner rather than later. Noticing Zhao Tian's agreeable demeanor, Yin Dajing paused to remind him. As for whether he would heed the advice or believe him, Yin Dajing chose not to concern himself with that. All right, Brother Jing. I will head to the hospital right away. While you enjoy your drinks here, I must take my leave. Here is my business card. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service, Zhao Tian said before departing. After Zhao Tian left, Yin Dajing exhaled in relief and addressed Mao Xiaoqiang and the others. Let us go back. From now on, if you encounter Brother Jing, report to me promptly. Do not offend him. Yes, Brother Tian. By the way, Brother Tian, Brother Jing mentioned your stomach. Perhaps you should consider getting it checked? Mao Xiaoqiang suggested. That is unnecessary. Brother Jing was likely just speaking casually. Zhao Tian dismissed the concern. Not so. I have heard that Fang Qiming's father is the former president of Jiangke University, renowned for his expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps Brother Jing is also a medical expert. A checkup wouldn't hurt. Consider it a precautionary measure for peace of mind. Mao Xiaoqiang urged. Very well. I shall make an appointment and go tomorrow, Zhao Tian conceded, realizing that undergoing a health examination might indeed be beneficial, especially since he had not had one in years. After 2 hours of revelry, Yin Dajing and Gao Yang finally exited the bar. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating, Gao Yang exclaimed, having never experienced such a lively atmosphere in a bar before. Unlike others, he found himself quite popular, which swiftly restored his confidence. Gao Yang, Whoa. Suddenly, Yin Shi sprang forth from the side, seemingly ready to leap into Gao Yang's embrace. Who are you? Gao Yang exclaimed, startled at first but quickly recognizing Yin Shi. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? He hid behind Yin Dajing, observing Yin Shi's battered appearance. Yet feeling no pity, only a sense of revulsion remained. Gao Yang, I am so sorry. It was my fault, Yin Shi pleaded, tears streaming down her face. I never wanted to leave you, but my mother fell ill, and our family was in dire financial straits. I had no choice but to break up with you and follow Lu Hai. My relationship with him was solely for money. I only wanted to save my mother. Now that I have enough for her medical expenses, I have ended things with him. I beg you, please forgive me. I still love you, and I want us to be together again. Let us reconcile. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, falling into silence. Gao Yang, don't be foolish. Look at her. Would she be this kind of person? Yin Dajing, concerned for Gao Yang, quickly interjected. Gao Yang nodded, responding, I understand. Don't worry, Jinggu. I won't be deceived. He turned to Yin Shi and said, if you had said this before today, I might have considered forgiving you, or perhaps I would have fallen for your tricks. However, I have seen your true colors and know what kind of person you are. I will not be foolish enough to trust you again. You are unworthy of me. Let us go, Jinggu. Yin Dajing sighed in relief. He had feared that Gao Yang might foolishly forgive Yin Shi. As they turned to leave, Yin Shi blocked their path, her tone venomous. Gao Yang, I never imagined you could be so heartless. Since that's the case, I've been with you for nearly 2 years. You owe me for the loss of my youth. Yin Shi argued persuasively. I'm not asking for much, just 200,000. That's a mere 100,000 a year, which is not excessive. Yin Dajing was at a loss for words. Are you serious? What about Gao Yang's loss of youth? Besides, you were the one who initiated the breakup. Do you even comprehend how much Gao Yang suffered at that time? You should be the one compensating. Is that so? Well, then, if we don't break up, there's no need for compensation, right? Yin Shi laughed. Gao Yang, if you insist on breaking up, then that's your problem. You'll owe me for 2 years of lost youth. After exchanging glances, both Yin Dajing and Gao Yang felt their values shaken, especially Gao Yang. Though Yin Shi had exhibited some vanity before, she had never stooped to this level, never twisted her words to such an extent. How much time had passed? Society truly is a vast melting pot. From Yin Shi's actions, Yin Dajing and Gao Yang could see a reflection of that reality. Leave. Yin Dajing's expression hardened. Some words I do not wish to repeat. You know my connections with Huang Mao. If you do not leave or continue to cling to Gao Yang, I will make sure Huang Mao and his friends visit you daily. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the yellow-haired individual, Yin Shi could not help but shudder. Gritting her teeth, she cast a venomous glance at the 2 men before stamping her foot and departing. Villains are often met with their own kind. Yin Dajing understood that neither he nor Gao Yang could intimidate Yin Shi, while the ruffians, led by the yellow-haired man, were her natural adversaries. After hailing a cab to return home, Yin Dajing devoted some time to his training, managed to rest for 2 hours, and spent the remainder of the night diligently crafting a security program, determined to complete it as swiftly as possible. The following day, upon arriving at the company, Yin Dajing inadvertently collided with Chu Qin, causing the documents she was holding to scatter. A resignation application? Hastily he picked them up, noting the 4 words inscribed on the form. Chu Qin, why do you wish to resign? He inquired with genuine concern. Yuan Technology was his first job, and within the technical department, his colleagues had treated him quite favorably. He cherished the ambience of the workplace. My mother is ill, and I must return to care for her. As she spoke, despite her glasses, tears streamed down her cheeks. It was evident that her mother's condition was far more serious than mere illness. Chapter 42. Chu Qin's family. What illness has your mother contracted? Is it serious? Yin Dajing inquired. My father just called to inform me that my mother was hospitalized yesterday. It seems she has late-stage liver cancer, Chu Qin replied, removing her glasses and wiping away her tears. Late-stage liver cancer is essentially incurable, reliant solely on chemotherapy, a process fraught with agony that many cannot endure for long, ultimately succumbing. It is no wonder that Chu Qin chose to resign. She intended to accompany her mother through the final chapter of her life. Where is your family located? I know a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Perhaps he can help. Yin Dajing understood that directly asserting his connections would not convince Chu Qin, so he opted to mention Fang Tian's esteemed reputation. Really? Which renowned practitioner do you know? A glimmer of hope flickered in Chu Qin's eyes. With Western medicine out of options, perhaps the miraculous touch of traditional Chinese medicine could save her mother. I am from Jiangzhou, but specifically from Chiyuan town. Yin Dajing. Could you please contact that esteemed practitioner right away? I will call my father and ask him to bring my mother over. Yin Dajing responded. The practitioner I know is Professor Fang Tianze from Jiangke University. He is a distinguished figure in traditional Chinese medicine here in Beihu province, with exceptional skills. I will call him now and request that he come to Chiyuan town. It's not far from here, and it would be best not to subject your parents to unnecessary travel. Thank you so much, truly. I can't express my gratitude enough. Chu Qin exclaimed with a mix of astonishment and joy. Although she was unfamiliar with Fang Tianze, the title of professor gave her a sense of reassurance. However, in her current state of confusion, had she been in a more composed frame of mind, she would have found it hard to believe that Yin Dajing could know any esteemed practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Yin Dajing stepped outside to make a call to Fang Tianze, explaining the situation. Now retired, Fang Tianze still engaged in some research but enjoyed significant freedom in his schedule. After hearing the details, he readily agreed to assist. To accompany Yin Dajing, even in a supporting role, would grant him invaluable knowledge, an opportunity he had long sought. Meanwhile, Chu Qin submitted her resignation to Shui Yifan. Shui Yifan felt a heavy heart, yet approved the request. While work is important, he had to respect Chu Qin's personal decision, assuring her that she could return whenever she wished. Yin Dajing subsequently requested leave from Shui Yifan, citing health issues. Reluctantly, Shui Yifan approved this as well. Fortunately, the current project was not urgent, and Yin Dajing's capabilities rivaled those of seasoned employees. Otherwise, he would have dismissed an intern who had not yet secured a permanent position without hesitation. Chu Qin was an enigma, despite being a young woman. She required merely a small box of personal items, which she packed in a minute. She then took a taxi with Yin Dajing toward Chiyuan town. Although Chiyuan town is part of Jiangzhou, it is more akin to a rural area. The initial stretch of road was well maintained, but as they progressed, the path became increasingly bumpy. At the hospital in Chiyuan town, known as the Fifth People's Hospital of Jiangzhou, which stands as the largest medical facility in the area, Chu Qin's mother is currently hospitalized. The diagnosis was revealed just last night, leaving the entire family in a state of utter bewilderment. Approximately an hour later, Yin Dajing and Chu Qin arrived at the entrance of the hospital, where they encountered Fang Tianze, who had set off a few minutes earlier and arrived simultaneously with them. Professor Fang, Yin Dajing called out to him. Mr. Yin initially, Yin Dajing had hoped that Fang Tianze would address him by his name. Yet Fang Tianze found himself unable to utter it, and hastily opted for Mr. Yin instead. I am truly grateful for your prompt arrival, Professor Fang. Chu Qin expressed her satisfaction upon seeing Fang Tianze, who unmistakably bore the appearance of a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, exuding an aura of wisdom. Without further ado, I shall attend to the patient, Fang Tianze replied with a gentle smile. After Chu Qin contacted her family, she learned that her mother was in a standard ward. Upon her arrival, she discovered it was a 3-person room, but fortunately, her mother was the sole patient at that moment. However, upon entering, she found several relatives already present. Chu Qin, how could you be so unfilial, arriving only now? As soon as she stepped into the ward, a young woman, adorned with heavy makeup and dressed provocatively, pointed at her and began to scold. Sister-in-law, I just received a call from Dad and rushed over, Chu Qin explained, though her gaze was somewhat evasive. She felt intimidated by this sister-in-law. Well, you're here now. We are currently deliberating. Dad, your brother, I, and Xiaofeng, we four are voting. My brother and I have chosen to forego treatment, while Dad and Xiaofeng wish to attempt chemotherapy. What are your thoughts? Chu Qin's sister-in-law stated bluntly. Without even greeting Yin Dajing and Fang Tianze, launching directly into the discussion. Consider carefully, Mom has been diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer, which is incurable. The doctors have indicated that even with treatment, she may only survive for another 6 months. If she does not undergo chemotherapy, at least she can pass more comfortably, and our family will save a significant amount of money. Without hesitation, Chu Qin declared, we must treat her, without question, even if it means sacrificing everything. We will pursue treatment. You insufferable girl, Chu Qin's elder brother, Chu Yun, retorted, visibly agitated. You feast while the family starves. I have a wife and children to consider. Do you want me to let them suffer? Indeed, If treatment is to be pursued, you should pay for it. We will not waste our money on this, Chu Qin's sister-in-law coldly asserted. Chu Qin's father, Chu Pengqing, interjected, there is no need for you to contribute financially. We can sell the house and have sufficient funds for your mother's treatment. The house cannot be sold, Chu Qin's younger brother, Chu Feng, exclaimed angrily. We are on the brink of demolition. Our house could provide us with at least 3 new properties. If we sell it, I will lose my home. And how will I ever marry? I am in support of this decision. No chemotherapy, no treatment. Previously, Chu Feng was in favor of treatment. But that was only because he was unmarried and had no savings, thinking that you could proceed with whatever treatment you deemed necessary, as he would not have to spend a penny. Now, with Chu Pengqing contemplating selling the house, he has come to understand his fundamental interests, and he is no longer willing to consent. Chu Pengqing, trembling with anger, exclaimed, this house belongs to my mother and me. Who are you to make decisions about it? Without this house, how could I possibly marry Chu Feng? Chu Qin's sister-in-law coldly remarked, fine, if you wish to sell the house. Then I will take your grandson back to my family right now. My son will change his surname, and from henceforth, he will have no connection whatsoever to your family. The Chus. Chu Yun also shouted in anger, Father, do you want to see your son remain a lifelong bachelor? Do you wish for the Chu family to become extinct? Chu Feng interjected, Father, please try to understand. Chemotherapy is excruciating. Why must you subject mother to such suffering? While we can still enjoy life, shouldn't we eat and play? Isn't that preferable? Chu Pengqing was taken aback by the apparent disregard for familial bonds displayed by his 2 sons, left speechless and in tears. However, if it meant allowing his grandson to change his surname, or that his younger son might remain single, how could he face his ancestors? In that moment, Chu Pengqing began to waver in his resolve. Enough. If you will not seek treatment, then I shall. The usually compliant Chu Qin could no longer contain her fury. She had always contributed the majority of her earnings to her parents, who, in turn, allocated it to their favored sons. To her astonishment, at such a critical juncture, those very brothers had turned their backs on their mother. With tears in her eyes, Chu Qin addressed Yin Dajing and Professor Fang Tianzi. Yin Dajing, Professor Fang, I apologize for this spectacle. She then turned to Chu Pengqing, saying, Father, this is Professor Fang from Jiangke University, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from our province. He was invited by a colleague of mine to treat mother. Her sister-in-law interjected, Chu Qin, do not be foolish. This is advanced liver cancer. It cannot be cured. Traditional Chinese medicine is ineffectual. It can barely treat minor ailments, let alone advanced liver cancer. Chu Yun echoed her sentiments. Exactly, traditional Chinese medicine is merely a money-making scheme. Those so-called experts charge exorbitant fees for little benefit. Professor Fang Tianzi calmly replied, rest assured, my visit does not incur any charges. No charge. Oh, that's splendid. Quickly come, Professor Fang, and examine my mother. Chu Feng's eyes lit up, his demeanor transforming as he cheerfully remarked, however, we all heard you say it was free of charge. Do not come seeking payment later. Chapter 43. The stray cats and dogs. Fang Tianzi inhaled deeply, wishing he could turn around and leave. Given his stature, how could he possibly endure such a family if it weren't for Yin Dajing's connection? I said I wouldn't take any money, so naturally, I do not want your money. Step aside. Chu Feng then narrowed his eyes and smiled. Very well, Professor Fang. This way, please. Wait. Chu Qin's sister-in-law stepped forward, saying, Chu Qin, I have never heard of this Professor Fang. You haven't simply found a charlatan, have you? Though I lack the funds to treat mother, it does not mean I can tolerate just any random person treating her. Fang Tianzi laughed in anger, replying, random person? Huh. This is the first time I've been referred to as a stray cat or dog. My dear, since it's free, let him take a look. Chu Yun tugged at Chu Qin's sister-in-law. Yes, sister-in-law. If the other relatives find out we haven't sought treatment for mother, they might scold us, especially uncle and the others. Chu Feng added. Chu Qin's sister-in-law shot them both a glare, saying, Mother is currently suffering from late-stage liver cancer. We have done all we can. What do we have to fear from uncle and the others? It is rather us who would be scolded for allowing mother to be treated by some dubious character. Modern traditional medicine is just a bunch of prescriptions. This person appears polite, but if he harbors ill intentions or concocts some excuse to swindle us later, it is entirely possible. Have you considered why he would treat mother for free? Do you truly believe he is that benevolent? The more something is free, the more cautious one must be. In this society, one can easily fall victim to scams. Being prudent is wise. Chu Yun and Chu Feng exchanged glances, both realizing the validity of her words. Indeed, the more something is offered for free, the more perilous it becomes. What if this so-called professor treats her halfway and prescribes a multitude of medications for us to purchase? Would he provide them for free? Surely, we would have to pay. Forget it, forget it. Let us not proceed with the treatment. You should leave, just go. After deliberating, they prepared to dismiss Fang Tianzi. Enough, enough. What is all this commotion? This is a hospital. Take your quarrel outside. The patients here need their rest. A doctor in a white coat entered and admonished upon hearing the uproar. Xiao Ju. The doctor, flipping through his notes and reviewing cases, suddenly heard someone call his name. He looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, Professor Fang, what brings you here? You remember me? I am truly honored. The doctor, addressed as Xiao Ju, appeared flustered. Is this patient a relative of yours? Oh dear, why didn't you notify me? I could have arranged a superior ward for the patient. Dr. Ju spoke in a hurried yet affable tone, eager to please. In jest, while Fang Tianzi is indeed a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, one cannot overlook his esteemed qualifications. Furthermore, he boasts a remarkable son, Fang Qiming, whose reputation soars in the entirety of Jiangzhou. Which physician would dare to show disrespect towards Fang Tianzi? It is not merely his position as a chief physician that commands respect. Even a hospital director would approach him with utmost courtesy. Meanwhile, the members of the Chu family stood in stunned silence, particularly Chu Yun, Chu Feng, and their sister-in-law, who had just moments ago disparaged Professor Fang with derogatory terms, believing him to be a charlatan of dubious origin. Yet, in an instant, even the most renowned chief physician, Dr. Ju, treated Professor Fang with profound respect, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. There is no need for the advanced ward, little Ju. What is the current condition of this patient? Fang Tianzi inquired directly. Dr. Ju replied, the test results indicate advanced liver cancer. As it stands, we can only prescribe medication for now and await the family's decision regarding chemotherapy. After reviewing the report, Fang Tianzi contemplated for a moment before saying, little Ju, please make arrangements. I intend to examine this patient. Professor Fang, are you planning to treat him with traditional medicine? Dr. Ju hesitated. If Professor Fang insisted on proceeding, he could not refuse, and even if complications arose, no blame would fall upon him. However, he was genuinely concerned that if Professor Fang were to fail in treatment, the family might harbor resentment against him, tarnishing his reputation. Rest assured, I am confident. Even if I cannot cure him, it will not be fatal, Fang Tianzi assured him. Dr. Ju continued, but the patient's family must sign a release form. Very well. I will sign, Chu Yun interjected eagerly. Following Dr. Ju's drafting of the release, Chu Pengqing personally affixed his signature. Now, please leave the room, everyone. Oh, Mr. Yin. You may stay to assist me, Fang Tianzi instructed. Dr. Ju gestured towards the hospital room, asking, Professor, shall we not move to an operating room or an advanced ward? No need. We shall proceed here, Fang Tianzi replied. Once the others had departed, Fang Tianzi, now somewhat anxious, turned to Yin Dajing and asked, with late-stage liver cancer, do you feel confident? He was utterly at a loss. Yin Dajing nodded, stating, had this been a few days prior, I would not have been capable. However, I have recently made a breakthrough into the mid-stage of qi refinement, and now, utilizing spiritual energy, I can employ the advanced medical techniques of the medicine Immortal Sect to treat her. Yin Dajing turned Chu Qian's mother over, positioning her away from them, and tore the fabric from her back to begin the acupuncture process. When Fang Tianzi arrived, he had already prepared the necessary medical kit, including the silver needles. As Yin Dajing performed the treatment, he elaborated on the principles and intricacies of the acupuncture process in great detail, captivating Fang Tianzi's attention. After an hour and a half, Yin Dajing gradually eradicated the cancerous cells from Chu Qian's mother using his spiritual energy. The cultivation of spiritual power through the wood-based cultivation method is indeed a remarkable gift, possessing unparalleled efficacy in healing that surpasses that of other forms of spiritual energy. Sigh. All right. Yin Dajing exhaled deeply, retracting the needles. During the insertion, his pace was measured and methodical, yet when it came to withdrawal, he moved with remarkable swiftness, having collected over 100 silver needles in less than 3 seconds. The most formidable challenge in combating cancer lies in the malignant cells, However, the medical techniques of the medicine Immortal sect are akin to divine arts. When complemented by wood-based spiritual energy, they can thoroughly resolve the ailment. I am utterly fatigued. Although Yin Dajing found this round of treatment considerably less taxing, he still felt the weight of exhaustion, indicating that such procedures should not be performed excessively. Professor Fong, your spiritual energy is insufficient. If you intend to administer acupuncture, you must exercise utmost caution. It is better to attempt several times than to overexert oneself. Yes, Master Uncle, Fong Tianzi replied with utmost respect. Now, we may summon the patient. Those waiting outside had grown increasingly impatient. Had it not been for Fong Tianzi's esteemed position, they would have rushed in to ascertain the situation. Even Chu Qin's sister-in-law had voiced her grievances, albeit in hushed tones, for fear that Dr. Zhu might overhear and the matter escalate. When Fong Tianzi opened the door and announced that the patient had been cured, they were momentarily bewildered. The patient has fully recovered. You may take her for further examination. Oh, earlier, I had to perform acupuncture, so I tore her clothing on the back. Please remember to provide her with a change of attire. Yes, thank you. Professor Fong. Despite the words spoken, Chu Yun and Chu Feng remained skeptical, especially Chu Qin's sister-in-law, who was on the verge of accusing traditional Chinese medicine of being a fraud. Nevertheless, Chu Qin bowed respectfully to Professor Fong, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Professor Fong. You are most welcome. Fong Tianzi smiled faintly, pondering, could this young lady be the girlfriend of my master uncle? That would warrant special attention. With Fong Tianzi's assurance, Dr. Zhu promptly conducted another examination for Chu Qin's mother. What? The cancer cells have completely vanished. Dr. Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that my earlier diagnosis was erroneous? This is impossible. Could it be the influence of Professor Fong? Yet, I have never heard of him conquering cancer before. Is traditional Chinese medicine truly unfathomable? Chapter 44. The recovery of Chu Qin. How is it, doctor? How is my mother? Chu Yun inquired with concern. Your mother? Dr. Zhu gazed at Chu Yun and replied, there is no longer any reason for worry. All her cancer cells have vanished. A collective gasp escaped the Chu family, disbelief etched on their faces. Doctor, perhaps it would be prudent to conduct another examination. How can this be possible? Chu Pengqing implored. Dr. Zhu assured him, there is no need for further tests. Excessive examinations can be counterproductive. However, it is certain that the patient has indeed recovered. You may proceed with the discharge formalities. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Doctor. Chu Qin's sister-in-law interjected, immediately assisting her mother to her feet. See, everything is fine now. You cannot fathom the extent of my worry. I feared the worst for you. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Wiping them away, she continued, thank goodness all is well now. We can finally breathe easy. Yesterday, Chu Yun and I kept vigil by your side all night, unlike some who only arrived now. Chu Feng chimed in. Indeed, after all, you are a daughter, once married. A daughter is like water poured away, oftentimes unreliable. Daughter, once the house is rebuilt, I shall marry and find someone to care for you properly. In contrast, Chu Pengqing and Chu Qin remained silent, seemingly accustomed to such remarks. At that moment, Yin Dajing and Fong Tianzi approached, unable to suppress a scoff. How amusing. It appears that Professor Fong was indeed invited by Chu Qin. Earlier, certain individuals unanimously decided against treating Aunt. Who are you to meddle in our family's affairs? Chu Yun retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Yin Dajing. It seems he arrived with Chu Qin. No wonder he came so late. Perhaps he was still tucked away in slumber, while your mother has shown such kindness to some, only to find them unreliable in critical moments, Chu Qin's sister-in-law mocked. Mind you, even if you were married to my sister, you would still be an outsider, unworthy of involving yourself in our matters, Chu Feng added. They deftly sidestepped the core issue of Fong Tianzi's connection to Chu Qin, focusing instead on trivialities. Fortunately, Professor Fong's contributions were evident, and given their location in a hospital, they could not distort the truth. Yin Dajing turned his gaze to Chu Pengqing, curious to see his reaction. However, Chu Pengqing merely averted his eyes from Yin Dajing. Yin Dajing then glanced at Chu Qin's mother, who was merely unwell and not unconscious, a fact he was acutely aware of, knowing she understood the entirety of the situation. To his surprise, Chu Qin's mother boldly asserted, indeed, it is far better to raise sons. In times of crisis, it is the sons who prove dependable. Now that I am well, let us discharge and not squander more money. I must save for my future daughter-in-law. Chu Qin, you should return to work as well. By the way, don't forget to submit this month's salary. Yin Dajing was on the verge of losing his composure, bewildered by this eccentric family. It is no wonder that Chu Qin has grown to be so solitary and withdrawn. With a hint of timidity, Chu Qin replied, "Mom, I am worried about you. Which is why I have resigned and will need to seek new employment." Her mother gasped in shock. "What? You quit your job? You foolish child. Hurry and find another one. Remember, you are now an adult. Do not expect to lounge around at home." A flicker of sympathy crossed Chu Pengcheng's eyes, and though he hesitated, he ultimately refrained from speaking. In this household, Chu Qin's mother held the most authority, and he dared not contradict her. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Chu Qin nodded, "I understand. What are you still doing here? Off you go," her mother admonished with a glare. With no other option, Chu Qin turned to Yin Dajing and said, "Let us step outside." Yin Dajing nodded, not bothering to exchange farewells with the Chu family as they exited. "Professor Fong, I truly appreciate your hard work today. I shall treat you to a meal another time," Yin Dajing said with a smile to Fong Tianzi outside the hospital. "You're too kind, Mr. Yin," Fong Tianzi replied with a chuckle, hailing a taxi. "I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We shall gather again soon." After bidding farewell to Fong Tianzi, Yin Dajing turned to Chu Qin and inquired, "Chu Qin, what are your plans moving forward? Will you return to the company?" I'm not quite sure how to express this. I told Mr. Shui that I resigned because my mother has been diagnosed with terminal liver cancer and I wish to accompany her during her final days. Yet, less than half a day later, here I am. Chu Qin shook her head. "Never mind. I will seek employment elsewhere." Observing her, Yin Dajing remarked, "Chu Qin, you are a hacker, aren't you?" "What? You?" Chu Qin was taken aback. "Don't say such things recklessly." Yin Dajing chuckled. "Indeed, it is you. In truth, I am also a hacker. My skills are on par with yours." With a playful wink, he added, "And I know Diao." "Diao? You know the legendary Diao?" Upon hearing Yin Dajing reveal his identity, Chu Qin felt no need to maintain her facade. Yin Dajing nodded. "Yes, Diao is my brother and my mentor. He taught me everything I know about hacking." Chu Qin acknowledged this with a soft I see, and added, "So Diao was fortuitously able to assist Yuan technology because of you." "Indeed," Yin Dajing confirmed. "It was because of me that Diao intervened on behalf of Yuan Technology." "Chu Qin, Diao and I plan to establish a network technology company. We have already developed part of the security program, with both of us directly involved. It is destined to be highly profitable. I would like to offer you the position of our Chief Technology Officer. With your hacking expertise, you would be more than capable. Rest assured, for the time being, we will compensate you according to Mr. Shui's standards." Chu Qin, filled with trepidation, stammered, I am not adept at management. Yin Dajing reassured her, "Do not worry. I am aware of your limitations, which is precisely why I have appointed you as the technical director. You shall oversee the technical aspects, while we will seek partners for promotion, operations, and human resources." Feeling considerably more at ease, Chu Qin inquired, "What is the procedure? What does it entail? Is it convenient for me to take a look?" "Certainly," Yin Dajing replied, leading her back to his home. He opened his computer and provided her with a brief explanation of the program. Chu Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder this program is associated with a genius. This security software can be utilized in various domains. To my knowledge, no current cybersecurity company possesses anything more robust than this. "Excellent. I wish to be involved," she declared. Possessing intermediate hacking skills, Chu Qin's capabilities stem not only from diligence, but also from passion and talent, elements that are indispensable. The prospect of authoring security software openly was, for her, a harmonious blend of interest and vocation. Moreover, being part of such a project was truly an honor. "Once you agree, I will also guarantee you a 10% share of the profits as your bonus," Yin Dajing stated with remarkable candor. Yet he recognized that a talent like Chu Qin was truly worth it. No, that's unnecessary. The program's model is already established. I merely need to add some code. Afterward, my responsibilities will only involve patching vulnerabilities and implementing upgrades. I cannot. Absolutely not. That 10% is rightfully yours." Chu Qin found herself unable to refuse, enchanted by the program, and ultimately acquiesced to Yin Dajing's terms, feeling an overwhelming gratitude towards him. He had not only aided in saving her mother from cancer, but had also bestowed upon her this invaluable opportunity, allowing her to truly showcase her abilities. The least she could do was to swiftly write the code and work diligently to repay Yin Dajing's kindness. With the technical talent secured, the next step was to find a partner. Yin Dajing, preoccupied with other commitments, recognized the necessity of enlisting capable and trustworthy individuals to manage the company. Suddenly, Tanzaheo came to mind. Chapter 45. The Ice Heart Spell. As Yin Dajing contemplated Tanzaheo, a call from him unexpectedly came through. What on earth? Could I possess some form of telepathy? Yin Dajing chuckled to himself before answering the phone. Hello? Hello, Master Yin, it's Tan. Tanzaheo's voice trembled slightly. What troubles you? Your tone seems rather peculiar, Yin Dajing noted, detecting a chill in Tan's voice, as if he were shivering, despite it being the sweltering month of July, with temperatures soaring to 36 or 37 degrees Celsius. It's Zhou Deqian who has wronged me. Master Yin, I implore you, please save me. Very well, where are you? Yin Dajing inquired. I have matters to discuss with you as well. I shall come over. I am at Yuanjiang building. I will arrange for someone to meet you when you arrive. All right. Yin Dajing instructed Chu Qin to continue her research in his room before hailing a cab to Yuanjiang building. Once again, he felt a pressing need to acquire a driving license. Half an hour later, upon arriving at Yuanjiang building, he alighted from the vehicle to find Tanzaheo's wife, Yu Yun, hastening towards him. Master Yin, you have arrived. Yu Yun greeted him, though her countenance revealed her distress. Take me to see Tanzaheo at once. Yin Dajing commanded, foregoing any further pleasantries. Following Yu Yun upstairs to Tanzaheo's office, they found him cocooned in a blanket in the small bedroom, repeatedly lamenting his coldness. Many offices had air conditioning, yet here it was oddly set to heat, with the indoor temperature likely reaching 40 degrees. As Yin Dajing approached, he observed the absence of the previous resentment. Evidently, Zhou Deqian or his hidden associates had recognized the futility of using vengeful spirits and had resorted to other forms of sorcery. Master Yin, you have come. Tanzaheo stammered, his appearance betraying no signs of chill. Rather, his face was flushed from the oppressive heat. Yet, despite being swathed in a blanket and surrounded by heated air, he continued to shiver uncontrollably. This is the Ice Heart Spell. It is a form of yin-yang sorcery from our country. Had I not arrived in time, you would have perished within mere hours. Yin Dajing discerned the spell immediately, having previously replicated Zhou Deqian's techniques. However, his version was merely rudimentary. While this spell required at least an intermediate level of mastery. What of your talisman? Yin Dajing asked. It is lost. It must have been deliberately stolen by Zhou Deqian's accomplices. I only just noticed its absence and was searching for it when Tanzaheo's face clouded with remorse, realizing that had he safeguarded the talisman, such a predicament might have been avoided. Do not fret if the talisman is lost. I shall simply draw another. Yin Dajing offered a comforting remark, then instructed everyone else to leave. Now, relax your mind and do not struggle. If you experience pain, endeavor to endure it. The yin-yang arts of country are derived from Huaxia. This ice heart spell belongs to the water element. Water nurtures wood. Fortunately, I can entirely convert this ice heart spell into wood-based spiritual energy. The practitioner possesses considerable spiritual power. They must be a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Even with protective talismans, they cannot be thwarted. Tanzaheo is rather fortunate. Had I not replicated Zhou Deqian's spell and coincidentally cultivated wood-based techniques, I would indeed be unable to counter this ice heart spell and would have to devise a means to contain it, preventing an early eruption. Yin Dajing began to dissolve the ice heart spell, channeling it into wood-based spiritual energy. Although he was only familiar with elementary techniques, he grasped the principles of the ice heart spell. After a full hour, Yin Dajing completed the conversion. I'm so hot. Tanzaheo began to complain about the heat. All right, the spell you were afflicted with has been dispelled. Yin Dajing withdrew his hands, signaling Tanzaheo that he could rise. Turn off the heating air conditioner first. Do not rush to activate the cooling one, or your body will feel discomfort. Yes, Master Yin. I am truly grateful to you. After turning off the air conditioner, Tanzaheo opened the door. Yu Yun, who had been waiting by the door, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Tanzaheo emerge and entered to express her gratitude to Yin Dajing. I met Zhou Deqian 2 days ago. His spiritual power is quite feeble, so this spell could not possibly have been cast by him. There must be someone else behind this. Yin Dajing inquired. Do you have any suspects? Could it be Sato Ken? Upon noticing the questioning look from Yin Dajing, Tanzaheo elaborated. Sato Ken is from the Sato Corporation and is its heir, aged 45 this year. This morning, he and Zhou Deqian visited me, but I found an excuse not to meet them. Yin Dajing replied, I have not personally encountered Sato Ken, so I cannot be entirely certain. However, the spell you were afflicted with is indeed a talismanic art from the yin-yang techniques of country R. It is highly likely that Sato Ken is the one who harmed you. Nevertheless, such spells often carry a backlash. For some time, they may hesitate to trouble you. And in the future, they will have to weigh their chances against me. Yu Yin expressed her gratitude. Master Yin, thank you. Otherwise, we would have been forced to collaborate with the Sato Corporation. In her heart, her husband Tanzaheo's life was undoubtedly far more precious than the interests of the Yuanjiang group. Tanzaheo quickly interjected, Nonsense. If the people of country R were sincere in their cooperation, that would be one matter. It is evident that the Sato Corporation harbors ill intentions, seeking to employ dark arts to invest minimally yet reap greater profits. Why should we accept that? Yu Yin remained unconvinced, but chose not to further dispute Tanzaheo. By the way, Master Yin, I recall you mentioned there were matters you wished to discuss with me. I wonder what they pertain to. Tanzaheo recalled the conversation he had earlier with Yin Dajing, particularly the words that resonated in his mind. I would like to request a small favor from you. General Manager Tan, Yin Dajing had expressed, sharing his aspirations of establishing a network technology company. Yu Yun, a formidable woman in her own right, eagerly interjected, Master Yin, I wonder if we might be able to invest in your cybersecurity firm? You would provide the core technology, thus contributing your expertise. While we are prepared to inject an initial capital of 100 million, we shall take care of the personnel assembly, company registration, and all other related matters on our end. A division of profits at 70-30 in your favor seems fair, wouldn't you agree? Yin Dajing mused to himself, recognizing Yu Yun's cleverness in cultivating his favor through this proposal. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as he understood her intent was to collaborate with Tanzaheo. Very well, it is settled then. Yet, he was acutely aware that Yu Yun would ultimately be the one to express gratitude, for it was she and the Yuanjiang group who would reap the true rewards. Yin Dajing held great confidence in his cybersecurity venture, envisioning it as a company that would achieve global renown. Yu Yun's proficiency in executing tasks was evident, as she swiftly finalized the details with Yin Dajing, preparing to expedite the company registration process. Naturally, these affairs required no input from Yin Dajing. His sole responsibility was to expedite the development of the security program. After enjoying a meal, he engaged in further discussion with Yu Yun before returning home, only to find Chu Qin still engrossed at the computer, immersed in programming. You haven't eaten yet, have you? He inquired. Oh, don't mention it. Let us prioritize a meal first. There is no need to rush concerning the program. Moreover, our company will soon be established, and you shall have an office space in due course. Chapter 46. Seeking Revenge. Chu Qin is a workaholic, the kind of person who, once deeply engrossed in her tasks, forgets everything around her, even her hunger and thirst. Upon Yin Dajing's reminder, her stomach audibly grumbled, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. It seems imperative to find an office soon. Otherwise, without supervision, this young lady might inadvertently starve herself. Yin Dajing took Chu Qin to a nearby street stall for a meal, and before parting, he transferred 100,000 via WeChat, stating, This is your salary for now. Use it, and let me know if you require more. Just as Chu Qin was about to leave, Yin Dajing added, By the way, I advise you to keep this money to yourself and not to send any to your mother. It remained uncertain whether Chu Qin absorbed this advice, as it was ultimately her family matter, and he felt it was not his place to meddle excessively. A hacker like Chu Qin undoubtedly represents a high-caliber talent. Recruiting her would add significant value to his burgeoning cybersecurity firm. He certainly did not wish for her to withdraw due to familial issues. Given her family's propensity for trouble, it seemed prudent to devise some preventive measures. Soon enough, Yin Dajing thought of Mao Xiaoqiang and Zhao Tian. As the saying goes, good people are often taken advantage of. The kinder one is, the more likely they are to be bullied. Conversely, those who bully the kind often cower before true brutality. Chu Qin's family resembled an insatiable abyss. No matter how much money was given, it would only cultivate their desires, increasing their appetite. No matter how much he advised Chu Qin, she remained blind to the reality, at critical moments, her mother's pleas would lead her to relinquish everything, neglecting her own interests. Thus, he decided to prepare discreetly, enlisting Zhao Tian and Mao Xiaoqiang to confront Chu Qin's family, believing that such intimidation would suffice. Of course, this was merely a plan. For the time being, Chu Qin's family had not caused any disturbances, so there was no need to intervene prematurely, as it might complicate matters on her end. Yin Dajing had to concede that sometimes Zhao Tian and his associates were more effective in their dealings than Tan Zihao and his crew. In a presidential suite of a five-star hotel in Jiangzhou, Kenichi Sato spat out a mouthful of blood. "Mr. Sato, what is the matter?" Zhou Daqian, who had been leisurely sipping tea while awaiting Tan Zihao's capitulation, was taken aback by Sato's sudden affliction. My spells have been unraveled." Kenichi Sato clutched his chest, overwhelmed by pain, realizing that there were formidable individuals beside Tan Zihao. Zhou Daqian, in a state of urgency, asked, "What should we do now? The headquarters is pressing for results, and Tan Zihao is particularly obstinate." "Do not fret," Kenichi Sato shot him an admonitory glance. "Once my injuries have healed, I shall personally pay a visit and confront the powerful ally at his side. Recently, it would be prudent for you to refrain from hasty actions." "Indeed, Mr. Sato." The departure of Chu Qin from Yuran Technology has not significantly altered the status quo. Everyone continues to perform their duties as usual. Although Chu Qin had only been with the company for a little over a year, she had established herself as a competent programmer. Yet the presence of Yin Dajing has sufficiently filled the gap. Shui Yifan has now entirely embraced the notion of utilizing Yin Dajing as if he were a seasoned employee, routinely assigning him various tasks. Occasionally, he even unconsciously bestows additional coding responsibilities upon him, all of which Yin Dajing accomplishes with commendable quality and efficiency. By Friday, Yin Dajing had been officially promoted ahead of schedule and had also received a salary increase, which was raised to 10,000. Even this amount seemed insufficient to Shui Yifan, considering that every member of the technical department at Yuran Technology is exceptionally skilled, with no one earning less than 10,000 a month. Shui Yifan assured Yin Dajing that he would advocate for him regarding compensation, encouraging him to focus on his work. Conversely, Yin Dajing had adopted a rather indifferent attitude, displaying no excitement at the mention of a salary increase. Perhaps this reflects the adage that it is easier to transition from frugality to luxury than the reverse. Having once possessed millions, he truly no longer regards a few thousand with any significance. On Friday night, through the diligent efforts of Yin Dajing and Chu Qin, the security program was finally developed and is now ready for deployment. Yin Dajing had meticulously established the entire framework and integrated a substantial amount of code. And with Chu Qin's assistance, the pace of progress had indeed accelerated significantly. On Saturday morning, Yin Dajing first attended a physical examination at the vehicle management office before submitting all necessary documentation to the driving school, diligently completing these tasks. At noon, he arranged to meet with Yu Yun. Yu Yun, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship and align herself with Yin Dajing, prioritized this matter, and within a few days, all company certifications were prepared. Moreover, she secured an office space at Yuanjiang Building to serve as the company's official address. Naturally, while everything was in order, the commencement of operations would require some time, and fortunately, these matters did not necessitate his oversight. Just as Yin Dajing was preparing to depart, Tan Zihao called to inform him that Sato Ken and Zhou Daqian had arrived and could not be deterred. "Well, let us meet them then. Rest assured, I am here." From Sato Ken's demeanor, it was evident that while he was at the mid-stage of chi refinement, he seemed to possess only the strength of the 4th level, a stark contrast to his 6th level counterpart. Although the Yaoxian Sect's techniques primarily focus on medical arts, they have evolved to transcend their original teachings and incorporate numerous lethal maneuvers. Upon Yin Dajing's arrival at Tan Zihao's office, Sato Ken and Zhou Daqian followed closely behind. "President Tan, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sato Ken from Sato Corporation, who has graciously come in person to engage in negotiations, a gesture of utmost respect. I kindly request that you refrain from keeping him at arm's length," Zhou Daqian remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Yin Dajing's gaze was immediately fixed upon Sato Ken. Sato Ken is a tall and slender individual, reminiscent of the inhabitants of our country portrayed in television dramas. His appearance unmistakably conveys his origins, despite his attire bearing no significant difference from that of the Huaxia people. However, An aura of resentment seems to linger around him, suggesting he has been involved in matters of life and death. In Tan Zaheo's office, there were a total of 4 individuals present, Sato Ken and Zhou Deqian. They inevitably cast a glance at Yin Dajing, but quickly diverted their gaze, as Yin Dajing failed to pique their interest, and they assumed he was merely a new assistant. "Please, have a seat." Tan Zaheo, being a businessman, restrained his dissatisfaction towards Sato Ken and Zhou Deqian, allowing no outburst in that moment. With Yin Dajing by his side, Tan Zaheo remained remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Yin Dajing, with a sudden inspiration, began to pour tea from Tan Zaheo's cup, preparing to serve Sato Ken and Zhou Deqian. This action further reinforced his role as an assistant. "Mr. Sato, let me be frank. If Sato Corporation is unwilling to present a new proposal regarding the previous project, I believe there is no point in continuing this conversation, as it would merely be a waste of time. Mr. Tan, the purpose of my visit today is not only to discuss potential collaboration, but also to meet the esteemed individual behind you," Sato Ken articulated in his imperfect Huaxiao language. "The esteemed individual behind me?" Tan Zaheo feigned a glance over his shoulder. "There is no one there." "What esteemed individual?" Sato Ken chuckled. "Mr. Tan, there is a saying in Huaxiao that wise individuals do not speak in ambiguous terms. There is no need for us to conceal our intentions. In truth, I am a practitioner of the arts, and I am aware that there is indeed a remarkable person behind you. Rest assured, my sole intention in coming here is to request an audience with him, to engage in mutual exchange. We live in a society governed by the law. Surely, I would not resort to violence." That is hard to say." Tan Zaheo couldn't resist the urge to mock. "Had it not been for my acquaintance with Master Yin, I fear you might have already orchestrated my demise in secret." Yin Dajing, having poured the tea, first handed it to Zhou Deqian, seizing the opportunity to make contact with him. Having successfully replicated Zhou Deqian's yin-yang techniques previously, Yin Dajing now confidently proceeded to absorb Zhou Deqian's skills, advancing his own abilities to an intermediate level. Chapter 47. Blood Oath. Immediately, Yin Dajing offered the tea to Sato Ken, who disdainfully pushed his hand away, expressing his aversion by stating, "I am unaccustomed to Chinese tea." It was evident that a profound sense of suspicion lingered in his eyes. Nevertheless, Sato Ken's hand still made contact with Yin Dajing. Detected intermediate yin-yang technique. Would you like to replicate? Detected elementary water cultivation method. Would you like to replicate? Yin Dajing was speechless, indeed. The individuals from country had merely scratched the surface of Chinese practices, and it appeared he had overestimated Sato Ken. He had initially assumed that Sato Ken possessed the cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement, but it turned out he was merely at the 3rd layer, barely managing to achieve results through external tools. It was baffling how this individual had the audacity to venture into China to employ underhanded tactics. Yin Dajing successfully replicated these 2 skills, and, upon merging the yin-yang technique, upgraded it to a higher level. From this point on, the secrets of the yin-yang technique from country are no longer held any mystery for him. Yin Dajing's ability to replicate skills came with a caveat: he lacked control over it. In terms of cultivation, what he replicated were merely the techniques of the cultivators. However, the same technique could yield vastly different results when practiced by different individuals. For instance, the techniques of the medicine Immortal Sect, as comprehended by Ling Mo and Fang Tianzi, were distinctly different from those grasped by Gu Hong. The moment he replicated a cultivation technique, his ability would compel him to practice it uncontrollably. This was precisely why he hesitated to replicate Gu Hong's cultivation methods. The same applied to the yin-yang technique, which required spiritual energy to be manifested. Sato Ken, being only at the initial stage of qi refinement, could barely execute some intermediate yin-yang techniques, relying solely on magical artifacts. Fortunately, these techniques did not necessitate extensive cultivation and could simply be activated using spiritual energy. Thus, even an upgrade to a higher level posed no obstacles. This was no different from the replication and enhancement of other skills. Goodness, how fortunate I was to be so cautious. It turns out this fellow is utterly incompetent. After replicating and upgrading the yin-yang technique, Yin Dajing could not help but chuckle. He had initially pondered that the opponent was at least a cultivator of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Thus he had been cautious. Had he known, he would have confronted him directly. "Mr. Sato." Yin Dajing set the teapot down with a smile and remarked, "You come here with injuries still unhealed. Do you not fear that in this land of China, where heroes are born, you may falter? Humph, young man. I have long sensed something amiss with you. Sato Ken sneered, saying, What poison have you put in this teapot? What? Zhou Deqian, having taken a small sip, was startled and quickly spat it out. You little rascal, what poison did you use? Quickly give me the antidote. I don't need poison to deal with you. Yin Dajing smiled as he drank the tea he had poured for Sato Ken. Well then, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Sato Takaru, how do you intend to handle the matter concerning General Tanzai's heart spell? Sato Takaru remained silent, instead weaving intricate hand gestures, and with a flick of his wrist, a plume of white smoke dispersed into the air. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air. Huh, such a rudimentary illusion. And you dare to flaunt it before me? Yin Dajing's gaze fell upon a large green potted plant within the room, hidden in the shadows. Sato Takaru felt the weight of Yin Dajing's stare, causing his complexion to pale. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to alter his position once more. Yet, no matter how he shifted, Yin Dajing's eyes remained steadfastly fixed upon him, as if he were merely watching a monkey perform in a circus. Suddenly, a dagger materialized in Sato Takaru's hand, aimed directly at Yin Dajing's throat. Yin Dajing executed a graceful Tai Chi move, effortlessly bringing Sato Takaru to the ground and placing his foot upon his head. Release Mr. Sato. Zhou Deqian shouted with indignation. General Tan, you must understand that Mr. Sato is here in response to the nation's call to collaborate with us in Huaxia. If you harm him, then what, you wretch? Yin Dajing retorted, striking Zhou Deqian across the face, sending him sprawling to the floor. Damn it, I have no respect for scoundrels like you. Preferring to serve as a lapdog for our country instead of being a proper Huaxia person. Although Tan Zaheo found some amusement in the exchange, he still stepped forward and said, Master Yin, we cannot afford to kill these two. Doing so would easily incite international disputes. Sato Takaru immediately interjected. Yes, indeed. Release me at once, or else. How dare you threaten me? The more Yin Dajing pondered, the angrier he became, delivering another kick to Sato Takaru's side. Damn it. Your country people are truly despicable, forsaking legitimate business to engage in such sordid affairs. Especially you. Stained with so many lives. Who knows how many of them might belong to Huaxia people? At that moment, Yin Dajing was genuinely consumed by murderous intent. However, not long ago, he had merely been a university student, and ultimately, he could not bring himself to execute such a decisive act. Even if killing were not a crime, he found it exceedingly difficult to go through with it. Zhou Deqian gritted his teeth and said, General Tan, please do not resort to violence. This time, we were in the wrong. We are willing to reflect and promise never to trouble you at the Yuanjiang building again. Tan Zaheo glanced at Yin Dajing with a hint of wavering intention, to which Yin Dajing coldly retorted, General Tan, you are a gentleman. But do not assume that everyone shares your ideals. Just look at these two. Do you believe they are men of their word? I can assure you, the moment they step out of this office, they will be plotting their revenge against us. A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhou Deqian's eyes, though it was fleeting, for he recognized the truth in Yin Dajing's words. Even if he dared not provoke Yin Dajing again, the representatives of Sato Corporation would undoubtedly seek retribution. No. Master Yin, I assure you, we truly will not. Swear? Upon hearing this, Yin Dajing's eyes brightened. He then addressed Tan Zaheo, saying, Mr. Tan, could you kindly step outside for a moment? I have some matters to discuss privately with them. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming them. Noting Tan Zaheo's lingering concern, Yin Dajing added this reassurance. Once Tan Zaheo had exited, Yin Dajing smiled and remarked, Zhou Deqian spoke wisely earlier. Only through an oath can I place my trust in you. Very well, I am willing to swear, Sato Ken responded. What good is an oath? I have sworn many in my lifetime, Zhou Deqian interjected. Indeed, we are capable of swearing, Yin Dajing chuckled. Excellent. Then you shall swear to serve me as your master from this day forth, or face the wrath of heaven, never to be reborn. However, before you swear, I shall require a drop of your blood. Before he could finish, he seized Sato Ken's hand, slicing a finger with his nail, and a drop of blood suddenly floated into the air. A blood oath? This is the highest secret technique in the realm of Yin and Yang, known as the blood oath. How do you possess knowledge of our secret arts? Sato Ken's expression shifted dramatically. He had heard of such a blood oath, once sworn. Any transgression would result in immediate retribution, with no possibility of evasion. The consequences were dire. "Ah, you recognize the blood oath, but my version surpasses yours by a significant margin," Yin Dajing retorted. The blood oath he invoked was a fusion of yin and yang techniques combined with the arts of the medicine Immortal Sect, rendering it far more powerful. To break this blood oath, two conditions must be met. Either he voluntarily relinquishes it, or the opposing party must be at least one major realm above him. Currently, as a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, Sato Ken would need to reach the foundation establishment stage to have any hope of breaking it. As the blood drop floated in the air, Yin Dajing drew a symbol in the void and then touched it to Sato Ken's forehead. Sato Ken, in a state of panic, hesitated to swear. Yin Dajing coldly remarked, "If you refuse to swear, I shall resort to methods akin to yours, devising a plan to eliminate you discreetly. You are aware that I possess such capabilities. I, Sato Ken, willingly swear the blood oath, recognizing Master Yin before me as my lord. Should I violate this oath, may thunder strike me, and may I never find rebirth." The previously gentle blood drop transformed into a searing warmth, penetrating his mind. The blood oath is established. Following this, Yin Dajing proceeded to enact the same oath for Zhou Deqian. Chapter 48. Resolution of Troubles. Now that Sato Ken is aware of the formidable power of the blood oath, I need not elaborate further. After establishing the blood oath with the two individuals, Yin Dajing felt a sense of relief. The potency of this oath was such that he had no concern regarding the possibility of its being broken. His intention was not to enslave these two, but rather to prevent them from obstructing him and to seek retribution against Tanzahao. Yes, Sato Ken, I have met the master," Sato Ken replied, his face pale. Sato Ken, being the most gifted onmyoji of the Sato clan, had achieved the 3rd level of Qi refinement at such a young age, and he was also the most promising candidate to break through to the 4th level. The onmyoji of our country have merely scratched the surface of the profound practices of the Huaxia cultivators. Nevertheless, through centuries of evolution, they have developed their own unique cultivation methods. As the Huaxia cultivators gradually decline, the onmyoji of our country, confined to their limited perspective, mistakenly believe they have surpassed their Huaxia counterparts, demonstrating a profound lack of self-awareness. Another reason Sato Ken submitted to Yin Dajing was the latter's remarkable youth. He had never encountered a person in their early 20s possessing such cultivation. It was evident that this practitioner either hailed from a powerful family or possessed extraordinary talent. As the saying goes in Huaxia, when one person achieves the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Sato Ken could not help but entertain the thought of following Yin Dajing towards ascension. Both the people of our country and H country share a common trait. The truest of strong individuals are those who are genuinely devoted. Yin Dajing had incapacitated the individuals from H country using hacking techniques, and now, with his magical prowess, he had subdued Sato Ken. Against such individuals, one cannot rely solely on forgiveness or goodwill. Iron-fisted measures are required. Zhou Deqian's onmyoji techniques were learned from the Sato family, so he was well aware of Sato Ken's capabilities. Although Sato Ken was the heir apparent of the Sato clan, the Sato Corporation was effectively under his control. Even Sato Ken, filled with trepidation, understood the gravity of the situation. Similarly, Zhou Deqian knelt and stated, "Zhou Deqian pays respects to the master. I shall obey your commands and vow never to betray you in this life." Yin Dajing replied coolly, "Though I have bound you by a blood oath, you need not worry. I am quite reasonable. If possible, I shall never invoke it throughout my life. However, remember this, I am a Huaxia person. In your dealings with Huaxia individuals from now on, you must never resort to such despicable tactics again. Otherwise, with but a thought, I could summon the wrath of the heavens upon you, ensuring your eternal damnation." Sato Ken, terrified, prostrated himself on the ground, sweat beading upon his forehead, and said, "Rest assured, master. In our future dealings in Huaxia, the Sato Corporation will adhere strictly to proper conduct and will never employ underhanded methods again. Furthermore, I will do my utmost to encourage our corporation to invest in Huaxia." "Well, that is more like it. You may rise." Yin Dajing nodded in satisfaction and suggested discussing the Sato Corporation. After Sato Ken stood up, he eloquently recounted the current situation of the Sato Corporation to Yin Dajing, without daring to conceal any details. Yin Dajing listened in quiet astonishment. It was remarkable to discover that the Sato Corporation possessed such profound heritage. Ranking among the top 3 family enterprises in our country and being a formidable contender in the Fortune Global 500, with business operations spanning the globe. For a moment, he felt tempted to request several millions from Sato Ken, but he quickly restrained himself, aware that giving voice to such desires would jeopardize his own integrity, reducing him to a mere slave of wealth. Given his current cultivation and capabilities, he could easily earn the money he needed on his own. After hearing the introductions from Sato Ken and Zhou Deqian and exchanging contact information, Yin Dajing rose, stating, "Once we step outside, refer to me as Mr. Yin. Do remember not to address me as Master." "Understood, Mr. Yin," Sato Ken and Zhou Deqian replied in unison. As he opened the door, Tan Zihao hurried over, anxious as he inquired, "Master Yin, how did it go?" "It is resolved now. Sato Ken and Zhou Deqian have recognized their errors and will not oppose you in the future," Yin Dajing replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Tan Zihao looked skeptically at Zhou Deqian and Sato Ken. "Indeed, Mr. Tan, I apologize for employing despicable tactics against you. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness," Sato Ken hastily expressed. "Mr. Tan, I too acknowledge my mistakes and beg for your pardon," Zhou Deqian bowed respectfully. "Well, since you both recognize your faults, let this matter be put to rest." Tan Zihao, a perceptive individual, understood that Yin Dajing must have exerted considerable influence over the two. But he refrained from questioning it, choosing instead to gracefully accept their apologies. This Master Yin is truly an extraordinary person, Tan Zihao thought, feeling deep admiration for his wife. Yu Yun. Hearing of Yin Dajing's intention to start a company, she was willing to invest even at a loss, simply to foster a closer relationship with him. Indeed, benefits had already begun to manifest. Without Yin Dajing's intervention, he might have faced dire consequences at the hands of Sato Ken and Zhou Deqian, and the Yuanjiang group would likely have fallen under their control. As Yin Dajing exited the Yuanjiang building, he received a call from Lu Yueran. "What are you up to? Are you free tonight? My grandfather misses you." Lu Yueran's tone conveyed a sense of helplessness. "Your grandfather misses me, does he?" "Haha, coincidentally, I miss him too. I had planned to dine with friends, but I shall cancel that. If grandfather wishes to see me, I must make time for him," Yin Dajing replied. "All right then. Take a taxi here. You know the address. Make sure to arrive before 5:30 p.m., Lu Yueran instructed. "Understood," Yin Dajing acknowledged, opting not to return home. Instead, he strolled through several nearby herbal shops, preparing a traditional medicinal blend for old Lu and purchasing some spiritually vibrant herbs for himself. After completing all these tasks, Yin Dajing had already taken a taxi in advance and arrived at the Lu family's villa. The taxi could only reach the exterior of the villa, and since Yin Dajing was not a resident, he was halted by the security guard outside. Just as he was about to call Lu Yueran to request her assistance in persuading the guard to allow him entry, he suddenly heard a voice exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle." A young elementary school student rushed towards him and clung to his leg. "It's you." Yin Dajing recognized him as the same boy he had seen outside of school, who had been struck by a vehicle, the son of that Mr. Yang. Indeed, as Yin Dajing looked up, he spotted Yang Xiangling in the distance, gracefully approaching in a floral long dress, carrying a backpack and following closely behind the young boy. Chapter 49. The Unusual Encounter. "Uncle, are you a superhero?" Yin Dajing gazed at Yang Xiangling, momentarily taken aback as the curious elementary school students inquired below. Dear child, what makes you ask that?" Yin Dajing responded, somewhat puzzled. "You rushed out to save me at a critical moment. If you are not a superhero, then who could be?" The young boy tilted his head, his wide eyes brimming with innocence and hope, eagerly awaiting the answer he longed to hear. Realizing the reason behind the child's question, Yin Dajing couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Indeed, Uncle is a superhero, here specifically to rescue you. However, you must be cautious when crossing the street in the future, and remember to listen to your mother, all right? I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Please wait a moment, Mr. Yin," Yang Xiangling interjected as she approached him. "Are you here to see our general manager Lu?" "You know our general manager Lu?" The words slipped from Yin Dajing's lips before he could restrain them. The upper echelons of society are rather limited in scope, not unlike ordinary individuals. It seemed that Yang Xiangling resided in this area, making her acquaintance with Lu Yueyan hardly surprising. Moreover, both women were formidable figures in their own right, increasing the likelihood of their familiarity with one another. "Oh, I should have asked how you knew I was looking for General Manager Lu." He quickly discerned a flaw in her statement. Yang Xiangling paused momentarily, then composed herself. I am friends with your general manager, Lu. I am here today at the invitation of old Master Lu for a meal. We do not reside here. Then let us proceed together, as the security guard has been detaining me, Yin Dajing replied, feeling relieved. It appeared that Lu Yueyan and this Ms. Yang were indeed friends, which explained the connection. Yang Xiangling turned to the security guard and said, Brother guard, this gentleman is my friend and is accompanying us to the Lu residence. Please allow him to register and join us. Certainly, Ms. Yang. In this villa area, outsiders were seldom seen, and as Yang Xiangling had visited repeatedly, the guards recognized her. Since she had confirmed that Yin Dajing should be allowed entry, they no longer obstructed him. After Yin Dajing registered his personal information, he followed Yang Xiangling and her son inside. However, the little one remained curiously fixed on Yin Dajing, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Young man, what is your name? Yin Dajing inquired with a gentle pat on the boy's head. My name is Yang Xian, the elementary school student replied. Yang Xian? You share the same surname as Ms. Yang. Is she perhaps a single mother? Such thoughts crossed his mind, yet he refrained from voicing them, aware that he had no close ties with Yang Xiangling. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Lu villa. Ah, Xiangling and little Xian have arrived. Oh, Young Yin, why are you accompanying them? Old Master Lu happened to be at the door, welcoming Yang Xiangling and her son, and could not resist inquiring upon noticing Yin Dajing's early arrival. Grandfather Lu, I saw him at the entrance and realized he was also coming to your home, so I brought him along, Yang Xiangling replied casually. Yin Dajing chuckled and remarked, Grandfather, it seems your health has significantly improved during these past few days. It appears you have been taking the medicine I prescribed. Lu Lao responded with a warm smile. How could I possibly neglect the medication from Young Yin? I must admit, your medical skills are truly remarkable. After taking your medicine, I feel considerably more invigorated. Oh, look at me. With age, my memory has begun to falter. You are still at the entrance. Hurry in. Today, Yueran is personally preparing the meal. Yang Xian dashed forward and exclaimed, Grandfather Lu, I'm tired. Carry me. All right, I will carry you. Yang Xian evidently frequented this place with Yang Xiangling. And without hesitation, he leaped onto Lu Lao's back. Though Lu Lao was of advanced age, his dedication to practicing Tai Chi had kept him in good health, making it effortless for him to carry Yang Xian. You, are Yueran's boyfriend? Yang Xiangling inquired, leaning closer after a few steps. It seemed that Yueran was still deceiving Lu Lao. She had merely heard that Yueran had a boyfriend and, to be honest, even upon encountering Yin Dajing at the door, she had not suspected him to be Yueran's partner. Having investigated Yin Dajing, she was aware that he had recently joined Yueran Technology. Upon seeing him today, she had assumed he was delivering something to Yueran or had some other business with her. If Yin Dajing were indeed Yueran's boyfriend, Yang Xiangling was certain that they were merely pretending. She was convinced that the two had never crossed paths before. So how could Yueran possibly fall in love with a new employee in just 2 days? There is no pretense. I truly am Yueran's boyfriend, Yin Dajing discerned her tone, realizing that Yueran had not mentioned any deception. Consequently, he had no intention of confessing. It was important to him to transform their charade into something genuine and to secure a permanent position. Yang Xiangling pressed her lips together, refraining from further inquiries, knowing that pursuing the matter would yield no fruitful outcome. Regardless of what Yin Dajing claimed, she remained skeptical. What on earth was Yueran thinking? Choosing a mere fresh graduate to masquerade as her boyfriend? Yang Xiangling continued to silently criticize. Grandfather Lu, is this Yin Dajing truly Yueran's boyfriend? Once inside, Yang Xiangling directly questioned Lu Lao. Indeed, it is Young Yin. What is it? You seem to know each other? Yang Xiangling replied, previously, Young Xian was nearly hit by a car, and it was Yin Dajing who saved him. Ah, this young man is a good child. I am quite pleased. Haha, Yueran has an excellent eye. Lu Lao's face beamed with joy at the mention of Yin Dajing. As Yang Xiangling and Lu Yueran were close friends, she would not expose the pretense. Although she felt immense gratitude for Yin Dajing's heroic act, she remained unconvinced that Yueran's choice to have him impersonate her boyfriend was wise. After Mr. Lu set Yang Xian down, he introduced, Little Yin, this is Yang Xiangling, the granddaughter whom your grandfather Qi has long wished to introduce to you. Oh, Yin Dajing realized, indeed, Grandfather Qi spoke no falsehood. Yang Xiangling is undeniably beautiful, rivaling Lu Yueyan. Though she has a child, given her looks and family background, it is likely that countless men would pursue her relentlessly. What? Yang Xiangling's reaction was markedly different. My grandfather wants to introduce me to him? No, that cannot be. Yang Xiangling still looked down upon an ordinary university graduate. She thought to herself, is my grandfather truly so anxious that he would wish to send me off with just any man? How could that be? When old man Qi arrives, you will understand. Mr. Lu remarked. Xiangling, I must inform you in advance that little Yin is already Yuyan's. You and Yuan are close friends, so do not develop any intentions toward him. Grandfather Lu, how can you still be so disrespectful at your age? Yang Xiangling responded with exasperation. What a joke. Even if I were unwanted, I could never fancy Yin Dajing. How is it possible for this young man to possess such an uncanny charm that he wins the favor of the elderly? Chapter 50. The assassin. Upon entering the Lu residence, Yin Dajing hurried to the kitchen, where he found Lu Yuan clad in an oversized apron, diligently slicing radishes. Allow me to assist, he exclaimed, washing his hands and smiling at her. Do you even know how to cook? Lu Yuan responded, her eyes brimming with skepticism. Although she seldom ventured into the kitchen, she was indeed capable of preparing dishes, and her culinary skills were commendable. To her, cooking was a delightful pastime that she indulged in occasionally. I am a jack of all trades. If you can imagine it, I can accomplish it, Yin Dajing declared with a confident grin, taking the knife from her hands. Having memorized the basics of Sichuan cuisine during his bus rides, he understood that while the myriad cooking styles across Huaxiao varied, the fundamental essence of cooking remained the same, particularly when it came to chopping. His cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, combined with his thieving skills and culinary prowess, allowed him to wield the knife with astonishing speed. Initially, Lu Yuan had doubted his claims, but upon witnessing his exceptional knife skills, she was utterly convinced. After all, she could not match his dexterity and chose to step aside. Yet, as she observed him immersed in his cooking, she felt a flicker of attraction. Indeed, a man who cooks with such dedication exudes charm. Yin Dajing's parents owned a restaurant, and from a young age, he had been immersed in the culinary world, learning the intricacies of cooking. With a solid foundation in Sichuan cuisine, preparing several home-cooked meals was a breeze for him. An hour and a half later, the table was adorned with an array of dishes: radish and pork rib soup, old duck stew, braised fish, boiled seafood, shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. By the time the dishes were served, Elder Qi had arrived. Gazing enviously at the bountiful spread and at Yin Dajing, who was bustling about in the kitchen. Ah, how fortunate are the granddaughters of others, he sighed, casting a pointed look at Yang Xiangling. Yang Xiangling could only respond with silence. What is so impressive about cooking? Am I seeking a boyfriend or a chef? However, after the meal, she had to concede that Yin Dajing's cooking was indeed delectable, rivaling that of chefs in esteemed restaurants. Yet, Elder Qi's incessant remarks were hard to bear. Yang Xiangling wanted to leave early, but Yang Xian was quite fond of Yin Dajing and lingered for over an hour after dinner before departing. Similarly, after Yang Xiangling and her group returned home, Yin Dajing soon followed suit. As night fell, he contemplated staying the night, but swiftly abandoned that notion upon meeting Lu Yuan's fierce gaze. Initially, Lu Lao intended for Lu Yuan to see him off, but he declined, assuring her it was unnecessary since he could easily hail a cab a short distance away. Once outside the villa, he walked a little further when suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end. An overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Dajing gathered all his spiritual energy and swiftly lunged to the side. With a loud bang, a bullet whizzed past him, tearing through his clothing. Fortunately, he evaded in time and emerged unscathed. Nonetheless, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. In a shadowy corner, Zhou Luo was astonished that his confident shot had missed its mark. However, undeterred, he fired several more rounds at the target. The suppressed gunfire emitted only a faint sound, sparing him the worry of alarming those nearby. Yet, after a dozen shots, none found their target, leaving Zhou Luo bewildered. Damn it. The target is just a fresh graduate with some martial arts skills, right? This information is flawed. Realizing something was amiss, Zhou Luo hastily stowed his weapon and prepared to flee. Just as he turned, a vine suddenly emerged from the ground, ensnaring his limbs. He struggled desperately, but the vine proved remarkably resilient, tightening its grip with each movement. This is mysticism. Are you a mystic? Zhou Luo exclaimed, his face a mask of horror. Mystics, or cultivators, were another term for practitioners of the arcane arts. Zhou Luo was on the verge of cursing. What kind of intelligence was this? Was this a trap to ensnare him? Speak. Who are you, and why have you come to assassinate me? Yin Dajing approached with a grim expression, enunciating each word. He was furious. For the first time, he felt the harrowing grip of life-threatening danger, a sensation that left him breathless. It dawned on him that even cultivators could be killed. This realization fueled his anger, igniting a fleeting urge to kill. Refuse to speak? If you don't reveal your intentions now, you may never have the chance again, Yin Dajing said coldly, noticing Zhou Luo's sealed lips. I am a killer. How could I betray my employer? Zhou Luo gritted his teeth defiantly. Very well, I respect your bravery. As soon as Yin Dajing finished speaking, he reached out and seized Zhou Luo's arm. Detecting basic driving skills, would you like to copy? Detecting basic concealed weapon techniques, would you like to copy? Detecting basic sharpshooter skills, would you like to copy? Copy. Without hesitation, Yin Dajing replicated these skills twice in succession, directly seizing them before upgrading. What have you done to me? I feel as if I've forgotten something. Zhou Luo stammered in fear. Yin Dajing remained silent, slowly producing a silver needle from his person. Swiftly, he plunged it into Zhou Luo's head several times. The vine retracted and vanished as if it had never existed, leaving Zhou Luo unconscious. This man is a killer, and he has likely stained his hands with blood. Even if I do not kill him, I cannot allow him to continue assassinating others. Can I trust a killer who has the capacity to strike at me to only target the wicked? The few needles administered by Yin Dajing have rendered his meridians incapacitated and have damaged his cerebral nerves. Even if Zhou Luo were to awaken, he would merely exist as a mindless shell, a mere shadow of his former self. Although the assassin refrained from disclosing the identity of the employer, Yin Dajing has surmised who orchestrated this nefarious act. His adversaries are few, and the only one capable of hiring an assassin, without a doubt, is Lu Yuyan's uncle, Lu Qingfeng. Engaging a killer certainly does not come cheap. I wonder how many more assassins Lu Qingfeng could afford. Stimulated by Zhou Luo's situation, Yin Dajing's resolve only grew stronger. It is imperative that he enhances his own strength to navigate any unforeseen circumstances. Upon returning to the Gathering Spirit Array, Yin Dajing began absorbing the essence of medicinal herbs while simultaneously practicing his cultivation. However, this time, he was not delving into the wood element cultivation techniques, but rather the water element techniques he had replicated from Sato Ken. While it is true that Sato Ken's techniques may not rival those of other cultivators from the East, the pearl and mirror possess the ability to evolve through deduction. Although he has copied the water element techniques, they have been upgraded to a point that they have surpassed the original methods. Presently, the wood element techniques that Yin Dajing is cultivating have already transcended the boundaries of the medicine Immortal Sect. Chapter 51. The Lone Phoenix's Call. Yin Dajing commenced his cultivation in accordance with the water-based spiritual practices, rapidly sensing the ambient spiritual energy surging into his being. This energy transformed into a gentle stream, traversing through his meridians, and before long, coalesced into a babbling brook. The spiritual energy he had previously cultivated from the wood-based practices manifested as a vibrant green, while that of the water-based practices emerged as a deep black. The distinction between the two hues stark. At present, the wood-based energy was robust, whereas the water-based energy remained feeble. After an entire night of cultivation, the water-based energy grew increasingly potent, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Perhaps I might complete the quintessence of the 5 elements cultivation methods. However, this would necessitate an even greater reservoir of spiritual energy. Over the subsequent week, Yin Dajing expended a considerable sum on medicinal materials, nearly 800,000, and by Thursday, his water-based spiritual energy had indeed made a breakthrough. This, however, was merely a breakthrough in the qi refinement stage, and the expense incurred was quite daunting. He couldn't help but reminisce about the gentleman who had previously purchased wild ginseng from him, having reached out again, only to find that the individual had not encountered any more wild ginseng. As the workday drew to a close, Shui Yifan called out to his colleagues in the technical department, announcing, "Today marks our manager O's birthday. If anyone is free this evening, let us gather for dinner and karaoke." The technical department was not large, and 3 colleagues had prior commitments, opting not to attend, while the remainder joined in. Just as they arrived at the restaurant's entrance, Yin Dajing's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the Lone Phoenix. Stepping aside into a corner, he answered the call. "Junior brother, there are 2 matters I wish to discuss with you." "Senior brother, please go ahead," Yin Dajing responded. "Firstly, next weekend, There will be a triennial exchange conference of the mystical schools in Hangzhou. Would you like to attend? If so, I can register you. In the past, when our medicine Immortal sect had fewer members, I held little interest in such gatherings. However, you are still young and could represent our sect, gaining insight into the expertise of other practitioners. Yin Dajing expressed his surprise. Is there truly an exchange conference for the mystical schools? I had thought there were few practitioners in this world. Indeed, there are not many. With a population of over 1 billion in China, there are merely a few thousand practitioners. Though this number may seem substantial, in reality, the lone phoenix sighed, lamenting the current state of China, where spiritual energy was scarce compared to times past. Yin Dajing mused to himself, how serendipitous it was that an opportunity had presented itself. This conference would indeed allow him to connect with other practitioners and glean insights into their techniques. Senior brother, please register me. I, too, wish to broaden my horizons. The lone phoenix smiled. Very well. I shall also attend. It has been quite some time since I last saw those old friends. The second matter pertains to an old acquaintance of mine in Beijing. He has suffered from a chronic ailment for decades, and recently, I have found it increasingly difficult to manage. I wish to invite you to examine him. Yin Dajing pondered for a moment and replied, All right, since you, my senior brother, have spoken, I cannot refuse. This weekend, I shall take a flight to Yanjing to meet your old friend. Good, junior brother. You go ahead with your tasks, and we shall see each other in Yanjing this weekend. After hanging up the phone, Yin Dajing prepared to enter the restaurant. However, upon stepping inside, he noticed Bei-chun and the others exiting with distressed expressions. What happened? Yin Dajing inquired, puzzled. Damn it, the private room we reserved has been taken by someone else. Bei-chun responded in a low voice. They can only arrange a table for us in the hall. Forget it, it doesn't matter where we eat. We've come all this way, we can't just leave. The hall has a lively atmosphere. That table by the window is large enough. We can squeeze in, Shui Yifan said, patting his shoulder and smiling. Yes, manager, oh, it's fine. It doesn't matter where we dine. Quick, let us order. I'm starving. The colleagues from the technical department, initially agitated, began to console Bei-chun upon realizing it was his birthday. My brothers, I apologize. Today, I failed to make proper arrangements. Later, I shall punish myself with 3 cups, Bei-chun said. But what could he do? They could only move to the large table nearby. Just as they were about to sit down, a few individuals walked in and announced, Boss, has the Xuanzi private room been vacated? My esteemed guest is about to arrive. Yes, please follow me. The boss cheerfully welcomed them. Upon hearing this, Bei-chun's anger flared. Boss, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't the Xuanzi private room already occupied? He exclaimed. Are you deceiving me just to accommodate them? How do you conduct business? That private room was reserved by us first. The boss, feeling quite embarrassed, stammered. I sincerely apologize, it was my oversight. I mistakenly accepted 2 reservations. As an apology, I shall offer you an 8% discount on your meal. This is not merely a matter of money, Bei-chun retorted, visibly displeased. At that moment, one of the newcomers approached him with a cold smile and said, The guest we are expecting is Mr. Tan from the Yuanjiang Group. I wonder which company you represent. Would it be convenient for me to speak with your boss? Bei-chun's expression darkened. He wanted to retort, but feared it would implicate the company. The Yuanjiang Group was among the top 10 enterprises in Jiangzhou, far beyond the league of Yuran technology. Seeing that Bei-chun had fallen silent, the man continued with a smirk. That's right, it is better to be honest. It would be much better for everyone to coexist peacefully. If you yield the private room to Mr. Tan today, it would surely become a pleasant story in the future. Yin Dajing scoffed. I am quite curious about what Mr. Tan would think if he learned how you acquired this private room. Would he blame you for your incompetence in securing a reservation, or would he criticize your coercive tactics? Are you seeking death? Which company are you from? Believe it or not, I can make it impossible for you to survive in Jiangzhou. The man bellowed. Yin Dajing, stop. Bei-chun and Shui Yifan exchanged anxious glances, prompting Yin Dajing to grit his teeth and take a seat. Humph, turns out you are merely a coward. Come on, let us retreat to the private room and enjoy the air conditioning, the man declared with arrogance, striding away alongside his boss into the private chamber. Yin Dajing, you are still young. Do not act too impulsively, Shui Yifan advised, patting him on the shoulder. Sometimes, one must adopt a more reserved approach. Otherwise, one will constantly face adversity and truly find it hard to endure. This is intolerable. When General Tan arrives, I shall have a thorough discussion with him. I trust that someone of his caliber, who has managed to build such a vast enterprise, cannot possibly be as uncouth as that individual, Yin Dajing asserted. That is not necessarily the case. We have yet to meet General Tan, and do not elevate certain individuals to mythic status. From a distance, they may seem lofty, yet in reality, they might be less benevolent than ordinary people, came the reply. All right, enough of that. Let us order. The group attempted to divert their focus from the earlier incident. Before long, Tan Zaheo and his companions arrived, accompanied unexpectedly by Zhou Daqian and Sato Ken. Comparatively, Sato Ken had successfully negotiated a collaboration with Tan Zaheo, which turned out to be mutually beneficial, with Sato Corporation even offering substantial concessions. General Tan, greetings. The situation is as follows. Upon their arrival, Yin Dajing promptly stepped forward, signaling to the trio of Tan Zaheo with a discreet gesture, urging them to feign ignorance of his presence. He then recounted the earlier events in detail. General Tan, we are quite content dining outside. It is rather pleasant. Allowing you to have the space is of no consequence, but your employees have acted far too domineering. Is this true? Sato Ken exclaimed angrily. General Tan, our collaboration with Sato Corporation was founded on the principles of your integrity and generosity. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I regret to inform you that our partnership shall cease forthwith. Tan Zaheo was incensed as well, responding, Mr. Sato, and to you, my dear brother, I must apologize. This matter is indeed our fault, and I owe you an apology. I never anticipated that my staff would not only demonstrate such an efficiency, but also resort to coercive tactics. Their conduct is utterly reprehensible. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a proper resolution. Chapter 52. Apology. Tan Zaheo stormed into the private room, swiftly dragging out the individual from earlier. Lu Zhang, how can you conduct yourself in such a manner? Did I not instruct you to reserve the private room for us at noon? And yet, what do? You come here at the last minute and drive everyone away? Lu Zhang, his face flushed with indignation, cast a venomous glance at Yin Dajing. However, he still managed to utter a polite apology, saying, I'm terribly sorry, it was my mistake. I should not have abused my authority. Tan Zaheo was on the verge of exploding with rage, for he had indeed given Lu Zhang explicit instructions to reserve the room ahead of time. Instead, this fool made a last-minute reservation, resulting in the expulsion of Master Yin and his companions. To others, his excuse might very well be perceived as a mere pretext. If he were to provoke Master Yin, it would spell disaster. Not to mention, Sato Ken had chosen to offer concessions and collaborate with their Yuanjiang group solely because of Yin Dajing's influence. The relationship between Master Yin and Fang Qiming was enough to make anyone tread carefully. With a resounding slap, Tan Zaheo struck Lu Zhang across the face. Lu Zhang, I never wish to see you again. From this moment forth, you are dismissed. You are prohibited from entering any department of Yuanjiang Group or any affiliated enterprises. Leave. Lu Zhang, previously brimming with resentment and planning to apologize first before seeking revenge against Yin Dajing and the others, was now utterly petrified by Tan Zaheo's declaration. He had a promising future within Yuanjiang Group, and without it, he would be reduced to nothing, utterly cast aside. Moreover, if Tan Zaheo had spoken, who would dare to take him in? This meant he could no longer survive in Jiangzhou. Tan Zong, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I implore you. Lu Zhang hastily dropped to his knees. Zhou Daqian scoffed, opportunities must be seized. Did you ever consider this when you tarnished Tan Zong's and Yuanjiang Group's reputation? You were fortunate to encounter Tan Zong this time. I fear there have been many other instances you escaped unscathed. Tan Zaheo could no longer afford to merely feign authority. He needed to ensure Master Yin's satisfaction. He barked, Get out. If you don't leave now, I will have someone throw you out. Don't say I didn't warn you if you end up missing limbs. Lu Zhang was unnerved by Tan Zaheo's cold voice. He understood all too well the ruthless methods of a man of such wealth. He stood up, disheartened, and made his way outside. Yet, as he walked, he couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at Yin Dajing. It was all this wretched brat's fault that I'm in this predicament. Tan Zong must be acting out of respect for Mr. Sato, forced to deal with me. If I don't ruin you, I'll change my surname. Stop. Suddenly, Sato Ken called out to him in his halting Mandarin. Mr. Sato, how may I assist you? Lu Zhang's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that Mr. Sato intended to intercede on his behalf? With Mr. Sato's intervention, Surely Tanzong would relent. He strode briskly before Sato Ken, only to be caught off guard when Sato Ken raised a fist and struck him squarely in the face, exclaiming, "Given your earlier demeanor, do you still seek to take revenge on others? I cannot abide the likes of you, a petty tyrant who, having committed wrongs, dares to retaliate against others. How shameful." Tanzaheo was taken aback. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated this scoundrel's desire for vengeance against Master Yin. Though Master Yin would undoubtedly remain unafraid, being harassed was still an unpleasant experience. "Lu Zheng, heed my words carefully. Should any of my friends suffer retaliation, I will not spare you. Think wisely about what I have said. Now leave." Lu Zheng, his spirit extinguished, departed the restaurant, his initial thoughts of revenge now extinguished. "My friends, I sincerely apologize." Tanzaheo addressed Master Yin and his table. "I will ask the owner to change our seating. Let us dine outside." "No need for that," Abachin interjected, rising with some excitement. "Mr. Tan, we are merely colleagues gathering for a meal. We can eat outside without issue. How could I impose?" Tanzaheo cast a furtive glance at Master Yin. "There is no trouble at all. We have already begun our meal, and changing locations would be cumbersome. Mr. Tan, please enjoy your meal inside," Abachin replied with a smile. Though the gesture of swapping seats was the same, this time Abachin's willingness was genuine. "Indeed, Mr. Tan, I initially came here reluctantly to report an issue, even contemplating that you might dismiss my concerns or threaten us like that Lu Zheng fellow. I did not expect you to be so amiable," Master Yin said with a smile. "Master Yin, what nonsense are you speaking?" Shui Yifan interjected with a glare, then added with a smile, "Mr. Tan, I apologize. Our new colleague is a recent graduate and is not very articulate. Please do not take offense." "Not at all. In fact, I must thank this brother," Tanzaheo insisted, waving his hands. "This matter is my fault, and his willingness to point it out is a kindness to me. Otherwise, Lu Zheng would have tarnished the reputation of my Yuanyang group further. Henceforth, consider this meal my treat as a token of appreciation. If you refuse again, I shall have to swap seats with you." "Then we are grateful, Mr. Tan," Shui Yifan said with a smile. "Mr. Tan, you have esteemed guests. Please do not trouble yourself with us." After Tanzaheo and his companions departed, the mood among the others was notably elevated, filled with excitement. They had not anticipated that Mr. Tan of Yuanyang Group would be so approachable. "Indeed, I thought he would be like other CEOs, tyrannical and aloof." "That's nonsense. Those at higher echelons tend to be more affable, as they are unbothered by trivialities. Their perspective is simply different." As they chatted and laughed, the meal turned out to be quite enjoyable. As the meal progressed, an unexpected sight caught everyone's attention. Tanzaheo, along with Sato Ken and Zhou Diqian, emerged, each holding a glass of wine. "I sincerely apologize for today," Tanzaheo remarked with a wry smile, raising his glass in a toast of atonement. He drained the contents in one swift motion. "No need for such formalities," the table of Yin Dajing responded, rising in unison to pour themselves drinks, which they promptly consumed in a single gulp. Those accompanying Tanzaheo followed suit, raising their glasses in salute. However, Zhou Diqian and Sato Ken distinctly bowed with utmost respect towards Yin Dajing, unbeknownst to the others, who assumed the bow was directed at them. They were left with the impression that these individuals from our country were quite courteous. Tanzaheo then distributed discount cards to everyone, offering an enticing 20 off at the Yuanjiang building. "What a pity we couldn't capture this moment on camera. Tanzong himself toasting us. How remarkable!" Some exclaimed. "Who would believe it?" Another chimed in, "But with a discount, I'm definitely sharing this on social media." The atmosphere brimmed with excitement, making the meal particularly enjoyable. In the end, Obachin intended to settle the bill himself, but the proprietor firmly refused, stating it was Tanzong's directive. Reluctantly, Obachin acquiesced. After departing the restaurant, the group ventured to a nearby KTV, indulging in drinks, singing, and celebrating with a birthday cake, reveling until the late hours before returning home. Chapter 53. The Jiang family on a crisp Saturday morning. Yin Dajing hailed a taxi to the airport, marking his inaugural experience aboard an aircraft. His friend, Gu Hong, had arranged for him to travel in first class. After passing through security, he was ushered directly into the first-class lounge to relax, followed by a dedicated attendant who guided him to the boarding area. Once aboard, a flight attendant checked tickets and, upon seeing Yin Dajing, exclaimed, "Is that you, Yin Dajing? Don't you remember me?" I'm Hua Xiaolei, your high school classmate. Only then did Yin Dajing take notice of the flight attendant, smiling as he responded, Hua Xiaolei. Our school belle. How could I possibly forget? She had been a classmate, and it was a delightful surprise to see her now as a flight attendant. She had always been stunning, but now her beauty radiated even more. Look at you, old classmate. You must have just graduated from university to be flying first class. Hua Xiaolei remarked cheerfully, returning his ticket. Oh, not at all. I'm merely an ordinary programmer, and this business trip ISNT funded by me, Yin Dajing humbly replied. However, as there were others waiting, their conversation came to an end. As they were about to disembark, Hua Xiaolei slipped a note into Yin Dajing's hand, saying, Here is my phone number and WeChat ID. Don't forget to add me. Of course, Yin Dajing nodded. Once outside, he quickly powered on his phone to add her. But she had not yet accepted, clearly still occupied with her duties. At the arrival gate, he was greeted by Ling Yimo, accompanied by a young man of similar age. Master Uncle, Ling Yimo waved at Yin Dajing with a warm smile, beckoning him over. Having healed Ling Yimo's ailment, Yin Dajing had bestowed upon him a new lease on life, earning Ling Yimo's utmost respect. Master Uncle, this is Jiang Ziqing, the grandson of old Jiang. Ling Yimo introduced. Mr. Yin, greetings, I am Jiang Ziqing. Thank you for coming early this morning to treat my grandfather, Jiang Ziqing said, bowing respectfully. To ensure Jiang Ziqing did not inadvertently offend Yin Dajing, Ling Yimo had briefed him beforehand, so Jiang Ziqing would not underestimate him due to their age difference. My senior made a special call, so I certainly cannot be negligent, Yin Dajing replied with a smile. Master Uncle, please, let Mr. Yin get in the car first, Jiang Ziqing urged slightly impatiently. All right, I understand, Yin Dajing nodded with a smile. The car journeyed for a full hour before entering a hidden military district in Yanjing, revealing the significance of the individual he was to treat. The vehicle halted in front of a traditional Sihiyuan, where Jiang Ziqing respectfully opened the door for Yin Dajing, saying, Mr. Yin, we have arrived. Please step out. Who is this? A middle-aged woman in her 50s, seated in the front passenger seat of another car that had just followed them in, frowned upon witnessing Jiang Ziqing personally opening the door for Yin Dajing. Aunt, this Mr. Yin is here to treat grandfather, Jiang Ziqing replied. What nonsense. Jiang Ziqing's grandaunt, Jiang Rupiying, exclaimed in anger, has your father lost his senses? Inviting such an inexperienced young lad to attend to the old master? The young lad, still reeking of youth, was indeed someone I had summoned. Is there a problem with that? At that moment, a figure emerged from within the room, expressing mild discontent. Senior Guhong, there is no issue, certainly no issue. Jiang Rupiying hurriedly bowed in respect. This esteemed Guhong was a close and cherished friend of the old master, a bond forged through life and death. Should the old master learn of her disrespect towards Guhong, given his fiery temperament, she might well be met with dire consequences. Senior brother, Yin Dajing interjected with a smile. Junior brother, Guhong disregarded Jiang Rupiying's presence and stepped forward to grasp Yin Dajing's hand, his face a mixture of surprise and delight. Ah, in less than a month, my junior brother has made considerable progress. This is indeed worthy of celebration. Although Guhong was uncertain of the exact level of Yin Dajing's cultivation, he could distinctly sense a remarkable enhancement, suggesting that he had likely surpassed the third level of qi refinement. This pace of advancement was unfathomably swifter than his own. Indeed, the future of the medicine Immortal Sect lay in the capable hands of this junior brother. Senior Guhong, this young brother of yours, is he truly your disciple? Jiang Rupiying inquired, her tone awkwardly light. Given Guhong's exceptional medical prowess, if this individual were indeed his disciple, it stood to reason that his skills would not be lacking. Yet, she found it hard to comprehend how Guhong, unable to treat the old master's ailment, could expect his disciple to succeed. Was it possible that Guhong intended to use the old master as a practice case for his junior? What young brother? How dare you refer to him in such a manner? Guhong retorted sharply. His demeanor, typically calm and composed, was now agitated. The medicine Immortal Sect was already sparse in numbers, and Guhong, known for his deep emotional ties, held his master in the highest regard, akin to that of a biological parent. His master's greatest regret had been the inability to locate his own brother, a sentiment that echoed in Guhong's ears. Now that he had found the heir of his master's sect, Guhong could hardly contain his joy. While he might overlook Jiang Rupiying's offense, he could not abide her disrespect towards Yin Dajing. The medicine Immortal sect was already few in number, and with his junior brother poised to lead the sect to greater heights, he could not allow him to be bullied. Jiang Rupiying scowled. At nearly 60 years of age, could she really address a lad barely in his 20s as uncle? Such a notion was utterly preposterous to her. Humph. Guhong shot her a glare before dismissing her entirely, leading Yin Dajing away. Senior brother, please do not take offense. This elder meant no harm. Yin Dajing reassured with a smile. Given Jiang Rupiying's age, it was entirely reasonable for her to harbor skepticism towards him, and he had not anticipated Guhong's reaction would be so intense. Do not defend her, Guhong responded tersely. If old Jiang were not my brother, would she dare to treat me with such disdain and expect my assistance for her father? Unlike ordinary doctors who might feel compelled to bow to the powerful, Guhong was resolute. No one could coerce him into treating a patient against his will. Yin Dajing refrained from further discussing the matter and instead inquired, Senior brother, what is the situation with the old gentleman Jiang? You only briefly mentioned it over the phone the other day, and I am still unaware of the specifics. Indeed, Guhong nodded and replied, in truth, old Jiang has been poisoned, likely by voodoo. He was afflicted 60 years ago, but I have managed to suppress it all this time. However, I am gradually losing my ability to contain it. Yin Dajing comprehended that, on one hand, the aging of old Jiang rendered him increasingly fragile, while on the other hand, voodoo poison differs fundamentally from ordinary toxins. One could say that this voodoo is alive and capable of growth. For the past 60 years, it has continuously battled against Guhong, becoming ever more potent. While old Jiang has grown weaker, this reciprocal decline made suppression increasingly difficult. Junior brother, do your utmost, but do not burden yourself with undue psychological pressure. Although Guhong harbored hopes that Yin Dajing could cure old Jiang, he did not wish for the treatment to jeopardize Yin Dajing's own foundation. Understood, senior brother. I know what to do. Let us first assess old Jiang's condition. Chapter 54. Old Master Jiang within the confines of Old Master Jiang's chamber. The members of the Jiang family bore expressions of deep sorrow, their sighs echoing through the air. At the venerable age of 95, one would typically consider such longevity a blessing. However, the Jiang family found themselves at a critical juncture, rendering his presence indispensable. This year, both Jiang Guofu, the eldest son, and Jiang Zhurui, the second son, were poised for significant career advancements, which would have been assured had old Master Jiang still been with them. Yet, should he depart, the warmth of their familial bonds would dissipate, leaving their futures shrouded in uncertainty. Howl, what is all this wailing? I am not dead yet. Old Master Jiang bellowed from his sickbed, though it was quickly followed by a fit of coughing. Guofu, father, I am here. Jiang Guofu rushed to the bedside. In his time, your grandfather was merely a common farmer, and I am no scion of wealth. You, too, have endured hardships alongside me while traversing the land. Is it merely a matter of a missed promotion that has rendered you so restless? Does this not indicate that you are unworthy of such a position? Old Master Jiang admonished coldly. Yes, father, I was wrong. Jiang Guofu quickly acknowledged. As long as you 5 siblings stand united, there is no need for concern, even if the sky were to collapse. Guofu, after my departure, the Jiang family will rely on you to uphold its legacy. You must unite your younger siblings and guide the next generation. Should there be any wayward descendants, deal with them decisively. As for the third, let him remain where he is for now and refrain from returning to disturb our peace. Old Master Jiang, with his military background, could not abide any waywardness, and thus, the Jiang family had never produced a rogue. At that moment, Jiang Hexiang, the third son, was away in another province, holding a significant position that prevented him from easily returning to Yanjing. Father, you shall not come to harm, Jiang Chuyue, the youngest daughter, said, wiping away her tears. Nonsense. Who among us can escape death? I am 95 years old, should I fear it? My comrades and brothers are all gone, leaving only that old fool Guhong behind. Were it not for this illness, I fear that even he would have surpassed his limits. Should I drag him down with me? I should have departed long ago. Old Master Jiang declared angrily. Father, Senior Guhong mentioned that his disciple's medical skills surpass his own, and that he has successfully treated brain tumors and late-stage liver cancer. I have arranged for inquiries, and it is indeed true. You will surely recover, Jiang Zhurui interjected. That old fool is merely grasping at straws in desperation. Do not place your hopes upon it. Old Master Jiang replied with resignation. I have consulted countless doctors, both Western and traditional Chinese, and even Gu Hong, one of the most esteemed physicians in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, has been at a loss. His disciple is unlikely to fare better. Prepare yourselves for the worst. Old Jiang, my disciple has yet to examine you, and here you are, already dictating your last words. This is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Gu Hong's voice rang out from beyond the door, followed by, "And you, old man, dare to speak ill of my disciple behind my back. You truly deserve a beating." Before his words had fully settled, Gu Hong entered the room, accompanied by Yin Dajing. Hiss! Everyone is already aware of Yin Dajing's youth. Yet upon seeing him in person, one cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Is he not exceedingly youthful? Following closely behind are Ling Mo and Jiang Zicheng. All eyes are drawn to Jiang Zicheng, who remains silent, merely nodding gently. Jiang Lao? The brother of my senior brother is actually Jiang Li, the esteemed Jiang Lao. Upon encountering Jiang Lao, Yin Dajing is also somewhat taken aback, for he has heard tales of Jiang Lao's exploits, a true hero of Huaxia. The prospect of treating such a legendary figure fills Yin Dajing with pride. It is no wonder my senior brother did not bring Jiang Lao to Jiangzhou to meet me. A person of such stature would undoubtedly stir a significant commotion should he venture beyond the capital. Gu Hong introduces, "Junior brother, this is my elder brother Jiang Li. And this is my elder brother's eldest son Jiang Guofu. And this is the second son Jiang Zhuorui." Gu Hong introduces each one, and the others promptly return the greetings, though they appear somewhat awkward, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Being of considerable age and high standing, addressing Yin Dajing as a senior feels somewhat uncomfortable. Yin Dajing reciprocates the salutations, then turns to Jiang Lao, saying, "Jiang Lao, my senior brother has already briefed me on your condition. I would like to take your pulse now. Come now, young Yin, since you are Gu Hong's junior brother. You are my brother as well. There is no need for such formalities. Go ahead, my life is in your hands. Feel free to examine." Jiang Lao chuckles, extending his hand. While Yin Dajing assesses Jiang Lao, he has already gleaned a general understanding of his condition. To avoid any misdiagnosis, he meticulously takes the pulse. Detected intermediate sky-piercing fist, would you like to replicate it? Detected beginner go skill, would you like to replicate it? Jiang Lao possesses relatively few skills. Upon replicating the sky-piercing fist, Yin Dajing realizes it pales in comparison to the Tai Chi of Elder Lu and Elder Qi. However, the sky-piercing fist bears a striking resemblance to military boxing, both forged in the crucible of battle, setting it apart from Tai Chi in significant ways. After a considerable pause, Yin Dajing concludes the examination, releasing Jiang Lao's hand, and remarks, "Jiang Lao, your condition with the voodoo has intensified only in the past 6 months, has it not? If I am not mistaken, did you not overexert yourself during your training half a year ago and experience blood in your vomit?" Jiang Lao feels a tad uncomfortable but still nods in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, young Yin, you are quite remarkable, easily diagnosing this. Even your senior brother was unaware of this matter." "What?" Gu Hong exclaims in dissatisfaction. "Such an important issue. Why did you not bring it to my attention? Grandpa, how could you conceal such a significant matter from us?" Zhang Qiuyue also scolds. "Ah, I was merely concerned that you might blame me for not yielding to age." Jiang Lao chuckles heartily. "Grandfather." Suddenly, Jiang Zicheng rose to his feet and knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Grandfather, I never anticipated that your injury would resurface due to events from 6 months ago. It was, in fact, my fault." "Enough," Jiang Lao interrupted him, his voice booming. "At such a young age, still so sentimental. Stand up and dry your tears. A son of the Jiang family may shed blood, but tears should not flow so freely." The others fell silent, refraining from further inquiry. The old gentleman was indeed a stern figure, often brusque in speech and demeanor. Yet he held no reproach for his descendants. Jiang Zicheng bowed deeply to Yin Dajing, pleading, "Senior Yin, I implore you, save my grandfather. If you can restore his health, I am willing to serve you tirelessly in gratitude." Such heavy words. Yin Dajing lifted him up as Jiang Zicheng struggled to kneel again. Yet he found himself unable to break free. Indeed, members of esteemed families possess remarkable talents. Even a mere youth is bound to possess formidable skills. Jiang Zicheng, it seems, is proficient in multiple languages. Chapter 55. Voodoo. The members of the Jiang family naturally witnessed this scene. Jiang Zicheng, the youngest son of the wealthy Jiang Gua, was considered the most skilled among the younger generation. Yet, even so, he found himself incapable of bowing before Yin Dajing. Indeed, the senior disciple of Gu Hong was extraordinary. After a few futile struggles, Jiang Zicheng resigned himself to standing aside, awaiting Yin Dajing's words. Yin Dajing turned his gaze towards Elder Jiang and remarked, "Elder Jiang, the voodoo within you has settled over 60 years, taking on a formidable presence. Moreover, this voodoo is not merely conventional. It has been infused with the yin-yang techniques of the practitioners from Country R. While it may appear less formidable than ordinary voodoo, it is, in truth, far more insidious." The mention of practitioners from Country R caused Elder Jiang and Gu Hong to exchange astonished glances. Gu Hong, in a grave tone, noted, "You are right, junior brother." Elder Jiang's affliction was indeed inflicted by a warrior from Country R. However, we had disregarded it, focusing instead on a poison expert in his vicinity. He too had subtly discerned the underlying issue. Yin Dajing continued, "With the enhancement of yin-yang techniques, this voodoo may seem less imposing and easily subdued by my senior brother. Yet, its venomous nature is even more severe. This voodoo has been lying in wait, seeking an opportunity to emerge. At that juncture, not only will Elder Jiang perish, but he will also become a corpse puppet controlled by the practitioners from Country R." Upon hearing the term corpse puppet, Gu Hong could not help but shudder, his countenance transforming into one of utter dismay, fists clenched tightly. "Junior brother, if this is indeed true, why has it only now come to light?" Yin Dajing responded, "If my surmises are correct, that warrior from years past was the true yin-yang practitioner, and he has since perished. Had it not been for this, Elder Jiang would have long since been reduced to a puppet of the people from Country R." Elder Jiang, upon hearing this, could not suppress a shiver, his already pallid visage devoid of any color. The thought that over 60 years ago he might have been manipulated by those from Country R, becoming a tool for them to harm his fellow countrymen, was too dreadful to contemplate. After a brief silence, Elder Jiang finally nodded, saying, "Indeed, many years ago, while undertaking a secret mission, I confronted that warrior from Country R. Although he wounded me, I too inflicted damage upon him. Without proper medical attention, it is highly likely he would not have survived. Thankfully, thankfully, thankfully." He repeated the word thankfully thrice, expressing his relief. Yin Dajing affirmed, "Precisely. The practitioner has since died, leaving the voodoo without guidance, causing it to remain dormant within Elder Jiang, accumulating power. Under normal circumstances, it would await Elder Jiang's natural demise to manifest, seizing control of his corpse and transforming him into an unconscious automaton, attacking others indiscriminately." The members of the Jiang family listened in horror, their spines tingling with dread. However, due to Jiang's enforced exertion, he has suffered internal injuries, leading the voodoo to believe that his time is drawing near, prompting an early eruption. Had it not been for my senior's formidable suppression, Jiang would likely have. Yet, this external force of restraint is ultimately futile. It addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. The voodoo, in the process of resisting, will only grow stronger. Furthermore, given Jiang's advanced age, he cannot afford to endure such a burden. Thus, if my predictions hold true, Jiang shall not survive beyond midnight. "Mr. Yin," Jiang Guofu said anxiously, uncertain if Mr. Yin possesses a means to save my father. Jiang looked at Yin Dajing with hopeful eyes, having placed complete trust in him. Should he transform into a walking corpse and turn against his family, he would prefer to seek solitude in a deep forest and bury himself. "Fear not, for I have discerned the problem and possess a solution." Yin Dajing extended his hand with a smile, assuring them, "Rest easy. If granted 2 hours, I shall cure Jiang and grant him another decade of life." Jiang, having practiced the ascending fist for many years, must also have engaged in some form of breath cultivation and health preservation techniques. Even with the voodoo within, he has managed to survive until now, which speaks volumes. Once the voodoo is cured and he is properly nurtured, living another 10 years will be no challenge. However, I require some peculiar catalysts. Regardless of how strange they may seem, I implore you not to be astonished or inquire about the reasons. Simply comply." Yin Dajing leaned in to whisper instructions to a young disciple, who, upon hearing, revealed a bewildered expression but nevertheless gritted his teeth and nodded before departing. Moments later, individuals began to return, some with black dog's blood, others with young boy's urine, as well as graveyard grass and various bizarre herbs. When it came time to treat Jiang, he dismissed everyone except for Gu Hong, who remained to assist. Jiang, I must be impolite. Senior brother, please remove Jiang's clothing and apply the young boy's urine evenly to the front and the black dog's blood to the back. He then crushed the assorted herbs and mixed them with a handful of soil, applying this blend uniformly across Jiang's body, even to his ears and certain indescribable areas. Finally, Yin Dajing employed silver needles, piercing Jiang's body and channeling his spiritual energy to protect Jiang's vital organs while dismantling the barriers Gu Hong had set within him. Soon, Yin Dajing sensed the voodoo within Jiang beginning to stir. This voodoo was especially cautious, tentatively probing, but eventually grew bolder, following the path Yin Dajing had illuminated, gradually making its way outward. On several occasions, the voodoo attempted to retreat, yet Yin Dajing remained unperturbed, enduring patiently until he successfully lured it out. At last, with a decisive strike, Yin Dajing expelled the voodoo entirely, causing it to erupt from Jiang's mouth. The voodoo doll fell into the basin of clear water, and in an instant, the once pristine liquid transformed into an abyss of darkness, accompanied by faint echoes of ominous howling. The water surged violently, as if something within sought to break free from its confines. Even though old Jiang had faced numerous adversities and encountered all manner of grotesque entities, the thought that such a multitude had once dwelled within him evoked an involuntary wave of nausea. Furthermore, the foul odor emanating from him caused him considerable distress. Were it not for the dread of becoming a mindless corpse after death, old Jiang's stubborn nature would have preferred demise over applying such substances to his body. Well, old Jiang, your voodoo has been completely drawn out. You are now unharmed. Next, I shall prepare some remedies to regulate your internal organs. You only need to attend to yourself regularly, spoke Yin Dajing with a smile. He then retrieved a pre-prepared talisman, ignited it, and cast it into the basin, infusing it with a surge of wood-based spiritual energy. Once the flame was imbued with this energy, it blazed even more fiercely. The howling from the basin grew increasingly shrill and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. After what felt like an eternity of over 10 minutes, silence finally enveloped the basin. Although old Jiang felt utterly wretched, he managed to rise and don his clothing. Previously bedridden, he now moved with an ease that belied any discomfort. Junior apprentice, your method of treatment is truly unprecedented, Gu Hong couldn't help but exclaim, his face alight with joy and satisfaction. His delight stemmed not only from his friend's recovery, but also from the promising future of the medicine Immortal Sect. Yin Dajing was at a loss for words to explain his medical prowess, which originated from the medicine Immortal Sect, but had far surpassed it through the enhancements of the beads and mirrors. Additionally, his current ease was partly due to his mastery of yin-yang techniques, which he had elevated to an advanced level. He chuckled and remarked, when I have some leisure time, I shall teach you. Since Yin Dajing had expressed his willingness to impart knowledge, Gu Hong chose not to press further. Subsequently, Yin Dajing summoned members of the Jiang family to assist old Jiang with bathing, changing clothes, and tidying the disordered room. Witnessing the once bedridden elder now able to walk on his own brought immense joy to the Jiang family, alleviating their earlier anxiety. Chapter 56. The school beauty seeks help. Old Jiang, please stop washing. It's merely a psychological effect. Just try not to think about it. Yin Dajing chuckled as he observed old Jiang wash himself twice and still sniff at his arm. Brother Yin, you are a junior to Gu Hong, which makes us of the same generation. Kindly refrain from addressing me as old Jiang. Just call me Brother Jiang. Old Jiang replied with a grimace, making a concerted effort to dismiss the unpleasant sensation he had just experienced. That won't do. You are. Yin Dajing began, but was swiftly interrupted by Gu Hong. Junior brother, old Jiang is correct. You share the same generation with us, so do not confuse the hierarchy. The older generation, especially individuals like us, place great importance on such distinctions. Gu Hong is right. Not only do you belong to the same generation as I, but your act of saving my life is sufficient grounds for us to be equals. Henceforth, you shall address me as Brother Jiang, while I shall call you Junior Brother Yin. If you refuse again, I shall be displeased. Noticing old Jiang's stern gaze, Yin Dajing could only acquiesce with a smile. Very well, I shall address you as Brother Jiang. Jiang Rupiying, come here. Old Jiang suddenly called out coldly to Jiang Rupiying, who had been chatting with her younger sister. Jiang Qiuyue. Upon hearing her father's commanding voice, she hurried over, inquiring, Dad, what do you need from me? Earlier, you spoke disrespectfully to your Uncle Ian at the door. Now apologize to him, old Jiang stated, his expression stern. Dad, Jiang Rupiang's eyes reddened. What a joke. Not only must she call the young Yin Dajing uncle, but she also had to apologize? Jiang Rupiang was a person of some standing in Huaxia, who would not show her a modicum of respect. When had she ever had to apologize for mere words? Brother Jiang, there is no need for that. It is said that ignorance is no crime. I am merely too young, and anyone would distrust me at first glance. Yin Dajing interjected, wishing to defuse the awkward situation. Old Jiang insisted, Jiang Rupiang. Your Uncle Ian is magnanimous, but you must maintain the proper etiquette. Brother Ian is Guhong's junior, my brother, and a lifesaver. He is, therefore, your elder. Are you truly dismissing your elders? Yin Dajing, too, felt a headache coming on. Jiang Rupiang was nearly old enough to be his grandmother. For someone of that generation to call him uncle was utterly uncomfortable for him. I'm sorry, uncle. Jiang Rupiang stammered, finding it difficult to utter the word uncle. All right, just call me Mr. Ian. Let us keep it formal, Yin Dajing quickly suggested. I'm sorry, Mr. Ian. Jiang Rupiang immediately replied, fearing old Jiang would insist on her calling Yin Dajing uncle. Of course, despite her somewhat sharp tongue, Jiang Rupiang recognized that Yin Dajing had saved her father's life and felt grateful towards him. She expressed her gratitude for his intervention. After giving Jiang Rupiang a stern look, old Jiang ultimately chose not to reprimand her further. At noon, Yin Dajing shared a meal with the Jiang family. Except for Jiang Jia's third son Jiang Hexiang and his children, all other members of the Jiang family were present, including Jiang Rupiang and Jiang Chuyue's husbands and offspring. At the dining table, Elder Jiang elaborately introduced everyone, leaving Yin Dajing quite astonished. The members of the Jiang family held esteemed positions, even Jiang Chuyue's husband, who was a prominent figure in the bureau. In the afternoon, Ling Donglai, the eldest disciple of Gu Hong and father of Ling Mo, arrived specifically to pay his respects to his master's uncle, Yin Dajing. Ling Mo possessed an appealing appearance, yet Ling Donglai was rather difficult to describe. He towered nearly 2 meters tall, slender and elongated, resembling a bamboo pole, with legs spread apart akin to a compass. His face bore a horse-like visage, and his features lacked definition, appearing somewhat flat. Moreover, he exuded an aura of menace. Upon encountering his junior uncle, Ling Donglai knelt immediately before Yin Dajing without uttering a word. Yin Dajing reacted swiftly, supporting him. Ling Donglai struggled, attempting to bow lower, but like Jiang Zicheng, found it utterly impossible. Intent on gauging his junior uncle's prowess, Ling Donglai exerted more force, only to realize it was in vain. Ultimately, even when he gradually channeled his energy, the outcome remained unchanged. Clearly, his junior uncle's capabilities surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Despite being unable to bow fully, Ling Donglai harbored immense respect for Yin Dajing, bowing deeply in acknowledgement. As an orphan raised by Gu Hong, Ling Donglai regarded him as both master and father, while also recognizing the formidable abilities of Yin Dajing. In terms of cultivation, he had only reached the 4th level of Qi refinement this year, and had yet to break through to the 5th level. Yet he sensed that Yin Dajing's power was undoubtedly superior. Furthermore, in the realm of medicine, Yin Dajing's skills were beyond Ling Donglai's reach. With a status and strength surpassing his own, Ling Donglai was wholeheartedly convinced. Intermediate wood element cultivation method discovered. Would you like to replicate it? Intermediate Tongbei fist discovered. Would you like to replicate it? Basic traditional Chinese medicine skills discovered. Would you like to replicate it? After replicating these skills, Yin Dajing encouraged Ling Donglai not to be overly courteous. Currently, Yin Dajing had ascended to the 6th level of Qi refinement in the wood element cultivation method, and had successfully replicated the intermediate wood element cultivation methods for both Gu Hong and Ling Donglai, allowing for potential fusion and upgrading. However, Yin Dajing was hesitant to merge them. A fusion would propel him directly to the 9th level of Qi refinement, a state he was currently unable to control and irreversible. Should the spiritual energy prove insufficient and lead to a deviation, the consequences would be dire. This illustrates the distinction between cultivating techniques and other skills. However, for now, mere replication enabled mutual study and reference, which was quite beneficial. Junior uncle, your formidable prowess far exceeds mine. Have you considered joining our mysterious department in Huaxia? Should you wish to join, I would gladly relinquish my position as group leader to you. Yin Dajing chuckled, saying, I am merely an ordinary worker. I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to lead my humble life. However, as you are my junior and serve the nation, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. If time permits, I will do my utmost to help." With that, he expressed his gratitude to his young uncle. Yin Dajing was pressed for time. After engaging in a brief conversation and playing a few rounds of chess with Elder Jiang, he asked Ling Mo and Jiang Ziqing to show him around Yinjing. The following day, around noon, he flew back from Yinjing, arriving home shortly after 4 in the afternoon. Just as he stepped through the door, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered that Hua Xiaolei had accepted his friend request. "Old classmate, are you back in Jiangzhou or still in Yinjing? You're working in Jiangzhou now, right?" She swiftly messaged. "I just returned to Jiangzhou." "Yes, I am indeed here, working as a programmer," Yin Dajing replied. "Oh, I have just arrived in Jiangzhou as well, but I haven't had the chance to rent a place yet. Could you help me find one?" "Thank you so much, old classmate." She responded with a hands together emoji. "Well, since the school beauty has requested, how could I refuse? By the way, do you have any specific requirements for the apartment? Are you looking for a studio? Or a 2-bedroom apartment? Or are you considering sharing?" Yin Dajing inquired. "I'm quite broke, so sharing would be best to save some money. Ideally, I would prefer a male roommate." Dear school beauty, isn't it customary to find a female roommate?" Yin Dajing was somewhat perplexed. He had initially considered renting a place for both Chu Qin and Hua Xiaolei. After all, Chu Qin was his first employee. "Forget it. I absolutely despise sharing with females. They fuss over trivial matters endlessly, while males can help with cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning," Hua Xiaolei explained. Yin Dajing's forehead was adorned with 3 black lines of exasperation. "Aren't you worried about being taken advantage of by a male roommate? That's why I need you to vet them, to assess their character. They can have ulterior motives, but they mustn't have the audacity to act on them," she replied. "Understood. All right, I will help you screen some suitable candidates, and then you can choose from them." Chapter 57. The Toad in the Stinking Ditch. Yin Dajing was preparing to browse the internet for suitable shared accommodation that met Hua Xiaolei's criteria when he noticed Gao Yang returning. "Brother Jing, I'm back," Gao Yang said, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. "There's something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Yin Dajing replied gently. "It's like this. Our company has opened a new office in the northern part of the city, and they want to transfer me there as a team leader." Yin Dajing chuckled. "Isn't this good news? I understand that it's quite far from the north side, so you'll be moving there, right? We're brothers. There's no need for any awkwardness." Gao Yang continued. "Brother Jing, the company has arranged a bedroom for me in the northern office. So I won't need to find a place here anymore. I probably won't be coming back, so you can help me rent out our place. If it can be rented, then great. If not, it's no big deal. But from now on, it seems it'll just be you alone." The most frustrating part about sharing a house is when one roommate leaves shortly after moving in, especially when that roommate is like a brother who has cared for him since their freshman year, akin to a real sibling. However, this was indeed a golden opportunity for Gao Yang. If he let it slip, it could haunt him for a lifetime. All right, Yin Dajing understood Gao Yang's concerns. Yet he felt a surge of joy for his brother's rapid promotion. He smiled, patting Gao Yang on the shoulder. "Coincidentally, I have a high school classmate who is now a flight attendant and is looking for a male roommate. I can easily rent it out. You needn't worry. Even without a roommate, with his savings, he could comfortably cover the rent." "Brother Jing, stop pretending. I know you're saying this for my sake. Deliberately trying to make me feel better. Haha, a high school classmate who is a flight attendant, really? You're quite bold to say that." Gao Yang couldn't believe that Yin Dajing just happened to have a high school female classmate who was a flight attendant and was specifically looking for a male roommate. He thought Yin Dajing was merely trying to console him, which made him feel even more touched. "Brother Jing, if you manage to rent it out, please use the money to pay off my debt. If you ever find yourself short on cash, just let me know." He even considered that when the rent was due, he would help Yin Dajing if he needed it. Gao Yang had returned to tidy up, and Yin Dajing assisted him in packing everything, ultimately loading it all into the car and waving goodbye. Now, there was no need to search for a roommate for Hua Xiaolei anymore. Yin Dajing sent her a message. "Hua Xiaolei, my brother and I were sharing a 2-bedroom apartment, but he has to leave due to a job transfer. Would you like to share with me instead?" "Soon," Hua Xiaolei replied. "Yin Dajing, I didn't expect you to prioritize romance over friendship. You're kicking your brother out just to live with me." Exasperated, he thought, "It's just a coincidence that my brother is leaving. Stop explaining. So, do you want to rent it?" "Of course I do. Please send me the address. I will arrive shortly. Approximately an hour and a half later, there was a knock on the door. When Yin Dajing opened the door, his eyes brightened instantly. Standing at the entrance was Hua Xiaolei, still clad in her flight attendant uniform, dragging along a suitcase typical for her profession. Please come in. Before Yin Dajing could finish his invitation, Hua Xiaolei had already darted inside. Wow, not bad. You must have known I was coming and tidied up for me, right? Don't overthink it, all right? It's usually this clean, she remarked, satisfied after surveying the surroundings. All right then, I will rent this place. Yin Dajing explained. Our room costs 2,500 yuan per month, with a deposit of 1 month and payment for 3. So, your monthly rent is 1,250 yuan. Since a month has already passed, you'll need to pay a month's deposit and 2 months' rent, totaling 3,750 yuan. Without further ado, Hua Xiaolei transferred the amount to him, stating, Perfect, I'll buy some bed sheets and a duvet. So I won't waste money on a hotel tonight. Yin Dajing, let us go get those bed linens and toiletries, she added. After receiving the payment, Yin Dajing immediately transferred the money to Gao Yang. To reassure him, he even sent a photo of Hua Xiaolei in the room. Look, I didn't deceive you, did I? Gao Yang, noticing the authenticity of the image, responded with a flurry of envious emojis and said, Wow, Jinggu, you are impressive. Remember to secure that flight attendant quickly and have her introduce me to someone. Though a flight attendant is merely a service worker at high altitudes, she holds significant allure for ordinary men. Moreover, Hua Xiaolei's beauty is exceptional, even among her peers in the profession. Yin Dajing retorted, Go away, and took Hua Xiaolei to a nearby supermarket to purchase bed sheets, a duvet, and toiletries. Wow, a flight attendant. So beautiful. The sight of Hua Xiaolei in her uniform garnered considerable attention, even making Yin Dajing, who accompanied her, an object of curiosity. After completing their shopping, as they were about to return, a young man holding a bouquet of flowers approached them. Xiaolei, you really live here. That makes it easy for me to find you. The young man smiled. I know you love roses, so I brought you these. I hope you like them. Thank you, Zhao Gu, Hua Xiaolei replied, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes, though she maintained her smile. But as you can see, I just moved in today and have many things to attend to. Oh, you're moving? You should have said so. I could arrange for some help. You know, I may not have much, but I have plenty of little brothers. The young man said, oblivious to Hua Xiaolei's subtle rejection as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Zhao Gu, it's unnecessary. I don't have much stuff, so there's no need to trouble you, Hua Xiaolei hurriedly interjected. Look at you. There's no need for such politeness with brother Zhao. Assisting you is merely a duty, chuckled the young man with the bouquet. As he spoke, he reached out towards Hua Xiaolei, ostensibly to help her with the items in her hands, yet his intentions seemed to lean towards encircling her waist instead. Hua Xiaolei took a couple of steps back, her expression alarmed as she glanced at Yin Dajing, signaling him with her eyes. Yin Dajing smiled and nodded, then positioned himself in front of the bouquet-bearing youth, saying, Brother Zhao, right? Xiaolei is moving, and she doesn't have much to carry, so there's no need for your assistance. I am her co-tenant, and I shall handle everything for her. The young man with the bouquet glared at him menacingly, declaring, Kid, do you even know who I am? How dare you thwart my plans? Step aside. Some waters are not meant for commoners like you to tread. Yin Dajing replied with a smile. Oh, you? I am indeed familiar with you. Zhao Ho's demeanor shifted slightly with a hint of pride. He truly believed that he had garnered some fame. Yet Yin Dajing swiftly changed the narrative. Aren't you just the toad in the stinking ditch? A toad must remain a proper toad. So do not harbor dreams of feasting on swan meat. You are seeking death. Zhao Ho roared, launching a kick aimed at Yin Dajing's abdomen. Be careful. Seeing Zhao Ho's sudden assault, Hua Xiaolei's face drained of color, and she cried out in alarm, warning Yin Dajing. Chapter 58. The Pain of Flesh. Zhao Ho's kick, fueled by rage, was delivered with great force. Just as it was about to collide with Yin Dajing's abdomen, Yin Dajing swiftly sidestepped, causing Zhao Ho to miss entirely. Caught off balance, he could not retract his foot in time, resulting in a resounding crack as he split his legs on the ground, inadvertently injuring himself. In an instant, Zhao Ho's face flushed crimson with pain as he uttered a cry. Bravo! Yin Dajing applauded. Our dear toad brother, performing a splendid split in the street. Quite impressive indeed. I am convinced you are no longer with child. To his astonishment, this toad brother, though not young, still exhibited remarkable flexibility. Enough chatter, let us depart, Hua Xiaolei urged, pulling Yin Dajing away. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the scene, she remarked, "This Zhao brother, I encountered him recently while flying. He attempted to flirt with me, but I ignored him. Somehow he followed me here. Yin Dajing, you must exercise caution. I have heard from other colleagues that Zhao has an elder brother, a significant figure in Jiangzhou, powerful and with many subordinates. Whenever you encounter him, do your utmost to avoid confrontation." Yin Dajing nodded. "Understood, I will remain vigilant." He thought to himself, "With Fang Qiming calling me Grandmaster, I have little to fear from a few ruffians." Setting aside the matter of identity, even in terms of strength, he had transcended the notion that victory could be secured through sheer numbers. Whether faced with 10 or 100 thugs, it mattered not to him. Unless, of course, the adversary was a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement. But such individuals were exceedingly rare throughout China and were typically esteemed seniors who would hardly heed the commands of mere ruffians. During their time in Yinjing, Gu Hong and Yin Dajing had discussed various matters pertaining to the current state of the cultivation world. In summary, the overall level of practitioners in China was relatively low. The vast majority of the youth were merely at the first or second level of qi refinement, much like Ling Mo, who was only at the second level. Those with a modicum of talent barely reached the third level. A handful of prodigies might achieve the fourth or fifth levels, but beyond that, Gu Hong had neither witnessed nor heard of any young individuals surpassing such realms. Even among the older generation, the most exceptional figures barely reached the late stage of qi refinement, and no one had reported a master breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Of course, Gu Hong had also mentioned that China was home to hidden talents. Perhaps there were concealed masters of cultivation, but those were realms inaccessible to the mundane. At least, in all these years, Gu Hong had not encountered any. Even those at the late stage of qi refinement were seldom seen. "Xiaolei, I am fine as a man, but that toad has been fixated on you. Do you think?" Yin Dajing cautioned Hua Xiaolei. "Rest assured, individuals like him do not harbor genuine affection for us. They merely seek amusement. I have encountered a few such characters and know how to handle them. I suspect that in a couple of days, this Zhao brother will have forgotten all about it." Hua Xiaolei replied nonchalantly. "Well, that would be ideal. Should he continue to pursue you, let me know, and I shall deal with him," Yin Dajing insisted. "You deal with him? Just you? He hails from a background of roughness, a master of brawling, and you." Waxiel laughed sweetly, assessing Yin Dajing from head to toe. "Do not underestimate me. My martial arts skills are exceptional. My Tai Chi is unparalleled, unmatched by anyone. Even 100 toads like that one would be no match for me." Yin Dajing rolled his eyes dramatically. "If your surname were Wu instead of Yin, perhaps I might believe you." Waxiel did not take his words to heart. The two bantered and laughed as they returned home. "Oh, there are still ingredients in the fridge. Yin Dajing, do you know how to cook? Why don't we prepare something at home? I've had enough takeout and work meals. It's been ages since I savored home-cooked food." After tidying up a bit, Waxiel rummaged through the fridge, discovering eggs and greens, and called out to Yin Dajing, "That sounds great. I'll go buy some groceries to welcome you to your new home. What would you like to eat?" Yin Dajing had initially contemplated taking Waxiel out to eat, but seeing her nonchalant attitude towards home cooking changed his mind. "It's getting late. There's no need to buy groceries. Just whip up a couple of simple dishes. Whatever we can make from what's in the fridge is better than eating out." "Okay." Yin Dajing responded swiftly, springing into action. His culinary skills were impressively sharp. He prepared a plate of stir-fried eggs with green peppers, a dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, sauteed greens, and a seaweed egg soup. The fridge was running low on ingredients, particularly lacking meat, so he could only prepare these few vegetarian dishes. However, Yin Dajing's cooking was remarkable. Even vegetarian meals were brimming with color, aroma, and flavor. "My goodness, old classmate. You truly astonish me," Waxiel exclaimed after tasting the spicy and sour shredded potatoes, giving a thumbs up. "I never imagined your culinary skills were this good. I thought the ingredients in the fridge were merely for show." Yin Dajing smiled quietly. He preferred cleanliness and was not fond of dining out. Since moving here, he had found himself cooking more often, at least maintaining the habit of preparing breakfast at home. Waxiel was beautiful, yet her eating manners were rather unrefined. She smacked her lips and displayed no decorum, devouring her food voraciously. After a long, satisfying burp, she patted her stomach and said, "I can't continue like this. If I get fed too well, I'll surely be dismissed by the airline. Just exercise a bit, then. Otherwise, this bowl." Yin Dajing chuckled. "Oh, I'm so sleepy. Being on the plane for too long makes one drowsy." I'm off to sleep now. Waxiel revealed her flair for dramatics, instantly embodying a theatrical spirit. Fortunately, Yin Dajing was a kind-hearted person. During their 4 years of university, he had been the one to keep their dormitory clean. Thus, he did not mind Waxiel's lack of decorum. After tidying up the dishes, he prepared to retreat to his room for some practice when a call from Ling Donglai interrupted him. Hello, Donglai. Hello, little master uncle. What do you need? Ling Donglai, with a hint of joy, remarked, Master uncle, the matter you entrusted to me has come to fruition. I have successfully acquired 5 wild ginseng roots, 3 of which are approximately 80 years old, and the other 2 exceed a century. After visiting Yin Dajing yesterday, it occurred to him that, given his status, he could more readily seek out treasures such as wild ginseng, and thus he requested my assistance. I was taken aback by the speed of my success. Within just a day, I managed to procure 5 roots. It truly exceeded my expectations. Indeed, those in positions of power can accomplish tasks with greater ease. Poverty limits possibilities. How wonderful this is. Donglai, thank you so very much. Yin Dajing expressed his elation, for with these 5 wild ginseng roots, he could elevate his water-based cultivation technique to the mid-stage of qi refining. How much did you spend on these 5 roots? I shall transfer the funds to you. Ling Donglai hastily replied. How could I possibly accept your money, Master Uncle? Yin Dajing insisted. Come now. I will still rely on you for assistance in sourcing more wild ginseng in the future. If you refuse to accept payment, how can I dare to ask for your help again? Speak plainly about the acquisition cost. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Donglai responded. In total, I spent 7,300,000. Yin Dajing winced at the figure. It was indeed steep, surpassing market value. Yet if the roots were genuine wild ginseng, their worth would be justified. Furthermore, he understood that Ling Donglai would have incurred additional expenses in his procurement. Very well, provide me with a bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. Additionally, continue to seek out wild treasures such as wild ginseng and deer antlers for me. I desire as many as possible, provided they are wild and possess some age. After completing the transaction, Yin Dajing felt the sting of expenditure. 1,000,000 Huaxiao coins had dwindled to just over 150,000. Fortunately, the following day after work, Ling Mo personally delivered the wild ginseng roots. Chapter 59, Enlightenment Indeed. Yin Dajing gazed at the 5 wild ginseng roots presented to him by Ling Mo, nodding with satisfaction. Ling Mo, I truly appreciate your coming here. Ling Mo replied, It is only fitting to deliver items to my revered senior uncle. Although the 5 wild ginseng roots were valued at nearly 10 million, Ling Mo felt it unnecessary to make a special trip. They could have simply been sent via courier. However, considering Yin Dajing's need for them, Ling Donglai insisted that his son personally undertake the journey. You have worked hard. Yin Dajing smiled and continued. You have always referred to me as your senior uncle, yet I have not bestowed any gifts upon you. Take this jade pendant. Carry it with you, and your cultivation will yield twice the result with half the effort. The jade pendant, a piece Yin Dajing had intricately carved, bore a spirit-gathering inscription, which would indeed assist in cultivation. I cannot accept such a generous gift from you. Senior uncle, Ling Mo hastily declined. This is a token from me as an elder. You must not refuse, Yin Dajing retorted. Are you belittling my gift? Reluctantly, Ling Mo accepted. Thank you, senior uncle. He felt compelled to accept, knowing the 5 wild ginseng roots had cost over 700,000. Thus, he was not overly concerned about the ordinary jade pendant. Being a part of the mysterious department, Ling Mo, after delivering the items, was not detained by Yin Dajing, as he was eager to return home and engage in his cultivation. Upon arriving home, he noticed a note on the table. Yin Dajing, thank you for the breakfast. I will be flying out for the next couple of days and won't be back. To outsiders, the house may not have appeared disordered, but Yin Dajing felt compelled to tidy up before entering to cultivate. Now, Yin Dajing alternated between practicing wood and water-based cultivation techniques, with the latter occupying the majority of his training time. Upon entering the spirit-gathering array, he retrieved an 80-year-old wild ginseng root to commence his cultivation. He began with the water cultivation method, currently stuck at the 3rd level of qi refinement, unable to make further progress. Each attempt felt as if he were on the verge of breaking through, just a thin membrane separating him from the next level. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remained impeded. However, in the past couple of days, he sensed a loosening, With just a bit more spiritual energy, he could break through. With a focused mind, he observed his breath, allowing his heart and spirit to settle at his lower dantian. As his thoughts remained undisturbed and his technique commenced, spiritual energy surged from all directions, particularly from the wild ginseng within the array, which emanated a torrent of spiritual essence. As Yin Dajing practiced, he was suddenly jolted by a thunderous sound. It was the rumble of thunder. Soon, rain began to pour in torrents. The summer storm had arrived rather unexpectedly. Yet, in that moment of downpour, an epiphany struck Yin Dajing's mind with clarity. As if it were a natural progression, he smoothly broke through to the fourth layer of qi refinement, and his spiritual energy continued to coalesce, hinting at further advancement. Outside, the torrential rain, which had poured for half an hour, suddenly ceased. In Yin Dajing's heart, it felt as though droplets of dew were nourishing the flowers, grass, and trees, causing them to flourish remarkably under the rain's embrace. Before long, the droplets in Yin Dajing's heart began to converge, forming a river which intertwined with countless others, evolving into vast streams, lakes, and eventually, an ocean. The boundless sea allowed Yin Dajing to grasp, for the first time, the profound meaning of the phrase misty waves stretching endlessly. At that moment, he realized how small he truly was. After a while, Yin Dajing beheld a forest fire, roaring like a fierce dragon, fierce and tumultuous. Yet, beneath the relentless rain, the flames were extinguished. With another shift in perspective, Yin Dajing focused on the droplets, each falling onto a massive stone. Drip, 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 drip. Time passed unmeasured, and the stone was finally worn smooth, with a hole formed in its center, a testament to the adage water can penetrate stone. Water, gentle and nurturing, possesses an immense strength capable of overcoming obstacles. Taking a deep breath, Yin Dajing opened his eyes, only to realize that he had unknowingly consumed 3 80-year-old wild ginseng roots, and astonishingly, his water affinity had progressed to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Most importantly, Yin Dajing felt that his comprehension of the water element now surpassed that of the wood element. This meant that if he were to split himself into two, one wielding wood and the other water, the victor would undoubtedly be the water aspect. Understanding, in terms of insight, his rapid advancement in the wood element was merely replication, lacking genuine comprehension. Thus, the deeper the understanding at the same level, the greater the strength. Just moments ago, for reasons unknown, he felt as though he had entered a state of enlightenment, amplifying his perception. Yin Dajing pondered this, but chose not to dwell further. Meanwhile, after delivering the wild ginseng, Ling Mo did not return to Yanjing, but instead rented a room near the airport. Around 11 o'clock, Ling Mo rose and began his cultivation. The hours from 11 at night to 1 in the morning, the time of the rat, were considered golden for their training, unless absolutely necessary. They would seize this opportunity to cultivate. As usual, Ling Mo commenced his practice. Stuck at the 2nd layer of qi refinement for some time, he felt an unusual lightness during his training today, akin to finally shedding the weights that had bound his legs. Typically, he would sip water through a straw, but today he found himself drinking directly from a bowl, indulging in hearty gulps, experiencing a refreshing satisfaction. Did I truly break through? After the hour of the rat passed, Ling Mo was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had transcended to become a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. And everything unfolded so naturally. This is simply astounding. Ling Mo could not contain his excitement and immediately called his father to share the joyous news. What? You have broken through? Ling Donglai responded with delight. Achieving the 3rd level of qi refinement at the age of 30 is commendable, indeed. Well done. Ling Donglai praised him, but cautioned him against arrogance, urging him to continue his diligent training. Ling Mo nodded and suddenly exclaimed, Dad, I just remembered, something feels amiss. What seems to be wrong? Ling Donglai's heart tightened. He hoped that there were no mishaps in his son's cultivation. A misstep could ruin a lifetime of effort. Today, my practice was exceptionally smooth, perhaps because my granduncle gifted me a jade pendant. I presented wild ginseng to my granduncle today, and he was so pleased that he bestowed upon me this jade pendant. Ever since I wore it, I felt an extraordinary ease in my practice, and the speed at which I absorbed spiritual energy significantly increased. Ling Mo revealed, pulling out the pendant. Wait, let us video chat. Ling Donglai said before ending the call to initiate a video call. He was anxious, Such a treasure that accelerates cultivation could potentially be a tool of dark practitioners. Upon seeing the pendant on the video call, Ling Donglai's eyes widened, and he erupted in exclamation. Ling Mo, this is the Gathering Spirit Jade Pendant, an invaluable treasure. How could you accept such a precious item from your granduncle? His concern about it being an evil artifact subsided, but another worry arose. No. Could it be? Is this truly the Gathering Spirit Jade Pendant mentioned by our ancestor? Had I known it was such a priceless treasure, I would have refused it at all costs. Ling Mo's eyes glistened with emotion. He had thought it was merely an ordinary jade piece, never anticipating its immense value. So, Dad, should I return the pendant to my granduncle? Ling Donglai paused before replying. Hold on, I must consult with my master. Although it was past 1 o'clock, and it was generally inappropriate to disturb Gu Hong, Ling Donglai found himself unable to sleep and decided to reach out anyway. After explaining the circumstances, Gu Hong pondered for a moment. No wonder your junior brother's cultivation speed is so rapid. I had no idea he possessed such a treasure. After a brief pause, he continued, never mind, there's no need to return it. Your granduncle likely has more than one of these. This weekend, I will go to Hangzhou with your uncle, and I will express my gratitude properly. Since it was a gift from your master to Ling Mo, let him keep it. Yes, master. Chapter 60. More beasts than beasts. After completing his cultivation, Yin Dajing found it was already 1 in the morning. However, he was accustomed to taking a shower every day. Even though he had achieved his cultivation goal, and, despite the summer heat, he had not sweated much, he felt uncomfortable sleeping without a shower. As he stood under the water, he discovered a peculiar affinity for it. Today he had gained some insights into the way of water, so he lingered in the shower a little longer than usual. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a startled exclamation echoed. Ah, pervert. Yin Dajing was jolted awake. What the heck? Hua Xiaolei, how did she come back? The bathroom door is not closed. He quickly covered himself, exclaiming, stop shouting. Hua Xiaolei, shielding her eyes, dragged her suitcase inside. In their modest 2-bedroom apartment, the space was not vast, and the bathroom and shower were combined. If the bathroom door was left ajar, one could easily see everything inside with just a few steps. When he was in the dormitory with his friends, they never paid much attention to such matters. The university shower doors were broken, and they had always showered with the door wide open. Previously, he had shared a living space with Gao Yang and had not thought much of it. Today, he recalled that Hua Xiaolei had specifically left a message saying she would be away for the next couple of days, leading him to subconsciously feel secure and leave the door open. By all that is holy, he had no exhibitionist tendencies. With little desire to continue showering, he quickly rinsed off, dried himself, and wrapped a towel around his waist before stepping out. Humph. As he emerged, Hua Xiaolei had also stepped out, her round eyes glaring at him. Yin Dajing, tell me honestly, are you a pervert? Why am I the pervert? Yin Dajing retorted, feeling exasperated. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for the next few days? Even if I hadn't returned, would you have been able to wander around the house in the nude? Hua Xiaolei suddenly realized her return was rather abrupt, but stubbornly replied, my apologies. I will be more careful next time. That should suffice, right? Yin Dajing knew he had erred in this situation. Living with a girl, such matters should indeed be taken into consideration. You think you can brush this off with a mere apology? You've sullied my eyes. You owe me a grand meal for the next week. No, for an entire month, to atone for my wounded heart. Yet, her thoughts contradicted her words, as she couldn't help but notice that Yin Dajing's physique was surprisingly impressive, revealing defined chest muscles. Due to his rigorous training, his body had transformed, showcasing muscles he had never dared to dream of before. I'm fine with cooking for you, but will you even have time to eat? All right, for the next month. As long as you're home, I'll return to cook. That should be acceptable, but you must inform me in advance. Don't leave me in the dark again like this time. In any case, since he would be cooking, Yin Dajing was indifferent. What's the matter with you today? Why did you come back so late? Not flying anymore. Flying? Nonsense. There's a torrential downpour today, and the flights have been cancelled. Hua Xiaolei yawned and said, all right, you should go to bed now. You have work tomorrow, right? Honestly, what were you doing so late in the shower? You're not working tomorrow. After a few more words of scolding, Hua Xiaolei added, I'll take a shower later, but don't peek, or else. However, upon finishing her sentence, her face flushed slightly as a joke crossed her mind. A young couple once booked a hotel room, and since only a large bed was available, the girl said, let us draw a line. If you cross it, You are a beast. The boy took her seriously and spent the entire night without crossing the line. The next day, the girl angrily scolded him. You are even worse than a beast. Hua Xiaolei felt that her words might carry a similar implication. Would Yin Dajing misunderstand? Yet, after Yin Dajing nodded and turned to leave, it only left Hua Xiaolei in a state of confusion. What did that mean? Did he look down on her? This Yin Dajing was more beastly than a beast. He was simply a block of wood. If only Yin Dajing knew how many thoughts swirled through Hua Xiaolei's mind in mere seconds, he would surely be alarmed. Once back in his room, Yin Dajing went to bed. The next morning, he rose early and prepared breakfast. In the past, he used to sleep in, but since he began his training, he discovered a newfound discipline within himself. For him, sleeping 3 to 5 hours a night was more than sufficient. His breakfast was quite lavish, featuring orange juice, millet porridge, fried eggs, and a plate of stir-fried cabbage. He pondered whether he should go downstairs to buy some buns or fried dough sticks, when suddenly, Hua Xiaolei opened her door. Appearing dazed as she emerged, she wore a very thin and alluring nightgown, her skin barely concealed, and her hair was in disarray, as if she were unaware of her surroundings. Good morning. Upon seeing Yin Dajing at the breakfast table, Hua Xiaolei yawned and took a couple of steps forward, only to suddenly realize something, letting out a startled scream. Ah! Without a second thought, she dashed into the bathroom. I've truly lost my mind. Once inside, Hua Xiaolei desperately tried to untangle her messy hair and fix her nightgown. How could she have shown him such an unkempt side of herself? After using the restroom, she was too embarrassed to leave, so she simply sat on the bathroom floor, deciding she would wait until Yin Dajing had left before emerging. Yin Dajing finished his breakfast fairly quickly, and nearly 10 minutes passed without any sign of Hua Xiaolei. With his keen senses, he could have heard any movement inside. But he was not the type to engage in such inappropriate behavior. Hey, Hua Xiaolei, I'm off to work now. I'll save breakfast for you. He called out loudly, but there was no response from within. Hua Xiaolei, you haven't fainted in there, have you? Yin Dajing suddenly felt a twinge of concern. Silence lingered within. Make a sound, or else I shall open the door. Yin Dajing, anxious that Hua Xiaolei might have overexerted herself and collapsed in the restroom, leaned in to listen for any indication of life. All he discerned was the faint sound of dripping water, a result of the faucet not being turned off properly. For heaven's sake, I'm perfectly fine. At the sound of Yin Dajing's intention to open the door, Hua Xiaolei exclaimed. Thank goodness, Yin Dajing sighed in relief. You're not suffering from constipation, are you? It's been quite a while. Get lost. Upon hearing Hua Xiaolei's spirited response, Yin Dajing finally felt reassured and headed downstairs to catch the bus for work. Chapter 61. Defamation. What on earth is happening? Upon arriving at the office, Yin Dajing suddenly noticed that many colleagues from other departments were whispering and pointing at him. Wow, Yin Dajing, you're here. I was just about to call you, exclaimed Chen, who had arrived quite early that day, waving at him. What is going on? Manager O? Yin Dajing asked, perplexed. Look at this, Chen said, pulling out a pamphlet and handing it to Yin Dajing. What the hell? Yin Dajing was taken aback upon reading the content. The headline read, Yuan Technologies Yin Dajing, a two-timer who deceives for wealth and love. It elaborated on his background, mentioning his graduation from Jiangke University and recounting certain events from his time there. Of course, while 8 statements were true, 2 were false. And it was those falsehoods that fueled the rumors. In summary, it painted Yin Dajing as a despicable individual, lacking in ability, yet overflowing with emotional promiscuity. What is going on? Yin Dajing inquired. Where did this paper come from? Where did it come from? Goodness, there are plenty of them downstairs in the building. And there are many right outside our office as well, Chen replied, somewhat at a loss. I noticed that General Manager Liu arrived quite early today. She is aware of this too. Chen patted Yin Dajing on the shoulder, expressing a look of sympathy. To be honest, Yin Dajing was not lacking in money or work, yet he still wished to pursue Liu Yuan. It would be quite unpleasant if either Liu Yuan or his colleagues misunderstood the situation. After settling at his desk, Yin Dajing intended to hack into the building's surveillance system to uncover the perpetrator. However, just as he sat down, other colleagues urged him to check the company forum. Yuan Technology indeed had a forum, though its activity level was not high. It still boasted several hundred active users, with colleagues consistently managing it. Upon entering, Yin Dajing discovered a thread slandering him as a two-timer, accusing him of abandoning girls after gaining their affections. It portrayed him as a quintessential scoundrel. Naturally, The post had been deleted, yet new ones continued to emerge. Who is spreading these malicious rumors about me? Seeing that posts were still being made, he felt it was manageable. Yin Dajing understood that such actions were likely perpetrated by someone familiar. Utilizing his hacking skills, he traced the information of the poster. These individuals were rather foolish. They kept posting, and as soon as their accounts were banned, they registered new ones, making it quite easy to track them down. Lu 1. Yin Shi. In a short time, Yin Dajing discovered that the ones targeting him were none other than Yin Shi and Lu 1. He had previously met Lu 1 when Gao Yang introduced Yin Shi to everyone, and he never imagined that the two had teamed up to form a coalition against him. Lu 1. Damn it. I kindly chose not to report you, yet you have the audacity to slander me. And as for you, Yin Shi, are you not aware of your own shortcomings? Yin Dajing was truly enraged this time. He first infiltrated the mobile phones of Lu 1 and Yin Shi, installing a tracking system on their devices. Following that, he hacked into their computers, preventing them from posting further, and meticulously preserved all records, which he subsequently forwarded to Zhuang Lingfeng. Then, seizing a moment while he was in the restroom, he called Mao Xiaoqiang. "Hello, Brother Jing." Mao Xiaoqiang said in a deferential tone, "What can I do for you? You're aware of Lu 1, right? The one you were supposed to deal with." "Yes. I'm currently searching for him. That scoundrel has vanished into thin air. I've been unable to locate him," Mao Xiaoqiang replied, his frustration evident. Although he had simmered down regarding his anger towards Lu 1 over time, he felt compelled to express indignation at Brother Jing's mention of the matter. In order to demonstrate his disassociation from Lu 1, Yin Dajing responded, "Well, I now know where this fellow is. Damn it, he is at an internet CAF. Still posting slander against me, even affecting our company. I will send you his location. You need to teach him a lesson on how to behave. If you can't handle it, I'll come and show you how it's done." Yes, Brother Jing, I understand what needs to be done," Mao Xiaoqiang hastily affirmed. After hanging up with Mao Xiaoqiang, Yin Dajing called Zhuang Lingfeng. "Principal Zhuang, I must bring an issue to your attention. As a student of Jiangke University, I find myself unjustly slandered, and the person doing so is merely acting out of personal grievances." Yin Dajing recounted the entire sequence of events. "I have evidence and have sent it to you. Please look into it." Zhuang Lingfeng was moved by this, as it was rare for Yin Dajing to solicit his assistance, and this matter certainly fell within his purview. Thus, he replied resolutely, "Rest assured, Dr. Yin, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and address it with the seriousness it warrants." Unlike Mao Xiaoqiang, Zhuang Lingfeng was articulate, at least taking the time to ensure a proper investigation. Meanwhile, at the Full Moon Internet CAF, Yin Shi and Lu 1 were together, engaging in a campaign to defame Yin Dajing. Yin Shi harbored resentment towards him for a long time. She believed her happiness had been destroyed by him. As for Lu 1, his feelings had turned bitter out of love. A man who once allowed him to exert control had now slipped from his grasp. Recently, having lost his job and inexplicably becoming inept at billiards and struggling with his English, Lu 1, lacking any particular skill, was left with no choice but to pursue a sales position. The two, unexpectedly converging, ignited like thunder and fire, and thus began plotting how to deal with Yin Dajing. Particularly Lu 1, who was even willing to spend money to hire someone to distribute flyers. Suddenly, Lu 1 exclaimed, "What is going on? My computer just went black. Can someone from tech come over?" Yet, scarcely had he spoken when Yin Shi's computer also went dark. "Oh, could it be that the experts from Yueran Technology have made their move?" Lu 1 nodded and remarked, "Given the vastness of Yueran Technology, it is only natural that they possess talent capable of tracking us down. Haha, we are merely in an internet CAF. If this one doesn't work, we shall simply find another. Boss, let us settle the bill." After shutting down the computer, the two departed from the Full Moon Internet CAF and made their way to another nearby establishment, the Giant Dragon Internet CAF. Yet, scarcely had they turned on the computers when a tumultuous commotion erupted. A throng of 15 or 16 individuals stormed in. Leading the charge was none other than Brother Chong. Mao Xiaoqiang. "Brother Chong." Lu 1 felt a surge of fear within, though he feigned composure and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Previously, Lu 1 had paid Mao Xiaoqiang to confront Yin Dajing, which had resulted in Mao Xiaoqiang and his companions being apprehended. Thus, Lu 1 was acutely aware that retaliation might be forthcoming, prompting him to deliberately evade them. However, at this juncture, Lu 1 remained oblivious to the true reason behind Mao Xiaoqiang's entrance. mistakenly attributing it to mere misfortune. Ah, what a familiar face, Mao Xiaoqiang said darkly, casting a glance at Yin Qi, who he recognized as well. Likewise, Yin Qi recalled Mao Xiaoqiang. After all, she had been assaulted by him. Brother Chong. She stammered, her voice trembling. Mao Xiaoqiang inquired, what are you doing in the internet CAF? We aren't doing anything, just preparing to go online. We just sat down, the boss can vouch for us. Yin Qi, aware of Yin Dajing's influence, had already surmised that Mao Xiaoqiang might be here on behalf of Yin Dajing. Indeed, one must not trust women's words. Mao Xiaoqiang delivered a sharp slap to Yin Qi's face, exclaiming, you still want to tell me the truth? Do you really think I stumbled upon you by accident? I came here specifically for you. His ire intensified as he directed a kick toward Lu Wan. How dare you offend Brother Jing? You even had us do your dirty work. You were trying to set me up. Mao Xiaoqiang beckoned his associates, dragging the two out of the internet CAF. As for the CAF owner, he dared not utter a word. After all, they had already collected the payment, and there was nothing to fear. Chapter 62. Because of my handsome appearance, the sound of fists striking echoed throughout the room. In the corner, Lu Wan was subjected to a fierce beating by the subordinates of Mao Xiaoqiang. Yin Qi fared slightly better, yet she stood trembling at the side, her mind consumed by a singular thought. She should not have provoked Yin Dajing. After all, she was merely a student, still yet to graduate. Though she had gained some experience during her time with Lu Hai, the sight of such brutality filled her with an inexplicable dread. Yin Qi's beauty was not particularly striking. Even at Zhejiang University of Science and Technology, she could only be considered moderately attractive. The reason Lu Hai had chosen her was twofold: her obedience and, more significantly, her association with Gao Yang, which he relished. Upon parting ways with Lu Hai, Yin Qi found herself abruptly returned to her former self. Transitioning from a life of luxury back to simplicity was a daunting challenge. Having grown accustomed to a life of comfort, she struggled to adapt to her previous circumstances, which led her to align with Lu Wan. In her fear, she even refrained from disclosing to Lu Wan the connections between Yin Dajing and Mao Xiaoqiang, as well as Zhao Tian. Remember this. Mao Xiaoqiang growled after finishing with Lu Wan, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Do not dare to harass Jinggu again. If you do, I will strip your skin from your body. Lu Wan's entire being ached, yet upon hearing the name Jinggu, he gazed in astonishment at Mao Xiaoqiang. Changgu, could it be that you are mistaken? The Jinggu you speak of, surely you do not mean Yin Dajing? He is just an ordinary person. I shared a dorm with him for 4 years. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. Mao Xiaoqiang delivered a punch to Lu Wan's eye socket. Let me make this clear. If you dare to harass Jinggu again, I assure you, I will end your life. Do you understand? Yes. Lu Wan hastily nodded, too intimidated to oppose Mao Xiaoqiang and his men. And you? Mao Xiaoqiang turned his gaze to Yin Qi. What were you thinking? Jinggu has already spared you once, and yet you still engage in such underhanded actions. Are you looking for trouble? Out of consideration for your gender and your past relationship with Jingji's brother, I will refrain from striking you this time. However, let me be clear. Should this happen again, I will not care whether you are a woman or not. I will leave you incapacitated, wishing for death. Yin Qi trembled and took a step back. At that moment, her phone rang. She pulled it out to find that it was a landline call. Hello. Is this student Yin Qi? Yes, this is Yin Qi. This is the Academic Affairs Office of Zhejiang University of Science and Technology. Student Yin Qi, you are accused of defaming others in a severe manner. Please come to the Academic Affairs Office at your earliest convenience to clarify the situation. Otherwise, you risk expulsion from the university. As misfortune compounded, Yin Qi collapsed to the ground in shock. Meanwhile, the issue concerning Yin Dajing was swiftly resolved, avoiding any significant fallout. However, most of the colleagues in the company had already become aware of the situation. To this end, Shui Yifan specifically summoned Yin Dajing for a conversation. Yin Dajing offered an explanation, and Shui Yifan sighed, saying, Xiao Yin, I must confess that I hold you in high regard. Despite your recent graduation, you possess remarkable capabilities and an exceptional capacity for learning, comparable to that of seasoned employees. However, our general manager, Ms. Liu, is a woman of strong principles, particularly intolerant of frivolity. It is said that she would rather err on the side of caution than overlook any indiscretion. Although you have been wronged, your reputation may not withstand her scrutiny. I shall speak with Ms. Liu on your behalf, Yet whether you remain in her employ ultimately rests with her decision. Yin Dajing responded, "Thank you, General Manager Shui. I will personally clarify this matter with Ms. Liu. She is not one to act without reason." Shui Yifan, akin to Beichin, placed a reassuring hand on Yin Dajing's shoulder, letting out a slight sigh of regret. In their eyes, Yin Dajing was merely a fresh graduate, not an irreplaceable asset, and the likelihood of his dismissal loomed large. Typically, in technical roles, employees with strong skills are often afforded leeway in their personal lives, provided they adhere to legal boundaries. Yet, Ms. Liu Yueran, as a young female proprietor, placed great importance on personal conduct. Last year, a manager in the marketing department faced termination after a scandal involving an extramarital affair erupted within the company. Despite his capabilities, he was dismissed without room for negotiation. Indeed, half an hour later, Yin Dajing found himself summoned to the executive office. Yin Dajing, what on earth is going on? In the office, only Liu Yueran and Yin Dajing were present, and she wasted no time in reprimanding him. How could you allow such a scandal to disrupt the company? Enraged, she flung 2 promotional flyers at him. Had this been any other employee, Liu Yueran would not have hesitated to terminate their employment. However, the situation with Yin Dajing was more complicated, as she was, after all, his romantic partner in the eyes of her grandfather. Elder Liu held Yin Dajing in high esteem. And at this juncture, Liu Yueran was reluctant to consider a separation. "It's a misunderstanding," Yin Dajing implored. "General Manager, I have truly been wronged. The individuals behind this are Yin Qi and Liu Wan. Yin Qi is the very woman mentioned earlier, whom I supposedly cheated on, and whom I allegedly pressured into undergoing surgery. She is not my girlfriend. She is the ex of my brother, Gao Yang. Our first encounter was marked by my brother's heartbreak over her betrayal, leading him to seek solace in alcohol." Yin Dajing articulated his case clearly, providing evidence to support his claims. After listening, Liu Yueran shot him a fierce glare and remarked, "You really do meddle in matters that do not concern you." Yet, inwardly, she acknowledged his loyalty, recalling their initial meeting, which indeed confirmed his depth of feeling. "Enough," she declared. "You may leave. I will handle this situation." Once Yin Dajing exited, he returned to the technical department. What happened? Several colleagues inquired as they gathered around him. As everyone spent time together, their relationships remained harmonious. Yin Dajing was a commendable person who blended well with the group, and thus his colleagues from the technical department truly hoped he would not be dismissed. Even Shui Yifan glanced over in this direction. Yin Dajing chuckled, "It's all right. I've already explained everything to Manager Liu. I told you. Manager Liu is a person of great understanding and would not wrong me." "Really? Is Manager Liu so easy to talk to?" His colleagues from the technical department expressed their astonishment. Manager Liu, with her striking beauty, seemed far from accommodating, often perceived as someone who would decisively lay down the law. Yin Dajing laughed, "Of course. Perhaps it's also due to my handsome appearance get lost. You could just die." His colleagues grumbled as they walked away. Subsequently, Liu Yueran also clarified the situation for Yin Dajing, allowing the matter to settle. Later that evening, as Yin Dajing was preparing to head home, he encountered Ling Mo. "Aren't you going back yet?" Yin Dajing inquired, puzzled. Ling Mo replied, "Master Uncle, I am here to express my gratitude. I initially believed the jade pendant you gifted me was merely an ordinary piece. I never expected it to be the gathering spirit jade pendant, an invaluable treasure." Ling Mo's voice trembled slightly with emotion. Yin Dajing interrupted, "It's just a trivial matter. Do not dwell on it. We share the same master. And you always call me Master Uncle. Presenting you with a jade pendant is nothing significant." He added, "Now, since you're driving, and I don't need to take the bus, let us go. Please give me a ride." Ling Mo, filled with gratitude, nodded vigorously, "Of course, Master Uncle. Please get in. I came specifically to pick you up. I will stay in Jiangzhou for the next few days and will take you to the airport on Friday before I return." Yin Dajing, observing Ling Mo's grateful expression, was at a loss for words. "I have no place for you to stay. You'll have to book a hotel. Rest assured." "Master Uncle, I have already reserved a hotel near your community." Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, as Yin Dajing stepped out of the car, he heard a middle-aged man in his 50s say, "Young man, I just saw your flight attendant girlfriend being taken away by a group of thugs, heading that way." "What?" Yin Dajing was startled and hurriedly got back into the car. Ling Mo, drive this way. He also called Hua Xiaolei immediately. Chapter 63. Transforming conflict into harmony. Hua Xiaolei had spent a day resting at home. In the evening, She had intended to purchase some fruits and vegetables for Yin Dajing to prepare a meal after his work. However, before she could reach the market, she was intercepted by Zhao Ho and his entourage. "Brother Zhao, what is the meaning of this?" Hua Xiaolei furrowed her brows in surprise. She had not anticipated that Zhao Ho would resort to such uncouth behavior. "Where is that boy who struck me yesterday?" Zhao Ho demanded, flanked by 10 men, each exuding an intimidating presence, clearly skilled in combat. "I do not know. He is merely my neighbor and seems to have not returned yet. I will notify you when he does," Hua Xiaolei replied cautiously, aware that individuals like Zhao Ho were not to be trifled with. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Even as he pursued her romantically. "Not back yet, is he? Then you shall accompany me," Zhao Ho stated coldly. "Brother Zhao, I have matters to attend to. I truly cannot go with you today." Hua Xiaolei forced a professional smile, attempting to defuse the situation. "Your authority does not prevail here," Zhao Ho retorted, still seething from the humiliation he had endured the day before, the sting of which lingered in his steps. He seized Hua Xiaolei's wrist and pulled her aside. Startled, Hua Xiaolei gasped, desperately calling for help. A few passers-by contemplated intervening, but upon seeing Zhao Ho's men, they quickly retreated in fear. Zhao Ho pointed to one of his subordinates, saying, "Do you see? He wields a knife. If you continue to scream, he may leave a few marks upon your face. At that point, you can only hope for the success of your reconstructive surgery." A shiver ran down Hua Xiaolei's spine. She realized the depths of Zhao Ho's ruthlessness, which exceeded her expectations. The threat he posed was credible, and should anything transpire, it would be his underlings who would face the consequences, allowing him to evade accountability and continue his indifferent existence. When Zhao Ho merely led her to the edge of an artificial lake nearby, Hua Xiaolei felt a brief sense of relief, but her concern for Yin Dajing resurfaced. She attempted to text him a warning, but Zhao Ho snatched her phone and switched it off. "Damn it. I pursue you, and you respond with such indifference." Zhao Ho initially harbored no intentions towards Hua Xiaolei. His focus was solely on confronting Yin Dajing. Yet, after a moment of waiting, he glanced at Hua Xiaolei seated on the bench, and his thoughts shifted. He contemplated courting her more earnestly, but her disdain for him only fueled his desire. Capturing her presence, he felt compelled to act, lest he disappoint himself. "What are you doing?" Hua Xiaolei noticed something amiss with Zhao Ho, her heart racing in fear. "What do you think I am doing?" Zhao Ho replied, lunging towards her. Hua Xiaolei's heart sank. Her greatest fears had finally materialized. She screamed for help, struggling desperately, her heart filled with terror, which caused her to burst into tears. "Stop! Damn it! Zhao, you toad, I will kill you." Just then, Yin Dajing rushed over. Although he couldn't get through on the phone, he hadn't driven far before he spotted the scene and heard Hua Xiaolei's cries for help. Well, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly." Zhao Ho, filled with excitement, scrambled to his feet, momentarily losing interest in Hua Xiaolei. He glared at Yin Dajing with hatred and sneered, "Beat him. Break his legs first." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao's lackeys surged forward. "How dare they touch my master's uncle?" Before Yin Dajing could make a move, Ling Imo, who had been following closely behind, erupted in fury. Like a ferocious tiger, he charged into the crowd, and Zhao's hired thugs appeared no different from sheep in his presence. With brutal efficiency, Ling Imo swiftly broke the legs of these men. Zhao's subordinates lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Despite having just entered the 3rd level of Qi refining and being a novice in Tongbei boxing, Ling Imo found it more than sufficient to deal with these individuals. "You seek death." Ling Imo glared fiercely at Zhao Ho. He believed that Hua Xiaolei, captured by Zhao, was Yin Dajing's girlfriend, and Zhao's misconduct was tantamount to an affront to his own master. How could he endure such a transgression? Absolutely intolerable. "Please, don't kill me." In mere moments, all 10 of his subordinates had their legs broken, a brutality that even Zhao had never witnessed before. Upon seeing Ling Imo arrive, Zhao was so frightened that he fell to the ground, kneeling. Yin Dajing was equally astonished by Ling Mo's ferocity, yet as soon as Ling Imo made his move, his own anger subsided considerably. He hurried to help Hua Xiaolei to her feet. With tears streaming down her face, she collapsed into his arms, utterly terrified. Though she was beautiful, this was her first experience facing such a threat. Even as Yin Dajing supported her, he could feel her trembling. "Ling Imo, I leave this to you. If anything arises, just call me." "Understood." After Yin Dajing took Hua Xiaolei away, Ling Imo kicked Zhao Ho to the ground, asking now, "Tell me, How do you wish to die? Zhao's face turned pale, and even his speech faltered. Please, big brother, don't kill me. I am Zhao Ho. My elder brother is Zhao Tian, one of the powerful figures in Jiangzhou's gray area. If you dare to harm me, he won't let you go. Ling Imo stepped on his leg, and with a crack, Zhao's bone shattered, his scream resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Others might endure broken bones and heal, but Zhao's fracture was severe, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Now, call your brother and tell him to come here immediately. If he cannot make it, I will send you on your way. Zhao Ho, after retrieving his phone, promptly dialed his elder brother Zhao Tian. Brother, it's Zhao Ho. Help me. Someone is trying to kill me. He wept uncontrollably. Who wants to kill you? Where are you now? Zhao Tian, despite his annoyance towards his younger sibling, felt a sense of obligation to protect him, for after all, Zhao Ho was his flesh and blood. Furthermore, any harm directed towards Zhao Ho would be tantamount to striking his own face, and reputation held significant weight within their circle. In less than 15 minutes, Zhao Tian arrived with a group of men. I am Zhao Tian. Who the hell is trying to harm my brother? Upon seeing bodies sprawled across the ground, he glared at Ling Imo and shouted angrily. He. Mao Xiaochong, standing beside Zhao Tian, instantly recognized Ling Imo brother Tian. He has a gun. He is one of Jing Ji's men. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian's hair stood on end, and a cold sweat broke out despite the sweltering heat. Good sir, are you perhaps affiliated with Jing Ge, the esteemed Yin Dajing? Zhao Tian altered his tone. Ling Imo, who was ready to unleash his fury, furrowed his brow upon hearing Zhao Tian mention Yin Dajing. Do you know my granduncle? Jing Ge is your granduncle? Indeed. Then we are truly in deep trouble. Zhao Tian quickly responded. I have always held Jing Ge in the highest regard. Brother, let us resolve this peacefully, for the sake of Jing Ge. Jing Ji's reputation was formidable. Even a man of such prowess acknowledged him as granduncle. Zhao Tian recalled Mao Xiaochong's words about Fang Qiming also deferring to Jing Ge, realizing the incredible stature Jing Ge held. Resolve this peacefully? Ling Imo scoffed. So you are Zhao Tian, are you? Do you even comprehend the actions of your brother? He forcibly took my granduncle's girlfriend and intended to. What? Zhao Tian touched the cold sweat on his forehead, his legs trembling with rage. Zhao Ho, you scoundrel. You dare to lay your eyes on Jing Ji's girlfriend? Explain yourself. What in the world is happening? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to strangle Zhao Ho himself. How could I have miscalculated to such an extent? Not realizing that this fool had offended Jing Ge? Brother, it hurts. Zhao Ho lamented on the ground. Clarify the situation, or I will take matters into my own hands. Witnessing Zhao Tian's furious demeanor, especially the murderous glint in his eyes directed at him, Zhao Ho realized the gravity of his predicament and hastily recounted the events, particularly from the previous day. Chapter 64, Journey to Hangzhou Die. Upon hearing Zhao Ho's words, Zhao Tian angrily kicked Zhao Ho several times, fiercely striking him. You beast, there's no need to trouble this young man. I shall be the one to end your life. Brother, please stop kicking, it hurts so much. I think my legs are broken. Help me. Zhao Ho wailed in agony. With his legs already in excruciating pain, the added kicks made him deeply regret his actions. Why couldn't he have just focused on pursuing women instead of provoking Hua Xiaolei and Jing Ge? However, Zhao Tian was not foolish. He understood that to save Zhao Ho's life and preserve his own position, he had to continue the relentless kicks. Zhao Ho was in a dire state. Yet as Zhao Tian grew weary, Ling Imo remained indifferent, watching the spectacle unfold, which only added to Zhao Tian's frustration. What a heartless fellow. After delivering a few more kicks, Zhao Tian realized that this route was fruitless and thus resorted to pleading for Yin Dajing's forgiveness. Brother, my younger brother has offended Jing Ge. I wish to personally apologize to him via video. What do you think? Ling Imo scoffed. He was well aware of Zhao Tian's ploys and knew he was merely putting on an act. If it were him, Zhao Ho would have long since met his demise. Zhao Tian's kicks, albeit fierce in appearance, managed to avoid Zhao Ho's vital areas, intimidating, yet not lethal. Very well, go ahead and make the call. Ling Imo consented to allow him to contact Yin Dajing. Although Ling Imo had limited interaction with Yin Dajing, he understood that he was not a senseless killer and found it difficult to gauge his intentions. Had it been Ling Imo himself, Zhao Ho, such a scoundrel, would have been eliminated without hesitation. Zhao Tian, with a forced smile, initiated a video call to Yin Dajing. After a brief wait, Yin Dajing finally answered. Zhao Tian, what brings you to call? After returning, Hua Xiaolei quickly regained her composure, demonstrating her excellent adaptability. Yin Dajing, slightly puzzled to receive a call from Zhao Tian, inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Jinggu, I am here to reflect and apologize," Zhao Tian proclaimed, slapping himself across the face with feigned remorse. "Jinggu, Zhao Ho is my younger brother. He has offended you and your friends today. His transgressions warrant severe punishment." He then pointed the camera at Zhao Ho, continuing, "I have already taught this wretched dog a lesson by breaking his legs. Jinggu, should I sever his tongue for his insolence? Or would it be better to bury this scoundrel alive? Brother, please no. I was wrong. I truly regret it." Zhao Ho's face was swollen, making his speech slurred and incoherent. Yin Dajing's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, despite his profound abilities and martial prowess, he was, at his core, merely a recent graduate. He cast a glance at the nearby flower bud, where preparations for washing vegetables had already commenced. There was no need to eliminate him. Merely breaking his legs and expelling him from Jiangzhou would suffice. "I do not wish to see him in Jiangzhou again. Otherwise, I shall break your legs as well. Ling Mo, you shall execute this task personally." Ling Mo acknowledged with a simple yes, extending his hand to lift Zhao Ho, directing him towards the vehicle parked by the roadside. "Brother Jing, Zhao Ho is my younger brother. Although he has offended you, I was unaware of it. Nonetheless, it is my fault for not managing him properly. I implore you to punish me instead," Zhao Tian stated. Before Yin Dajing, he exhibited none of the arrogance expected of a powerful figure, adopting a demeanor even more subservient than that of a subordinate meeting him. "It is good that you recognize your mistakes. As I have said, you must keep a tight rein on your underlings and avoid illegal activities. Now leave," Yin Dajing replied thoughtfully. Zhao Tian repeatedly assured that such incidents would never occur again, and, after concluding the call, followed Ling Mo, too, was ruthless. As soon as Yin Dajing ordered Zhao Ho to be barred from Jiangzhou, he drove straight out of the city's boundaries before unceremoniously discarding Zhao Ho. Observing Zhao Tian trailing behind, Ling Mo coldly remarked, "You are Zhao Tian, correct? My granduncle has instructed that his legs be broken. If you dare to heal him, I shall personally ensure your legs are shattered." Yes, Zhao Tian stammered, trembling slightly at the murderous intent in Ling Mo's eyes. There was nothing simple about Brother Jing or Ling Mo. Both appeared to possess considerable standing, perhaps even surpassing Fang Qiming. This was not a confrontation to be taken lightly. If Brother Jing chose not to pursue this matter, there could be no second chance. "Why are you not cooking yet? What are you doing on the phone for so long?" Hua Xiaolei complained upon witnessing Yin Dajing engaged in a lengthy call. It was Ling Mo who called. "Oh, he is my junior. Zhao Ho has been dealt with, his legs broken and cast out of Jiangzhou. He will no longer trouble you," Yin Dajing reassured Hua Xiaolei, primarily concerned about any lingering psychological effects on her. Only by completely shattering this shadow could the victim emerge from it. After a few seconds of silence, Hua Xiaolei smiled. "I never would have guessed, Yin Dajing. It seems you are acquainted with someone so formidable. Of course, I am familiar not only with experts like Ling Mo, but also with Fang Qiming. Both of them refer to me as granduncle, as our masters belong to the same generation." Fang Qiming. "Huh, you call him your granduncle? You must be joking." Hua Xiaolei covered her mouth and laughed heartily, incredulous at the notion. Seeing Hua Xiaolei laugh so freely, Yin Dajing realized that the matter had been resolved, leaving no indelible mark on her heart. That evening, he devoted himself to intense cultivation. With the aid of wild ginseng, his progress accelerated significantly. By Friday, Yin Dajing had packed a bag containing wild ginseng and 2 jade pendants inscribed with the spirit-gathering talismans. He preferred not to set up a cumbersome spirit-gathering array in the open. Instead, possessing the spirit-gathering jade would significantly expedite his cultivation. As for the wild ginseng, he believed that at the Xianmen conference, he might encounter other cultivation methods, particularly the 3 within the 5 elements. With the wild ginseng at hand, he felt prepared for any eventuality. After work, Ling Mo drove Yin Dajing straight to the airport. Yin Dajing was bound for Hangzhou, while Ling Mo was returning to Yanjing. By the time Yin Dajing arrived in Hangzhou, it was already 10 o'clock at night. "My friend, you two are headed to the Xianmen conference, I presume?" As he stepped out of the arrival hall, Yin Dajing heard a jovial voice beside him. Turning to look, he saw a young man in his mid-20s who was embracing a woman in her early 20s. At that moment, a flight from Jiangzhou to Hangzhou had just landed, along with another from Linqing to Hangzhou. It seemed this young man had indeed come from lynching. Chapter 65. The Fire Element Cultivation Techniques and Alchemy Skills Quite Impressive. Smiled Yin Dajing as he clasped his hands together. I am Yin Dajing from the Medicine Immortal Sect, hailing from Jiangzhou. He could instantly perceive the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy within the young man before him, though they were rather weak, likely indicating he was at the first level of qi refinement. A pleasure to meet you. The young man extended his hand to shake with Yin Dajing, introducing himself. I am Xia Etienne, from the Xia family of Lin City. Discovered a primary fire element cultivation technique. Would you like to replicate it? Discovered a primary alchemy skill. Would you like to replicate it? Ah, such fortune. Yin Dajing was taken aback by the serendipity of uncovering a fire element cultivation technique upon arriving in Hang City. It seemed that this time, he would be able to complete the 5 elemental cultivation techniques: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. More importantly, the alchemy skills were a significant boon. However, the primary alchemy skill had limited utility. The pills produced were not widely consumed and had little effect. Hiss, how domineering. Truly, the fire element cultivation technique is remarkable. After experiencing the fire element's spiritual energy, Yin Dajing was left in awe. Currently, he possessed spiritual energy from 3 elements. But it was evident that the fire element cultivation technique exhibited the most formidable offensive power. The replication of cultivation techniques differed from that of other skills. While other skills involved mere knowledge and experience, cultivation techniques demanded an immediate elevation in prowess upon replication to meet a minimum standard. If he initially replicated a technique from the late qi refinement stage, he would be compelled to elevate his cultivation to that level within a short period, a mandatory requirement. The consequences of inadequate spiritual energy could be dire. In his first replication of the wood element cultivation technique, he barely achieved it through an extensive intake of food. Fortunately, the spiritual energy required for the early qi refinement stage was not excessive. From that point onward, Yin Dajing became much more cautious. When replicating the water element cultivation technique, he had already reached the mid-qi refinement stage and temporarily substituted wood element spiritual energy for water element energy. The same applied now. Both his wood and water element energies could temporarily replace the fire element energy, at least preventing an immediate catastrophic failure. Brother Xia, how did you discern that I was here for the Xianmen conference? After releasing his handshake, Yin Dajing could not help but inquire out of curiosity. There was nothing unique about this fellow's technique that would allow him to perceive another's cultivation level. Actually, I merely made a wager with this lovely lady, Xia Etienne chuckled. I noticed that Brother Yin possesses a remarkable demeanor, quite distinct from others, and given the timing of your arrival in Hang City, it was highly probable that you were here for the Xianmen conference, hence my approach. Haraha. Oh, it was merely a guess. The young man winked at the beauty in his arms. Xia Etienne practiced the fire element cultivation technique, yet his temperament was exceedingly gentle. Most notably, he was strikingly handsome, with skin that surpassed even that of the young woman beside him. His enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with charm. If he were to dress as a woman, he would undoubtedly be considered a beauty of the highest caliber. It was surprising to discover that the Xianmen conference truly existed. Very well, Xia Xiao. Since you have emerged victorious, I shall seek out my friend tomorrow and dedicate this evening to your company. The woman in Xia Etienne's embrace exhibited no hint of shyness. Instead, she appeared somewhat eager. Xia Etienne drew her closer, his smile brimming with satisfaction, and addressed Yin Dajing. Brother Yin, since fate has brought us together, let us proceed to the hotel prepared for the grand gathering. No need, Brother Xia. I would prefer not to be a third wheel. Yin Dajing replied with a smile. What do you mean by third wheel? Look at what you're saying. It is a rare occasion for us to meet, and that is indeed a sign of fate. As practitioners of the mystical arts, we should comprehend the significance of such connections. With that, Xia Etienne grasped Yin Dajing's arm, leaving him little choice but to nod in agreement. The upcoming gathering of the mystical sects was hosted by the Mo family of Hangzhou, taking place in a villa area by Westlake. Adjacent to this villa district was a hotel where all attendees were granted complimentary accommodation. However, given that the guests were practitioners from various sects, arranging a shuttle bus would be inappropriate. Thus, they would have to take taxis instead. Of course, had they been informed in advance, dedicated transport would have been available, but Yin Dajing preferred not to trouble anyone. Xia Etienne had already arranged for a luxurious vehicle, and as they settled inside, he inquired, Brother Yin, may I ask which master of the medicine Immortal sect you are a disciple of? Is it Senior Ling or Senior Qin? Yin Dajing responded, It seems Brother Xia is familiar with the medicine Immortal sect. Indeed, I am aware. Although your sect has few members and seldom attends the grand gatherings, its reputation is formidable. You must understand that whether among mortals or practitioners, injuries are inevitable, and dealing with physicians is simply part of the path. Your sect is one of the most esteemed in our homeland. Pausing briefly, Xia Etian continued, Moreover, the esteemed Gu Hong of the Medicine Immortal sect was the former head of a mysterious department in our country, while the current head is Senior Ling, a figure of great influence, known far and wide. Yin Dajing expressed mild surprise, acknowledging the prominence of the Medicine Immortal sect. However, he corrected, What you say is not entirely accurate. I am neither a disciple of Ling Donglai nor of Qin Yun. They refer to me as uncle disciple, for Gu Hong is my senior brother. Xia Etian nearly leapt in disbelief, exclaiming, Come on, are you serious? At your age, you dare to claim to be a junior of Gu Hong? Do you not realize that when Gu Hong's master passed away, you had yet to be born? Brother Yin, you wouldn't happen to be fabricating your affiliation with the Medicine Immortal sect, would you? Yin Dajing clarified, My master is a wandering practitioner, and only recently did I recognize my connection with Senior Gu Hong and his peers. This is the absolute truth. When Senior Gu arrives tomorrow, you shall see that I speak no falsehood. Very well, then, Xia Etian replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Yin, we are indeed brothers now. He then turned his attention away from the enchanting woman in his arms. There is a matter I would like to seek your assistance with. On a summer day, Xia Etian cast a sidelong glance at Yin Dajing with his enchanting peach blossom eyes. Brother Xia, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking further. If you articulate your thoughts, I am likely unable to fulfill them, Yin Dajing remarked, immediately sensing that whatever was to come was not of a favorable nature, and he swiftly waved his hands in refusal. Hey, Brother Yin, that seems rather unkind of you. I have yet to express my concerns, and you are already dismissing them as impossible. Whether it is feasible or not, you should at least allow me to finish speaking. Xia Etian replied, somewhat aggrieved. Then, disregarding Yin Dajing's reluctance, he continued, The situation is as follows, Brother Yin. I happen to have a fraternal twin sister who, well, merely a few minutes arrived into this world before I did, yet she insists on overseeing every aspect of my life. Chapter 66, The Mo Family of Hangzhou by Heavens. Yin Dajing couldn't help but exclaim, Xia, you can't possibly be suggesting that I marry your sister, thinking that will free you from any oversight? This is rather unscrupulous of you, isn't it? You're throwing your sister under the bus. Xia Etian quickly retorted, What are you even thinking? Even if you wished to marry my sister, she would never consider you. At this point, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Xia Etian's eyes, though it was but a momentary flicker, skillfully concealed. I merely wish for your protection. You see, we refer to each other as brothers. While my grandfather would address you as senior brother, meaning you are 3 generations above me and my sister. If we are brothers, then I am effectively 3 generations senior to my sister, and thus, what authority does she have over me? Is that really plausible? Yin Dajing found it difficult to comprehend. Could it be that Xia Etian's twin sister would let him off the hook for such a flimsy justification? Of course it is. Xia Etian declared with pride. Brother Yin, do not underestimate my youth. I have participated in 2 sessions of the Xianmen conference, and I am well acquainted with most attendees. When the time comes, just follow my lead, and I shall protect you. Thank you, Xia. Having you as a guide is indeed advantageous, Yin Dajing replied, feeling reassured. He could not rely solely on Gu Hong throughout the conference. Brother Xia, as this is my first time attending the Xianmen conference, and my senior brother will only arrive tomorrow, could you kindly elucidate the proceedings of the conference? Xia Etian, ever willing to impart knowledge, explained, the Xianmen conference officially commences over 2 days, specifically tomorrow and the day after. The primary goal is mutual exchange. After all, cultivators are few in number, and, given their generally low levels of cultivation, it is essential to band together for support. The gathering begins at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning with all participants present. The organizers will deliver their opening remarks, followed by informal exchanges. In the afternoon, esteemed seniors will commence imparting their wisdom and addressing the queries of the youth. Tomorrow evening, there will be a friendly competition among the younger participants. Naturally, Such exchanges within the Xianmen community are typically harmonious, as everyone encounters one another frequently. There is no need to strain relationships unnecessarily, and all interactions remain respectful. If you need to engage, you only need to avoid a few individuals. I'll elaborate on that shortly. On the following day, the morning will again feature lectures from senior figures, offering invaluable experiences. In the afternoon, there will be opportunities for attendees to exchange treasures. Once concluded, everyone will return to their respective homes. Yin Dajing nodded, acknowledging the process seems quite straightforward. En route to the hotel, Xia Yitian, in his role as elder brother, introduced Yin Dajing to the hosts of the conference, the Mo family of Hangzhou. The Xianmen conference occurs every 3 years, and its locations are not fixed. Only those with considerable strength and reputation are deemed worthy of hosting such an event. The Mo family of Hangzhou fits this description perfectly. The patriarch of the Mo family, Mo Jingming, is 50 years of age yet has attained the remarkable achievement of reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. His father, a master of the later stages of qi refinement, sets a formidable precedent. In the absence of any foundation establishment cultivators, the later stages of qi refinement represent the pinnacle of power. After all, the esteemed Gu Hong of the medicine Immortal Sect is unlikely to transcend his current limitations to reach the later stages of qi refinement in this lifetime under normal circumstances. Moreover, the Mo family is among the top 10 illustrious families in Hangzhou, making them entirely qualified to host this grand assembly of the mystical path. Which hotel is this? Shouldn't we be heading to the Lakeside Hotel? Inquired Yin Dajing, unfamiliar with the routes of Hangzhou, as their vehicle unexpectedly halted at another hotel. Ah, Brother Yin, please wait a moment while I tend to this lovely lady, chuckled Xia Yitian, as he jovially embraced the beautiful woman and entered the hotel. After a brief 5 minutes, he emerged. All right, now we can proceed to the Lakeside Hotel, announced Xia Yitian. What is the situation? Aren't you bringing her along? Yin Dajing queried, casting a knowing glance. Brother Yin, it's evident that you. Xia Yitian laughed heartily, patting Yin Dajing on the shoulder. As for women, I, Xia Yitian, have had my fair share of encounters. That beauty was merely a way to pass the time during my flight. I would never dare to take her to the Lakeside Hotel. Xia Yitian further elucidated. At the Grand Assembly, everyone is here for mutual exchange. So the organizers primarily book accommodations based on registrations, without considering the presence of family members. Of course, should one choose to bring a family member along, the organizers wouldn't make a fuss, but I'm not foolish enough to introduce a newly acquainted woman at such a gathering. My grandfather and sister would certainly have my head for that. Yin Dajing, not overthinking the matter, nodded in quiet agreement after hearing Xia Yitian's explanation. The event lasts merely 2 days, and even someone as lecherous as Xia Yitian could surely restrain himself for that duration. Furthermore, should he wish to indulge, there are ample opportunities elsewhere. To do so at the Lakeside Hotel would be utterly disgraceful, not just for oneself, but for the entire family and sect. What a splendid location. As the vehicle navigated past West Lake and into the Villa District, Yin Dajing couldn't help but express his admiration. The property prices in Hangzhou are notoriously high, and those along the shores of West Lake soar to unimaginable heights. This area, nestled between mountains and waters, boasts exceptional geomantic qualities, reflecting the Mo family's considerable expertise in feng shui. Before long, the car halted at the Lakeside Hotel. While it may not appear as grand as a 5-star establishment, its interior was impeccably adorned. What is going on, Xia Yitian? Why are you so late? As Xia Yitian and Yin Dajing stepped out of the vehicle, 3 young men in their 20s approached them. Mo Jiejun, Gao Wei, Wang Hao, come. Allow me to introduce my newly acquainted friend. This is Yin Dajing from the medicine Immortal Sect, hailing from Jiangzhou, Xia Yitian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, warmly facilitating the introductions among them. Brother Yin, allow me to introduce these individuals. From Hangzhou, we have Mo Jiejun, from Luqing, Gao Wei, and from Guicheng, Wang Hao. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Brother Yin, displaying remarkable courtesy, stepped forward to shake hands and greet them. To his astonishment, all 4 of these fellows were merely at the first level of qi refinement, particularly Gao Wei, who seemed to be nearing 30 yet had only attained this initial stage. Among these 3, Mo Jiejun and Wang Hao were adept in the water element, while Gao Wei specialized in earth. Beyond this, they possessed no further skills. Without hesitation, Brother Yin swiftly absorbed their abilities. His own water affinity had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, and at this juncture, while he could no longer advance by copying additional rudimentary water techniques, he gathered ample data for research and analysis. Welcome, welcome. Brother Ian, I presume you have yet to complete your check-in? Come, allow me to assist you. Mo Jiejun and his companions were exceedingly warm and welcoming. Despite their lackluster cultivation, Brother Ian found their amiable nature quite agreeable, enjoying their unrestrained company. Brother Ian, having arrived so late, you must be famished. Come, let me treat you to a late-night meal as a gesture of hospitality. Mo Jiejun kindly invited him, and Brother Ian, unable to decline, followed him along with the group of 5 to a nearby restaurant not far from the lakeside hotel. Mo Jiejun and Xia Yitian seemed well-matched in temperament, engaging in lively conversation that spanned topics from romantic pursuits to luxury automobiles and yachts, yet curiously avoiding discussions of cultivation. Although Brother Ian felt somewhat out of sync with their chatter, he appreciated their camaraderie. If at ISN Mo Jiejun. And Xia Yitian, Wang Hao. I must say, you lot certainly epitomize. What do they call it? A den of snakes and rats. Upon exiting their private dining room, they encountered 2 young men who mocked them with laughter. Chapter 67. The Power of the 5 Elements. Chun Fan, Gu Fei Bai, who are you cursing at? Xia Yitian interjected, indignantly rebuking the 2. Yin Dajing also glanced over, compelled to acknowledge that the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from these 2 were considerably stronger than those of Mo Jiejun and Xia Yitian's group. Who are you cursing? Don't you have any self-awareness? How could you shamelessly come to participate in the Xinmen conference without fearing disgrace? Chun Fan remarked, arms crossed beneath his armpits, a cold smile gracing his lips. What's the matter? Are you unconvinced? Gu Fei Bai asked with a grin. If you're not satisfied, we can have a contest tomorrow night. Xia Yitian was about to retort further when he was restrained by Wang Hao. Yitian, don't fall for their tricks. These 2 lack the courage to spar with others. They just want to provoke us into a duel. Wang Hao deduced their intentions with disdain. Seeing Xia Yitian held back, Gu Fei Bai chuckled again, saying, Xia Yitian, how is it that you and your sister, being twins, are so different? Your sister is a genius of the Xinmen, having already advanced to the mid-stage of Qi refinement at such a young age, while you are still at the first layer of Qi refinement, aren't you? I advise you to spend more time with your sister. Mingling with these useless individuals will only hinder your progress. Once calm, Xia Yitian seemed to possess an innate fury. Provoked by Gu Fei Bai's remarks, he erupted, declaring, Gu Fei Bai, if you dare, let's settle this tomorrow. Who's afraid of whom? Whoever backs down is a coward. Haraha. Then it's settled, Gu Fei Bai laughed triumphantly. And you all, do you have the courage to face me in a contest tomorrow? Chun Fan, now with a target, shifted his gaze to the others. Wang Hao, Gao Wei, and Mo Jiejun felt a simmering indignation, yet they remained silent, unlike Xia Yitian. Brother Chun, may I inquire if I could spar with you tomorrow night? Yin Dajing, unable to bear the tension, stepped forward. You? Chun Fan scrutinized him for a moment, his eyes lighting up. This brother seems unfamiliar. May I ask which sect you hail from? However, perceiving Yin Dajing's association with Mo Jiejun and Xia Yitian, he assumed Yin was just another spoiled rich kid. I am Yin Dajing, from the Immortal Sect, Yin Dajing replied nonchalantly. Brother Yin, don't fall for it. Mo Jiejun tugged at Yin Dajing, warning, this guy is trying to provoke you. We don't need to engage in a contest. We're merely here to spectate. Haraha. Chun Fan laughed heartily, realizing he was from the Immortal Sect. Well then, Brother Yin, it's settled. We shall meet tomorrow night. Brother Yin, how could you be so naive? This Chun Fan is at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, and among the younger generation. He is merely average, yet he has still sufficient to contend with us, Mo Jiejun lamented. Indeed, we attended the Xinmen conference primarily because of family obligations, and secondly, to broaden our horizons and maintain connections with other practitioners. It was never intended as a competition. Gao Wei feigned helplessness. Well, it is what it is. Since we have already committed, we might as well engage in the contest. After all, it is merely a sparring session, a little embarrassment, a few blows. And we shall not perish from it. Wang Hao patted Yin Dajing's shoulder in a consoling manner. There is no need for such pessimism. If Chun Fan is merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, then defeating him should pose no challenge, Yin Dajing remarked with a gentle smile. What? Mo Jiejun, Wang Hao, and Gao Wei exclaimed in unison. Their gazes subsequently fell upon Xia Tian. Hastily, Xia Tian waved his hands, stating, "I know nothing. I only just met Brother Yin today." He quickly recounted their encounter at the airport. "Oh dear, I assumed you were old acquaintances," Mo Jejun said, rather speechless. Before excitedly inquiring about Yin Dajing, "Brother Yin, could it be that you are at the third level of qi refinement? One would hardly boast so otherwise." Yin Dajing merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. "Goodness, that's impressive. At the third level of qi refinement, one stands out among the younger generation. While one cannot compare to Xia Yitian's sister or Zhang Lingkong, it is certainly sufficient to contend with Gu Feibai and Qin Fan. Yes, Brother Yin. Make sure to give him a good thrashing tomorrow night to relieve our frustrations." Mo Jejun and the others were quite exhilarated. Their team had yet to witness a master of Yin Dajing's caliber. It's merely a sparring session, after all. Yin Dajing would not dare to agree to their bullying of Qin Fan. On the return from the restaurant, everyone remained quite spirited, due to the late hour. Upon arriving at the hotel, they each retired to their rooms. However, Yin Dajing did not rush to rest. Instead, he took out some wild ginseng to consolidate his progress. Lacking sufficient spiritual energy, he aimed to elevate both the earth and fire elements to the mid-stage of qi refinement, resolving to stabilize at the third level before proceeding further. After spending most of the night, Yin Dajing exhausted another 80-year-old wild ginseng, finally bringing both the earth and fire elements to the peak of the third level of qi refinement. With 2 remaining ginseng roots, he could elevate one element to the 6th level of qi refinement. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it, as he wished to wait until the following day to replicate the gold element's cultivation method. The next morning, as Yin Dajing went downstairs for breakfast, he intentionally interacted with numerous individuals. Most of the attendees were practitioners of Xianmen, each possessing various skills. Of course, only a handful had skills beyond the ordinary. The majority were merely versed in cultivation methods. In his interactions with over 10 people, aside from one who practiced a mid-stage water element cultivation method, all others were at the beginner level. However, this was fortuitous. After replicating a variety of cultivation methods, Yin Dajing returned to his room and solidified the earth element cultivation method to the third level of qi refinement. The 5 elements, embodying the principles of mutual generation and mutual restraint, reveal their profound significance. However, within me now resides a remarkable force that has harnessed these 5 energies, preventing their integration or conflict. This sensation first emerged while I was replicating the water-based cultivation techniques, yet only now, with the complete presence of the 5 elements, do I truly comprehend the terrifying implications of their interplay. Should I recklessly attempt to cultivate 2 or more methods simultaneously, it could lead to a catastrophic clash of disparate spiritual energies, the consequences of which are unimaginable. Even at this moment, I am hesitant to merge any 2 energies, for my understanding of the elemental spiritual forces remains exceedingly limited. There is no need for concern at this time. As my insights deepen, I shall wield them with ease. Moreover, I firmly believe that should the 5 elemental energies merge, their potency would be boundless. Currently, I am adept at utilizing any single form of spiritual energy with precision. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the door. "Brother Yin, it is nearly time. Let us depart for the Xianmen conference," called Mo Jejun and Xia Tian, accompanied by 2 others, as they awaited at the threshold. Upon arriving at the grand hall of the Xianmen conference, I was met with a sight of nearly 300 individuals gathered. Indeed, this was a grand assembly of the Xianmen. Chapter 68, Earth Element Upgrade Opportunity. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Yin Dajing understood very well that if he missed this chance, it would take another 3 years to gather so many practitioners of the mysterious arts again. However, there remained a significant issue. The cultivation techniques he replicated could not exceed his current level. For instance, both his wood and water elements had reached the 6th level of qi refinement. He only needed to replicate a mid-qi refinement technique to ascend to the late stage. Simultaneously, he could directly replicate a late-stage technique. However, doing so would compel him to advance immediately to that level. Yin Dajing had contemplated controlling this situation, but it was evident that his ability to barely perceive the beads and mirrors was already his limit, leaving him entirely reactive. Thus, at present, he could only replicate water and wood techniques at the 6th level and below, as well as other elemental techniques at the third level and below. Exceeding these levels was not something he could easily accomplish for the time being. He could replicate the gold, fire, and earth elements at the sixth level or lower, temporarily substituting with wood and water elemental energy to avoid the risk of losing control. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Currently, with his water and wood elements at the sixth level, theoretically, he could substitute for the other two and temporarily break through to the mid-chi refinement stage. But this was merely a stopgap measure. Uncertain of any unforeseen events, he decided against taking such risks. He would wait for an opportunity to use wild ginseng to elevate one of his elements to the mid-chi refinement stage, focusing first on understanding the levels of others and replicating as many low-level cultivation techniques as possible. The more techniques he replicated, the more reference materials he would possess, enhancing the efficacy of his cultivation methods. Yin Dajing had long realized that his beads and mirrors functioned as magical artifacts. The replication ability was commendable, and once replicated, the techniques would upgrade based on their original skills or methods. It was akin to replicating a first-level chi refinement technique, which would instantly elevate him to the third level, with the replicated techniques surpassing their original forms. Though the gathering of practitioners was substantial, everything was orderly within a few minutes. Everyone had taken their seats as the organizers had arranged seating in advance. Yin Dajing found himself positioned towards the back, which he welcomed with delight. As the further back he sat, the more likely he was to encounter the low-level cultivation techniques he sought. Upon engaging with a few individuals, he found that they indeed shared this trait, all possessing the early stage of chi refinement. Unlike the likes of Xia Etian and Mo Jejun, these individuals could be regarded as young talents, many of whom, in addition to their cultivation methods, possessed various other skills, such as proficiency in multiple languages, musical talents, and artistic abilities, among others. Yin Dajing was observing the seats ahead, and it was unmistakable that those at the forefront were the most accomplished and of the highest seniority. The first row comprised nearly 20 individuals, most of whom were over 50 years of age. Among them, 3 individuals sat in the center, exuding the most formidable presence. If Yin Dajing's intuition served him correctly, these 3 were practitioners at the late stage of chi refinement. The rest of the first row consisted entirely of practitioners at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Gu Hong was situated remarkably close to the central position, ranking 6th. At precisely 10 o'clock, a man who bore a resemblance to Mo Jejun, approximately 70% alike, ascended the podium. He was Mo Zhengming, the head of the Mo family and the organizer of this Xianmen conference. Mo Zhengming commenced with expressions of gratitude to all who had traveled great distances to attend the gathering, subsequently introducing the esteemed members of the first and second rows. This introduction process consumed a considerable amount of time. To Yin Dajing's astonishment, there were 3 individuals in the first row who were not of Han Chinese descent. One was Gua Zhongliang from Pi Country, a renowned tycoon, revealing his unexpected status as a practitioner. The other 2 were Master Kuma from D Country and Master Barton from T Country. Following this, the elders began to address the audience, their discourse resembling that of a school meeting, primarily encouraging unity among the attendees. They particularly highlighted the current predicaments within the cultivation community, asserting that only through unity could they find a way forward. Additionally, they emphasized a critical point, the prohibition against using magical arts to harm others, which was deemed a grave taboo. After approximately 2 hours, the proceedings concluded. "Brother Yin, where are you headed? The banquet is about to commence," called Mo Jejun as he spotted Yin Dajing making his way to the hotel. "I have some urgent matters to attend to, Brother Mo. If I am delayed, please convey my regards to my master." Yin Dajing replied hastily as he returned to the hotel. With determination, he retrieved his last 2 wild ginseng roots. "Fire, metal, earth. I shall choose earth," Yin Dajing contemplated, ultimately deciding to focus on cultivating the earth element to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Fire and metal were aggressive attributes, whereas earth emphasized defense. He believed that offensive attributes could be a double-edged sword, capable of harming both others and oneself. Given his ability to replicate and upgrade, he felt no urgency, opting instead for a steady approach to advancement. Every step would be taken with caution. Earth system cultivation technique, fusion, upgrade. As Yin Dajing initiated the upgrade, the earth attribute swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Concurrently, the 2 wild ginseng roots began to deplete at a visibly rapid pace. Approximately 10 minutes later, the ginseng roots were exhausted, reduced to mere dry grass, and his cultivation finally reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. However, he had only just managed to attain the initial stage of the 6th layer. Unlike his mastery in the wood and water elements, which had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated at the door. Just as Yin Dajing finished tidying up, he opened the door. "Brother, what brings you here?" Lonely Swan said. "Junior brother, I heard you have matters to attend to, so I inquired about your well-being. Do you require assistance?" "It's nothing serious. Merely trivialities related to work," Yin Dajing replied with a smile. "It has been resolved, so you need not worry, senior brother. Junior brother, permit me to enter. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." After entering the room, Lonely Swan solemnly inquired, "Do you still possess the Gathering Spirit Jade Pendant?" "The Gathering Spirit Jade Pendant?" Yin Dajing responded with a note of surprise. "Indeed, I still have some. If you require one, I would be happy to present you with a piece." He had brought 2 with him, intending to gift one to Lonely Swan. "Ah, junior brother, that would be utterly inappropriate. Such a precious artifact. How could I possibly accept it?" Lonely Swan hastily declined. "Precious? Surely not. It is merely worth a few thousand yuan," Yin Dajing replied. Perplexed, "Though my finances are limited, I can still afford a few thousand, and besides, you are my senior brother. This transcends mere monetary value." "What? A few thousand yuan? Junior brother, could it be that these Gathering Spirit Jade pendants were purchased by you for such a sum? Where did you acquire them? How many did you buy? Are there any left?" Lonely Swan was taken aback. These pendants, not to mention a few thousand yuan, could easily fetch millions. Being new to the mystical realm, Yin Dajing was somewhat oblivious to these nuances. However, upon hearing Lonely Swan's explanation, he began to comprehend the complexity involved in carving Gathering Spirit symbols upon the jade. "Senior brother, the Gathering Spirit Jade pendants you mentioned are my creations. The jade itself was acquired for a few thousand yuan. Moreover, the carving of the Gathering Spirit symbol is our medicine Immortal Sect's own craft, is it not? Could it be that you, I apologize, senior brother, for my presumption. No, you have not overstepped. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts." Lonely Swan was profoundly shaken by Yin Dajing's words. Despite being over 90 years of age, he found it difficult to regain his composure. "Junior brother, did you say these Gathering Spirit Jade pendants are your handiwork? You truly possess the ability to engrave the Gathering Spirit symbol onto jade? This is indeed astonishing. Even my master, though capable, has a success rate that is dismally low. Perhaps 1 in 1,000. Pray tell, what is your success rate?" Chapter 69. The Gathering Spirit Jade Pendant. The probability of success is a mere 1 in 1,000, which implies that from 1,000 attempts, perhaps only a single piece may succeed. Not to mention the immense resources consumed, the expenditure is exorbitantly high. The time invested alone is monumental, rendering the endeavor not worth the effort. Were it left to Yin Dajing himself, he would certainly refrain from further production. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that many masters from the outset would not contemplate teaching their disciples the craft of creating the Gathering Spirit Jade pendant. Only Yin Dajing possesses the innate talent for replication, fortuitously excelling in the art of carving. Even with such diminutive jade stones, he can accurately etch the Gathering Spirit symbol into them. "My success rate is now approximately 50%, Yin Dajing remarked nonchalantly. "Ah, 50%? That indeed marks a significant advancement." "Wait, what did you just say?" Gu Hong exclaimed, his gaze electrified as he fixed his eyes upon Yin Dajing, his body trembling slightly with disbelief. 50%, which means that out of 2 pieces, about 1 can be expected to succeed, Yin Dajing clarified. "Madness. This is utterly insane." Gu Hong could no longer contain himself and began pacing rapidly around the room, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Initially, he had believed that if Yin Dajing achieved a mere 5% success rate, it would be remarkable. Yet, 50% was beyond his wildest imagination. "Junior brother, is what you say truly the case?" Yin Dajing smiled. "Of course, senior brother. The Gathering Spirit symbol is not difficult to draw, so why?" Gu Hong suppressed his excitement and explained, "The Gathering Spirit symbol must be drawn in one continuous motion on paper, which is why I practice calligraphy. This enhances my success rate. Even so, inscribing symbols on paper is no simple task, as it involves the need for intense concentration. You, junior brother, are indeed a rarity, gifted beyond measure. I cannot help but admire that. However, drawing symbols on paper and carving them into jade are entirely different endeavors. The difficulty differs by dozens, even hundreds, of times. Historically, those capable of crafting the gathering spirit jade pendant have been exceedingly few. Yin Dajing responded, "Ah, I see now. It is no wonder that my success rate is so high. It stems from my carving ability." He not only possesses the skill of carving, but has also attained a high level of proficiency, such that as long as he remains focused, he can achieve any desired outcome in his carvings. Senior brother. Yin Dajing's eyes sparkled with realization. If what you say is true, then the supply of gathering spirit jade pendants in the cultivation world is exceedingly scarce. Given that rarity enhances value, if I were to sell one, might I not earn a substantial profit? Upon hearing this, Guhong's expression turned grave. Junior brother, as far as I am aware, there are virtually no practitioners in the cultivation world who can produce gathering spirit jade pendants. If you were to sell one, I could facilitate a sale for you at 50 million. Moreover, this price is only likely to increase. As Yin Dajing inhaled sharply, he thought to himself, had he known that the gathering spirit jade pendant was so lucrative, he would have done nothing but lie back and reap the rewards. However, I would advise you, junior brother, against selling it. Guhong spoke solemnly. My purpose in coming here is to caution you against revealing your gathering spirit jade pendant. This item is exceedingly precious. Its worth is such that it could drive individuals to desperate measures. If you possess only one or two, or a limited few, that might be somewhat acceptable. Yet, even then, should you attempt to sell it, it would raise suspicions. People might wonder if you have more hidden away. They may think that if they capture you and interrogate you, they could acquire additional gathering spirit jade pendants. Guhong paused, his tone earnest and sincere. Junior brother, while it is true that the cultivation world is currently thriving, with most individuals generally inclined to assist one another, we must not forget that, despite our self-identification as cultivators, we are, in essence, still mere mortals. As humans, we harbor greed and self-interest. Were you not my junior brother, I might even be tempted to claim your gathering spirit jade pendant for myself. Those elders at the 8th and 9th levels of chi refinement are acutely aware of their impending demise. They might believe that acquiring your pendant could offer them a glimmer of hope for advancement. Do you comprehend the significance of successfully establishing a foundation for them? The chi refinement stage, even at its pinnacle, is still limited in longevity compared to ordinary people. For instance, I am fortunate enough to expect a lifespan of 100 to 120 years. However, if one were to successfully establish a foundation, records indicate that their lifespan could increase substantially, with the potential to live to 150 years. Do you grasp what this means for an elderly individual nearing a century of life? It signifies a rebirth. Unlike other frail seniors, we cultivators become increasingly reluctant to embrace death as we age. Yin Dajing felt a shiver run through him, his expression shifting as beads of sweat formed on his brow. A mere recent graduate, he had not yet allowed his thoughts to descend into such darkness. Yet, after Guhong's analysis, he began to comprehend the immense allure of the gathering spirit jade pendant. If word were to spread that Yin Dajing could craft such pendants, it would be even more perilous. Those old-timers at the 9th level of chi refinement might desperately pursue him, even threatening his loved ones to force him into compliance. A single misstep could lead to calamity. Having read too many martial arts novels, he understood the adage, a man without guilt can suffer for possessing a treasure. The tales of those who met tragic ends due to their valuable possessions abound. Until he possessed absolute strength, he resolved to keep this matter concealed. Yin Dajing even decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from revealing the gathering spirit jade pendant. Brother, I understand. I will not display the gathering spirit jade pendant in front of anyone in the future. Guhong nodded and said, that is precisely the way it should be. Junior brother, should you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to approach me. The medicine Immortal Sect has accumulated a fair amount of wealth over the years. There is no need for you to sell the gathering spirit jade pendant. Thank you, brother. Yin Dajing bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Guhong's timely reminder, he would have most likely resorted to using the spirit gathering jade pendant to facilitate a swap at tomorrow's exchange meeting. Come, junior brother, let us dine. Additionally, I shall introduce you to some venerable figures within the cultivation community. Upon witnessing that Yin Dajing had genuinely absorbed his words, Guhong's countenance revealed a look of satisfaction. By the way, I have also enlisted someone to assist in your search for the wild ginseng you require. As long as it contributes to your cultivation, any sum spent is worthwhile. However, as your senior, I must caution you against excessive reliance on medicinal aids. While they may accelerate your progress in the short term, achieving breakthroughs later on will prove to be considerably more challenging. After all, cultivation is never merely a matter of abundant spiritual energy. Yin Dajing responded somewhat perfunctorily, saying, "Yes, thank you for your guidance, senior brother," yet in his heart, he held a degree of skepticism. His method of cultivation, unlike that of others, allowed him to continuously elevate his practice as long as the spiritual energy was abundant, particularly during the qi refinement stage, where he felt no constraints of boundaries. At this upcoming shaman conference, there are 3 practitioners in the latter stages of qi refinement: Master Tianfeng from the Tianshan Sect, Master Heiyue from the Luoxia Sect, and Mo Wuyo from the Mo family. As they walked, Guhong began to elaborate on the lineup of this conference. "I share a measure of camaraderie with these 3. Later, I shall take you to toast them and make their acquaintance. Should you receive their guidance, it would greatly benefit your cultivation." Chapter 70. 5 Unapproachable Figures. Yin Dajing held little regard for the guidance of seniors in the late stage of qi refinement. Truly, all he required was a mere touch to replicate the entirety of another's skills, including their invaluable experience. At present, his ambition lay in assimilating the techniques of the younger generation. However, since Guhong had spoken, he dutifully accompanied him to toast the 3 esteemed elders. Guhong occupied a prestigious position within the Xianmen, bolstered by his age and lineage. Moreover, he was the former leader of the mysterious department, with the current head, Ling Donglai, being his disciple. In a strict sense, the Xianmen operated under the jurisdiction of the mysterious department. Lastly, Guhong hailed from the Yaoxian sect, renowned for his medical prowess, and he extended respect to all physicians, regardless of their strength. After all, who has not sought the counsel of a healer at some point in their journey? Among the 3 elders, Jinren Tianfeng of the Tianshan sect was also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, though his skills fell slightly short of Guhong's. When Yin Dajing approached to offer a toast, Jinren Tianfeng kindly encouraged him with a few words. In a spirit of camaraderie, everyone expressed admiration for Yin Dajing. Yet, he merely raised his glass from a distance, refraining from direct contact to absorb their abilities. During the dining affair, Yin Dajing skillfully replicated the skills of those around him. But as he sat with Xia Etian and others, he only managed to copy techniques from those at the first level of qi refinement. Fortunately, he remained indifferent. As his sole objective was to acquire their cultivation methods, the distinction between the first and third levels of qi refinement was negligible. "Brother Yin, as I mentioned yesterday, if you wish to engage in sparring, you must avoid a few individuals. Do you remember?" Xia Etian suddenly brought up the topic during the meal. "Indeed," Yin Dajing replied, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "There are primarily 5 individuals you must heed," Xia Etian whispered. "We refer to the younger generation as those aged 35 and below. Anyone over that age is generally beyond the realm of sparring. Of course, those older than 35 are typically more mature and less prone to the impetuousness of youth." "True." Yin Dajing nodded thoughtfully. "If one reaches 35 and still harbors the same competitive spirit as the younger generation, clinging to such vanity, it would indeed be a life poorly lived. Among those aged 35 and below, 5 individuals warrant your utmost caution. They are truly formidable," Xia Etian continued. "Some, like Gu Feibai and Shen Fan, may spar for pride, but they will not resort to excessive force, resulting in little more than superficial injuries. Furthermore, there is Daoxiu from the Tai sect. At 32 years of age, he broke through 3 years ago, attaining the 6th level of qi refinement, making him one of the strongest among our youth. However, Daoxiu is humble. Even if you were to challenge him at the 1st level of qi refinement, he would best you without inflicting harm. However, the 5 individuals I speak of are entirely different. Confronting them would indeed be perilous, and I might even sustain serious injuries. In any case, even if these 5 were to provoke me, I would hesitate to retaliate." Yin Dajing chuckled, remarking, "Brother Xia possesses remarkable insight. He is a true sage." "What sage?" Xia Etian laughed lightly, completely unfazed by the comment. After a brief pause, he continued, "Among these 5, one is my sister, Xia Manua. Rest assured, with my presence, this threat can be effectively neutralized. My sister is of the same age as I, Yet she surpassed the threshold 2 years prior, becoming a master at the 4th level of Qi refinement. When it comes to tormenting me, she can effortlessly overpower 100 of me. My sister has a fiery temperament. Her techniques can occasionally spiral out of her control, making any duel with her exceedingly hazardous. Furthermore, there is Yusanbian from the Tianshan Sect, a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The Tianshan Sect is also adept in medical arts and the crafting of magical artifacts. It is said that Yusanbian has transformed a silver needle into a magical tool. Wielding it can easily inflict harm, to the extent that even those at the void level are reluctant to engage with him. The other 3 are foreigners, truthfully. The most significant threat to us comes from individuals of countries P, D, and T. Their strength may not be formidable, yet their methods are insidiously cunning. Yin Dajing nodded to himself. Whether in the early or mid stages of Qi refinement, they remain flesh and blood. Even those in the mid stages could fall victim to malevolent techniques. Not to mention that within the yin-yang arts of country R, there exist some nefarious sorceries. Yin Dajing mused that in actual combat, one could exploit an opponent's unguarded moment, even to the extent of ensnaring a practitioner in the late stages of Qi refinement. China is a vast nation, and here we are on Chinese soil. Considering our customary disposition, the practitioners from these 3 nations, even if they were to act slightly out of line, would likely be tolerated. After all, one cannot expect that during a sparring session, a minor injury would incite a collective assault. In summary, in the face of these practitioners, everyone is cautious. Not only the early-stage cultivators, but even those in the mid-stages maintain their distance, refraining from action unless absolutely necessary. Xia Etian is indeed well-informed. Among the 300 attendees, he recognizes at least 200. Through him, Yin Dajing learned that among the youth participating in the Xianshan conference, fewer than 20 are in the mid-stages of Qi refinement, while the remainder are all in the early stages. Of course, even among the early-stage practitioners, there are varying levels. Those like Xia Etian and Mo Jiejun have been stagnating as first-level Qi refiners for years, bringing them considerable shame. After dining, Yin Dajing mingled throughout the venue, and upon learning he was from the Yaoxian sect, many were eager to converse with him, exchanging contact information and adding each other on WeChat. Yin Dajing managed to acquire nearly 200 skills, encompassing all 5 elemental cultivation methods. In the afternoon, there was a lecture by the esteemed Heiyue Zhenren of the Luoxia sect. However, after listening for a short while, Yin Dajing found himself losing interest. Having absorbed the skills of so many individuals, Yin Dajing's mastery of the 5 elements cultivation method has reached an exceptionally comprehensive level, elevating him to an entirely new realm that far surpasses his previous capabilities. According to Yin Dajing's estimations, his proficiency in the 5 elements techniques is now sufficient for him to cultivate to the golden elixir stage. Seated towards the back, when Yin Dajing noticed Mo Jiejun and the others stealthily slipping away, he could no longer remain still and quietly followed suit. Haha, brother Yin, I didn't expect you to sneak out as well, Wang Hao chuckled. This place is exceedingly dull, and the teachings of the Black Moon Master are far too advanced for me to grasp. The others nodded in agreement. Yet Yin Dajing couldn't help but find it amusing. What a jest! The Black Moon Master's teachings were already quite accessible. It was merely their lack of diligence in cultivation that hindered their understanding. Chapter 71. Summer Manuel. Yin Dajing did not join Xia Etian and the others in their revelry. Instead, he returned to his room to cultivate. It was not until evening that Xia Etian called him, urging him to join for dinner, prompting Yin Dajing to finally emerge. I am aware that not far from here lies a charming farmhouse, renowned for its exceptionally fresh ingredients. Come, I shall drive you there. As Mo Jiejun and Zhang Han stepped out of the hotel, they were met by a woman clad in a flowing red dress, marching towards them in a fit of rage. In an instant, Mo Jiejun and his companions swiftly sidestepped, distancing themselves from Xia Etian, the speed of which startled Yin Dajing. This must be Xia Etian's sister, Summer Manuel. Yin Dajing scrutinized the woman in red. Her features indeed bore a striking resemblance to Xia Etian, at least 70% alike. Xia Etian, are you courting death? You first accepted Gu Feibai's challenge, and then you sneaked away this afternoon. Humph, aren't you going to come over and face your doom? Summer Manuel clenched her fists, ready to unleash her wrath upon Xia Etian. Wait. Xia Etian raised his hand, smiling amiably. Summer Manuel, by what right do you command me? I am your sister, she retorted, twisting her neck. What is this? You seem to be defying my authority. Apologies, but you were born a few minutes after me. Xia Etienne chuckled heartily, throwing an arm around Yin Dajing's shoulder. Summer Manuel, listen well. From this moment forth, you shall not lay a hand on me. Oh. Summer Manuel seemed unperturbed by the prospect of violence. Look at this brother Yin. Xia Etienne proclaimed proudly. He is a disciple of the esteemed Gu Hong from the medicine Immortal Sect. Yes, you heard correctly, a disciple of Gu Hong. He is my brother, which means I share the same standing as Gu Hong. Even if our grandfather were to arrive, he would be of a lower generation than Gu Hong. Thus I surpass you by 3 generations. Should you dare to strike me, it would be an act of treachery against our master and an affront to our ancestors. Summer Manuel scrutinized Yin Dajing for a moment before sighing. So you are Yin Dajing. I am aware of your reputation. You are quite the celebrity due to Gu Hong's endorsement and your enthusiasm during the exchange period. Many within the sect are familiar with your presence. But are you certain you wish to support Xia Etienne? Summer Manuel's gaze was intense. Support? What are you talking about? We are merely brothers. There is no need for such support, Xia Etienne hastily interjected. Summer Manuel, I now command you in the capacity of a senior. Go and amuse yourself. Do not interfere with me any longer. Summer Manuel paid him no mind, her focus remaining on Yin Dajing. Yin Dajing smiled and replied, Miss Xia, I have grown quite fond of Brother Xia. Should he find himself in peril, I shall undoubtedly stand by him. Very well, you have spoken. I hope you can withstand the challenge, she said, turning away without further comment. How promising, how virtuous, Xia Etienne exclaimed with delight, rolling his eyes dramatically at Imo Jiajun and the others. See, Brother Yin is quite considerate. Look at you all, aren't you ashamed? Wow. Xia Etienne, how dare you speak to us like that? Aren't you yourself cowering like a turtle in front of your sister? Just hearing her name makes you scramble for cover. We have no ties to her. How could we dare wade into these murky waters? Brother Yin, you have acted rather impulsively this time. It seems Xia Manuel will not let you off easily. Do be cautious during tonight's sparring session, for she may target you deliberately, spoke Imo Jiajun and the others. There's no need to worry. Xia Manuel is, after all, my sister. Moreover, Brother Yin is a junior of the esteemed Gu Hong. Surely, she would not dare to act against him in front of Gu Hong, Xia Etienne replied nonchalantly. The 3 from Mo's family exchanged sympathetic glances at Yin Dajing, who, in contrast, remained utterly unconcerned. He possessed a certain confidence, after all, although he had yet to formally break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. He felt he could hold his own against the likes of Jinren Tianfeng, Jinren Heiyue, and Imo Tianya, not to mention someone as trivial as Xia Manuel. In this hotel room, esteemed figures from the P Nation, including the wealthy and practitioner Gu Zhongliang, bowed his head, while cultivating. My grandson Gu Kong encountered a mishap that has severely damaged his internal organs. I have sought numerous renowned physicians, yet none could diagnose his ailment. Hence, I come to implore the assistance of you two. Gu Hong and Jinren Tianfeng exchanged glances before Gu Hong spoke. Gu Zhongliang, your nation has maintained a cordial relationship with Huaxia, and your Gu family has always engaged with our Huaxia Shuangguan. If we can assist you, we will certainly do our utmost, but if not, I understand. I beseech you both to lend your aid, Gu Zhongliang replied, now left with no choice but to gamble on a slim hope. Gu Hong and Jinren Tianfeng each took Gu Kang's pulse and probed with their spiritual energy, only to furrow their brows in concern. Brother Gu Hong, your medical skills surpass mine. Have you discerned anything? Jinren Tianfeng inquired earnestly. Gu Hong shook his head and replied, I have identified the issue, but I possess no assurance whatsoever. Jinren Tianfeng sighed. I find myself in the same predicament. Gu Kang's dantian is shattered, and within his internal organs, there appears to be something peculiar that is incessantly corroding them. If I am not mistaken, this should be the dark arts of our nation. What? The dark arts of our nation? How is that even possible? Gu Zhongliang gasped. Indeed, Gu Hong confirmed. I can ascertain that it is the dark arts of our nation, though the exact nature of the sorcery eludes me. As for Gu Kang's dantian, it seems he did not err in his training. Rather, someone has meddled with him. Gu Zhongliang, having built a vast business empire, was no fool. After pondering for a moment, he had already begun to suspect who might be behind this covert attack on Gu Kang. Esteemed Gu Hong and Jinren Tianfeng, if you can identify the problem, you should be able to treat Gu Kang as well. As long as you can preserve his life, there is no need to concern yourselves with the method of healing. Gu Hong remarked. In order to treat Guokong, we must first eliminate the malevolent forces of Yin and Yang. Only then can we ensure his survival. However, I find myself utterly bewildered by the nature of this sorcery, and to act recklessly would only yield adverse results. Furthermore, we must restore his Dantian, a feat that exists solely in the legends of our apothecary Sect's medical compendium. No one possesses the ability to mend the Dantian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Tianfeng shook his head, his expression heavy with sorrow. I am truly sorry, loyal one. We, too, are unable to heal your grandson. I fear that, throughout all of Huaxia, no one can save him. I advise you to return with Guokong at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, Gu Hong recalled Yin Dajing. Wait, Guo Zhongliang, perhaps there is someone who can provide treatment. Let us first consult him. Chapter 72, The Last Hope. Who else can heal? Guo Zhongliang, initially steeped in despair, suddenly felt a flicker of hope ignite within him as he turned his gaze towards Gu Hong. The same sentiment was shared by Master Tianfeng, who also yearned to uncover the identity of this potential healer. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, Master Tianfeng considered himself among the elite. Perhaps slightly inferior to Gu Hong, yet he was confident that he stood far above others. After all, age was a significant factor. It is my junior brother, Yin Dajing. Gu Hong spoke slowly. Yin Dajing? Master Tianfeng furrowed his brow. Brother Gu, forgive my candor, but if Yin Dajing were in his 50s or 60s, I might still entertain some belief. However, he is merely in his early 20s. Traditional Chinese medicine is not something that one masters overnight. Guo Zhongliang also recalled Yin Dajing. Although they had never met formally, he had witnessed him during a toast and had been quietly astonished. Senior Gu Hong, in my humble opinion, it may be best to abandon this notion. If even you cannot heal him, what hope do we have? Guo Zhongliang, who had once brimmed with hope, now appeared utterly despondent. Just then, Guo Zhongliang's personal phone began to buzz. Upon checking, his expression shifted slightly. He stepped aside to answer the call. Mr. Gu, greetings, came a voice speaking broken Chinese from the other end. In P country, the Chinese language is quite prevalent, and since the caller could not speak P country's language, he had resorted to conversing in Chinese with Guo Zhongliang. Mr. Abe, what prompts your call? Guo Zhongliang inquired. I have made my stance on the acquisition quite clear. Your family's offer is far too low for my acceptance. Guo Zhongliang cursed inwardly, thinking how low. They might as well be trying to take it for free. In P country, it is hardly their place to dictate terms. Mr. Gu, I am not calling regarding a business arrangement. I have heard that your grandson, Guokong, has fallen ill. Coincidentally, we have a physician in our country who specializes in difficult and obscure ailments, with a 90% certainty of curing your grandson. All I seek is an opportunity for negotiation with the Abe family once he is healed. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Guo Zhongliang fell silent, weighing the pros and cons, contemplating whether this proposition was worth considering. It was evident that the misfortune befalling Guokong was orchestrated by the Abe family. Thus, he held no doubts regarding their ability to cure him. However, first and foremost, the malevolent sorcery that afflicted Guokong was indeed their doing. They now merely sought to reverse it, having taken a substantial portion of their land without any effort on their part. Such a concession was difficult to swallow. Secondly, even if Guokong were to recover, his cultivation was irreparably damaged. The thought of his martial prowess was now a distant dream, given that his Dantian was destroyed. And this, too, was the work of the Abe family. To agree to their terms would require Guo Zhongliang to turn a blind eye to these events. Most crucially, the third point loomed large. Where there is one desire, there is bound to be another. Human greed knows no bounds. Today, the Abe family resorted to unscrupulous tactics to seize a piece of land from the Guo family. Will they not repeat such underhanded methods tomorrow? Is it to be expected that the Guo family and P nation will henceforth be subjected to the relentless exploitation of the Abe clan, perhaps even reduced to mere vassals of the Abe lineage? Mr. Abe has shown concern, even pondering the health of my grandson. However, I believe this matter need not trouble you further. Guo Zhongliang let out a cold laugh and added, Mr. Abe, our Guo family possesses certain skills as well. Since you seem inclined to play games, perhaps I could indulge you. Although Guo Zhongliang harbors immense affection for his grandson Guokong, he understands that he cannot jeopardize the entire Guo family for the sake of one beloved grandchild. Mr. Guo, does that mean there is nothing to discuss? Do you truly believe that the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can cure your grandson? Then, I shall not trouble you any further, he scoffed. It was indeed the Abe family from our nation. I had suspected them all along, yet I never anticipated they would act so brazenly. Guo Zhongliang hung up the phone, then approached, gritting his teeth and declaring, if anything were to happen to Conger, I would ensure the complete eradication of the Abe family's influence in P Nation. Gu Hong revisited old matters and suggested, Zhongliang, perhaps you should allow my junior disciple to give it a try. If anyone in all of China can cure him, it would certainly be him. He cast a slow glance at the ailing Guokong and continued, my junior's medical skills are extraordinary, far surpassing my own. However, since Guokang's condition does not strictly qualify as an illness, I cannot guarantee his success. Brother Guhong, your junior's skills exceed yours? Tianfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Guhong affirmed with a nod. After a moment of silence, Tianfeng addressed Guo Zhongliang. Since Brother Guhong has spoken thus, it must be true. Zhongliang, you should personally invite Mr. Yin to come. Guo Zhongliang nodded in agreement. Yes, I shall go fetch Mr. Yin immediately. Unlike renowned Western doctors, or even the average practitioners within the country, Mr. Yin, being a member of the mystical sect and Guhong's junior, should not be lacking in resources. Such a person must be treated with utmost respect and courtesy. One must not be negligent, especially since this represents Guokang's last hope. After Yin Dajing and Mo Jiejun finished their meal and were returning, they encountered a car accident on the road. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Dajing rushed to assist. This was a scenic area, and even an ambulance would take some time to arrive. His timely intervention saved several lives, though the injuries were severe, and the cleanup would require considerable time. Mo brother, it's over, we've lost precious time. Xia Yitian lamented. Watching Yin Dajing tend to the injured not far away, his face contorted with worry. Do you think Gu Feibai will call me a coward for not daring to help? Gao Wei, holding his phone, remarked, look, I have recorded the video of Brother Yin performing a rescue. Our delay is solely for the sake of saving lives. Even if my family learns of this, they will understand that my intentions were noble. Wang Hao concurred, stating, in my opinion, it would be better for us not to attend at all. What is there to gain from this competition? By choosing to save lives rather than engage in a contest, none at the Su NMN gathering will dare to criticize us. At that moment, a call came through. It was from my father. Mo Jiejun suddenly pulled out his phone and answered the call. Mo Jingming exclaimed, hello, Mo Jiejun, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? By the way, is Mr. Yin from the Medicine Immortal Sect with you? Mo Jiejun quickly responded, yes, Brother Yin is with us. Dad, I took Brother Yin and a few others out for a meal, and on our way back, we encountered a car accident. We called an ambulance and reported it to the police. Brother Yin is currently attending to the injured, which is why we are delayed. Once he has stabilized the patient and the ambulance arrives, we will return promptly. Mo Zhongming's tone softened significantly, his initial anger dissipating as he said, I see. Once you have completed the rescue, make your way here. Please be careful. Understood, Dad, Mo Jiejun replied. Chapter 73, Provocation. Mr. Guo, Mr. Yin indeed went out to dine with Mo Jiejun and the others. After hanging up the phone, Mo Zhongming said to Guo Zhongliang beside him, however, on their way back, they encountered a car accident. Mr. Yin is currently actively participating in the rescue efforts, so he will arrive a bit later. Upon hearing this, Guo Zhongliang felt a surge of hope rather than disappointment. All right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Mo. That is the least I could do. Mo Zhongming replied with a faint smile. Mr. Guo, the evening exchange is about to commence. Would you care to join me? Mr. Mo, as the organizer. You must have many matters to attend to. I wouldn't want to impose. I still need to return to the hotel first. Guo Zhongliang had brought several individuals with him, including a disciple who had come specifically to spar with the youth from the Huaxia, Su, Inmin. Very well, Mr. Guo. Please. After returning to the hotel, Guo Zhongliang briefed them on the situation. Real Master Tianfeng remarked, Guokong will likely be fine for the time being. Let's allow Mr. Yin to come see him after the evening exchange concludes. It must be so, Guo Zhongliang agreed, arranging for 2 individuals to look after Guokong, and then he, along with his disciple, followed Real Master Tianfeng and entered the venue. Upon their arrival, approximately 5 minutes later, the sparring officially commenced under the auspices of Mo Jingming. This youthful exchange was purely a form of communication, devoid of any intent to compete aggressively. Rather, it served as a platform for showcasing their cultivation achievements. However, the youthful spirit often lacked maturity, leading to subtle rivalries among them. The sparring was entirely consensual, without any formal procedures or requirements for challenges or promotions. It was simply an agreement between Party A and Party B to engage in a friendly contest performed before all present. Subsequently, there would be senior members providing commentary, nothing more. Hey, Xia Tian, where are you? We had a pact. Mo Zhengming's words had scarcely faded when Gu Feibai stood up, calling out loudly, provoking a wave of laughter. Xia Tian was delayed by some matters and had yet to arrive. Gu Feibai, if you wish to spar, I shall accompany you, Xia Manue said with a smile. Gu Feibai shivered, burying his head. What a joke. I'm merely at the second level of qi refinement. Sparring with Xia Manue would be akin to seeking punishment. Soon, the proceedings returned to normal, with pairs of individuals beginning to spar. Naturally, everyone maintained a sense of decorum, ensuring that their exchanges were measured and respectful. Ladies and gentlemen, just after a pair of young individuals concluded their spar, Mo Zhengming stepped forward, announcing, I have delightful news to share. In addition to Mr. Guozhongliang from Country P, Master Kuma from Country D, and Master Barton from Country T, we are also graced by the presence of Mr. Abe Yuji and Miss Chiba Yui from Country are at our Su NMN conference. Let us extend a warm welcome. The mention of practitioners from Country are left the audience slightly astonished, as no one from Country or had ever attended the National Su NMN conference before. Nonetheless, out of courtesy, many applauded. Amidst the applause, two young individuals, a man and a woman, made their entrance. The man was Abe Yuji, age 33. Of diminutive stature, standing at a mere 1.60 meters, donned in traditional samurai attire, his smile possessing an unsettling quality. The woman was Chiba Yui, 26 years old, who, in stark contrast to Abe Yuji, exuded a sweet and endearing charm, her small canine teeth visible when she smiled, making her particularly enchanting. Greetings to all esteemed practitioners of the mystical arts in Huaxia. I am Abe Yuji, he proclaimed. And I am Chiba Yui. Their command of the Huaxia language was rather clumsy, yet Abe Yuji's pronunciation was particularly grating, while Chiba Yui's voice was soft and melodious, quite pleasing to the ear. Although the attendees harbored a general disdain for individuals from Country R, particularly its Onmyoji, the vastness of Huaxia permitted their presence, and thus, they could not be dismissed outright. After Mo Zhengming arranged for them to be seated, the sparring resumed, and the two newcomers were momentarily disregarded. However, after a few more rounds, Abe Yuji suddenly erupted into laughter. His mirth caused the combatants to cease their activities and turn their attention towards him. Attracting all eyes, Abe Yuji remarked, Huaxia has long prided itself on being the true inheritor of the mystical arts, yet I find it utterly laughable. Is this truly a sparring session or merely childish play? If this is the caliber of the youth in Huaxia, I must express my skepticism regarding your claims of authenticity in the mystical arts. His words were akin to pouring water into a hot oil pan, igniting a fervent reaction. How audacious! A man of your stature dares to speak so boldly? The seasoned practitioners, though angered, remained composed, while the younger generation was stirred into a fervor, nearly ready to retaliate en masse. Enough! Mo Zhengming interjected, stepping forth to quell the escalating situation. Mr. Abe, our gathering this evening is merely intended for mutual exchange and improvement, not for conflict. He sought to establish the tone for the evening's discourse before continuing. However, should you wish to witness the true prowess of Huaxia's mystical practitioners, you may engage in a contest with our young talents. Very well, Abe Yuji responded, rising to his feet. Since I am here, it would be a pity not to showcase the Onmi D of Country R. I shall take up the challenge, declared Xia Manue, her fiery temperament having been provoked by Abe Yuji's taunts. The Huaxia cultivators exchanged knowing smiles upon her stepping forward. Xia Manue, a fourth-level qi refinement practitioner specializing in fire techniques, was a formidable offensive force, perfectly suited for battle. Are the youth of Huaxia all cowards, resorting to sending a woman into the fray? It seems that the men of Huaxia have perished entirely. Abe Yuji scoffed. Goodness, this fellow's tongue is rather caustic, isn't it? Is he merely here to sow discord? Allow me to step in and teach him a lesson in decorum. The young men below, unable to contain themselves, began to advance, eager to discipline Abe Yuji. Allow me, Yuzhen Bian of the Tianshan Sect, stepped forward, speaking in a measured tone. Upon witnessing Yuzhen Bian's stance, the crowd instinctively took a step back. Yuzhen Bian, a disciple of the revered Tianfeng Zhenren, possessed a mastery of the 5th level of qi refining, even surpassing Xiao Manhua. He regarded Abe Yuji with a cold gaze. Since you have willingly come to seek punishment, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Chapter 74. Yu Sanbian takes the stage. The esteemed disciple of Brother Tianfeng, Mo Wui remarked as he beheld Yu Sanbian's entrance. The youth of the Mo family had yet to produce anyone capable of transcending the 4th level of qi refinement. Particularly concerning was his own grandson, Mo Jun, who had only reached the 1st level, seemingly destined for mediocrity. In stark contrast, Yu Sanbian, at the tender age of 26, had already achieved the 5th level of qi refinement. The disparity was enough to evoke envy. Master Tianfeng gazed upon Yu Sanbian with evident pride. Indeed, as Mo Wui had articulated, Yu Sanbian was a source of pride for the Tianshan sect, arguably its most gifted disciple in a century. It was anticipated that he would soon surpass the 6th level of qi refinement and might even attain the late stage of qi refinement before the age of 40. With a disciple of such caliber, the future of the Tianshan sect appeared exceedingly promising, leaving Master Tianfeng beaming with satisfaction. The onmyoji of our country have not been noted for possessing formidable figures. With Sanbian in the arena, victory seems assured, spoke Gu Hong. Although Gu Hong himself had reached the 6th level of qi refinement, he doubted his offensive capabilities could rival those of Yu Sanbian. This sentiment was echoed by other venerable figures, including the esteemed Black Moon Master, all of whom believed Yu Sanbian's participation rendered the outcome of the contest almost inevitable. The younger spectators began to chant, urging Yu Sanbian to vanquish Abe Yuji. Witness the prowess of our onmyoji. Abe Yuji, however, was undeterred by the clamoring crowd and initiated his attack. He produced 2 talismans, reciting incantations under his breath, from which dark mists began to emerge. Kill! Abe Yuji commanded, as 2 grotesque shikigami crawled forth, lunging toward Yu Sanbian. How ruthless this fellow is, employing shikigami right from the outset, the audience murmured, aware that such entities would scarcely withstand Taoist magic. As anticipated, the moment arrived when Yu Sanbian, with palms facing upward, extended his fingers naturally, raising his middle and ring fingers skyward. Palm thunder, he exclaimed, simultaneously striking with both hands. A resounding boom echoed, followed by anguished cries as the 2 shikigami disintegrated under the force of his attack. Against such spiritual entities, there was no doubt that lightning techniques were the most suitable and effective means of combating them. Had Yu Sanbian been facing masters from D country or T country, he might have refrained from employing such a decisive technique, as obliterating shikigami outright could foster enmity. The audience erupted in applause, finding satisfaction in the spectacle. After effortlessly dismantling Abe Yuji's shikigami, Yu Sanbian took a step back, choosing not to pursue further aggression. After all, this was merely a friendly exchange, not a life-or-death struggle. Originally, he believed that Abe Yuji, having lost his spirit servant, would know to retreat. However, to his astonishment, Abe Yuji let out a furious roar and charged forward, taking advantage of the smoke from the annihilation of the spirit servant. Seeking death, Yu Sanbian seethed with rage, preparing to summon the magical artifact he had been refining. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sudden constriction in his chest, rendering him unable to summon his spiritual energy. Bang! Yu Sanbian was directly knocked off the stage by Abe Yuji. Sanbian. Master Tianfeng was the first to rush over, helping Yu Sanbian up. How? How is this possible? What just happened? The others also wore expressions of disbelief. They could not comprehend how Yu Sanbian had suddenly faltered and been sent flying by Abe Yuji. This defied all logic. Abe Yuji, what despicable means did you employ? Indeed, if it weren't for some underhanded tactic, how could you possibly defeat Yu Sanbian? Abe Yuji laughed heartily. The people of Huaxia are indeed useless, always searching for excuses upon defeat. Very well, then I shall take my turn, Xiao Manhua declared furiously. However, before she could step onto the stage, she was restrained. If Yu Sanbian had fallen victim, she too might not fare well. Allow me, spoke Dao Su from the Tai Sect, rising into the air like a bird, gracefully landing on the platform. Among the younger generation, Dao Su had already surpassed the 6th level of qi refinement years ago, earning recognition as the foremost practitioner. Dao Su was known for his exceptional composure and rarely displayed anger. This time, however, he intended not to engage in mere sparring. The honor of Huaxia's cultivators was at stake, not for himself, but for the entirety of Huaxia. He felt compelled to step forward. Abe Yuji was merely a young man in his 30s. Such an individual could only be confronted by the youth of Huaxia. Otherwise, the disgrace would fall squarely upon Huaxia's cultivators. Although Dao Su could not discern how Yusanbian had been caught off guard, he believed that with utmost caution, victory was assured. What? Having defeated one, you send another? Is this your refusal to concede, attempting a war of attrition? Abe Yuji sneered. How very typical of Huaxia. Though numerous, you are but a disorganized mob, relying solely on numbers. His derisive laughter echoed. If I were to vanquish you, I wonder who would dare to step up next? Is it your intention to keep challenging me until no one remains who can best me, even at the cost of exhausting me? Dao Su paused, replying, you may take a moment to rest. While he considered himself among the strongest of Huaxia's young cultivators, he did not presume to stand in for all of them. Abe Yuji continued to smirk, shifting his gaze to Mo Jingming. Mo Jingming slowly rose, surveying the others before stating, Dao Su of the Tai Sect is the foremost among Huaxia's young cultivators. Abe Yuji, feel free to rest. Once you have recuperated, you may face Dao Su again. Should Dao Su fall, it would signify that the younger generation of Huaxia's cultivators indeed pales in comparison to those of our nation. The words of Mo Zhengming weighed heavily on the hearts of both the elder generation and the youth, creating an atmosphere of solemnity that was hard to refute. The older individuals found themselves hesitant to intervene, while the younger ones felt themselves inadequate in the face of such profound matters. Just then, the esteemed Tianfeng Jinren erupted in fury, exclaiming, Abe Yuji, what have you done? I will make you pay for this. An aura of lethal intent radiated from Tianfeng Jinren. If Yusanbian had merely suffered defeat, Tianfeng Jinren might have expressed his anger within reasonable limits. However, having just healed Yusanbian, he discovered that Yusanbian's Dantian had been irreparably damaged, with spiritual energy continuously leaking away. This meant that the most talented disciple of the Tianshan sect in a century had been rendered utterly incapacitated. Chapter 75. A desperate escape. Master Tianfeng, what has transpired? Mo Wuyo inquired, having intercepted the venerable Tianfeng. The gravity of the situation was apparent. Should Master Tianfeng take action against Abe Yuji, the entire cultivation community of Huaxia would find itself in utter disgrace. Furthermore, if Master Tianfeng, in a fit of rage, were to eliminate Abe Yuji with a single strike, the ensuing uproar would be even more catastrophic. My disciple Sanbian Master Tianfeng's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. His Dantian has been shattered. It was that vile Abe Yuji. I shall slay him. What? His Dantian shattered? Mo Wuyo released his grip, his gaze turning somewhat dazed as he looked towards Yusanbian. The others were equally shaken, especially Dao Shu, whose face turned ashen and his form trembled slightly. Abe Yuji laughed heartily. Indeed, the youth of Huaxia are feeble. After dealing with the young one, the elder arrives? It appears today's battle is far from over. Old sir, will you strike alongside this young Taoist, or shall I defeat him first before you intervene? Do you truly believe you are worthy to contend with Master Tianfeng? Dao Shu could end your life with a mere flick of his hand. What bravado you display! The young cultivators shouted in anger. Master Tianfeng's expression darkened significantly. While at that moment, Gu Hong had moved closer to examine Yusanbian's condition. Zhongliang, this Dantian injury is akin to Guokong's. It appears he has also fallen victim to treachery, Gu Hong remarked with a shake of his head and a sigh, casting a glance at Guo Zhongliang. Guo Zhongliang replied bitterly, it seems that the one who harmed Kong was not merely Abe Yuji, but possibly others from the Abe clan. I had initially believed Kong's Dantian injury stemmed from a misstep in his cultivation due to the yin-yang malevolent arts. But it appears these are country individuals have directly struck. Then Daoshu Guo Zhongliang expressed his concerns. I cannot ascertain how Abe Yuji executed his attack. If we fail to uncover the truth, I fear Daoshu may share the same fate. The yin-yang practitioners of our country had only gleaned superficial knowledge from the profound arts of Huaxia. Should Huaxia's disciplines fall to our country's practitioners, it would indeed be a disgrace beyond measure. Initially, there was confidence in Daoshu's victory, yet after this analysis, Gu Hong, Guo Zhongliang, Master Tianfeng, and Mo Wuyo all felt a twinge of unease. Should Daoshu be defeated, the weight of blame would rest heavily upon their shoulders. Daoshu, come here. Upon hearing Master Tianfeng's call, Daoshu promptly floated over without hesitation. Master Tianfeng, Elder Gu Hong, Elder Mo Daoshu greeted respectfully. Mo Wuyo spoke softly. Daoshu, do you have confidence in this battle? Daoshu's complexion paled slightly as he glanced at Abe Yuji. Then with a wry smile, he shook his head. Elder Mo. To speak frankly, I possess no assurance. Even now, I have yet to discern the depth of Abe Yuji's capabilities, especially since he is unaware that he has used underhanded tactics to deceive Brother Yu. I am also concerned that he may employ the same trick again. Dao Su is a docile soul, wholly devoted to the path. Previously, he remained secluded within the Tai Sect, rarely descending the mountains. His character is simple and humble, yet his combat experience is rather limited, and he possesses a certain fragility. At present, Dao Su harbors no assurance of victory, and indeed, there is a glimmer of fear within him. The three, Master Tianfeng, Master Heiyue, and Mo Wuyo, exchanged glances, their expressions deepening with concern. They naturally discerned that Dao Su had begun to falter. With such a demeanor, he was likely to meet the same fate as Yu Sanbian. The Huaxia Xinmen had already suffered the loss of one Yu Sanbian. Must they also sacrifice another Dao Su? While they deliberated, the young men in the audience were on the verge of an uproar, clamoring vociferously, while Abe Hiroshi, shamelessly unfazed by the insults, merely smiled. What to do? Master Tianfeng clenched his teeth and declared that if it came to it, he would slay Abe Hiroshi in a fit of rage, deeming it preferable to allow Dao Su to fall prey once more. Mo Wuyo, his brow furrowed, shook his head and cautioned against such a course of action. Killing Abe Hiroshi, a member of the Abe clan, would undoubtedly provoke diplomatic turmoil. And you, dear brother Tianfeng, alas, the entire Tianshan sect would be embroiled in the aftermath. What then shall we do? We find ourselves ensnared in a deadlock. Master Tianfeng, in his agitation, began to stamp his feet, all composure lost. What on earth is happening? Is this year's exchange meeting truly such a grand spectacle? One might mistake it for a concert. Let us move aside. At that moment, Mo Jiejun, Xia Yitian, and their group returned. Yin Dajing had successfully safeguarded the lives of 2 vehicles worth of people and awaited the arrival of an ambulance before joining Mo Jiejun and the others. Naturally, he was covered in blood and had first gone to the hotel to wash up briefly before coming over. Junior brother, you have returned. Quickly, come. Gu Hong spotted Yin Dajing and hastily pulled him over, whispering urgently about Yu Sanbian's damaged dantian, uncertain whether he could heal it. Yin Dajing swiftly approached Yu Sanbian and began to feel his pulse. Yin, brother Yin. Master Tianfeng had intended to address him as Mr. Yin, but reconsidered. Since Yin Dajing was Gu Hong's junior, it was more fitting to refer to him as Brother Yin. Sanbian's dantian is shattered. Is it still possible for him to heal? Gua Zhongliang looked at Yin Dajing with eager anticipation. If Yu Sanbian could be cured, then Gua Kong would have a significant opportunity. After a moment, Yin Dajing nodded. It can be done. I can restore Yu Sanbian's dantian. It is not a grave matter. Really, is that true? Master Tianfeng asked, his voice trembling. Indeed, Yin Dajing affirmed confidently, and I have already discerned how Yu Sanbian fell victim. He was poisoned in advance, afflicted by a form of goo poison. During the duel, Yu Sanbian was instantaneously affected by the poison, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Abe Yuji struck with a specialized technique, shattering his dantian. Merciless, indeed, truly merciless. Yin Dajing released his grip and stated, Master Tianfeng, please employ your spells to stabilize Yu Sanbian, ensuring that his spiritual energy does not leak too rapidly. Brother, I kindly ask you to prepare a set of silver needles. I intend to use acupuncture to treat Yu Sanbian's wounds. Finally, Yin Dajing's gaze fell upon Daoshu, declaring, Brother Daoshu, I am confident of my victory over Abe Yuji. Allow me to take on this next battle. Daoshu sighed with relief, bowing slightly as he replied, Mr. Yin, you are of the same generation as the esteemed Gu Hong. Please refrain from calling me Brother Daoshu. Simply using my name will suffice. For this battle, I shall defer to you, Mr. Yin. Junior brother, perhaps it would be better for Daoshu to engage. Ultimately, your training has been brief. Gu Hong expressed his concerns. Elder brother, fret not. I possess absolute confidence. In this battle, I shall emerge victorious, Yin Dajing asserted with unwavering assurance. Abe Yuji is merely at the initial stage of chi refinement. I have already discerned his methods. Observing Yin Dajing's smile, Moya nodded and said, Then let Brother Yin take the field. Zhengming, please convey the message. Mo Zhengming nodded, returned to the platform, and proclaimed, Abe Yuji. Dao Xiu is the foremost expert among the younger generation of our Huaxia. To face you would be a case of overkill, and should word get out, it may lead to accusations that our Huaxia's Xinshu sect is bullying others. Therefore, I have specifically sought a new opponent for you, the renowned Yin Dajing of the Yaoxian sect. Chapter 76. What do you see through? The Pill Fairy sect's Yin Dajing? Surely, this is no jest? Is he not mingling with Xia Etian and the others? To let him ascend the stage? That would be sheer folly. Yu Sanbian has already faced defeat. For him to step forth would be akin to courting misery. Indeed, ordinarily, a loss might be inconsequential, but the stakes are different now. Should we suffer another defeat, the reputation of the Huaxia Xianmen would be irrevocably tarnished. Our very backbone would be rendered incapable of standing tall. Alas, could it be that Dao Su lacks confidence, hence permitting Yin Dajing to take the lead? This way, if we were to lose, we would at least have a graceful exit. Senior Mo and Senior Tianfeng, surely they do not genuinely intend this? Upon witnessing Yin Dajing's entrance, the crowd predominantly divided into two factions, one filled with wrath, eager to drag Yin Dajing down and take his place to contend with Abe Yuji, while the other harbored apprehensions. They did not doubt the integrity of their elders, but were concerned that this battle held a significant risk of defeat. Abe Yuji surveyed the gathering and sneered, Mr. Mo. Perhaps it would be prudent for Dao Su to take the stage. Otherwise, should I vanquish this so-called Yin Dajing of the Pill Fairy sect, you will inevitably claim that our strongest young contender, Dao Su, has yet to make his move, prolonging this farce. Moreover, we, the Amayoji of our country, must decisively overpower your Huaxia cultivators, so that you may comprehend that we, our country, are the true orthodox of the Xianmen. Yin Dajing ascended the arena with purpose, asserting, Abe Yuji, rest assured, none of what you propose shall come to pass. Should I falter, Dao Su need not step forward. Let it be regarded as if he has already succumbed to you. What say you? Yin Dajing, come down at once and cease this grandstanding. Chen Fan was the first unable to contain himself. Among all present, he held the least regard for Yin Dajing, considering anyone who associated with Xia Etian and Mo Jiejun, and others to be far from a true master. Even the esteemed senior Guhong of the Pill Fairy sect might not be a match for Dao Su, let alone this Yin Dajing. What madness has seized him to speak so boldly? If it were Yin Dajing from the Pill Fairy sect taking the stage, I would fare better than him. The other young cultivators of Huaxia, particularly those at the mid-stage of qi refinement, were all eager to step forth. Enough. Mo Jingming signaled for silence. Once the crowd settled, he continued, the decision to let Yin Dajing take the stage was a joint resolution by Senior Tianfeng, my father, and Senior Heiyue. Enough of this clamor. Turning to Abe Yuji, Mo Zhengming added, Mr. Abe, Yin Dajing speaks truthfully. Should you triumph over him, then Dao Su need not compete. Consider it your victory. This is your own assertion. Abe Yuji discerned that Yin Dajing appeared to be a mere scapegoat. It seemed the Huaxia cultivators were overwhelmed with fear, reluctant to let Dao Su step forth, lest they suffer the loss of yet another young talent. In this case, my victory is all but assured. Yin Dajing, prepare to meet your demise. I have no time to waste in prolonging this encounter. Abe Yuji withdrew 2 talismans from his robe, ominously declaring, I can guarantee that your fate will be far worse than that of the previous contender. Kill. Yamamoto Yuji summoned 2 Shikigami to attack Yin Dajing, a maneuver strikingly reminiscent of his previous actions. Yet, this very tactic remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the onlookers perplexed as to its underlying significance. Moments ago, some had unjustly condemned Yin Dajing, but now they united in fervent support, all hoping for his decisive victory over Yamamoto Yuji, despite the slim likelihood of such an outcome. Observing this, Yin Dajing merely chuckled coldly. Suddenly, he turned to Chiba Yui beside him, smiled, and cautioned, Miss Chiba, be careful. In that instant, a vine shot up from the ground, snaking toward Chiba Yui like a venomous serpent. What was Yin Dajing doing? Instead of confronting Yamamoto Yuji, why was he suddenly targeting Chiba Yui? This unexpected move astonished everyone present. Chiba Yui sat at the edge of the arena, close enough for Yin Dajing's vine to reach her. However, the likes of Tianfeng Jinren seemed to grasp Yin Dajing's intention, nodding slightly in understanding. Chiba Yui furrowed her brow and with a wave of her hand, conjured a fireball that incinerated Yin Dajing's vine. Mid-stage qi refinement? As soon as Chiba Yui made her move, Several spectators discerned her level of cultivation. They hadn't anticipated that this seemingly delicate young woman from the our country was, in fact, a mid-stage onmyoji. To speak candidly, while the onmyodo of the our country may not rival that of Huaxia, Chiba Yui had nonetheless achieved mid-stage chi refinement despite the lack of resources. A feat not easily matched by ordinary individuals. At the very least, compared to her peers from Huaxia, she stood out as one of the most exceptional. Unfazed by the destruction of his vine, Yin Dajing disregarded Chiba Yui and swiftly charged toward Yamamoto Yuji. The latter, commanding his two Shikigami to roar and seize Yin Dajing, found his attacks effortlessly evaded as Yin Dajing advanced directly towards him. With a resounding thud, Yin Dajing captured Yamamoto Yuji and threw him to the ground. Placing his foot upon Yamamoto Yuji's head, he declared, still unwilling to concede, "I shall crush your skull beneath my foot." What a spectacle! How impressive! Was I imagining things? Yamamoto Yuji turned out to be nothing more than a paper tiger, defeated in a single move. Yin Dajing displayed remarkable prowess. Judging from his earlier use of the vine and his current skill, he must also be at least mid-stage chi refinement. It was no wonder he possessed such audacity. More critically, Yin Dajing had seen through the ruse of both Yamamoto Yuji and Chiba Yui. It became clear that Chiba Yui had been lurking nearby, preparing for a sneak attack. Previously, she had positioned herself behind Yusanbian, which explained how he had fallen victim. Cunning, deceitful, and despicable, truly. The our country was filled with such treachery. The crowd erupted in cheers for Yin Dajing, finally comprehending how Yusanbian had been ensnared. Only Chen Fan and Gu Feibai exchanged a glance, both sensing a hint of shame in each other's eyes. Alas, the other party was at the mid-stage of chi refinement, while he was merely at the initial stage. Should they truly engage in a spar, it would be he who would suffer the humiliation. Nevertheless, despite his embarrassment, Chen Fan felt a sense of joy for Yin Dajing. He still possessed a modicum of collective pride. "Stop!" Chiba Ki rose, slowly approaching the arena, and declared, "This battle has resulted in our nation's onmyoji's defeat. The Huaxia Xianmen is indeed the true orthodox of the Xianmen. I, Chiba Kiyui, humbly concede. I implore you to release Abe Yuji." Yin Dajing's foot rested upon Abe Yuji's face, and he sensed the skills he harbored: intermediate onmyodo, basic fire elemental cultivation. It was evident that Abe Yuji lacked substantial prowess. In contrast, Chiba Kiyui was far from simple. Yin Dajing removed his foot and chuckled, "Since you concede, then it is settled." No sooner had he spoken than he delivered a forceful kick to Abe Yuji, sending him tumbling off the stage. "You!" A flash of anger flickered in Chiba Kiyui's eyes. "What? Miss Chiba, do you find my actions inappropriate?" Yin Dajing pointed towards the direction of Yusanbian, coldly stating, "Yusanbian's dantian is still shattered. You should consider yourself fortunate that I did not incapacitate Abe Yuji." Yin Dajing merely replicated Abe Yuji's techniques without severing his abilities. The act of severing should indeed be minimized. However, the placement of that kick just now was somewhat amiss. At the very least, it would be considerably arduous for Abe Yuji to aspire to be a man in the future, facing numerous inconveniences. Chapter 77, Rebirth of Grace. Damn it. I want you dead. I want you dead. Below the stage, Abe Yuji wailed in agony, his face contorted with rage as he shouted in our language. "Chiba Yui, kill him. Make sure to kill him." Chiba Yui shook her head and replied, "I am not his match. Our scheme has been uncovered, and we must retreat, lest the fury of the Chinese people ensnares us, making our escape impossible." She then spoke in Chinese. "Very well. This time the onmyoji of our country has lost. We shall return in 3 years to settle the score with the cultivators of Huaxia. Farewell." "Wait, Miss Yui, don't leave just yet." Yin Dajing reached out, placing a hand on Chiba Yui's shoulder. "The Xianmen conference still has a day to go. There's no need to rush off. Discovering intermediate fire cultivation techniques. Would you like to replicate? Discovering intermediate onmyoji techniques. Would you like to replicate? Discovering beginner English skills. Would you like to replicate? Discovering beginner witchcraft techniques. Would you like to replicate?" Yin Dajing was not merely seeking to play the rogue. His primary intent was to replicate Chiba Yui's skills. "Wow, impressive, Brother Yin." Xia Etian began to whistle at Yin Dajing, his intentions laid bare. Mo Jejun and others exchanged knowing glances. Chiba Yui furrowed her brow, stepping back to escape Yin Dajing's unwelcome grasp. "Mr. Yin, Abe Yuji is injured. I must take him back for medical attention." "Very well, you may go." Yin Dajing had already acquired the skills he desired and withdrew his hand, turning to leave. With a clang, Xia Etian stumbled and fell to the ground. What the hell? I thought Brother Yin was a romantic. Turns out he is a novice. Shouldn't he have volunteered to assist in treating Abe Yuji? Gao Wei nodded. It seems we brothers must lend him a hand. Wang Hao added. Imo Jiajun, this is your territory. You ought to introduce some lovely ladies to Brother Yin. Imo Jiajun readily agreed. Of course, that is only right. After Chiba Yui departed with Abe Yuji, an uproarious cheer erupted from the crowd, as if they had just secured a monumental victory. However, following this incident, enthusiasm waned, and exchanges of skills ceased abruptly. Under Mo Jingming's announcement, everyone returned to their hotels to rest. Of course, with Yin Dajing's newfound fame, many sought to extend their goodwill. But he had to attend to Yu Sanbian's treatment and could only offer brief responses. Yin, Mr. Yin, Dao Su was undoubtedly the most grateful to Yin Dajing. If you have the time, we could engage in some sparring and exchange ideas. Yin Dajing smiled. Brother Dao Su, we will certainly find the time. However, I must check on Yu Sanbian now, so I cannot chat further. Dao Su nodded repeatedly, not daring to take up more time. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yin Dajing instructed everyone to leave except for Gu Hong, who stayed to assist him. With Yu Sanbian's dantian shattered, Yin Dajing faced the formidable challenge of mending it, a task that proved far more complex than curing cancer. Fortunately, Yu Sanbian's dantian was merely damaged and not completely ruptured. After an hour of utilizing his spiritual energy for healing, Yin Dajing successfully restored Yu Sanbian's dantian. Regrettably, too much of Yu Sanbian's spiritual energy had already dissipated, leaving him with a capacity that barely equated to the third level of qi refinement. Yin Dajing withdrew his efforts, sighing in contemplation. Gu Hong, however, was in awe, exclaiming, "Junior brother, without your intervention, Yu Sanbian would have been rendered a cripple." Well, perhaps that is too harsh. Let us rather say that in the future, he shall be forever estranged from cultivation. Despite the loss of power, Yu Sanbian retained his realm, and it would not be long before his spiritual energy was fully replenished. Indeed, Yu Sanbian replied, his face flushed as he sat up. Though he had been injured and had previously lapsed into unconsciousness, he had awakened during the treatment. The realization that his dantian had been restored filled him with an overwhelming joy, moving him to tears. Hearing Gu Hong's words, he choked out, "Signorine, your kindness has been akin to a rebirth for Yu Sanbian. Please allow me to pay my respects." Having begun his cultivation from a young age, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences of a damaged dantian. As a prodigy of the Tianshan sect, blessed with remarkable talent and an accelerated pace of cultivation, he had garnered the envy of countless peers. Should his dantian have become irreparably damaged, he would have plummeted from the heights of success to the depths of despair. And even the veneration of his master, the revered Tianfeng Jinren, would likely have waned. Thus, describing Yin Dajing's assistance as a rebirth was not an exaggeration in the least. "You are too modest, brother Yu," Yin Dajing replied, helping Yu Sanbian to his feet with a smile. Today, Xiaxianshan mentioned that during tonight's sparring, there are 5 individuals who must not be provoked, and you are among them. Who would have thought? Yu Sanbian scratched his head, replying, "I am truly ashamed." "Sanbian, you are unharmed? Is it true? Come, let me see." As Gu Hong opened the door, Tianfeng Jinren rushed in with palpable urgency. After assessing the situation with his spiritual energy, Tianfeng Jinren exhaled a long sigh of relief, stating, "Excellent. Indeed, Sanbian, your dantian has been restored." As he gazed into Yin Dajing's eyes, they sparkled with admiration. "Gu Hong, I truly did not anticipate the remarkable prowess of your junior brother's medical skills. There are worlds beyond our own, and people beyond us. The ancients were indeed not deceiving." Previously, when Gu Hong claimed that his junior brother's medical expertise surpassed his own, Tianfeng Jinren had harbored doubts, thinking that even if he were superior, it could not be by a significant margin. However, at this moment, he recognized the extent of his misjudgment. Yin Dajing's medical abilities were deserving of the title of an immortal with skills like his. The apothecary sect could indeed lay claim to its esteemed reputation. "Mr. Yin, I am Guozhongliang. My grandson, my grandson." Upon witnessing Yu Sanbian's miraculous recovery, Guozhongliang was overwhelmed with joy. At last, his grandson Guokong had glimpsed the dawn of hope. He had fallen victim to the sinister sorcery of Country R, and his dantian had suffered a similar rupture. "I humbly beseech you, Mr. Yin, to extend your benevolent hand." Guo Zhongliang was profoundly grateful. Yin Dajing wiped the perspiration from his forehead and replied, "Mr. Guo, allow me to assess the situation first. However, I must forewarn you that I have exerted myself greatly today, and I fear I may not be able to continue the healing. Even if I could, it would be necessary to wait until tomorrow." Mo Zhengming, standing nearby, promptly elucidated. Mr. Yin encountered a car accident on his way here and participated in the rescue efforts, which has depleted a significant amount of his spiritual energy. Now, attending to Sanbian's treatment must have further drained his vitality. He deserves a period of rest. Guo Zhongliang, understanding the circumstances, quickly interjected, Of course. My grandson has been enduring this affliction for some time. There is no need to rush this evening." Lonely Crane also inquired of Mo Zhengming, saying, "Zhengming, could you kindly search in Hangqing for potent restorative items, particularly wild ginseng, deer antler, and Hishowu? My junior brother's recovery would be expedited with these medicinal herbs." Mo Zhengming readily affirmed, "Certainly, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Mo Wuyo added, "Zhengming, I have half of a 200-year-old wild mountain ginseng. Please retrieve it and present it to Brother Yin." "Yes, father." After examining Guokong, Yin Dajing remarked, "Mr. Guo, it seems that your grandson has also fallen victim to the machinations of the Abe family. However, fortuitously, I am aware of the remedy." Guokong had been afflicted with a form of poison derived from the ancient practices of Huaxia. Initially, he had replicated the essence of over 200 individuals without tapping into the arts of sorcery, but by chance, he had acquired it from Chiba Yui. Fortunately, I also possess knowledge of the antidote. Chapter 78. The sixth layer of Qi refinement. Yin Dajing understood Guo Zhongliang's concerns. Hence, he preemptively eliminated Guokang's poison and thoroughly resolved the malevolent yin-yang sorcery afflicting him. In any other circumstance, even the practitioner of such dark arts might not surpass Yin Dajing's prowess. His mastery of yin-yang techniques had ascended to an advanced level, far exceeding that of the original practitioner. The poison was manageable, and he had conveniently replicated an antidote method. This antidote approach shared significant similarities with advanced medical practices. Guokong is now unscathed. Tomorrow, I shall merely need to restore his dantian, Yin Dajing remarked with a slight smile after concluding his work. "Junior brother, are you well?" Gu Hong inquired, noticing Yin Dajing's somewhat pale complexion as he supported him with concern. "It is nothing, merely a touch of overexertion. You need not worry, senior brother." Yin Dajing reassured him with a smile. Guo Zhongliang, feeling both grateful and embarrassed, produced a card and handed it to Yin Dajing, saying, "Mr. Yin, I am aware you might regard this sum as trifling, and your motives for treating Conger were not monetary. However, I truly find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude. This card contains $100 million. I hope you will graciously accept it." Seeing Yin Dajing appear inclined to decline, Guo Zhongliang quickly added, "Mr. Yin, please do not refuse. This is simply a token of my appreciation. Only by accepting it can my heart find some solace. Conger is the most exceptional among my grandchildren. He holds immense significance for our Gu family. There was even a time when I considered compromising to grant benefits to those from our country." Gu Hong interjected, "Junior brother, you should accept it. With this sum, you can procure some spiritual herbs, which will aid in your cultivation." Finally, Yin Dajing accepted the card, saying, "Very well, Mr. Gu, I shall not be polite. Brother Yin." At that moment, Master Tianfeng and Yu Sanbian arrived. Master Tianfeng presented a bag of medicinal materials to Yin Dajing, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Yin, within this bag are 5 ginseng roots and a stalk of Hishowu. However, only 3 roots are wild, while the other 2, along with the Hishowu, are cultivated but have aged somewhat. Please take them, for at this time, it is quite difficult to procure more spiritual herbs in Hang City. Upon returning to the Tianshan Sect, I shall send you a batch of wild Tianshan snow lotus." Though no further words of thanks were spoken, the gratitude expressed by Master Tianfeng and Yu Sanbian was palpable. The ginseng and Hishowu were merely borrowed offerings, purchased from the Mo family, merely a token insufficient to convey their heartfelt appreciation. Senior Tianfeng, Brother Yu, as fellow practitioners of the Huaxiao mystical school, we are naturally inclined to unite. It brings me joy to assist Brother Yu. There is no need for concern. However, these ginseng and Hishowu are indeed what I require, so I shall gratefully accept them. This time, Yin Dajing did not hesitate. After all, he had expended considerable spiritual energy in treating Yu Sanbian. And these were precisely what he needed. With the ginseng and Hisho Wu in hand, Yin Dajing returned to his room and eagerly commenced his cultivation. Certainly, his cultivation progressed through direct upgrades, leveraging the powers of beads and mirrors for instantaneous enhancement. The weight of the wild ginseng from the Mo family was substantial. Indeed, it was over 200 years old, a rarity. Although a portion had been utilized, the spiritual energy contained within was by no means less than that of a century-old wild ginseng. Coupled with 3 additional wild ginsengs and 2 cultivated ginsengs and FOTI. All were employed, allowing Yin Dajing's fire and metal attributes to reach the 6th level of qi refinement. Consequently, all of Yin Dajing's 5 elements cultivation methods were elevated to the mid-stage of qi refinement. At this juncture, he felt entirely confident in vanquishing figures like Tianfeng Junren and Mo Waya. He was assured of remaining undefeated against anyone below the foundation establishment stage. The interplay of the 5 elements. After refining all elemental spiritual energies to the mid-stage of qi refinement, Yin Dajing's knowledge regarding the 5 elements became profoundly rich. The wood element is warm, with fire hidden within. By drilling wood, one can create fire. My wood-based spiritual energy can also transmute into fire-based energy. Through persistent experimentation, Yin Dajing continuously transformed wood energy into fire energy, subsequently converting fire energy into earth energy. Thus, throughout the night, he mastered the transmutations among the 5 elements with remarkable finesse. Various spells were executed with scarcely any delay. What if I were to merge the 5 elemental spiritual energies into a single essence? One that embodies all 5 elements simultaneously. After experiencing their distinct qualities, this thought suddenly dawned on Yin Dajing. However, before he could act on this idea, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening the door, a smile graced his face as he inquired, "What brings you here?" Outside stood Xia Yitian and Mo Jiejun along with 2 others. Xia Yitian was the first to enter, exclaiming, "My grandfather urged me to spend more time with you." The expressions of Mo Jiejun and the others mirrored a sense of resignation. Wang Hao remarked, "Brother Yin, you may not realize it, but you have become the most sought-after figure in the entire realm of Xianmen and Huaxia. Your victory over Anbei Xiongzi and Qianye Yui, along with healing Yu Sanbian's damaged Dantian, has already spread like wildfire. Every family and sect wishes to connect with you and forge a bond." Yin Dajing nodded. He understood that his knowledge of cultivation now stood at the pinnacle within the Huaxia cultivation community. He recognized that aggressive advancement in cultivation could lead to potential missteps. However, given his ability to heal a damaged Dantian, the likelihood of resolving other issues was even greater. Cultivating a friendship with such a miraculous healer could only yield benefits. Enough of such talk among brothers, Yin Dajing said, patting Wang Hao on the back with a smile. You are not here solely because of my cultivation or my medical skills. Therefore, I would not disregard you simply because I have become a prominent figure. Let us not concern ourselves with what the older generation says. We are brothers, after all. Is there a need for reminders? As long as you regard me as a brother, we shall remain brothers forever. A smile graced Mo Jiejun's face as he remarked, I was genuinely concerned that after your meteoric rise to fame, you might disregard us. It seems our brotherhood remains intact, haha. Xia Yitian and the others nodded in agreement. Brother Yin, it is getting late. Shall we proceed to breakfast? After enjoying a meal together, Yin Dajing sought out Guozhongliang and Guokong. By this time, Guokong had regained consciousness, though still somewhat frail. He was no longer in peril and merely required some nourishment to recover. However, his cultivation was initially modest, and following the damage to his Dantian, his spiritual energy had nearly dissipated. Yin Dajing dedicated a full 2 hours to completely restoring Guokang's Dantian. In comparison to Yu Sanbian, Guokang's Dantian had suffered more severe damage, necessitating a longer duration for restoration. Your Dantian has been repaired, Yin Dajing announced. Yet, your cultivation must be rebuilt through your own diligent practice. Should you experience any discomfort or issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Guokong, a handsome youth of 18 or 19, understood that his life had been saved by Yin Dajing, who had now also repaired his Dantian. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, albeit somewhat shyly. Yin Dajing chuckled, haha, there is no need for formality. I am only a few years your senior. Simply call me Brother Jing. Chapter 79. Yin Lei and Yin Rui. After Guokang's meridian was restored, Yin Dajing hurried to the gathering hall. Upon his arrival, many individuals approached to greet him and forge connections, as there were few practitioners of the Su In Sect in Huaxia. As the junior disciple of the solitary Hong, Yin Dajing held a high status, yet he mingled with everyone, referring to each other as brothers. Regardless of age, the elders, middle-aged, and youth alike addressed him as Yin Xiong, Yin Xiansheng, or Yin Shini. Yin Xiong. We have just learned that the despicable Kikuya from our country used underhanded tactics to harm Yu Sanbian, even damaging his meridian. Had we known, we should not have allowed them to leave. Some expressed their doubts. Yin Dajing replied that Abe Yuji, with his boastful words, has already faced the consequences he deserves. You may come to understand this in time. However, they came as guests, and even if they resorted to vile methods, could we truly detain them? In plain sight, we cannot simply cripple their cultivation. At most, we could only reprimand them, which would hold little significance. Moreover, if they refused to acknowledge their actions, we would be powerless. You must understand, the people of our country are capable of such deeds. This incident serves as a reminder for all of us. We must exercise utmost caution when engaging with the onmyoji of our country. Additionally, beware of Kikuya Chiyo, who possesses witchcraft skills. Be vigilant when encountering her. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Chun Fan approached earnestly, stating, Yin Xiong, although we did not spar yesterday, I must concede that your cultivation far surpasses mine. You have triumphed. Should you find yourself in Fengcheng in the future, do seek me out. I would be honored to host you. Yin Dajing smiled and nodded, certainly. After Chin Fan and Gu Feibai departed, Xiao Manuel approached and remarked, I did not expect you to be at the mid-stage of qi refinement. May I inquire your level? Perhaps we could engage in some sparring? Yin Dajing responded, I am at the 6th level of qi refinement. Farewell. Xiao Manuel turned and left. At the 4th level of qi refinement, she felt it would be unwise to seek out a challenge. Although the gap between the 6th and 4th levels was not insurmountable. For someone like her, skilled in combat, facing a practitioner of the 6th level who focused solely on wood-based techniques would not be without merit. However, having witnessed Yin Dajing's combat prowess and mastery of spells, she realized that engaging him would only lead to her own embarrassment. After a brief exchange, the morning continued with Mo Wui and the esteemed Heiyue Jinren delivering teachings. In the afternoon, Yin Dajing found little of interest to sell, but purchased numerous precious medicinal herbs. Though these herbs did not compare to wild ginseng, they were significantly superior to those found in pharmacies. Ultimately, Yin Dajing procured as much as he desired, spending a total of over 5 million. This figure was once a mere figment of Yin Dajing's imagination. However, now he possesses a card worth $100 million. The cybersecurity company is set to commence operations, and having casually spent over 5 million, it has become a trivial matter for him. It appears that purchasing a residence in Jiangzhou is now on the horizon, and he wishes to alleviate the burdens of his parents as well. With this newfound wealth, Yin Dajing finds himself devoid of any immediate desire to pursue further financial endeavors. For the foreseeable future, he is free from monetary concerns. Upon returning to Jiangzhou, he acquired a selection of higher quality jade, which he skillfully carved into spirit-converging jade pendants. He retained a portion for himself while preparing to gift several pieces to Gu Hong. The following morning, he was roused from his slumber by a phone call, and to his surprise, it was his mother calling. Mom, why are you calling me so early? Yin Dajing responded, his irritation quickly dissipating as he became fully alert. His mother, Chu Jiao, replied, Yin Lei and Yin Rui wish to come to Jiangzhou ahead of schedule to seek internship opportunities. You have been working for a month now. Do you have any recommendations? Yin Lei and Yin Rui are Yin Dajing's twin sisters, soon to enter their 2nd year of college. Unlike Yin Dajing's unremarkable academic journey, his sisters are notably brighter, achieving superior grades and both gaining admission to Jiangzhou University. Why do they want to intern so early? Are they short on money? Yin Dajing questioned in confusion. Furthermore, if they wish to intern, they could simply call me directly. Are they too shy to reach out? No. These two girls are intent on driving me to madness, Chu Jiao huffed. They do nothing but lounge around at home. I fear they are becoming stagnant. It is imperative to push them out into the world. Even if it means working as waitresses, they cannot remain idle at home. Yin Dajing chuckled and replied, All right, I understand. They are both studying management. Fortunately, I know a company executive, and securing them an internship should not pose a challenge. It would be beneficial for them to gain early exposure to the workforce and earn some pocket money. After ending the call, Yin Dajing contacted Tan Zaheo to discuss the matter. Absolutely. This is a minor detail. I will arrange it promptly. Mr. Yin, your sisters are welcome at any time. Tan Zaheo readily agreed, even offering to facilitate the arrangements personally. Shall I have them come over tonight to report in tomorrow? Yin Dajing inquired. Certainly. It's just a part-time engagement for a month. I can personally supervise them, as I am in need of assistance myself. Tan Zaheo responded with a smile. Regarding my circumstances, please refrain from disclosing too much to them. I understand. Taking advantage of the morning hours, Yin Dajing rented a studio apartment near Yuanjiang building for a short term, ensuring that Yin Lei and Yin Rui could move in directly that evening. As the workday drew to a close, Liu Yuan sent a message to Yin Dajing, requesting his company for Mr. Liu. Tonight is not feasible. My sister is arriving in Jiangzhou, and I must go to fetch her. Liu Yuan replied. Do you have a car? Would you like me to lend you mine for the pickup? Oh, no. Your car is too luxurious. It might intimidate them. Besides, I still lack a driver's license. He has already passed the first driving test, but has yet to begin studying for the second. However, Yin Dajing's driving skills are undoubtedly on par with those of a coach, rendering formal lessons somewhat unnecessary. He has arranged for his instructor to help him log the required practice hours, and once that is complete, he can register for the exam. Both the second and third tests will be taken together, and he anticipates that within approximately 2 weeks, he will have his license and can then purchase a vehicle. Nevertheless, even when it comes to buying a car, Yin Dajing has no intentions of acquiring anything extravagant. A vehicle costing around 100,000 yuan will suffice for his needs. All right then, considering how you've recently managed to bring such joy to my grandfather, I'll take on the role of driver tonight and pick up your sister. Yin Dajing responded. Is that really necessary? I can simply take a taxi to fetch them. What? Do you think I'm unfit to be seen? It's settled then. Chapter 80. Theft. Yin Dajing hails from Qinzhou, where the train station is rather remote. Consequently, he and his 2 mischievous younger sisters usually opt for a direct bus to Jiangzhou, which proves to be more convenient. After work, Liu Yuan drove her car, transporting Yin Dajing to the bus station. Yuan, my 2 sisters can be quite unruly, and they are rather close to me. If they speak out of turn, please do not take offense, Yin Dajing cautioned, reflecting on their playful nature. I'm not so easily ruffled by 2 little girls, Liu Yuan remarked dismissively, though she cast a sidelong glance at Yin Dajing, adding, You are becoming increasingly audacious. This is not my home, so do refrain from calling me by my name too casually. Would you prefer I embarrass myself at the company or in front of my grandfather? Yin Dajing chuckled, winking at Liu Yuan. Momentarily at a loss for words, Liu Yuan found her opinion of Yin Dajing shifting. She no longer viewed him with the same disdain as before, and thus chose not to press the matter further. During this time, she had not observed any troubling behavior from him, nor had she intercepted any useful information, leading her to cancel her surveillance. Unbeknownst to her, however, Yin Dajing retained the ability to monitor her at will and had inadvertently caught sight of her in the mirror. As one of the furnace cities of Huaxia, Jiangzhou remained oppressively warm even in the evening. Fortunately, a refreshing breeze occasionally swept through, eliciting faint expressions of relief from pedestrians. In the parking lot of Jiangzhou East Station, Liu Yuan glanced at Yin Dajing and remarked, Look, I've gone out of my way to pick up your sisters. Surely you could assist me in return? Yuan, it was your choice to come here, was it not? Yin Dajing responded, unperturbed by the notion of helping Liu Yuan. However, he suspected that her driving over specifically to collect his sisters might not be as simple as it seemed. Naturally, this was merely a casual inquiry. Yin Dajing enjoyed helping others and had often assisted classmates during his school days, regardless of the difficulties. As long as the request did not contravene the law or moral principles, he would extend his aid. Liu Yuan continued, It's not much, really the night after tomorrow. I have a classmate's birthday party, and you need to accompany me. From your tone, it appears there's more to it than that. Is there some animosity between you and this classmate? He inquired. Not exactly, but there is someone I find quite unbearable who will also be attending. If he discovers that I am single, he will cling to me, which is quite bothersome. It would be perfect for you to be there to deter his advances, Liu Yuan explained. Yin Dajing nodded. That's fine. I'll go then. Liu Yuan shot him another glance, saying, There's one more thing I need to clarify. That individual has connections with some unsavory types. If he learns that you are my boyfriend, he may retaliate against you. Yin Dajing shrugged nonchalantly. Then must I still attend? No, you cannot avoid it. Lu Yuan shot him a glance, exuding the authority of a boss, proclaiming her position. I am the owner. You must heed my words. Yin Dajing chuckled softly, finding her resolute demeanor rather endearing, especially in comparison to the icy demeanor of the company's cold-hearted Lu. Where are those two girls? I shall go take a look. Yin Lei and Yin Rui had endured a 3.5-hour car ride. As they neared the station, they dozed off momentarily. Just as they were about to alight, a sudden voice rang out. My wallet and phone are missing. Driver, do not open the doors yet. If anyone returns my phone and wallet willingly, I will refrain from pursuing further action. However, should I discover them myself, do not blame me for escorting you to the police station. The loud proclamation startled Yin Lei and Yin Rui awake, dispelling any remnants of sleep. Yin Lei's gaze fell upon the young man who had raised the alarm. He was a tall youth, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches. Yet even while speaking from the aisle, his head remained bowed. Though towering, he was exceedingly thin, with his bones distinctly visible. He wore a black t-shirt that bore an uncanny resemblance to the attire of a diminutive character from Harry Potter, albeit in a much larger version, rendering it rather comical. Yin Lei nearly stifled a laugh. Well, since no one has voluntarily returned them, I shall proceed to search each of you. After a few moments of waiting with no one stepping forward, the tall youth declared, until I have conducted my search, no one is permitted to leave. What is the meaning of this? I am in a hurry. A passenger protested. If your wallet and phone are indeed lost, they must have been gone for quite some time. How could they possibly be found now? The passengers began to express their discontent, voicing their frustration at the tall youth's insistence on searching them. Here, take my phone. Perhaps it will ring if we call your number, suggested a middle-aged woman. Extending her device to him, the tall youth took the phone and dialed his number. After a few seconds, the sound of his phone ringing filled the air. It's still here. It's still here. Many passengers perked up, hearing the ring, as they felt a sense of camaraderie in aiding the retrieval of a stolen item. Soon, following the sound, everyone realized the ringing was emanating from the direction of Yin Lei and Yin Rui. Both girls were taken aback. Having never stolen anything in their lives, they were perplexed. As Yin Lei assessed the situation, she suddenly discovered the ringing was coming from her own bag. She pulled it out and opened it. This isn't my phone. Her face flushed with embarrassment. What is happening? The tall youth had swiftly approached, snatching her bag and extracting a beige wallet. See, this is my wallet. Humph, it seems you two have stolen my phone and my wallet. Come, we shall go to the police station. Oh, it is truly astonishing that such a beautifully adorned pair of twin girls could be thieves. One cannot judge a book by its cover, indeed. I suspect they are not merely thieves. They may be involved in something far more nefarious. How is it that fate has bestowed upon them such exquisite appearances? Passengers directed scornful glances at Yin Lei and Yin Rui, their tongues sharp with ridicule and insults. Had they not been girls, it is likely that they would have faced physical retribution. I don't understand how this phone and wallet ended up in my bag. I was sleeping just moments ago. Yin Lei stammered, her anxiety mounting with each word. Beside her, Yin Rui chimed in, we did not steal anything. There must be some misunderstanding. If we were truly thieves, we would have turned off the phone before taking it. How could we steal a phone and leave it on? I see no misunderstanding. You are clearly the culprits. You merely failed to switch off the device in time. The evidence is right before our eyes. What pretense remains? A passenger retorted vehemently. Let us take them to the police station. The crowd was relentless, utterly unconvinced by Yin Lei and Yin Rui's protestations. A tall man sneered. Just moments ago, I asked you to hand over the items, yet you refused. Now, with the evidence in hand, you will accompany me to the police station. Rest assured, I will not harm you. The judgment of your fate lies with the authorities. Yin Lei rose defiantly, declaring, we will not go to the police station. We have done nothing wrong. Save your words for the police, the tall man replied, grasping Yin Lei's arm firmly and pulling her towards the exit of the vehicle. Chapter 81. The rescue. The middle-aged woman who had previously assisted the tall man spoke. The tall man, my husband has come to pick me up. Look, it's that black sedan ahead. How about this? You take them to the car, and we shall escort them to the police station. All right, thank you, he replied. The tall man seized both Yin Lei and Yin Rui, pulling them outside with surprising strength, as they struggled in vain. Their feeble efforts were no match for his formidable grip. Despite their desperate pleas, the onlookers dismissed them as mere theatrics, offering no sympathy, only scorn. A few passengers lamented the situation, yet none recognized the gravity of the matter. As they witnessed Yin Lei and Yin Rui being ushered into the vehicle, they paid little heed and simply departed. Hey, where are the others? Just then, Yin Dajing arrived. Upon entering the vehicle, he noticed the absence of Yin Lei and Yin Rui and inquired of the individual retrieving luggage. Excuse me, good sir, might there be a pair of twin girls aboard this vehicle? Where have they gone? I did not see them on my way here. Yin Dajing had already sent them a WeChat message instructing them to head directly to the parking lot. He had traversed the path from the parking area, and with his keen eyesight, he would have instantly recognized them if they were present. Who are you? A middle-aged man, extracting luggage from the trunk, eyed Yin Dajing with suspicion. I am their brother, here to collect them, Yin Dajing replied. You are their brother? Humph. Did you know your two sisters are thieves? They have stolen someone's phone and wallet and have been taken to the police station, the man retorted coldly. What? That cannot be true, Yin Dajing exclaimed, incredulous. Surely he would know if his sisters were thieves. Were they taken away in a police car? Yin Dajing pulled out his phone to call Yin Lei, but her line had already been disconnected. This is bad. The realization of trouble struck him. With eyes ablaze, he demanded, Tell me, who took them away? Why are you yelling at me? The middle-aged man flinched at the outburst, suppressing his own fear before responding. They were taken by the victims, of course, and are being brought to the police station. If you wish to find them, you should head to the nearby police station. Enough of your nonsense. Yin Dajing could no longer contain his rage, cursing vehemently. My sister's phone is turned off. This is abduction. If they were merely being escorted to the police station, how could they have turned off Yin Lei's phone? He could not possibly believe that Yin Lei and Yin Rui had stolen anything. They must have been wronged. If that were the case, the situation had escalated severely. A cold sweat broke out on Yin Dajing, and he pressed. Where were they taken? The middle-aged man, now slightly bewildered, began to sense the anomaly and pointed. The car is parked over there, a black sedan, and it drove off in that direction. You may still have time to chase after them. By the way, the last 3 digits of the vehicle's license plate are 886. I remember it distinctly. The Jiangzhou East Station is the oldest bus station in Jiangzhou, with numerous chaotic exits. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Dajing dashed towards that direction. At this juncture, he cast aside all concerns and began to run. In this moment, he had cultivated his 5 elements to the 6th level of qi refining, and his body, honed through countless trials, moved with the speed of a small automobile. After a mere 20 seconds, Yin Dajing reached the traffic light ahead, where numerous vehicles were halted at the intersection, patiently awaiting the signal. Among them was a black sedan, its license plate ending in 886. It was peak rush hour, and with the abundance of vehicles near the station, the traffic lights took an unusually long time to change. Were it not for this, the car might have vanished long ago. Yin Dajing breathed a sigh of relief and surged forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the passenger window, shattering the glass. Through the wreckage, he glimpsed the unconscious forms of Yin Lei and Yin Rui in the back seat. Xiao Lei, Xiao Rui. His eyes blazed with fury, and without mercy, he struck down the driver and the middle-aged woman in the passenger seat, rendering them unconscious with swift blows. He then forcefully yanked open the rear door. Why, you're human? The large man was paralyzed with fear, momentarily forgetting to resist as Yin Dajing seized him and dragged him out, pinning him beneath his foot. Please, don't kill me. The large man trembled in terror. For the first time, Yin Dajing felt a murderous intent. In that moment, he truly wished to end the lives of these 3 individuals. Not even the assassination attempt on him had stirred such wrath. Upon inspecting the scene, he found that Yin Lei and Yin Rui were merely drugged, their bodies unharmed, which allowed him to breathe a full sigh of relief. You should regret that I did not kill you, he said coldly, as he cast a sinister enchantment upon the 3. From that day forth, they would be plagued by nightmares, tormented daily until their very demise. After executing the dark arts, he retrieved his phone to call the police, followed by a call to Lu Yueran to briefly inform her of the situation. It was not long before she arrived, accompanied by police vehicles that took all involved parties to the station. The matter was straightforward. The 3 were part of the same gang, and this was not their first offense. After Yin Dajing and the sisters completed their statements, they departed. Brother, woo woo woo. At the police station, Yin Lei and Yin Rui had displayed remarkable strength, but once outside, they were overwhelmed with fear, collapsing into Yin Dajing's embrace in anguish. It's all right, it's all right. Everything is fine now, he reassured them with a gentle pat on their heads, smiling as he spoke. No matter what happened, I rushed to save you at the first opportunity. Yet, in his heart, he pondered, I am not a deity. How could I arrive in time? Perhaps I should teach them the ways of cultivation. Only when their abilities are enhanced, granting them the power to protect themselves, will I truly find peace. I possess the ability to replicate the skills of others, and even to extract their talents. However, I pondered whether I could perhaps bestow these skills upon others. This intriguing thought crossed Yin Dajing's mind, leading him to experiment by transferring certain skills to Yin Lei. Yet, after several attempts, he found himself disheartened. It seemed that my powers, derived from the mirror and the beads, only permitted unilateral acquisition, leaving me unable to share or bestow them. It resembled the act of copying and pasting techniques, compelling me to break through without the luxury of patience or respite. After Yin Lei and Yin Rui had shed tears for a while, Yin Dajing smiled and said, Do not weep. Allow me to introduce you to a friend. This is Lu Yueran. I know, brother, she is your girlfriend, Yin Lei interjected, wiping her tears away. Yin Rui, seemingly unfazed by the earlier events, stepped forward and grasped Lu Yueran's hand, saying, Hello, sister-in-law. I am Yin Rui, your brother's little sister. Wow, sister-in-law, you are even more beautiful than in the pictures. Lu Yueran, feeling uncomfortable with Yin Rui's grip, awkwardly withdrew her hand and replied, Thank you. Perhaps we should not linger here. Let me take you home. You must be hungry, right? Come, I will treat you to a meal. All right, let us go, sister-in-law. Wow, sister-in-law, is this your car? It must cost hundreds of thousands. You know nothing. This car is worth millions. Sister-in-law, how did you meet my brother? What fragrance are you wearing? It smells delightful. In the blink of an eye, Yin Lei and Yin Rui had forgotten the earlier ordeal of nearly being abducted, as they animatedly hopped around Lu Yueran, chattering incessantly. Chapter 82. Idol Lu Yueran initially intended to clarify her relationship with Yin Dajing. However, upon witnessing the fervor of the two sisters, coupled with the fact that she had requested Yin Dajing to masquerade as her boyfriend, she deemed it a fair exchange to assist him in return. Wow, is this a Rolls-Royce? I have only heard tales of such luxury. This is my first experience riding in such an opulent vehicle. Once inside, Yin Lei and Yin Rui chattered incessantly, their words flowing like a rapid-fire machine gun. Could you two perhaps quiet down for a moment? Yin Dajing remarked, unable to contain his exasperation. There's no need to worry, Lu Yueran retorted playfully, casting a glance at Yin Dajing before addressing the sisters. Xiaolei, Xiaorui, you must be in Jiangzhou for internships, correct? Have you secured a placement? She was already aware that the two were sophomore students at Jiangzhou University. With the new semester still some time away, she surmised they had come for internship opportunities. Yes, indeed. We are here for internships. We were hoping to relax at home a bit longer, but our mother insisted we come, Yin Lei complained, placing the blame on Chu Jiaojiao. Our brother has already arranged our internship placements, Yin Rui added, chiming in. Lu Yueran responded, Yin Dajing, you ought to have mentioned that your sisters were seeking internships. I could have assisted you in arranging something. Which company did you contact for them? What is their field? If it doesn't work out, I could easily arrange for them to join my company. Yin Lei exclaimed in surprise, Sister-in-law, you're not the boss, are you? My goodness. You are so young and already a business owner. Yin Rui interjected, with your remarkable capabilities, how could you possibly settle for my brother? Truly a case of blind eyes. Yin Dajing's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, Yin Rui, that's enough. What is wrong with me? Unfazed, Yin Rui replied, Brother, I'm merely speaking the truth. Initially, I thought sister-in-law was just an ordinary wealthy second generation, but it turns out she is a formidable woman. Honestly, if you don't put in some effort, sister-in-law might be snatched away. Yin Lei wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly. Brother, you must strive harder and not become complacent. Lu Yueran chuckled at this exchange, finding the dynamic between the twins quite amusing. The most striking aspect was their striking resemblance, dressed in identical outfits, making it challenging for her to distinguish one from the other. Watching the two mirror each other's antics was genuinely delightful. She suddenly recalled Yin Dajing's earlier advice not to take his sister's words to heart. Yet, far from being offended, Lu Yueran found herself quite fond of the two sisters. At least they shared a genuine bond, their playful banter exuding warmth and familial affection. Unlike her own family, where only her grandfather showered her with sincere affection, the rest sought only to take advantage of her. Yin Dajing discreetly observed Lu Yueran, noting her lack of anger, which reassured him considerably. He then said, "As for my matters, you need not concern yourselves. You should focus on your internship. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to communicate with me." Additionally, I explained to Lu Yueran that the internship placements for Yinlei and Yinrui were sourced online and are with Yuanjiang Group, which is more suitable than my current position at Yueran Technology, where I remain a novice. Entrusting my two younger sisters to intern there seems rather inappropriate. The hiring standards at Yueran Technology are, in fact, significantly higher than the market average. To put it simply, the criteria for programmers are stringent, and every programmer within the company possesses at least basic programming skills. According to Yin Dajing's estimations, with his previous programming capabilities, he would only have a 40% chance of being retained. As for interns, Yueran Technology has never accepted any. Upon hearing Yin Dajing's remarks, Lu Yueran did not voice further objections. It was indeed the case. She was not particularly inclined to leverage connections, as retaining such relationships would not benefit the company. After conducting a brief search about Yueran Technology online, Yinlei and Yinrui expressed their admiration for Lu Yueran, though she had received many compliments from others. Hearing the heartfelt praise from Yinlei and Yinrui brought a rare smile to her face. "Brother, you must not let go of such an excellent sister-in-law, otherwise I shall not spare you," Yinlei remarked after discovering some of Lu Yueran's achievements, nearly elevating her to idol status. "Indeed, if you treat sister-in-law poorly, I shall be the first to object," added Yinrui. Yin Dajing chuckled and responded, "I understand. She is now my boss. How could I dare to treat her poorly?" Amidst laughter, the vehicle soon arrived near the apartment that Yin Dajing had rented for the two sisters. "Yueran, it's getting late. You should head back now while I take them upstairs," Yin Dajing expressed with concern as they reached the community entrance. "I still plan to take Xiao Lei and Xiao Rui out for a meal. They must be famished after such a long ride," Lu Yueran replied. "Yes, we are starving. Sister-in-law, let us drop our bags, and you must take us to eat something delicious," Yinlei and Yinrui insisted, reluctant to part from Lu Yueran. Yin Dajing, with no other option, led the two sisters upstairs, asking Lu Yueran to wait in the car for a moment. "Brother, I recall your girlfriend's name is Gaoya, isn't it?" After they entered the community and distanced themselves from Lu Yueran, Yinlei inquired. Yinrui, too, looked at him curiously, displaying a puzzled expression. Yin Dajing explained, "Actually, I was merely in an online relationship with her before. I thought her name was Gaoya, only to later realize it is Lu Yueran." Let us not discuss this matter. She is quite shy." Yinrui shot him a glance, saying, "You need not mention that. Rest assured, we are very pleased with this sister-in-law and will help you keep her." What a pair of clever spirits. Observing Yinlei and Yinrui, Yin Dajing couldn't help but smile wryly. The two sisters bore striking resemblances, not only in appearance but also in their interests and personalities, making it challenging for anyone to distinguish between them. Only through prolonged interaction could one begin to discern subtle differences. When discussing how to keep their sister-in-law close, the two exchanged nearly identical smiles. After registering their identification at the property management office on the first floor, Yinlei and Yinrui ascended with the keys in hand. Upon entering their new abode, they cast a glance around the room and felt quite satisfied. This was a studio apartment of approximately 30 square meters, fully equipped with air conditioning, a washing machine, a refrigerator, a television, and an exhaust hood, among other amenities. The bed was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate both of them. After setting down their bags, they turned on the air conditioning before descending to join Yin Dajing, as they did not linger. After all, Lu Yueran was still waiting downstairs. Lu Yueran had scoured the vicinity for a well-reviewed restaurant and led the trio to a place called Yuchuan Ku, a Sichuan cuisine establishment. Fortunately, the locals in Jiangzhou had a penchant for spicy food, making Sichuan dishes particularly appealing. The restaurant was bustling with patrons by the time the four arrived. All the private rooms were occupied, so they found a spot in the main dining area. "Goodness, what a day! So many beautiful women," one exclaimed, laughing heartily. "And look, a pair of stunning twins. Oh, this beauty is like a celestial being." A group of 7 or 8, supporting one another, emerged from a private room and, upon spotting Lu Yuan, Yin Lei, and Yin Rui, their eyes sparkled with intrigue as they approached to flirt. Yin Lei and Yin Rui had been strikingly beautiful since childhood, and as twins, they attracted even more attention when together. Coupled with Lu Yuan, the trio became the undeniable center of attention. Upon entering the establishment, they had already caught the eye of several patrons, though none had been so impolite as to openly gawk. Chapter 83. Physical Condition and Techniques. In the face of such an incident, Yin Lei and Yin Rui were evidently flustered, while Lu Yuan remained remarkably composed, albeit with a slight furrow of her brow. "Leave before I lose my temper," Lu Yuan coldly instructed. Her skills were commendable. She effortlessly subdued several inebriated individuals. "Huh. So she's a feisty one. I like that." One of them reached out, attempting to touch Lu Yuan's face. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Dajing delivered a forceful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Just as he was preparing to teach these ruffians a lesson, several more emerged from the private room, one of whom bellowed, "What the hell? Harassing in broad daylight? Get them." Upon looking up, Yin Dajing was taken aback to find it was Mao Xiaochang. Mao had brought 5 underlings to dine that evening. Upon finishing their meal, they had witnessed the drunken louts harassing the ladies. Initially unobservant, he recognized Yin Dajing only after the latter had intervened and rushed to assist. Scum, disgraceful. The thugs struck with vicious intent, skilled in brawling, and their inebriated adversaries were no match for them. Despite being outnumbered, they swiftly overpowered their opponents. Within moments, the drunken men lay defeated. Previously, they had been the bullies, but this time, several patrons applauded, including Yin Lei and Yin Rui, who joined in the clapping. "Come, drag these miscreants out. Do not disturb the diners," Mao Xiaochang commanded, feeling invigorated at the sight of Yin Dajing's smile. Although he understood that Yin Dajing preferred not to be approached, he merely nodded and instructed his subordinates to remove the troublemakers. "It seems there are still many in Jiangzhou who uphold justice," Yin Lei remarked with a sense of admiration. Yin Dajing, however, found it amusing. Had Mao Xiaochang realized he had been labeled a defender of justice, he would surely have been perplexed. Yin Lei and Yin Rui remained oblivious, believing Mao Xiaochang and his associates were purely acting out of chivalry. In contrast, Lu Yuan possessed a far keener sense of observation. She was equally astonished that evening. She had known of Yin Dajing's commendable abilities, recalling the time he had single-handedly repelled trouble when Uncle Lu Qingfeng had come looking for a fight. Those adversaries were formidable, and even she would have struggled against them. Yet Yin Dajing had triumphed with apparent ease. Lu Yuan had endeavored to elevate her estimation of Yin Dajing's prowess. But upon witnessing the car door being wrenched open at the intersection, she was truly taken aback. In acknowledging Yin Dajing, she realized he was a man shrouded in enigmas. Earlier, she had discreetly observed Mao Xiaochang's unwavering gaze fixed upon Yin Dajing, suggesting that the thug's intervention was indeed inspired by him. To encounter an ally while merely dining, who exactly was this Yin Dajing? Nevertheless, this proved advantageous. Even if retribution were to be sought against him, Yin Dajing possessed the means to defend himself. Lu Yuan had been concerned about possible retaliation against Yin Dajing, but now she felt considerably relieved. After dinner, Lu Yuan drove home, while Yin Dajing escorted Yin Lei and Yin Rui back to their room. "Hey, brother. I've noticed that since we last saw you over 2 months ago, you seem somewhat different," Yin Rui suddenly remarked as Yin Dajing was about to leave. "Indeed. I have noticed it too," Yin Lei nodded in agreement. "Your skin has become fairer. It's summer, and rather than getting tanned, how is it that you have become even paler? Moreover, your physique has improved. While you previously had no excess fat, you certainly weren't as toned as now." Yin Rui continued, "Most importantly, brother, you appear to possess greater confidence. How have you suddenly become so formidable? At the police station, I heard you single-handedly knocked out all 3 of our abductors and damaged the car door," she added. "Earlier, you effortlessly kicked that drunken troublemaker to the ground." Yin Rui and Yin Lei gazed intently at him, awaiting his response. All right, I'll tell you," Yin Dajing chuckled. "Actually, before I entered university, about 4 years ago, I encountered a wandering Taoist who taught me some methods of cultivating energy. However, that esteemed individual advised me not to reveal my abilities until I had made significant progress, which is why I never mentioned it to Mom, Dad, or even you. Of course, even if I had, you might have thought I was joking." But in truth, I had already made considerable breakthroughs 6 months ago. My cultivation has advanced significantly, though you simply hadn't noticed. Moreover, my progress in the past 2 months has been particularly remarkable, hence the noticeable changes. Yin Lei and Yin Rui pouted, especially Yin Lei, who boldly stated, "Brother, even if you are reluctant to tell the truth, you shouldn't fabricate stories to deceive us." However, as soon as Yin Lei finished speaking, Yin Dajing extended his right hand, and a slender green vine materialized in his palm. "Now, see if I have deceived you." Yin Dajing laughed as he channeled his wood energy, causing the vine to grow longer, extending to over 30 centimeters. Yin Lei and Yin Rui were left speechless. After a long pause, Yin Rui finally stammered, "Brother, are you performing magic?" "Magic?" Yin Dajing replied, slightly exasperated. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly summoned the vine, which transformed from its 30-centimeter length into a slender form that ensnared both Yin Lei and Yin Rui, lifting them effortlessly into the air. "Do you still think this is magic?" Yin Dajing glared at the two sisters. "No more, no more. It's not magic, it's real." "Wow, brother. You are truly amazing." If it were anyone else suddenly ensnared by a vine, they would likely scream in surprise. However, Yin Lei and Yin Rui were confident that their brother would not harm them, leaving them with nothing but exhilaration. Yin Dajing gently set down the two young women and tucked away the vines. "Previously, I refrained from disclosing this matter to you due to my lack of accomplishments in cultivation. Now that you are aware, I must implore you not to disseminate this information indiscriminately, otherwise I shall encounter significant troubles." "Understood, brother. We shall not speak of it recklessly," replied Yin Lei and Yin Rui, gazing at Yin Dajing with eager anticipation. "Enough of that look. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts?" Yin Dajing shot them a stern glance and continued, "I have chosen to confide in you both with the intention of imparting some techniques for refining qi, enabling you to possess the means for self-defense. At the very least, should a situation akin to today's arise, you will be able to protect yourselves." "Yes, yes, brother. Please teach us," Yin Lei and Yin Rui exclaimed, their impatience palpable as they beheld such remarkable powers. "First, I shall assess your attributes to determine which cultivation methods are most suitable for you," Yin Dajing instructed, having the two young women sit cross-legged upon the ground while he positioned himself before them, one hand on each, gently channeling the elemental energies of the 5 elements into their bodies to sense their physical constitutions. Human constitutions are categorized into 5 types, corresponding to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Generally, every individual possesses these 5 attributes. However, each person exhibits heightened sensitivity to one or more of them. The attribute to which one responds most acutely defines their constitution. As for myself, I am attuned to all 5 elements, hence I practice all 5 concurrently. It was only after I had acquired mastery over all elemental energies that I came to this realization. The techniques of the medicine Immortal Sect predominantly focus on wood-based cultivation methods, yet not every disciple possesses a wood attribute. The sensitivity to wood varies among individuals, resulting in disparities in cultivation achievements. The most notable examples are Xia Etienne and Xia Manua. The Xia family's techniques are fire-based, while Xia Etienne actually possesses a water attribute, rendering him more suited for water cultivation methods. However, the Xia family exclusively offers fire cultivation techniques, and his forced practice yielded little success. In contrast, Xia Manua's constitution aligns harmoniously with her technique, and her innate intelligence allows her to cultivate at a pace exponentially faster than Xia Etienne. Chapter 84. The Exceptional with Spiritual Root. What? After Yin Dajing tested the spiritual energy attributes of Yin Lei and Yin Rui one by one, he found it hard to believe and conducted the tests once more, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. "You two possess exceptional with spiritual roots." Yin Lei inquired, "What is a spiritual root?" To which Yin Rui added, "And what exactly is an exceptional with spiritual root?" Yin Dajing, filled with excitement, had not anticipated that his 2 younger sisters would possess such remarkable talent. After a brief pause, he elucidated, "The concept of spiritual roots is quite ethereal, yet undeniably existent. For cultivators, lacking a spiritual root makes it exceedingly challenging to embark on this path. Spiritual roots reside within the Dantian, invisible to the naked eye. However, once one begins their cultivation journey, they gradually become perceptible. The more intense the response to spiritual energy, the higher the quality of the spiritual root. Broadly speaking, spiritual roots are categorized from inferior to superior. Inferior spiritual root, middle grade spiritual root, upper grade spiritual root, and finally, exceptional spiritual root. The 5 attributes I mentioned earlier are inherent to every individual, yet some possess a haphazard mix of these attributes, each exceedingly weak, resulting in a lack of sensitivity to spiritual energy. Such individuals are deemed to have waste spiritual roots, rendering them nearly incapable of achieving success in cultivation. Even with substantial resources expended in forced cultivation, their accomplishments remain minimal. Next are those who exhibit sensitivity to 2 or 3 of the attributes. These individuals are comparatively stronger than those with waste spiritual roots, yet they can only be classified as pseudo-spiritual roots, with a notably slow cultivation pace. Conversely, if one displays an exceptionally strong reaction to 1 or more of the 5 elemental attributes, they possess true spiritual roots. In principle, the fewer the attributes, the purer the spiritual root, leading to swifter cultivation. Those with 2 or 3 attribute roots are generally inferior to those with a single spiritual root. You too, however, show virtually no presence of the other 4 attributes, but exhibit an extraordinary response to the wood attribute, which signifies that you possess exceptional wood spiritual roots. When I infused my spiritual energy of the other 4 attributes into your bodies, there was not the slightest reaction, leading me to nearly conclude that you were waste spiritual roots. Yet, what a twist of fate. Not only are you not waste spiritual roots, but you are also the most exceptional with spiritual roots. The knowledge that Yin Dajing shared stemmed from insights gleaned at the Shinmen conference, synthesized into a comprehensive understanding. Individuals like you are regarded as cultivation prodigies. Any sect focused on wood-based cultivation will undoubtedly strive to recruit you. While Yin Dajing was uncertain about the attributes and spiritual roots of others, he was aware that Yusanbian possessed a water spiritual root, and Guokong had both gold and earth spiritual roots. In terms of quality, Yusanbian's water spiritual root was of superior grade, likely classified as a middle-grade water root. Although he had not tested Xiao Manhua, he could almost ascertain that she was a fire spiritual root, and at the very least, a middle-grade fire root. However, the seemingly unremarkable Yin Lei and Yin Rui possess astonishingly exceptional wood spirit roots. Yin Dajing is certain that with their cultivation speed, they can far surpass the other disciples of the medicine Immortal Sect, even without his assistance, simply by practicing the Sect's techniques. He is confident they could reach the late stage of Qi refinement, and there is a significant possibility they might break through to the foundation establishment stage, or even ascend to the higher realm of Golden Core. I have long recognized my extraordinary nature. Indeed, I am 1 in a million. Yin Rui commenced her self-praise. Yin Dajing gently tapped her forehead, saying, "Enough boasting. You are endowed with exceptional wood spirit roots, but this matter must remain confidential, especially since you currently lack cultivation. You must exercise restraint. Should this be exposed, who knows what malevolent cultivators might ensnare you, subjecting you to all manner of torments, and subsequently employing sinister methods to seize your spirit roots." Yin Lei was taken aback. Can one truly have their spirit roots taken by others? Certainly, Yin Dajing affirmed. On the path of cultivation, anything is possible. Yet, in his heart, Yin Dajing silently chuckled. The notion of others seizing spirit roots does exist, albeit belonging to the realm of legend. At the very least, despite having replicated numerous techniques, there is no record of such occurrences. He merely spoke to frighten the 2 sisters into refraining from boasting. Yin Lei and Yin Rui were indeed alarmed. Falling into a prolonged silence, Yin Dajing continued, "Do not let this concern you overly. As long as you exercise caution during your cultivation and avoid revealing your talents too readily, you will be safe. I teach you to cultivate for your own protection, not for reckless abandon. Do you understand?" Both Yin Lei and Yin Rui nodded in unison. "Understood, brother." Yin Dajing then imparted the upgraded and refined wood-based technique to them, guiding them almost hand in hand. This technique is called the Qingdi Longevity Sutra. With diligent practice, it can preserve your youthful appearance and vitality. The name Qingdi Longevity Sutra was casually uttered by Yin Dajing, yet it now serves as the appellation for his wood-based technique. Yin Dajing is quite invested in his younger sisters. Under his guidance, after they completed 2 full cycles of their cultivation, Yin Dajing finally withdrew and arranged a spirit-gathering array using 5 jade tokens for their use. I feel as though I have broken through to become a cultivator of the first layer of qi refinement. Me too. I feel invigorated all over. Yin Lei and Yin Rui almost simultaneously ceased their practice, but upon opening their eyes, they were startled by each other's appearance. Why are you so dirty? Yin Dajing explained. It is quite remarkable that the two of you have managed to break through to the first layer of qi refinement in just 5 hours. The impurities expelled from your bodies are merely the byproducts of your cultivation process, remnants of the impurities within. As you continue to achieve breakthroughs, more will be released. So there is no cause for concern. This is a positive sign. Go and take a bath now. Yin Lei and Yin Rui, being exceptional embodiments of the wood spirit root, have diligently practiced the highest tier of wood-based techniques. With the aid of the spirit gathering array and my assistance, they have made a remarkable breakthrough. Nevertheless, even this astonishing speed has taken even Yin Dajing by surprise. From this point onward, however, they must rely on their own efforts, as Yin Dajing cannot perpetually safeguard them with his own cultivation level. In the first layer of qi refinement, their physical prowess surpasses that of fully grown men, granting them a modicum of self-defense. Yet, it is still far from sufficient. Once the two have finished bathing and changed into fresh garments, Yin Dajing resumes his instructions. You are still in the first layer of qi refinement and must practice diligently. Here are 5 jade pendants. Place them according to this formation. During your cultivation, sit within this array. These pendants are treasures. Do not display them carelessly. Furthermore, should you encounter any uncertainties on your path of cultivation, do not hesitate to reach out to me for clarification. He also advises them to remain discreet and not to divulge this matter, as it could endanger him and his family. Though Yin Lei and Yin Rui possess a playful spirit, they are astute enough to discern the gravity of situations and refrain from making inappropriate jokes, readily agreeing to his counsel. Time is of the essence. Engage in your practice for a while longer, as you have internships to attend to tomorrow. I too must return home to bathe and rest briefly before preparing for work. Chapter 85 Acquisition. When Yin Dajing returned home, it was already past 4 o'clock. After taking a shower, he rested for 2 hours before rising. His cultivation had reached a commendable level, allowing him to forego sleep for several days without adverse effects. While on the bus, Yin Dajing took out his phone to indulge in a game. He had attained an intermediate level of gaming skills, and his proficiency was remarkable. Recently, he had easily reached the pinnacle of a new online game. However, just as he was engrossed in the game and on the verge of completing a level, a flurry of messages erupted in the WeChat group, causing him to lose the match at a crucial moment. Instead of feeling frustrated, Yin Dajing opened the WeChat group, which comprised his classmates from the computer science department. Wow, major news. Do you all remember our class's rich kid, Lu Mingzhi? His family has gone bankrupt. Is that for real? How could it be fake? Don't you guys follow the news? Soon, several articles concerning the Lu family were shared in the group, detailing their efforts to liquidate assets to pay off debts. The group quickly turned to mock Lu Mingzhi, some even photoshopping images of him for ridicule. Their comments harsh and derisive. Yin Dajing had a vague recollection of Lu Mingzhi, the affluent heir who seemed to be merely coasting through school to obtain a diploma, often absent from classes. Naturally, he had not joined the class WeChat group. Otherwise, the classmates would likely have refrained from such scornful jests. The Lu family owned a restaurant, renowned as the Lu Family Restaurant, situated by the picturesque Baiyin Lake. It was an upscale establishment, well known throughout Jiangzhou. Dining there required reservations days in advance, and a single meal would cost no less than 2,000 or 3,000. During his time at school, Lu Mingzhi was exceedingly popular, often surrounded by admirers, with classmates fawning over him. Yet, following this unfortunate turn of events, they swiftly shifted to ridicule. Yin Dajing chose not to join in the mockery. He had neither benefited from Lu Mingzhi nor flattered him in the past, and he certainly did not wish to add insult to injury. The class WeChat group had been quiet for a while, but now it was abuzz with conversation, transitioning from discussions about Lu Mingzhi to topics of current developments, relationships, and finances. Eventually, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, Yin Dajing set his notifications to Do Not Disturb. Yin Dajing, how's your English? During work hours, Louis Warren sent him a message. Fairly good. I can communicate with foreigners without much difficulty, Yin Dajing replied truthfully. In fact, he had achieved an intermediate level of English skills and could converse fluently with native speakers. Can you understand D country's English? Louis Warren continued to inquire. D country has its own language, but English is also widely spoken there. Unfortunately, the English in D country is often laced with a distinct accent, making it challenging for Huaxia people to comprehend. One must listen attentively. Nevertheless, D country excels in software programming, and many companies in Huaxia collaborate with them, including the Yuan group. Yin Dajing had replicated the D language, which he heard was quite simple. However, he was uncertain of the intention behind Lu Yuan's inquiry and retorted, "Yuan, you don't intend to send me off to D country, do you?" Lu Yuan replied, "In a little over a month. I will be traveling to D country for a business trip lasting half a month. I was contemplating whether to take you along." The situation in D country was somewhat chaotic, and though Lu Yuan was reluctant to go, she felt her skills were adequate. If she brought Yin Dajing along, they would undoubtedly be secure. That poses no issue. I am proficient in English and the D language. Thus the English spoken in D country shall not pose a challenge for me. Despite the curry-flavored English from D country making him feel a bit uneasy, he could not help but worry if Lu Yuan went alone. "Very well, I will arrange for your leave," Lu Yuan responded. After sending this, she suddenly paused. Realizing that in everything she had been doing lately, she found herself wanting to include Yin Dajing. What a peculiar habit this was. At noon, Yin Dajing reached out to Yin Lei and Yin Rui, inquiring about their internship experiences. "It's going splendidly. President Tan has been exceptionally courteous to us. Brother, tell me honestly, do we have some sort of special connection with President Tan? His politeness has almost surpassed the norm. He treats us more like cherished daughters than interns." Yin Lei observed astutely. "Ah, you've caught on, have you? The other day, President Tan was unwell, and I lent him a hand. Thus, he owes me a favor." Yin Dajing smiled as he explained. "Nonetheless, do ensure you both learn diligently from him. This is a rare opportunity." "Understood, brother. You can be quite verbose, you know." Daring to complain about her brother's verbosity? Those two troublesome girls, did they seek a scolding? "Ha, with my charm, would you truly dare to reprimand me?" Having pampered them since childhood, Yin Dajing found himself utterly at a loss with his two younger sisters, unable to suppress a wry smile. It seemed the only solution was to summon their parents. Otherwise, no one would be able to manage them. Yin Dajing had already contacted an agency to prepare for purchasing a house. When the weekend came, he planned to go and have a look. He intended to directly acquire a villa. Oh, by the way, suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the Lu family restaurant. Perhaps I could acquire the Lu family restaurant and transfer it to my parents, so they could come to Jiangzhou and manage it. After pondering this, he contacted Yi Qiao. "Sister Qiao, I have a favor to ask. Could you provide me with Lu Mingzhi's contact information?" Yin Dajing had no prior relationship with Lu Mingzhi and had not exchanged contact details, but Yi Qiao, as their counselor, should possess it. Before long, Yi Qiao sent Lu Mingzhi's number. "Why so polite with your sister Qiao? When are you free? Let us have a meal together." Sure. Sister Qiao. Contact me when you have some free time." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Qiao, Yin Dajing dialed Lu Mingzhi's number. Lu Mingzhi's worldview is on the verge of collapse. The once thriving Lu family restaurant has, in a single night, crumbled to ruin. And Lu Mingzhi has transformed from a privileged heir into someone burdened with debt. Previously, he was lauded by all, affectionately referred to as young Master Lu. Yet now he finds himself the subject of mockery, as if they were to call him little liar. The fickleness of human relationships has become painfully apparent to him. When Yin Dajing's call came through, Lu Mingzhi was desperately reaching out for help alongside his father. In the past, he would have ignored a call from an unfamiliar number, but now he dared not dismiss any call. "Hello, this is Lu Mingzhi." "Lu Mingzhi, this is Yin Dajing. Do you remember me?" Chapter 86. The Crisis of the Lu Family. Yin Dajing? Of course, I remember. Upon hearing that name, Lu Mingzhi was genuinely taken aback. They had met a few times, yet their interactions were minimal, lacking any real camaraderie. He even wondered how Yin Dajing had obtained his contact information. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. Yin Dajing, straightforward as ever, replied, "Lu Mingzhi, I called to discuss a potential acquisition. I am interested in acquiring your family's restaurant." Enough. How dare you mock me?" Lu Mingzhi retorted angrily. "Are you pleased to see me in such a dire state?" "What is it, Mingzhi? Who called you?" Lu Mingzhi's father, Lu Hu, inquired upon witnessing his son's furious reaction as he hung up the phone. "It was a college classmate of mine named Yin Dajing, claiming he wishes to buy our restaurant." Lu Mingzhi said, fuming. "What? Acquire our restaurant?" Lu Hu's eyes brightened. "Father, do not get your hopes up," Lu Mingzhi cautioned, fully aware of his father's intentions. Yin Dajing comes from an ordinary family. How could he afford to purchase our restaurant? He is merely calling to ridicule me like everyone else. That may not be the case. Perhaps your classmate is, in fact, a concealed heir of a wealthy family. Lu Hu sighed. We are at our wits' end. If someone is genuinely willing to acquire our restaurant at a reasonable price, it would be the best option for us. Even if there is a mere 1% chance. It warrants consideration. Father, our restaurant is far from reaching such a desperate situation. Please do not lose hope. With the properties and vehicles we have, if we can secure a bank loan, our restaurant can weather this storm, Lu Mingzhi said, his eyes reddening. Lu Hu shook his head, lamenting, it is difficult. Given our restaurant's current plight, who would want to take over? They would avoid us at all costs. Just then, as the father and son were engulfed in their woes, a figure suddenly pushed open the office door and approached with a grin, addressing Lu Hu. I hope my unannounced visit does not upset you. He Ping. What brings you here? Lu Hu frowned, clearly displeased. He Ping smiled faintly. Boss Lu, there is no need for displeasure. I come bearing good news. You dare to show your face here? Do you believe I won't strike you down? Lu Mingzhi rose, teeth clenched. Yet he was restrained by Lu Hu, who coldly challenged. Speak, what is it that you want? He Ping, with his small single eyelids, squinted his eyes into slits as he smiled. I have come to introduce you to a significant investor, the Lu Group. They are willing to invest $20 million to acquire 80% of your family's restaurant, helping you through this difficult time. The Lu Group? Upon hearing those 4 words, Lu Hu suddenly comprehended much, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Lu Mingzhi scoffed. You think $20 million can buy 80% of our Lu family's restaurant? Are you still dreaming? He continued, for $20 million. You might secure just 10% of our shares, and that would be a fortunate deal. Times have changed, He Ping remarked with a grin. If you don't act soon, you may find that even this $20 million will elude you. Prepare for bankruptcy, Lu family. Moreover, the Lu Group is not merely offering $20 million for 80%. They will assist in revitalizing your restaurant. You know that if the Lu Group holds 80%, they will become the major shareholder. And they certainly won't allow the restaurant to collapse. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Hu replied solemnly. 80% is excessive. If it were 50%, we could negotiate. He Ping shook his head. 80%, not a fraction less. These are Chairman Lu's exact words. You have 3 days to consider. After 3 days, if you do not agree, the Lu Group will no longer pursue this matter. He added, Mr. Lu, should you come to a decision, feel free to call me. I must take my leave now, so as not to disturb your father-son conversation. Once He Ping departed, Lu Mingzhi fumed. The Lu Group is nothing short of a ruthless plunderer. Father, we absolutely cannot sell. Lu Hu lifted his weary gaze to Lu Mingzhi and said, Mingzhi, do you still not grasp the current situation? Do you truly believe the Lu Group's audacity is without cause? 3 days, this is our final window. If someone can invest, that would be ideal. Otherwise, we might have to accept the original or slightly lower price. With that capital, we can rise again. If there is truly no other option, I may have to sell to the Lu Group. After all, an arm cannot outmuscle a leg. Lu Mingzhi simmered with anger, sulking in silence, while Lu Hu wore a bittersweet smile. In his youth, he would have outright refused, but now, with a family to support, he lacked the fervor of his earlier days. However, the Lu Group's emergence brought him some relief. They had not sought his complete ruin, leaving him a glimmer of hope. Yet, he feared that from this point forward, the Lu family restaurant would no longer bear their surname. Reflecting on the 2 decades of toil that had shaped the restaurant's current stature and reputation, Lu Hu felt a pang of sorrow. 3 days, only 3 days. Perhaps a miracle might yet occur. Suddenly, Lu Mingzhi's phone rang. It was Wu Cece. His heart warmed slightly. She was his current girlfriend and the belle of Jiangke University. Hello, Cece, he began, but Wu Cece's voice was cold as she stated. Lu Mingzhi, I called to inform you that we are breaking up. Breaking up? Are you joking? Lu Mingzhi was taken aback. Who do you think has the leisure to jest with you? Why? Were we not well yesterday? Wu Cece suddenly exclaimed in anger. Why? How dare you ask me that? Lu Mingzhi, why don't you tell me about the current situation of the Lu family restaurant? You are on the verge of becoming a negative second generation. And I mean negative as in debt. Am I supposed to accompany you in repaying your debts? To be frank, my association with you was solely for your wealth, with aspirations of marrying into a wealthy family. Since you are devoid of funds now, what am I still doing here wasting my time? Do not pursue me any further. Chapter 87. The benefactor Lu Mingzhi had experienced romantic entanglements with numerous girls, yet this was the first time he had been rejected by one. The sensation of being spurned was indeed a novel experience for him, prompting a self-deprecating smile. What happened? Did your girlfriend finally discover the truth about our family's restaurant? Lu Hu remarked, seemingly unfazed. No worries, there are plenty of fish in the sea. As long as you possess wealth, numerous women will inevitably flock to you. Lu Mingzhi nodded in acknowledgement, though the smile lingering on his face carried a tinge of sorrow. After a moment's reflection, he stated, Father, I think I should reach out to Yin Dajing. Observing the earnest expression on Lu Mingzhi's face, Lu Hu felt a surge of pride. He realized that, in that fleeting moment, his wayward son had matured considerably. Yes, reach out. Remember, even if there exists but a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must pursue it. We have only 3 days. Lu Mingzhi returned the call, and after a brief pause, the line connected. Hello, Yin Dajing. Do you truly intend to acquire our family restaurant? Yin Dajing, having been abruptly disconnected, felt perplexed. However, it didn't take long for him to come to terms with Lu Mingzhi's sentiments. He had already been contemplating abandoning his plans to acquire the restaurant, as he had the means to establish a new one without significant repercussions. Unexpectedly, just as he had decided to let it go, Lu Mingzhi's call came through again. Yes, indeed. I wouldn't jest about such matters, Yin Dajing replied. Would it be convenient for you to visit our restaurant? We could discuss the details in person, Lu Mingzhi said, his voice trembling slightly. Certainly, I'll come by after work. Yin Dajing responded, considering that a direct acquisition would alleviate burdens for his parents. Father, my classmate, Yin Dajing. After hanging up, Lu Mingzhi remained momentarily dazed, for he sensed that Yin Dajing was indeed serious about the acquisition. He glanced at Lu Hu, who appeared engrossed in his documents, oblivious to the conversation. What's the matter? Lu Hu inquired, raising his head at Lu Mingzhi's call. Despite encouraging Lu Mingzhi to contact Yin Dajing, he harbored no illusions of success. It seems that Yin Dajing genuinely wishes to acquire our restaurant. He mentioned he would come for a face-to-face discussion after work. Lu Hu responded with an O, contemplating before asking, what kind of person is this classmate of yours? Lu Mingzhi paused for a moment, reflecting before he spoke. My time at school has been brief, and I have not interacted with many classmates. However, Yin Dajing is a remarkable individual, renowned for his commendable reputation. He is always willing to lend a helping hand and is selfless in his endeavors, frequently participating in various volunteer activities alongside his classmates, with whom he maintains excellent relations. Lu Hu nodded and replied, Very well, let us wait. This certainly offers a glimmer of hope. The prospect of acquiring the Lu family restaurant was no trifling matter, and Lu Hu felt a headache coming on. Beyond financial considerations, there were other factors at play. Otherwise, the Lu family would not have struggled to secure a loan from the bank. Even if Yin Dajing were affluent, there was no guarantee he would proceed with the acquisition. Neither of them had dined that evening. They remained in the office awaiting Yin Dajing's arrival. Lu Hu had attempted to reach out for assistance over the course of several hours, but despair was beginning to set in as no one seemed willing to help. Around 7 o'clock, Yin Dajing called Lu Mingzhi to inform him that he had arrived at the entrance. Lu Mingzhi hurried downstairs to greet him. They had seen each other over a month ago at the graduation ceremony, and Lu Mingzhi recognized him immediately. Come with me. We shall discuss matters in my father's office. There is no rush. Yin Dajing smiled slightly, his gaze surveying the surroundings of the Lu family restaurant. After a brief pause, he nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Upon reaching Lu Hu's office, Yin Dajing shook hands with Lu Hu and cheerfully said, Hello, Uncle Lu. I am Yin Dajing, a classmate of Lu Mingzhi. Let us get straight to the point. There is no need for circumlocution. Have you discovered the intermediate Chinese cuisine skill? Would you like to replicate it? Yin Dajing was genuinely taken aback. In China, there are 8 major culinary traditions, and he had previously replicated the Sichuan cuisine skill. However, he had not anticipated encountering the Chinese cuisine skill directly this time. What did this imply? Could it be that Lu Hu was proficient in all 8 culinary traditions? That would be quite impressive. Please, take a seat, Lu Hu said courteously, nodding. Young Yin, I understand from Mingzhi that you are interested in acquiring our Lu family restaurant. However, I must caution you that it may not be as simple as you think. Are you here on behalf of your parents? Yin Dajing had initially intended to pursue the acquisition primarily, but upon observing Lu Hu's demeanor and recognizing his value, he began to entertain other thoughts. Uncle Lu, I am here to negotiate the acquisition on my own. My parents are unaware of my intentions. I shall be frank. I have long wished to acquire a restaurant as a gift from my parents. Coincidentally, I learned about the situation with the Liu family through our class group today, prompting my desire to acquire the Liu family restaurant. To prepare for this, I even conducted some online research and am now generally aware of the situation. After a brief pause, Yin Dajing continued. The Liu family restaurant was previously valued at around 2 to 300 million. However, given the recent events, its value has likely plummeted. It may not even fetch 50 million now. The most valuable asset of the Liu family is undoubtedly the prestigious Liu family restaurant. Presently, the land upon which the restaurant stands, along with the establishment itself, holds an estimated value of around 50 million. Yin Dajing neither exaggerated nor intentionally belittled this figure. In all honesty, 50 million was the lowest price in Liu Hu's mind. Before arriving here, I had intended to acquire the Liu family restaurant for 50 million. But after witnessing the circumstances and meeting Uncle Liu, I have reconsidered my decision. What? You are no longer acquiring it? Liu Mingzhi exclaimed in anger, feeling that Yin Dajing was playing tricks not just on him, but on his father as well. Liu Hu interjected firmly, Mingzhi, be quiet, and allow young Yin to finish. With a smile, Yin Dajing continued, Uncle Liu, I can resolve the troubles afflicting your restaurant and ensure that the Liu family restaurant operates smoothly without any concerns. Furthermore, I possess a modicum of skills in fortune-telling. I can perceive that you have the potential for great wealth and prosperity. Though you may currently face some setbacks, rest assured that a benefactor will soon appear and you will soar to new heights. I would be honored to be that benefactor. Yin Dajing was not deceiving. He had replicated the abilities of 200 or 300 individuals from the mystical realm, many of whom were adept in astrology and feng shui. Liu Hu indeed possessed the traits of one destined for wealth and eminence. Even should the Liu family restaurant change hands, he would inevitably rise again. Chapter 88. The major shareholder. Initially, I had intended to acquire the entire Liu family restaurant, but I have since revised my decision. I now aspire to invest and become a shareholder, collaborating with Uncle Liu in the management. As Yin Dajing spoke, he cast a smile towards Liu Mingzhi, who appeared momentarily stunned. For the Liu family restaurant, the most favorable outcome would undoubtedly be securing a loan, particularly from a bank. This would enable them to surmount their difficulties, and repaying the debt would pose no significant challenge, ensuring that the establishment remains entirely in the Liu family's hands. The next best option would be an investment, which would at least prevent the restaurant from closing its doors, thus preserving the efforts of Liu Hu. Lastly, there remains the possibility of acquisition. A reasonable buyout would allow them to leave Jiangzhou, with future opportunities for resurgence. Are you truly serious? Liu Mingzhi asked, scarcely able to believe his ears. In the past, Liu family would have dismissed any proposition for investment, yet circumstances have now compelled an urgent consideration. Xiaoyin, given your awareness of our family's current predicament, how much do you intend to invest, and what are your plans for this capital? Liu Hu inquired with keen interest. I intend to invest 100 million and acquire 50% of the Liu family restaurant's shares, Yin Dajing replied steadily. Prior to the crisis, 100 million could have secured approximately 30% of the shares, but now, even with a mere 50 million, he could fully acquire the Liu family restaurant. However, Yin Dajing's offer of 100 million was solely for 50% of the shares. 100 million? Liu Mingzhi gasped, regarding Yin Dajing with skepticism. He did not appear to possess such wealth. Could it be that this young man is suffering from delusions? Liu Hu also stood abruptly, perplexed. Xiaoyin, are you jesting? 100 million? Even if you intended to purchase the entire Liu family restaurant, I would not hesitate. Yet you seek merely 50%? Just moments ago, the Liu Group was offering 20 million for 80%. Indeed, it is astonishing how swiftly circumstances can shift, Yin Dajing affirmed. Uncle Liu, if you harbor any doubts, we can draft the contract immediately, and I will transfer 100 million to your account. With this amount, the Liu family restaurant should be revitalized, correct? Yin Dajing held a strong belief in Liu Hu's capabilities. While acquiring 50% of the Liu family restaurant for 100 million might seem disadvantageous, he was wagering on the future. If he demanded a larger share, it could dampen Liu Hu's enthusiasm, potentially leading him to lose his fervor for managing the restaurant. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Liu Hu's gaze. If only he truly possessed 100 million. Oh, even with an additional 20 or 30 million. He could restore the Lu family restaurant to its former glory. Yet, no one believes in me. Xiao Yin, do you genuinely have 100 million? Of course, Yin Dajing chuckled. I am not so idle as to come here merely to tease you. If 100 million proves insufficient, I am prepared to invest further. Enough, enough, Xiao Yin, do you truly believe in me? The figure of Lu, who trembled slightly. Yin Dajing nodded and replied, Of course, Uncle Lu. I have mentioned before that I possess some knowledge of feng shui, destiny, and astrological divination. I can see that you are currently in a low point. But I assure you, you will soar to great heights in the future. Therefore, my investment of 100 million will grant me 50% of the shares, which ultimately benefits me. I hope you won't regret this decision later, Uncle Lu. Lu Hu gazed at him and said, Xiao Yin, if you truly hold me in regard, you could easily purchase the Lu family restaurant outright. Should you choose to employ me, I would not refuse. Yin Dajing shook his head and replied, I have no time to manage the Lu family restaurant. It will still require your full oversight, Uncle Lu. I will not interfere. What I valued before was this position. But now, I place greater importance on you as a person. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Hu wiped away a tear and smiled faintly, saying, Xiao Yin, I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. If you truly have 100 million, then I will offer you 60% of the shares in the Lu family restaurant. From this investment, I will also contribute 50 million to resolve the restaurant's financial issues and cash flow. In essence, this means you would only be spending 80 million to acquire 60% of the shares. Uncle Lu Xiaoyin began, but Lu Hu interrupted, stating, This is my bottom line, you must accept it. Seeing Lu Hu's stubbornness, Yin Dajing could only nod and agree, Very well, Uncle Lu. In that case, you will continue to manage the restaurant, and you may draw your salary from the profits. Haha, even without your suggestion, I would do so. Now, let us draft the contract, Lu Hu said, patting Yin Dajing on the shoulder. Lu Hu had a ready-made contract template, which he modified slightly to create a new agreement. After reviewing it, Yin Dajing nodded and signed. Lu Hu also signed and stamped the document. Subsequently, Yin Dajing transferred 100 million to Lu Hu's account. Guo Zhongliang had provided Yin Dajing with a card containing an ample sum of 100 million US dollars, and the transfer did not cause him any distress. Xiao Yin, oh no, I should now refer to you as President Yin, Lu Hu chuckled. Please, just call me Xiao Yin. When you call me President Yin, I feel quite uncomfortable, Yin Dajing insisted, waving his hands. All right, I shall continue to call you Xiao Yin. Rest assured, our restaurant will reopen soon. But grant me 3 days. In this time, I will resolve all the issues at the Lu family restaurant. Yin Dajing replied, Uncle Lu, I will not interfere in business matters. However, if you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Nevertheless, some matters I believe I must handle myself. Yin Dajing spoke, suddenly extending his hand to draw an arcane symbol in the air, before abruptly tapping it onto Lu Hu's forehead. Lu Hu was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Yin Dajing's actions. However, he felt the warmth emanating from the latter's fingertip resting upon his brow. Approximately 3 seconds later, Lu Hu unexpectedly discovered a profound sense of ease enveloping him. His mind became astonishingly clear, akin to having just emerged from a refreshing cold shower, leaving him remarkably alert and comfortable. What is happening? Why do I feel so remarkably at ease all of a sudden? Lu Hu exclaimed. Uncle Lu, may I inquire if the Lu family restaurant has ever consulted someone regarding feng shui? Yin Dajing withdrew his hand, responding with a question of his own. Indeed. About 10 years ago, I encountered a feng shui master and invested a considerable sum to have him arrange a feng shui layout for me. Since then, the Lu family restaurant's business has significantly improved. Therefore, over the past decade, even during renovations, the layout of the restaurant has remained unchanged. Lu Hu nodded in affirmation. The extraordinary experience he had just undergone led Lu Hu to finally believe in Yin Dajing's exceptional abilities. It appeared that this classmate of Mingzhi was indeed a person of extraordinary wisdom beyond the mundane world. Chapter 89. The Malevolent Cultivation. Could it be that the feng shui of our Lu family restaurant is flawed? Lu Hu inquired, perplexed. Lu Mingzhi, now appearing remarkably at ease, felt a wave of gratitude towards Yin Dajing for resolving the troubles of the Lu family. He smiled and jested, Yin Dajing, you don't truly possess the ability to read feng shui, do you? I never imagined I had a classmate with such mystical talents, so well concealed. Yin Dajing chuckled lightly and replied, Whether I am indeed gifted in such matters, Uncle Lu is perhaps the most knowledgeable. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and address the main issue. Initially, the feng shui of the Lu family restaurant was flawless. However, it appears that complications have arisen. Come, accompany me to investigate. I shall provide a remedy. Under the guidance of Lu Hu and Lu Mingzhi, Yin Dajing descended once more to the entrance of the Lu family restaurant. Ordinarily, at this hour, the establishment would be bustling with patrons, yet now it stood desolate and forlorn. Observing this scene, Lu Hu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Perfect. Let us allow everyone a 3-day respite. The Lu family restaurant shall undergo a brief reorganization, and once you, Uncle Lu, have everything in order, we shall reopen, Yin Dajing suggested. Lu Hu nodded in agreement. That is precisely my thought. I shall notify everyone shortly. Yin Dajing refrained from further comment. After a brief tour led by Lu Hu, his gaze ultimately settled upon a tree in the backyard. Step back a bit, Yin Dajing gestured, prompting Lu Hu and Lu Mingzhi to retreat. What is it, little Yin? Have you discovered something? Lu Hu inquired. All the issues plaguing the Lu family restaurant originate from this very spot, Yin Dajing remarked with a smile. Approaching the tree, he began to excavate the earth with a small spade. Before long, he unearthed a pitch-black wooden box. As the box emerged from the soil, a dense, ominous fog erupted from within, enveloping the air. Yin Dajing unleashed a thunderous incantation, striking the fog, which then erupted in a chorus of anguished cries before dissipating entirely. All is well, Yin Dajing declared as he retrieved the wooden box. It appears that someone sought to harm you. Fortunately, it was you. Had it been another, your restaurant would have long since perished. What is this? Lu Hu and Lu Mingzhi, now pale with fear from the preceding spectacle, looked on anxiously. Lu Hu, slightly steadied, asked, What do you mean? Yin Dajing elucidated, This is a form of dark sorcery. Someone has employed this malevolent art to siphon your life force, simultaneously disrupting the feng shui of the Lu family restaurant. Thus, whatever you endeavor recently has met with misfortune. Look inside the box, observe what lies within. As he opened the wooden box, it revealed a blood-stained jade pendant and a straw effigy, upon which rested a yellow talisman inscribed with the date of birth and zodiac information. The bloody jade pendant was placed atop the straw figure. This is my date of birth. How could this be? Why would my birth information be here? Who is orchestrating this malevolence against me? Lu Hu seethed, his teeth clenched in indignation. Yin Dajing did not respond, but continued. Do you see this blood-stained jade pendant? The bloodstains upon it are yours, Uncle Lu. Throughout this ordeal, the issues faced by the restaurant were not due to your actions, but rather the influence of malevolent sorcery. Yin Dajing's mood was somewhat somber. During the Ximen conference, he had heard whispers regarding the existence of evil cultivators. Beyond the ordinary practitioners, there exist individuals who, through bizarre and sinister means, seek to harm others for their own gain. Undoubtedly, the one who targeted Lu Hu was such a malevolent practitioner. Fortunately, from the layout of the situation, it appeared that this sorcerer possessed limited skill, likely only at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining. Yin Dajing closed the wooden box and reassured, Uncle Lu, you need not worry. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be tormented by this dark magic. Allow me to dispel it entirely. He then proceeded to excavate 9 stones around the Lu family's restaurant. Unlike the wooden box unearthed beneath the tree, the other 8 stones were buried with putrid flesh, teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin, evoking a sense of nausea and dread in those who beheld them. At this juncture, although Lu Hu remained terrified and revolted, he felt a profound sense of relief within. This Yin Dajing was no ordinary individual. It seemed that the Lu family had indeed found a formidable ally. Perhaps the Lu family restaurant would soar to new heights. The Lu family restaurant was the culmination of Lu Hu's lifelong endeavors, and he dearly wished for its growth and prosperity. With such a person as their backing, future developments would undoubtedly be much more manageable. Well, everything is taken care of, Yin Dajing declared, clapping his hands and gazing at the 9 stones scattered on the ground. From now on, the Lu family restaurant shall once again welcome a throng of guests. Subsequently, Yin Dajing made subtle adjustments at the entrance and in the main hall, such as rearranging the placement of vases and tables. Suddenly, Lu Mingzhi felt a gentle breeze wafting through the entrance after Yin Dajing completed his arrangements, bringing him immense comfort. He had a premonition that although the Lu family had lost 60% of their shares, they might earn even more in the future. Humph, Wusisi. You shall regret this, he mused, feeling completely liberated from the sorrow of his recent heartbreak. After enjoying a meal prepared by Lu Hu himself at the Lu family restaurant, Yin Dajing's face radiated with joy. Uncle Lu, your cooking is truly exquisite. No wonder it incites envy. Lu Hu chuckled. Young Yin, do not jest with me. By the way, there is something I must discuss with you. You ought to pay attention. Have you heard of the Lu Group? The Lu Group? I haven't. Yin Dajing replied. His knowledge of the prominent families and enterprises in Jiangzhou was limited, and he had not taken note of the Lu Group. Ru Hu remarked. The Lu Group is a prominent snack enterprise in Jiangzhou. Today, they expressed interest in acquiring us, yet their offer is shockingly low. I suspect that perhaps the Lu Group is plotting against me. Xiaoyin, if it truly is the Lu Group orchestrating something behind the scenes, they might seek to create trouble for you. However, rest assured, I shall keep your identity confidential for the time being. Yin Dajing shook his head and replied, It's of no concern. I have no fear of the Lu Group. By the way, on the first evening of our grand opening in 3 days, I would like to host a dinner for a few individuals. Yin Dajing was considering inviting Fang Tianzi, Fang Qiming, and others to join him for the meal. Chapter 90. A crisis for Fang Qiming. As long as the Yin Group remains in Jiangzhou, Yin Dajing feels no apprehension. Fang Qiming is on the verge of addressing Yin Dajing as a great uncle, and as long as Yin Dajing adheres to the law, who could possibly intimidate him? When the business opens, the mere presence of Fang Qiming should send a sufficiently clear signal. Could it be that the Lu Group is so short-sighted as to offend Fang Qiming over a mere Lu family restaurant? Upon hearing Yin Dajing's unwavering confidence, Lu Hu slowly nodded. After all, a young man capable of effortlessly circulating $1 billion in cash cannot be trivialized. Even at the peak of the Lu family restaurant's success, such cash flow would have been unattainable. While the restaurant is valued at $300 million, this is primarily due to Lu Hu's culinary skills, the favorable location, and the renowned brand. If one were to consider pure assets, the valuation would significantly diminish. Faced with such a formidable young man, even the Lu Group must tread carefully. Uncle Lu, if anything unusual occurs at the restaurant, do not hesitate to contact me. Although I have dismantled the adversary's dark arts, I cannot ascertain whether that individual remains in Jiangzhou or may continue to target you. Shortly, I will draw a talisman for you to carry, ensuring your safety. Yin Dajing said, popping a piece of braised pork into his mouth as he spoke. Thank you so much. Lu Hu replied, genuinely grateful. Previously, he might have dismissed such matters, but after witnessing Yin Dajing's capabilities, the straw man, the bloody jade pendant, and the 9 stones, he could no longer afford to doubt. Just as Yin Dajing prepared to depart, a call came in. To his surprise, it was Ling Donglai reaching out. Hello. Donglai Master Uncle, I am afraid I must trouble you with a matter of urgency. Ling Donglai responded anxiously. Oh, what is it? Inquired Yin Dajing. Ling Donglai is the head of a mysterious department in Huaxia, renowned for his formidable abilities, so the fact that he sought assistance indicated the gravity of the situation. Reports surfaced of peculiar creatures in the red remote mountains between Jiangzhou and Xianzhou, where numerous individuals had recently fallen victim. Consequently, I dispatched a team to investigate, only to learn that some of Fang Qiming's associates had ascended the mountain and are now ensnared by these entities. I have rushed from Yanjing, but I fear I may arrive too late. I have also dispatched personnel from the nearby mysterious department. However, their skills are insufficient, as there are few strong practitioners in Beihu province. Regrettably, the individuals I arranged from Nanhu province will also take time to arrive. If it were anyone else, it might not matter, but Fang Qiming is a high-ranking official in Huaxia, a true talent that cannot be afforded to lose. Moreover, he is the sole heir in his family. Should anything happen to him, I would be utterly ashamed to face Fang Qiming. Although Fang Qiming may not yet be an adept in the path of cultivation, he is still regarded as a member of the medicine Immortal Sect and deserves to be addressed as a master uncle. Others may disregard it, but Fang Qiming is certainly unable to overlook it. All right, I understand. I will rush over immediately, though I fear I may be too late. Yin Dajing abruptly stood up, and after hanging up the phone, he promptly addressed Lu Hu. Uncle Lu, do you have a car? I have an urgent matter to attend to. Yes, indeed. I was considering selling it, but it hasn't been sold yet. You may take it. Would you like me to drive you? Lu Hu quickly produced the keys. No need. I'll drive. Yin Dajing followed Lu Hu to the vehicle, a BMW worth over $1 million. Following the location provided by Ling Donglai, he sped away. Although Yin Dajing did not possess a driver's license, his driving skills were exceptional. Even as a novice, he displayed no signs of awkwardness. The only dilemma was that he was driving without a permit, but there was no alternative. He was racing against time to save someone. Dai Shengnan had been feeling rather disheartened lately. Originally a detective, she had encountered minor issues and was reassigned to traffic duty, directing vehicles at the roadside. Her temper flared as she nearly got into a heated argument with a group of women who had run a red light. After concluding her traffic management, she was tasked with handling road accidents, which left her increasingly exasperated throughout the day. Several times, she felt on the brink of an outburst. Just as she was about to finish her shift, riding her motorcycle and waiting at a traffic light, a BMW zoomed past with a whoosh. What the heck? Dai Shengnan couldn't suppress her expletive. A BMW, speeding recklessly? Regardless of your stature, I will not rest until I apprehend you. In her eyes, this was merely an inconsiderate scion of wealth, joyriding at night. She pursued the vehicle while reporting to her team. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. At this speed, it must be at least 180. Driving at such a velocity on city streets is courting disaster. Soon, however, she lost sight of the car. What infuriated her further was that within 3 minutes, her team called, Dai Shengnan, this BMW has been given a heads up. Do not pursue. Upon hearing this, Dai Shengnan nearly hurled her phone in anger. In the city, such reckless driving can simply be dismissed with a word. I have stated before that regardless of your status, I will track you down and bring you to justice. Humph. Do you think your speed has left me unable to note your license plate? Just wait. I will catch you. The reckless driver was, of course, Yin Dajing. Nevertheless, despite his speed, he maintained safety while driving. His skills, combined with keen eyesight and quick reflexes, rendered the task effortless for him. Prior to his reckless driving, he had informed Ling Donglai to give a heads up, which indeed led to Dai Shengnan's report being swiftly suppressed. In less than half an hour, Yin Dajing had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Due to the continuous incidents occurring, the mountain road has been closed off. When Yin Dajing arrived, there were still numerous police officers at the foot of the mountain. You must be Mr. Yin, am I correct? Approached a middle-aged officer, introducing himself as Wen Tao from the criminal investigation team, responsible for receiving him. Observing Yin Dajing's youth, Wen Tao felt a twinge of apprehension. Could he manage this situation? What is the current status? How is Secretary Fong? Yin Dajing inquired anxiously. Wen Tao replied, Secretary Fong is still trapped up there. We dispatched a team to assist him, but they have since lost contact. The magnetic field up there is quite peculiar. Communication devices suddenly malfunction. Chapter 91. The Poisonous Vine. After a brief pause, Wen Tao added, just now, several individuals from the mysterious sect descended. I hope they can resolve the issue. Understood, Yin Dajing replied, his brow furrowing. It appeared that the situation was more dire than anticipated. According to Ling Donglai, this creature should not be exceedingly powerful, yet the current circumstances suggested otherwise. It could manipulate the magnetic field and disrupt communications, indicating formidable strength. Without the prowess of a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, any attempt to confront it would be tantamount to courting death. Stay below and prevent ordinary people from ascending to their demise. I shall hasten there, Yin Dajing declared. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air, reaching an impressive height of 4 to 5 meters, vanishing into the mountains with a few swift movements, leaving Wen Tao and the others in awe. This matter must remain confidential. It cannot be disclosed, he instructed the team after a moment's reflection. Once inside the mountains, Yin Dajing unleashed his full speed, racing deeper into the terrain. Moving faster than a car. Within 5 minutes, he encountered 4 individuals along the mountain path. Among them were 3 young men and a woman, led by a middle-aged Taoist in his 50s. The darkness had fallen, and the mountain was enveloped in shadows devoid of light. Yet Yin Dajing's keen vision allowed him to perceive everything clearly. After 5 rounds of tempering, his physical attributes and sensory acuity far surpassed those of other mid-stage qi refinement practitioners, rendering him incomparable to ordinary individuals. Enough, do not ascend any further. Yin Dajing suddenly appeared before the 4, startling them. Who are you? One of the young Taoists inquired, brandishing a peachwood sword at him. However, the middle-aged Taoist maintained a courteous demeanor, asking, Are you also here to rescue Secretary Fong and the others? Yin Dajing nodded, stating, Do not ascend any further. The information is erroneous. This creature is exceedingly powerful, beyond your capabilities. You will be in danger if you continue. Allow me to handle the rescue. Perhaps we can assist you, offered the middle-aged Taoist. Unnecessary, Yin Dajing replied decisively. The creature's strength is beyond what you can manage. If you ascend, I will be distracted by the need to look after you. The two young men felt insulted by the dismissal. Leave now. I have no time to waste with you, Yin Dajing urged before dashing further up the mountain, his primary objective still to rescue Feng Qiming and the others. Normally, Yin Dajing would not speak so brusquely, but his urgency to save lives, coupled with concern that they might venture deeper into peril, prompted his harsh tone. This person, his speed is remarkable. He is also from the mysterious sect, and his strength far surpasses ours, the middle-aged Taoist sighed. Very well, let us descend. Dad, are we really going down now? Did you not mention that capturing the spirit creature could enhance our cultivation? Indeed, it would be a pity to abandon our pursuit now after coming all this way. That young man has already ascended. We should follow suit. We cannot allow him to reap the rewards alone. We deserve a share as well, protested the two young men. Their discontent palpable. The middle-aged Taoist smiled wryly. Did you not see the prowess of that brother? His strength far surpasses ours. If I am not mistaken, he likely possesses mid-stage qi refinement capabilities. At 56 years of age, I have only reached the second layer of qi refinement, while you both are still at the first layer. Even if the spirit creature were to fall before us, do you think we could claim it? The young woman, who had remained silent until now, suggested, we could quietly follow behind, like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the rear. Once that young man exhausts himself battling the spirit creature, it would be the perfect opportunity for us to seize the spoils. Indeed, we need not provoke him. We can simply take advantage of the situation, one young man chuckled. You are overly optimistic, the middle-aged Taoist replied, his demeanor turning serious. Such a young master is undoubtedly backed by formidable forces, unless fortune smiles upon us, and that young man perishes alongside the spirit creature, leaving us to collect the remains without a trace. Do you truly believe that is feasible? The Taoist, seasoned by years of experience, understood the gravity of the situation. Such young talents are treasures within any sect or family. Should trouble arise, and we happen to gain from it, there would be no escaping retribution. We must descend the mountain at once. Even if misfortune befalls our adversary, it is of no concern to us. Reluctantly, the three young individuals followed their father's lead, albeit with evident frustration. After a brisk 7 or 8 minutes, Yin Dajing finally detected the presence of resentment. He moved towards the source of the intense negative energy. Soon, he arrived at the destination, where approximately 15 or 16 individuals, filled with terror, huddled in a circle on the ground, trembling. Surrounding them were withered yellow vines, forming a prison that ensnared them within. All those who had attempted to rescue them had met their demise. As he approached, Yin Dajing observed numerous corpses, all of whom had perished in their efforts to save the trapped. How intriguing! It seems this spirit creature is a tree spirit, its power manifesting through these vines. Without even reaching out, Yin Dajing discerned the toxic nature of the bodies. Any contact would lead to nerve paralysis. My predictions hold true. This tree spirit possesses formidable strength. Even if Dao Su and Yusanbian were to arrive, they would certainly find no advantage here. Upon catching sight of Feng Qiming and the others, Yin Dajing felt a slight sense of relief. I must first devise a plan to ensnare this tree spirit, ensuring that it cannot escape when the battle commences. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, and before he could act on it, an urgent impulse surged within him, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. To his astonishment, a vine, no thicker than a little finger, lunged at him with ferocity from behind. If he had faltered for even a moment, he would have been pierced through, left with a chilling sensation. Having missed its target, the vine was soon followed by 100 more, all aiming to strike him. These vines were laden with venomous thorns. A mere brush against them would spell disaster. Moreover, this was the domain of the tree spirit, where an ordinary person would remain oblivious, unaware that an innocuous branch could suddenly transform into a deadly vine. Chapter 92. Escape. The speed of the creeping vines was astonishingly swift. The moment Yin Dajing hesitated, countless tendrils ensnared him from all directions. Like a spark igniting a prairie fire, he exclaimed, as 2 flames blazed forth from his hands. With a flourish of his fireballs, the vines were instantaneously repelled. The interplay of the 5 elements, wood nurturing fire, revealed that the flora, aside from sharp blades, most feared the all-consuming flames. With such a multitude of vines, merely employing metal-based spells would yield minimal impact. It was the fire that posed the greatest threat to the trance. Should the flames engulf the forest, the trance would find no sanctuary. Yin Dajing concealed his metal spells, biding his time for the moment the trance revealed their true forms, ready to deliver a final, decisive blow. Once the fireballs had pushed back the vines, Yin Dajing immediately made his way toward Feng Qiming and the others. Initially, he had intended to set ambushes quietly around the area, but now that his position had been compromised, his priorities shifted to rescuing Feng Qiming and the others. Even if he failed to capture the foe this time, he could always return with Ling Dong for another attempt on the mountain. Little Master Uncle. The dim starlight had obscured the distance, yet the two flames illuminated the vicinity with a crimson glow. Feng Qiming spotted Yin Dajing and called out urgently. The pallid countenance that had once portrayed despair now shimmered with renewed hope. "Do not shout. I have arrived," Yin Dajing roared, breaking through the confines. "Feng Qiming, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing Feng Qiming and the others sitting on the ground, he urged, "Stand up. I will lead you out. Hurry, rise. Follow me, your little master uncle, and we shall break free." As the leader of the group, Feng Qiming rallied the others with a commanding voice. The rest, paralyzed by fear, would have followed regardless, compelled by the sight of their savior, and quickly rose to their feet. In the glow of the flames, they were taken aback at Yin Dajing's youth. Among the more than 10 individuals, half were officials who had come for an inspection but found themselves ensnared in this dire situation. Feng Qiming, a commendable official, had prioritized the evacuation of others, at the cost of his own escape. Follow the fireballs closely, stay together, and do not fall behind. Move forward slowly. I will provide cover from the rear. We cannot afford to lose anyone. If you fall behind, I may not be able to save you. Now go. At his urging, the group lined up in 2 rows, following the fireballs, while Yin Dajing took up the rear. Wherever the flames swept, the vines recoiled, lacking even the courage to probe further. Witnessing this, Feng Qiming and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, as they passed, the sight of the corpses weighed heavily on their hearts. These were the brave souls who had come to rescue them, yet now they lay here, having sacrificed their precious lives. Feng Qiming pinched his nose, feeling a pang of sorrow, and urged everyone to press on. As they huddled together, their pace inevitably slowed considerably. After a grueling 15 or 16 minutes, Yin Dajing found himself on the verge of exhaustion. This tree spirit relentlessly pursued us. Moreover, maintaining the fireball demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy, which I simply did not possess in abundance. While the 5 elemental energies can indeed be transformed into one another, such as converting wood energy into fire energy when the latter is insufficient, there remained a significant challenge. Yin Dajing was merely a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. Although his mastery of all 5 elements granted him an advantage over others, he was still limited by his cultivation level. The amount of spiritual energy he could store was finite, and the pace of our escape was painfully slow. At our current speed, it would take over an hour to evade this tree spirit. Having only run for a mere quarter of an hour, he was already struggling. If they continued at this pace, the situation would become dire. Feng Qiming, the spirit is still trailing us. You must lead the team forward. I will have the fireball follow you for a while as I hold it off, Yin Dajing instructed. Feng Qiming expressed concern. Little Master Uncle, you. Do not worry. I am fine, Yin Dajing reassured him, waving his hand. When I signal, you all must run ahead without looking back. After a few seconds, he shouted, "Run." The fireball surged forward at an accelerated pace, while another fireball veered sharply to confront the spirit. Feng Qiming, demonstrating strong leadership, was the first to dash forward. "Follow me." The others quickly followed suit. The vines attempted to pursue, but were thwarted by Yin Dajing. After becoming entangled with him, the tree spirit lacked the strength to attack Feng Qiming and the others, allowing them to escape swiftly. In less than a minute, the fireball vanished from sight. But by then, they could faintly discern the mountain path and hurriedly descended. Faced with the threat of death, several individuals accustomed to comfort managed to run for over 20 minutes. "All right, enough. I can't run anymore," exclaimed a portly man in his 50s as he collapsed to the ground. I have signal on my phone. There's signal," another exclaimed joyfully. The presence of signal indicated they had escaped danger, a relief that brought tears to the eyes of more than 10 individuals. However, Fang Qiming's expression remained grim. For Yin Dajing had not yet arrived, and his well-being was uncertain. We must continue downward. If we're caught here, it would be disastrous. Lao Kuang, get up and stop dawdling. Fang Qiming personally assisted the stout individual, who immediately appeared revitalized. Fang, Secretary, I'm still all right. With a collective surge of determination, they ran for over half an hour, finally arriving at the foot of the mountain. As Fang Qiming and the others descended, a considerable crowd had already assembled below. Qiming, Fang Tianzi was the first to rush over. You foolish boy, why didn't you leave at the first sign of danger? Father, how could I? Enough, I understand. Fang Tianzi's eyes brimmed with emotion. His earlier words had been uttered in haste, for he knew well that Fang Qiming was bound by duty. Moreover, given Fang Qiming's nature, no matter how much he was persuaded, he would still be the last to depart in times of peril. By the way, I heard it was our young master who went up to rescue you. Where is he? Fang Tianzi glanced around, yet he had not spotted Yin Dajing, and could not help but inquire. Our young master has stayed behind to cover our retreat, allowing us to escape. Fang Qiming's voice softened considerably. He will surely return. Chapter 93. Resurrection. Fang Tianzi swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Fang Qiming's face. You wretched creature. Your little master uncle went to save you, and yet you abandoned him? Fang Qiming, covering his face, protested. Father, if we remain, we will only burden our little master uncle. That is no excuse for your cowardice. Others may flee, but what about you? He is your master uncle, after all. Fang Tianzi's arm trembled slightly. If anything were to happen to their little master uncle, he would surely end Fang Qiming's life with his own hands. Fang Qiming felt a pang of sorrow within, yet he remained convinced that Yin Dajing would surely emerge unscathed. His little master uncle was extraordinarily powerful. Surely, he would be fine. But deep down, he was uncertain of what he would do if anything were to befall Yin Dajing. As the foremost leader of Jiangzhou, Fang Qiming found himself engulfed in confusion. At that moment, Fang Tianzi's phone rang. He retrieved it and glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from his junior brother. Fang Tianzi shot Fang Qiming an accusatory glare before answering the phone. Brother Fang, what is the situation? I heard that Fang Qiming and the others have descended the mountain. How is our little master uncle? Ling Donglai inquired anxiously over the line. Our little master uncle stayed behind to protect Fang Qiming and the others. He is yet to descend the mountain, Fang Tianzi replied candidly. What? Ling Donglai's voice trembled with fear. Fang Qiming and the others are descending at a sluggish pace. If our little master uncle could have escaped, he would have done so long ago and caught up with them. Tianzi, a voice, icy to the bone, resonated from the other end. Let Fang Qiming speak. After Fang Qiming connected the call, he addressed Ling, junior uncle. Master Uncle Gu Hong coldly commanded, Fang Qiming, recount everything that transpired with meticulous detail. Leave no nuance unspoken. Begin from the moment you encountered your little master uncle. Understood. Fang Qiming responded and narrated the incident with the fireball in its entirety. Initially, Gu Hong would interject with further questions, but as the tale progressed, he fell silent. Once Fang Qiming finished, a tense silence lingered for 5 or 6 seconds before Gu Hong's furious voice erupted. Ling Donglai. Fang Qiming could hear the rage in Gu Hong's tone, sending shivers down his spine. With a resounding slap, Gu Hong struck Ling Donglai, yet still felt unsatisfied and delivered a barrage of over a dozen more. You scoundrel! Based on Fang Qiming's account, that creature likely possesses the strength of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, and that area is a forest, its territory, rendering it even more formidable. Even Mo Wuyo and Tian Fengzhenren would not fare well there. They might even meet their demise. Why did that creature allow Fang Qiming and the others to escape? It was luring them in. Now, it has finally hooked a cultivator. Do you truly believe it would let go? With your junior brother as cultivation, he is undoubtedly no match for that creature. You have caused the demise of your junior uncle. I will strike you down, you wretched creature. As Gu Hong cursed, he ruthlessly struck Ling Donglai across the face. Enraged, he unleashed his fury, causing Ling Donglai's visage to swell grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. The thought that such a talented junior uncle had lost his life due to his own words filled him with an unbearable anguish. As if his very organs had been displaced, racked with heart-wrenching pain. He was acutely aware of his junior uncle's esteemed position in their master's eyes. He was the designated successor to lead the medicine Immortal Sect, towards greater heights. Yet, because of his careless remarks, in that moment, Ling Donglai would have preferred it be himself facing calamity. If given the choice, he would willingly trade his life for another. Uncle, uncle. Just as Gu Hong continued to mercilessly strike Ling Donglai, suddenly Fang Qiming cried out, Uncle, Ling uncle. The junior uncle has returned, he has come back. The commotion caused by Yin Dajing was significant, and many, including Fang Qiming, bore witness to it. In that instant, Fang Qiming was overwhelmed with elation, to the point of stuttering in excitement. What did you say? Gu Hong halted, anxiously inquiring. Uncle, do not worry, there is no need for concern. The junior uncle has descended safely from the mountain. I will arrange for you to speak with him immediately. As the foremost leader of Jiangzhou, Fang Qiming had never revealed his vulnerable side before outsiders. Yet upon witnessing Yin Dajing's miraculous return, tears of joy streamed down his face. Comrade Qiming, why are you crying? Yin Dajing, bewildered, remarked upon entering the scene and seeing Fang Qiming in tears. Junior uncle, you are unharmed. This is splendid news. Haha. Fang Tianzi trembled as he stepped forward, grasping Yin Dajing's hand. Yin Dajing, somewhat at a loss, responded, I'm fine. What expressions are you all wearing? You didn't think I had perished in there, did you? The tree spirit, whose cultivation was inferior to mine, has been vanquished by me. Qiming, you can arrange for people to ascend the mountain tomorrow at dawn to retrieve the remains of our fallen comrades. Alas, Ling Donglai's notification came too late. Had I arrived sooner, those heroes would not have sacrificed their lives. Fang Qiming handed his phone to Yin Dajing, saying, Junior uncle, it's your call. Yin Dajing, perplexed, answered the phone. On the other end, Gu Hong tentatively asked, Junior brother? Oh, Gu Hong, what is it? Why have you called? Then, Yin Dajing heard Gu Hong exhale deeply on the line. Junior brother, you truly frightened me. Had you not returned, I would have struck Ling Donglai dead myself. In the future, during such perilous situations, do not heed his words. Let him face the consequences alone. Yin Dajing gathered the gist of the situation, his heart warmed. For at least the members of the medicine Immortal Sect truly treated him as family. Brother, you jest. Qiming at least calls me uncle. How could I stand by and do nothing in the face of danger? Do not blame Ling Dong for his arrival. If Fang Qiming truly encounters misfortune without having been informed, it would indeed be a grave matter. Why is the signal so poor on your end? Gu Hong remarked. Ling Dong and I are still on the plane. Yin Dajing responded. You can make phone calls from the plane? Gu Hong replied. Our flight allows it. Tonight has truly frightened me. Well, knowing you are safe is a relief. Let us meet tomorrow. I may not have time tomorrow evening, Yin Dajing said, as he was to attend a friend's birthday celebration with Lu Yueran. Nonetheless, it is of no consequence, since you are all in Jiangzhou. You should extend your stay for a couple more days. Initially, I intended to take Fang Qiming and the others to the Lu family restaurant for a meal, and it would be even more significant to include Ling Dong and Gu Hong. After ending the call, Yin Dajing imparted a few instructions to Fang Qiming, primarily to ensure he remained discreet and concealed the occurrences here. However, even without his prompting, Fang Qiming would have taken the necessary precautions. Moreover, I drove here without a license today, running numerous red lights. Returning now, it seems inconvenient to continue such reckless behavior. Could you arrange for someone to escort me? Tong Xiao. Fang Qiming called to a young man nearby, one of those recently rescued, and Fang Qiming's secretary, Tong Xiao. Fang Qiming stated, This is my junior master uncle, Yin Dajing. He has yet to obtain his driver's license. Upon hearing of our incident, he drove recklessly here, running red lights. Please remember to address this with the traffic police, and you will now drive my junior master uncle's car and return him safely. Yes, master. Master Yin. Tong Xiao responded eagerly, yet faltered, unsure of how to address this benefactor younger than himself. Just call me Mr. Yin Dajing said with a knowing smile. Understanding Tong Xiao's dilemma, acknowledging Yin Dajing's identity, Tong Xiao treated him with utmost respect, driving steadily back to the Lu family restaurant. Initially, he considered continuing to hail a taxi for Yin Dajing, but was firmly discouraged by him. Once home, Yin Dajing first enjoyed a refreshing shower before assessing the spoils of the evening. To his astonishment, the tree spirit proved to be remarkably formidable. He had exerted immense effort to vanquish it, realizing that its strength might even surpass that of the celestial wind master. His thoughts drifted back to the fierce battle against the tree spirit. Chapter 94. a bountiful harvest after entangling the tree spirit and allowing Fang Qiming and others to escape. Yin Dajing was entirely capable of extricating himself. Though the tree spirit was formidable, it harbored a profound fear of flames. As long as Yin Dajing continuously wielded his spiritual power to unleash fire, the spirit could only watch helplessly. However, the tree spirit was indeed astute. Having discerned that Yin Dajing was merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, thus it chose to follow him closely. It awaited the moment when Yin Dajing's spiritual energy waned, believing it could then seize the opportunity to devour him. Consuming Yin Dajing alone would yield far greater benefits than devouring countless ordinary individuals. Consequently, when the tree spirit learned that Yin Dajing intended to let Fang Qiming and the others go, it refrained from intervening, understanding that if Yin Dajing persisted, he would ultimately fall victim to its grasp. While it feared Yin Dajing's flames, it showed no trepidation at the prospect of him igniting the entire forest. In this intricate dance, both the man and the spirit harbored ulterior motives, each coveting the other. The tree spirit sought to consume Yin Dajing to enhance its cultivation, while Yin Dajing yearned to absorb the spirit. The tree spirit, unaware of how long it had cultivated, would undoubtedly surpass the ordinary wild ginseng if absorbed. Once Fang Qiming and the others departed, Yin Dajing and the tree spirit commenced a fierce battle. The tree spirit underestimated Yin Dajing, viewing him as just another mid-stage qi refiner, only to be caught off guard when Yin Dajing unveiled its true form and struck it down in a single blow. Even so, the struggle persisted for nearly half an hour. Revealing the tree spirit's true self was no simple task. Nonetheless, the rewards were undeniably substantial. This root was the essence of the tree spirit, brimming with abundant spiritual energy, equivalent to at least a dozen century-old wild ginseng roots. This time, instead of utilizing his abilities for immediate advancement, Yin Dajing placed the root within a gathering spirit formation for cultivation. After a night of diligent practice, he sensed significant progress. After a long day of work, that evening, Yin Dajing donned the attire he had purchased during his previous visit to meet old Lu and accompanied Lu Yueran to her friend's birthday celebration. Yueran, is there anything in particular I should be mindful of at the birthday party? He inquired during the ride, reluctant to bring embarrassment to Lu Yueran. Not particularly, she replied. In truth, my relationship with her isn't that close. However, this person is somewhat, how shall I put it, quite concerned with appearances. If I were to decline, she might take offense, and I wish to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Lu Yueran's tone carried a hint of exasperation. Is there anyone else who makes you so apprehensive? Yin Dajing asked, genuinely curious. He had always perceived Lu Yueran as confident and commanding, displaying a strong presence, except when in the company of the Lu family. It was said that she was currently dating a man named Tong Xiao, the secretary to Fang Qiming, the #1 leader. Lu Yueran sighed. Do not underestimate this secretary. He is regarded as the second in command. While his position may not be high, he holds considerable influence in front of the first leader. It is simply unnecessary to offend someone like him. Oh, now I understand. Yin Dajing sighed, recalling Tong Xiao, the one who had escorted him home yesterday. Initially apprehensive, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon seeing him, Tong Xiao displayed utmost respect. Could he possibly fear Tong Xiao's girlfriend? After a brief inquiry, Yin Dajing learned that Lu Yueran's classmate, Lang Yueshi, was merely an acquaintance from her studies abroad. They were both from Jiangzhou and attended the same school, resulting in some casual interactions. The one persistently pursuing her was Rao Wenbin, a high school classmate of Lang Yueshi, whom she had met last year. Since then, he had relentlessly pursued Lu Yueran, but rather than being swayed, she found his advances tiresome. Though Lu Yueran was unaware of whom Lang Yueshi had invited, it was obvious that Rao Wenbin would surely attend. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yueran arrived at the venue. Lang Yueshi had rented a small conference room in a hotel, adorned with 2 tables and festooned in pink decorations, with birthday wishes plastered everywhere. Yueran, you made it. I've missed you so much, darling. Come here, let me give you a kiss. As they entered the hall, a stunning leggy beauty in a vibrant red sheer dress rushed over and enveloped Lu Yueran in a warm embrace, exuding a sense of intimacy. She stood tall, several centimeters above Lu Yueran, her skirt elegantly draping just above her knees, cinched with a red belt fashioned into a bow, while her silver high heels accentuated her slender calves, making her a striking figure. Lu Yueran smiled softly and replied, Happy birthday, Yueshi. Here is your birthday gift. I hope you like it. Oh, since you've come, what else with the gift? Lang Yueshi feigned annoyance, but graciously accepted Lu Yueren's present, saying, You mustn't do this again. We are sisters. We shouldn't concern ourselves with such trivial gifts. At that moment, Lang Yueshi's gaze shifted to Yin Dajing. Yuran, this is your. Oh, he is my boyfriend. Yin Dajing, Lu Yueren introduced with a smile. Yin Dajing responded in kind. Hello, Miss Lang. I am Yin Dajing. Wishing you a joyful birthday, filled with happiness, and may all your wishes come true. Thank you. Yuran, you truly have a boyfriend now. Our Wenbin will be quite disappointed, Lang Yueshi remarked with a smile. However, your young boyfriend is rather handsome, quite nice indeed. Come, Yuran. Let me introduce you to my other friends. Without exception, Lang Yueshi's friends were all affluent individuals. Yueshi, is your boyfriend, Secretary Tong, coming today? That is hard to say. Secretary Tong is indeed quite busy. Even on your birthday, he may not be able to find time. Upon hearing her boyfriend's name mentioned, Lang Yueshi immediately lifted her head, smiling as she remarked, Today is my birthday. No matter how busy he is, he must carve out some time for me. Rest assured, he will come, although it may be a tad late, and he can only stay for a brief moment. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Like many others, Lang Yueshi hails from a wealthy family, but her status has notably risen since her romance with Tong Xiu. It seems that had it been in the past, Lu Yueren might not have felt compelled to attend her birthday celebration, yet today, attendance is obligatory. Amidst the compliments exchanged, a young man in a white t-shirt, who was acquainted with Rao Wenbin and shared a cordial rapport with him, approached with a teasing tone, saying, You run. How is it that you quietly found yourself a boyfriend? Surely, you haven't just picked someone at random to placate Rao Wenbin, have you? Chapter 95. Senior year, please do not misunderstand. There is nothing between Rao Wenbin and me. There is no need for me to find someone to feign as my boyfriend. He truly is my boyfriend. Without a doubt, Liuren stated calmly. A wealthy young lady in an evening gown interjected, Yueran, what do you see in Yin Dajing? In every aspect, he pales in comparison to Rao Wenbin. What a pity. Just look at how devoted Rao Wenbin is to you. It is said that his family arranged numerous beautiful women for him to meet, yet he shows no interest in any of them, as his heart belongs solely to you. Liuren frowned slightly and replied, I have already mentioned that I am not familiar with Rao Wenbin. Our relationship is non-existent, and I cannot control his circumstances. Furthermore, I like Yin Dajing without any particular reason. I simply do. Yin Dajing, grinning, added, Well, let me clarify. Yueran is fond of my handsome looks. At that moment, a cold voice emanated from outside. A striking young man, approximately 185 meters tall, approached, dressed formally in a white shirt, black trousers, and polished black shoes, holding a bouquet of flowers. Yueshi, happy birthday. The newcomer exclaimed to Lang Yueshi before turning to Liuren with a smile. As for these flowers, I shall not present them to you today. Instead, I wish to offer them as a gesture. Liuren, this bouquet is for you. Without hesitation, Yin Dajing interjected. I assume you are Rao Wenbin? Apologies, but my girlfriend does not favor roses. You may wish to take them back. Rao Wenbin's expression hardened as he coldly regarded Yin Dajing. His pursuit of Liuren was well known within their circle, and he had not anticipated being thwarted by this individual. Your girlfriend? Huh. You think you are worthy of Yueran? I advise you to leave while you still can, he retorted. Yin Dajing chuckled. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. Humph, Rao Wenbin scoffed. Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested for Yueran? I disregarded all the blind dates my family arranged for me, all for the sake of waiting for her. What have you done for her? Yin Dajing smiled lightly and replied, As for me, I have remained chaste for Yueran. Uft. Two young women sipping their drinks suddenly burst into laughter. The others were equally taken aback, unable to believe that Yin Dajing would utter such words. Even Liuren felt her ears redden at the remark. What nonsense was this rogue speaking? You, Rao Wenbin sneered, you? Chaste. I fear you have already. Hey. Yin Dajing interrupted. Let us not continue this. It might lead to some unwanted consequences. Do not speak of me. Let us turn our attention to you instead. I neglected to mention that I have studied a modicum of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus I can discern your condition at a glance, dear Rao. You must exercise moderation, and furthermore, you ought to prioritize your safety. It would be wise to visit a reputable hospital for a thorough examination. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your lifelong happiness. though Yin Dajing spoke in a fragmented manner. Nearly everyone grasped the underlying meaning. Are you daring to slander me? Rao Wenbin erupted in fury. Have I accused you of anything? You may as well reveal your arm. It is a hot day, and rolling up your sleeves would not be amiss, Yin Dajing replied calmly. Rao Wenbin, clad in long sleeves, concealed his arms. Yet Yin Dajing was certain that toxic sores marred his skin, all induced by his ailment. Fine, if you insist, I shall roll up my sleeves, Rao Wenbin retorted. A flicker of anger crossing his features, though it quickly dissipated as he resorted to jesting. The others, witnessing this, naturally rallied to his defense, and no further comments were made. In fact, Lang Yueshi promptly announced the commencement of the meal, urging everyone to take their seats. Lu Yueran, meanwhile, cast a furtive glance at Rao Wenbin, shaking her head in silent disapproval. She had not anticipated that this so-called ardent suitor would turn out to be so repugnant. Though she would not choose Rao Wenbin, the memories of their previous encounters left her feeling quite ill at ease, particularly as he attempted to sit close to her during the meal, prompting her to hastily retreat to the opposite side of Yin Dajing. In the absence of comparison, there can be no pain. Similarly, without contrast, there can be no compromise. Upon learning of Rao Wenbin's true nature, Lu Yueran found that Yin Dajing became increasingly appealing in her eyes. Xiao Yin, you do not seem very old, she remarked, seated at the same table as Lang Yueshi, with Yin Dajing beside her. Shortly after settling in, Lang Yueshi began to inquire about Yin Dajing. Yes, I am 22 years old, having just graduated from university. Yin Dajing replied candidly, recognizing that such information was impossible to conceal. Is that so? I didn't realize Yueran preferred younger companions. She is 26 this year, isn't she? Lang Yueshi replied with a grin. Indeed, that is quite favorable. I appreciate a touch of maturity, while Yueran seems to prefer the youthful. We are quite the perfect match. Yin Dajing chuckled. What maturity? What youthful preference? Lu Yueran fumed, discreetly pinching Yin Dajing's waist. Yet he remained unaffected, merely smiling at her. After several futile attempts to elicit a reaction, Lu Yueran resigned herself to defeat. Is this fellow made of pigskin? He cannot even feel pain. She mused inwardly. Furthermore, is it not said that a woman 3 years older than a man is akin to a treasure? At 4 years older, she brings longevity. It suits us perfectly. I have resolved to hold on to Yueran steadfastly, Yin Dajing proclaimed, seizing the opportunity to gently grasp Lu Yueran's hand. Lu Yueran felt her cheeks flush slightly as he held her hand, and although she wished to withdraw it, the presence of so many people ultimately dissuaded her. This rascal is deliberately taking advantage of me. This scene was enough to make Rao Wenbin feel as if he might bleed from his eyes. Yin Dajing, where do you work? What is your family background? Rao Wenbin began to launch an assault on Yin Dajing's identity. I am also from Beihu province, but not from Jiangzhou. Rather, I hail from Qinzhou. Currently, I am employed at Yueran Technology, Yin Dajing replied with remarkable composure. Oh, you work at Yueran Technology? How did you come to be employed there? Before Rao Wenbin could respond, Lang Yueshi had already furrowed her brow, asking, Yin Dajing, what do you do? I am a programmer, Yin Dajing stated. A programmer? Lang Yueshi shook her head, saying, Yueran, what are you thinking? No offense, but how could a programmer possibly be worthy of you? Do not be deceived by sweet words. When it comes to choosing a partner, a woman must not merely consider outward appearances. Chapter 96. Advanced Piano Skills. Rest assured, Miss Lang, our Yueran has little affinity for flattery. If she were fond of sweet words, she would have long been pursued by Rao Wenbin, Yin Dajing remarked with a faint smile. Rao Wenbin rolled his eyes, exclaiming seriously, how did this end up being about me? Beside Lang Yueshi stood a girl clad in a white dress, who interjected, Ah, Yueshi, the presence of certain individuals truly diminishes the grandeur of your birthday celebration. Rao Wenbin continued, exactly. Yin Dajing, Yueshi's birthday party is not an event for just anyone. If it weren't for Yueran, you would never have the chance to attend such a lavish affair. Is the grandeur of a birthday celebration determined by the venue or the host? Lu Yueran attempted to defend Yin Dajing, but was preempted by him, who grasped her hand and spoke first. In truth, Yin Dajing wished to remain low-key. However, it seemed today he was destined to be targeted. While others feared Lang Yueshi, he held her in little regard. Upon hearing Yin Dajing's inquiry, the others were momentarily taken aback. Yin Dajing elucidated, if we are to judge by the venue, this is indeed my first experience attending such an extravagant birthday celebration. However, if we consider the hostess' identity, I attended one a few days ago that might be of even higher caliber. Recently, he had celebrated the birthday of Chen Ping, the wife of Fang Tianzi, which merely concluded with a simple dinner at her home. In terms of status, Lang Yueshi did not even qualify to carry Chen Ping's shoes. Oh please. The host of the birthday celebration you attended couldn't he possibly have a status superior to Yueshi's? I find that hard to believe. Rao Wenbin seized the opportunity to challenge him. Yin Dajing, do you look down on Yueshi? Do you realize that even Yu Ran cannot compare to her standing? Someone like you, a mere country bumpkin, do you even know who Yueshi's boyfriend is? In all of Jiangzhou, few dare to claim a status higher than hers. Most of the attendees sided with Rao Wenbin, seeking to curry favor with Lang Yueshi, and began to mock Yin Dajing. Lang Yueshi, being rather petty, felt displeased by Yin Dajing's comments, yet she maintained a cheerful facade, smiling as she asked, "Oh really, Yin Dajing? Pray tell, what is the name of your friend of higher status? What does he do? Ah, you needn't inquire further, you wouldn't recognize him anyway." Yin Dajing waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Lang, today is your birthday, and I haven't specifically prepared a gift, but I shall perform a piece for you instead." Since they deemed him inconsequential, he decided to let them witness his skills. He truly cared little for others' perceptions, understanding that their attempts to belittle him were, in part, an effort to overshadow Lu Yuran. Even the radiant Liang Yueshi harbors this sentiment. The profound sisterly bond between Liang Yueshi and Lu Yuran is merely a facade. Lu Yuran has never regarded Liang Yueshi with any esteem, yet Liang has always aspired to outshine her. With the presence of such an exceptional boyfriend, her eagerness to showcase her talents surged forth. "What are you doing? Do you play the piano?" Lu Yuran gently tugged at him, whispering, "Rest assured, I shall elevate your reputation," Yin Dajing replied with a smile, proceeding to the piano station nearby. This piano skill was acquired by Yin Dajing during the Xinyuan conference. The specifics of his replication remain a mystery, but he now possesses an intermediate piano skill, qualifying him as a virtuoso. "Huh, you, a programmer, can play the piano? Spare us the embarrassment," came a sharp-tongued woman from another table, rising to point at her boyfriend. "My boyfriend is a piano instructor. Let him perform instead." This woman, the eldest in the gathering, appeared to be in her mid-30s, her face heavily adorned with makeup. "Very well, let your boyfriend and me each perform a piece." Yin Dajing responded nonchalantly, rising to his feet. "Who shall go first?" The woman's boyfriend, a gentleman in his early 20s, cast a jealous glare at Yin Dajing. After all, Lu Yuran far surpassed his girlfriend in talent. They were both dependent on their partners, yet he prided himself on being more handsome, more refined, and more cultured. Why then did his girlfriend fall short in comparison to Yin Dajing's? "I shall go first, though I hope that after my performance, you have the courage to continue." The gentleman scoffed, stepping closer to Yin Dajing and giving him a gentle push. "Is the beginner piano skill replicable?" He mused. Beyond that, he possessed no other skills. A basic piano skill might suffice for a piano teacher, but was it really necessary to flaunt it? Yin Dajing subtly shook his head and stepped aside. After a light cough, the gentleman placed his hands on the piano keys and smiled at Liang Yueshi. "Miss Yueshi, I wish you a year filled with joy and a lifetime of splendid moments." He began to play, his performance being quite conventional. However, after a mere 10 seconds, he abruptly halted. "Apologies, the piano's tuning seems to be off and requires adjustment." Yin Dajing silently shook his head. It took him this long to notice an issue with the piano? How unprofessional. The hotel staff promptly summoned a middle-aged man with long hair to repair the instrument. This individual appears quite competent, at least seemingly far superior to this incompetent fellow. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Dajing made contact with him. "Is the intermediate piano skill replicable?" Upon discovering the intermediate composition skills, a sense of surprise washed over Yin Dajing as he realized this individual possessed not only intermediate piano skills, but also intermediate composition skills. The mere possession of intermediate piano proficiency was sufficient to elevate him to the status of a moderately renowned piano master, capable of conducting concerts across the nation. How then? Had he fallen to the depths of working in a hotel, performing menial tasks? Without hesitation, Yin Dajing opted to replicate the skills and subsequently upgraded his own piano abilities to an advanced level. Advanced piano skills represented a pinnacle within this profession. In less than a minute, the long-haired man had tuned the piano, prompting the gentleman to eagerly commence playing. As the piece concluded, A resounding applause erupted from the audience. However, the long-haired man could not suppress a sneer, questioning how such a performance could elicit praise. "You ran. Perhaps you should summon your little boyfriend down. It's quite embarrassing." Among the friends of Lang Yueshi, a few possessed basic piano skills, yet their ability barely grazed the surface of even the novice level. Thus, they perceived the gentleman's playing as commendable. "Is Yin Dajing coming back?" The gentleman cast a triumphant glance at his girlfriend, stealing a furtive look at Lu Yueran, only to find her expression unchanged, tinged with mild disappointment. "Is this what you call playing the piano? Allow me to demonstrate what true piano playing entails." After mocking the performance, Yin Dajing approached the piano. The long-haired man had initially intended to depart, viewing these individuals as mere jesters unworthy of his attention. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he was abruptly halted by the sound of Yin Dajing's playing, compelling him to pause. Chapter 97. A stunning performance. Cut it out. "I had no idea you could play," remarked the gentleman standing beside Yin Dajing, unable to resist the urge to speak as he witnessed the latter's impressive piano performance. His comment was tinged with a deliberate intent to disrupt. Silence. The long-haired man returned unexpectedly, fixing him with an intense glare. The gentleman opened his mouth to retort, only to find the long-haired man had already closed his eyes, wholly absorbed in the music. Initially, the crowd was on the verge of an outburst, but as the enchanting notes of Yin Dajing's piano began to waft through the air, a beautiful melody captured their hearts, and they gradually succumbed to its charm. In a high school classroom, a boy had been surreptitiously stealing glances at the girl diagonally across from him. Each time he caught sight of her smile, warmth enveloped him. In his hand lay a love letter he wished to deliver to her, yet he never found the courage. The letter transformed from 1 into 2, then 4. Countless drafts. All the way until graduation, the letter remained unsent. After the college entrance examination, he carefully considered the school she had applied to and, in secret, chose to enroll in the same city. However, fate played a cruel trick. He was accepted into his chosen school, while she ended up at her second choice, in another city. Thus, they became separated, and the boy never heard from the girl again. Years later, his daughter accidentally knocked over a graduation photo, and as he picked it up, he glimpsed the girl's smiling face. In an instant, memories flooded back. "Dad, why are you crying?" his daughter inquired. "It's nothing," he replied, wiping away a tear. Turning his head, he noticed his wife gazing at him with a look of longing, reminiscent of the way they had secretly admired one another in that photograph. In the previously bustling hall, many were now enraptured by the music, with some even sporting traces of tears upon their cheeks. The long-haired man was particularly moved, tears streaming down his face as he listened intently. "This piece, Happiness, is dedicated to Miss Lang. May you always be happy," Yin Dajing said with a gentle smile as he rose to his feet. Possessing advanced piano skills, he had entirely improvised this composition, and though his arranging ability was only intermediate, he had effortlessly produced such a profound effect in that fleeting moment. Advanced piano skills possessed this enchanting power, enabling the music to resonate deeply with its audience. "Bravo! Simply splendid," the long-haired man exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Yin Dajing's hand. "I never expected to encounter a piano prodigy here. I. Initially, the audience had been quite moved, but the long-haired man's exuberance brought a smile to their faces. Lu Yueran rubbed her reddened eyes, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. "I never imagined he could play so beautifully. I've attended concerts by masters, yet I've never heard such an evocative performance. Surely, this must be his original work?" Yin Dajing withdrew his hand and remarked, "Sir, I am quite the straightforward man. I apologize for my abruptness." The long-haired man produced a business card and introduced himself. "I am He-song, an international piano coach. I wonder if you might be interested." "He-song? Coach He?" Yin Dajing had never heard of this name and was still in astonishment when the gentleman exclaimed, "Are you not the master of the international pianist Su Manting?" "Hello, Professor He. I am Song Zhong, your idol." "Oh no, you are my idol. Would you be so kind as to grant me an autograph?" The gentleman, Song Zhong, became exceedingly excited, persistently requesting a signature from the long-haired man. "Master of Su Manting, it is an honor to meet you. Su Manting is the most accomplished pianist in Huaxiao, a prodigy in the realm of piano, who, at not yet 30, has already garnered numerous international awards, becoming a celebrated and globally renowned pianist." Even though Yin Dajing had never played piano before, He was familiar with the name Su Manting. However, while he expressed admiration, he felt no genuine respect for Hisong. Had it not been for Songjong, he would not have known of Hisong's existence. Hisong, showing no interest in Songjong, turned to Yin Dajing and stated, "Young man, your piano skills are exceptional, and your talent is remarkable. If you are inclined, I could guide you into the international piano scene and ensure you reach heights comparable to Su Manting." Gasp! Not only Songjong, but others were equally astonished. They were moved by Yin Dajing's piano playing and never anticipated such talent, especially that even Su Manting's master would regard him with such admiration. Should Yin Dajing truly attain the stature of Su Manting, then Lu Yueran, she would have struck gold. Everyone began to cast envious glances at Lu Yueran. Surprised by her discerning eye, feelings of jealousy began to stir. Particularly, the sharp-tongued woman wished she could kick Songjong aside to claim Yin Dajing for herself. Being associated with a future international pianist would certainly be a lifetime source of pride. Only Lang Yueshi, seeing the envy directed toward Lu Yueran and the spotlight stolen by Yin Dajing, felt quite dissatisfied. Yet, being a hypocritical individual, she could not overtly display her discontent at that moment. Yin Dajing smiled and said, "Coach He, I must apologize. I have no interest in becoming a renowned international pianist. My pursuit of piano is solely to play for my girlfriend when she wishes to hear it, and nothing more." After clearly declining Hisong's offer, Yin Dajing strode over to sit beside Lu Yueran and softly whispered in her ear, "So, did I bring you honor?" "Quite well," Lu Yueran replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she recalled Yin Dajing's earlier words, avoiding his gaze. Hisong approached, handing his business card to Yin Dajing, saying, "Young man, there is no need to rush. When you have considered my offer, feel free to contact me. Today is your gathering. I shall not intrude further, but you may reach out to me at any time." After Hisong's departure, many gathered around, showering praises upon Yin Dajing. Even those who had previously held a disdainful view of him now perceived his aura as towering, almost 2 meters high. Rao Wenbin, witnessing Yin Dajing's newfound popularity, felt a pang of jealousy and coldly remarked, "He's merely a pianist. What's so impressive about that?" Those young women who had once supported Rao Wenbin swiftly turned their allegiance. For Yin Dajing had received the endorsement of Su Mantai's master, promising a future akin to that of the internationally renowned pianist Su Mantai. In her heart, Lang Yueshi felt a mixture of emotions, yet she forced a smile and said, "Indeed, Xiaoyin is quite exceptional. Now, the dishes are served. Let's enjoy our meal." Chapter 98. When it is often said that an expert's prowess is evident upon their first display. Thus, even those unacquainted with the nuances of music were profoundly moved by Yin Dajing's piano composition. How much more so, then, for those possessing a modicum of appreciation for the art? Despite Lang Yueshi's efforts to host the gathering, it was Yin Dajing who captured the spotlight, drawing numerous admirers who approached him for toasts and casual conversation, often praising Lu Yueran in the process. On the surface, Rao Wenbin's indignation was palpable. Even seated beside Yin Dajing, he offered naught but disdainful glances and barbed remarks. Conversely, Lang Yueshi was on the verge of exasperation. This was her birthday celebration, her moment to shine. Why were all the accolades directed towards Lu Yueran? During a brief interlude to the restroom, Lang Yueshi called her boyfriend, Tong Xiao, who assured her that he had spoken to Fang Qiming and would arrive in approximately 20 minutes. With this news, her countenance improved considerably. "Ah, is that you, Yueshi?" A middle-aged socialite, likely in her mid-40s, called out to her as she exited the restroom. Though well-preserved, the passage of time was still evident. Clad in a light blue low-cut top paired with tailored white trousers, she exuded an air of sophistication. Beside her stood a young man, around 21 or 22, with his arm linked through hers. "Li Jie, I'm celebrating my birthday today, gathering with friends here." Lang Yueshi smiled, but her gaze faltered upon noticing the young man, leaving her sentence unfinished. "Oh, it's your birthday? Happy birthday. You didn't mention it in advance, and I haven't prepared a gift. I'll make it up to you next time. By the way, this is my new boyfriend, Lu Won, a brilliant talent from the foreign language department at Jiang University." The woman, referred to as Li Jie, spoke without a hint of reservation in their social circle. It was not uncommon for a successful woman to have 1 or 2 younger companions. Having been divorced for several years, Li Jie had cycled through several such companions, showing no need for discretion. "Hello, Yueshi Jie, I am Lu Won," he said, bowing slightly with a smile. Indeed, this Lu Wen was formerly Yin Dajing's roommate and a gifted student from the same department. However, after being dismissed by Yin Dajing, his talents had waned considerably. Initially expelled from a translation company, he had attempted to find work at 2 other firms, but to no avail. Consequently, Lu Wen was compelled to pivot his career. However, his lack of skills left him at a disadvantage. He had hoped to leverage his foreign language degree for roles in sales or editing. Yet, upon revealing his qualifications, potential employers would often test his knowledge with casual queries, only to discover his lack of understanding. Faced with such circumstances, it became abundantly clear that his credentials were procured through connections, leading to his swift dismissal from every opportunity. In his dire state of despair, he shamelessly sought employment as a dancer in a bar. Possessing a prestigious education and striking good looks, he garnered considerable popularity. To his astonishment, he caught the eye of Sister Lee, who decided to support him financially. This could indeed be deemed a quintessential example of a phoenix rising from the ashes. Jiang University? Upon hearing this, Lang Yueshi furrowed her brows. What is the matter? Is there an issue with Jiang University? Sister Lee inquired, puzzled. It's my birthday today, and I invited a group of friends to celebrate. Among them is a friend named Lu Yueran from Yueran Technology, who brought along her boyfriend, Yin Dajing, also a recent graduate of Jiang University. Lang Yueshi responded with a wry smile. Yin Dajing? Lu Wen's expression darkened with anger at the mention of the name. Do you know Yin Dajing? Lang Yueshi raised her gaze towards him. Lu Wen, perceptive as he was, could tell from Lang Yueshi's demeanor that she harbored no fondness for Lu Yueran and Yin Dajing. Yes, Yin Dajing is my roommate. He studies computer science, while I am in the foreign language department. However, we have a long-standing feud. Intrigued, Lang Yueshi inquired, what kind of feud? Sister Lee, noticing Lang Yueshi's interest, smiled slightly and encouraged Lu Wen. Darling, do share with Yueshi. All right, Sister Lee, Lu Wen replied, turning to Lang Yueshi. You mentioned that Yin Dajing is Lu Yueran's boyfriend? Haha, I doubt their relationship is genuine. Just over a month ago, Yin Dajing had another girlfriend. He proceeded to recount his grievances against Yin Dajing, attributing his own employment struggles to the latter's connections with Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian? Humph, what is he to be feared? Lang Yueshi thought. Unlike others, she felt no intimidation from Zhao Tian. Being a second-generation wealthy individual, her father, though merely the owner of a small company yielding an annual profit of around 4 to 5 million, provided her with a comfortable life. In the past, she would have hesitated to provoke someone like Zhao Tian, who thrived in the gray areas of society. However, circumstances had changed. She was now the girlfriend of Tong Xiu, rendering Zhao Tian insignificant in her eyes. Little Lu, fret not. If Zhao Tian dares to trouble you again, just reach out to me, and I shall intervene on your behalf. Lu Wen felt a mix of hatred and fear towards Yin Dajing. His resentment stemmed from believing that his poor circumstances were entirely due to Yin Dajing, neglecting the fact that he had initially wronged him. As for his fear, it was rooted in his past encounters with Mao Xiaoqiang and others. He perceived Yin Dajing as being backed by Zhao Tian, believing he could never exact revenge. But now, things were different. Since this esteemed Yueshi sister feared Zhao Tian not at all, why should he still fear Yin Dajing? Lang Yueshi, filled with enthusiasm, remarked, I never expected Yueran to be so inconsiderate, bringing along a false boyfriend to deceive me. This is quite a slight against me. Sister Lee, may I borrow this Lu Wen for a while? Sister Lee recently became acquainted with Lang Yueshi, a connection facilitated by Tong Xiu. Well, I shall lend it to you. Do as you please, she chuckled, covering her mouth. Turning to Lu Wen, she instructed, Today, you shall heed Yueshi's wishes. Whatever she requests, you shall comply. Perhaps not, Yueshi interjected. I suddenly perceive that this endeavor will surely be quite amusing, and I would like to accompany you. Lang Yueshi nodded in agreement, saying, That would be splendid. Sister Lee, I will return home for a moment. You and Lu Wen should feign a chance encounter with me. Sister Lee nodded, Very well. Let's proceed as such. After a brief discussion, Lang Yueshi made her way back to the banquet hall. Yueshi, you have finally returned. Today is your birthday. You must indulge in a few more drinks, they exclaimed. Lang Yueshi smiled in response, yet could not resist stealing a glance at Yin Dajing and Lu Yueran. Humph, they are certainly putting on quite the act. Chapter 99. The Imposter in less than 2 minutes. Sister Lee arrived with Lu Wen. Oh, Yueshi, you are truly here. Just a moment ago outside, I heard your voice, and when I came to take a look, it was indeed you. Sisterly, what brings you here? Lang Yueshi greeted her with a cheerful smile. Upon noticing Lu Wen standing beside Sisterly, Yin Dajing's brow furrowed slightly. Why is that scoundrel Lu Wen here? Is he searching for someone? Before long, Lu Wen's gaze met Yin Dajing's. He is looking for me? Yin Dajing quickly deduced that it seemed Lang Yueshi and this sister Li had already made an acquaintance outside. I see. It appears that they are about to launch an assault on me and Yueran. Soon, after exchanging pleasantries, Sister Li and Lang Yueshi proceeded with introductions. Everyone, allow me to introduce. This is Sister Li from Lady Cosmetics, and this is her boyfriend, Lu Wen. What a coincidence to run into Sister Li here. Sister Li, let me introduce you to my friends. At that moment, Lu Wen exclaimed, Isn't that Yin Dajing? What are you doing here? Lang Yueshi, intrigued, inquired. Lu Wen, you know Yin Dajing? Of course, we are university roommates. We spent 4 years together, Lu Wen replied with a faint smile. However, he quickly added to Yin Dajing, Yin Dajing, I sincerely apologize. I was merely teasing you before, I never expected. Here, I have 100,000 yuan. I was just joking with you. How could I truly take your money? I'm returning it now. Seeing the check Lu Wen handed over, Yin Dajing smiled faintly and accepted it. He was not in need of this sum, and it was evident that Sister Li was also not lacking in funds. Nevertheless, he was curious to observe how Lu Wen and Lang Yueshi would continue this performance. He was entirely indifferent, as he was comfortably seated in a position of advantage. Lu Wen, what is the meaning of this? Why are you returning money to Yin Dajing? What is going on? Lang Yueshi seized the opportunity to inquire. The others were captivated by Lu Wen's actions, their expressions reflecting confusion. Conversely, Lu Yueran appeared slightly uneasy. Could it be merely a coincidence that she happened to encounter a classmate of Yin Dajing? He graduated over a month ago, and we only established our relationship in this past month, which should not pose any issue, right? Lu Wen chuckled and promptly addressed Lang Yueshi, Sister Yueshi. This is my predicament. Previously, Yin Dajing was keen on finding a girlfriend and asked me to introduce someone to him. I made a jest, finding a few photos of girls online to tease him, and unexpectedly, he actually transferred several tens of thousands to me. Just over a month ago, shortly after we left school, he discovered this matter, caused quite a commotion, and severed ties with me, leaving me with no opportunity to return the money. Sister Yueshi, I truly appreciate you. Without your assistance, I wouldn't have had this chance. How did you come to know Yin Dajing, Yueshi? I can't believe you even invited him to your birthday celebration, Lang Yueshi inquired. I don't know Yin Dajing. I invited my dear friend Lu Yueran. And Yin Dajing is her boyfriend, she replied. Wow, Yin Dajing, I thought you were so rattled by my teasing that you were too intimidated to seek a girlfriend. Lu Wen jested. Rao Wenbin could no longer contain his laughter. Yin Dajing, are you really so naive as to fall for such a ruse? To be honest, I feel quite foolish, Yin Dajing admitted with a wry smile. I believed Lu Wen, my roommate and brother, wouldn't deceive me. It's a classic case of being blind to the truth. From the very beginning, I stood in the shadows, utterly convinced that the girlfriend my brother introduced was genuine. Lu Wen, I'm taking the money because you owe it to me. I won't report you to the authorities, so consider yourself lucky. As for reconciliation, no need, as I find it beneath me to associate with someone like you. Previously, Yin Dajing had refrained from contacting the police for 2 reasons. First, he would be the one embarrassed if this matter became public. Second, he had essentially cut off Lu Wen's 2 vital skills, which he considered a significant punishment in itself. Comparatively, depriving him of those skills seemed far harsher than reporting him. However, now that Lu Wen was approaching him, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Unexpectedly, Yin Dajing's innocence caught Lu Yueran off guard. She had thought he must have had his share of romantic experiences. This interaction had altered her perception of him considerably. Come on, Yin Dajing, there's no need to be so harsh with your words, she chided gently. All right, it's my birthday today, let us all be merry. Lang Yueshi chuckled and added, Yin Dajing, it appears you've emerged from the shadows of heartbreak. Within less than a month, you've already won over Yueran. Yueran? As in Lu Yueran from Yueran Technology? Lu Wen exclaimed in surprise. Yin Dajing, how did you suddenly become so enlightened? You've never dated before. Yet after just a month at work, you managed to win over your boss. You're not pretending to be your boss's boyfriend, are you? His comment caused a stir among the others, as they too were taken aback. Indeed, how could this be possible? Most likely, Lu Yueran had simply pulled a random employee to masquerade as her boyfriend. Lang Yueshi immediately retorted, Yueran, I invited you to my birthday celebration. And you merely brought some random guy to placate me? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Rao Wenbin chimed in. Yeah, Yueran, this really is quite disrespectful. If you're single, you could have come alone. What is the point of bringing someone to put on a show? Lang Yueshi had long been displeased with Lu Yueran and coldly remarked, Yin Dajing, while your piano skills are commendable, this is my birthday celebration with my friends. Please excuse yourself. You should venture outside now. It would be better for you. If you refuse to listen, once my boyfriend arrives, I can assure you that you will no longer be able to remain in Jiangzhou. There are indeed quite a few girls, which is somewhat regrettable, but the boys, particularly Rao Wenbin and Lu Wan, exhibit a most delightful mirth. Lu Yueran stood up, about to explain, but was detained by Yin Dajing. Slowly rising, Yin Dajing smiled and said, Miss Lang, you must have already encountered Lu Wan outside. Haven't you? As Lang Yueshi seemed ready to retort, Yin Dajing quickly added, If you find Yueran displeasing, there is truly no need to have invited her. Such actions only lead to mutual discomfort. Chapter 100. Coincidence in a fit of rage. Lang Yueshi slammed the table and exclaimed, Yin Dajing, whom do you think you are speaking to? Do you even have a place in this conversation? Are you implying that I conspired with Sister Li to humiliate Yueran? I invited Yueran to my birthday banquet solely to disgrace her. Lu Yueran, fully aware of the truth behind Yin Dajing's words, felt that some things should remain unsaid. At the very least, she dared not offend Lang Yueshi or Tong Xiu. Although Yueran technology appeared to be flourishing, the pressure from someone like Tong Xiu could indeed render it vulnerable to stagnation. Yueshi, of course not. Today is your birthday, a day of such joy. How could you possibly humiliate me? Yet, she added, however, Yin Dajing is indeed my boyfriend. He is no imposter. You all witnessed it. Just his piano skills are enough to captivate me. Unwilling to provoke Lang Yueshi, she surprisingly also wished to shield Yin Dajing from ridicule. In the past, she would have readily chastised him and sent him away in a similar situation. How convenient to say so. I truly do not believe you two are a couple. I wonder how you plan to prove it. Rao Wenbin sneered, his gaze frequently darting towards Yin Dajing, laced with provocation. Yin Dajing turned his attention to him. If I can prove it, will you finally cease your pursuit of Yueran? You know well that our Yueran does not fancy those who cavort outside, fearing the potential of contracting peculiar ailments through mere skin contact. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? Is it possible that skin contact could lead to? What about sharing a dish? Upon hearing Yin Dajing's words, everyone instinctively took a few steps back from Rao Wenbin, inciting his fury. Very well, I accept your challenge. If you can prove your relationship is genuine, I shall no longer bother Yueran. But if you fail, you will kneel and apologize, crawling through my legs while confessing your slander against me. Yin Dajing smiled at Lu Yueran before turning back and saying, All right, with your word, tonight will not be in vain. Lu Wan, you must have some elegant photos, right? Lu Wan quickly shook his head, replying, None. Yin Dajing shot him a glare, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through until he found an elegant photo, asking, Is this the one? Lu Wan nodded. Yes, that's the one I sent you. What's wrong? Have you lost your sight? After being here for so long, you haven't even taken a moment to see what Yueran looks like? Yin Dajing chuckled and held the phone up to Lu Yueran's face. Though the photo exhibited a youthful innocence and the quality was not particularly high, most could clearly recognize that this was indeed Lu Yueran. In that instant, Lu Yueran was left bewildered. What was happening? Was Lu Wan using my photo to trap Yin Dajing? Is it not the case that Yin Dajing has always regarded me as her girlfriend? When she came to Yueran Technology, was it truly for work? Or was it for me? What a perplexing situation this is, filled with so many coincidences. Or perhaps, all of this is simply fate? In Lu Yueran's mind, memories of her interactions with Yin Dajing over the past month flooded back, from extreme disdain to reluctant acceptance, and ultimately to a sense of normalcy. It seems that, before long, she had grown accustomed to Yin Dajing's presence, to her role as her boyfriend. Lu Wan had been so focused on observing Yin Dajing that he had entirely overlooked Lu Yueran's stunning appearance today. Initially, he merely found her familiar, not giving it much thought, but at this moment, he was utterly astounded. How could this be? This is a photo I obtained from a friend in my village. He claimed he found it online and provided me several copies. Lu Yueran. Lu Wan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Lu Yueran, what is your relation to Lu Xiaowei? He is my cousin. Lu Yueran's brows furrowed deeply as she began to piece together the situation. It appears that Lu Wen is also from Lu family village in Shiyang town, and he knows Lu Xiaowei. Coincidentally, Lu Wen intended to deceive Yin Dajing, while Lu Xiaowei harbors disdain for his cousin, casually passing the photo to Lu Wen to vex her. Lu Lao was once a resident of Lu family village, but since their family moved away, they rarely returned, save for ancestral rites. Thus, Lu Wen and Lu Yueran had never met. Yin Dajing found the situation comical. It was as if fate had conspired to create this absurdly dramatic narrative, one that only a soap opera writer could conceive. Well, since everyone is now aware, I shall speak plainly. Initially, I was deceived by Lu Wen and was deeply affected, nearly losing my spirit. However, on my very first day at Yueran Technology, I discovered that Yueran was the one I had longed for in my heart. He turned to Lu Yueran and gently proclaimed. At the moment I laid eyes on Yueran, you cannot imagine how exhilarated I was. I felt as though I had ascended from hell to heaven. I believe this is fate, a divine guiding hand, which compelled me to pursue Yueran relentlessly until I finally won her heart. I even frequently visit Yueran's grandfather. I have dined there several times, and if you doubt my words, I could even arrange a video call with him. As soon as Yin Dajing finished speaking, several girls sighed in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, how touching. Indeed, it is so romantic. I truly believe that Yueran and Yin Dajing are a match made in heaven. It seems their connection is genuine. This is fate indeed." Listening to their story brings tears to my eyes. The words spoken were undoubtedly most distressing for Lang Yueshi. How is it that in my fervent attempt to undermine Lu Yueran, I have achieved the exact opposite? Next in line was Rao Wenbin, who scoffed. Even if he is Yueran's grandfather, he could fabricate evidence for you. Oh, but I know that Yueran's grandfather dotes on her immensely. Perhaps Yueran enlisted you to masquerade as her boyfriend to placate her grandfather. And, yes, that must be it. Her grandfather remains blissfully unaware of your ruse. Do you possess any other proof? Goodness, are we to disclose each other's bodily secrets for you to believe us? Yin Dajing interjected, raising his hands in exasperation. I think even if I were to recount Yueran's physical traits, you would remain skeptical and continue your argument. Indeed, I believe in Yin Dajing and Yueran. They are a couple, and Yin Dajing is not an imposter. I support them. Rao Wenbin, you ought to apologize and refrain from pursuing Yueran any further. She already has a boyfriend. You have crossed the line, Rao Wenbin. I always thought you were quite infatuated, but it seems, sigh. I will no longer advocate for you. I still feel nauseated. Rao Wenbin's face shifted through shades of blue and purple before he finally gritted his teeth and declared, Yin Dajing, you are correct. If you can articulate any feature of Yueran, I will concede and cease my pursuit of her. This was his final gambit. He was confident that even if the two were indeed a couple, given Lu Yueran's character, she would never so readily. As for his reluctance to allow Lu Yueran to describe Yin Dajing's attributes, it was simply because, as a male, he might be prone to revealing more. Perhaps shedding his shirt in the heat of the moment. Indeed, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Yueran's face, further validating the thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 101. The Dark Cultivation. Hey, aren't you being a bit of a rogue? Yin Dajing remarked. Even if I could articulate it. Do you expect our Yueran to disrobe for you? What are you thinking? Lang Yueshi replied coolly, with so many of us girls. Can't we just take a glance together in the restroom or the fitting room? Rao Wenbin nodded vigorously. Yes, Yueshi is absolutely right. I have no interest in looking. Very well, allow me to deliver the final blow to silence you. However, I am not foolish enough to disclose my girlfriend's attributes in public. Instead, I shall summon two individuals to whom I can reveal this secret, and their acknowledgement will suffice. Yin Dajing beckoned to the two girls who had shown him support earlier. When they approached, he whispered a few words to them. Then he stated, I have shared the secret with these two. You should trust them, shouldn't you, Miss Lang? They are, after all, your guests. Lang Yueshi initially intended to investigate herself, but given Yin Dajing's insistence, she could only nod in agreement. Of course I trust them. If they can confirm it, then it will be certain. Indeed, I too place my trust in them, Rao Wenbin said, albeit reluctantly. The two girls giggled as they led the frowning Lu Yueran away. In less than 30 seconds, they returned, the two girls still laughing, while Lu Yueran wore a furious expression, glaring coldly at Yin Dajing. Yin Dajing chuckled to himself, thinking how fortunate he was that the surveillance had revealed her notable birthmark. Otherwise, He would never have dared to gamble like this. How did you know? Louis Waran asked quietly, standing beside Yin Dajing, her voice laced with barely contained anger. Huh? Would you believe me if I said I possess X-ray vision? Speak plainly. Actually, your grandfather informed me. Enough. If you don't tell me the truth this time, I will tear you apart. All right, I confess. I confess everything. In truth, I am a hacker. I broke into your phone and accidentally stumbled upon it once. Louis Waran was clearly displeased. Is this a never-ending game? Once the birthday banquet is over, you will pay for this. As a hacker herself, who had previously breached Yin Dajing's phone, she found it hard to believe he could be a hacker as well. Moreover, you better remember this. If this matter gets out, I will hold you accountable, Louis Waran warned, casting a resentful glance at Yin Dajing. Although no one had seen her birthmark, if word spread, it would certainly cause her great embarrassment. Rest assured, they will not speak a word of it, Yin Dajing reassured her. Having anticipated this scenario and discreetly employing a spell he had acquired from the Xianmen conference. Were it not for such measures, Yin Dajing would be foolish to risk exposing his future wife's privacy. After all, if that were to happen, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. After the two women approached, they clapped their hands and cheerfully declared, all right, we can testify that what Yin Dajing said is entirely true. Everything he mentioned is indeed accurate. Rao Wenbin, you have lost this time. Indeed, he did not even mention the phrase great blemish of the heart. Rao Wenbin gritted his teeth and said, fine, I understand. I will no longer pursue you, Waran. Yet, he secretly thought, damn it, I thought Louis Waran was so pure. Had I known, I would have employed some tactics earlier. What a miscalculation. Rao Wenbin attributed his defeat to his prior, misguided methods of courting women. With others, he could easily win them over through crude means or simply by throwing money at them. He had assumed Louis Waran would be different, but it appeared that all women were the same. On the other hand, Lang Yueshi also felt somewhat embarrassed. If Yin Dajing and Louis Waran were indeed genuine, then she. Sister Li, let us leave, Lu Wen quietly suggested to Sister Li, feeling that he could not gain any favor here. Leave? What do you mean? Sister Li shot him a glare before sweetly walking up to Yin Dajing, giggling as she said, so you are Yin Dajing? You seem quite interesting. Here's my business card. Perhaps we will have the chance to meet again. Seeing Sister Li's apparent attempt to steal her thunder, Louis Waran expressed her displeasure, stating, I don't think that is necessary. Nevertheless, Sister Li took hold of Yin Dajing's hand, handed him the card, and even threw him a flirtatious glance, slyly scratching his palm with her finger. As for Lu Wen's matter, I apologize on his behalf. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I have to leave for something today. Yin Dajing, wearing a beaming smile, glanced at the business card and casually tossed it into the trash bin. However, internally, he was elated. It seems I won't even need to intervene. Lu Wen will soon find himself in trouble. Just moments ago, Yin Dajing had noticed that Lu Wen's energy was beginning to wane. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was merely due to Sister Li's excessive demands. Yet, just now, as Sister Li was provoking him, he realized that she possessed some form of energy absorption technique and was indeed a practitioner, though, as Yin Dajing surmised, she was likely a dark cultivator. Dark practitioners are particularly skilled at concealing their cultivation levels, which is why Yin Dajing had not detected her spiritual energy fluctuations at first, mistaking her for an ordinary person. It was only through direct contact that he discovered she was a dark cultivator adept in both water and earth elements, albeit at a low level, merely in the early stage of qi refinement. What are you laughing at? Louis Waran assumed Yin Dajing was amused by Sister Li's business card, and she couldn't help but pinch him. I wasn't laughing, I wasn't. Lang Yueshi then began to rally everyone together, making no mention of the earlier incident. Yin Dajing shook his head in silence, thinking that this woman was rather unimpressive. He leaned in to quietly ask Louis Waran, shall we leave? Rest assured, I am acquainted with Secretary Tong as well. He is quite a decent fellow and would never hold a grudge against you for not attending his girlfriend's birthday celebration. Louis Waran still hesitated when Lang Yueshi interjected, saying, Yin Dajing, my boyfriend is about to arrive. Why not grace us with a piano performance to celebrate? It would be a splendid opportunity for my boyfriend to witness your talent. Yin Dajing replied with a cold smirk. I'm afraid he lacks the qualification. I play the piano only when I am in a good mood or for someone I cherish. The previous exception was solely to celebrate your birthday. What is this tone? Do you look down upon my boyfriend? Lang Yueshi retorted icily. Oh, Waran, Your little boyfriend seems to have his tail held high. At that moment, a cheerful voice, half joking, echoed from the doorway. Honey. Lang Yueshi turned to find Tong Xiao entering with a bouquet of flowers, beaming with joy. She exclaimed and leaped into his embrace. Darling. It seems someone has underestimated you. I merely intended to invite someone to play the piano, yet they claimed you lacked the qualification. Lang Yueshi began to complain. Mr. Yin. Following Lang Yueshi's gaze, Tong Xiao immediately spotted Yin Dajing, leaping up and pushing Lang Yueshi aside. Mr. Yin, what brings you here? Are you here to attend Yueshi's birthday party? This is quite unexpected. Tong Xiao's demeanor left everyone astounded, particularly Lang Yueshi, who stood with her mouth agape, unable to utter another word. Chapter 102. Apology. Dear husband, have you mistaken the person? This Yin Dajing is merely an ordinary programmer from Yueran Technology. Lang Yueshi could no longer refrain from interrupting the overly polite Tong Xiao. What do you mean mistaken? What is so special about a programmer? Tong Xiao shot her a glare and replied, should we treat programmers differently from business owners? I have always told you that one must not be too snobbish. That is undesirable. Yueshi, have you offended Mr. Yin? If so, you must quickly apologize to him. What? Apologize to him? Does he even deserve it? Lang Yueshi retorted, her expression contorted in disbelief. Tong Xiao's gaze sharpened instantly. What? From the tone of your words, it seems you have indeed offended Mr. Yin. Hurry, apologize to him. A collective gasp echoed in the room. The sweltering summer suddenly turned chilly at that moment. The onlookers, initially thrilled to see Tong Xiao, were now acutely aware that their adoration for Lang Yueshi stemmed entirely from Tong Xiao's reputation. In matters of familial connections, Lang Yueshi had little to boast about in front of them. At this moment, Lang Yueshi found herself engulfed in obsession. Yet they clearly heard Tong Xiao addressing Yin Dajing as Mr. Yin and expressing concern over the programmer's status, indicating a deeper acquaintance with him. Could it be that Yin Dajing was not merely a simple programmer? Did he possess another identity? While Tong Xiao's official position was not particularly high, it was overshadowed by the substantial influence of Secretary Fang Qiming. In the entirety of Jiangzhou, aside from Fang Qiming, who would dare disregard Tong Xiao? Even if their fathers were present, Tong Xiao would not need to be so anxious, would she? Most astonished was Lu Yueran. Her company, Yueran Technology, conducted thorough background checks, and she was well aware of Yin Dajing's family circumstances. Did he truly know Tong Xiao? How could this be? Lu Yueran cast a subtle glance at Yin Dajing, who remained oblivious, not even rising from his seat. Why had this young man become increasingly enigmatic? Not only was he proficient in Go, but also skilled in medicine, martial arts, and piano, and now he even knew Secretary Tong. At that moment, Lu Yueran felt an inexplicable unease. After becoming accustomed to the presence of a certain individual, the thought of this person suddenly departing and never returning could indeed cast a pall over one's spirit. I have not offended him. Why should I apologize? Lang Yueshi was unwilling to offer an apology to Yin Dajing. What status did she possess to apologize to such an ordinary programmer? Tong Xiao, your girlfriend has indeed not offended me. She merely asked me to perform for you, welcoming you here. How could that possibly be deemed an offense? Yin Dajing replied calmly. What? Are you joking? The one you just mentioned, with the tail raised to the sky, could it possibly be Mr. Yin? You must be out of your mind. Having Mr. Yin perform for me? How absurd! Tong Xiao exclaimed, taken aback. Even Professor Fang Qiming and Fang Tianzi are juniors to this Mr. Yin. He is merely Fang Qiming's secretary. What qualifications does he have to request a performance from the esteemed Mr. Yin? It would be akin to courting disaster. This is sheer nonsense. Tong Xiao was exasperated, insisting, what do you mean I have the right to ask Mr. Yin for a performance? This is madness. Hurry and apologize to Mr. Yin, or I shall be quite upset. What is wrong with you, Tong Xiao? Lang Yueshi felt as though she were the subject of ridicule, her anger rendering her somewhat befuddled. I summoned you here to advocate for me, not to reprimand me. Moreover, today is my birthday. Why are you being harsh with me? Do you no longer love me? Humph. If you don't love me, then let us part ways. In matters of love, Lang Yueshi had a good grasp of the situation. This tactic had previously softened Tong Xiao's heart, and usually, her words would lead him to relent. Tong Xiao, I must say, I am surprised to find you so unreasonable. Fine, if you do not apologize to Mr. Yin today, then we shall break up. Tong Xiao replied, clearly displeased. He understood that with just a word from Mr. Yin, He could be dismissed from his position as secretary at any time. Fang Qiming had that power entirely. Angering Mr. Yin was no different from provoking Fang Qiming. Not to mention, even if she were his wife, an apology was absolutely necessary. Lang Yueshi was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Tong Xiu's words, standing in silence. However, she soon let out a playful laugh and said, "Oh dear husband, how can you lack even a hint of romance?" "Very well. It is merely an apology, I understand. Mr. Yin, I apologize. I should not have pressured you into performing for my husband. I am sorry, it was my mistake. Yuran, we are good sisters, so please help me and ensure your boyfriend is not upset. My apologies." Lang Yueshi was a remarkably astute woman, deftly playing the emotional card with Lu Yuran. Tong Xiu's earlier anger and resolute words had jolted her into realization. Even if Mr. Yin were just an ordinary programmer, an apology was still warranted. She had thoroughly enjoyed her time with Tong Xiu and would not easily relinquish this opportunity. The magnitude of this shift left Mr. Yin utterly speechless. This woman was indeed capricious. Lu Yuran was aware of Tong Xiu's high regard for Mr. Yin, but was unaware of Mr. Yin's true identity. Not wishing to offend Lang Yueshi too severely, she remarked, "Mr. Yin, let us consider this matter resolved." Yin Dajing cast a glance at Lu Yuran, discerning her thoughts. "Before addressing Lang Yueshi, it matters little to me, but I believe you ought to apologize to Yuran. Your previous remarks were rather pointed. I sincerely hope you refrain from targeting her in the future." Lang Yueshi, feeling disgruntled yet reluctant to show it, maintained a cheerful facade and replied, "Yes, yes, yes. I should indeed apologize. Yuran, I am truly sorry. It seems my heart is too narrow." With the matter now broached, Yin Dajing deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. Following this, Tong Xiu reprimanded Lang Yueshi a few more times, and the incident was laid to rest. Once seated, Tong Xiu raised a toast to Yin Dajing, expressing, "Mr. Yin, your presence at Yueshi's birthday celebration truly elevates the occasion. I am immensely grateful. Allow me to toast to you first. Today is your girlfriend's birthday. You ought to toast her first, lest she feel envious." Yin Dajing interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "How could that be?" Lang Yueshi, now aware of Tong Xiu's esteem for Yin Dajing, chose to be prudent and acknowledged, "It is only fitting that I toast you first." Subsequently, Lang Yueshi made a concerted effort to be more amiable with Lu Yuran, completely lowering her defenses. After the meal, though Lang Yueshi had planned another engagement, both Lu Yuran and Yin Dajing expressed little interest and departed early. On their way to the next KTV, Lang Yueshi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Darling, who exactly is Yin Dajing? Why do you show him such deference? Is he a relative of Fang Qiming?" Tong Xiu nodded. "You are indeed correct. Mr. Yin is, in fact, a relative of Secretary Fang. However, Secretary Fang refers to him as Shu, a term of great respect. Professor Fang also holds Mr. Yin in high regard. As I mentioned briefly yesterday, it was Mr. Yin who saved Secretary Fang from a dire predicament. Otherwise, Jiangzhou would have faced grave consequences. I personally drove Mr. Yin home yesterday. Henceforth, you must never again target Mr. Yin or Lu Yuran from Yuran Technology. If possible, cultivate a sincere friendship with Lu Yuran. It would be immensely beneficial for both of us." Lang Yueshi was truly taken aback, finally grasping why Tong Xiu treated Yin Dajing with such reverence. It was not just Tong Xiu. Even Fang Qiming would need to show him the same respect. Reflecting on her earlier jibes toward Yin Dajing and Lu Yuran, she broke into a cold sweat, realizing she must find an opportunity to apologize to Yuran. Chapter 103. An unspoken affection just moments ago. What prompted your decision to show mercy? After stepping outside, Yin Dajing inquired with a smile to Lu Yuran. "If you are unwilling to accept an apology, then in deference to my standing, Tong Xiu will undoubtedly break up with Lang Yueshi, ensuring that she will no longer trouble you in the future." In truth, Lang Yueshi's behavior has been quite displeasing to Yin Dajing. However, given his inherently good-natured temperament, he bore no significant resentment as long as her ire was directed solely at him. His true annoyance stemmed from Lang Yueshi's persistent targeting of Lu Yuran. Lu Yuran replied, "That is not entirely accurate. You cannot truly claim she harbors a malicious heart. Rather, she is merely plagued by sheer vanity, striving to prove her superiority over others. If it weren't for your exceptional performance today, she would not have been so intent on undermining me. I have encountered many like Lang Yueshi. You grow accustomed to it over time. Yin Dajing shook his head, asserting, regardless of how others treat me, it is inconsequential, however, when it pertains to my family. To you, that is unacceptable. If Lang Yueshi ceases to bother you henceforth, then we shall consider this matter settled, otherwise. Stop, Lu Yuan interjected. Just speak of your family, but do not include me. Huh, it's all the same, he chuckled. Having driven without consuming alcohol, Lu Yuan prepared to take Yin Dajing home. Once inside the car, she remarked, now, let us discuss how you came to know Secretary Tong. Yin Dajing was not particularly secretive, for with Lu Wen's affair now public, there was little point in concealing the truth. All right, I shall be candid with you. In fact, I do not know Secretary Tong, but rather Fong Qiming. Fong Qiming's father, Fong Tianzi, is my mentor. Stop, Lu Yuan exclaimed, abruptly braking the car after just 2 meters, shooting him a glare. Speak the truth. I am speaking the truth. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's disapproving gaze, Yin Dajing realized that some truths are met with skepticism. All right, I confess, he relented, I am a hacker. I am Diao. You can no longer speak normally, can you? Lu Yuan initially thought Yin Dajing was spinning tales, but suddenly considered the possibility that he might be sincere. You, truly are Diao? As a programmer and hacker herself, she understood that both professions rely heavily on youth, akin to athletes, where the most elite talents are often young. If Yin Dajing was indeed a programmer, then his identity as a hacker was not so difficult to comprehend. Of course it is true, otherwise. Do you genuinely believe it is mere coincidence that Yuan technology was attacked and Yao appeared out of thin air? Reflect on my name, and then consider Yao to grasp its significance. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson. How shameless of you to adopt such an ID. After casting him a sidelong glance, Lu Yuan was taken aback and asked, so, you are aware that I planted a virus on your phone? Of course, he replied. On the very first day at noon, your warm demeanor made me realize something was amiss. A brief check confirmed my suspicions. I have been monitoring you for so long without any findings, yet it turns out you. Lu Yuan's face flushed even deeper. Clarify for me. How much did you see? Do you check every time? Yin Dajing quickly waved his hand. Actually, that's not the case. There was just one instance when I saw you. At that moment, you were looking in the mirror with your phone set aside. After that, I ceased my monitoring. I swear, I'm telling the truth. Moreover, rest assured, the virus on your phone has been eradicated. Lu Yuan furiously started the car, remaining silent for quite some time. However, after driving for a stretch, her anger subsided significantly. She realized that she was the one who had initiated the monitoring, and Yin Dajing had merely reciprocated in kind. Clearing her throat gently, she finally inquired, so, Secretary Tong also knows you are a Diao, which is why he treats you with such respect. Indeed, he acknowledged. In truth, it is primarily due to Fong Qiming's regard for me that Secretary Tong shows me such deference. This is not a lie. Secretary Tong is indeed respectful towards me because of Fong Qiming. Regardless, Lu Yuan found it hard to believe, so revealing this identity posed no harm. Presently, he had attained mid-stage qi refinement. Even if he were to face someone at the late stage, he would still be formidable. Additionally, he had made acquaintances with numerous individuals from the Hua Xiaxian Min, all of whom were quite reputable across the nation. Even if his Diao identity were to be exposed, none could harm him. Naturally, he trusted that Lu Yuan would not divulge his secret, which emboldened him to speak freely. Having spent over a month together, Yin Dajing had gleaned a general understanding of Lu Yuan's character. Essentially, she was someone who appeared cold on the outside but was warm at heart. Since you are a Diao, then you must ensure the cybersecurity of Yuan technology for the next 3 years, considering you have peered into my affairs. The thought of this made her cheeks flush, feeling warmth even with the air conditioning on. Let us not limit it to 3 years. How about for a lifetime? He teased, his tone playful and smooth. In the past, Lu Yuan had despised such banter, yet inexplicably, she felt a flicker of delight when Yin Dajing spoke this way. Yin Dajing merely chuckled, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed, continuing to tease her. Noticing his sudden silence, Lu Yuan pondered before saying, tell me the whole story about how you deceived Lu Wen. Yin Dajing had already spoken once, and this time he elaborated in great detail. After finishing, he sighed, expressing regret over never having met the person in question, nor even having had a video call, yet he had already transferred money to Lu Wen. He chuckled to himself, deeming his actions foolish. Lu Yuan remarked. Indeed. Foolishness does exist. You tend to place too much trust in others. Yet, secretly she pondered that individuals capable of perfecting a skill often embody such naivety. However, she questioned, why didn't you report this to the authorities? Was it merely pride holding you back? Yin Dajing replied, there are various reasons, and that is indeed one of them. He thought to himself that if his suspicions were correct, Lu Wen must be facing dire consequences as well. Truly, those who commit wrongdoings inevitably meet their fate. Noticing that Yin Dajing was reluctant to continue discussing this matter, Lu Yuan chose not to press further. After all, the money had been returned, and dwelling on it held little significance. However, reflecting on how Yin Dajing's entry into Yuan technology was due to her, and recalling his experience of being deceived, she suddenly felt a sense of fate at play. Strangely enough, what initially seemed like a foolish act now appeared to possess a hint of romance. The following morning, Ru called Yin Dajing to discuss his debt issues, informing him that everything had been resolved and they could reopen the next day. He inquired about Yin Dajing's preferences. Let us proceed with the reopening tomorrow. As I mentioned before, please reserve a private room for me. I'll be hosting a dinner. Understood, President Yin. After hanging up, Yin Dajing called both Fang Tianzi and Gu Hong to invite them to dinner the following evening, to which they readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 104. Blush. Not long after, Fang Tianzi specifically replied, mentioning that Fang Qiming would also be transferring some of his work over. This was the first time Yin Dajing extended an invitation for a meal, and Fang Tianzi naturally accepted, as he yearned for more time to spend with Yin Dajing to learn the art of medicine. As for Fang Qiming, he had long wished to find an opportunity to express his gratitude to his little master uncle, who had saved his life. Moreover, there were no pressing matters at hand, so he readily agreed. As for Gu Hong, he had come to Jiangzhou out of concern for Yin Dajing's safety and, having nothing to do lately, had been residing with Fang Tianzi, eagerly awaiting Yin Dajing's availability. After less than an hour of work at the company, Lu Yuan unexpectedly arrived at the technical department, directly calling for Yin Dajing to come to her office. Yin Dajing, I've noticed that General Manager Lu has been quite close to you lately. Obachin could not help but inquire in a hushed tone. Perhaps General Manager Lu is attracted by my handsome looks, Yin Dajing jested. Get lost. Obachin interrupted. General Manager Lu is my goddess, do not defile her. Other than that reason, I can't think of any other possibilities, Yin Dajing remarked. Having fully integrated into the technical department, where he shared laughter and banter with Manager O and Director Shui. Upon arriving at the president's office, Yin Dajing found only Lu Yuan inside. You've arrived? Close the door. Upon seeing him, Lu Yuan tucked away a stack of money and spoke softly. Yuan, isn't it inappropriate to be like this in broad daylight? Yin Dajing replied, feeling somewhat shy. You scoundrel, what are you thinking? Lu Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically. And you are becoming increasingly audacious. This is the company, and you dare to call me Yuan? There's no one else here, is there? Unless you've installed surveillance cameras. Yin Dajing joked, pretending to survey the area. Enough of this nonsense. Push the computer over here, Lu Yuan said, gesturing for him to come closer. Now, teach me hacking techniques. Yin Dajing felt a pang of disappointment. You dismissed your assistant and called me to your office just to teach you hacking? Aren't you planning to do something else? Lu Yuan scoffed, giving him a knowing look. This guy was indeed becoming increasingly bold, even teasing her, the boss. All right, I'm coming, Yin Dajing replied, clearly joking. He was merely a braggart. When it came to taking action, he found himself hesitant. A man who had spent years as a recluse could not transform into a seasoned player overnight. Lu Yuan possessed a basic understanding of hacking, which made it relatively easy for Yin Dajing to teach her. Furthermore, she was particularly earnest in her studies, exuding an undeniable charm. In such close proximity to her, inhaling her delicate fragrance and listening to the gentle rhythm of her breath, Yin Dajing felt an extraordinary sense of ease. Initially, he had not paid much attention, but upon suddenly realizing the situation, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Lu Yuan possessed a striking beauty, her skin as smooth and flawless as a mirror. Even at such a close distance, he could scarcely discern any pores. She was softly murmuring to herself, diligently processing the information Yin Dajing had conveyed, her lips subtly fluttering, which stirred within him an irresistible urge to steal a kiss. Swallowing hard, he restrained himself and turned his head away. Suddenly, the sound of a knock echoed through the room, and Lu Yuan looked up, gently stating, "Please come in." Moments later, her assistant entered, and upon observing the close proximity between Yin Dajing and Liu Yuan, raised an eyebrow but nonetheless announced, "Ms. Liu, Miss Lang Yueshi wishes to see you." Lang Yueshi? Liu Yuan paused momentarily before responding, "Let her in." After the assistant departed, Liu Yuan remembered that Yin Dajing was still beside her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, "It's nearly noon. You should go have lunch. I will seek you out once I've finished processing what you just taught me." "All right." As Yin Dajing exited, he happened to encounter Lang Yueshi approaching. "Hello, Mr. Yin." She greeted him with a bright smile and a nod. The assistant, curious, stole a glance at Yin Dajing, pondering the recent developments. Why was he so close to Ms. Liu, a fact unbeknownst to her? And how did Miss Lang know him, exhibiting such courtesy? It seemed that henceforth, she would need to be more respectful towards Yin Dajing. Meanwhile, Dai Shengnan was feeling quite vexed. The night before last, she had been infuriated by a speeding BMW, and the following day, she took the initiative to investigate the vehicle, discovering it belonged to Liu Hu of the Liu family restaurant. Upon further inquiry, she realized that Liu Hu was not particularly influential. If he had been racing, it was unlikely that anyone would intervene on his behalf, especially now, as the Liu family restaurant had closed for renovations, indicating that Liu Hu wielded even less power. The situation was fraught with complications. Frustratingly, her investigation hit a dead end. What she had anticipated to be a straightforward matter had now been put on hold. During her lunch break, Dai Xingnan's anger festered, prompting her to gather information around the Liu family restaurant. She soon learned that Liu Hu and his son had entertained a young man the previous night, subsequently lending him their car. Finally, there was a glimmer of clarity. Dai Shengnan exhaled in relief. Her spirits lifted. This young man must surely be some wealthy heir. Sooner or later, he would fall into her grasp. Just as she was preparing to return to her duties, her phone rang. Checking the caller ID, she saw it was her close friend, Zhang Wenwen. "Hello, Dai Shengnan. Have you watched the video I sent you?" Zhang Wenwen inquired as soon as the call connected. "Zhang Wenwen, are you out of your mind? I am currently on duty, and I hardly have time to watch your video," De Shengnan remarked. "How much time could watching a video possibly consume? If you truly wish to be lazy, who could possibly deter you?" Zhang Wenwen, however, was unfazed by this. "You should take a look. Do you not adore the piano and admire Su Manting? A captivating piano piece has recently circulated online, and I dare say it surpasses even Su Manting's performances." Regrettably, the video only captured a side profile of the pianist, obscuring their identity. Yet it is evident that he is a man of Chinese descent. It seems that Chinese pianists are poised for a resurgence. With Zhang Wenwen's enthusiastic description and considering that De Shengnan's only passion, aside from her aspiration to become a police officer and uphold justice, is the piano, she decided to open WeChat and locate the video sent by Zhang Wenwen. Shortly thereafter, De Shengnan's demeanor transformed. She was utterly captivated and listened to the piece 3 times in succession. It was enchanting, truly enchanting. This piano composition possessed an almost magical quality, eclipsing even Su Manting. Although only a silhouette was visible, it was apparent that the musician was relatively young. She pondered who this piano virtuoso might be. If he were to hold a concert, I would gladly pay any price for a ticket to hear him perform. Upon conducting an online search, De Shengnan found that many were buzzing about the identity of the pianist, yet no information about him had surfaced. Chapter 105. Liu Fifan of Liu Corporation. Yin Dajing never anticipated that he would quietly rise to fame on the internet. However, he promptly informed Lang Yueshi to ensure that others were made aware of the necessity to keep his information confidential. Yin Dajing had no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. He did not wish to be the subject of public scrutiny wherever he went. Lang Yueshi eagerly agreed and, under the guise of Tong Xiao, instructed her friends to uphold the secrecy of Yin Dajing's identity. The video had circulated from the hands of the photographer at Lang Yueshi's birthday banquet, whose primary focus was capturing her, never intending to film Yin Dajing's piano performance. By the time he realized the brilliance of Yin Dajing's playing, it was already too late. He had only captured a side view of the performance. Eventually, he obtained a frontal view and contemplated whether to release it simultaneously, but he ultimately decided to proceed cautiously, hoping to profit from Yin Dajing's photos first. To his astonishment, the video of Yin Dajing playing the piano became a sensation. Before he could even share the photos, Lang Yueshi had already reached out to him. "If you dare to leak those photos, prepare to face the consequences." You know my boyfriend is the secretary of Fang Qiming. Feel free to test that if you wish. The photographer was left in despair, caught in a moral quandary. Selling the photos could yield tens of thousands, but offending Secretary Tong over that sum seemed unwise. He found himself in a bind. Deleting the photos was equally troublesome. Just as he was about to relent and erase the images, he discovered that his computer had crashed. When he restarted it, all videos and photos pertaining to Yin Dajing's piano performance had been completely erased. Miss Lang, the photographer lamented, I was just about to delete the videos and photos when my computer was hacked, and everything related to the piano performance and the birthday event has vanished without a trace. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Lang Yueshi frowned, her skepticism evident. This task was specifically assigned by Yin Dajing, and it was indeed her oversight. Failure in this matter could cost her a relationship with Tong Xiu. I would never. This is the truth. If you don't believe me, come to my studio right now. The photographer was in tears, which stirred Lang Yueshi's sympathy. She, too, felt a tinge of fear and proactively contacted Yin Dajing to relay the situation. Yin Dajing replied, All right, I understand. This was orchestrated by me, so you need not concern yourself with the photographer anymore. Remember to inform your friends as well. He had swiftly tracked down the source of the leak online, and, knowing it was the photographer's doing, he ensured that all evidence was thoroughly wiped clean. Among the friends of Lan Juexi, it is well known that even Secretary Tong treats Yin Dajing with utmost respect, hence no one dared to speak out, fearing the repercussions of careless words. Yin Dajing initially believed that this matter would soon fade from discussion. However, he underestimated the appeal of his piano composition. Those who had heard it were few who did not appreciate its beauty. Even those indifferent to piano music had to concede that it was a classic. Yin Dajing was taken aback by his unexpected rise to fame in such circumstances, finding it both amusing and perplexing. In the afternoon, Louis Warren specifically approached him to inquire if he had any intentions of pursuing a career in the piano industry, offering to connect him with contacts. After Yin Dajing declined, Louis Warren left with a smile. That evening, when Yin Dajing and Louis Warren dined at Old Lou's place, Louis Warren appeared particularly cheerful, a fact that did not escape Old Lou's notice. The following evening, after finishing work, Yin Dajing took a taxi to the Liu family restaurant, which had opened earlier that day. The restaurant was bustling with patrons taking advantage of the promotional discounts offered during its reopening. Upon arrival, he noticed a crowd forming outside. As he stood at the entrance, he overheard a commotion inside. Miss, do you know who I am? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am Liu Fifan of the Liu Group. I have never queued at the Liu family restaurant. The speaker was a young man in his early 30s, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt and white trousers, exuding an air of arrogance. Apologies, replied the 25 or 26-year-old head waitress, whom Yin Dajing had encountered a couple of days prior, named Wu Xiaojiu. Young Master Liu, I sincerely apologize. However, the private rooms are fully booked and scheduled until tomorrow. Even if you wish to dine, you will have to take a number and wait outside, as this is our new policy at Liu Family Restaurant. It applies to everyone. Do you know who these individuals beside me are? They are officials from the health department. Are you disregarding me, Liu Fifan, and disrespecting them as well? Liu Fifan retorted coldly. Yin Dajing did not need further explanation to understand that Liu Fifan was intent on creating trouble. Ah, how delightful. I was just hoping you would cause a scene, Wu Xiaojiu replied with an unwavering smile, maintaining her composure. I'm afraid, regardless of who one is, everyone must queue. Liu Fifan seethed with rage, but was restrained by a middle-aged man beside him. Young Master Liu, don't take it to heart. It matters not where we dine. The main hall seems quite pleasant. Liu Fifan scoffed. Fine then. Arrange for us in the main hall. Apologies, but please take a number and wait. Wu Xiaojiu remained steadfast in her stance. You've got some nerve. Liu Fifan shot a furious glance at her. At that moment, a couple was called to the front of the line, and Liu Fifan stepped in front of them. I am Liu Fifan of the Liu Group. Here is 10,000 yuan. Hand over your number to me. The couple exchanged startled glances, but soon reached a cheerful agreement, pocketing the money and leaving. Holding the order, Wu Xiaojiu finally arranged for Liu Fifan and his companions in the main hall. However, as soon as Yin Dajing entered the establishment, Wu Xiaojiu promptly instructed another server to attend to Liu Fifan and personally approached, saying, Mr. Yin, please come in. The private room has been prepared for you. Before Liu Fifan could take his seat, he observed Wu Xiaojiu leading Yin Dajing towards the private room, and he could not contain his anger, exclaiming, Wu Xiaojiu, is it? Did you not just claim that the private rooms were fully booked? Indeed, the ordinary private rooms are fully occupied, but the Supreme VIP room is still available. Wu Xiaozhou replied. What Supreme VIP room? I was unaware of such a thing. Lu Fifan retorted, visibly irked. Well, if there is a Supreme VIP room, then arrange for us to be seated there. Lu Fifan spoke coldly. I apologize, but the Supreme VIP room is reserved for Mr. Yin, she explained. You. Lu Fifan seethed with frustration. Had it not been for the task he was assigned tonight, he would have caused an uproar without hesitation. You are indeed cunning. Very clever indeed. Chapter 106. Advanced Chinese Culinary Skills Truly Befitting of a Supreme VIP Room, Yin Dajing remarked upon entering. The space within was expansive, accommodating a large round table while still offering ample room. The decor exuded opulence. Rather than taking a seat at the table immediately, Yin Dajing strolled to the window, where a view of the serene Biyun Lake greeted him, refreshing his spirit. Within moments, he was joined by Lu Hu, clad in a chef's uniform, accompanied by a slightly younger middle-aged man whose visage bore a resemblance to his own. However, this man sported a prominent scar that stretched from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. When he spoke, the muscles of his face contorted, rendering his injury even more grotesque. Though his attire concealed much of his form, Yin Dajing noticed tattoos adorning his hands and neck. Lu Hu approached with a friendly demeanor. Introducing, this is my brother, Lu Quan, our esteemed chef at the Lu family restaurant. Today marks your first meeting. I brought him specifically to meet you. Lu Quan, this is Mr. Yin, one of your employers. Yin Dajing offered a slight smile and extended his hand. Hello, I am Yin Dajing. Lu Quan, though somewhat reserved, shook hands with Yin Dajing, responding, Hello, Mr. Yin. Intermediate Chinese culinary skills detected. Would you like to replicate? Yin Dajing had initially assumed Lu Quan's presence was due to nepotism, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the man's impressive culinary skills. He wondered about the origin of the scar, suspecting it might stem from a tumultuous past. However, what mattered most was Lu Quan's commitment to work diligently at the Lu family restaurant. Lu Hu interjected, Mr. Yin, I must inform you that my brother's culinary talents are exceptional. Yin Dajing waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Uncle Lu, I trust your judgment entirely. I've made it clear that I will not interfere in the restaurant's operations. If you find him satisfactory, that is all that matters. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Hu led Lu Quan away, as the kitchen could not function without their presence. Intermediate Chinese culinary skills, fusion, upgrade. Once they departed, Yin Dajing elevated his culinary skills to the advanced level. He marveled at the myriad of techniques within Chinese cuisine, realizing the profound depth of culinary culture in Huaxia. Rubbing his hands together, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the kitchen and showcase his skills. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Of course, I cannot remain here as a chef. However, I could visit monthly or quarterly to prepare a few dishes. This would not only satisfy my cravings, but also enhance the reputation of the Lu family restaurant. Yin Dajing dialed a phone call to Gu Hong, who was en route, but still had about 10 minutes to arrive. In the meantime, he made his way to the kitchen. Mr. Yin, what brings you here? Is there something you require? Lu Hu inquired, his brow slightly furrowed upon seeing Yin Dajing's unexpected arrival, though he felt a twinge of discomfort. For the kitchen was his domain, Lu Hu could not voice his discontent at Yin Dajing's sudden and silent intrusion. Nonetheless, Yin Dajing was the benefactor of the Lu family restaurant. Without him, it would have surely perished, and thus Lu Hu refrained from expressing his reservations. Yin Dajing remarked, Uncle Lu, my guest will arrive in about 10 minutes. My hands are itching to use the kitchen's wok to prepare some fried rice. Ah, very well, come this way. Lu Hu replied, relieved. He harbored a fear that Yin Dajing might meddle in the kitchen, as it is a cardinal sin in any industry for those in management who lack technical expertise to interfere with the craft. The Lu family restaurant boasted an array of fried rice dishes, and thus, the ingredients were plentiful. After washing his hands and donning a chef's coat, Yin Dajing set to work. Initially, Lu Hu paid little attention, but as he observed Yin Dajing's deftness, with his knife skills and cooking stance exuding confidence, he found himself stealing glances. Before long, a plate of fried rice was ready. Uncle Lu, would you care to taste? Yin Dajing called with a smile, noticing Lu Hu's scrutiny. Let me give it a try. Lu Hu, not overly occupied with the presence of Lu Quan and the other chefs in the kitchen, approached with a grin. Delicious, truly delightful. I never imagined, President Yin, that you possessed such culinary prowess. Lu Hu nodded approvingly upon seeing the final dish. While fried rice is a dish many can prepare, mastering it requires considerable skill. He would not boast, but Lu Hu's own fried rice was unmatched throughout Jiangzhou. Judging by its appearance, Yin Dajing's fried rice was already commendable. Even his own creations could not rival its allure. Lu Hu took a spoon, scooping a small portion into his mouth. The moment the fried rice touched his palate, his eyes sparkled with delight. He swallowed eagerly, savoring the flavors. Delicious, truly exquisite. He exclaimed, "President Yin, I hardly know what to say. If you were to stay in this kitchen solely to craft this fried rice, our restaurant would surely thrive. Lu Quan, come here quickly." Lu Hu appeared as if he had stumbled upon a new world, his hands trembling with excitement. "What is it, brother?" "Oh no, Mr. Lu." Lu Quan approached with a puzzled expression, having set aside his own dish. "Try this, you must taste this fried rice. It is absolutely divine." Initially skeptical, Lu Quan thought his brother was merely flattering Yin Dajing. Yet, not one to dismiss an opportunity, he procured a spoon and, after a mouthful, his perspective shifted entirely. "Delicious. Truly delightful. President Yin, how did you accomplish this? I have never tasted such exquisite fried rice in my life. Will you teach me?" Yin Dajing chuckled softly and remarked, "When I find some leisure time, I shall share my culinary skills with you all. But for today, I must decline, as I have guests to entertain. Moreover, Lu Fifan from the Lu Corporation is waiting outside." After serving the fried rice, he waited less than 3 minutes before Gu Hong and Ling Dong arrived. "Junior brother, Uncle Master." Upon seeing Yin Dajing, both Gu Hong and Ling Dong were visibly delighted. "Ah, senior brother, Dong Lai, you have arrived. Come, savor this fried rice I prepared," Yin Dajing urged, handing them the dish. "Well then, let me give it a try," Gu Hong said with a grin as he sampled a bite, subsequently raising his thumb in approval. "Delicious, truly delicious. In all my travels across the land, I have never tasted fried rice this exquisite. Oh, by the way, the last time I enjoyed fried rice this delightful was over 50 years ago." Ling Dong, much like Gu Hong, initially tasted it merely to honor Yin Dajing. Yet to his surprise, he found himself singing its praises as well. The two of them, taking turns, devoured the entire plate of fried rice before even placing an order. Yin Dajing was at a loss for words. He had intended for others to sample it, particularly Fang Qiming, for whom he had hoped to garner some publicity. However, by the time Fang Qiming arrived, the fried rice had already been consumed. He had also mentioned to Gu Hong that there would be other dishes available later, yet Gu Hong paid no heed and feasted without reservation. After all, Yin Dajing could hardly deny his senior brother even a morsel of fried rice. Chapter 107. A disturbance in the hall after a while. Fang Tianzi and his family of 4 approached. "Little master uncle, thank you. Thank you." Upon seeing Yin Dajing, Tang Wanner expressed her gratitude with palpable excitement. Although she had already made a thank you call yesterday, she could not help but express her thanks again to Yin Dajing. In the past, she hesitated to call him little master uncle, but now she did so willingly. Had it not been for Yin Dajing, Fang Qiming would have perished, leaving her a widow before her child had even been born, deprived of a father. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Fang Qiming had died, the Fang family would have crumbled by half. Of course, it is only right. After all, Qiming has called me little master uncle, so I could not stand idly by. Yin Dajing replied calmly. However, the members of the Fang family, including Chun Ping and Tang Wanner, were acutely aware that upon learning of Fang Qiming's predicament, Yin Dajing had driven recklessly to their aid. This act alone was more than enough for them to regard him as family. Today, I called everyone here because, firstly, it has been a while since we gathered for a meal together, and secondly, I have invested in this Lu family restaurant, so I am now a major shareholder. Yin Dajing announced with a smile as everyone took their seats. "Is that so? Congratulations." Fang Tianzi was the first to rise, beaming as he said, "Little master uncle, congratulations on your grand opening." The others also stood to offer their congratulations. Fang Tianzi then took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Yin Dajing, saying, "Little master uncle, this is a small token of joy. You must accept it." Ling Donglai also smiled as he transferred another 100,000 yuan. For them, this amount was trivial, merely a gesture of good fortune, and Yin Dajing graciously accepted, expressing his gratitude. "Recently, I made a bit of money at the Xinmen conference and wanted to invest, so I supported this Lu family restaurant, which is run by a college classmate of mine." Yin Dajing briefly explained the situation regarding the restaurant, including the intention of the Lu group to seize the opportunity for a takeover. Inside the private room, everyone had experience within the system, so they were well aware of such matters. Once Yin Dajing explained, they quickly grasped the situation. Fang Qiming said, "Little Master Uncle, I am the #1 leader in Jiangzhou. If you were to ask me to engage in any illegal activities, I might hesitate. But if someone were to employ underhanded tactics against you, I would never allow it." Ling Donglai coldly added, "If the Lu group dares to provoke us again, I would not hesitate to take action myself." Ling Donglai's words were straightforward, yet Fang Qiming could not help but shudder, fully aware of the formidable nature of the head of that mysterious department. If he intervened, the Lu group would likely face utter ruin. "Haha, it's all right. It isn't at that point yet." Yin Dajing nodded in satisfaction, initially intending only to give Fang Qiming a brief tour. On the inaugural day of the newly reopened Lu family restaurant, Fang Qiming was among the first to dine in a private room. It seemed that the Lu group would need to reconsider their intentions towards the establishment. Those with ulterior motives regarding the Lu family restaurant might also think twice about their plans. However, to everyone's surprise, the Lu family took the initiative to approach them, which yielded even more favorable results. Before long, dishes began to arrive at their table. The kitchen had been well prepared, prioritizing their orders over others. "Indeed, delicious," Fang Tianzi remarked, noting the restaurant's notable reputation in Jiangzhou. He had long wished to visit but hadn't had the opportunity until now. He resolved to return whenever possible. "Oh, my esteemed junior uncle has an excellent eye for investment. This restaurant is bound to thrive," Fang Qiming concurred with a nod. Their compliments were not mere flattery. The culinary offerings at the Lu family restaurant were indeed exquisite and distinct. The 4 members of the Fang family savored their meal, nodding in approval. Even Tang Wanner, who was known for her discerning palate during pregnancy, sang praises. "Delicious, you say?" Gu Hong shook his head and remarked, "I find the flavors here rather mediocre." The others were momentarily at a loss for words, being unsure how to respond to an elder. Unexpectedly, Ling Dong also chuckled wryly, explaining, "To be fair, the dishes at the Lu family restaurant are quite commendable. However, after tasting the egg fried rice made by our junior uncle, the difference is unmistakable." "What? The egg fried rice made by our junior uncle is truly that remarkable?" Once the conversation opened up, everyone engaged in lively discussion, reminiscent of a family gathering, devoid of barriers and filled with warmth. At that moment, a commotion erupted downstairs, creating quite a disturbance that reached their ears. Coincidentally, a server approached to refill their tea, prompting Fang Qiming to inquire, "Excuse me, what is happening downstairs?" The server explained, "Someone downstairs found hair in their food, and even a dead rat." "What? Hair? A dead rat?" Fang Qiming's expression shifted slightly. He was not naive enough to misunderstand the implications. Even if one were to concede that the food at the Lu family restaurant was subpar, such an incident could not be tolerated on their reopening day. While smaller eateries might occasionally face such hygiene issues, it was nearly impossible for a restaurant of this caliber. "Let's go see for ourselves." Fang Qiming could not allow any disturbances to mar the reputation of his junior uncle's establishment, lest he face reprimand upon returning home. Yin Dajing accompanied Fang Qiming as they descended. Upon arrival, they found Lu Fifan mediating the situation while 3 officials from the health department were on the phone, arranging for inspections. "I apologize, sir, but we have surveillance cameras here. Please take a look for yourself at how this dead rat came to be." At this moment, Lu Mingzhi stepped forward, pointing at the display screen. As he spoke, the screen began to reveal the situation at a very slow pace. From the video, it became evident that the dead rat was brought in by them and secretly discarded. Today marked the grand reopening, and both Lu Hu and Lu Mingzhi harbored suspicions regarding this matter. Thus, Lu Mingzhi had done nothing but wait before the monitor, which enabled him to present evidence in the shortest time possible. I. Faced with irrefutable proof, the 2 diners found themselves at a loss for words. Gritting their teeth, they attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by the security at the entrance. "What are you doing? We paid. Are we not allowed to leave?" "Apologies, but I've already called the police. I kindly ask you to wait." Lu Mingzhi replied with a beaming smile, then instructed the other patrons to continue their meals, adding, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance to your enjoyment. Therefore, your bills will all be half off." Just then, a group of individuals burst in, declaring, "Someone reported that this establishment's sanitation is inadequate and that a dead rat was found." As Yin Dajing smiled, Fang Qiming's expression darkened. Humph. They arrived almost immediately after the call. They must have been lurking nearby. Lu Mingzhi interjected, esteemed leader, the matter concerning the dead rat has been resolved. You see, this is the footage from the surveillance camera. It was maliciously discarded by a guest. We have already contacted the authorities. You may leave now. You expect me to leave just like that? Humph. Their malpractice does not imply that your establishment is without issues. Come, conduct an inspection. Very well. Inspections must be carried out. Fang Qiming, unable to endure the situation any longer, stood up and spoke. Be quiet, who are you? The leader barked sharply, only to suddenly recognize Fang Qiming and nearly leaped in shock. You are Fang. Fang. Secretary Fang. The three leaders beside Lu Fifan instantly erupted in confusion. What is happening? How is Fang Qiming here? What could be the connection between him and Lu Hu of the Lu family restaurant? Damn it, this is a disaster. We have been thoroughly harmed by the Lu group. Chapter 108. Fang Qiming in the Grand Hall. Numerous individuals, upon hearing this name, initially paid it no mind. However, as whispers circulated among the crowd, they soon realized that this gentleman was none other than the esteemed leader of Jiangzhou. Do not concern yourselves with me. Do not concern yourselves with me. Fang Qiming waved his hand dismissively and remarked, You are here to conduct an inspection, are you not? Then please proceed with due diligence. I trust you will handle matters fairly. His countenance darkened, and it was evident to all that he was profoundly displeased. The head of the inspection team, who had originally intended to do a favor for the three leaders, now felt apprehensive with Fang Qiming present. Consequently, after a reluctant inspection, he quickly stated, Secretary Fang, we have completed our inspection, and the hygiene standards at the Lu family restaurant are entirely satisfactory. Oh, is that so? Do not presume that I am easily placated simply because I am here. Fang Qiming replied coldly. Not at all, Secretary Fang. We have conducted a thorough check, and it is indeed up to standard, the leader stammered. Since it is satisfactory, then be on your way. Do not disrupt the business of others. If you must conduct inspections, do so at a more convenient time, so as not to hinder the livelihoods of the people. Remember, you serve the public, not merely heed the commands of others to create obstacles for the citizens. Fang Qiming's ire was palpable, leaving the leader thoroughly intimidated. When they finally departed from the Lu family restaurant, it felt as though they had escaped with their lives. Master Uncle, let us take our leave. Fang Qiming did not utter much more, but as they walked out, he cast a fleeting glance at the three leaders beside Lu Fifan, whose faces were ashen with fear. Their appetites had vanished, and as they exited, their legs trembled with trepidation. Isn't it all over now? Lu Fifan queried. To the three leaders. I cannot fathom how Fang Qiming came to be here. This truly is. Over? Do you truly believe it is over? Mark my words, within a day, repercussions will befall us. Damn it, Lu Fifan, you have brought this upon us. If we suffer consequences, the Lu group shall not escape unscathed either. The three leaders departed with faces resembling those of the deceased, heads hung low, leaving Lu Fifan standing alone, stunned. In stark contrast to Lu Fifan's dismay, Lu Mingzhi and Lu Hu were exuberant, their excitement palpable as they celebrated. Even Lu Hu, still in the kitchen, leaped for joy. I was wondering who Mr. Yin's esteemed guest would be, and to my astonishment, it is Fang Qiming. My goodness. From this moment forth, as long as we conduct our business with integrity, who could possibly challenge us? With that, he proceeded to serve dishes in the exclusive VIP room. Boss Lu. Upon seeing Lu Hu approach, Yin Dajing did not refer to him as Uncle Lu but directly addressed him as Boss Lu. Allow me to introduce you, he said, rising to his feet. This is my investment partner, Lu Hu, the proprietor of the Lu family restaurant. Boss Lu, this is my senior brother Gu Hong, and this is... Yin Dajing swiftly introduced Gu Hong and the others. Upon hearing Fang Qiming's name, who would even address Yin Dajing as his granduncle, Lu Hu was thoroughly impressed by Yin Dajing. He had already been grateful for Yin Dajing's life-saving grace, and now realizing the extent of his influence, he felt compelled to hold on tightly. Fang Qiming even personally praised Lu Hu's culinary skills, leaving Lu Hu both flattered and astonished. After Lu Hu departed, Yin Dajing took out a jade pendant from his possession. This was a fine piece of jade, purchased by Yin Dajing for over 200,000. Qiming Wanner, this pendant is a gift for your child. Since your child has yet to be born, Wanner, keep it close to you. Yin Dajing had prepared this before coming over. The Fang family had always been close to him, and with Tang Wanner being somewhat older, he specially carved this jade pendant for her. Once worn, it not only possesses protective qualities, but also safeguards Tang Wanner to some extent. Little granduncle, this is too precious, I can't. Tang Wanner, unaware of the pendant's true significance, thought it was merely a valuable piece of jade. As someone accustomed to her position, she instinctively attempted to decline. Gu Hong interjected. It is a gift from an elder. It cannot be refused. Wanner, you must accept it. Seeing Gu Hong speak up, Tang Wanner naturally felt she could not decline. After expressing her gratitude several times, she accepted it. Just as she was about to put it away, Gu Hong remarked, you should wear it now. He glanced at Yin Dajing and said, Junior brother, if I'm not mistaken, this pendant has protective properties, doesn't it? Wearing it should help avert misfortune. Indeed. Yin Dajing nodded with a smile, adding, however, it is much simpler than the Gathering Spirit Jade Medallion. As the crafting of the Gathering Spirit Talisman is significantly more challenging than that of this protective talisman. Gu Hong continued, this jade pendant could fetch a fortune if sold outside. Wanner, be sure to keep it concealed and close to you. The Fong family, unaware of the pendant's true benefits, felt immense gratitude towards Yin Dajing. After the meal, Gu Hong seized Yin Dajing's arm with a hint of excitement, saying, Junior brother, I have wonderful news to share. With the Gathering Spirit Jade Medallion you provided, I have noticed significant improvements in my cultivation. Perhaps it won't be long before I can break through and become a Qi refinement practitioner in the later stages. Yin Dajing was somewhat surprised but clasped his hands together and smiled. Congratulations, senior brother. This is all due to your own efforts. Gu Hong sighed with emotion. Ever since the last Xianmen conference, you have provided a batch of Gathering Spirit Jade Medallions to me, which I have also distributed among the disciples of the Immortal Sect. Yin Dajing replied, Senior brother, since you have just begun to use the Gathering Spirit Jade Medallions for cultivation, you might feel as though your progress is much smoother, but that is merely an illusion. As your cultivation advances, the pace will inevitably slow, and you will still need to rely on diligent practice. In addition to diligent cultivation, there are also issues concerning physical constitution and the techniques employed. The cultivation method of the Immortal Sect is rooted in the wood element, and the techniques practiced by Gu Hong and his companions are, in reality, rather mediocre. Compared to several wood-based cultivation methods showcased at the Xianmen conference, there's pales in comparison, ranking merely above average. Yin Dajing has interacted with practitioners from the Immortal Sect, including Gu Hong, Fong Tianzi, Ling Donglai, and Ling Imo. It is worth noting that Fong Tianzi possesses a particular sensitivity to the water element, while his affinity for wood is only modest. Conversely, Gu Hong, Ling Donglai, and Ling Imo exhibit slightly better capabilities, yet Ling Donglai stands out as an exception. He excels in the metal element alongside wood. Had he the opportunity to cultivate metal techniques, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Unfortunately, Yin Dajing finds himself in a predicament regarding the support of techniques. Revealing other methods would be untenable to explain. Thus, he can only offer guidance within the confines of wood techniques. His mastery of wood cultivation has long surpassed that of the Immortal Sect, rendering his guidance effortless. After their meal, Yin Dajing parted ways with Gu Hong and the others. The following day at noon, he received a WeChat message from Lu Mingjie, indicating significant upheaval within the Jiangzhou Health Bureau, with numerous personnel changes. The 3 individuals who had accompanied Lu Fifan the previous day have all been reassigned, relegated to the periphery. Furthermore, the Lu group has also experienced turbulence, as various departments were subjected to successive investigations, resulting in a sharp decline in the group's stock price. Fong Qiming's efficiency in handling matters is impressively swift and rather ruthless. Yin Dajing finds this situation quite satisfactory. Chapter 109, The Wood Element Martial Arts. Refining Qi to the 9th layer at the moment, calling his parents over to the Lu family restaurant seemed impractical to Yin Dajing. He had initially envisioned acquiring the restaurant for his parents to manage, believing that even if it incurred losses, it would be inconsequential. However, the restaurant had transitioned from a mere acquisition to a significant investment, inviting his parents to interfere in Lu whose management would be rather inappropriate. Yin Dajing sought the counsel of his younger sisters, Yin Lei and Yin Rui. Their suggestion was for their parents to continue running their small eatery at home. Though his parents were not overly old, retirement might not sit well with them. In due time, he planned to return home to assess whether his parents were suited for cultivation. If they were, It would be ideal for them to embark on their own journeys of enlightenment. If not, he could concoct some elixirs to ensure their health and longevity. Yin Dajing was considerate towards his classmates, friends, and those from the Medicine Fairy sect, and naturally, he would show the same regard for his family. Shortly after arriving at the company, Lu Yuran sent him a WeChat message. Since yesterday, my moments have been flooded with videos of you playing the piano. I truly believe you possess the talent to be a pianist. Are you eager to hear me play? Yin Dajing replied. If you wish. I can serenade you at any time. Ugh. Lu Yuran responded with an exclamation and did not send any further messages. Yin Dajing dismissed it and returned to work. Unexpectedly, after a short while, Lu Yuran messaged again. Why aren't you replying? What are you up to? Yin Dajing, bemused, glanced towards Lu Yuran's office and replied. Dear President Lu, I am creating wealth for you. If I slack off, President Shui might dismiss me. This rascal. In the president's office, Lu Yuran fumed, muttering about Yin Dajing being a dense, unromantic straight man. I am trying to chat with you, and yet you seem disinterested. Humph. However, after a brief moment, she couldn't help but send him another message. After work, accompany me to see Grandpa. He hasn't seen you in a few days and misses you. All right. Yin Dajing's single-word reply made Lu Yuran slam her hand on the desk in frustration. What's wrong? President Lu? Her assistant hurriedly entered to inquire. Nothing. I thought I saw a bug and have already dealt with it. Lu Yuran hastily responded. The assistant left the office, bemused. After sitting for a while, Lu Yuran couldn't resist sneaking out her phone to watch the video of Yin Dajing playing the piano. As the end of the workday approached, Yin Dajing received a call, surprisingly from Master Tianfeng of the Tianshan Sect. Master Tianfeng, what brings you to call me? He inquired, intrigued by the unexpected communication. Dear Brother Yin, for the past few days, I have been diligently gathering wild ginseng, reishi mushrooms, and some aged Tianshan snow lotus. Today, I have dispatched them, and they should arrive in a couple of days, remarked Master Tianfeng. Ah, Brother Yin expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, I truly appreciate this. To which Master Tianfeng replied, Oh, Brother Yin, there is no need for such thanks. These items merely cost me a little money. However, your healing of Sanbian is invaluable, something that cannot be exchanged for any price. In truth, it is our Tianshan sect that is more grateful to you. Brother Yin, do visit our Tianshan sect whenever you have the time, so we may extend our hospitality, Master Tianfeng added. Certainly, I will make time to visit, Brother Yin assured him. After work, Brother Yin joined Lu Yuran for a delightful meal at Lu's family home, engaging in chess and pleasant conversation, which was quite enjoyable. On Saturday morning, Brother Yin received the package sent by Master Tianfeng. Upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Inside, there were only 3 roots of wild ginseng, with just one over a century old. However, there were more than 10 Tianshan snow lotuses, each imbued with substantial spiritual energy. With this batch of spiritual herbs, it should be feasible to elevate any of the 5 cultivation techniques to the later stage of qi refinement, Brother Yin pondered. Ultimately, he decided to prioritize the wood-based technique for advancement to the later stage of qi refinement. Previously, having obtained the roots of the tree spirit, he had hesitated to recklessly employ the powers of the mirror and beads due to concerns about insufficient spiritual energy. Upon entering his room, Brother Yin began to integrate and upgrade the wood-based technique. Soon, the wild ginseng, reishi mushrooms, and Tianshan snow lotuses he had prepared were being fervently absorbed for their spiritual energy at a remarkable pace. Before long, these items had been entirely consumed, and he then commenced the absorption of the roots. He only paused once 2/3 of the root's spiritual energy had been depleted. Incredibly, the spiritual energy consumed by my upgraded wood-based technique is significantly greater than before. Brother Yin reflected, feeling a sense of trepidation, as one's cultivation technique grows stronger. The requisite spiritual energy for upgrading increases correspondingly. Had it not been for the herbs sent by Master Tianfeng, it seems that the roots alone would have been insufficient. Indeed, quite remarkable. After reaching the 9th level of qi refinement in the wood-based cultivation, Brother Yin felt an unprecedented surge of strength. With a gentle push from his heels, he could soar into the air, and with the use of spiritual energy, he could almost float momentarily. Below the foundation establishment stage, I have no rivals. Brother Yin felt confident in his ability to defeat any cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Alas, such abundant spiritual herbs are becoming increasingly scarce. Ling Donglai has also been searching for him recently, yet with little success. He only received a single wild ginseng root yesterday. The Tianshan Sect, with its considerable foundation, has managed to procure just these few items. Brother Yin, my birthday is next Wednesday, and I am hosting a birthday party in the evening. Please remember to set aside some time to attend. He received a message from Hua Xiaolei while still at home. Flight attendants like Hua Xiaolei seem to lead quite exhausting lives, with monthly performance metrics dictating their flight hours. Recently, Hua Xiaolei has spent the majority of her time either in the air or en route to the airport. All right, I understand, replied Yin Dajing. Hee. My birthday party will be filled with flight attendants and stewards, so there will be plenty of beautiful faces. You're in for a treat. Do remember to dress handsomely for the occasion. Soon after, Hua Xiaolei sent another message. I want to embarrass you. By the way, are you not returning these days? Yin Dajing inquired. Yes, unfortunately, I'm still away, drifting about. It's rather pitiful, so do remember to prepare a birthday gift for me. Flowers, a birthday cake. Those sorts of things I want to be needing, Hua Xiaolei expressed. Chapter 110. Anorexia. Yin Dajing chuckled. Flowers, birthday cakes. And such are far too expensive for me. How about I gift you a notebook or perhaps a fountain pen instead? During middle school, when classmates celebrated their birthdays, gifts were seldom extravagant, particularly among those not in romantic relationships. Typically, a notebook would suffice for acquaintances, while slightly closer friends might exchange a pair of shoes or similar items. You dare. If the gift does not meet my expectations, I shall make you regret it. Hua Xiaolei threatened before abruptly ending the call. Yin Dajing did not dwell on it. After all, a birthday gift could easily be procured online. Perhaps he could buy her a piece of jade? However, the jade pendants he had purchased were primarily for his own carving endeavors, lacking in aesthetic appeal. Thus, he resolved to buy a special piece for Hua Xiaolei. Coincidentally, he needed to acquire a batch of jade stones for his carving projects. Although Yin Dajing possessed the skill to carve, mastering the technique required considerable time, and he found it more efficient to carve a protective jade ring instead. Recently, his demand for jade pendants had surged. On average, he consumed 5 pieces every fortnight, requiring approximately 7 to 10 pieces to successfully carve 5. These would be for his personal use and later for others in the Yaoxian men. Despite Yin Dajing's cultivation method encompassing all 5 elements, he subtly considered himself a true member of the Yaoxian men, a sect he held in high regard. After tidying up, he prepared to purchase jade stones, but was interrupted by a call from Lu Hu. Mr. Yin, Lu Hu greeted warmly. Ever since I tasted your fried rice, I've been unable to think of anything else. Are you free today, Saturday, to come and guide me? Haha, certainly. I'll come by to showcase my skills. Yin Dajing replied, not wishing to decline. He remembered spotting a large jade shop nearby Yin Lake during his last visit, which was conveniently on his way. Upon arriving at Lu's restaurant, it was midday, and being Saturday, the place was bustling with customers. However, the staff greeted Yin Dajing with utmost courtesy, clearly recognizing him. No need to fuss over me. Just carry on as usual. He smiled in acknowledgement before heading into the kitchen. The kitchen was indeed busy. Yet Lu Hu and Lu Quan managed to carve out some time to observe Yin Dajing's culinary prowess. After watching him prepare the fried rice, they exchanged glances. His technique was remarkably deft, employing a unique finesse that rendered each grain of rice perfectly plump. Even when Lu Hu and Lu Quan followed Yin Dajing's steps meticulously, their fried rice could not match his exquisite flavor. Mr. Yin, might we request that you come to our restaurant once a month to prepare this fried rice? After a while, Lu Hu approached with a sheepish smile. He was well aware that his request was somewhat unreasonable. After all, Yin Dajing was not only a major shareholder, but also the granduncle of Fang Qiming. It was indeed a bit excessive to ask him to personally cook. I came here with that very intention, Yin Dajing remarked with a smile. Otherwise, would I have gone to such lengths just to showcase fried rice? However, I may not have the time for this every month, and I am not solely focused on making fried rice. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Dajing continued, Here's what we shall do. I will prepare a meal, and you shall serve it to the guests in the private rooms, informing them that it was crafted by the new shareholder of the Lu family restaurant. We can gauge their reactions, and we will discuss further once the diners have tasted it. Yin Dajing then took charge of the kitchen, preparing a total of 10 exquisite dishes, each a culinary masterpiece, with the ingredients alone costing over 3,000 yuan. Not only were the dishes robust, but their presentation was also exceptionally refined. Could this possibly be Lu Quan and Lu Hu were astounded upon seeing the finished products. Is this truly the cuisine that our master once mentioned, from the imperial kitchens of the Ming dynasty? Would you care to sample the flavors? Yin Dajing inquired with a subtle smile. No. No need. Lu Hu shook his head and instructed the chefs to deliver these 10 dishes to the respective private rooms. I have a feeling that the Lu family restaurant is destined for great success. In one of the private rooms of the Lu family restaurant, 6 individuals were present, all appearing to be elite professionals. Among them was a distinguished foreign gentleman in his 50s. If anyone recognized him, they would know that he was Mr. Frank, the CEO of a software company from M country. Mr. Frank, how is the food to your liking? Inquired a middle-aged man with glasses and a shiny visage, eagerly anticipating a response. Frank sighed and shook his head. Not quite, at least from its appearance. I find myself lacking interest. However, I am willing to try the culinary delights of Huaxia. 6 months ago, for reasons unknown, Frank suddenly lost all appetite for food. After a thorough examination, he discovered he was suffering from anorexia. Despite numerous attempts at treatment, even the doctors were at a loss. Desperate, Frank decided to travel the world, hoping to rekindle his appetite through diverse cuisines, a suggestion from a renowned physician in M country. He had already visited several nations before arriving in Huaxia, where he had explored 3 cities. Jiangzhou was his 4th destination, renowned for its culinary excellence. Huaxia's cuisine was something Frank insisted on trying, even in his state of disinterest. After a while, Frank shook his head and remarked, "Alas, it seems. This dish tastes like chewing wax." The middle-aged man with glasses immediately displayed a look of disappointment. "It appears we shall have to venture to other cities to seek better options." With a heavy heart, Frank reluctantly consumed a few bites, but eventually found himself unable to continue and set down his chopsticks. He declared he would eat no more, prompting the others to follow suit. "Mr. Frank, shall we set off then?" Just then, a server knocked on the door of the private room, presenting a platter of crispy roast pig with a smile, announcing, "Esteemed guests, we have a new chef at our establishment, and this is a complimentary dish for you to savor. Please indulge." "No, thank you." The middle-aged man with glasses waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The dishes here do not suit our palate." "Ah, but I wish to try," Frank interjected, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of the crispy roast pig, pausing in his tracks. His command of the Chinese language was quite fluent, and the server, noticing this, offered a faint smile as she placed the roast pig on the table. Regardless of the culture, be it Chinese or otherwise, the world is replete with visually appealing and aromatic delicacies, and indeed, the crispy roast pig was no exception. However, Frank held no grand expectations. After half a year of not enjoying a proper meal, he felt a sense of discomfort, and for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable compulsion to give it a try. With that, Frank took a knife and fork, slicing off a small piece of meat from the crispy roast pig. Chapter 111. Huaxia truly is a magical place. Crisp. Frank delicately placed a small piece of crackling skin into his mouth, savoring it as it crunched delightfully. The others stood aside, not even bothering to take a seat. To them, the other dishes appeared futile. After all, during their previous stop in Yangqing, Frank had already enjoyed crackling roast pork. Although this version differed from what he had relished in Yangqing, the outcome was unlikely to vary. However, as Frank initially chewed slowly, mere seconds later he began to devour it voraciously, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious." "Sit down." Frank gestured dismissively and took a seat, continuing to carve meat from the crackling roast pork with his knife and fork. So tasty, absolutely delightful. It had been over 6 months since he had felt such an appetite. The others exchanged bewildered glances, questioning, how is this possible? Just this portion of crackling roast pork? Hadn't he already eaten it before? Could it truly be that delectable? Led by a middle-aged man in glasses, a few of them gazed at Frank's voracious consumption. Their curiosity piqued to sample this remarkable dish. However, in that moment, Frank resembled a child, fiercely guarding the crackling roast pork. Should anyone dare to encroach upon his meal, he might very well become irate. After swallowing hard, the middle-aged man could no longer contain himself. He pushed open the door and called for a waiter, declaring, "Bring me another portion of that crackling roast pork." With a smile, the waiter replied, "I apologize, sir, but this crackling roast pork was prepared by our newly appointed chef and is not available for individual sale. He only comes to the restaurant once a month." and one must draw lots to partake in his culinary creations. The middle-aged man expressed his dissatisfaction. What? Are you jesting? Only once a month, and we must draw lots? If one is unlucky, does that mean they may wait years to taste it? Indeed, the waiter confirmed. If fortune does not favor you, it may not be years, but perhaps a lifetime before you have another opportunity. As the waiter finished speaking, another private room's door swung open, and a voice called out, "Waiter, what is this delectable crystal meat you just served? It is exquisite. Bring me another portion. No, make it two. One is simply insufficient." The waiter reiterated his previous explanation. "Surely not. Have you brought in a culinary master? How do I cue for the drawing? I intend to return next time." Without further ado, the individual retreated into the room, leaving the middle-aged man utterly astounded. Could it be? He pondered, completely shocked. What is the background of this chef? Waiter, summon your chef. I wish to meet him. I'm sorry, but our chef does not meet with guests, the waiter replied with a signature smile. Now, the staff at the Ru family restaurant brimmed with confidence, having served even fong chiming. As long as they adhered to the law, whom could they fear? The middle-aged man with glasses was quite dissatisfied with the server's attitude. Do you know who is dining in this private room? He inquired. The server replied, I apologize, sir, but it is our establishment's policy that all guests must adhere to it, regardless of their identity. Frustrated yet powerless, the man returned to the private room, only to find that Frank had already consumed a substantial portion of the crispy roast pig. All right, I can eat no more, Frank declared contentedly, pausing his knife and fork. I have rarely reached such fullness, and any further consumption would be unwise. Frank was a man of remarkable self-discipline. Even when suffering from anorexia, he managed to maintain his weight, which spoke volumes about his fortitude. However, today he had indeed overindulged. He typically stopped at 7 or 8 parts full, but today he had exceeded that to 9, a notable exception. China is truly a wondrous place, capable of offering such delectable cuisine. Mr. Zhou, please summon the chef. I wish to express my gratitude in person. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuntao, the middle-aged man, smiled ruefully and responded, Mr. Frank, I sincerely apologize, but I have already attempted to summon him. However, the server informed me that this chef does not meet with guests. Furthermore, he only comes once a month, and one must enter a lottery to dine on his creations. Expecting Frank to erupt in anger, Zhou was surprised when Frank chuckled. Indeed, only a chef of such arrogance could produce such exquisite flavors. However, I will not leave without seeing him. Just because you cannot summon him does not mean I cannot. How did it go? Soon, feedback came in after 10 dishes had been sent up. All the guests in the 10 private rooms expressed a desire to enter the lottery. They praised Mr. Yin's dishes, and nearly every guest requested additional servings, though we had to decline them. Lu Hu's face glowed with excitement. Wonderful, splendid, truly exceptional. Mr. Yin's name was merely a brand to be marketed, and even when he visited, he did not intend to charge exorbitant fees. Rather, he aimed to boost the business of the Lu family restaurant through this opportunity. Moreover, both Lu Hu and Lu Quan possessed significant culinary talent. It was essential to nurture their skills. Let us proceed with the lottery, and I shall set the specific date. The next occasion will likely be in about a week. Lu Hu nodded. Very well, I will arrange the lottery immediately. However, though Mr. Yin claimed he would not charge exorbitant prices, the cost would undoubtedly not be low. A full meal would still amount to several thousand. After leaving the Lu family restaurant, Mr. Yin headed to a nearby jewelry store. Good day, sir. Are you looking to purchase jewelry? A smiling saleswoman in her 30s approached him as he stepped into the store. However, shortly thereafter, she pinched her nose and remarked, May I inquire why there is a scent of cooking oil about you? Yin Dajing shrugged and replied, I just emerged from the kitchen. There might be a lingering aroma of oil. So you are a chef? The smile of the young saleswoman instantly vanished, and her brow furrowed. Well, something like that. Yin Dajing did not contest her assumption. Mr. Rome, are you here with your wife to peruse the jewelry? At that moment, another couple entered, causing the previous saleswoman to dismiss Yin Dajing and approach the newcomers. Sensing the young woman's disregard, Yin Dajing let out a wry smile and turned his attention to the jewelry on display. He initially browsed the affordable section, only to find the offerings rather unsatisfactory, before making his way to the area featuring high-end jewels. Here, the prices commenced from tens of thousands. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Just then, a younger saleswoman approached him, her name tag reading Sales Associate, shouting, Please, could you bring me that piece of jade? Yin Dajing pointed to a particular item. Certainly. I shall retrieve it for you right away. Shouting exclaimed, a flicker of delight illuminating her face, for the jade held considerable value, and a successful sale would yield her a significant commission. Shouting, are you out of your mind? That piece of jade is priced over 300,000. Do you honestly believe a mere chef can afford it? Do not bring it out. If it were to break, he wouldn't be able to compensate for it. The previous saleswoman, while introducing Mr. Rome to her colleagues, couldn't help but interject as she passed by. Chapter 112 Farewell to President Tan. What kind of attitude is this? In this day and age, how can there still be such a demeanor among shop attendants? Yin Dajing could no longer contain himself and coldly remarked, how do you know I cannot afford it? When I enter this store, I am treated as a deity. Even if I cannot make a purchase, the service you provide should still meet certain standards. Do you truly believe I wouldn't file a complaint against you? TCH. The girlfriend of Boss Rong stepped forward with a mocking smile. You, a pauper, think you can afford such expensive jade? If you cannot, then do not come here to cause a ruckus. This is not a place for your idle wandering. I believe the manager's attitude towards you has been more than sufficient. You ought to be shown the door. This young lady, named Li Xiaoyu, was merely in her early 20s, likely still a university student. Yin Dajing's attire was rather ordinary, and upon approaching, she could even catch a whiff of the cooking oil that clung to him. She pinched her nose and playfully said to Boss Rong, darling, although this fellow is poor, his taste is commendable. This piece of jade is truly remarkable. I want it. Will you buy it for me? Today is my birthday, after all. A flicker of discontent flashed in Boss Rong's eyes. Li Xiaoyu was a student from the art department at Jiangzhou University and his temporary girlfriend. Today was her birthday, which was why he had taken her out to purchase some jewelry. However, he had not anticipated her extravagant desires. His mental budget was only around 20 to 30,000 yuan. Naturally, he was reluctant to spend over 300,000 in one go, especially since he had not yet fully pursued her. After all, having already been intimate, she hardly seemed worth that price. As he pondered how to refuse, Yin Dajing interjected, I saw this piece of jade first. You understand the principle of first come, first served, do you not? Indeed, this piece of jade was seen by someone else first. Let us look at other pieces. Boss Rong chuckled, pulling Li Xiaoyu aside. As they walked away, he whispered in her ear, enough is enough. This jade is merely expensive and serves no real purpose. Don't waste your time on it. If you behave, I might as well give you 200,000 to buy a car. Of course, Boss Rong was equally reluctant to spend money on a car for Li Xiaoyu, but he intended to placate her for the moment. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyu smiled brightly and nodded. All right, then I shall let him have this piece of jade. In truth, Li Xiaoyu was not foolish. She understood that Boss Rong might not be willing to spend such a substantial sum on jade. Furthermore, compared to jade, she desired a car far more. With his words, she felt that foregoing the jade was a reasonable sacrifice. The manager, overhearing their exchange, suddenly grew anxious, feeling as though a cooked duck was about to fly away. She glared at Yin Dajing, her voice filled with ire. Are you buying or not? If you wish to purchase, pay now. If not, I will sell it to Boss Rong. You are obstructing my business. Of course I will buy it. But even if I do, it has nothing to do with you. Yin Dajing sneered at her and produced a card, handing it to Shouting. My dear, please process this transaction for me. After swiping the card, could you please package this jade for me? Yes. Shouting was taken aback, not expecting Yin Dajing to be so decisive. Little did she know that Yin Dajing had become quite knowledgeable about jade. Just a glance through the glass was sufficient for him to ascertain that this piece was indeed the finest available. Shaking off her surprise, Shouting took the card and approached the counter. After a few operations, the successful beep of the card echoed, causing Shouting's face to flush crimson. Wow, this transaction actually went through. How? Is this possible? Can he truly afford such a sum? At the sound, the manager felt an overwhelming regret. Li Xiaoyu also did not anticipate that Yin Dajing would be willing to spend 320,000 on such a piece of jade. Yet, upon reflection, she chuckled and remarked, Darling, look at people today. They may not have much saved, yet they love to gamble. Once this jade is brought home, it might just ruin them. Yin Dajing smiled and replied, Is there really any reason to regret? It's merely 320,000. Beautiful lady, does your store have any uncarved jade? Yes. The manager quickly interjected, beaming, Handsome, if you seek uncarved jade, we have it in our store, and we can sculpt it into any shape you desire. Miss, could you please assist me in contacting the manager? I have quite a substantial demand. Yin Dajing disregarded her and turned to shouting. Once shouting had finished packaging the jade and handed it to Yin Dajing, she quickly added, if it's just a few pieces. We have them here. If it's more, I will need to get in touch with the store manager. What is happening? Why do you need to contact the manager? At that moment, 3 individuals entered the store, with a middle-aged man leading the way. Boss Tan. Both the manager and shouting greeted the middle-aged man in unison. Ah, isn't this Brother Yin? What a coincidence to encounter you here. It truly is fate. Behind the middle-aged man, an elderly gentleman joyously exclaimed. Z, this is the Yin Dajing I mentioned to you. He is also the lifesaver of Tanzaheo. The elderly man was none other than Tanjia, the president of the Antique Association of Behu Province. The other pair of middle-aged individuals were his son, Tanzi, and his daughter-in-law. Greetings, Senior Yin. It is an honor to finally meet you. Given the generational hierarchy, Tanzi, who was 2 generations below Yin Dajing, refrained from addressing him as Brother Yin, opting instead for Senior Yin to show respect. Did you come to our store to purchase jade? Tanzi inquired, noticing the box in Yin Dajing's hand. Quickly refund Senior Yin's money. How could he spend when visiting our store? Where is your store manager? Tanzi looked around, not spotting the manager, and inquired with the manager and shouting. The manager was taken aback by the esteemed identity of Yin Dajing. Initially, when she heard him threaten to lodge a complaint, she dismissed it lightly. However, now, even the owner referred to him as Senior Yin. Thus, she, Zhang, Manager Zhang, had some personal matters to attend to today and had taken a half-day leave. Boss Tan, I. Yin Dajing waved his hand and said, no need for that. I am here simply to make a purchase. If you refuse to accept my money, I shall feel embarrassed to visit your establishment in the future. Just now, I requested this lovely lady to contact the manager because I wish to acquire a substantial quantity of uncarved jade. Yes, indeed. Before Tanzi could respond, Tanjia interjected, Brother Yin, if you require these jade stones, do not hesitate to contact me directly. I shall send you a batch as a gift. Yin Dajing not only secured a personal favor by purchasing Zhang Sanqian's imitation work, but also saved Tanzaheo's life. Thus, it transcended mere monetary matters. Upon learning of Yin Dajing's need for jade, he promptly offered to gift him a batch without hesitation. I possess a collection of jade stones, approximately over 100 pieces. If you desire them, I shall gift you the entire lot. This collection, acquired for less than $1 million, was a generous offer. Yin Dajing smiled and replied, President Tan, I require a larger quantity. Let us settle on a reasonable price for these 100 pieces. In the future, I will need to purchase more. So please do not feel obliged to give them to me for free. Tanjia responded, whatever quantity you need, just inform me in advance, and I will sell them to you at cost plus a modest markup. This will be our arrangement moving forward. If Yin Dajing were to make substantial purchases, their jewelry store would not suffer losses, but could still yield a slight profit. Chapter 113. Frank's request very well. Let us proceed with the price you proposed. Yin Dajing remarked with a smile. However, I must insist that any commissions on future transactions be attributed to this lovely lady. He gestured towards shouting, but his expression soon darkened. Moreover, Boss Tan, I must express my concern regarding the lack of professionalism displayed by your staff. Upon my arrival, the attendant seemed eager to usher me out upon detecting the scent of oil and smoke clinging to me. As a service establishment, such an attitude is wholly unacceptable. Without hesitation, Tanzi grasped the situation by observing Yin Dajing's demeanor towards the manager and shouting. He promptly turned to the manager and declared, you are to go to the finance department and collect your wages. Effective immediately, you are dismissed. Tanzi recognized the manager, having heard of her strong sales capabilities, particularly her fervent enthusiasm for affluent clientele, while exhibiting indifference towards the average customer. This was not the first instance of her behavior. Previously, store manager Zhang had hesitated to terminate her employment. However, upon learning that she had disdained even Yin Dajing, his fury was ignited. What repercussions would arise from offending Yin Dajing this time? It was known that even Professor Fang Tianze referred to Yin Dajing as Master Uncle. Would Fang Qiming not then refer to him as Master Great Uncle? Regardless of one's stature, offending Yin Dajing was a perilous endeavor, especially considering Yin Dajing was also the savior of his cousin. Boss Tan, please, do not dismiss me. I have aged parents and young children to support. The manager's voice trembled, her mind racing at the prospect of losing her lucrative position. Finding new employment would be anything but easy. Enough. Tenzi did not even spare her a glance. Let us part ways amicably. Take your severance pay and leave. I will compensate you with an additional month's salary. Should you refuse to depart peacefully and compel me to take further action, I can assure you that pursuing a career in the jewelry industry in Jiangzhou will be an impossibility. Confronted with such an ultimatum, the manager, her face a mask of despair, exited the jewelry store, shouting, effective immediately, "You are the new manager of this establishment. I shall inform the store supervisor." Shouting was taken aback by this unexpected stroke of fortune, nearly fainting from joy. "Thank you, Boss Tan. I will do my utmost." Yin Dajing settled the payment and selected 5 uncarved jade stones from the store before engaging in a brief discussion with Tan Jie, after which he took his leave. What? Frank? The Frank from the Skylight Company in America? Fang Qiming, engrossed in his work within the office, was informed by Tong Xiu about a phone call he had just received. What does he want? Tong Xiu responded, Frank has arrived in China, reportedly due to his struggles with anorexia, and is on a quest to sample the culinary delights of our nation. In the land of Huaxia, he had attempted to find a remedy in several cities, yet to no avail. However, unexpectedly, in our Jiangzhou, he savored a dish that remarkably alleviated his anorexia by half. Now he finds a modicum of flavor in other dishes as well. Fang Qiming, still perplexed, remarked, "This is indeed a good thing. It indicates that Jiangzhou is brimming with talent. But what does his phone call signify? I remain unclear." Tong Xiu explained, "Today, Frank fortuitously enjoyed a crispy suckling pig at the Liu family restaurant, which has significantly whetted his appetite. However, this delicacy was not prepared by the restaurant's head chef. According to them, it was crafted by a mysterious new chef. This enigmatic chef prepared 10 dishes today, which were offered free to guests in 10 private rooms, each leaving patrons in awe. The crispy suckling pig that Frank relished was among these remarkable offerings. Frank's party sought an audience with the chef, but the staff at Liu family restaurant declined, stating that this chef cooks only once a month, and to taste his culinary creations, one must enter a lottery. Thus, Mr. Frank found himself at an impasse, having sought assistance from many without success, ultimately turning to you for help." Fang Qiming nodded in understanding. Tong Xiu continued, "Secretary Fang, Frank has expressed that if you could facilitate an introduction and persuade the chef to prepare a meal that could completely cure his anorexia, he would be willing to invest $1 billion in Jiangzhou." Fang Qiming's eyes sparkled at the mention of such an investment. This was not merely about the financial sum, but also the potential to attract attention and weave compelling narratives, perhaps paving the way for further foreign investments. "Please reach out to Liu family restaurant and ascertain the situation." Fang Qiming instructed Tong Xiu. "However, do not pressure Liu Hu. Simply convey my thoughts and observe his reaction. After all, my little granduncle is a major stakeholder there, and he cannot afford to be indifferent." Tong Xiu complied and contacted Liu Hu. After a while, he returned with news, stating, "Secretary Fang, Liu Hu mentioned that the mysterious chef is under Mr. Yin's direction, and he cannot make unilateral decisions. He suggested that you proactively reach out to Mr. Yin." "Oh." Fang Qiming paused, then picked up his phone to call Yin Dajing. "Hello, Qiming, what can I do for you?" Yin Dajing, engaged in carving jade at home, was unaware of the purpose of Fang Qiming's call. Fang Qiming did not withhold information and recounted Frank's situation in its entirety. "Little granduncle, you are a major shareholder of Liu family restaurant. I wonder if you could make an introduction regarding this mysterious chef. This matter is of great significance." Yin Dajing interrupted him, saying, "Qiming, I sincerely apologize, but not just Frank. No one can make this happen. Nevertheless, since you are the one calling, I will give you a heads up. They are currently conducting the lottery, and confirmation of the participants will be forthcoming soon. Although it is said that the lottery cannot be transferred, there are no restrictions on those who partake in the dining experience." Upon hearing this suggestion from Yin Dajing, Fang Qiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent, Master Uncle. I understand now, thank you." After concluding the call, Fang Qiming instructed Tong Xiu to reach out and ascertain the identity of the winner. His intent was simply to have Tong Xiu contact that individual and then arrange for Frank to join them for the meal that day. Tong Xiu was efficient in his tasks, and the winner turned out to be merely a small business owner. With Tong Xiu communicating, he felt compelled to comply. However, the staff on Frank's side were not particularly pleased with the situation. Chapter 114. Coercion and Temptation. Frank's headquarters resides in Country M, yet his influence extends across the globe. Furthermore, nearly all major nations utilize his software, and China is no exception. The president of the Chinese market is none other than the middle-aged, bespectacled man, Zhou Yuntao's employer, Diao Mao. During his tenure in China, countless companies sought to curry favor with Diao Mao, which subsequently cultivated his temper. There is an ancient Chinese proverb that states, "One's environment shapes one's character," articulating the notion that status and surroundings can significantly alter a person's qualities. Diao Mao is a testament to this principle. Once an ordinary citizen with a modest background, his family sacrificed everything to afford him an education. Fortunately, Diao Mao excelled academically from a young age, eventually earning a place in the National Study Abroad program. His streak of good fortune continued. During his studies abroad, he displayed remarkable diligence, capturing Frank's attention and securing an internship at his company. Gradually, he ascended from intern to a leadership position, ultimately being appointed by Frank as the president in China. In his earlier days, Diao Mao felt inferior in the presence of the elite. However, upon returning home this time, he encountered a starkly different reality. Everyone regarded him with utmost respect, often adopting a flattering demeanor in his presence. Even local leaders came to greet him, their previous perception of him having shifted from that of a promising talent to one of reverence. This newfound respect has inflated Diao Mao's ego, rendering him somewhat arrogant. Nevertheless, his professional acumen remained strong. During his 8 years as president of the China region, the business has experienced continuous growth. When Mr. Frank arrived in Hualien, Diao Mao entrusted Vice President Zhou Yuntao with overseeing matters. However, upon learning of the incident at the Liu family restaurant that evening, Diao Mao was greatly displeased. In an office at the high-tech park of Binhai City, Diao Mao slammed his hand on the table and scoffed. "I merely arranged for a chef to prepare a meal for Mr. Frank, yet Fang Qiming is dissatisfied with me? He clearly does not regard me with the respect I deserve." On the screen in the office, Zhou Yuntao, the middle-aged, bespectacled man, quickly interjected, "President Diao, the solution from Fang Qiming is not without merit. I have discussed it with Mr. Frank, and he has agreed." "Zhou, I am not pleased," Diao Mao retorted sharply. "It is merely a chef. Even if it were a chef for a state banquet, Mr. Frank could easily have access to one. This is China, after all, and Mr. Frank is just a businessman. The fact that Fang Qiming is willing to assist is more than sufficient." Zhou Yuntao attempted to explain, but before he could finish, Diao Mao slammed the table again and declared, "Zhou, if this is the case, I see little reason for you to continue as vice president. How is it that, being a person of Huaxia, you disregard Mr. Frank? Do not forget who has provided you with your livelihood." In an instant, Zhou Yuntao's countenance darkened. "I am attempting to engage in a civil conversation with you. Must you respond in such an ungracious manner? Mr. Fang Qiming is, after all, the paramount leader of Jiangzhou. He has chosen to extend you a modicum of courtesy, and you dare to overstep your bounds? Do you truly believe yourself to be of such significance that all must bow before you? What is it that you imply, General Diao?" Zhou Yuntao, suppressing his discontent, inquired. Diao Mao snorted disdainfully and replied, "Naturally, we shall continue to escalate the pressure. I shall apply pressure on Fang Qiming and that Liu family restaurant. I refuse to believe they will not yield. Humph, a mere chef from a restaurant thinks himself of great importance? I cannot accept that. Moreover, you must convey to Fang Qiming that if he does not acquiesce to prepare a meal exclusively for General Diao, then he can forget about the investment. Humph, who is Mr. Frank? Does he need to share a table with others? Let us not indulge in such absurdity." Zhou Yuntao pondered for a moment, then cautioned Diao Mao. "General Diao, those of great capabilities often possess peculiar temperaments and stubbornness. Should we incite the ire of Fang Qiming or that esteemed chef, we may not even secure a place at the table, and then Mr. Frank." "Rest assured," Diao Mao sneered, "I refuse to believe that such a sumptuous opportunity laid before Fang Qiming would go unheeded. Once Fang Qiming consents, a mere chef is inconsequential. You may set your mind at ease." Diao Mao held both the chef and Fang Qiming in contempt. He distinctly remembered that the current paramount leader from their hometown frequently engaged in amicable discussions with him, hoping he would facilitate investment. Zhou Yuntao acknowledged with a sound, stating, "Very well, General Diao. I shall relay your words verbatim to Secretary Fang's secretary." After ending the call, Zhou Yuntao sighed, yet he proceeded to contact Tong Xiao. Diao Mao was indeed a person of decisive authority in Huaxia, employing true iron-fisted tactics. He had no choice but to comply. One can only hope that Fang Qiming will genuinely make concessions and avoid any complications. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Upon recognizing the caller as Zhou Yuntao, Tong Xiu responded warmly, especially since a substantial sum of investment from Frank was imminent, warranting his utmost hospitality. Secretary Tong, it is as follows. General Diao just contacted us. Zhou Yuntao was exceedingly tactful, avoiding directness, yet Tong Xiu grasped the essence. Mr. Zhou, this matter is quite challenging. If feasible, Secretary Fang would prefer not to share a table. That chef operates under strict principles. What he says is final. The mere allowance for Mr. Frank to share a table is already a concession made in deference to Secretary Fang. We have contemplated whether to invite that esteemed friend to transfer the entire contract to Mr. Frank, but that chef has firmly declined. If you insist on having a separate table, it may ultimately come down to a lottery. As for when we might be able to dine, that is truly beyond our control. Zhou Yuntao remarked, Secretary Tong, this matter is at the behest of President Diao, who has made it abundantly clear that if Secretary Fang does not acquiesce, all funding will be withdrawn. Furthermore, our company's collaborations with several enterprises in Jiangzhou will also be entirely rescinded. You should be aware of the nature of our business, correct? Secretary Tong's expression grew grave. Frank is a cybersecurity expert from America, and their primary products revolve around software focused on network information security, particularly antivirus software. Currently, many technology companies in Jiangzhou are collaborating with Frank's firm. Should they withdraw, it would indeed be a significant issue. Mr. Zhou, please hold for a moment. Allow me to confer with Secretary Fang regarding this matter. Chapter 115. Divine Assistance. How audacious of this Diao Mao to consider himself so significant. Does he expect me to act as Frank's shoeshine boy? Upon receiving Tong Xiu's report, Fang Qiming felt a surge of anger. In truth, after speaking with Yin Dajing over the phone, he had a hunch that Yin Dajing was indeed the enigmatic chef. Fang Qiming recalled that his uncle Master Gu Hong had mentioned the exquisite fried rice crafted by his junior master. Coincidentally, the Liu family restaurant boasted a mysterious chef who only presented his culinary creations once a month, leading Fang Qiming to suspect that it was indeed Yin Dajing. However, since his junior master had not directly revealed this, Fang Qiming chose not to address it. Now that Diao Mao was bullying him and his junior master, how could he possibly endure it? I am eager to see how he threatens me. Inform Zhou Yuntao and Jiao Mao that this matter is settled. If Frank is unwilling, then we shall drop it. Fang Qiming expressed his displeasure. Of course, Fang Qiming's decision was well considered. Indeed, while Frank's company was renowned for its security software, being the foremost cybersecurity firm globally, and their products were highly effective in both virus elimination and defense, it did not imply that they were irreplaceable. Numerous other companies were also in the throes of development. Did Diao Mao not realize that his actions could lead to significant losses for them? Fang Qiming did not believe Diao Mao would act so recklessly. Moreover, should he proceed in this manner, it would be a grave misstep. Yin Dajing, what are you doing? Working for unscrupulous capitalists. Have you seen the news? I have not. Do not think to swindle my money. Leave. The following day at work, Liu Yuan and Yin Dajing secretly resumed their conversation on WeChat. However, Yin Dajing had grown increasingly bold. He would never have dared to chat so openly with Liu Yuan before. Now, their discussions flowed freely, punctuated by playful banter. After a while, Liu Yuan sent another message. Did you know Frank is in Jiangzhou? He is my idol. Yin Dajing casually replied, Ah, that cannot stand. Whatever it is you admire about him, I shall strive to surpass and replace him in your affections. He currently possessed advanced programming skills, making it exceedingly easy to tackle the tasks assigned by Shui Yifan, and even chatting with Liu Yuan posed no challenge. Sure, he runs the largest cybersecurity company in the world. Can you match that? Liu Yuan's message was followed by a cascade of mocking emojis. What's stopping me? If I do surpass Frank, will you marry me? What do you say? Yin Dajing's message concluded with a series of exuberant laughter emojis. All right, I shall await your success. Liu Yuan took the exchange lightly, merely engaging in casual conversation with Yin Dajing. However, after sending the message, she regretted it. How could I have said such a thing? Since Yin Dajing is quite astute, if he were to indeed establish a cybersecurity company, he might not be devoid of opportunities. However, how could this be possible? Even the most elite hacker would struggle to create a grand enterprise akin to Frank's. Strangely enough, Louis Warren harbored a subtle expectation for Yin Dajing's future accomplishments. "For your sake, I must endeavor," replied Yin Dajing promptly. After a brief exchange, Louis Warren remarked, "A significant event has transpired in the industry today, particularly here in Jiangzhou. It appears that Frank's company intends to sever its collaboration with a major enterprise in our region. Isn't that a breach of contract? Moreover, what could they possibly gain from such an action?" Yin Dajing expressed his confusion. Although Frank's company is substantial, it is not a monopoly, as numerous others operate in this field. All are striving to capture market share, and such actions are exceedingly rare. It seems a path to mutual destruction, providing undue advantage to competitors. It is said that the president of Frank's company, Jiao Mao, seeks to coerce Fang Qiming into fulfilling certain demands. Has Jiao Mao lost his senses? Yin Dajing exclaimed in astonishment. Fang Qiming is the foremost leader in Jiangzhou. How could he be intimidated? Even if he were to concede, it would be tantamount to national disgrace. If he acquiesces to one request today, what further demands might arise tomorrow? Surely, Jiao Mao cannot be so foolish. Indeed, even you perceive the absurdity of the situation. Regrettably, Jiao Mao seems blinded by his ambitions. Louis Warren lamented, acknowledging the common belief that those who reach such heights are devoid of folly. Yet, even the most intelligent individuals can occasionally become disoriented. Presently, Jiao Mao has indeed begun to threaten numerous tech companies in Jiangzhou, attempting to dissolve contracts. This matter has stirred considerable commotion within the circle. Suddenly, an idea struck Yin Dajing. This is an opportunity. Fortune favors me. He quickly made a discreet call to Yu Yun. "President Yin, I was just about to call you. Your call came through first. Haha, our chance has arrived." Yu Yun exclaimed excitedly as the call connected. The cybersecurity company collaborating with the Yuanjiang Group has been established, albeit for a brief period, with few clients, all acquired through the connections of Tan Zihao and Yu Yun at the Yuanjiang Group. Other enterprises remain skeptical of this new company. "President Yu, are you aware of the situation with Frank and Jiao Mao?" "Indeed, this matter has garnered considerable attention. I am well aware. Recently, I have set aside all other tasks to devote myself entirely to the cybersecurity venture." She possesses discernment, and after some time, she has come to recognize the remarkable capabilities of Yin Dajing and Chu Qin's programming. Yu Yun understood that once this cybersecurity initiative succeeded, it could easily expand beyond national borders. At that point, the Rongjiang Group and their competitor, the soaring Eagle Network Security Company, would pale in comparison. Mere trifles unworthy of mention. However, establishing such a cybersecurity firm would prove challenging in the initial stages, as the current landscape in China has largely solidified. It is no simple task to carve out one's share forcefully. The recent incident involving Frank undoubtedly presents an opportunity to gain prominence. Yu Yun conveyed her forthcoming prospects to Yin Dajing, who, however, struggled to grasp her intentions and ultimately decided to let her pursue her endeavors. "By the way, you might consider reaching out to Fang Qiming." "No, I shall contact him instead. I believe he can assist you. I will have him get in touch with you shortly." After hanging up with Yu Yun, Yin Dajing promptly called Fang Qiming. Before long, Fang Qiming answered, "Little Master Uncle, are you aware of the situation concerning Jiao Mao and Frank? Rest assured, I will manage this matter and ensure it does not involve you." "What on earth? How does this concern me?" Chapter 116. Jiao Mao's hidden card. "Little Master Uncle, are you not aware of this matter?" Fang Qiming paused briefly before recounting the events to Yin Dajing in detail. "Very well, thank you. Since Jiao Mao has made his stance clear, please convey my message. This time, I shall not permit Frank to share a table. If he wishes to savor the dishes of the mysterious chef, he must queue for a lottery." Upon hearing Fang Qiming's words, Yin Dajing was filled with indignation. Indeed, if Jiao Mao is truly engaging in actions against the Liu family's restaurant, I shall intervene. You can rest assured on that front. Fang Qiming, being a prominent leader in Jiangzhou, was able to provide such assurance. "By the way, does Jiao Mao's conduct pose any threat to you?" "I have heard that he has gone mad, intending to terminate collaborations with numerous technology companies in Jiangzhou," Yin Dajing inquired. "Indeed, he is undertaking such reckless actions. Jiao Mao has truly lost his mind. His actions are tantamount to cutting off his own retreat." Fang Qiming, however, felt little concern. Suspecting that Jiao Mao would soon face retribution, Yin Dajing responded with a thoughtful hum. "Oh, and Qiming, there's another matter I wish to seek your assistance with. My partner, Yu Yun, the wife of Tan Zihao from the Yuanjiang Group, and I have embarked on establishing a cybersecurity company. Coincidentally, Jiao Mao's foolishness has opened up a vast market in Jiangzhou, so I would appreciate your help in exploring potential collaboration with Yu Yun. Well, fine. Fang Qiming admitted, feeling somewhat hesitant. Were it not for Yin Dajing's personal call, he would not have easily acquiesced. However, the extent of what can be achieved will depend on your company's capabilities. After all, I can only assist in facilitating matters. The final outcome is beyond my control. Yin Dajing chuckled, rest assured. Qiming, you know that whenever I take action, success is guaranteed. Our products are undoubtedly world-class, surpassing even those of Frank's company. He possessed a firm confidence, believing himself to be at the pinnacle of hacking technology. Fang Qiming smiled and replied, "Good, then have Yin contact me, and I shall discuss matters with her." Despite his words, he did not fully take Yin Dajing's claims to heart. After all, Frank was a formidable individual, and his company was a global powerhouse. If they could outperform them, it was a concept difficult to fathom. Yin Dajing discerned Fang Qiming's skepticism, yet he refrained from excessive explanation, as some truths require no elaboration. Facts speak louder than words. After providing Yu Yun with Fang Qiming's contact information, he no longer needed to worry about the matter and could comfortably engage in conversation and leisure with Lu Yuan. Jiaozong. In the video, Zhou Yuntao sighed, saying, "Fang Qiming has rejected your suggestions and even reprimanded us, issuing a warning. He has even canceled the table-sharing arrangement. If Frank wishes to savor the culinary delights crafted by the enigmatic chef at the Lu family restaurant, then he must queue for the opportunity himself." How amusing. I initially expected Jiao Mao to erupt in fury, yet he merely smiled. However, the sight of Jiao Mao's smile sent a shiver down Zhou Yuntao's spine. Jiao Mao remarked nonchalantly, "I did not anticipate Fang Qiming to acquiesce so readily. Nonetheless, since he has declined, the matter no longer rests with me. Please contact relevant foreign media to expose this incident. State that Frank merely wished to enjoy a meal in Jiangzhou." Yet the small establishment of Lu Family Restaurant showed him no courtesy. Not only did they insist that Mr. Frank share a table with others, but this also reflects a blatant disregard for Mr. Frank, completely undermining the dignity of the American citizens. It is precisely for this reason that our company is contemplating whether to continue collaborating with the technology companies in Jiangzhou. We are simply indignant and wish to seek justice for Mr. Frank. Organize these statements well, allowing the media to sensationalize them. I must first suppress the opposition through the press. What Jiao Mao did not articulate was that mere media suppression would not suffice. Since Fang Qiming of Jiangzhou has been so disrespectful, would it not be logical for hackers from the United States to target the technology companies in Jiangzhou? This is Jiao Mao's contingency plan. This is also why he is untroubled by the prospect of losing the Jiangzhou market. Even if other companies take over, there will be a void during which his hired elite hackers can strike, leaving the opponents severely crippled. Ultimately, those technology firms in Jiangzhou will likely find themselves seeking his assistance once more. Of course, the so-called American hacking experts are not currently within the United States, but are instead residing in Binhai City. Otherwise, even the finest hackers from America would find it no easy feat to breach Huaxia's defenses and infiltrate its technology firms. However, this particular hacker, though American, has been living in Huaxia for over half a year now, having arrived earlier this year. Zhou Yuntao nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, news regarding this matter began to circulate overseas. While individuals within Huaxia remained oblivious, those who vigilantly monitored international developments were well aware of the situation. Numerous inquiries began to surface regarding Fang Qiming, with many high-ranking officials pressing him for answers, resulting in an overwhelming surge of pressure on Fang Qiming. Within a five-star hotel in Jiangzhou, Frank sighed as he savored a serving of crispy suckling pig. How could the flavor of the same dish differ so greatly? Frank mused. After enjoying the crispy suckling pig prepared by Yin Dajing yesterday, he had regained some appetite, allowing him to contemplate other dishes without complete distaste. Today, he eagerly anticipated the crispy suckling pig at this Chinese restaurant, but the outcome was rather disappointing. Zhou, when is the next dining event with that mysterious chef scheduled? Regarding the matter of sharing a table, Zhou Yuntao has already mentioned it to Frank, who seems indifferent, as dining with anyone is still dining. However, I regret to inform you that the chef has unexpectedly canceled the table-sharing arrangement. Director Diao is also advocating on your behalf, according to him. It should not be long before that enigmatic chef personally extends an apology and offers you a magnificent meal as a token of gratitude. Frank furrowed his brow, but after a moment of contemplation, he replied, since the matters concerning Huaxia have been entrusted to Jiao Mao, I shall place my complete trust in him. Very well. I shall leave this matter in his hands. Nevertheless, I must reiterate what I previously conveyed to you. My foremost objective remains to savor the culinary creations of the mysterious chef. Indeed, I have already communicated this. I shall reiterate it once more. All right, you may leave now, and also, please take away this crispy suckling pig. I have lost my appetite. Jiangzhou is a splendid place. Later, please guide me to explore other locales, as I wish to indulge in more culinary delights. Very well, Mr. Frank. Chapter 117. The flag lowered and the drum silenced. Fang Qiming received several calls of accountability, with some individuals exerting pressure on him to suppress the matter at hand. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, he received a call from Gu Hong. This issue pertains to the Liu family restaurant and involves you, so I will certainly assist you. Do not dwell on the higher-ups' problems. Focus on your own affairs. Gu Hong's words served as a definitive assurance. Although Gu Hong had completely stepped back, his words still carried significant weight, especially considering his friendship with the venerable Jiang from Yanjing. Soon enough, there was no longer any pressure from higher authorities on Fang Qiming. Comrade Qiming, even Fei Yiqing, a leader from Beihu, personally called, stating, regarding Frank's matter, you have no issues whatsoever. This is our Huaxia, and we must uphold our dignity. I support you. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to communicate with me. He added, by the way, what is your relationship with Elder Jiang from Yanjing? He used to be my superior. Fang Qiming, having previously served as Fei Yiqing's secretary and being considered part of Fei's faction, quickly replied, Elder Jiang? I am not acquainted with anyone by that name in Yanjing. Are you referring to the esteemed Elder Jiang, a pillar of Huaxia? I hold him in great respect, but I have never met him, nor do I have any connection. Fei Yiqing responded, just moments ago, Elder Jiang's eldest son personally called me. Given Elder Jiang's stature, he would not interfere in such matters. Now, do not speculate further. Focus on your work and resolve this issue. We must not compromise Huaxia's dignity. Yes, Leader Fei. After concluding the call, Fang Qiming found himself bewildered. How had he connected with Elder Jiang? Could it be due to his relationship with Gu Hong, his senior master? Meanwhile, on Jiao Mao's side, after waiting for a considerable time without any response from Fang Qiming, he gritted his teeth and enlisted the help of a hacker. This hacker, whose true name was Thompson, presented himself merely as a young foreign teacher in Huaxia. However, he was, in fact, the third-ranked powerhouse of the Black Alliance Forum. Following Jiao Mao's instructions, he initiated a fierce attack on a major company in Jiangzhou, Fading Technology. Prior to the assault, he had conducted some investigation and had even obtained data provided by Jiao Mao. However, half an hour later, Thompson's expression began to twist in disbelief. What is happening? How is this defense network so formidable? It's impossible. He continued to analyze and attack, yet all his attempts were thwarted. This cannot be. After a moment of resolve, Thompson contacted the second-ranked expert from the Black Alliance Forum, who had formerly held the first position. The current top hacker had now fallen from grace. The individual who once held the title of the foremost expert in Nation D was a close friend of his. However, after the passage of half an hour, both returned empty-handed. What is going on, Thompson? Are you napping? The frustration in Jiao Mao's voice was palpable as he noted the elapsed time without any reaction from their chosen target, Fading Technology. I have been attacking for over an hour, yet I have not breached their defenses at all. I dare say, the fortifications of Fading Technology are even more formidable than when you installed your company's firewall. I even invited my esteemed friend to join me, yet to no avail. Should I attempt to breach other companies instead? Indeed, switch to another one quickly. Even if it is merely to compromise a single target, it will suffice. Currently, Jiangzhou is akin to a fortress, but once a single technology company falls, the floodgates shall open. However, another hour slipped by, and Thompson was on the verge of madness. The same fate befell several other companies, none of which he could penetrate. Brother, take a look at the Black Alliance Forum. Upon opening the forum, Thompson was met with a post that nearly caused him to faint. TP, cease your attacks on the firewalls of Jiangzhou's companies. This message, issued by an anonymous user, was in English. Yet, it had already garnered hundreds of comments. Many were incredulous, for the IDTP belonged to the third-ranked hacker on the Black Alliance Forum, a former second-ranked expert. However, This anonymous account presented irrefutable evidence, and numerous Chinese hackers joined in condemning TP's actions. Ultimately, the most alarming event transpired. Jiao posted a message revealing Thompson's true identity, exposing all of his information to the world. Upon seeing Jiao's post dated just 3 minutes prior, Thompson wasted no time, donning his clothes and preparing to flee. However, as he reached the elevator, several officers approached him. Thompson attempted to escape, but was swiftly apprehended. Jiao had made that post and then vanished, while the Black Alliance forum erupted in chaos, particularly regarding the firewalls of the Jiangzhou companies. Eager individuals began to investigate and uncover the details surrounding the matter. Eagle spreads its wings. Is this a new company? Could their strength surpass that of Frank's enterprise? If this company possesses the technological prowess of the god Jiao, anything is possible. Yet, they were hesitant to launch an attack, fearing the wrath of God Jiao and the potential exposure of their own information. The identities of hackers are often shrouded in secrecy. Thus, everyone began to adopt a cautious stance. However, numerous companies, particularly those from Huaxia, have begun to establish contact with the Eagle Wings cybersecurity company. As for Jiao Mao's ambitious plans, they have abruptly faltered. His most formidable asset has vanished, and the market in Jiangzhou has silently fallen under the dominion of Eagle Wings, leaving him utterly powerless. What a scoundrel! What has he done? It was only by evening that Frank learned of this development, and his fury was uncontainable. Even if he wished to remain oblivious, it was impossible. Earlier that afternoon, his company's stock price had plummeted dramatically, prompting numerous calls from concerned stakeholders. Upon grasping the full scope of the situation, Frank was further astounded. He never anticipated that Jiao Mao would take such a perilous gamble. In the game of power, the victor writes the narrative. Had Jiao Mao succeeded, it would have been commendable. However, his failure renders the endeavor particularly absurd. Immediately, all of Jiao Mao's responsibilities must be suspended. Zhou, take me to meet Fang Qiming. Since I am here, I owe him a sincere apology. Losing the Jiangzhou market is not catastrophic. My concern is that soon, the Huaxia market may also be at risk. And potentially, our global market could face significant repercussions. Frank's company originated in cybersecurity. Although it has since diversified into various software sectors and even considered ventures in the mobile industry, cybersecurity remains their cornerstone. With their foundation undermined, how could Frank not be anxious? Chapter 118. Frank's submission neither within Huaxia nor on the Heimeng forum, nor among the global internet community. Did anyone anticipate that this matter would resolve so swiftly, particularly in the Western nations, such as the United States, where the night was still young? The battle had already concluded. At this moment, many could not help but express their astonishment. The prowess of Diao Shun was indeed remarkable. As each confrontation seemed to conclude with such alacrity, when Frank visited Fang Qiming, Fang still made time to meet him. After all, Frank was a world-class businessman, and excessive posturing would be inappropriate. Greetings, Secretary Fang. I am Frank, he stated, adopting a humble demeanor. At this juncture, he was there to solicit assistance, and it was imperative that he maintained the appropriate attitude. Frank possessed a far-sighted strategic vision. Upon comprehending the antecedents and consequences of the situation, he immediately sensed impending trouble. Although he had merely lost the market in Jiangzhou, Jiao Mao's foolish tactics had nonetheless caused distress among the Huaxia populace. Hardly anyone wishes to be subjugated. If Huaxia could develop products that could effectively replace theirs, they would undoubtedly bolster their own. Jiao Mao's imprudent maneuvers provided Huaxia with ample justification. Should Huaxia initiate sanctions against Frank's company, it would swiftly lead to the complete forfeiture of the Huaxia market. If Huaxia's products proved sufficiently superior, their market share would be incrementally eroded. This was certainly not the outcome Frank desired. He needed to distance himself from Jiao Mao's personal actions, asserting that they bore no relation to Frank's company. Mr. Frank, welcome to Jiangzhou. Please have a seat. Fang Qiming greeted him with a smile. Xiao Tong, please prepare a cup of tea for Mr. Frank and Mr. Zhou. Mr. Frank, are you accustomed to our Huaxia tea? Or shall I offer you a cup of coffee instead? Frank replied, in Huaxia, we have a saying, the guest follows the host's preference. Tea will suffice. There is no need to brew coffee. I also enjoy Huaxia's tea. I have several varieties in my office, and from time to time, I have my assistant brew some for me. Xiao Tong poured 2 cups of tea, presenting one each to Frank and Zhou Yuntao. After taking a sip, Frank exclaimed, excellent tea. Delightful. I am pleased you enjoy it, Mr. Frank. Fang Qiming remarked, perceiving Frank's flattery. With a slight smile, he added, Xiao Tong, remember to gift Mr. Frank a package of tea when he departs. Certainly, Secretary Fang, Xiao Tong responded cheerfully. Mr. Frank, Mr. Zhou, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Fang Qiming continued. Secretary Fang, I am here to offer my apologies, Frank began. The situation is as follows. I suffer from anorexia. And upon hearing that Huaxia's cuisine is renowned worldwide, I ventured here to experience the culinary delights of Huaxia. In Huaxia, I was personally accompanied by Mr. Zhou Yuntao as we ventured to several locations. To my surprise, at the Liu family restaurant in Jiangzhou, I savored the exquisite crispy suckling pig prepared by a mysterious chef. Jiangzhou is indeed a place of remarkable talent and natural beauty. After indulging in this culinary delight, my appetite, which had been suppressed, experienced a significant revival. This was, without a doubt, the most splendid meal I have enjoyed in the past 6 months. Subsequently, I inquired further and discovered that this chef only prepares meals once a month. And to partake in his culinary creations, one must queue for a chance to draw lots. Given the extraordinary circumstances, I sought Mr. Zhou's assistance, knowing that you, Secretary Fang, have always been considerate towards foreign friends, and I am immensely grateful for your help in arranging a shared table. Secretary Fang replied coldly, Is that so? It seems otherwise. Does it not? The representatives from Frank Company have stated clearly that you do not accept shared dining arrangements. And they even went so far as to terminate contracts with several technology firms in Jiangzhou as a means of coercion, compelling me to persuade that enigmatic chef to yield. No. Mr. Fang, this is all a misunderstanding, Frank protested vehemently. I understand that the chef who prepared the crispy suckling pig possesses exceptional culinary skills and is undoubtedly strong-willed. Why would I go against the tide? As for the threats you mentioned, that is utterly unfathomable. Our Frank Company, no matter how powerful, would never dare to oppose you. That would be sheer folly. All of this stems from the personal actions of Diao Mao, who acted solely for his own benefit and not mine. I have already dismissed him, and from now on, all matters in Huaxia will be under the full responsibility of Mr. Zhou Yuntao. Zhou Yuntao bowed his head in apology, stating, Secretary Fang, Mr. Frank was indeed unaware of this matter. I must also apologize. Although I endeavored to dissuade Diao Mao, he persisted in his course, leading to this unfortunate predicament. I implore your magnanimity. After taking a sip of tea, Fang Qiming calmly remarked, Mr. Frank, Mr. Zhou, I prefer to speak plainly. Your Frank Company has indeed wounded the hearts of the Huaxia people. We were collaborating amicably, and for you to terminate our agreement so casually is rather unbecoming. Therefore, we are inclined to take decisive measures to diminish Frank Company's influence in Huaxia and to expel it entirely. That is unacceptable, Secretary Fang, Frank exclaimed. Our collaboration with Huaxia has always been cordial, and this incident was solely the result of Diao Mao's actions. I have terminated his employment, and our Frank Company is willing to bear certain costs to rectify the damages incurred on Huaxia's part. Zhou Yuntao interjected, Secretary Fang, Mr. Frank comes with sincerity. I kindly ask for your assistance in this matter. After all, our Frank Company has maintained a friendly relationship, and should we resort to undermining each other on an international stage, it would ultimately reflect poorly on Huaxia and instill fear in other foreign investors. Fang Qiming inquired, Mr. Frank, how do you believe this matter ought to be resolved? After a brief pause, Frank responded, Secretary Fang, may I propose this? While it is true that Diao Mao's actions were personal, they nonetheless inflicted losses upon the enterprises of Jiangzhou. Our company, Frank Corporation, is willing to offer a year of comprehensive technical support free of charge to those companies in Jiangzhou that wish to terminate their contracts. Chuckling softly, Fang Qiming remarked, Mr. Frank, you truly are quite parsimonious and adept at calculations. That will not be necessary. I have already recommended that these enterprises employ our new company in Jiangzhou, Eagle Source. The firewall provided by this company is now on par with that of your Frank Corporation. Even if it were offered for free, they would not opt for your products. Upon hearing this, Frank's expression shifted noticeably. Prior to his arrival, he was aware that Diao Mao had orchestrated Thompson's attacks on these tech firms in Jiangzhou. Ultimately, however, Thompson was apprehended, and it was well known that his attempts were thwarted entirely by the firewall. It appeared that China was indeed inclined to support the Eagle Source Company, with rumors circulating that they received technical assistance from Diao. If this were the case, What future could Frank Corporation hope for in the Jiangzhou market, or even in the broader Chinese market? Chapter 119. The Greatest Beneficiary Secretary Fong. Would this arrangement be acceptable? Our Frank Corporation intends to invest $3 billion in Jiangzhou. Furthermore, in light of the contracts we previously terminated with various companies here, we are willing to compensate them for the past 3 years of expenses, in addition to the original settlement. What do you think? Frank hastily proposed. At present, the Jiangzhou market seems almost beyond redemption. However, his aim is to prevent this momentum from further spreading. An investment of $3 billion is not insubstantial, yet it ensures that he does not incur losses. Ultimately, the only cost to Frank Corporation would be the compensation for 3 years, coupled with a complete withdrawal from the Jiangzhou market. This is entirely acceptable. Fong Qiming replied with a calm demeanor. Since you, Mr. Frank, are so earnest, I can assure you that if you can fulfill these conditions, our Huaxia will not impose any restrictions on your Frank Corporation. Nevertheless, the normal competition with the Eagle Spreading Wings Company is beyond my purview. He had already communicated with Yu Yun, who appeared quite confident. The Eagle Spreading Wings Company had made a name for itself, and it would be unrealistic to expect it to grow rapidly without encountering obstacles. Frank's presence could serve as a buffer. Very well, our Frank Corporation has never shied away from challenges, Frank said, feeling a slight sense of relief. Even if they are formidable adversaries, their company is still relatively new and has yet to establish itself fully. However, Frank is acutely aware that the Huaxia market will likely pose significant challenges in the future, even if Huaxia refrains from suppressing them. It is probable that they will extend greater advantages to the Eagle Spreading Wings, as is the tendency of most nations to nurture their domestic enterprises. Once they reached an agreement, their conversation became considerably more pleasant. After discussing various topics, Frank brought up the matter of the Liu family restaurant once more. Mr. Frank, Fong Qiming said solemnly, even though I am the top leader in Jiangzhou, I cannot compel the chef to prepare meals if he is unwilling to do so. The Liu family restaurant abides by its own regulations. Even I must draw lots to dine there. At this juncture, Tong Xiu interjected, Mr. Frank, previously we managed to negotiate an arrangement allowing you to share a table, but, alas, following recent events, it is said that the enigmatic chef at the Liu family restaurant is quite incensed and has strictly prohibited table sharing, particularly with you. If you truly wish to savor the chef's culinary creations, you will need to queue and draw lots. Tong Xiu refrained from commenting on other subjects, but this matter was indeed within his domain to address. Frank found himself in a quandary, expressing a willingness to increase his investment by $10 billion. Yet he was gently declined by Fong Qiming, who indicated that he could not make such decisions. Fortunately, Frank is a man of resolve. Even in the face of aversion to food, he can compel himself to eat. Thus, he is feeling considerably better now and is able to resist temptation. Realizing that further action was futile, he refrained from continuing to pester Fong Qiming. Although Frank's situation initially circulated only on foreign forums, it soon garnered attention domestically, particularly following the triumph of Chinese enterprises. The most captivating stories emerged from 2 companies, the Liu family restaurant and the Eagle Soars cybersecurity company. The enigmatic chef of the Liu family restaurant cured Frank's anorexia with a crispy suckling pig, and this chef only prepares a meal once a month. To partake in this culinary experience, one must endure a lengthy queue and participate in a lottery, a spectacle in itself. Moreover, this mysterious chef possesses a unique character, refusing even to share a table with Frank. Consequently, people from all corners of the nation flocked to the restaurant, forming long lines even before the workday ended, eager to sample the chef's renowned dishes and test the validity of the rumors surrounding his culinary prowess. In contrast, Eagle Soars has captured even greater limelight. The celebrity hacker, T.P. Thompson, has become a household name and astonishingly infiltrated China, masquerading as an ordinary foreign teacher while relentlessly attacking companies in Jiangzhou, only to be thwarted in the end. Rumors suggest that Diao Shun serves as the technical backbone of Eagle Soars, with whispers circulating that Diao Shun is, in fact, a woman and currently the technical director of the company. The reputation of Diao Shun is monumental. Numerous small businesses and individuals have sought out the free version of the cybersecurity software released by Eagle Soars, and several major enterprises in China have begun pursuing collaboration. Yet, many remain oblivious to the fact that official support is subtly propelling these developments. Frank was indeed correct in his assumptions. China aspires for its enterprises to break into international markets, and certain backing is undoubtedly essential. According to reports from Yuyun, the download rate for the free version is increasing at an astonishing pace of over 100,000 per hour. Eagle Soars has truly skyrocketed to fame. Yuyun did not anticipate this rapid ascent and, in a moment of necessity, temporarily reassigned a group of talent from the Yuanjiang group to assist with promotion and operations, initiating a mass recruitment effort. The primary beneficiary of these developments is undoubtedly Yin Dajing, who has maintained a remarkably low profile. Few are aware that he is a significant shareholder in both companies. Yin Dajing, what is your connection to Eagle Source? As he prepared to leave work, he was summoned to the president's office by Lu Yuan for inquiry. Well, I confess, Eagle Source was co-founded by myself and Yuyun, the wife of Tan Zihao from Yuanjiang Group. Yin Dajing admitted, no longer wishing to conceal his identity linked to Diao. Oh, so that's why you had a disagreement with Yuanjiang Group personnel at the restaurant that day, and Tan Zihao assisted you so readily, Lu Yuan remarked with a nod. During the last birthday celebration of Bei-chin, a conflict erupted at the restaurant, which later came to the attention of Lu Yuan. To be candid, although she and Tan Zihao had never formally ended their relationship, she found his behavior to be somewhat irrational. Of course, she had not dwelled on the matter much. But now, with Yin Dajing's remarks, everything fell into place. With the remarkable success of Xiaoying Zhanqi, it seems likely that within 6 months, it could surpass Yuan technology. Yin Dajing chuckled. You did mention that if I were to surpass Frank's company, you would marry me. I remember it quite clearly. Otherwise, I would be reluctant to operate under the guise of Diao God. Furthermore, I shall not resign from Yuan technology until I have won your hand in marriage. I must keep an eye on you, lest someone else entice you away. Lu Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and remarkably, she refrained from reprimanding Yin Dajing. Chapter 120. The class flower. While returning home on the bus, Yin Dajing discovered that someone had mentioned him in the class WeChat group. This group had become quite bothersome to him, especially after the incident at the Lu family restaurant, which left him feeling rather uncomfortable. Thus, he had muted the notifications. He only received alerts when someone mentioned him directly. Upon opening the app, he was astonished to find that the group had been abuzz with activity, exchanging at least several thousand messages in just one afternoon. Were these individuals not occupied with their work? Yin Dajing lacked the time to sift through the myriad of messages. He merely glanced at the notification that mentioned him. The message read, Maltos baby. Yin Dajing, are you coming back for my birthday? You must show up, or else. By the way, I heard that Bai Shui will be there too. He recalled that Maltos baby was Tang Tian, the organization committee member from the computer science department. She was cheerful and vibrant, known for organizing class activities, and had gained quite a reputation among her peers. Tang Tian had frequently sought his assistance in the past, and Yin Dajing, being the accommodating person he was, would readily oblige as long as the requests were not overly burdensome. She was well aware of his nature, which led her to rely on him often, but he never took offense. True to her name, Tang Tian was indeed a sweet girl with pleasing features. Though slightly overweight at a height of just over 5 feet and weighing around 120 pounds. As for Bai Shui, she was the former class monitor and the epitome of beauty in their department. The computer science department was notoriously male-dominated, and thus, a girl like Bai Shui, who could be considered passably attractive, easily earned the title of class flower. However, in terms of facial features, Yin Dajing believed Tang Tian to be more beautiful than Bai Shui. The latter simply excelled in physique, being slimmer than Tang Tian. During their school days, Yin Dajing had shown considerable enthusiasm for class activities, and since Bai Shui was the class monitor, many speculated that he was pursuing her. Yet, it was evident that Bai Shui did not regard him with any interest. Her standards were notably high. After all, as the class flower, associating with mere classmates would surely diminish her stature. Yin Dajing replied, Maltos baby, I sincerely apologize. I have been rather busy lately, and likely won't have the time. Soon, responses began flooding in from the group, each person chiming in with their thoughts. Whoa, Jingge, you've surfaced. What could possibly keep you so busy? Can an intern really be that occupied? Exactly. Even if you're swamped, it's just a few hours for a gathering of old classmates. Is that too much to ask? Or perhaps you're apprehensive about encountering Bai Shui. Well, it's true that Bai Shui's boyfriend is a wealthy heir. If you meet him, you might feel rather inadequate. Yin Mingyu, Yin Dajing is your good buddy. You ought to persuade him. Yin Dajing felt a wave of unease wash over him as he scrolled through the messages, leaving him even more speechless at the antics of his classmates. After graduation, the number of those who chose to remain in Jiangzhou was rather limited. More than half opted for first-tier cities such as Yanjing, Binhai, and Yangcheng, while some returned to their hometowns to pursue their careers. Only about a quarter of the classmates remained in Jiangzhou. Among those who were once closest to Yin Dajing, it seems that only Gaoyang has stayed behind. The others are acquaintances at best, and should Yin Dajing decide to marry, they would certainly not extend an invitation. It has been a while since the last gathering, and a few members have been doing quite well, thus they are particularly active in the group. Upon hearing about Tang Tiantian's birthday, everyone expressed their desire to attend. Interestingly, just a few days ago, they were all criticizing Lu Mingzhi, but today the tide has turned, and they began to praise him instead. In fact, Tang Tiantian even reached out to Lu Mingzhi to arrange for her birthday banquet the following evening at the Lu family restaurant. However, Lu Mingzhi declined her request, leaving Tang Tiantian quite displeased, and she couldn't help but voice her grievances in the group chat. Gaoyang privately messaged Yin Dajing, "Jinggu, are you free tomorrow evening? It's been a while since we last met. It would be nice to catch up. As for Bai Shue's boyfriend, I have heard about him. What a farce. A so-called rich second generation. He is over 30 and merely a leader of a small company, even bald. I suspect she is too embarrassed to introduce him." Yin Dajing replied, "I simply have no interest in gathering with them. The Lu family restaurant had some issues a few days ago, and everyone in the group was mocking them, but now that business has improved, they are all singing a different tune. All right, if you're going, then I shall join as well." Yin Dajing then announced in the class group that he would attend the gathering the next evening, inquiring about the time and location, and subsequently ceased further interaction with his classmates. He and Gaoyang chatted for a while longer, pleased to learn that Gaoyang was faring well. The next day, after work, Yin Dajing took a taxi to the trendy restaurant that Tang Tiantian had reserved. This establishment had garnered some fame online. Though its location was a bit off the beaten path, it was quaintly decorated with a distinctive style. Tang Tiantian had booked the second floor, and by the time Yin Dajing arrived, more than 10 people were already present. "Yin Dajing, you've arrived." Jinggu. Upon seeing him, everyone greeted him with smiles. Yin Dajing reciprocated their greetings with a warm smile. "Jinggu, why didn't you bring your girlfriend?" someone inquired. "Yes, I heard Bai Shui brought her boyfriend," another added. Just then, Bai Shui and her boyfriend arrived. "Wow, a BMW. That must be worth over $1 million. Following the gazes of the group, Yin Dajing looked down to see a white BMW parked by the roadside, and he could spot Bai Shui sitting in the passenger seat. In the driver's seat sat a balding man in his mid-30s, clad in a white shirt, his physique slightly plump, yet his movements remarkably agile. Originally, Yin Dajing intended to greet Tang Tiantian, but to his surprise, she had already dashed down the stairs like a gust of wind to welcome Bai Shui and her boyfriend. "Jinggu, you've arrived." At that moment, Gaoyang emerged from the restroom upstairs and approached, wrapping an arm around Yin Dajing's shoulder. Before long, Tang Tiantian returned with Bai Shui and her companion, announcing, "Ding ding ding. Our class beauty and her boyfriend Suze are here. Let us give them a warm welcome." "Welcome, welcome." The male classmates crowded closer, eager to engage. "Bai Shui, I've heard your boyfriend is from a wealthy family. Why not introduce him properly?" they urged. Bai Shui smiled gently and replied, "Wealthy family? You must be joking. Where did you hear that? Such nonsense." Her boyfriend, Suze, chuckled as well, saying, "Indeed, I am no rich heir. Although my father runs a business, it barely yields over 2 million a year. I do not rely on him. The house and car I purchased in Jiangzhou were bought with my own earnings." Unable to contain himself, Gaoyang muttered derisively, "Nonsense. Just a department manager earning a little over 20,000 a month. Buying a house and such an expensive car without your father's help is absurd." Yin Dajing smiled and remarked, "Being born into the right family is indeed a skill. But how did you come to know her boyfriend?" Gaoyang responded, "I happened to meet him while doing business last week and inquired a bit." Chapter 121. Memories Humph. "I shall expose him shortly," Gaoyang remarked with disdain. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you want to unmask him? He hasn't wronged you. Bai Shui, hasn't he offended you either, has she? Just because he boasts a little, does it warrant such a reaction?" Yin Dajing replied, somewhat baffled. "Are you really that oblivious, or are you pretending? Bai Shui has always undermined you. This time, she initially had no intention of bringing her boyfriend, but upon learning you would be here, she decided to bring him along." From her tone, It's clear she wants to show off in front of you, Gao Yang said, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Shui and her boyfriend, Su Zhe. All right, I understand now, Yin Dajing chuckled instead. Gao Yang, at least, still thought of him fondly, which made him feel warm inside, as his previous kindness had not been in vain. However, the foolishness you speak of is unnecessary. If she enjoys undermining others, let her be, as long as it pleases her. Yin Dajing had previously harbored no anger towards such matters. Now, with a broader perspective, he truly felt indifferent to Bai Shui's actions. Firstly, he had never held any affection for Bai Shui. Since he did not like her, her actions mattered little. Whether she flaunted her relationship or boasted about her boyfriend's superiority had no bearing on him. Secondly, his current aspirations were directed towards Lu Yueran, who was far superior to Bai Shui, placing them on completely different levels. Moreover, he was now a major stakeholder in the Lu family restaurant in Xiongning Zhanqi, possessing assets worth billions and associating with influential figures like Fang Qiming, Gu Hong, and Zhang Lao. Even if Bai Shui stood before him, hurling insults about his poverty, he would hardly feel angered. His presence at Tang Tiantian's birthday party was simply a means to reconnect with Gao Yang after a considerable time apart. Yin Dajing remained composed, while Gao Yang continued to harbor resentment, offering no cordiality towards Bai Shui. Bai Shui, accompanied by Su Zhe, greeted their classmates one by one. Upon reaching Yin Dajing and the others, Bai Shui slightly lifted her chin and introduced, Zhe Ge, this is Yin Dajing, and this is Gao Yang. Gao Yang merely acknowledged with an "oh" and fell silent. Yin Dajing, however, smiled and said, Hello, Zhe Ge, I am Yin Dajing. Su Zhe scrutinized Yin Dajing for a moment longer before teasingly addressing Bai Shui. This Yin Dajing wouldn't he be the one who pursued you before, would he? Gao Yang quickly interjected, No, Jingge has never pursued Bai Shui. I can vouch for that. Ha ha, Gao Yang, everyone knows about Jingge and Bai Shui's past. It's all water under the bridge. There's nothing to deny. Exactly, Jingge has a girlfriend now. The past is long gone. And Jingge doesn't mind it at all. So why are you still stirred up? Numerous classmates voiced their support for Su Zhe and Bai Shui, as they had just discovered that Su Zhe was a programmer and a project manager, perhaps hinting at the possibility of working at his company. Bai Shui, whose programming skills were rather mediocre, was currently employed at their firm as a tester. As for my relationship with Yin Dajing, we have nothing going on. Please refrain from making baseless claims. Bai Shui feigned a shy demeanor in response. Bai Shui, at one point, Jingge had a secret admiration for you. Did you truly not sense anything? The jesting continued, as many expressed their affection for Bai Shui, asserting that not everyone could be aware of such feelings. Tell us, have you ever harbored feelings for Bai Shui? They joked, with Yin Dajing smiling along, though Gao Yang could no longer tolerate the banter. You all know nothing. Jingge has never expressed any affection for Bai Shui nor pursued her. It's merely your conjecture. Sensing Gao Yang's rising frustration, the group quickly diverted the conversation away from Bai Shui and Yin Dajing. Tang Tiantian, I'm quite hungry. Isn't it time to eat? Bai Shui inquired about the meal. Just a moment, please. We have a distinguished guest arriving shortly, Tang Tiantian replied with a wink. A distinguished guest? Who else could it be? Bai Shui's brows furrowed slightly at the mention of another notable guest, as she believed she should be the guest of honor at this birthday gathering. Hey, that's a secret, Tang Tiantian said with a playful grin. How annoying. You have secrets from me? Do tell, Bai Shui teased as they playfully bantered. Within 5 minutes, a voice at the door interrupted. Sorry, I'm late. Teacher Yi. Indeed. The esteemed guest Tang Tiantian mentioned was Teacher Yi Qiao, clearly worthy of the title. Teacher Yi, come and sit. Here, take my spot. I have space. The group welcomed Yi Qiao warmly, as she had previously been their counselor and was undeniably stunning, even more so than Lu Mingzhi's ex-girlfriend. The campus belle of Jiangku University. With a gentle smile, Yi Qiao addressed them. Thank you, Tang Tiantian. Happy birthday. I have a small gift for you. I hope you like it. She handed a small gift box to Tang Tiantian. Oh, Teacher Yi, it's enough that you came. There's no need to bring a gift. You're too kind. Tang Tiantian beamed with joy as she accepted the present and placed it on the table. It's my pleasure, Yi Qiao said, glancing around before sitting beside Yin Dajing. How is everyone? How are your job searches going? This trendy establishment features a spacious hall on the second floor, arranged not in the conventional one table per group manner, but rather with several tables positioned in an orderly fashion. Each guest is provided with a small hot pot before them, while a large communal table in the center is laden with a variety of dishes, allowing patrons the freedom to indulge in hot pot or serve themselves from the central spread. It embodies a semi-buffet style. Consequently, there are still numerous vacant seats available, which led to some surprise when Yi Xiao chose to sit directly beside Yin Dajing. Naturally, no one thought much of it. Yi Xiao inquired about various attendees, many of whom shared details of their flourishing careers, including their current employment and monthly salaries. Yin Dajing, may I ask where you are currently employed? Given your past attentiveness to Bai Shui, should you require assistance, I could arrange a position for you at our company. Suze remarked with a warm smile directed at Yin Dajing. No, thank you. I have already secured a position at Yuan Technology, where I have passed my probation and now earn over 10,000 a month. Yin Dajing replied, still with a smile. That's impressive, Jinggu. You've already been confirmed in your role. Gao Yang, who had yet to inquire about Yin Dajing's employment, could not hide his delight upon hearing the news. Many cast envious glances in their direction. After all, their computer science department at Jiang University did not rank highly in Huaxia and was relatively weak in Jiangzhou. In their cohort, only a handful continued in programming, while the majority had transitioned to roles in quality inspection, secretarial positions, or even sales of computer-related products. The fact that Yin Dajing had swiftly secured a permanent position with such a commendable salary at the reputable Yuan Technology indicated that he had firmly established himself in the industry, leaving others unable to suppress their envy. Chapter 122, Boastful Self-Promotion. Yuan Technology. Not too shabby. Suze initially intended to act nonchalantly, only to discover that Yin Dajing was faring quite well, making it difficult to maintain his facade. After all, the programmers at Yuan Technology were, to some extent, on par with the project managers at their own company. He hesitated to continue his bravado, especially since he aimed to recruit someone to their firm. Impressive, Dajing. You've secured your position so swiftly, Gao Yang remarked, genuinely pleased for Yin Dajing. Make sure to treat the brothers to a meal in a couple of days. Absolutely. I will. The other classmates, particularly those still toiling in technical roles, were enduring the grind of internships. While those in sales were only managing to get by, none had yet earned a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. You've got our backs now, right, Dajing? Several classmates expressed with envy. However, envy bore little fruit. Everyone knew that while in school, Yin Dajing had already begun taking on external work. Observing Suze's deflated demeanor, Bai Shui grew somewhat displeased. She shifted the conversation away from work and broached the topic of Suze's car. Dajing, let me have Zega give you a ride home later. This BMW is worth nearly 2 million. Not everyone gets to ride in one. Tang Tian interjected, Bai Shui, didn't you say you'd take me home first? Bai Shui laughed. I'll take you first, then Dajing. After all, when I was class monitor, Dajing helped me immensely. Her tone carried a hint of flirtation, and it was clear to everyone that she alluded to the fact that Yin Dajing had once pursued her. By the way, Dajing, where's your girlfriend? Why didn't you bring her along? I've heard you've been dating for a while now, Gao Yang inquired, his expression shifting slightly as he grappled with how to shield Yin Dajing from scrutiny. Yin Dajing was well-liked, and many knew about his romantic entanglements. But Gao Yang was aware that the so-called elegance was merely a ruse orchestrated by Lu Wan. My girlfriend is a bit shy. I'll bring her next time. Yin Dajing replied. Oh really? What does she look like? We've yet to meet her. Is she beautiful? Does she compare to Bai Shui? A male classmate eagerly questioned. Bai Shui, feeling a twinge of anxiety, retorted, what is wrong with you? Why compare me? Well, you are our class beauty, so comparisons are inevitable, the male classmate continued. Chuckling. Before Yin Dajing could respond, Gao Yang interjected, I've seen Dajing's girlfriend. She is stunning and wealthy. A true paragon of beauty and privilege. Noticing Yin Dajing's embellishment, Gao Yang decided to play along, exaggerating the truth further. If caught, he would simply claim he was boasting and that it had nothing to do with Yin Dajing. You've all seen my ex too. She is prettier than Bai Shui. But compared to Dajing's girlfriend, that is a different league entirely. Gao Yang, harboring no fondness for Bai Shui, began to undermine her. Gao Yang's ex-girlfriend, Yin Shi, was indeed familiar to many male classmates, and it was hard to deny that she surpassed Bai Shui in beauty. Bai Shui was merely a tall figure among shorter peers. In any other class, she would hardly qualify as a beauty, let alone be considered the class flower. Upon hearing Gao Yang's comment, Bai Shui's expression soured immediately, and Suze also appeared displeased, adopting a stern demeanor. Come on, Gao Yang, enough is enough. There is a limit to your flattery towards Yin Dajing. Do you really think a stunning heiress would be interested in him? Bai Shui retorted with a cold laugh. Gao Yang countered, why wouldn't she be interested? Suze is drawn to you, isn't he? Oh, wait, you find Suze appealing too, don't you? Jinggu is handsome, talented, and with a stable job poised for promotion and a raise. It's perfectly normal for a beautiful heiress to be attracted to him. Seeing the tension escalate, Yi Qiao intervened. All right, let us change the subject. By the way, Tang Tian, can we start eating now? I believe everyone is quite hungry. After a brief acknowledgement from Tang Tian, she declared that dinner could commence. However, Bai Shui continued to cast a frosty demeanor towards Yin Dajing and Gao Yang. The atmosphere thick with animosity. Seriously, does she not see her own shortcomings? She truly believes herself to be a princess like her name suggests, when in reality, she is merely a dwarf beside the princess. Gao Yang whispered to Yin Dajing. Okay, let us drop this topic. Yin Dajing chuckled, shifting his focus back to Gao Yang. What projects have you been engaged in lately? Is there anything I can assist you with? Yin Dajing contemplated bringing Gao Yang into the Eagle Source Company. However, the notion of parachuting him in could hinder Gao Yang's development and alter their relationship. Moreover, given that Gao Yang's recent performance was reportedly commendable, Yin Dajing hesitated to finalize anything. Yet, if there were opportunities for collaboration between their businesses, Yin Dajing could discreetly facilitate a partnership, enriching Gao Yang's professional endeavors. Once Gao Yang reached a certain level of maturity, the company could recruit him through other channels, ensuring a smoother transition. Nonetheless, Gao Yang refrained from elaborating on his situation, merely stating that he was managing well. Yin Dajing sensed an underlying issue, a hint of something amiss, prompting him to scrutinize Gao Yang more closely. This lad seemed to be navigating a career trough, and it appeared he was merely boasting in my presence. Drawing from his knowledge of feng shui and physiognomy acquired at the Ximen conference, Yin Dajing, though unable to foresee the future, discerned that Gao Yang was currently enduring a low point in life. However, this downturn was likely temporary. Without intervention, it wouldn't take long, at most 6 months, before fortunes shifted in Gao Yang's favor. Unlike Lu Hu, whose plight was overtly evident due to malevolent influences, Gao Yang's situation required careful observation and gradual divination to uncover. Such life lows and professional setbacks were commonplace, often overlooked by many. I have asked Yu Yun or Tan Zihao to investigate the situation regarding Gao Yang and to offer their assistance. Yin Dajing did not directly address this, but instead turned to Yi Qiao. Recently, Yi Qiao has experienced a smooth journey, especially with the support of Principal Zhuang Lingfeng, which has solidified her position and promises an auspicious future in her career. The students engaged in lively discussions, expressing their thoughts freely, including the recent fire at the Liu family restaurant and matters concerning the Xiong Ing Zhanqi company. Suze chuckled and remarked, to be candid, our company has already established a partnership with Xiong Ing Zhanqi. It is said that their backing comes from the Yuanjiang Group. The president of Yuanjiang Group, Tan Zihao, recruited the renowned hacker, known as Diao, to serve as the technical director, leading to the formation of this company. Presently, countless enterprises across Huaxiao are eager to collaborate with Xiong Ing Zhanqi. However, they do not partner with just any company. Currently, in Jiangzhou, there are only a little over 10 companies, and coincidentally, ours is one of them. Wow, that's impressive, Sue. Does that mean you might have the chance to meet Diao? Diao is my idol. If you meet Diao, could you possibly get an autograph for me? The students expressed an enthusiastic admiration for Diao, their longing to meet him rivaling that of fans wishing to encounter a top celebrity. Being computer science students, they were more informed than the average person and had mostly heard of Diao's exploits. Suze laughed, but Diao is not a star from the entertainment industry. How could he possibly give autographs? Furthermore, such elite hackers do not permit photographs. He then looked towards Bai Shui and said, my dear, if the opportunity arises, I shall take you to meet Diao. Zhang, you are truly wonderful to me. Bai Shui kissed Suze on the cheek, then turned to Yin Dajing. Your company, Yuan Technology, is quite well known. Why haven't you sought a partnership with Xiong Ing Zhanqi? Bai Shui was constantly contemplating how to gain an upper hand over Yin Dajing. Suze, sharing a disdain for Yin Dajing, retorted, Xiong Ing Zhanqi does not collaborate with just any company. Yuan Technology is still relatively young and has yet to reach the level required for a partnership with Xiong Ing Zhanqi. Chapter 123. The Trouble of Gao Yang. I am Diao, a major shareholder of the Eagle Soaring cybersecurity company. Yin Dajing suddenly found himself curious about the expression Su Zhe and Bai Shui would wear upon discovering these two facets of his identity. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. Our Yuan technology has absolutely no need to collaborate with Eagle Soaring. Yin Dajing chuckled and remarked. You companies merely cooperate with Eagle Soaring to procure their products, and in return, Eagle Soaring will assist you with some cybersecurity issues. However, we at Yuan Technology are different. Our boss has a close relationship with Diao, who has assured us that in the event of any cybersecurity troubles, he will personally step in to assist us. This is not something that can be resolved merely with money. Bai Shui scoffed. Yin Dajing, you ought to draft a script for your boasting. Who exactly is Diao? Is he someone you can command at your whim? As her words fell, Su Zhe discreetly tugged at her, signaling her to cease. Upon hearing Yin Dajing's claims, Su Zhe recalled the widely circulated rumors regarding Diao and Yuan Technology. Yin Dajing smiled. Yuan Technology may not be able to command him, but our boss, Lu Yuan, certainly can. This Diao is a friend of ours. You might not keep up with the news, but Diao was the first to intervene when we at Yuan Technology faced harassment from ransomware. Indeed, speaking of Yuan Technology and Diao, one cannot help but remember that Diao was initially spotted at Yuan Technology, and that news was all over the place. Su Zhe exclaimed, by the way, have you ever met Diao? Oh dear, how did we stray so far? You must get a signed photo. Apologies, Yin Dajing replied. Su Zhe is correct. Diao does not take photos or sign autographs. I have never encountered Diao myself. What a pity. Bai Shui fumed as she watched Yin Dajing steal the limelight from her and Su Zhe, nearly on the verge of flipping the table in frustration. Following this, Tang Tiantian organized a game for a while, during which Bai Shui continued to target Yin Dajing. For instance, during a game of truth or dare, using a beer bottle to determine who would choose either option, Bai Shui consistently schemed against Yin Dajing, yet not once did the bottle land on him. Instead, she was the one who answered several embarrassing questions, causing Su Zhe's expression to shift. After all, Yin Dajing was now a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Invincible beneath the foundation establishment level, controlling the beer bottle was far too easy for him. When they finally left the gathering, Su Zhe did not spare Bai Shui a kind glance, and certainly did not offer to drive anyone home. Leaving directly and inciting Tang Tiantian to berate Bai Shui for her lack of loyalty and sisterhood. After Yin Dajing returned, he promptly called Tan Zhihao to discuss the matter concerning Gao Yang, seeking his assistance. Tan Zhihao readily agreed, feeling a profound sense of indebtedness to Yin Dajing. Initially, he had partnered with Yu Yun and Yin Dajing solely to strengthen their ties, but soon he and Yu Yun realized that the success of their venture, Xiongying, would overshadow the petty interests of Yuanjiang Group. In truth, their collaboration with Yin Dajing proved to be a significant advantage for them. Tan Zhihao felt a twinge of guilt regarding the trivial matter that Yin Dajing entrusted to him, and he was determined to handle it with utmost diligence. Following the information provided by Yin Dajing, Tan Zhihao instructed his assistant to investigate the situation. Approximately an hour later, he called Yin Dajing back. Mr. Yin, I have ascertained the situation concerning Gao Yang. He has offended someone at the company and is now sidelined, with the risk of being dismissed at any moment. Oh, what exactly happened? Yin Dajing was not surprised but sought to understand the details. If anyone had wronged his brother, he would certainly seek to rectify the situation. Tan Zhihao explained. Gao Yang was transferred to a new office, which was indeed a significant opportunity, as his boss held high expectations for him. However, a female intern arrived at the office, who happened to be the boss's daughter. Gao Yang and she developed mutual feelings, which led to him offending others and falling victim to their schemes. Gao Yang is contemplating resigning, yet he hesitates to leave, thus he is tormented within. Yin Dajing responded with an understanding realizing the cause of Gao Yang's distress, which explained his need for companionship and the heavy drinking he had engaged in. It seemed he was burdened by his troubles, but felt unable to confide in anyone, keeping his struggles to himself. This fellow, he doesn't even share his troubles with me. Yin Dajing thought, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping in. Tan Zhihao continued with further details, revealing that Gao Yang's boss's daughter, Luo Wan, was a student at Jiangzhou University, currently interning with the intention of eventually taking over her father's company. Gao Yang's troubles stemmed from Luo Wan's childhood friend, who was the son of the company's vice president. This individual abused his power to undermine Gao Yang, imposing unattainable performance targets, with the threat of dismissal looming should Gao Yang fail to meet them. Yin Dajing inquired, Mr. Tan, does your group have any business dealings that could align with Gao Yang's company? If so, I would appreciate your assistance in helping him overcome this predicament. If finances are a concern, I am willing to provide personal funding. Tan Zihao hastily reassured, Mr. Yin, you need not worry. Our Yuanjiang group has ample business opportunities. This minor issue does not require your intervention. Rest assured, I will handle it. Furthermore, I have learned that Gao Yang has already sent a meeting request to our procurement department manager, which presents a perfect opportunity for me to assist him. After concluding the call, Tan Zihao began making the necessary arrangements. Yin Dajing held unwavering confidence in Tan Zihao's abilities, merely advising him to keep his identity concealed for the time being, to which Tan Zihao readily agreed. Later that day, around 11 o'clock, his roommate, Hua Xiaolei, returned, dragging a wheeled suitcase behind her. Previously, she had appeared somewhat fatigued upon her return, but this time, her face was alight with joy, clearly in high spirits. Yin Dajing, are you prepared for my gift? She inquired eagerly. Not yet, I'll just purchase a gift box last minute. Yin Dajing replied with a smile. You're tempting fate, Hua Xiaolei retorted, feigning indignation as she clenched her fists. Rest assured, it's already prepared, but you won't see it today. Tomorrow, on your birthday. It will surely dazzle your titanium alloy. Eyes. Yin Dajing continued. By the way, have you made reservations at the restaurant? If not, I can arrange it for you. Yin Dajing intended to help Hua Xiaolei secure a booking at the Liu family restaurant. Nowadays, even the main hall required advance reservations, as the number of patrons had significantly increased compared to before. Liu was somewhat overwhelmed and had even begun hiring additional chefs and waitstaff. Furthermore, following the events of the day, the restaurant was nearing capacity, with orders extending into the next month. However, Yin Dajing believed he could always arrange a private room for her. Hua Xiaolei interrupted him, saying, Of course, I prepared well in advance. Last-minute arrangements are hardly feasible. Hee. A colleague from my company managed to secure a reservation at the Liu family restaurant for tomorrow evening. Impressive, isn't it? I ask you, isn't that impressive? The Liu family restaurant. They say that making a reservation now takes several days to get a table, but thankfully we booked early. As she boasted about securing a reservation at the Liu family restaurant, Hua Xiaolei brimmed with pride. Tang Tiantian also wished to dine there, but was outright refused by Lu Mingzhi. All right, as long as you manage to get a reservation, that's what matters. Yin Dajing remarked upon hearing that Hua Xiaolei had already made arrangements, relieving him of the need to contact the restaurant. After work the following day, he first returned home to change his attire before heading to the Liu family restaurant. Unlike his previous encounter at Tang Tiantian's birthday, where he merely gifted her a red envelope containing 200 yuan without purchasing a present for Hua Xiaolei, he had meticulously prepared a jade pendant. Of course, he had only changed into cleaner clothes, not going to the extent of dressing in designer attire as he had when meeting Lu Laolao, who had insisted on a complete wardrobe overhaul. Yin Dajing, you've arrived. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. These are my colleagues and friends, and this is alongside Hua Xiaolei were 6 other individuals, which, in truth, was not an excessive number. Chapter 124. Eiichiro Sato Hanakogure was accompanied by 6 friends, 2 of whom were flight attendants. Although they were not adorned in their uniforms, their sweet countenances radiated warmth, each linking arms with Hannah in a display of camaraderie. The other 4 were introduced by Hannah. One was a male flight attendant who shared a good rapport with them. Another was a manager from the airline named Oh Shenghui. And the remaining 2 were friends brought along by Oh, namely Eiichiro Sato from Sato Corporation and Yu Shangyan, the proprietor of a local tech firm in Jiangzhou. After a brief introduction by Hannah, Oh Shenghui elaborated, This gentleman, Eiichiro Sato, is the nephew of Mr. Ken Sato from Sato Corporation and holds considerable influence within the company. He is here to discuss investment opportunities in Jianghang. He continued with a chuckle, and this is my old classmate, Yu Shangyan. It's quite a coincidence that we meet here. Eiichiro Sato murmured, Is this ever going to end? Now that everyone is here, let us head in and dine. I've heard the cuisine here is exceptional, which is why I came. Indeed, this Liu family restaurant is reputed to have connections with Feng Qiming and boasts of formidable backing. Just the other day, a mysterious chef prepared dishes that even cured Mr. Frank's appetite. Oh Shenghui replied with a grin. Yin Dajing cast a few more glances at Eiichiro Sato, noting that he bore no resemblance to Ken Sato. Yet, He refrained from dwelling on it, recognizing that even among biological fathers and sons, disparities in appearance were not uncommon. However, Eiichiro's haughty demeanor was rather off-putting. Leading the group was the male flight attendant who had made the reservation for Liu family restaurant, while Hannah trailed behind, softly explaining to Yin Dajing. I hadn't intended to invite Mr. O and the others, but upon learning we were coming here, they decided to join us. Yin Dajing understood and replied, "No worries. It's more lively with more people." Before his arrival, he had already informed Liu who, hence when they entered, the server merely greeted him with a smile, without further acknowledgement. "What is going on? Dining in the lobby?" At that moment, Eiichiro Sato suddenly barked, "Waiter, change our seating to a private room." Eiichiro's Mandarin was clumsy and harsh, prompting several curious glances and furrowed brows from onlookers. The waiter replied with a smile, "I apologize, sir, but both the lobby and private rooms require prior reservations. Your reservation is specifically for the lobby, and I am unable to accommodate you in a private room. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know who I am? Bring your manager out." Eiichiro continued to raise his voice. "Apologies, but our manager is currently busy in the kitchen," the waiter responded. "This is our lobby manager. You may discuss your concerns with him." The lobby manager of Liu Family Restaurant had been primarily tasked with addressing such issues, as many patrons were still adjusting to the new arrangements. However, the staff at the Liu Family Restaurant now exude confidence, especially with Secretary Fong dining here and maintaining cordial relations with the major shareholders. What do they have to fear? As long as they adhere to the rules, they need not worry about anyone's presence. Naturally, despite any dissatisfaction, their service demeanor remains impeccable, always greeting guests with warm smiles. When they noticed Sato Eiichiro embroiled in a debate with the lobby manager, Oh Shanghui expressed his discontent, saying, "What is going on here? I was under the impression that you had secured a private room, not just a table in the lobby." The flight attendant, pale-faced, replied, "Manager O, I apologize, but this establishment is exceedingly difficult to book. Even for the lobby, I managed to secure a reservation several days in advance." Yu Shangyin interjected, "Old O, you might want to rein in Mr. Sato Eiichiro. The backing of this restaurant is Fong Qiming. Causing a scene here may well offend him. Being a businessman." Yu Shangyin dared not provoke someone of Fong Qiming's stature. Oh Shanghui pulled Sato Eiichiro aside, stating, "Mr. Sato, this restaurant has even turned down Mr. Frank's requests. And given its affiliation with Fong Qiming, we should refrain from causing a disturbance here. Let's settle for what we have, or if you truly disapprove, we can seek another venue." Sato Eiichiro scoffed and told the lobby manager, "A table in the lobby it is then. Do arrange it for us promptly. If the food is unsatisfactory, expect complaints." The lobby manager merely smiled and escorted them to their seats. These nuances further fueled Yin Dajing's dissatisfaction with Sato Eiichiro. "Damn it, this is Huaxia. Sato Jian is merely my subordinate. What audacity allows you to act so arrogantly here? Does he not know to maintain a low profile? How has Sato Jian trained his subordinates?" As Yin Dajing lingered at the rear, yet to be seated, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Yin Dajing, is that you?" It was a fortuitous encounter. He recognized the voice as Bai Shui's, having just seen her at a trendy restaurant yesterday. "Oh, you are dining here too," Yin Dajing said lightly. Bai Shui entered with a group of about 12 or 13 people, with Suze naturally by her side. Suze chuckled, "Today is our director's birthday, so we reserved a private room at the Liu family restaurant. Thus, we all came to celebrate together." "What? Are you relegated to dining only in the lobby?" Bai Shui smiled. "Zegu, it's not quite fair to say that. The private rooms at the Liu family restaurant are not accessible to just anyone. Being seated in the lobby is already quite commendable." Before her words could fully settle, Yu Shangyin stood up, exclaiming, "Suze, today is old Tu's birthday? Tu Yang, over here." Among Bai Shui's group, a man in his mid-30s approached with delight. "You are here too? General Yu, it's my birthday today, why not celebrate together?" The traveling merchant spoke. "We made our reservation quite late and were unable to secure a private room. Today, I must entertain esteemed guests from Country R. Therefore, let us exchange places. I shall occupy the private room while you dine here. By the way, please remember to request an invoice for your expenses this evening. I shall reimburse you." Bai Shui and Suze's expressions instantly stiffened. What on earth is this situation? After boasting, they now had to change locations? Could it be that old Tu harbors some resentment towards me? Suze felt a sense of unease creeping in. Tu Yang also appeared somewhat troubled and said, "Mr. Yu, The main hall cannot accommodate so many of us. How about you bring your friends and join us? Mr. Yu pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Hua Xiaolei and the others, and then said, in that case, arrange for a few individuals to dine outside. You and you. Come with me for the birthday celebration inside. The individuals Mr. Yu selected were all prominent leaders, thus excluding Bai Shui and Su Zhe. Chapter 125. Engaging in mischief. Yin Dajing was taken aback to discover that this General Yu was none other than Su Zhe's employer. Observing the expressions on Bai Shui and Su Zhe's faces, which resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly, he could not suppress a chuckle. Was this not a delightful slap in the face? Indeed, quite gratifying. Bai Shui and Su Zhe, upon witnessing Yin Dajing's amusement, found themselves increasingly perturbed. However, with Yu Shangyan present, they remained unaware of the connection between him and Yin Dajing and refrained from speaking out of turn. The other colleagues, although somewhat discontent, felt compelled to acquiesce since the boss had addressed the matter. Thus, there were no significant grievances voiced. As Yin Dajing entered the spacious private room alongside his companions, they found it comfortably accommodating despite the presence of 13 individuals. Yu Shangyan was the first to rise, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, what a delightful coincidence. Today, in addition to being Miss Hua's birthday, we also celebrate our esteemed Manager Tu's birthday. How splendid it is to commemorate both occasions together." Manager Tu Yang, remained indifferent to the dual celebration. After all, sharing a birthday with a beautiful lady held little significance for him. In contrast, Hua Xiaolei felt a twinge of discontent. Having initially invited a select few close friends, she was dismayed to find the gathering expanding, ultimately forcing her to celebrate with a stranger. What was this farce? Nonetheless, Hua Xiaolei felt compelled to consider Ao Shenghui's presence. Were it not for him, she would have long since departed in frustration. Hearing Yu Shangyan's words, she managed to muster a strained smile. Yu Shangyan proceeded to introduce the attendees, acting as an intermediary. However, when it came to introducing Yin Dajing, most attendees seemed to willfully overlook him. After ordering the dishes, Hua Xiaolei's two flight attendant friends each presented her with a gift, wishing her a happy birthday. Ao Shenghui, with a smile, remarked, "Hua Xiaolei, I arrived in haste and failed to procure a birthday present for you. Therefore, I assure you a 10% raise in your base salary starting next month." This unexpected surprise prompted Hua Xiaolei to express her gratitude enthusiastically. Yin Dajing also presented a jade pendant he had prepared, stating, "Old classmate, happy birthday." "Humph, a piece of fake jade, and you dare to present it?" scoffed Sato Aichi. "It appears the jade's quality is acceptable. It shouldn't be fake, should it?" mused a nearby flight attendant after scrutinizing it closely. "Can you discern authenticity? In our Sato Corporation, we possess a jewelry store, and I can tell genuine from imitation at a glance. With this jade's quality, it is undoubtedly a counterfeit. Ah, there's even a receipt. This is from Yuhui Jewelry Store," exclaimed another flight attendant, pulling out the receipt from the box in astonishment. The first flight attendant added, "Yuhui Jewelry Store exclusively sells authentic items, ensuring quality. This receipt is undoubtedly legitimate. TSK, Xiaolei, and you claimed Yin Dajing was merely your old classmate? If he is not your boyfriend, how could he possibly gift you such an exquisite jade?" Sato Eiichiro's complexion slightly flushed as he coldly snorted, "Humph. What kind of jade shop is that? Do they not sell counterfeit goods? I can assure you that this jade is 100% fake. If I claim it to be counterfeit, it undoubtedly is." The flight attendant who had just explained interjected, "The jewelry from Jade Radiance Jewelry Store, particularly pieces of this caliber, comes with serial numbers that can be verified online. If it were a fake, they would compensate threefold. Jade Radiance is the largest and most reputable jewelry store in Jiangzhou, or rather, across the entire Donghu province." As she spoke, she scanned and checked. "See, this is indeed authentic. Xiaolei, I am truly envious of you. Over 300,000. That's enough for a down payment on a house in a slightly off area of Jiangzhou." Sato Eiichiro fell silent, having been repeatedly embarrassed. He felt it inappropriate to continue the topic. However, the two flight attendants were engrossed in their admiration, each taking turns to appreciate the jade. Hua Xiaolei covertly glanced at Yin Dajing and asked, "Why did you gift me such an extravagant piece of jade?" Yin Dajing replied nonchalantly, "It is your birthday, after all. As classmates, it is only fitting." The previously sullen Hua Xiaolei's mood brightened considerably. "Hee, young man, where do you work to be so generous?" Ao Shenghui inquired with a smile. "For them, Over 300,000 was not an insignificant amount. Yin Dajing casually remarked, I am merely a humble programmer, nothing noteworthy. Observing that Yin Dajing was reluctant to elaborate, Shenghui refrained from pressing further. The dishes at Lu family restaurant arrived swiftly, with several cold dishes being served in quick succession. Among the attendees, only the three girls, all flight attendants and strikingly beautiful, drew everyone's attention. Sato Eiichiro cheerfully rose and approached Yin Dajing, saying, You, come here, let us switch seats. I find this seat quite comfortable. I have no intention of switching, Yin Dajing replied without yielding to Sato Eiichiro. Shenghui quickly intervened, Mr. Sato, switching seats is perfectly fine. You can sit over here. The three girls remained seated together, with Yin Dajing leaning against Hua Xiaolei, while beside the flight attendants sat a male flight attendant. At this moment, when Shenghui spoke, the male flight attendant appeared quite embarrassed. He did not wish to switch, but felt compelled not to defy Shenghui. What? Are you not switching? Seeing the male flight attendant unmoving, Shenghui commanded, and the male flight attendant reluctantly rose and moved to Sato Eiichiro's position. Sato Eiichiro raised an eyebrow at Yin Dajing, lifted a glass, and addressed the flight attendant beside him. Beautiful lady, allow me to toast you. Apologies, Mr. Sato, but I do not drink. I shall substitute juice for wine, the flight attendant responded, visibly displeased. She had come to celebrate her friend's birthday, not to serve as a drinking companion. Were it not for Shenghui's presence, she might have splashed a glass of wine across Sato Eiichiro's face. This is not an aircraft. They are not required to greet with smiles, nor to swallow their pride. This is unacceptable. It is a blatant display of disrespect. Sato Eiichiro's tactics are astute, showing no hesitation in front of so many. If you refuse to drink this toast, the investment from Jianghang will be off the table. Shenghui promptly interjected. Li Qi, Mr. Sato has raised a toast. You must drink up. Delaying this investment is a burden you cannot bear. Upon arriving today, Shenghui anticipated this scenario. It is essential to note that it was Sato Eiichiro who proposed this celebratory gathering, and he had subtly suggested en route that it would be best if all three were thoroughly intoxicated. Having ascended to her current position, Shenghui has frequently engaged in such dealings. Flight attendants are often the subject of admiration, yet they are also viewed as tempting prey. Shenghui has organized numerous gatherings for flight attendants and stewards to entertain these businessmen. In contrast, this is the first experience for Hua Xiaolei and her companions. Chapter 126. He cannot dismiss you seeing Li Qi in distress. Hua Xiaolei spoke up. Manager Li Qi is not feeling well today. Shenghui was well aware of Hua Xiaolei's intentions. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he replied, If she is unwell, a little less to drink is no issue. If she cannot manage white wine, red wine will suffice. Do not worry, just a modest amount will do. We cannot afford to embarrass Mr. Sato. We must not jeopardize the investment, or you shall certainly face dismissal. Moreover, I can assure you, no airline in the future will ever employ you. Li Qi's heart sank. This was a blatant threat, and she truly felt unable to refuse. After all, she had only just secured her position as a flight attendant. Compared to other beautiful women, her role was her most effective asset. To earn money and find a wealthy husband, she relied on her status as a flight attendant. If she were to be dismissed, she genuinely did not know what path lay ahead. Very well, Mr. Sato, I shall have a bit of red wine. Li Qi forced a smile, preparing to pour the wine. Come, let me pour it. Sato Eiichiro laughed heartily, seizing a bottle of red wine and filling Li Qi's glass to the brim. Hua Xiaolei's complexion turned pale. She gritted her teeth, ready to stand up. Li Qi was present due to her birthday celebration, and if she were excessively pressured to drink and something happened, the consequences would be dire. Yin Dajing noticed Hua Xiaolei's movement and swiftly grasped her hand, restraining her. Mr. Sato, if you wish to drink, I shall accompany you. What need is there to drink with women? Yin Dajing quickly approached Li Qi, seizing the cup filled with red wine. What are you? Do you think you are worthy to drink with me? Sato Eiichiro sneered, casting a disdainful glance before pushing him forcefully. As Sato Eiichiro made contact, Yin Dajing could not help but chuckle coldly. This fellow was truly inept. Despite the Sato family's abilities being quite commendable, rivaling even Chiba Yui, Sato Eiichiro was merely slightly superior to Zhou Deqian, having just begun his training. With a crunch, Sato Eiichiro pushed hard, letting out a shriek. His hand felt as though it had struck iron, and a tremendous force rebounded, breaking his hand. The other hand. which had held the wine, lost its support and crashed to the ground. What the hell? Are all of you from our country such frauds? I didn't even touch you, so what else with the noise? Yin Dajing exclaimed, moving his hands behind his back, feigning innocence. The others present were utterly stunned. Had it not been for the genuine expression on Sato Eiichiro's face, they might have suspected he was merely feigning injury. However, they clearly saw that Yin Dajing's hands had not made contact with Sato Eiichiro. It was Sato Eiichiro who had pushed Yin Dajing. How could the one being pushed remain unscathed while the one doing the pushing ended up injured? Mr. Sato, are you alright? Ao Shenghui immediately rushed to assist Sato Eiichiro. But as soon as he made contact, Sato let out a piercing scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Get the hell away from me. Tears welled up in his eyes from the pain, his face alternating between crimson and pallid hues. Ao Shenghui, this brat is one of your people. If you don't handle this matter properly, I will file a complaint against you, and you will regret it. Cold sweat trickled down Ao Shenghui's back as he shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Sato, I do not know this individual named Yin Dajing. I am merely here to escort you to the hospital. Please, hurry. Sato Eiichiro forcefully shoved him away, exclaiming, if you do not deal with him now, I will deal with you. His gaze towards Yin Dajing was filled with trepidation, which was precisely why he dared to threaten Ao Shenghui. This tactic was something he had learned from his family while in our country. In Huaxia, the Sato Corporation was engaged in investment and business, often receiving support from the local government. Thus, many matters could be resolved without their direct involvement, as the people of Huaxia would readily assist them. Although he was a practitioner with strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he had just suffered a broken hand from a mere push. There was no doubt that the man before him, Yin Dajing, was also a practitioner, a member of Huaxia's mysterious sect. He was no match for him, hence, he resorted to using Huaxia people to confront Huaxia people. Indeed, upon hearing Sato Eiichiro's words, Ao Shenghui glared coldly at Yin Dajing, seething, Yin Dajing, what have you done to Mr. Sato? I did nothing. You should have seen clearly what transpired just now. This our country's scoundrel attempted to provoke me. Yin Dajing retorted with a cold smirk. Provocation? My hand is broken. Is this how you provoke someone? Sato Eiichiro shivered from the pain. You pushed me, and your hand broke? That's absurd. Are all you our country folks made of porcelain, so fragile? Yin Dajing scoffed disdainfully. Yin Dajing, how dare you speak to Mr. Sato like that? Apologize to Mr. Sato at once. Ao Shenghui shouted angrily. Apologize for what? I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Yin Dajing completely disregarded Ao Shenghui. Learning from Sato Eiichiro's tactics, Ao Shenghui responded menacingly, Hua Xiaolei, isn't Yin Dajing your old classmate? Have him apologize to Mr. Sato. If he refuses, I will dismiss you immediately. Yin Dajing could no longer contain his disdain, exclaiming, to hell with you. This is Huaxia. How can you, a proper Huaxia person, grovel before an our country individual? You threaten your own colleague to appease this our country scoundrel. It was that dog who pushed me, and because of his incompetence. You want to stand up for him? You are nothing but a traitor, do you understand? The merchants and employees of his company, who had initially intended to mediate, hesitated upon hearing Yin Dajing's words. Especially regarding the wandering merchant, he initially intended to assist Ao Shenghui and Sato Eiichiro. However, upon hearing Yin Dajing's words, they hesitated to approach recklessly. As for Hua Xiaolei and her two companions, their emotions were the most intricate. Li Qi and her friend exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern as they regarded Hua Xiaolei. To be frank, while they found Yin Dajing's scolding quite satisfying, they also wished he would cease. For if the quarrel persisted, it would be they who suffered the consequences. Manager O was indeed capable of dismissing them. Who are you scolding? Ao Shenghui, intimidated by Yin Dajing's imposing presence, timidly uttered a response before turning to Hua Xiaolei, saying, Hua Xiaolei, why do you not compel this lunatic to apologize? This is utterly preposterous. Are you now scolding me as well? Who do you think you are threatening? Yin Dajing found Ao Shenghui utterly revolting. Dismiss Hua Xiaolei? Huh? Do you truly believe you possess that authority? He even turned to Hua Xiaolei and reassured her, do not worry. This fool cannot dismiss you. I assure you. Chapter 127. The abolishment of cultivation. Yin Dajing was genuinely enraged today. At this moment, Ao Shenghui bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to a traitor. It was astonishing that in this formidable era of Huaxia, such filth still existed. Very well, Hua Xiaolei, consider yourself dismissed. I mean it, Yin Dajing declared. Let us see how you manage to protect her. Shenghui trembled with fury. Yin Dajing let out a hearty laugh before launching a kick that struck Sato Eiichiro squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud and a pained cry. Call Sato Jian, Yin Dajing commanded, placing his foot directly upon Sato Eiichiro's face. If you don't, I will end you right here. All right, I'll call. Sato Eiichiro stammered, terror-stricken. He had never anticipated Yin Dajing's fearless defiance of Shenghui. Most alarmingly, he could sense the very presence of death looming over him. He was certain that if he failed to make the call, Yin Dajing would indeed act. With great difficulty, Sato Eiichiro retrieved his phone, at which point Yin Dajing removed his foot. Soon, Sato Eiichiro dialed a number. Hello, President, it's Sato Eiichiro, he exclaimed as soon as the line connected. He spoke in our language, a tongue incomprehensible to others, yet crystal clear to Yin Dajing. Oh, what's the matter that you've called? Sato Jian inquired over the phone. President, Uncle, someone is trying to kill me. There are people here in Huaxia who want me dead. Please save me. Sato Eiichiro pleaded, his fear palpable. What? Who wishes to harm you? Sato Jian erupted in rage. You are a member of Sato Corporation, conducting legitimate business in Jiangzhou. Who dares to threaten you? I do. Yin Dajing interjected coldly. It is I who intends to kill him. Do you have any objections? Yin Dajing, too, spoke in our language, his fluency astonishing not only those present, but also leaving Sato Eiichiro and Sato Jian momentarily bewildered. Why, you are my master, Mr. Yin? Although Sato Jian had never heard Yin Dajing speak our language, he was intimately familiar with his voice, having sworn allegiance to him. Most importantly, his life was firmly in Yin Dajing's grasp. A mere thought from him could render Sato Jian utterly forsaken. Upon hearing Sato Jian's words, Sato Eiichiro was equally stunned. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Yin Dajing merely an old classmate of a flight attendant? How did he come to know the president? Humph. So you recognize me as your master? Yin Dajing retorted angrily. Do you know what Sato Eiichiro has been up to today? He has manipulated a manager at Jianghang under the guise of investing, coercing a flight attendant from Jianghang. And to make matters worse, one of those flight attendants is my old classmate. Had I not attended this birthday gathering today, my old friend might have fallen victim to this scoundrel, even to the extent that he harbored intentions to harm me, stealthily plotting against me. Yin Dajing recounted the earlier events in one breath, leaving Sato Ken's hands trembling with cold. Master, are you at the Liu family hotel? I am nearby and shall come over at once. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Sato Eiichi, heed my words carefully. This esteemed Mr. Yin is of the utmost importance to me. You are to bow and apologize to Mr. Yin immediately. Should he choose not to forgive you, prepare yourself for seppuku. Yin Dajing and Sato Eiichi engaged in a rapid exchange, and while all present comprehended the discourse, it was evident that Yin Dajing exuded a formidable aura, while Sato Eiichi was utterly subservient, scarcely daring to utter a sound of pain. Upon concluding the call, Sato Eiichi unhesitatingly knelt upon the ground, his forehead striking the hard floor repeatedly. His sincerity was palpable as he fervently proclaimed in Mandarin, I am deeply sorry, Mr. Yin. It was my fault. I am a fool. Please forgive me. What transpired next left everyone astounded. The senior executives of the company, including Yu Shangyan, felt a wave of relief that they had refrained from intervening prematurely. It was unmistakable that Yin Dajing held a distinguished status, one that even Sato Eiichi dared not provoke. As for Hua Xiaolei and Li Qi, they felt a glimmer of hope amidst the gloom. All the troubles stemmed from Sato Eiichi. Had he not pursued this matter, Shenghui would have no grounds to dismiss them. Their earlier anxieties began to dissipate. Shenghui, however, was bewildered, never anticipating that events would escalate to this juncture. Mr. Sato, what troubles you? He inquired. I shall escort you to the hospital. Let us first see to your health. Get away from me. Do not obstruct me. Sato Eiichi exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. Sato Ken had made it abundantly clear that without gaining Yin Dajing's forgiveness, he would resort to seppuku. The pain in his hand, which had previously tormented him, seemed trivial in comparison to his fear. Desperate, he continued to bow and apologize. Had it been anyone else, particularly someone from the Han ethnicity, Yin Dajing might have shown leniency. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt no sympathy for Sato Eiichi, silently retreating to his seat, ignoring him entirely. Thus, Sato Eiichi persisted in his fervent apologies. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. with silence enveloping the gathering as no one dared to continue dining. After approximately 5 minutes, Sato Ken rushed in, his urgency palpable. Without hesitation, he knelt before Yin Dajing, stating, "Mr. Yin, I apologize for my lack of discipline." Gasping, Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that Sato Ken from the Sato Corporation? What brings him here, and why is he kneeling before Yin Dajing? The enigma of Yin Dajing's true identity loomed larger than ever. Hui swallowed hard, his complexion drained of color. "You, come here." Yin Dajing gestured toward Sato Eiichiro, who then stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yin." "Humph, I have yet to forgive you," Yin Dajing replied, suddenly lunging at Sato Eiichiro's chest, lifting him effortlessly off the ground in the next instant. In that moment, Yin Dajing severed his yin-yang techniques and his cultivation methods entirely. "From now on, I have rendered your powers null and void. Sato Ken, remember this well. Sato Eiichiro is forbidden from appearing in Huaxia and is barred from any further cultivation. This is my punishment for him." With a thud, Yin Dajing cast Sato Eiichiro to the ground and commanded, "You may leave." Sato Ken retorted sharply, "Why are you still here? Prepare to fly back to our country." "You heard Mr. Yin's words clearly. Do not return to Huaxia, nor attempt to cultivate again. Indeed, this master possesses the ability to obliterate another's cultivation." Zhou Deqian, his subordinate, had inexplicably forgotten the yin-yang techniques he had practiced, as if they had been taken from him. Sato Ken had harbored doubts at the time, and now it was evident that his suspicions were valid. Yes, Sato Eiichiro acknowledged, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, and without a word. He turned and exited the private room. Chapter 128. An eye for an eye, Mr. Sato, you. I. At this moment, Hui was truly on the verge of tears. What in the world is happening? I offended someone named Yin Dajing for the sake of Sato Eiichiro. And what did I get in return? Sato Eiichiro immediately bowed his head in apology and departed. But what about me? Sato Eiichiro hastily left, ignoring him entirely. At that moment, he was evidently anxious that Yin Dajing might change his mind, and he ran as swiftly as possible. Seeing Sato Eiichiro vanish from the private room, Hui, with a pale face, approached Yin Dajing and forced out a smile more grotesque than tears. "Mr. Yin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense." Yin Dajing, however, did not spare him a glance and turned to Sato Ken instead, inquiring, "Is your Sato Corporation planning to invest in Jianghang?" "Yes, indeed. We intend to invest in Jianghang and plan to establish 2 international flights between Jiangzhou and our country," Sato Ken affirmed with a nod. "There are not many direct flights from Huaxia to our country, especially none from Jiangzhou. Sato Ken's initiative is aimed at enhancing the development of Jiangzhou. With the backing of Sato Corporation, this endeavor would become significantly more feasible." Yin Dajing grasped Sato Ken's intention, and his expression softened slightly. Although Sato Eiichiro was rather insufferable, since he had managed to rein in Sato Ken, the latter had indeed taken action towards the development of Jiangzhou. Today's incident has already dealt with Sato Eiichiro. As for the personnel you assign in the future, they must conduct their affairs properly and refrain from meddling in Huaxia. I am quite displeased today. Should there be a next time, regardless of your intentions, I will impose penalties." Sato Ken hastily nodded. "Yes, Mr. Yin, I have taken note." Previously, Yin Dajing had spoken entirely in our language over the phone, leaving those present at a loss for words. However, now that he was speaking in Huaxia language, they understood every word clearly. Who exactly is Yin Dajing? Sato Ken of Sato Corporation was being reprimanded like a subordinate. It is no wonder that he so readily offered gems worth over 300,000 without batting an eye. Truly, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Fortunately, we did not offend him. It seems that Hui is in dire straits now. If he has to placate even Sato Eiichiro, how could he possibly manage Sato Ken? Hua Xiaolei had already sensed that Yin Dajing was formidable, but he had far surpassed her expectations. This old classmate, in just a few years, had achieved such remarkable success. It was utterly astonishing. She was aware of Yin Dajing's background. She knew that his parents ran a restaurant and that he had a pair of twin sisters. How could someone like him suddenly become so unrecognizable? Even Li Qi and another flight attendant, Zhang Lai, gazed at Yin Dajing with admiration. This was what a true golden son-in-law looked like. At this moment, Yin Dajing finally fixed his gaze upon Hui, pointing at him and instructing Sato Ken. "With your influence, ensure Jianghang dismisses this individual." Hui merely held the position of a manager at Jianghang, And while he was indeed part of the management, he occupied a relatively junior role, distinctly separated from the actual shareholders and higher echelons of management. He was acutely aware that should Sato Ken voice his grievances, recounting his transgressions, it would inevitably lead to his dismissal. Ao Shengwei understood the nature of Jiang Hong's leadership better than anyone else. "Mr. Yin, I have erred. I beseech you not to treat me thus," Ao Shengwei implored, unable to contain himself any longer as he knelt before Mr. Yin. "My son has only just entered middle school this year, and I have elderly parents and young children to care for." Mr. Yin Dajing frowned and remarked, "Is this the extent of everyone's pleas for mercy? Moreover, I find it hard to believe that a person like you has not profited at Jianghang. So do not speak of your son's education. Surely your retirement funds are sufficient. It would be wise for you to resign now. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to have Sato Ken compel Jianghang's leadership to conduct an investigation into your affairs." In truth, Mr. Yin Dajing possessed various means to deal with Ao Shengwei, aside from Sato Ken. However, since Ao Shengwei had resorted to threatening him with the likes of Hua Xiaolei, it was only fitting that he be met with similar tactics in return. This was a case of retribution in kind. Since graduating from school, Mr. Yin Dajing had gained some insight. He understood that while Ao Shengwei appeared pitifully remorseful in this moment, once he successfully navigated this crisis, he would undoubtedly resort to the same unscrupulous methods to benefit himself again. Such individuals are not deserving of sympathy. Witnessing Ao Shengwei's continued pleas for mercy, even extending his desperation to Hua Xiaolei, only served to further irritate Mr. Yin Dajing. Sato Ken barked, "Why are you still here? Remember Mr. Yin's advice and promptly resign." Mr. Yin Dajing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may leave as well. Remember, Ao Shengwei's matter is in your hands. Supervise him diligently. If Jianghang fails to address him, I will take action against you." "Yes, Mr. Yin," Sato Ken replied, abruptly lifting Ao Shengwei and dragging him outside, ignoring his cries for help. The scene left Yu Shangyan and the others feeling quite unsettled. The subsequent meal unfolded in this peculiar atmosphere. Although Yu Shangyan, as the host, attempted to lighten the mood, he hesitated to flatter excessively. Nonetheless, both parties exchanged contact information. After the meal, Yu Shangyan insisted on settling the bill. Once they parted ways, Li Qi and the others felt relieved and cheerfully exclaimed, "Xiaolei, it is your birthday today. Is there a second half to the celebration? Shall we go karaoke?" "Yes. Let us go sing karaoke." Dining with so many unfamiliar faces was rather stifling. They chimed in. "Jinggu, you have no other engagements, do you? Join us." Zhang Lai even reached out to take Mr. Yin Dajing's arm. I'm fine." He discreetly withdrew his arm, stepping aside with a smile. Hua Xiaolei nodded. "All right. Let me search for a nearby KTV." Soon, Hua Xiaolei discovered a nearby KTV, which was not far from their location and was adorned with quite luxurious decor. Yin Dajing was not particularly fond of singing. However, the 3 flight attendants and the male flight attendant were all exceptional singers, showcasing their remarkable vocal talents. At that moment, Yin Dajing silently nodded, realizing that this was indeed how a gathering among colleagues should be. After the quartet sang for a while, Li Qi approached Yin Dajing with a smile and said, "Brother Jing, I apologize for the situation. It's all been us singing. What song do you enjoy? I can select one for you." Yin Dajing, being of a similar age to them, had gained their respect after the earlier events, leading them to refer to him as Brother Jing, a title even the male flight attendant adopted. Having grown accustomed to being addressed as Brother Jing, and increasingly being called Shi Shu or Shizuzu, he no longer felt the awkwardness that initially accompanied such titles, which had once made him uneasy. With a smile, Yin Dajing shook his head and replied, "I don't really sing. I rather enjoy listening to you all." "That won't do. Today is Xiaolei's birthday. You must sing at least one song." Li Qi exclaimed, slightly regretting her words, fearing she had disrespected Yin Dajing. After all, the man before her was someone who could easily dismiss even manager Ao Shengwei. However, when she discreetly glanced at him, she found that Yin Dajing was not angered at all. Instead, he shyly nodded and said, "You all sing first. Let me think about what song would be appropriate. My repertoire is rather limited, so I need to ponder." Chapter 129. Intermediate Singing Skills. Li Qi was somewhat taken aback. Her interactions with Yin Dajing had been rather limited. During their earlier meal, surrounded by the likes of Yu Shangyan and others, their proximity had rendered their conversation merely superficial. Prior to that, When Yu Shanyan and the others spoke with Yin Dajing, he had seemed somewhat aloof, leading Li Qi to perceive him as rather distant. However, it now appeared that he was not vastly different from the average young man. With her guard lowered, Li Qi engaged him in further conversation, urging him to sing before she returned to the karaoke. Yin Dajing was not one to revel in embarrassment, yet his vocal abilities were decidedly lacking. Throughout his life, he had often sung off-key, and, after enduring ridicule a few times, he had grown increasingly averse to singing. He wished to emulate some singing techniques, but soon realized that none of the people he had encountered possessed any singing skills. Although Li Qi, Hua Xiaolei, and their companions sang reasonably well, they were still far from possessing true singing prowess. Aside from a recent birthday party for Tong Xiu's girlfriend, where he had met a piano master, Yin Dajing had not encountered any other artists. At the Xianmen conference, he had absorbed numerous skills, excelling in various arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yet, when it came to singing techniques, he found himself at a loss. It was understandable. Among those in the Xianmen, who would have the time to pursue such frivolities, Yin Dajing encouraged Hua Xiaolei and the others to continue singing while he stepped outside to relieve himself, hoping to interact with a few more individuals to see if he could acquire singing skills through imitation. While he was reluctant to engage in study, he was not opposed to taking shortcuts if they presented themselves. However, he soon discovered that his hopes were unfounded. After approaching a dozen individuals outside, even intentionally brushing against a couple in the restroom, he found himself empty-handed, devoid of any surprises. Most of these individuals lacked skills, and those who did possessed only the low-level skills he had already replicated, which explained his disinterest in seeking skills in crowded areas. Just as he exited the restroom and began washing his hands, he suddenly overheard a heated argument nearby. "Wani-chan, I beg you, please help me. I truly love singing. Grant me this opportunity." The speaker was a sweet-voiced girl, and judging by her tone, she was quite young. I advise you to give up. Your singing is indeed decent, but what use is that? We live in an era that values appearances. With your looks, well, you simply wouldn't stand a chance. No matter how beautifully you sing, no one will be drawn to you. Even if I recommend you, our company will never offer you a chance. Don't waste your time. The woman referred to as Wani-chan spoke with an imperious tone. Although her words were melodious, her demeanor was stifling, and it was clear to Yin Dajing that she was not speaking from the heart. Yin Dajing exhibited no interest in these matters. After washing his hands, he withdrew a piece of paper to dry them and prepared to leave. "Sister E, you know my dream is to sing. If it comes to it, I can wear a mask and perform at your venue." The girl named Inner spoke almost in a submissive tone. "I'm afraid not. You know how those patrons are when they've had too much to drink. They will certainly try to unmask you. It's simply not feasible. No matter how many admire you, when the moment of truth arrives, they will recoil. I cannot bear such consequences." Sister E replied coldly, "Inner, stop clinging to me. Frankly, you might as well sing on the street." "Sing on the street? If they see my face, they won't." Inner's voice trailed off, laden with despair and barely concealing her sobs. "Sister E, you are aware of my family's situation. We are in dire need of money. Please, grant me another chance." The sound of voices grew nearer. When he stepped out, Yin Dajing deliberately avoided them. However, the girl named Inner, clutching a large guitar, inadvertently brushed against him. "Intermediate singing skill detected. Would you like to copy it?" "Intermediate composition skill detected. Would you like to copy it?" "Beginner dance skill detected. Would you like to copy it?" Yin Dajing was taken aback. Having copied so many people, he understood how challenging it was to attain intermediate skills. This girl, Inner, astonishingly possessed 2 intermediate skills, a recipe for stardom in the entertainment industry. Noticing Yin Dajing's gaze lingering on her, Inner quickly turned her head away. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Any lingering glances from others felt like mockery. Yin Dajing recognized her discomfort and coughed lightly, saying, "I apologize. I didn't mean to bump into you." The ability to replicate skills had become increasingly adept. After copying Inner's skills and elevating her intermediate composition skill to an advanced level, Yin Dajing finally took notice of her face. Inner stood at a height of nearly 178 meters, her figure tall and slender. Undoubtedly, she possessed the features of a beauty, yet, at that moment, her visage was marred with blemishes and scars, presenting a grotesque and distressing sight. Were it anyone else, they would scarcely spare her a second glance. Yet, after a mere glance, Yin Dajing furrowed his brow. This was not a natural affliction, She had been disfigured, and it seemed she had also been poisoned. What a tragic fate for a woman. The other woman, Sister E, appeared to be in her late 20s, donned in a fitted black blazer and sporting short hair, exuding an air of competence. "This is the restroom. You shouldn't follow me in here," she said, hastily retreating into the restroom. Anur attempted to follow, but was halted by Yin Dajing's voice. "Miss, your face." Anur covered her face and turned away once more. Yin Dajing was inherently a person who relished in aiding others. According to many, he possessed a heart akin to that of a saint. While he tended to overlook trivial matters, he felt compelled to extend his assistance to individuals like Culinary, who might find themselves in despair without his intervention. "I apologize. I mean no offense. I am a doctor, and if you place your trust in me, I can refer you to a renowned specialist who can remedy your facial concerns." Yin Dajing had grown accustomed to refraining from directly asserting his capability to heal. However, it seemed that Culinary had chosen to disregard his words as she left. Clutching her head, with a wry smile, Yin Dajing acknowledged her reluctance and chose not to pursue her further. After a moment of reflection, he returned to the private room where Hua Xiaolei and the others were gathered. Chapter 130. A calamity of bloodshed. Jing Guo has returned. Come quickly. Upon seeing Yin Dajing's arrival, Li Qi promptly pulled him over to the karaoke machine and inquired, "What song would you like to sing? I can select it for you." Struggling to think of a song, he added, "How about a birthday song?" Li Qi was considerate enough, knowing that even if the tune was slightly off, the essence of singing it made it worthwhile. All right." Yin Dajing was eager to test his intermediate singing skills. Zhang Lai even graciously handed him her microphone. Soon, Li Qi queued up a birthday song for him, and to prevent any potential mishaps in his solo performance, the flight attendant joined in to sing alongside him. However, after a few lines, the flight attendant fell silent, leaving everyone to listen to Yin Dajing alone. Before long, it became apparent that Yin Dajing was in perfect pitch and exhibited remarkable singing technique. Even a simple birthday song sounded enchanting. "Wow, Jinggu, you certainly have hidden talents." That was quite impressive. "Yin Dajing, you have more surprises up your sleeve. Today is my birthday, so hurry up and sing 2 more songs." Encouraged by Hua Xiaolei and the flight attendant, Yin Dajing sang 2 more songs that captivated the entire audience. Although Hua Xiaolei and her friends loved to sing, they lacked the technical skill, relying solely on their good voices and frequent practice. In this realm, an intermediate singing ability was already considered exceptional. "Jinggu, I believe you could participate in a talent show. Your singing is outstanding. Indeed, you sing far better than those female celebrities. After hearing you, I feel too shy to sing myself." Li Qi and Zhang Lai showered him with compliments. Nonetheless, after Yin Dajing performed another song, Hua Xiaolei and her friends could no longer contain themselves. They snatched the microphone and embarked on their own karaoke journey. While Yin Dajing's singing was delightful, nothing could compare to the exhilaration of belting out songs oneself at KTV. After some time, Zhang Lai and Li Qi brought out the cake they had ordered for Hua Xiaolei. They enjoyed a couple of slices and sang a few more songs before deciding to head home. The evening had been quite enjoyable, although they had indulged in some drinks. It was within their own desires and moderation, which made it their favorite state. Downstairs, the flight attendant hailed a cab to leave first, while Yin Dajing and Hua Xiaolei resolved to escort Zhang Lai and Li Qi back home. With the hour nearing midnight, it was indeed a bit dangerous for 2 beautiful women to be out alone. Having hailed a taxi downstairs, Yin Dajing took the front seat, while Hua Xiaolei and the others settled in the back. "Wow, brother, you really can handle 3 ladies all by yourself," remarked the middle-aged driver, a man in his 40s, with a lewd grin. "Xiaolei, let us get out." Yin Dajing glanced at the driver, then opened the door without hesitation, leaving the vehicle. As Hua Xiaolei and her companions entered the vehicle, they were reluctant to cause any trouble, yet the driver's loathsome demeanor and incessant chatter were irksome. Moreover, Yin Dajing had already suggested merely switching cars, which seemed trivial. A taxi would soon arrive near the KTV. They simply needed to wait a moment longer, or alternatively, they could summon a ride-hailing service. Hey, don't get out of the car." The middle-aged driver whistled at the trio, asking, "What's your fare, brother? Just let one of them go. I could wrap up my shift." Yin Dajing retorted angrily, "If you utter another word, I'll tear your mouth apart." Initially, he had intended to issue a warning to the driver, but it seemed entirely unnecessary at this juncture. While boarding, he hadn't paid much attention to the driver. But after hearing his crude remarks, he cast a discerning glance. Instantly, he perceived the ominous aura lingering between the driver's eyebrows, foretelling impending misfortune. After scrutinizing him closely, Yin Dajing deduced that it wouldn't be long before the driver encountered an accident. Though it wouldn't be fatal, financial losses were inevitable. The driver had intended to argue further, but at that moment, the woman they had seen earlier at the KTV restroom emerged and entered his vehicle, instructing, "Take me to the Dexai Hotel." The driver shot a glare at Yin Dajing before driving off. Barely had that taxi departed when another one appeared. However, it wasn't long before they spotted the previous taxi again. "Driver, could you please slow down a bit and keep a greater distance from the taxi ahead?" Yin Dajing kindly advised. Jiang Lai chuckled. "Jinggu, are you afraid that the driver of the car in front might retaliate against you?" "Nonsense. How ridiculous." Li Qi interjected, playfully nudging her. "Jinggu is so skilled. He is more likely to restrain himself from delivering a blow." They had witnessed Yin Dajing's prowess when he effortlessly interrupted Sato Aichi's hand during a meal at the Liu family restaurant. With a smile, Yin Dajing shook his head. "It's not that. The driver from earlier has misfortune looming over him, and it won't be long before it manifests. That's the primary reason I urged you to exit the vehicle. I also asked our driver to slow down to prevent him from being inadvertently entangled in any calamity." "Really, Jinggu, how superstitious of you. Indeed, how absurd. What does fortune-telling even have to do with this?" The three women, Hua Xiaolei included, were skeptical. Despite Yin Dajing's remarkable skills, they had little faith in such divination. The taxi driver, an experienced man in his 50s, had indeed reduced his speed, maintaining a considerable distance of several dozen meters from the preceding taxi. With a smile, he remarked, "Don't be so doubtful. It's simply a matter of youth. As you grow older, you will gradually come to believe. I once encountered a true master. His predictions were astonishingly accurate. As fate would have it, Zhang Lai and Li Qi's destination coincided with the one the woman sought, and after approximately 10 minutes, an abrupt accident transpired ahead. The taxi in front unexpectedly overturned, landing in a flower bed, instantly causing a commotion. Everyone's gaze turned to Yin Dajing, astonished by the spectacle. The taxi driver, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Master, esteemed master, I shall waive your fare for this ride. Perhaps you could offer me a fortune-telling in return?" Yin Dajing replied with a smile, "You must still pay, but allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. You are not destined for windfall riches, so it would be prudent to live a grounded life." The taxi driver paused, a look of conflict crossing his face, but ultimately he found peace with the advice and chuckled. "All right, I suppose I'll treat future lottery tickets as mere entertainment." Despite his advancing years, the driver still harbored dreams of sudden wealth, having invested quite a sum in lottery tickets each year. Initially, he felt a twinge of resentment at Yin Dajing's words. Why should others be fortunate while he remained unblessed? However, he soon reconciled with the notion. Since fortune was not in his favor, he would treat it as a game, albeit with a more restrained approach moving forward. Chapter 131. The branch plan. After a car accident occurred ahead, a considerable crowd gathered around, resulting in an unexpected traffic jam despite the late hour. The taxi driver, however, did not linger and gradually maneuvered past the scene. As they passed slowly, onlookers couldn't help but steal glances, noticing that the previously distressed driver had been rescued, albeit covered in blood. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, though he bore numerous injuries. Listening to the ensuing argument, it became apparent that the taxi driver had engaged in reckless driving, deliberately cutting off a Honda vehicle. This provocation incited the Honda's owner, who retaliated by ramming into the taxi, and given the undulating terrain of that segment of the road, the taxi was overturned. A woman, shielding her head with her hands, found herself embroiled in a dispute with the Honda's owner. For Yin Dajing and his companions, this incident was merely a trivial matter. Yin Dajing was even too indifferent to offer assistance, believing that individuals like this should face the consequences of their actions, hoping they might learn a lesson from this experience. Li Qi and Zhang Lai resided in a luxurious community, far more upscale than the one where Yin Dajing lived. The mere landscaping at their entrance was incomparable to that of Yin Dajing's neighborhood. Naturally, the rent was also significantly higher, more than double that of their current residence. After escorting them back, Yin Dajing and Hua Xiaolei returned home, arriving at their community half an hour later. Remarkably, the taxi driver did not collect any fare before departing, leaving Yin Dajing in a state of bemusement. Had he just enjoyed a free ride? The journey had lasted nearly an hour, and the fare was certainly not negligible. The following morning, Yin Dajing awoke early to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for Hua Xiaolei, cheerfully declaring it his birthday gift to her. After tasting it, Hua Xiaolei nearly bit her tongue, uncertain whether it was the emotional significance or Yin Dajing's culinary skills that had improved. But she concluded that this bowl of longevity noodles was the most delectable she had ever savored. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Dajing's culinary prowess had ascended from that of an ordinary cook to that of a top-tier chef, capable of creating astonishing flavors from the simplest fried rice or a bowl of noodles. "Oh my, this is truly exquisite," Hua Xiaolei exclaimed, finishing even the broth. She had not brushed her teeth, having been roused from her slumber earlier than she intended, originally planning to sleep until noon. However, considering that Yin Dajing had made the noodles especially for her, she felt compelled to indulge. Initially, she intended to sample just a bite, but the dish proved to be irresistibly delicious. "I'm so full," she remarked, patting her belly. "It seems I must refrain from indulging in your culinary delights in the future. Otherwise, I might find myself out of a job before long." "Ha ha ha, it's not that exaggerated. Vegetarian dishes can be delightful too." "I can," Yin Dajing began. "Stop right there. While I do enjoy vegetarian fare, nothing compares to meat, so don't think you can deceive me," Hua Xiaolei interjected, regarding him with a knowing look. As Yin Dajing tidied up the dishes, Hua Xiaolei engaged in a brief exercise before retreating to her room for a nap. Shortly after arriving at the office, Yin Dajing received a message from Sato Ken containing 2 key points. Firstly, Sato Eiichiro had hastily returned to the country, currently airborne, and Sato Ken had warned him not to disclose their true relationship. Secondly, Oh Shenghui had voluntarily resigned the previous night. Yin Dajing nodded to himself, acknowledging Oh Shenghui's decisiveness, suspecting that Sato Ken's pressure played a significant role in this decision. With this matter seemingly concluded, Yin Dajing responded with an acknowledgement and promptly dismissed it from his mind. At noon, Yin Dajing received delightful news. He had successfully booked his driving tests for both subjects 2 and 3, scheduled for 2 consecutive days, 8 days hence. He had visited the driving school 3 times in total, first to enroll, second to take the Subject 1 exam, and lastly to practice driving for a while. The instructors at the driving school were particularly pleased with students like Yin Dajing, who required minimal guidance to pass, thereby providing the instructors with an effortless financial gain while also enhancing their pass rates. He would be able to acquire his driver's license just before his trip to D country. On Saturday, Yin Dajing returned to the Liu family restaurant. The previously selected individual had pre-ordered the dishes, and all the ingredients were prepared. In front of Liu Hu and Liu Quan, Yin Dajing instructed them while simultaneously demonstrating key techniques in cooking. Both Liu Hu and Liu Quan possessed considerable culinary skills. Although they realized they could not replicate Yin Dajing's flavors, their abilities surpassed those of average chefs significantly. Once Yin Dajing completed the dishes, Liu Hu pulled him aside and said, "President Yin, the Liu family restaurant has been considering expansion, but currently, the space is still rather limited. Therefore, I intend to open a branch." Yin Dajing nodded in agreement, replying, "That sounds good. Plan it out and make your decision. Just let me know. And I won't interfere. Pursue it freely, and if you need my support, just give me a heads up." He felt that the Liu family restaurant was indeed ready for a branch, yet he found no inclination to manage the specifics or to open. How much to invest? Content to allow Liu Hu to seize the opportunity. Liu Hu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your trust, President Yin. However, our branch is still in the research phase and won't open anytime soon." "That is for the best," Yin Dajing affirmed. After providing further guidance in the kitchen of the Liu family restaurant and observing the chefs in action, Yin Dajing couldn't help but marvel at the thriving business of the establishment. As he departed, he coincidentally encountered Dai Xingnan, who had been frequenting the area, determined to confront a particular elusive annoyance that had been bothering her. However, there had been no results until now. Just moments ago, she caught a glimpse of Yin Dajing emerging from within. When she saw him, it was merely a profile view, yet at that instant, a buzzing sensation filled Dai Xingnan's mind. It was him, that young piano maestro. It was he. Recently, Dai Xingnan had become enamored with happiness, infatuated with the enigmatic pianist. The video had become a daily ritual for her, watched countless times. She had scrutinized his profile to such an extent that she felt herself teetering on the brink of obsession. Thus, it was with little hesitation that she recognized him as the piano master. Without a moment's delay, she rushed over and inquired, "Hello, traffic officer. May I ask if there is something amiss?" Yin Dajing, perplexed, responded, "I don't even own a car. I can't possibly be in violation of any laws, can I?" Chapter 132, The School Bell? A Joke. When Dai Shengnan rushed over, she had already devised a way to inquire, but suddenly confronted with a lengthy monologue from Yin Dajing. Her mind went blank, and she reflexively uttered, "Please present your driver's license." Once she had spoken, Dai Shengnan found herself somewhat dazed. She had come to consult a piano maestro, not to conduct a traffic violation check. Yin Dajing, taken aback, replied, "I haven't even taken my driving test yet." "Are you sure you have the right person?" My apologies, my apologies." Dai Shengnan awkwardly scratched her head. "I didn't come here to check for violations. I wanted to ask if you are indeed that piano maestro." "What piano maestro? I am not. I have not. Do not make baseless claims," Yin Dajing adamantly denied. "I have watched your video on happiness over 100 times. I recognize your profile. There is no way I could be mistaken," Dai Shengnan asserted decisively. After a pause, she added, "Master, please do not deny it. I understand your desire for privacy. I assure you, I will not disclose your identity." Upon drawing closer, Dai Shengnan took a careful look at his profile, entirely convinced. After a moment of silence, Yin Dajing realized that she was genuinely certain, not merely testing him. "Very well. Since you have discerned the truth, I shall not deny it any longer. However, playing the piano is merely a hobby for me. I have no desire for fame. So I kindly request that the officer keep this confidential." "Thank you." Dai Shengnan beamed, saying, "Master, you may simply call me Dai Shengnan." "What should I call you matters little to me," Yin Dajing replied, speechless, though he managed a polite smile. "Officer Dai, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong our conversation here. Perhaps we can continue this at another time." "Yin Dajing, are you here?" At that moment, Lu Mingzhi returned, noticing Yin Dajing being approached by a traffic officer. Instinctively, he sought to protect Yin Dajing, asking, "Officer, is there something you require?" Yin Dajing was his classmate, a lifesaver to the Lu family, and a major shareholder in the Lu family restaurant. The current success of the establishment was entirely attributable to Yin Dajing. Seeing Yin Dajing instilled in Lu Mingzhi a sense of gratitude. Unlike Lu Hu, who referred to him as Mr. Yin, he opted to call him by his name, wishing to cultivate a closer relationship with Yin Dajing. "Yin Dajing." Dai Shengnan repeated the name, casting an awkward glance toward him. This master possesses such remarkable skill on the piano. I did not expect his name to be so ordinary. You are Lu Mingzhi from the Lu family restaurant, correct? Rest assured, I am not here to check for violations. I happen to know this esteemed Yin Dajing." She had initially intended to address him as master, but abruptly changed to Yin Dajing. "Do you know each other?" Yin Dajing chuckled. "We are university classmates." "Well then, Officer Dai, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Lu Mingzhi interjected, draping an arm around Yin Dajing's shoulder. "I have something I need to discuss with you. Let us talk at the restaurant." "Very well," Yin Dajing nodded, as he hadn't ventured far yet. Observing Lu Mingzhi and Yin Dajing walking away together, Dai Shengnan was suddenly struck by a whimsical thought. Could this Yin Dajing be the very same individual who had engaged in reckless driving the last time? No, that couldn't be right. Yin Dajing lacked a driver's license and was incapable of driving. The one from before was a seasoned driver, renowned for his speed. Lu Mingzhi, if memory serves, is from Jiangke University. If Yin Dajing is indeed his university peer, then he must also be affiliated with Jiangke, correct? I shall investigate further. To her astonishment, she had stumbled upon a piano maestro, and she owed a debt of gratitude to that irksome street racer for this revelation. "Pray tell, what is the matter?" Upon reaching the office upstairs, Yin Dajing settled into the sofa, smiling as he inquired. After a deep sigh, Lu Mingzhi recounted the entire story from beginning to end. Upon hearing Lu Mingzhi's account, Yin Dajing could not help but exclaim, "In a vast forest, one can encounter all manner of birds." It turned out that the campus belle, Wu Cece, who had parted ways with Lu Mingzhi, discovered that the Lu family restaurant not only weathered its crisis, but had also ascended to new heights, prompting her desire to reconcile. Lu Mingzhi, however, viewed his past relationship with Wu Cece as nothing more than a fleeting dalliance. He was a playboy, unprepared for the notion of marriage, particularly since he had just graduated and needed to focus on managing the Lu family restaurant. Thus, when Wu Cece sought to rekindle their romance, Lu Mingzhi was resolute in his refusal. he was not so desperate. Yet, Wu Cixi was no ordinary woman. Her tactics were quite formidable. She boldly declared that should Lu Mingzhi refuse her, she would resort to drastic measures. Initially, Lu Mingzhi intended to disregard her threats. After all, they had severed ties. And he doubted Wu Cixi would truly go so far as to leap from a building. Even if she did, it would bear no consequence for him. However, Wu Cixi proved to be a tenacious opponent. She had even penned a suicide note, which she sent to Lu Mingzhi. The essence of her letter conveyed that she felt abandoned by Lu Mingzhi, believing she could no longer bear the weight of existence, thus contemplating self-harm. In her missive, she painted Lu Mingzhi as a detestable libertine who had deceived an innocent maiden's affections. Furthermore, she made it abundantly clear that he must provide her with an answer by the following day, lest she take a fatal leap. Yin Dajing understood full well that if such a letter were to be made public, Lu Mingzhi's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The online mob would not seek the truth and would vilify Lu Mingzhi to the point of existential doubt. Even if Lu Mingzhi attempted to clarify the situation, few would believe him, as he was a wealthy scion, and the general consensus would be that he had merely used his resources to silence the matter. Such a scandal could significantly impact the Lu family restaurant, delivering a grave blow to its standing. Wu Cixi, who once appeared to be aloof and distant, has surprised me with her unexpected demeanor. Yin Dajing shook his head repeatedly. During their time at school, he had only crossed paths with Wu Cixi briefly, as she never spared him a glance. He could hardly fathom that such a strikingly cool and beautiful campus queen could turn out to be the subject of such folly. Now, how do you intend to handle this? Yin Dajing inquired. The crux of the matter lies in whether Wu Cixi might consider taking her own life. Do you believe she would? I reckon that a woman as selfish and self-serving as she is would certainly not resort to such an extreme. Should Wu Cixi refrain from that drastic action, even if she were to reveal that she had been deceived, it would not bring any repercussions to Lu Mingzhi. After all, he is a wealthy heir, a notorious playboy who has a reputation for abandoning women, which aligns perfectly with the perceptions held by those unfamiliar with him. At worst, Lu Mingzhi's reputation might suffer slightly, yet it would not jeopardize the Lu family's restaurant. Moreover, if Lu Mingzhi were to present the unvarnished truth, it is likely that many would still believe him. With a wry smile, Lu Mingzhi conceded, "Indeed, I too believe that the odds are against her taking such a step. However, what if, in a moment of despair, she were to jump? I cannot afford to gamble on that 1 in a million chance." Having just navigated a significant crisis, Lu Mingzhi was reluctant to introduce further complications at this critical juncture. Yin Dajing, you possess remarkable capabilities. I implore you to assist me. I feel that only you can help me in this matter. Having witnessed Yin Dajing's prowess, Lu Mingzhi was filled with admiration. When trouble arose, he bypassed even his father and sought out Yin Dajing first. Chapter 133. Sisterly Yin Dajing refrained from offering hasty suggestions. He was well aware of the complexities surrounding Lu Mingzhi's predicament and recognized that Wu Cixi was merely being vexatious. However, just as Lu Mingzhi had noted, while they doubted Wu Cixi would actually attempt to leap from a height, Yin Dajing was not acquainted with her and had not truly comprehended her character. Should she find herself overwhelmed by emotion and act impulsively, it could lead to endless troubles for both Lu Mingzhi and the Lu family restaurant. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yin Dajing inquired, seeking Lu Mingzhi's perspective on Wu Cixi. At present, I can only muster feelings of revulsion. I wish to avoid her at all costs. I genuinely fear provoking her, Lu Mingzhi replied, shaking his head emphatically. If I were to compromise and associate with her, I simply could not bring myself to do so. Most critically, this deranged woman is likely to repeat her erratic behavior. Yin Dajing nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. In such situations, compromise is futile. The more you yield, the more she will escalate her antics. We have not been sufficiently resolute. We cannot handle this matter ourselves. A woman like Wu Cixi will only fear those who are truly formidable. Alternatively, you might consider enlisting a few. I have an idea. The next time you meet Wu Cixi, discreetly record a video capturing her vile demeanor. Use the footage to threaten her. Make it clear that she must cease her harassment of you, or you will expose the video. If she dares to threaten you, you too can retaliate. With that video in hand, she will find it impossible to tarnish your reputation. Should she threaten to jump, it will hold no sway over you, and she may reconsider her actions. If she remains obstinate, you could also enlist the help of some unsavory characters to intimidate her, ensuring she complies. Lu Mingzhi, who felt trapped, found a glimmer of enlightenment in Yin Dajing's outsider perspective. Indeed, this approach has merit. I truly do not wish to concede to a woman like Wu Cixi. After deliberating on the details, they resolved to act. Lu Mingzhi promptly arranged to meet Wu Cixi. After procuring the necessary equipment, he and Yin Dajing set off together to the rendezvous. The location was a CAF suggested by Wu Cixi, conveniently situated near Jiangku University, marking the site of Lu Mingzhi's first invitation to her. Initially, Yin Dajing had no intention of accompanying him, but Lu Mingzhi's apprehension prompted him to invite Yin Dajing for support. With no pressing matters of his own, Yin Dajing agreed to accompany him, hoping to assist should the situation escalate rather than resolve. Upon arrival, Yin Dajing alighted from the vehicle early and made his way toward the CAF where Wu Cixi had made the reservation. While Lu Mingzhi was still parking, Yin Dajing glanced through the window. What? How did Wu Cixi become associated with that Sister Li? He observed Wu Cixi engaged in hushed conversation with Sister Li, whom he had encountered at the birthday celebration for Lang Yueshi. It was evident that Sister Li dominated the dialogue while Wu Cixi listened intently. Yin Dajing did not approach too closely, and given that he was outside, while Wu Cixi and Li Jia were seated further inside the CAF, separated by a wall, he could not hear their conversation. Nevertheless, Yin Dajing promptly called Lu Mingzhi, stating, Lu Mingzhi, circumstances have changed. Find an excuse to change locations and avoid that CAF. Yin Dajing was unaware of the true relationship between Li Jia and Wu Cixi, yet he knew that Li Jia was a practitioner of dark arts, having replicated some of her skills. Although he could counter her malevolent magic, should he fall victim to it, Lu Mingzhi would inevitably suffer. He had always regarded Li Jia as someone from an entirely different world, believing her to be harmless. However, the smallness of Jiangzhou had led to their paths crossing once more. If Li Jia were indeed to target Lu Mingzhi, he could readily notify Ling Dong and have him deal with her. Ling Dong's clandestine organization operated in the shadows and wielded considerable power, making it well-equipped to handle practitioners like Li Jia. Previously, he refrained from informing Ling Dong, harboring a slight ulterior motive of wanting to use Li Jia to torment Lu Wen. What's wrong? Has something happened? Have you discovered anything? Lu Mingzhi inquired, slightly perplexed. I just saw Wu Cixi with another woman, whom I recognize as a practitioner of dark arts capable of sorcery. I fear she may turn her attention towards you. Yin Dajing revealed without reservation, knowing that Lu Mingzhi was aware of such matters. All right, I understand. Lu Mingzhi exclaimed, startled by the mention of dark arts. Recalling the unsettling discoveries Yin Dajing had previously unearthed at the Lu family restaurant, he immediately called Wu Cixi, saying, Wu Cixi, I've arrived nearby. But I prefer not to discuss matters in the CAF. Let us change. Wu Cixi coldly interrupted. I haven't given you that many options. Come if you wish, or don't come at all. You are the one seeking my favor. With that, she abruptly hung up. What should I do now? Lu Mingzhi felt lost and turned to Yin Dajing, suggesting, perhaps we should just let it be. If she wishes to dance, let her. Yin Dajing replied, no, let us go. I'll accompany you. I am familiar with that practitioner, and she is no match for me. In truth, she was far inferior. A mere shadow of his capabilities, and Yin Dajing could easily dispatch Li Jia. All right, with you by my side, I feel much more at ease. Lu Mingzhi, still apprehensive, felt reassured by Yin Dajing's presence, knowing he would not dare to enter alone. Together, they entered the CAF, and not far off, they spotted Wu Cixi seated with Li Jia. Li Jia appeared unconcerned, sitting comfortably alongside Wu Cixi. Yin Dajing, slightly puzzled, approached them with a smile, saying, Hello, Li Jia. It's a pleasure to see you again. Li Jia appeared quite surprised, yet she swiftly composed herself, flashing a smile and casting a flirtatious glance at Yin Dajing as she remarked, Little Yin, have you come here for coffee as well? This establishment is owned by yours truly. What would you like to drink? Today, it's on me, complimentary. Yin Dajing was taken aback, not anticipating that Li Jia was the proprietor of this CAF. However, it is not uncommon for affluent individuals to engage in various ventures. Haha, splendid. Thank you, Li Jia. I would like a latte, please. He then turned to Lu Mingzhi and inquired, What would you like to drink? Lu Mingzhi replied, I did not come here for refreshments, so I shall pass. He harbored a fear that Li Jia might slip something sinister into his coffee. I'll have a cappuccino, Li Jia. And please prepare a cappuccino for him as well, in a large size. Wu Cixi interjected at that moment. Very well, Ligia responded with a smile, rising to instruct her staff to prepare the coffees. Chapter 134. Speaking nonsense. With eyes wide open, Yin Dajing and Lu Mingzhi sat opposite Wu Cixi, who nonchalantly cast a glance at Yin Dajing and remarked, "What's this? Bringing along a helper for a romantic rendezvous? May I ask who this is?" Lu Mingzhi replied, "This is my classmate from the computer science department, Yin Dajing." "University classmate?" A hint of disdain flickered in Wu Cixi's eyes. "Lu Mingzhi, I recall you once mentioned that your university peers are not worth much. If you lack wealth, they would hardly acknowledge your existence, wouldn't they?" Lu Mingzhi felt a pang of awkwardness and stole a glance at Yin Dajing, who maintained a stoic expression, leaving him slightly unsettled. Indeed, he had previously held a low opinion of his classmates, believing that their camaraderie was solely motivated by financial interests. However, the situation had changed. At least Yin Dajing had never asked for a single penny from him, and had, in fact, come to his aid during challenging times. Ahem. Lu Mingzhi cleared his throat and said, "I came to discuss matters with you. Pray tell, what is it that you desire?" "What I desire? I believe you mean to ask what you desire," Wu Cixi retorted candidly, unfazed by Yin Dajing's presence. Upon entering, Yin Dajing had been preoccupied with thoughts of Ligia, but Wu Cixi's words prompted him to turn his attention toward her. Among the few beauties at Junka University, Wu Cixi was undoubtedly striking, embodying the essence of true beauty worthy of the title of campus goddess. Today, she donned a simple white t-shirt paired with an ultra-short black skirt, exuding youthful vitality. In comparison to Bai Shui, the class beauty, Wu Cixi's allure was unmistakably superior. Even the former popular girl Yin Qi paled in comparison to her. Yet, having encountered many beautiful women, Yin Dajing, even without considering Lu Yueran, found that the likes of Hua Xiaolei, Li Qi, and Jiang Lai, 3 flight attendants, were more captivating than she. Yin Dajing observed silently, deep in thought. Lu Mingzhi, having begun recording before entering, scoffed at Wu Cixi's words and declared, "You wish to reconcile with me? Apologies, but that is utterly impossible. During our relationship, I treated you exceptionally well, lavishing you with money. Yet, when my family's restaurant encountered difficulties and I fell into despair, you had the audacity to break up with me, claiming all along that you were merely with me for my wealth. Such a person does not deserve to be my girlfriend." Lu Mingzhi spoke in such detail intentionally, seeking to clarify the entire sequence of events on video, thus rendering it more authentic. Wu Cixi responded, "Lu Mingzhi, I never once suggested breaking up, did I? Are you suffering from auditory hallucinations? Even during your hardest times, I did not propose a split. Yet now, as your family's restaurant begins to thrive, you think you can simply cast me aside? Let me tell you, that will not happen." Lu Mingzhi exchanged a glance with Yin Dajing, both astonished by her audacity. She was indeed bold enough to speak blatant falsehoods with an unflinching demeanor. "Your incessant bickering has rendered this rather dull, has it not?" Lu Mingzhi finds himself in a vexing predicament. Wu Cixi adamantly refuses to concede, thus rendering his plans for filming utterly futile. Indeed, circumstances have proven that one's intentions often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Is it you who is devoid of interest? Do you believe Wu Cixi is someone to be trifled with, to be cast aside at will? Wu Cixi retorted coldly, "When you pursued me, you showered me with promises. Now that you have me, you choose to disavow them, do you? You scoundrel! Let me make this clear. If you wish to rid yourself of me, you shall find it impossible." Lu Mingzhi trembled with rage, slamming his hands on the table as he exclaimed, "How dare you? Do you truly think I, Lu Mingzhi, am someone to be trifled with? Do you believe I won?" His threat was abruptly curtailed by Yin Dajing's intervention. "Wu Cixi, pray tell, what would it take for you to agree to a breakup?" Yin Dajing inquired, feigning a conciliatory tone. "Is it truly within your purview to decide the fate of my relationship with Lu Mingzhi? Or is it that his desire to part ways with me stems from your interference?" Wu Cixi, displaying her cleverness, swiftly redirected the focus onto Lu Mingzhi, causing Yin Dajing to ponder whether Wu Cixi was recording their conversation. Yin Dajing shot her a glare, stating, "Let us converse civilly and refrain from reckless provocations. If you are sincere in negotiating terms, we may engage in dialogue. Otherwise, I have no interest in your whims." Wu Cixi's expression darkened, and she retorted sharply, "Who do you think you are to dictate terms here?" Lu Mingzhi interjected, "I apologize, but it is Yin Dajing who holds sway over this matter." Wu Cixi gritted her teeth and declared, "Very well, My conditions are straightforward. I wish for us to reconcile and marry impossible. I would never wed a woman as shameless as you. Dream on. Lu Mingjie resolutely dismissed her. Then there shall be no further discussion. You may leave. The moment you step out of this CAF, I will publicly unveil all of Lu Mingjie's sordid deeds. Wu Cixi fumed. What is all this commotion? This is a CAF, after all. Kindly lower your voices. Here are your coffees. At that moment, Sister Li cheerfully approached with 3 cups of coffee, distributing them to the trio. Lu Mingjie, infuriated by Wu Cixi, felt parched and reached for his coffee, only to be halted by Yin Dajing's intervention. Are you out of your mind? Wait until the coffee cools before you drink it. A sudden realization struck Lu Mingjie. Sister Li was indeed a dubious character. And how could he dare consume anything here, fearing he might be poisoned? Do not worry, the coffee isn't hot. It's quite drinkable. It's summer, after all, and the water temperature is not too high, Sister Li assured him. Meanwhile, Wu Cixi rolled her eyes at the two of them, lifting her own cup and taking a generous sip, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. Had it been anyone else, they might have indulged instantly. But Lu Mingjie dared not do so. I did not come here merely to drink coffee. Unless this matter is resolved today, I lack the inclination to partake. Yin Dajing responded with a hum and remarked, That's perfect, for I am currently craving a cappuccino. With that, he seized Lu Ming's cup of cappuccino and took a hearty gulp. Ah, delightful, rather pleasant indeed. Yin Dajing continued to indulge, swiftly finishing the entire cup. Observing Yin Dajing consume Lu Ming's coffee, Wu Cixi instinctively glanced at Sister Li, who appeared somewhat taken aback yet managed to smile amiably, saying, As long as it tastes good, that's what matters. You all wait here. I shall brew another cup. Lu Ming quickly waved his hands, insisting, No need. I do not wish for coffee at the moment, while casting a concerned look at Yin Dajing. Given that Yin Dajing had intervened, it was evident that there must be something amiss with that cup of cappuccino. How could he knowingly drink it despite knowing the potential issue? Chapter 135. The truth revealed. Don't worry, it's on me. You can take it with you later. Sister Li said with a smile. What's the matter? Aren't you pleased that Sister Li is treating you? Surely you don't think my coffee is poisoned, do you? Yin Dajing chuckled. Well, it actually is. This coffee is truly toxic. He took a sip of his latte as he spoke. Ha ha, little Yin. You do have a knack for humor, Sister Li laughed lightly. I'm not joking. Yin Dajing's playful expression suddenly faded. You know exactly what you added to this coffee, don't you? Little Yin, what are you implying? Sister Li's smile faltered. Humph, in these 2 cups of coffee, or rather, all 3, you have slipped in something. The taste is quite subtle, so most people wouldn't even notice, and it doesn't take effect immediately after consumption. As he spoke, Yin Dajing observed Sister Li and Wu Cixi's changing expressions, and indeed, their faces began to pale. Mingjie, you can stop the video. The truth is out. After Lu Mingjie, bewildered, put away the video, Yin Dajing continued, Sister Li, this Wu Cixi is under your command, isn't she? Or rather, she has already succumbed to your influence? Sister Li grew increasingly uneasy. What are you saying? I don't understand at all. Yin Dajing sneered. Is that so? Is there a misunderstanding? These 3 cups of coffee are designed to ignite one's desires. Choosing this location was your idea, wasn't it? Once Lu Mingjie drinks this coffee and they quarrel for a while, he will gradually lose control. Ultimately, in some room, a camera will capture everything, allowing you to coerce Lu Mingjie into marrying Wu Cixi, correct? Yin Dajing turned his gaze towards Wu Cixi, whose eyes began to narrow nervously. Lu Mingjie felt a chill of sweat break out on his brow. If this were true, under Wu Cixi's pressure, he might indeed consider marrying her for the greater good. Of course, marrying Wu Cixi into the Lu family would merely be the first step. The second would be to eliminate Lu Hu and Lu Mingjie after the marriage, right? Sister Li, you must have quite a bit of experience with this. After all, your 3 husbands all met similar fates, didn't they? Yin Dajing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sister Li. He had done a bit of investigation on Sister Li, whose real name was Zhao Li, and discovered that she was 46 years old. Having been married 3 times without bearing children, all her husbands were wealthy men, and each had passed away within a year of marriage. Undoubtedly, she had inherited their fortunes. Despite her current efforts to maintain her allure, time was catching up with her, and such tactics could not be sustained indefinitely. Thus, she contemplated others, and without a doubt, Wu Cixi emerged as an exceptionally ideal candidate. After a meticulous observation of Wu Cixi, Yin Dajing discerned that she had fallen under Zhao Li's malevolent influence. This enchantment was not particularly potent, as Zhao Li herself was merely ensnared in a phase of seduction, retaining her rationality. Naturally, the efficacy of this sorcery stemmed significantly from Wu Cici's own acquiescence to Zhao Li's actions. Coldly, Zhao Li remarked, "Little Yin, knowing too much about certain matters may not bode well for you. You may take Lu Mingzhi and leave now. This matter ends here." Yin Dajing shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but I am not prepared to let this go. For now, it may be resolved. But I fear Zhao Li will continue to ensnare other young women into engaging in such sordid affairs. What do you intend to do?" Zhao Li inhaled deeply and said, "Little Yin, I did not anticipate that you too are a cultivator. I underestimated you. However, one must show mercy where possible, especially considering you may not truly be my rival. Have some dignity, will you? At your age, barely having reached the second level of qi refinement, you dare claim to be my opponent?" Yin Dajing could not help but roll his eyes. The cultivation speed of dark practitioners often surpassed that of their righteous counterparts, yet their foundational strength remained inferior. Nevertheless, Zhao Li was also at the second level of qi refinement. She would never transcend the mid-stage of qi refinement in her lifetime. Before Yin Dajing could finish his sentence, Zhao Li struck with lightning speed, unleashing a cloud of pink mist towards him. Just as the mist was about to envelop his face, a green man-eating flower materialized before him, widening its mouth to absorb the entire cloud of pink vapor. Subsequently, this carnivorous plant transformed into a green vine, swiftly ensnaring Zhao Li. Their location was relatively secluded, with few passers-by, and in an instant, Zhao Li was bound, devoid of any opportunity to utter further words. "You would do well not to act rashly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will refrain from taking action against you." Noticing that Wu Cici seemed poised to assist, Yin Dajing cast a fierce glare in her direction. Then, Yin Dajing inscribed a symbol in the air, akin to water flowing in motion. With a flick of his hand, the symbol surged into Wu Cici's mind, causing her to shiver and awaken considerably. "Remember this. Do not indulge in such nefarious paths again, nor pursue Lu Mingzhi. Otherwise, I possess 100 methods to ensure your demise goes unnoticed. You may leave." Wu Cici had long been intimidated by Yin Dajing's capabilities. Previously, she had merely been misled by Zhao Li, which had emboldened her to concoct such a reckless plan. Now, upon regaining her senses, trepidation began to seep into her heart. After all, she was still merely a university student, far less ruthless than the deceivers outside. Though a sense of reluctance lingered, upon witnessing Yin Dajing's formidable prowess, she realized the futility of provoking him. Gritting her teeth, she seized a handbag and dashed out of the CAF. "The next move was yours. Sisterly, pray tell, how shall I contend with you? You are a nefarious practitioner, and individuals of the Xianmen sect would not hesitate to call for your demise upon discovering your existence. Even should I take your life, who would rise to champion your cause?" Zhao Li replied coldly, "Yin Dajing, you cannot kill me. There is a crucial detail you have misconstrued. I am merely a pawn in this game. There are others behind me. It was not I who chose Wu Cici. It was those who stand behind me. Should you extinguish my life and sever their financial lifeline, they shall not spare you." Chapter 136. The Heart Demon Cult Lu Mingzhi. "You should return. I will handle matters here," Yin Dajing said, turning to Lu Mingzhi upon hearing Zhao Li's words. "All right, be careful." Lu Mingzhi understood that even if he remained, he would merely be a burden. "Let us proceed to your office to discuss," he added. Yin Dajing retracted the vines, warning, "I advise against any rash actions. The moment you make a move, I can swiftly pierce your heart with these vines." Although the wood element in the 5 elements cultivation is primarily associated with vitality, its lethal capabilities are not to be underestimated. Zhao Li, not want to play tricks, escorted Yin Dajing to her office. This modest CAF office was roughly 20 square meters, furnished with a desk, a large sofa, and a small bookshelf, devoid of any other embellishments. As Yin Dajing settled onto the sofa, he remarked, "Now that we are alone, you may disclose the identity of your mastermind. Are you certain you wish to know? Or perhaps you are simply meddling?" Zhao Li, initially fraught with fear, felt a sense of relief upon entering, believing that Yin Dajing was also wary of her associates. Yin Dajing replied, "I have little interest in this matter, but I suspect others may." He retrieved his phone and called Ling Donglai, a busy individual who nonetheless answered promptly. "Hello, Uncle Shi, what can I do for you?" Ling Donglai inquired after the second ring. I'm in Jiangzhou and have uncovered an evil cultivator. Yin Dajing briefly recounted the events. Currently, Zhao Li is with me. How do you suggest I deal with her? While Yin Dajing explained the situation, Ling Donglai perused the relevant files to corroborate his account. Uncle Sure, could you please put me on speaker? I need to speak with Zhao Li. Yin Dajing acknowledged and activated the speakerphone, addressing Zhao Li, Sister Li. My disciple wishes to have a word with you. Your disciple? Zhao Li questioned, perplexed. It is I. The voice of Ling Donglai emanated from the phone, markedly different in tone from his interaction with Yin Dajing, imbued with an air of authority. I am Ling Donglai from the secret department. Zhao Li, you are a remnant of the heart demon cult, are you not? Zhao Li shivered, responding, Ling Donglai, you are iron-faced Yinlo Ling Donglai. It seems you have heard of my name, Ling Donglai replied ominously. You would do well to confess all you know about the heart demon cult, otherwise, I will ensure that you find no respite in life or death. Zhao Li's legs weakened, and she stammered, Mr. Ling, I am merely a fish that slipped through the net. I have long severed ties with the heart demon cult. I am uncertain whether there are still any members of the heart demon sect alive. As for my earlier claim of having an online presence, it was merely a ruse to deceive young Yin. Initially, I intended to address her as Little Yin, but considering the formidable figure of the iron-faced Yama, Ling Donglai, who is obliged to refer to her as Master Yin of the great capital, how could she dare to call her Little Yin? What exactly is the heart demon sect? This is the first time Master Yin has heard of such a name, prompting him to speak up. Ling Donglai elaborated. In the realm of practitioners within Huaxia, there exists both righteousness and malevolence. Over the past several decades since the founding of Huaxia, the righteous sects have maintained a dominant position, causing the malevolent practitioners to remain largely concealed. Most of these malevolent practitioners are rather disorganized, yet a century ago, a demonic sect amalgamated several evil factions, one of which is the Heart Demon Sect, renowned for its insidious methods of manipulation. It is truly astonishing that they have managed to resurface right under our noses. Little Master, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I would not have discovered these individuals. Master Yin expressed his sentiments, acknowledging that had it not been for his replication ability, he would have been unable to perceive Zhao Li's abnormalities without deliberately probing with spiritual power. How shall we address this Zhao Li? I will summon individuals to apprehend her and conduct a thorough interrogation, ensuring that we eradicate the Heart Demon Sect entirely. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, several officials arrived, employing various pretexts to seal the CAF and escort Zhao Li away. Before her removal, Master Yin unreservedly destroyed Zhao Li's dantian. For a practitioner, the destruction of the dantian signifies a complete cessation of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, aside from Master Yin himself, no one else can restore a damaged dantian. The following day, Ling Donglai personally traveled to Jiangzhou. However, upon investigation, he discovered that Zhao Li had not gone online and her actions had not been overly drastic. It appeared that, like Lu Wan, she merely drained him and discarded him without resorting to murder. Of course, Lu Wan subsequently fell gravely ill and has yet to fully recover, appearing as though he has aged a decade overnight. Among Zhao Li's previous 3 husbands, only the last was a deliberate victim of her malice. The other 2 perished due to her mismanagement of their vitality. As for Wu Sisi, she has become much more subdued, or perhaps it is more accurate to say that she has been frightened into submission, no longer daring to challenge Lu Mingzhi. Following the resolution of this matter, all of Master Yin's undertakings progressed remarkably smoothly. In terms of his career, Yuan technology is operating steadily, requiring no further elaboration. Both the Lu family restaurant and Eagle Soars are experiencing rapid growth, evolving with each passing day. He has obtained his driver's license, and both of his younger sisters are advancing splendidly in their cultivation, their progress being nothing short of meteoric. The Yaoxian sect, including Gu Hong, has also made steady advancements in their cultivation, finding the journey significantly smoother than before. His own cultivation reached a significant milestone on the day following his acquisition of a driving license, as he gained profound insights, elevating all 4 elemental realms to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Although this may appear to be merely a single-tier advancement, it is noteworthy that Yin Dajing practices the 5 elements concurrently. Consequently, all his elemental techniques have ascended to the late stage of Qi refinement. The news of his business trip to Country D for a month weighed heavily on Hua Xiaolei's heart. I have grown accustomed to your delicious meals upon your return. The thought of enduring nearly a month without your cooking is unbearable. Perhaps this is for the best. You need not worry about gaining weight, he teased her. How can you jest at a time like this? Wishing you safe travels, and do remember to return swiftly, she replied. Indeed, I shall, he affirmed. The members of the Medicine Immortal Sect expressed no particular concern regarding Yin Dajing's trip to Country D, deeming it a trivial matter. However, his parents were decidedly anxious, repeatedly urging him to prioritize his safety. Yin Dajing had tactfully suggested bringing his parents to Jiangzhou and even opening a restaurant there for them, but they resolutely declined, insisting that he should save his earnings, as they had no desire to leave their hometown, regardless of the financial means at their disposal. Chapter 137. Master Kuma Lu Yueren's journey to Country D had long been predetermined, and prior to her departure, arrangements had been meticulously coordinated with a local company. The delegation from Yueren Technology comprised only a few individuals: Lu Yueren herself, Yin Dajing, and Shui Yifan. Shui Yifan, as the technical director, was tasked with addressing technical matters, while Lu Yueren was responsible for negotiating collaborative agreements. Upon their arrival at the airport in the capital city of New State, they were met by a designated escort. At the exit, a sign emblazoned with "Welcome Miss Lu Yueren of Yueren Technology" in elegant Chinese characters greeted them. The driver, a gentleman in his 40s, was appropriately attired and spoke English with a mild Curry accent that was not overly pronounced. All three had a sufficient command of English, particularly Yin Dajing, whose proficiency had ascended to an advanced level, enabling him to understand effortlessly. Once seated in the vehicle, Yin Dajing powered on his phone to discover several missed calls and messages. Among them was a note from Gu Hong. Junior brother, Master Kuma in Country D has a request. Since you will be in New State for a while, it would be beneficial if you could assist him. Kuma is a venerable figure in Country D, akin to a national sage. I am uncertain of the specifics, but he will contact you shortly. Momentarily taken aback, Yin Dajing pondered the uncanny timing of Master Kuma's request upon his arrival in Country D. Nevertheless, he decided to initiate a call to Kuma. In a villa located in New State, Country D, Master Kuma paced restlessly within his chamber, a troubled expression etched on his face. The room was filled with mournful sobs. As a middle-aged man, approximately 50, lay on a hospital bed, barely clinging to life. Cease your weeping. Enough of this lamentation, it only serves to vex my spirit, Master Kuma exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Instantly, silence fell over the room, as his commanding presence quelled any dissent. Master Kuma, please, I beg you to save my father. A young boy of 8 or 9 years, undeterred by Kuma's grandeur, clung to his leg, pleading earnestly. Sing, do not despair. I have summoned the most renowned physicians from our homeland to attend to your father. He shall not succumb, Master Kuma reassured the boy, though his brow remained furrowed with concern. The patient, his beloved disciple Neru, was not only a prominent figure within the military hierarchy of Country D, but had also been the target of a nefarious plot, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Master Kuma, a practitioner of both mysticism and medicine, had rushed to his aid without delay. Yet, the severity of Neru's injuries was dire, compounded by the fact that he had been poisoned. While he could temporarily stave off death, the duration of this reprieve was uncertain, even to him. Master Kuma immediately thought of Huaxia and Yin Dajing. The last time at the Ximen conference, Yin Dajing left a profound impression on Master Kuma, and they had exchanged contact information. However, when Master Kuma called, he found that Yin Dajing's phone was turned off. Reluctantly, he reached out to Gu Hong. To his delight, he learned that Yin Dajing was en route to Xinzhou on a business trip. It seemed to be fate, perhaps a sign that the heavens deemed his disciple's life should not end so soon. Yet, after a moment's reflection, the initial excitement faded. As a doctor and a practitioner, he knew the severity of Neru's injuries and doubted that even Yin Dajing could save him. As Master Kuma gently patted Xiao Xinger's head, his phone suddenly rang. Such a man rarely utilized a mobile phone, usually leaving it with his apprentice. Yet at this moment, he had kept it close, anticipating a call. Upon checking the caller ID, his eyes brightened. It was Yin Dajing. Hello, Master Yin. This is Kuma, he greeted. Knowing that Yin Dajing was of the same generation as Gu Hong, he addressed him with respect, elevating him to the status of an elder. For he was indeed a junior to Gu Hong. Moreover, Master Kuma spoke in Huaxia dialect as a sign of respect. Master Kuma, I heard from my senior brother that you were looking for me. What is it? I just got off the plane, Yin Dajing inquired. Master Yin, I have a disciple who is gravely injured and on the brink of death. I am at a loss and humbly seek your assistance. Master Kuma's voice carried a hint of sorrow. All right, let me take a look. However, I am not familiar with D country or Shinjo. How do I get to you? I am still at the airport. I will take a taxi, Yin Dajing responded without hesitation. Master Yin, I have already arranged for someone to meet you. Please wait at the exit. Master Kuma replied gratefully. Thank you so much, he added. Yes, we will discuss further upon my arrival. After hanging up, Yin Dajing turned to Liu Yueran and said, You, General Manager Liu, a friend of mine in D country has been injured, and I need to go check on him. You and General Manager Shui should go ahead. I will take a taxi and meet up with you later. You know people in D country? Liu Yueran asked, intrigued. Indeed, the person I know is quite influential there. If we encounter any trouble in D country, he can easily resolve it for us, Yin Dajing replied with a smile. The esteemed status of Master Kuma in D country could be likened to that of Elder Jiang in Huaxia. However, there was a notable difference. While Elder Jiang had retired, Master Kuma remained active, wielding even greater influence. All right, just be careful. I will send you the precise address via WeChat. Once you finish your business, proceed there. Liu Yueran did not try to dissuade him. After Yin Dajing exited the vehicle, they departed. Regardless, the primary purpose of bringing along Yin Dajing this time was to serve as a bodyguard, with the occasional role of a translator. I had not anticipated much from him. After waiting for less than a minute, I heard someone shouting in Huaxia, Mr. Yin. Mr. Yin from Huaxia. Although the pronunciation was not entirely accurate, it was quite commendable for a foreigner to articulate Huaxia in such a manner. Yin Dajing raised his hand. Here, that is me. A young man in his 20s rushed over, his face etched with urgency. Are you Mr. Yin Dajing from Huaxia? Master Kumar sent me to fetch you. Yes. Please take me to Master Kumar. We must hurry. Yin Dajing was eager to see what awaited him. If a life were lost, even his efforts to save it would be in vain. Yes, I understand. Please follow me. The young man was quite decisive, nearly jogging ahead to lead the way. Chapter 138. Official business encountering obstacles. Once Yin Dajing followed the young man to a secluded spot, he was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, the young man was driving a police car. After getting in, the young man immediately activated the siren and sped away, with other vehicles hastily yielding the road. As if a significant incident had occurred, the young man drove with remarkable urgency, evidently more anxious than Yin Dajing himself. Approximately half an hour later, the police car arrived at the villa. As he exited the vehicle, Master Kuma was already waiting at the entrance to greet him personally. The young driver had been dispatched by his superior to welcome Yin Dajing, yet he never anticipated that Master Kuma would come out to receive him, leaving him to ponder the young man's remarkable status. Master Yin, welcome to Country D. I had no idea you were coming for business. I would have prepared a reception for you, Master Kuma said, his urgency masked by a cordial smile. Is this the esteemed master from Huaxiao that Master Kuma spoke of? He seems rather youthful, some family members of Neru whispered, unable to contain their murmurs. Indeed, he is so young that his medical skills might be lacking. I fear Neru's prospects are grim. Master Kuma found himself in a desperate situation, resorting to any means at his disposal. Yin Dajing smiled gently and addressed the two whispering individuals. Those with true capability never gauge their worth by age. Let us first assess whether he can be healed. He spoke in impeccable D language, leaving everyone astonished, especially the two who had just been whispering. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Although their voices were hushed, they had not fully concealed their conversation, mistakenly believing that Master Yin would likely not comprehend. In Huaxia, many scholars study their native language, English, French, and even languages such as H, R, and E, yet few can articulate D language. Ignorant fools. Master Yin is a highly esteemed physician in Huaxia. You are not worthy of your petty discussions. Master Kuma scolded them sharply. There's no need for concern, Master Kuma. My youth may lead to skepticism, and that is entirely understandable. However, I should first examine the patient, Yin Dajing replied, smiling as he took Master Kuma's hand. Huaxia truly stands as a pillar in the realm of cultivation, being the birthplace of such practices. Master Kuma, while one of the foremost practitioners in Country D, is not particularly distinguished in Huaxia, where, at his age, he is merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. The level of cultivators in Country D is thus clearly illustrated. Were it not for Master Yin's understanding, I would tear your tongues out. Master Kuma shot a cold glare at the two before guiding Yin Dajing into the patient's room. Yin Dajing approached Neru and meticulously examined him before stating, "Fortunately, if it were not for your swift actions, Master Kuma, he would not have survived this long. Even with my extraordinary skills, I would have been unable to save him. Now, I possess a 90% certainty of restoring him. The immediate priority is to expeditiously eliminate the poison within him. This is the first step. The longer the toxin remains in his body, the greater the damage it inflicts." Master Kuma remarked, "I have attempted to expel the poison from Neru using spiritual energy, yet the nature of the toxin remains a mystery to me." Yin Dajing replied with a smile, "Fortunately, this task poses no challenge for me. Prepare a basin of clear water and gather some medicinal herbs, which I shall list for you. I will write it in D language for your convenience." He then placed the clear water at the edge of the bed and swiftly pierced the 10 fingers of Neru with a silver needle, submerging his hands in the basin. The reason Master Kuma was unable to extract the potent toxin was due to its peculiar characteristic of disguise, much like a chameleon. However, Yin Dajing was not deterred. Having attained advanced skills in traditional Chinese medicine and possessing elemental spiritual power, he was capable of expelling the toxin regardless of its deceptive nature. Even so, it took nearly an hour and a half for him to completely cleanse Neru of the poison. With a sigh of relief, Yin Dajing turned his attention to Neru's internal and external injuries, inflicted by another adept from the mystical realms. Yet, this was trivial for Yin Dajing. The healing process, predominantly reliant on spiritual energy, took nearly 3 additional hours before Neru was fully restored. All is well now. He shall awaken shortly. Upon his recovery, he must follow my prescription, taking the medicine 5 times a day for a week, after which he will be able to walk, and in a month, he will be entirely healed. Suddenly, many individuals in the room knelt down. They were Neru's family. "Thank you, Master Yin, for saving Neru's life. We apologize for ever doubting you." "Thank you, Master Yin." They expressed their gratitude, many overwhelmed with tears of joy. Neru was the head of the family, their cornerstone, and his misfortune would have spelled ruin for them all. Master Kuma then presented a bag of ginseng and various other herbs to Yin Dajing, stating, "Master Yin, I am aware you have been searching for these herbs. I have prepared them for you. Please accept them." After receiving the herbs, Yin Dajing said, "Master Kuma, could you kindly arrange for someone to escort me to find my companions? I am here on business in D country." Master Kuma quickly responded, "It is nearly dusk. Since your arrival, you have been treating Neru and have yet to eat. Our meal is ready. Please dine first, and then I shall arrange for someone to take you." "No need, Master Kuma. I would prefer to join my colleagues for dinner after my visit. It will not take much time," Yin Dajing replied with a gentle shake of his head. Such a practitioner, even after several days without sustenance, would remain unaffected. In treating Neru, he expended merely a third of his spiritual energy, a significant improvement compared to his performance during the Xianmen conference. Observing Yin Dajing's determination, Master Kumar refrained from further objections, instructing a disciple to accompany Yin Dajing personally. This disciple, Vikas, though only in his early 30s, was greatly favored by Master Kumar, who had brought him along on his recent trip to Huaxia. After Yin Dajing provided Vikas with the address, Vikas navigated the route with ease. During the journey, Yin Dajing sent a text to Lu Yueran inquiring about the progress of her work. "Ugh, don't even mention it. This time has been utterly frustrating," Lu Yueran vented, unable to suppress her exasperation. "What's wrong? What happened?" Yin Dajing asked. "Let us not discuss it now. It's too overwhelming. We can talk when you return. How about you? When will you arrive?" Lu Yueran replied. "I'm nearly there now," Yin Dajing assured her. "All right then, we're at a hotel nearby. Just come straight here." While Vikas drove with urgency on the way there, his demeanor shifted to a more calm and steady pace on the return trip. Approximately 40 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel where Lu Yueran was staying. "All right, we have arrived." "Thank you, Vikas," Yin Dajing said politely as he exited the vehicle. No, it is my honor to drive you, Master Yin. Should you require anything while in D country, please feel free to contact me," Vikas said courteously, handing Yin Dajing a business card. Yin Dajing accepted it without inspecting the details, simply placing it in his pocket. Chapter 139, Threat while in the hotel lobby. Yin Dajing placed a call to Lu Yueran, and shortly thereafter, Lu Yueran and Shui Yifan made their way down. "Let us first indulge in a meal," he suggested. Both Lu Yuan and Shui Yifan wore grim expressions, particularly Shui Yifan, who appeared somewhat despondent. Yin Dajing could discern their lack of appetite. However, as the employer, Lu Yuan could forego her meal, but could not permit Shui Yifan to do the same. On the second floor of the hotel, they found a dining room. After casually ordering a few dishes, they began to recount the events of the afternoon. Yuan Technology had established collaborations with several companies from countries such as M, H, and D. Previously, there were two partner companies in D, but due to their own circumstances, both had begun to decline. Consequently, Yuan Technology had been in contact with other firms in D, seeking new partners. This business trip was intended to finalize an agreement with a company named Weipu Technology in New Jersey. Not long ago, Lu Yuan had engaged in substantial discussions with the relevant representatives of Weipu Technology, establishing numerous cooperative intentions. All preparations had been meticulously arranged. This trip was meant to be a mere formality, followed by a technical integration. However, upon arrival, they discovered that a technology firm from Huaxia, Hangqing, was also in negotiations with Weipu Technology. To Lu Yuan's dismay, Weipu Technology had invited both the Hangqing Company and Yuan Technology to compete against each other, with the victor securing the collaboration. While Lu Yuan found this situation displeasing, she understood the rationale. After all, who would not wish to select the best option? However, the Hangqing Company, named Tianqing Technology, appeared to have connections with officials in D, and despite being at a distinct disadvantage, managed to garner greater support. Although a meeting was scheduled for the next day, Lu Yuan was already aware that the likelihood of Yuan Technology collaborating with Weipu Technology had diminished to below 10%. They were likely to serve merely as a supplementary competitor. Let it be, Lu Yuan declared indignantly. Continuing this partnership with a company like Weipu Technology seems futile. Let us regard this business trip as a brief escape. We shall prepare to return the day after tomorrow. As for tomorrow's meeting speech, it is entirely unnecessary. Indeed, what you say is correct, President Lu, Shui Yifan concurred. The attitude displayed by Weipu Technology today clearly indicates that most of their upper management has already aligned themselves with Tianqing Technology. Our presence here serves only to bolster their position. After a brief pause, Shui Yifan added, Tianqing Technology is not particularly prominent in Hangqing. It was established merely 2 years before Yuan Technology. Although it may appear larger in scale, their core competitiveness is weak. Yuan Technology is vastly superior to them. I truly wonder if the leaders at Weipu Technology are blind to this. Yin Dajing listened to the complaints of the two, maintaining a silence, until Lu Yuan inquired. Yin Dajing, what do you think? I have no objections. If you wish to return, then by all means, do so. Just as Yin Dajing finished speaking, the door of the private room was abruptly swung open. Ah, isn't this General Lu of Yuan Technology? What a pleasure to meet you, said a man in his 40s. Dressed in a white shirt and a blue tie. Though his forehead was somewhat broad and his hair sparse, he exuded an unexpected vitality. Mr. Su, are you here to revel in our misfortune? That is quite unnecessary, Lu Yuan replied, lifting her head slightly before lowering it again. We shall not attend tomorrow's meeting. We have lost to Weipu Technology. Su Chuanrong of Tianqing Technology chuckled heartily and remarked, General Lu, you seem to possess a commendable self-awareness. However, if you choose not to attend, how shall we at Tianqing Technology ascend at the expense of your Yuan Technology? That simply won't do. Indeed, we are in D country, in Xinzhou. It is not your prerogative to skip out, came a clumsy Mandarin voice, as a bearded foreigner approached with a grin. Mr. Sasha, what do you mean by that? Lu Yuan was taken aback to see Sasha standing behind Su Chuanrong, her nerves suddenly heightened. Sasha was a well-known figure in Xinzhou, a wealthy individual whose father founded Weipu Technology, which truly flourished under his stewardship. Though a nouveau riche, he had established himself locally, and Lu Yuan was acutely aware of the need to tread carefully around him in D country. Most importantly, Sasha was not known for his amiable temperament. She had witnessed him physically reprimanding an intern earlier that day, merely for accidentally spilling water on him. My message is quite clear. Tomorrow, your Yuan Technology must be present and deliver your speech as originally planned, Sasha declared with a grin that made his beard tremble, a rather striking sight. Observing the collusion between the two, Lu Yuan felt a surge of anger but hesitated to refuse them. Ah, very well, it is merely a speech, and we are willing to cooperate, Yin Dajing interjected suddenly. Yin Dajing, you. Shui Yifan fumed, wanting to reprimand him, but Lu Yuan held him back. Who are you? I did not see you earlier today, Sasha remarked, his smile widening. Yet you seem rather perceptive. Not bad. I am Yin Dajing, a programmer under General Shui, he replied with a smile. Shui Yifan huffed in displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Yin Dajing's audacity. You are merely a programmer. Do you dare to make decisions on your own? Or are you simply planning to brush us off and find an excuse to be absent tomorrow? Su Chuanrong frowned. This is indeed D-country. If you truly intend to proceed with such actions, it would be tantamount to disregarding my respect. Sasha remarked with a sinister tone. I possess 100 ways to ensure your discreet disappearance. In her heart, Lu Yuan thought, damn it, why did I not investigate thoroughly? I never anticipated that Sasha could be so malicious and ruthless. Now, even if she offers collaboration, I am disinclined to engage. Suddenly, Sasha's demeanor shifted, and she smiled again. Lu, you have traveled such a long distance. We still have other collaborations to discuss. We cannot let your trip be in vain. Look here. I have a contract prepared for you. Please take a look, and if everything is satisfactory, do sign it. As her words faded, a young man cheerfully placed a contract upon the dining table. Chapter 140. Compromise? Lu Yuan had already discerned that Sasha harbored no benevolent intentions. However, after casting a hasty glance at the contract presented to her, she was seething with indignation. Was this truly a contract? It was nothing short of a humiliating and oppressive agreement. While it ostensibly spoke of cooperation, in reality, all the benefits were siphoned off by Weipu Technology, leaving Yuan Technology to shoulder all the risks. Not only would Yuan Technology be deprived of the eventual outcomes, but it would also incur labor costs. Mr. Sasha, is this truly how one bullies another? Lu Yuan said, her face ashen, as she flung the contract onto the table. We are here to discuss cooperation. And behind us stands the might of Huaxia. I refuse to believe you would dare to act against us. Over the years, the nation's growing strength had emboldened many merchants from Huaxia. Are you not afraid of provoking a diplomatic incident? At this moment, Su Chuanrong chuckled and replied, I fear that will not be the case. The ambassador of Huaxia to country D happens to be my uncle, and I am a witness to the fact that Mr. Sasha of Weipu Technology has consistently treated Yuan Technology with courtesy. It is Yuan Technology that has acted arrogantly, leveraging its position to bully others, ultimately leading to the breakdown of negotiations with Weipu Technology, resulting in harsh words exchanged. Nonetheless, Weipu Technology wishes to conclude matters amicably and even offered to send Yuan Technology's representatives back home, but President Lu of Yuan Technology has chosen to negotiate with other companies, rebuffing Weipu Technology's goodwill. After that, where the representatives of Yuan Technology went, Weipu Technology was left in the dark. Yin Dajing observed Su Chuanrong intently, recognizing that the true orchestrator behind this entire affair was evidently Mr. Su of Tianqing Technology. Sasha, being a businessman, might gain some advantage from such an uncompromising stance. But who would choose to collaborate with him in the future? Mr. Sasha, is this your intention? Lu Yuan remarked, keenly aware of Sasha's apparent deference to Su Chuanrong, which left her bewildered. What was most perplexing was that Tianqing Technology seemed to have a specific agenda against Yuan Technology, despite there being no competitive relationship between the two entities. Although she had heard of Tianqing Technology before, their paths had never crossed. Indeed, that is my intention, Sasha affirmed without hesitation. Then my response is, we will not sign. Mr. Sasha, you may take your leave, Lu Yuan responded coldly. How dare they mock her? Tread upon her dignity, and now force her to sign an inequitable contract? This had completely surpassed Lu Yuan's limit of tolerance. Shui Yifan, in a fit of anger, pulled out his phone and declared, I will call the relevant authorities immediately to seek protection. Our comings and goings from this hotel are all captured on surveillance cameras. I refuse to believe you can wield such unchecked power. I have already stated this several times. This is, after all, Country D, Sasha sneered. Indeed, it is Country D, but when did it become your Country D? Yin Dajing also wore a cold smile, asserting, you are currently abusing your power. Do you not fear encountering an even stronger force? And you, Su, if I am not mistaken, I am unaware of any grievances between Yuan Technology and yourself. However, abroad, you conspire with foreigners to bully those from Huaxia. You, halt. Su Chuanrong interrupted Yin Dajing, apologizing, I did not intend to remain a citizen of Huaxia. I am preparing to apply for a change of nationality. If all goes well, I shall become an American citizen next year. Therefore, strictly speaking, I am not oppressing my compatriots, as you are not my compatriots. At most, I can only be considered as preying on the weak. Ha ha. Sasha disregarded Yin Dajing, dismissively gesturing, and the young man from earlier swiftly seized Shui Yifun's phone, throwing it to the ground and shattering it. Mr. Liu, you inquired if there exists a method of bullying as I do? Allow me to clarify, this is precisely how it is done. How does that strike you? Hee. And this is merely the beginning. We are in Country D, and while I may not be particularly impressive here, it is entirely sufficient for me to crush you. Sasha was indeed unafraid of Yuan technology. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offend them so brazenly. Come, gather all their valuables, as hosts. We cannot allow accusations of rudeness or insufficient consideration for our clients, particularly their phones. These devices are quite valuable, and should they be lost, you cannot afford the repercussions. Remember to compensate for the one that was just broken. After reiterating in clumsy Huaxia dialect, he repeated it in the local language. His subordinates approached, and Lu Yuran stood up, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Yin Dajing. With an affable smile, he produced a bag, saying, "You wish to assist us in gathering our valuables? I possess little of worth, just these remaining items. Would you care to take them?" The young man who had broken Shui Yifun's phone approached Yin Dajing's bag, initially indifferent, but upon noticing the medicinal materials within, he paused, presenting it to Sasha, stating, "Mr. Sasha, these are some precious medicinal herbs." "What precious herbs?" Sasha shot him a glare and retorted, "These are merely fake herbs. Do you think a programmer could afford genuine ones?" He merely cast a cursory glance before discarding them. Soon after, they demanded Yin Dajing's phone, which he willingly surrendered. Lu Yuran had objections, but Yin Dajing directly retrieved it from her hands and tossed it to Sasha. "Ensure you take care of these. Should they be lost, you will be held accountable." Sasha was taken aback, not anticipating Yin Dajing's cooperation. Lu Yuran, however, remained composed. Knowing that Yin Dajing was not one to easily yield, nor was he a coward, there must be a purpose behind his actions. Conversely, Shui Yifun was quite displeased with Yin Dajing's behavior. Had Lu Yuran not been present, he would have certainly reprimanded him. Upon witnessing Yin Dajing's compliance, Sasha and Su Chuanrong found themselves at a loss for words, akin to striking a fist against cotton. "You must participate in the speech tomorrow, and by then, I expect this contract to be duly signed," Sasha declared. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "Considering you are guests here, I will arrange for bodyguards to ensure your safety. We shall take our leave now. You all remain here to protect them." Once Sasha and Su Chuanrong departed, Lu Yuan turned to Yin Dajing, awaiting a response from him. "Please do not gaze at me so intently. Indulge in your meals and refreshments. Rest assured, it will not be long before Sasha returns, imploring you to sign the contract and kneeling to compensate us for what has been taken back." Chapter 141. The Fury of Kuma. Yin Dajing, have you lost your mind? We are in Country D. Initially, we had our phones, the ability to call for help, to reach out to people back home. And now, Shui Yifun expressed his displeasure. Yin Dajing, rendered speechless, replied, "Mr. Shui, do you truly believe that having phones in our possession would afford us the opportunity to make calls? They will seize our phones without hesitation. Can you refuse them? Do you see those bodyguards? Not only our mobile phones, but even the hotel landlines have been cut off. They are watching over us, preventing any chance of stepping outside to make a call. However, Mr. Shui, you can rest assured. Since I have made such a statement, it implies I possess confidence. If all goes smoothly, by the time we finish our meal, they may very well be the ones begging us." Shui Yifun scoffed, unable to formulate a rebuttal to Yin Dajing's words. His appetite, already diminished, had vanished entirely. Lu Yuan was curious to inquire about Yin Dajing's confidence, but recalled that his medical practice might be linked to his assurance. Who could possibly be his source of confidence? In this Country D, does he truly wield such influence? Will their agreeable demeanor prove to be a deception? Su Chuanrong could not contain his thoughts in a more lavish private room. He sensed that Yin Dajing's readiness to comply hinted at a concealed scheme. This is Country D. Sasha relished uttering this phrase, particularly when addressing individuals from other nations. Even if they harbor schemes, should I be fearful? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is but a fleeting cloud. We have been in contact with Yuan technology for quite some time. Previously, we indeed had intentions to collaborate. However, now that we have encountered Mr. Su, It is clear that your Tianqing technology is far more suitable for us than Yuan technology. Sasha thought to himself, adding, Tianqing technology is hardly significant. Our Weipu technology merely seeks to leverage your connections as a foundation. Otherwise, would I choose you? Yuan technology far surpasses you in terms of technology many times over. I am willing to offend Lu Yuan to assist you. Do not let me down, or you may find yourself disappearing in country D. Pausing briefly, Sasha continued, it is precisely for this reason we have thoroughly understood Yuan technology. It is simply an ordinary tech company, lacking substantial backing. While I may be far removed in Huaxia, here, manipulating it will be a cinch. By the way, do you have any grievances with Yuan technology? How could there be? Su Chuanrong smiled faintly, responding, we truly have no grievances with Yuan technology. In fact, I hold a certain admiration for them. Though their team is small, their capabilities are formidable. They are a vibrant and innovative young tech company, poised for great achievements. I, Su Chuanrong, am merely a wayward individual in the Su family. Since my childhood, I have been looked down upon by everyone, perceived as a source of shame for my family. Nevertheless, we are, after all, a family of scholarly lineage. While I may have faltered in various aspects, I have resolved to marry a woman of exceptional quality, one who can assist me in my career and grace both the banquet hall and the kitchen. After a thorough search in Huaxia, it seems that the only suitable candidate is Lu Yuan from Yuan Technology. She possesses considerable knowledge, is remarkably beautiful, and most importantly, she single-handedly established Yuan Technology. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a worthy match for a gentleman. If I can win her affection, I shall hold a position of respect within the Su family. Sasha, however, could not comprehend Su Chuanrong's perspective. In his experience, winning over a woman simply required monetary investment. Yet, despite being from D country, Sasha found himself captivated by Lu Yuan's beauty. If Su Chuanrong had no interest in her, Sasha might have made his move. It dawned on him that he had assumed an enmity between Su and Lu, leading to such schemes against her. Now that he understood Su's intentions, he resolved to tread carefully. Su, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, he jested. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, and soon the dishes began to arrive. In consideration of Su Chuanrong, Sasha ordered Huaxia cuisine, although he himself was not particularly fond of it and ate very little. After a mere 10 minutes, a sudden vibration from a mobile phone pierced the air. What kind of operation is this? Did I not instruct you all to silence your phones? Sasha exclaimed in D language, ire evident in his tone. Mr. Sasha, it is not our phones. It is the one that just arrived. One of Sasha's subordinates pointed to a bag discarded in the corner. Then why are you not turning it off? Must I teach you? Sasha retorted. No, I will turn it off right away, the subordinate responded, approaching the bag. Upon retrieving the phone, he discovered it belonged to Yin Dajing. Just as he was about to silence it, he noticed a label, Master Kuma. This subordinate, possessing a smattering of Huaxia language knowledge, recognized the 4 characters, causing him to hesitate. What are you doing? Hurry up and turn it off. It's maddening. Sasha shouted. Mr. Sasha, regarding this call, I am uncertain whether I should disconnect it. Please take a look. The subordinate handed the phone to Sasha. Upon glancing at the inscription, Sasha swiftly struck his subordinate across the face. You imbecile. Do you truly believe that programmer would recognize our nation's Master Kuma? With that, Sasha abruptly terminated the call, powered down the phone, and cast it aside. Meanwhile, Master Kuma had intended to call Yin Dajing to inquire about his well-being and discuss matters of cultivation. But to his surprise, Yin had directly hung up on him. Initially, Master Kuma presumed that there was some matter of urgency concerning Master Yin Dajing, prompting him to terminate the call. However, upon further reflection, he discerned something amiss. His interactions with Master Yin had been limited. Yet it was evident that despite his high status, Master Yin was a person of humility, never leveraging his seniority or prowess to intimidate others. Such a person would not abruptly disconnect a call without cause. As the minutes passed without a text message of explanation, Master Kuma's concern deepened. He feared that Master Yin might have encountered some trouble in Country D. Perhaps a thief had stolen Master Yin's phone? This troubling thought spurred him to call again, only to discover that the phone was switched off. Damn it. Master Kuma cursed under his breath, unable to restrain his frustration. If Master Yin were indeed suffering indignities in Country D, it would be a severe blow to his own dignity. Without delay, Master Kuma contacted Vikas. Vikas, Where are you at this moment? I just dropped off Master Ian and am currently washing the car. Once I finish, I plan to return and rest. Vickis replied, having inadvertently splashed mud on the vehicle after dropping off Master Ian. And although the car was only slightly dirty, he felt it was intolerable, especially as he might soon be tasked with transporting Master Ian again. Chapter 142. The absence of necessity. I just attempted to reach Master Ian by phone, but my call was abruptly disconnected, and subsequent attempts revealed his phone to be turned off. I fear that a thief may have stolen Master Yin's mobile device. Please check on him, Kamara Master said, his face darkened with concern. Master, are you perhaps overreacting? Who could possibly steal from someone of Master Yin's stature? It might simply be that his phone has run out of battery, Vikas explained. I just escorted Master Ian to his hotel. And a place of such high caliber surely wouldn't harbor thieves. In crowded public transport like buses or subways, there might be a slight chance of theft. But in a spacious hotel, such incidents are rare, especially for a master like Ian. No, Vikas, I remain uneasy. You must go and verify. If Master Ian suffers any indignity in our country, I shall be utterly humiliated, Kamara Master insisted. Very well, Master, my vehicle will soon be ready, and I shall return to check on him. Vikas responded with a nod. Bear in mind, if Master Ian has indeed faced any injustice here, it must be addressed with utmost seriousness. Such occurrences could sow discord between our country and the mystical traditions of Huaxia. Should it be a thief, they must be dealt with severely. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, Kamara Master naturally placed great importance on the sentiments of those within the community. Though Vikas felt somewhat skeptical, he dared not express it, respectfully nodding in agreement. After ending the call, he attempted to reach Master Ian again, only to find the phone was still off. Once his vehicle was cleaned, Vikas drove to the hotel entrance. Excuse me, could you check if there are any guests from Huaxia staying here today? He inquired directly at the front desk. At that moment, the front desk was not busy, and only one attendant stood ready. May I ask who you are? The front desk attendant naturally would not provide information to just anyone. Here is my business card. If necessary, I can call your hotel manager, Vikas offered, handing over a card. The attendant accepted it, somewhat bewildered, but upon seeing the name, her voice trembled in shock. Mr. Vikas. She had sensed familiarity earlier, but never expected it to be the true Vikas. Mr. Vikas, please allow me to contact our manager. A guest of your caliber is beyond my capacity to attend to. Vikas frowned, urging her to expedite the process. The attendant promptly dialed the manager's number, but after a few rings, the call was abruptly terminated. Shortly thereafter, a well-dressed man in his 30s approached. Sha, what is the matter? Has something occurred? The manager, having just completed a patrol, had not been able to take the call. Manager, Mr. Vickis wishes to inquire about the resident's information. The resident's information cannot be disclosed so casually. Mr. Vickis. Just as the manager was about to refuse, he suddenly caught sight of Vickis and was taken aback. He hurried over, exclaiming with excitement, Mr. Vickis, welcome, welcome. Sha, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and check for Mr. Vickis. The receptionist then began her search and soon reported to Vickis, Mr. Vickis. There are a total of 8 Huaxia guests checked into the hotel today. Here are the details. You may peruse them to see if anyone you seek is among them. Vickis scanned the information impassively and quickly spotted the registration details of Yin Dajing, who was listed alongside Lu Yueran and Shui Yifan. He pointed to their information and inquired, are these 3 currently resting in their rooms? The receptionist replied, no. According to the display, their room has not yet received electricity, and currently, no one is present. They must have gone out. Oh, by the way, Mr. Vickis, I believe I have some recollection of these 3. There are not many Huaxia guests at this hotel, so I couldn't help but take a closer look when I saw foreigners. About half an hour ago, a young Huaxia man carrying a bag entered to check in. He did not go upstairs, but waited downstairs, and shortly after, he went to the 2nd floor to dine with the other 2. Yes, indeed. That must be them. The one carrying the bag is undoubtedly Yin Dajing, and the timing aligns perfectly. Upon hearing this, Vickis let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that there was nothing amiss. Master Ian must have simply run out of battery on his phone. Please check which private room they are in. I wish to pay them a visit. The receptionist glanced at the display and replied, I'm afraid I cannot ascertain which private room it is. As there is no registration for the 2nd floor, they went directly to dine. Would you like me to call the 3 guests? That would be acceptable. However, there is no need to call Mr. Ian. His phone is turned off. Please contact the other 2. Vickis nodded. Just mentioned that I have a matter to discuss and would like to meet Mr. Yin. Remember, the tone must be pleasant. It is imperative not to offend these esteemed guests. Seeing Mr. Vickis being so courteous, the receptionist hesitated only briefly before beginning to dial. Meanwhile, the manager was utterly astonished. Mr. Vickis is a paramount figure from Country D, the most cherished disciple of Master Kumar. This is well known. His politeness makes one wonder what status these three Huaxiao individuals hold to deserve such reverence from Mr. Vickis. The receptionist first called Shui Yifan. As she preferred speaking with men, most male guests tend to be more lenient upon hearing her voice. However, after dialing, the call immediately indicated that the line was turned off. Mr. Vickis, it appears that Mr. Shui Yifan has turned off his phone. I shall attempt to call Miss Liu. The receptionist, seemingly oblivious to any irregularity, regarded a user's phone being switched off as quite commonplace. However, upon hearing this, Vickis' previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. His heart sinking with an unsettling premonition. Could it be mere coincidence? He harbored a nagging suspicion that this matter was far from simple. He feared that Master Yin and his companions had indeed faced some indignity. It was his hope that circumstances would not escalate to such a degree. Otherwise, his mentor might unleash a tempest of fury. Initially, he dismissed such concerns as overreactions on his mentor's part, yet now he found himself anxious, fearing the situation could spiral out of control. Before long, the receptionist returned, stating, Mr. Vickis, Miss Liu's phone is also turned off. 3 individuals, all with their phones switched off? This seemed far too coincidental. Vickis' expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the hotel manager, asking, You are the manager of this hotel, correct? Has anything occurred on the 2nd floor? Please escort me there at once. As the hotel manager led the way, he explained, Just a moment ago, Mr. Sasha from Weipu Technology brought a few individuals from Huaxia up to dine. There was a bit of commotion, but it quickly settled down without any incidents. As for anything else, it seems there is nothing of note. You mentioned Mr. Sasha brought Huaxiao individuals upstairs. Do you have any information regarding these individuals? Vickis interjected, his instincts alerting him that this matter might be intertwined with Sasha and the Huaxia group. I apologize, Mr. Vickis, but these Huaxiao individuals were brought by Mr. Sasha, and they are not guests of this hotel, hence I have no details on them. The hotel manager replied apologetically. With a stern expression, Vickis ascended to the 2nd floor via the elevator and was immediately drawn to a private dining room where several figures stood guard, apparently bodyguards stationed outside. What? Is Sasha so fearful for his life that he requires bodyguards even for a meal? Vickis scoffed. No. It seems these bodyguards were arranged by Sasha for the protection of the 3 Huaxia individuals. A waiter, noticing the manager's presence, could not help but clarify. Vickis turned his gaze towards him and inquired, Do you know what transpired? The hotel manager added, Share what you have heard and seen. The waiter, perceiving the manager's inquiry as casual gossip, smiled and recounted, While I was serving dishes earlier, I overheard some snippets, though I'm not entirely certain. It seems there was discord among these Huaxiao individuals, yet Mr. Sasha chose to side with the ones he had brought, insisting that those in the private room must sign some contract. The individuals in the room were particularly incensed and reluctant to sign, but Mr. Sasha was adamant, confiscating their phones and valuables. Moreover, he even arranged bodyguards under the pretense of ensuring client safety, but in reality, they were merely there to keep watch over them. In Vickis' eyes, there burned a fierce anger. The absence of a phone call from Yin Dajing, as well as from Master Kumar, indicated that Yin Dajing expected them to take the initiative in resolving the matter. That fool Sasha, he was courting disaster. In New State, D country, Sasha was merely a person of slight renown, and Vickis happened to be aware of him. To the average citizen, Weipu Technology seemed a formidable enterprise, yet to Vickis, it was insignificant. In Master Kumar's eyes, it was akin to an ant, easily crushed underfoot. Having offended Master Yin, Weipu Technology might well be facing its demise. Vickis gestured to the waiter, saying, Enough, do not speak of today's events to anyone. The waiter, taken aback, glanced at Vickis and suddenly recognized him as someone familiar. The hotel manager cautioned, Remember, what you witnessed today must remain confidential. Now, go about your duties. Vickis retrieved his phone and made several inquiries. The more details he gathered, the darker his expression became. The audacity was truly staggering. Vickis had never anticipated that Weipu Technology would humiliate Yuan Technology to such an extent. Surely, Master Yin must be seething with rage by now. Not daring to act independently, Vikas promptly called Master Kumar, relaying the entire sequence of events and what he had learned regarding the dealings between Weipu technology and Yuan technology, as well as Tianqing technology. Master Kumar exclaimed with fury, "This behavior from Weipu technology is a disgrace to our D country. Who would wish to collaborate with our firms in the future? Vikas, Weipu technology has outlived its usefulness. Furthermore, Yuan technology has traveled great distances to D country with sincere intentions. If Weipu technology is unreliable, arrange for another company to collaborate with them, ensuring that Yuan technology's concerns are addressed. As for Tianqing technology, this is an internal matter for Huaxia. We should not interfere excessively. However, regarding Su Qianrong's relative, I believe you should pursue an investigation and report this to the relevant authorities in Huaxia, as they should handle it seriously." Vikas responded, "Yes, Master. I understand what must be done. However, the immediate priority is to resolve matters concerning Master Yin. We cannot keep him waiting, nor can we risk disappointing him, especially since he has just arrived in D country to tend to Brother Neru's ailments. Indeed, proceed with that. Do not let me down." After ending the call, Vikas took a deep breath and asked the hotel manager, "Where are Sasha and the others dining?" The hotel manager replied, "They are in the VIP room. I shall take you there at once." As the hotel manager opened the door to the VIP room, it revealed Su Qianrong and Sasha engaged in lively conversation, their topics having ventured into realms of indulgence and pleasure. Upon the sudden entrance of an individual who forcefully pushed the door open, an air of displeasure enveloped the room. "We were engaged in conversation. What on earth are you doing? Who permitted your entry? I am here to reclaim certain belongings." Before the hotel manager could utter a word, Vikas brusquely shoved him aside and, with an aloof demeanor, declared, "I have come to retrieve items that do not belong to you." Su Qianrong, unable to comprehend the D language, inquired in Huaxia, "What is he saying?" However, Sasha, upon glimpsing Vikas, immediately rose and exclaimed, "Mr. Vikas, how is it that you are here?" "I previously stated that I am here to reclaim possessions that are not yours," Vikas replied with a stern expression. His gaze shifted to a corner where he spotted a bag held by Yin Dajing. Mr. Vikas, I do not grasp your meaning. What is it that you seek?" Sasha responded respectfully, feeling unsettled by Vikas's intentions. Vikas approached slowly, picking up the bag, and upon inspecting its contents, a cache of valuable herbs and 2 mobile phones, he coldly remarked, "Is this yours?" "Yes, it is indeed mine. Mr. Vikas, if you wish for it, Sasha stammered in agreement, still oblivious to any connection between Vikas and the individuals from Yuan technology. With a mocking smile, Vikas retorted, "The herbs contained within were gifted by my master, Master Kumar. How commendable it is that you dare to seize what my master has bestowed upon others. Do you not regard my master or the disciples under him with any respect?" Bang! Sasha, trembling in fear, sank into a chair, nearly toppling over. "Mr. Vikas, no, I truly had no knowledge that these herbs were given by Master Kumar. This. Sasha longed to voice how utterly absurd this was, yet the words remained lodged in his throat. "I shall return these herbs immediately," he stammered. Vikas gazed at Sasha as if he were a mere specter, saying, "It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of your predicament." Without further ado, Vikas turned and exited the private room, leaving Sasha in a state of weakness, barely able to stand. "Mr. Sasha, what has transpired? Who was that individual who just entered?" After Vikas's departure, Su Qianrong finally ventured to inquire. Chapter 143. The one who ties the knot must untie it. Su Qianrong was unfamiliar with Vikas and mistakenly believed the situation to be a conflict between Vikas and Sasha. He patted his chest and, with great righteousness, declared, "Mr. Sasha, should you require assistance that I can provide, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not decline." In his scheme, Sasha was pivotal. Without Sasha, there would be no Weipu technology, and how could Lu Yuan possibly yield? Sasha, upon hearing this, was filled with rage and exclaimed, "Su Qianrong, it is entirely your fault that I have offended Mr. Vikas." "Mr. Vikas? Who is this person?" Su Qianrong questioned, bewildered. Sasha, with reddened eyes, replied, "The individual we just encountered is none other than Mr. Vikas, a disciple of Master Kumar. In Country D, even the highest-ranking officials show great respect to Master Kumar. Before him, I am but an insignificant ant. This is disastrous. Weipu technology may very well be doomed." Su Chuanrong, somewhat unconvinced, responded, Mr. Sasha, I have not offended this Mr. Vickis, nor have I wronged Master Kumar of your country D. What does this have to do with me? Are you perhaps mistaken? Sasha glared at him, exclaiming, Are you blind? Did you not see Mr. Vickis leave with that bag? The herbs within it were a gift from Master Kumar. That programmer had a clear connection to Master Kumar. Regret washed over him. Why did I hang up on Master Kumar's call earlier? How could I have been so foolish? What should I do now? Yes, I must apologize immediately. Both to Yuan Technology and to President Liu. Su Chuanrong's complexion paled as he grasped Sasha's arm, saying, Mr. Sasha, you cannot apologize. If you do, all our previous efforts will have been in vain. Everything will be for naught. Get lost. Sasha retorted furiously. At such a time, you still cling to your petty concerns? Sasha was solely focused on resolving matters with Vickis, having abandoned any thoughts of the future development of Weipu technology. Mr. Sasha. Su Chuanrong continued, I truly believe you are overthinking this. The stature of Master Kumar and the esteemed Mr. Vickis is beyond what you can fathom. If you claim to know Liu Yuan, I might begrudgingly accept that, but that programmer? Do you truly think that is plausible? I advise you to remain composed. It seems Mr. Vickis was merely interested in that bag of herbs. Now that he has taken it, the matter will dissipate. Just wait. I believe you can afford to be patient. Do not let a minor issue escalate due to your anxiety. That would be truly counterproductive. Calm yourself. What you need now is tranquility. Sasha was in turmoil, yet he found some sense in Su Chuanrong's words. Gradually, he settled into a chair, making an effort to compose his emotions. Vickis, with the bag in hand, approached the room where Yin Dajing and the others were located. Get out of the way. Upon seeing the bodyguard at the entrance, Vickis bellowed, Who are you? This is not a place for you to act recklessly. The bodyguard, taken aback by the audacity of someone attempting to enter, shouted in anger, You are seeking your own demise. Vickis, a disciple of Master Kuma, possessed the initial cultivation of chi refining, making it effortless for him to deal with the two bodyguards. Before they could react, Vickis had already brought them to the ground. Get back. If you dare to linger here again, I shall take your lives, Vickis declared fiercely. Just you wait. The two bodyguards, scrambling to their feet, uttered a threat and exchanged glances before making their way around towards Sasha and the others. Vickis cast a disdainful glance at them, adjusted his attire slightly, and then knocked on the door of the private room. He needed no further inquiry to know that Yin Dajing was within. Please enter. Inside the room, Yin Dajing was indulging in a hearty meal, while Liu Yuan picked at her food, lacking an appetite, and Shui Yifan found himself unable to eat at all. Nevertheless, Yin Dajing continued to eat, with Liu Yuan and Shui Yifan waiting on the side. Shui Yifan held no particular grudge against Yin Dajing himself. However, he felt somewhat wronged by the events of the day. His lack of appetite was exacerbated by the carefree demeanor of the young man, which further irritated him as he glared at Yin Dajing. Yet, Yin Dajing remained blissfully indifferent to Shui Yifan's gaze, relishing his meal. When they heard a knock at the door, both Shui Yifan and Liu Yuan felt a slight pang of anxiety, only to hear Yin Dajing cheerfully say, the person here to resolve our issues has arrived. After Yin Dajing welcomed him in, Vickis pushed the door open. Mr. Yin, greetings. I am Vickis. I had some matters to discuss with you earlier, but my call went unanswered. As fate would have it, I was nearby washing my car. So I thought I would drop by. Vickis initially intended to address Yin Dajing as Master Yin, but quickly changed his mind, recalling that in China, the title of Master might not be well received by the common folk, and thus opted for Mr. Yin instead. Hello, Mr. Shui, Miss Liu, Vickis greeted them with a smile. You. Hello. Liu Yuan and Shui Yifan, unfamiliar with Vickis, offered perfunctory responses. Vickis lifted the bag he was carrying and placed it on the table, saying, Mr. Yin, here are your herbs and phones. What? Shui Yifan exclaimed, recognizing the bag as one that Yin Dajing had been holding moments ago. Was this Mr. Vickis truly the person Yin Dajing had called for assistance? What was his background? How could Sasha have so readily returned the items to him? Through the bag, he spotted Liu Yuan's and Yin Dajing's phones, and a wave of relief washed over him. It seemed the crisis had been averted. Unexpectedly, Yin Dajing proved to be quite resourceful, having friends even in Country D. This Vickis seemed rather reliable. However, Yin Dajing coldly remarked, Vickis, I find your actions to be quite inappropriate. Vickis inhaled sharply, clearly unsettled by Master Yin's displeasure. He hastily bowed and respectfully remarked, Mr. Yin, I sincerely apologize. If I have erred in any way, please do not hesitate to point it out. I shall make amends. Liu Yueran and Shui Yifan were taken aback, astonished at how Vicus was so obsequious towards Master Yin. Master Yin replied in a calm tone, in our ancient Chinese wisdom, there is a saying, to untie a bell, one must find the person who tied it. This implies that the one who creates a problem must also be the one to resolve it. The medicinal materials and the phone were taken by Sasha. Thus, it is his responsibility to return them. It is inappropriate for you to intervene on his behalf. Vicus nodded vigorously. Yes, Mr. Yin, you are absolutely right. It is indeed my oversight. I have not considered the matter properly. He then picked up the bag and smiled. Mr. Yin, Miss Liu, Mr. Shui, please continue your meal. I shall return shortly. Once Vicus exited and gently closed the door to the private room, Shui Yifan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Who exactly is this Mr. Vicus? What is your relationship with him? Master Yin chuckled softly and replied, I possess a few unconventional remedies, as Mr. Liu is aware. I was just on my way to assist someone in need, and coincidentally, the person I saved was Vicus's senior brother. Shui Yifan responded with a realization. Oh, I see. You saved Vicus's senior brother's life. No wonder he holds you in such high esteem. It seems this individual from Country D is indeed quite sentimental and knows how to express gratitude. However, how is Vicus perceived in Country D? Will Sasha truly come to apologize in person? Master Yin, I believe we should exercise caution. After all, we are in Country D, and engaging in conflict with the locals may not be advantageous for us. Liu Yueran interjected, I sense that Vicus is not to be underestimated. He undoubtedly possesses significant influence. The fact that he managed to retrieve our phone from Sasha indicates his capabilities. His immediate departure suggests that he is on a mission to resolve this issue. It appears that success is within reach. Indeed, Master Yin, inviting you here was a wise decision. As if on cue, within 2 minutes, Sasha arrived, his countenance grim. Upon receiving permission to enter, he immediately knelt on the ground and, in fluent Chinese, implored, Miss Liu, I take full responsibility for my actions. Blinded by greed, I foolishly heeded Su Chuanrong's words and retaliated against you. This was my fault, and I ask for your forgiveness. Here are the medicinal materials and phone that I took from you. I humbly request you to accept them back. Kneeling on the floor, Sasha raised the bag high, his entire being trembling to the extent that the bag produced a rustling sound. The others accompanying him similarly knelt, heads bowed, afraid to lift them. Without exception, they all quaked in fear. At that moment, Shui Yifan was truly taken aback. Their arrival in Country D was to collaborate with Sasha from Weipu Technology. In the presence of Weipu Technology, Yueran Technology was still regarded as a small enterprise. Thus, to collaborate with them was undoubtedly an honor for Yueran Technology. Consequently, even when faced with humiliation and exploitation, they could only silently endure their anger. Liu Yueran had even prepared herself for the possibility of becoming a stepping stone if the situation demanded it. Yet now, the arrogant Sasha was kneeling before them, resembling a pitiful creature, pleading for their forgiveness. Vicus stood nearby, his expression impassive. To him, this was Yin Dajing offering Sasha a chance. Originally, after delivering the phones and herbs to Yin Dajing, he had intended to bring Weipu Technology to its knees. However, if Yin Dajing and Liu Yueran chose to forgive Sasha and Weipu Technology, he would have to grant Weipu Technology a reprieve, albeit with subsequent accountability assured. Liu Yueran, uncertain, turned her gaze towards Yin Dajing. You see, I told you they would personally return the items. I did not deceive you, did I? Yin Dajing smiled and remarked. Yes, I acknowledge your prowess. Is that sufficient? What should we do now? Liu Yueran inquired. How about we let this matter slide? Allow Mr. Sasha to continue our collaboration, and let everything proceed as if nothing had transpired. Shui Yifan could not help but interject. In his view, demanding Vicus to affirm that Yueran Technology was the partner was a trivial matter at this juncture. All right, fine, I can make a decision right now. Tomorrow, our collaboration will indeed be with Yueran Technology, and on the basis of the original 60-40 split, Weipu Technology is willing to further concede. Changing it to an 80-20 split, Yueran Technology 80, us 20, Sasha hastily declared. He would readily agree to a complete concession. Shui Yifan's expression transformed to one of relief and surprise. thinking that this trip had not been in vain. An 80-20 split was indeed a tremendous advantage for Yuan Technology. However, Yin Dajing shook his head and stated, with a partner like Weipu Technology, who is so fickle, it would be prudent for Yuan Technology to refrain from collaborating. Sasha immediately retorted, Mr. Inda, I am willing to concede 100%. No, Weipu Technology is prepared to bear all costs, while all profits will belong entirely to Yuan Technology. Yin Dajing's gaze fell upon Vicus's face, which softened at once, and he replied with a faint smile, Mr. Inda, this matter is a concern for us in Country D. In that case, I can connect with Marta Technology in Country D to establish a collaboration as compensation. Marta Technology? The top 3 technology company in Country D, a colossal enterprise valued in the hundreds of billions? Shui Yifan was so astonished he nearly leaped from his seat. On Lu Yueren's face, her excitement was palpable. Although Yuan Technology had shown commendable growth, it paled in comparison to Mata Technology. A collaboration with Mata Technology would undoubtedly herald a significant leap for Yuan Technology. Who, then, is this Vicus? This is quite promising. Yin Dajing nodded slightly, affirming, very well, let us proceed with this matter. He took the bag from Sasha's hands and returned Lu Yueren's phone to her, addressing Vicus. Vicus, let's conclude this here. We still have dinner to enjoy, so please escort them out. Sasha hurriedly bowed, pleading, Mr. Yin, I beg for your mercy, spare Weipu Technology. I was merely incited by Su Chuanrong. Su's uncle is the ambassador of Huaxia to Country D, and the Su family wields considerable influence in Huaxia, particularly in Hangzhou. I lost my senses wanting to assist him in pursuing Miss Lu. We harbor no ill intentions towards Yuan Technology or Miss Lu. We merely wish to court her. Yin Dajing's expression shifted dramatically. That scoundrel Su Chuanrong dared to set his sights on Lu Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he said, Sasha, do not blame me for withholding opportunities. You are to target Su Chuanrong and Tianqing Technology. Should Tianqing falter, Weipu Technology may survive. Otherwise, prepare for your downfall. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Sasha replied, Yes, thank you, Mr. Yin. I understand what must be done. Thank you for this opportunity for myself and Weipu Technology. Thank you. He touched his still painful forehead and, gritting his teeth, departed with his subordinates. Why do I feel as though everything is shrouded in uncertainty? Can we truly collaborate with Mata Technology? After Sasha and the others left, Vicus exchanged a few words before also taking his leave. Only then did Shui Yifan spring up, exclaiming, In a couple of days, we shall know, right? Have you finished eating? If not, shall we return to rest? After such a long flight and a rush to a meeting, you must be weary. I haven't eaten yet. Suddenly, I feel quite hungry. The following day, Lu Yuan received a call from the person in charge at Mata Technology, inviting them to discuss collaboration that afternoon. Meanwhile, Yin Dajing received a call from Hua Xiaolei early in the morning. She sought his guidance regarding a significant decision. The company intended to transfer Hua Xiaolei to Yanjing, signifying her potential reappointment. Yin Dajing could sense her excitement, perhaps tinged with reluctance to leave Jiangzhou, and thus suggested she accept the opportunity in Yanjing. With modern transportation, as long as one is willing, they can easily visit during their breaks. Very well, I will inform my superiors, she replied playfully. After all, I see you often flying to Yanjing. Remember to contact me when you are on a business trip there. Certainly. Chapter 144. Striking at the root after concluding his conversation with Hua Xiaolei, Yin Dajing pondered for a moment before dialing Mo Jejun. Hello. Who is this calling me so early in the morning? Mo Jejun, still in slumber, reached for his phone without glancing at the caller ID. Jejun, enough already. What time is it? Why are you still in bed? Yin Dajing chided, noting it was already past 8 o'clock. Given that Huaxia is 2 hours ahead of Country D, it was well past 10 there. It's you, Boss Yin. What can I do for you? Mo Jejun sprang up, instantly wide awake upon hearing Yin Dajing's voice. Tell me, is there a company named Tianqing Technology in Hangzhou, and is their CEO called Su Chuanrong? Yin Dajing inquired. Su Chuanrong? Let me think. I'm not entirely sure, but I do know there's a Su family in Hangzhou, Mo Jejun replied thoughtfully. After a brief search on his phone, he continued, Indeed. They are from the Su family in Hangzhou. I have a younger brother, Su Xingchen, who is the future leader of that family. What is wrong, Boss Yin? Did Su Chuanrong offend you? Should I have someone take care of him? During their time in Hangzhou, Mo Jejun and his companions had witnessed Yin Dajing's prowess, leading them to affectionately refer to him as Boss Yin. Though they recognized that he was of the same generation as their grandfathers, they felt a sense of camaraderie in addressing him as such. Yin Dajing, however, preferred not to be overly formal, as he was uncomfortable with the idea of people his age calling him grandfather. I am currently on a business trip in Country D, and that scoundrel Su Chuanrong dares to. Yin Dajing relayed the entire situation. Mo Jejun, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "What? That scoundrel has inappropriate intentions towards my sister-in-law? I understand now. Once he returns, I will handle him." Mo Jejun and his companions were genuine in their loyalty to Yin Dajing, truly regarding him as their leader. While they were affluent young heirs in public, within the realm of the Xian men, they were often looked down upon. Yet, with Yin Dajing recognized as the foremost youth of the Xian men, their close association with him deeply resonated with them. Though Mo Jejun could not assist with other matters, he was determined to handle this one with great fervor. Why wouldn't he go so far as to eliminate him? He must face repercussions. A company like Tianqing Technology should not continue to exist, Yin Dajing asserted, believing that Sasha was merely a businessman in Country D with limited influence in Huaxia. Although formidable, his reach would not extend to Huaxia, and his impact on Tianqing Technology would be minimal, potentially only preventing them from thriving in Country D. However, since Tianqing Technology was based in Hangzhou, seeking assistance from Mo Jejun was the perfect course of action. Understood, Mo Jejun replied, resolute. This is a trivial matter. I know precisely what to do. Rest assured, I will handle it splendidly. After hanging up, Mo Jejun immediately called Su Xingchen. Hello, Su Xingchen. Jun, what is the matter? The call connected swiftly, and upon recognizing Mo Jejun's number, Su Xingchen did not dare to delay. Originally, he was in a meeting at the company, but hurried outside to answer. Su Xingchen, I need to ask, is there someone named Su Chuanrong in your family who has established some nonsense company called Tianqing Technology? Mo Jejun spoke with an aggressive tone. Yes, Su Chuanrong is my cousin. However, that fellow has always been a disappointment, merely riding on the Su family's coattails while aimlessly wandering. Tianqing Technology was founded by him a few years back, and he has finally settled down a bit, Su Xingchen replied politely, though contempt was nearly spilling over from his voice. What is the matter, Jun? Did Su Chuanrong offend you? Come on, with your status, why stoop to his level? That seems excessive. Mo Jejun retorted angrily, shut your mouth. If it were merely an offense against me, it wouldn't be a big deal. But that scoundrel is trying to catch the attention of my sister-in-law. Damn it, your sister-in-law? Su Xingchen questioned in confusion. Which sister-in-law? Su Chuanrong seems to have gone to Country D. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Oh, Jun, don't think too much of it. I'm just asking. I'm not defending him. Mo Jejun replied coldly. Su Xingchen, don't blame me for not giving you a warning. Su Chuanrong is meddling with my boss's woman, and my boss is the foremost among the younger generation in this Xianmen conference. He then quickly recounted the despicable deeds of Su Chuanrong. If this matter is related to your Su family, I advise you to promptly apologize to my boss. Otherwise, prepare for calamity to befall your family. The air conditioning in the office was set to a chilly temperature, yet Su Xingchen felt a cold sweat break out in an instant. Although Mo Jejun lacked any innate talent for cultivation, he was the direct son of the Mo family's head and was likely to be the heir of the Mo family. If he referred to someone as boss, it was no jest. Ordinary people were unaware of the existence of Xian men, but having mingled with Mo Jejun, Su Xingchen was well aware of its formidable nature. The Su family was significantly inferior to the Mo family, let alone to the individual referred to as boss within Xian men. All right, I understand, Jun. Thank you for the warning. I will discuss this with my family and expel Su Chuanrong from the Su family. From now on, there will be no connection between Su Chuanrong and the Su family. All resources he has taken from the Su family will be reclaimed. Mo Jejun responded gravely. This matter has been brought to me by my boss, so I will be monitoring how your Su family handles this. If you attempt to deceive me, do not blame me for being impolite. Take care. Su Xingchen could no longer focus on the meeting. Upon returning to the conference room, he immediately announced the cancellation of the meeting and called the elders of the Su family to inform them of the situation. Scoundrel, that wretched Su Chuanrong. A refined lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. If he had truly employed honorable means to woo Lurin of Yuan Technology, we would gladly assist him. Yet what does he do? He resorts to despicable and sordid tactics. colluding with foreigners to betray his own compatriots. Humph. I fear that his so-called ambassador in Country D may soon meet his downfall as well. The Su family, upon inquiry, discovered that indeed, today, Su Chuanrong's uncle has faced multiple complaints from prominent figures in Country D. It is certain that this ambassador cannot remain in his position and will be subject to investigation. This serves as a clear signal. Many members of the Su family, initially hesitant, swiftly resolved to expel Su Chuanrong from the family and to terminate all collaborations with Tianqing Technology, reclaiming all investments made in the company. Their actions were decisively ruthless. They dared not maintain any association with Su Chuanrong to avoid being implicated. Meanwhile, Su Chuanrong remains in Country D, while back home, his foundations have been completely undermined. Chapter 145. The disciple of Master Kuma. While at the airport, Su Chuanrong received the disheartening news that all of Tianqing Technology's operations in Country D had been abruptly terminated. This meant that all his previous efforts in Country D were rendered futile. He feared that a resurgence would be impossible in the near future. Damn it, Sasha. I never anticipated your ruthlessness. Just wait, this is far from over. Su Chuanrong gritted his teeth in anger, recalling how they had previously treated him with respect, only to turn against him with such treachery. Not long after, he received another distressing update. His cousin had been reported, suspended, and placed under investigation. Under different circumstances, Su Chuanrong might have dismissed this as inconsequential, but at this critical juncture, he could not help but suspect that this was orchestrated by Sasha and that villain Vicus. One should leave a line for others to follow. We may meet again in the future. Sasha, Vicus, your actions are too extreme. If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall no longer bear the surname Su. With a huff, he declared, Sasha, do not think that by toppling my cousin, you have won. Once I am in Huaxia, I will keep a close watch on you. Su Chuanrong's fury was palpable. His assistant, noticing his wrathful glare and distressed demeanor, dared not approach him. When Su Chuanrong was finally prepared to board his flight, he discovered that the Su family had announced his expulsion from the clan and had stripped Tianqing Technology of its assets. Upon receiving this news, he fainted from shock, utterly unprepared for the complete annihilation of his support system in less than a day. When he eventually regained consciousness, he found himself in the custody of the police in Country D. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds are repaid. How ironic that Su Chuanrong, who exploited the people of Country D to oppress his fellow compatriots, would find himself in such a predicament. By noon, Yin Dajing had begun to receive feedback regarding Su Chuanrong and Tianqing Technology, and he was generally satisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, Vipu Technology faced various regulatory actions, resulting in hefty fines and the shutdown of several business operations, a significant blow indeed. However, for Sasha, this was a fortunate misfortune. With Tianqing Technology and Su Chuanrong's downfall, he and Vipu Technology had merely suffered superficial wounds, and with time to recuperate, there remained a glimmer of hope. In the afternoon, Yin Dajing, accompanied by Lu Yueran and Shui Yifan, visited Mata Technology. Mata Technology had already received guidance from Vicus, and the chairman personally came out to greet them, showing ample respect and importance to Yueran Technology. Ultimately, Mata Technology offered substantial concessions in their collaboration, far superior to the terms previously discussed with Vipu Technology. In the following days, Lu Yueran, along with Shui Yifan and Yin Dajing, engaged in fruitful discussions and negotiations with the representatives of Mata Technology. Yin Dajing's programming skills had reached an advanced level, allowing him to articulate technical concepts with remarkable clarity, though he remained modest and did not overly showcase his talents. Both parties engaged in a technical discourse, with Yin Dajing also participating. Time passed swiftly, as Yin Dajing spent his days discussing technology and his nights cultivating with various medicinal herbs. Uncertain if the herbs were sufficient, he hesitated to recklessly employ the enhancement abilities of beads and mirrors, instead gradually absorbing the spiritual energy contained within. During his time in Country D, Yin Dajing took 2 opportunities to visit Nehru and exchanged insights with Master Kumar regarding mystical arts. Of course, Yin Dajing had long since replicated all of Master Kumar's skills, rendering further communication unnecessary. However, Master Kumar was remarkably sincere, and in their discussions, Yin Dajing provided him with valuable tips that greatly benefited Kumar, leading him to regard Yin Dajing as an elder and eager to become his disciple. In Country D, Master Kumar held a position of significant stature, Yet on the path of cultivation, he found himself at the pinnacle of the nation, devoid of peers, and often navigating the unknown by trial and error. Had Yin Dajing been willing, he could have taken him as a disciple at any time, but alas, Yin Dajing had no intention of accepting him, politely declining instead. Before they knew it, more than half a month had elapsed, marking the completion of their journey in Country D. In 2 days, we shall return. Let us unwind at a bar in Country D tonight, said Lu Yuan, her face alight with excitement rather than fatigue after their final day of exchanges. All right, I shall call General Shui, Yin Dajing replied nonchalantly. Though he was not particularly fond of bars, he was willing to accompany Lu Yuan for her sake. Let it be just the two of us. Shui Yifan is tired and should rest well at the hotel, Lu Yuan remarked, holding Yin Dajing back. He glanced at her and suddenly smiled, agreeing. Very well, just the two of us. Lu Yuan searched online for a bar not far from their location, which had decent reviews. The taxi ride took merely 10 minutes. Bars in Country D were indeed far inferior to those in Huaxia. This particular establishment was among the more luxurious ones in the city center of New Prefecture, reminiscent of some suburban bars in Jiangzhou. The decor left much to be desired. Upon entering the bar, the atmosphere was vibrant, with lively dancers in the pool and enthusiastic shouts from the crowd below. At the bar, Lu Yuan ordered 2 cocktails of low potency. Just as they raised their glasses, a young man in his 20s approached, one hand clutching a bottle of red wine and the other a glass, smiling broadly. Hello, beautiful. Are you a beauty from Huaxia or from Country R? He inquired with a charming grin, introducing himself as Takor, his English laced with a hint of curry. His gaze remained transfixed on Lu Yuan. Despite being from Country D, Takor had a particular fondness for Asian girls, and it was rare for such a stunning beauty to grace this bar, where few from Huaxia ever ventured. Lu Yuan did not even spare a glance at him, as though she had not heard his words at all. Takor presumed it was a matter of language and attempted to articulate his greeting in more refined English, yet Lu Yuan continued to disregard him. Unperturbed, Takor resorted to greeting her in Huaxia, our language, and H language. Lu Yuan remained indifferent, and soon Takor discerned that she was deliberately ignoring him. With a sneer, he reached out to seize her. What are you doing? Lu Yuan furrowed her brows, instinctively responding in Huaxia, and stepping back to stand behind Yin Dajing. So, she is of Huaxia descent. Takor's command of the Huaxia language incited Yin Dajing's ire. He was aggrieved that she had feigned ignorance of his earlier greeting. You are showing me disrespect. Do you know who I am? My father is a disciple of Master Kumar. Come here now. Share a couple of drinks with me as an apology, and I shall let this matter slide. Otherwise, I assure you, neither of you will leave this bar. Author's note, from November 5, 2019 to January 17, 2020, I dedicated a total of 72 days to writing, culminating in 340,000 words, averaging 4,000 to 5,000 words daily. Thus far, I have maintained a consistent update schedule, and I hope to continue this without interruption until the story reaches its conclusion, with intermittent explosive updates. This is my first time publishing on Qidian, and my heart races with trepidation akin to that of a student facing an exam. I find myself at a loss for words to share with you all. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to the editor and to the loyal readers who have followed my work. Thank you. Without the editor's recommendations and the support from my brothers in the form of tips and votes, persisting would be immensely challenging. As a working individual, my writing time is limited. I have a day job, so I primarily write in the evenings. Initially, I had a bit of a backlog, but that has quickly diminished, and I am now writing and posting concurrently. Sometimes, I find myself writing into the late hours. For instance, I only completed the last 2 chapters just now. Therefore, I ask for your understanding. With the impending release, I find myself in a state of anxiety, as I do not have a single chapter in reserve. However, on the first day of publication, I shall give it my all, aiming for 4 updates totaling 8,000 words. I will publish as much as I can. Moreover, many authors set conditions for additional updates upon the book's release, but I shall refrain from mentioning such matters to avoid jinxing myself. With the year's end approaching and work becoming increasingly hectic, it will be challenging to fulfill any additional update conditions. I plan to return with a surge of updates after the new year. In closing, I humbly request your subscriptions. Subscriptions are the lifeblood of a writer. And if circumstances permit, please offer your support, particularly for the initial subscriptions, as they significantly influence future recommendations. Thank you. At noon, the first VIP chapter will be released, and I hope for your support of the genuine work. Thank you. Chapter 146. Master Yin, I apologize for my tardiness. Begone. Yin Dajing, weary of the nauseating drivel in the overly sweetened vernacular of Huaxia, retorted in impeccable D language, you, the disciple of Master Kuma, are nothing but a disgrace. Spare us your repugnant presence, and return to avoid further humiliation to Kuma. Takur, accustomed to arrogance and never having faced such reprimand, was instantly consumed by rage. He extended his hand, releasing a cloud of toxic mist towards Yin Dajing, which contained not only poisonous gas, but also minuscule parasitic insects. Even if one could withstand the poison, the parasitic threat was insurmountable. Takur's intentions were clear. He aimed to eliminate Yin Dajing without hesitation. Yin Dajing's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. For another, a moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences, and Takur, oblivious to the fact that his opponent was a practitioner, showed a blatant disregard for a mere mortal by resorting to such vile tactics. Your malice is akin to that of a dark cultivator. You are unworthy of the path of cultivation. With a swift gesture, a chilling wind arose, enveloping the toxic mist and redirecting it squarely onto Takur, sparing the innocent. Yin Dajing then seized Takur by the shoulder, declaring, I shall render you devoid of your cultivation. He replicated the technique twice, severing Takur's chi refinement skill, before striking with lightning speed at Takur's dantian. A piercing scream escaped Takur as his dantian shattered under the force of Yin Dajing's strike. The overwhelming impact sent him crashing to the ground. As he felt his already feeble spiritual energy dissipate entirely, he was further afflicted by his own poison, racked with pain. Struggling to his feet, he retrieved a vial of medicine from his person, swallowed its contents along with a sip of alcohol, and pointed an accusatory finger at Yin Dajing, stating, I did not anticipate you to be of the Xinmen sect, but you must understand, this is D country. Prepare yourself, for I shall kill you. Takur was merely a novice practitioner at the chi refinement level, with limited spiritual energy. Its complete depletion affected him, but not nearly as devastatingly as what Yuzhen Bian from the Tianshan sect had endured. Nearby, Yin Dajing and Lu Yuan were surrounded by onlookers who, upon hearing Takur's threats, instinctively distanced themselves from the two, eager to avoid entanglement in the ensuing chaos. Whispers erupted among the crowd, fingers pointing at Yin Dajing. That Huaxiao man is doomed. How dare he offend Takur? Indeed, he likely remains ignorant of Takur's status. Had he known, he would surely be cowering in fear. If I were in his shoes, I would flee immediately and catch the next flight home. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Look at him, seemingly so composed. He may not even realize the storm about to descend upon him. This Huaxiao man appears to possess martial skill and agility. But can any skill outpace a bullet? Let us watch how he meets his end, and we shall distance ourselves to avoid any fallout. Yes, let us keep our distance. The people of Country D harbor little hope for Yin Dajing, believing his demise is imminent. Even the bartenders endeavor to maintain their distance from him. Both the bar staff and mixologists are quite distressed, fearing any close association with Yin Dajing and Lu Yuan might implicate them. Yet, they dare not expel the pair. For if Takur arrives and finds them missing, they might be accused of facilitating their escape. Thus, they can only keep their distance. Soon, only Yin Dajing and Lu Yuan remain at the bar. Yin Dajing, should we leave? This Takur seems to possess a formidable reputation. Lu Yuan voiced her concerns. Fear not, for I am here. Even if the sky were to fall, I would bear its weight for you. Just enjoy your drink, and do not worry, Yin Dajing reassured her, exuding confidence. Even if Master Kuma were to arrive, he would remain unperturbed. His casual words, however, instilled a profound sense of security in Lu Yuan, dispelling her earlier anxiety entirely. The atmosphere of the bar shifted dramatically. Once lively and raucous, many patrons ceased their revelry, waiting for Takur's arrival. The previously boisterous establishment now exhibited an unusual calm, with staff members even halting the music, and the dancing ladies in the center of the floor temporarily ceased their performances. It was akin to the serene stillness before a storm. Approximately 10 minutes later, a series of vibrations reverberated through the ground, followed by the abrupt entrance of a contingent of soldiers. Yin Dajing noted there were at least 20 or 30, each armed with firearms. Upon seeing the weapons, Lu Yuan's complexion paled once more. Regardless of her faith in Yin Dajing, The sight of guns instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Stay calm. Yin Dajing grasped Lu Yueren's hand, gently patting it and smiling, signaling her to stand behind him. This was a reflexive gesture. At present, he had attained the 9th level of qi refinement and was confident he could subdue these individuals in an instant. To him, this did not constitute a crisis. Yet, Lu Yueren's heart melted. The man before her was willing to shield her from harm. In the urban landscape, many boast and bluster, and boys often make grand promises while courting girls. However, when danger looms, it is a different tale altogether, with individuals often fleeing in the face of peril, revealing the frailty of human nature when confronted with life and death scenarios. A man, approximately 50 years old, with a pair of twirled mustaches adorning his oval face, a visage reminiscent of a comedic actor, stepped forward. As he spoke, his mustaches quivered, resembling a false appendage. Nevertheless, his voice boomed with authority, clearly indicating he was also a practitioner of the arts, albeit one whose cultivation was only marginally superior to that of Takur. Upon hearing what Takur had said, he was aware that Yin Dajing was fluent in the D language. Thus, he did not beat around the bush and directly spoke in D. Is this not sufficiently clear? Yin Dajing inquired. Currently at the bar, it was just he and Lu Yueren. Well, since you haven't fled, that is indeed splendid. Listen closely, I am Shaki, Takur's father. Even if I were to end your life, I would ensure you departed with your eyes closed. Shaki waved his hand, and all his subordinates raised their guns, aiming at Yin Dajing. A considerable portion of the patrons in the bar were eager to witness the unfolding drama. As Shaki's men pointed their weapons at Yin Dajing, ready to fire, excitement surged through the crowd. Several individuals shouted out, rallying support for Shaki. Father, wait, don't shoot yet. I want this Chinese beauty to remain unharmed. If you pull that trigger, she will surely perish. Despite having sustained injuries and still battling the lingering effects of poison, Takur remained concerned for Lu Yueren. Shaki dotes on Takur. Otherwise, he would not have rushed in with his troops upon hearing of his son's predicament. This was, after all, a bar located in the heart of New State, the capital of D country. Very well, Shaki said to Yin Dajing, let your woman come over. I may spare her life. Otherwise, I will turn you both into a hive of hornets. Yin Dajing's expression darkened slightly. Previously, someone had coveted his woman, and he had ensured that the individual faced ruin and despair. Takur, Shaki, do you wish to experience a fate worse than death? Shaki sneered, is that so? Then I shall fixate on that. What can you do about it? Do you not see where you are? This is not a place where you can act recklessly. My son has set his sights on your woman. That is your honor, and you should willingly present her. In D country, women hold a low status, and the societal divide is starkly pronounced. Shaki and his ilk stand atop the social hierarchy, looking down upon the masses, their disdain for lower classes ingrained in their very being. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A rat's offspring will burrow. Fortunately, you are not a good person either, otherwise, I would truly be at a loss on how to conclude this. Suddenly, Yin Dajing erupted into laughter. Facing death, yet you still attempt to display bravado, Shaki scoffed. I no longer wish to waste words with you. Send that woman aside. I will not kill her. Yin Dajing replied, I see no necessity for that. In any case, even if you wish to harm her, you cannot. Damn it, fire. Kill him. Shaki could no longer contain himself and directly ordered his men to shoot. His subordinates were not foolish. Their guns were aimed at Yin Dajing while deliberately avoiding Lu Yueren. However, just as they prepared to pull the trigger, countless vines suddenly sprang up from the ground, ensnaring Shaki and his men entirely. The swift occurrence took place within a mere second, leaving Shaki and his subordinates bewildered. What is this? This Chinese person possesses magic. How terrifying. In the bar, the patrons initially anticipated witnessing Sha Qi's assassination of Yin Dajing. However, they were met with an even more astonishing scene. Lu Yueren was aware of Yin Dajing's formidable prowess, yet he was taken aback by the extent of his capabilities. What, indeed, could this man not accomplish? Sha Qi, his face flushed and neck taut with rage, bellowed, Huaxia people, this is D country. Damn, is that the only phrase you know? Yin Dajing could not restrain his sarcasm, recalling how Sasha had similarly repeated that this was D country. Sha Qi, perplexed by Yin Dajing's remark, persisted, my master is none other than Master Kuma of D country. Release me now, apologize, and offer your woman to my son, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I assure you, You will not leave D country alive. Yin Dajing replied, you are indeed stubborn. Regardless of whether Master Kuma would assist you, do you truly believe he would arrive in time? It would take but a second for me to eliminate both you and your son. Shachi, feeling a twinge of fear, retorted defiantly. If you kill us here in D country, even upon returning to Huaxia, you would find no refuge. Our leaders will demand your extradition, and you shall have no place left in this world. Yin Dajing contemplated for a moment and conceded, indeed, you are correct. Should I kill you, it would only invite trouble upon myself. Humph, it's good that you understand fear. Now, will you not release me? Upon hearing Yin Dajing's words, Shachi exhaled in relief. You overestimate your position. My decision not to kill you does not imply I will absolve you, Yin Dajing scoffed. You claim your master is Master Kuma? How fortuitous. I am acquainted with him and shall summon him to deal with you. Do you truly believe you are worthy of knowing Master Kuma? His status is far too exalted for you to approach him, Tarker sneered from the side. Ignoring their banter, Yin Dajing retrieved his phone and dialed Master Kuma. This call took a bit longer than expected, yet Master Kuma eventually answered. Master Kuma, do you have a disciple by the name of Shachi? Yin Dajing asked directly, putting the call on speaker to ensure Shachi and his father would hear. Shachi, no, I do not, Master Kuma replied, perplexed. Enough of this charade. Do you think I am unaware that the person here is an impostor? Tarker scoffed, noting the odd tone in Master Kuma's voice. Master Yin, is there a problem? Hearing Tarker's voice, Master Kuma suddenly sensed that trouble was afoot. Yin Dajing coldly explained, while Louis Waran and I were enjoying a drink in the bar, a self-proclaimed disciple of yours approached, demanding that Waran accompany him. When I refused, he resorted to poisoning and casting curses upon me, employing vicious and malevolent tactics. Consequently, I incapacitated him by destroying his cultivation and piercing his dantian. Now, his father, Shachi, claims to be your disciple and has arrived with a number of soldiers. What? Such a thing has occurred? Master Yin, which bar are you in? I shall come immediately to address this. Master Kuma trembled with rage upon discovering that someone had been brazenly using his name to deceive and bully others, particularly in the presence of Master Yin, whom he aspired to apprentice under. After learning the name of the bar, he was consumed by a desire for vengeance and hastened to confront the situation. However, while en route, he took a moment to call Nehru to inquire about Shachi. Given Shachi's military backing, consulting Nehru seemed prudent. Nehru replied, Master, you may not recall, but Shachi is a notably capable general under my command. Approximately a decade ago, you provided him with guidance on his cultivation. One could say he qualifies as your disciple. Bah! He, a disciple of mine? Master Kuma retorted furiously. You must gather your men immediately and head to the Blue Moon Bar. Shachi is attempting to encircle Master Yin with his troops. What? Is Shachi so audacious? The Blue Moon Bar, you say? I shall make my way there post-haste. I am not far off. Over the past fortnight, Nehru's injuries had nearly healed. Master Kuma elaborated on the conflict, instructing Nehru, listen closely, Shachi has never been my disciple. His unauthorized mobilization of troops is a violation that warrants severe punishment. To execute him would not be excessive. Once we arrive at the bar, all will be dictated by Master Yin's wishes. It is imperative that we satisfy him. Yes, Master. Master Yin is my savior. I know precisely what to do. Meanwhile, at the Blue Moon Bar, Shachi and his companions remained bound. Moments later, Takur could no longer contain his mockery. Could it be that your Master Kuma is still applying his makeup? It would be amusing if the police arrived before he does. As Takur's words faded, the sound of screeching brakes echoed, and the entire bar trembled slightly. Ha! Shachi couldn't suppress his laughter. The troops have arrived to rescue us, you fool. Why remain here awaiting death? No matter how formidable you are, can you truly bind so many? There are hundreds outside. A single bullet could claim your life. Soon, a group stormed into the bar, led by none other than Nehru in military attire. General Nehru, Shachi exclaimed with delight. Come save me. This Huaxiao man dares to wreak havoc in our nation. He truly deserves a dire fate. Yet, Nehru did not spare him a glance. Striding directly to Master Yin and bowing respectfully. Master Yin, my apologies for my tardiness. Chapter 147. Return to the homeland. The title of Master Yin escaped from Nehru's lips, accompanied by a deep bow that was remarkably humble, rendering Shachi's elation instantly transformed into sheer terror as his heart plummeted into an abyss, a chill enveloping him entirely. At this juncture, Shaki finally comprehended why the young man from Huaxiao before him remained so composed. Yet, how could this be possible? Neru was a figure of immense stature, and he was all too aware of this. How could he possibly exhibit such deference towards a mere youth from Huaxia? The others in the bar were still grappling with the situation, much like Shaki. Initially, upon witnessing the arrival of numerous soldiers, they had assumed them to be reinforcements for Shaki. They did not recognize Neru. But the mere fact that he commanded such a multitude and donned the garb of a general suggested he was not to be trifled with. Bewilderment swept through the crowd, silencing any impulsive remarks. Master Yin rose from his seat and stated calmly, "Neru, you arrived quite promptly. Is this individual named Shaki your senior apprentice?" Neru? This was General Neru, the foremost general of Country D? Was he not a disciple of Master Kuma, and thus aligned with Shaki and Takur? The onlookers were further confounded. They had heard of Neru's illustrious name, yet this was their first encounter with him. Neru hurriedly denied the implication, asserting, No, Master Yin, please do not misunderstand. This Shaki is hardly deserving of being my senior. He merely had the fortune of receiving a few words of guidance from my master, and he shares no connection with our sect." Shaki, feeling quite embarrassed, implored, "General Neru, I beseech you to aid me. It is my fault. I have failed as a father. However, given our past relations..." "Enough. Relations? What do you think you are? How dare you speak of relations with me?" Neru interjected, drawing a handgun and aiming it at Shaki's forehead, his voice icy. "Shaki, you have long wielded my master's name to spread deceit and chaos. I have yet to settle that score with you, and now you audaciously lead troops to perpetrate further wrongdoing on behalf of your son." In his fury, Neru struck Shaki's forehead with the handgun several times, declaring, "This time, no one can save you. Bring Shaki into custody immediately. Effective immediately. He is to be stripped of all positions and subjected to investigation. Should any further crimes be uncovered, he will be punished without mercy." Two men approached to apprehend Shaki, and it was at that moment that the vines encircling him vanished in an instant. Neru hesitated briefly, his gaze shifting to Takur. "Takur, you are implicated in the murder of Master Yin from Huaxiao and in the abduction of innocent women. The evidence is irrefutable. Your crimes are unforgivable. You are hereby arrested and will be handed over to the relevant authorities. Prepare to spend the rest of your days in confinement." Shaki could hardly fathom the severity of Neru's actions. This was a complete annihilation, sealing the fate of his family without any chance for redemption. "General Neru, I acknowledge my transgressions. I beseech you to spare me. I shall never again err. I vow to restrain my son, ensuring he no longer spreads falsehoods under the banner of Master Kumar. Please grant me this one chance. Master Yin, I sincerely apologize. It was my folly to offend you. I implore your forgiveness." Shachi, too, discerned the gravity of the situation, recognizing that Master Yin's word held sway. Thus, he began to plead for mercy, despite the throbbing pain in his forehead, fervently knocking his head against the ground, creating a resounding echo upon the floor. Master Yin chuckled coldly, remarking, "Spare you? How amusing. This is truly a grand jest. Had it been anyone else, should Takur's treachery have succeeded, I would have perished on the spot, would I not? His actions are so malevolent. Has he ever considered the notion of forgiveness? Clearly, this is not his first transgression, and one can only surmise he has taken many lives." Neru replied, "Rest assured, Master Yin, I shall pursue this matter to its conclusion, unearthing all of Takur's misdeeds." "Very well," Master Yin nodded. Since Neru had stepped forward, he felt no need to elaborate further, trusting that Neru would not jeopardize their relationship over Shachi. "You may handle this situation. I shall take my leave." The commotion had effectively extinguished the spirits of both Master Yin and Lu Yuan, leaving them disinterested in further festivities. "Master Yin, my master will be arriving shortly. Would you care to linger a while longer for his company?" Neru inquired. "At this late hour, there is no need to summon Master Kumar," Master Yin responded. "Very well. I shall inform my master not to come," Neru said. After apprehending Shachi and his son, Neru did not treat them lightly. He meticulously investigated their past transgressions, especially those of Takur, whose malevolence was fully exposed after losing his identity as Master Kumar's disciple, ultimately leading to his death sentence, while Shachi faced a lengthy imprisonment. In the following 2 days, Master Yin accompanied Lu Yuan on a shopping spree across various malls, as it was Master Yin's inaugural trip abroad, naturally prompting him to procure gifts for his family, especially for Yin Lei and Yin Rui, whom he had been reminded of multiple times before departing. Conversely, Liu Yuan indulged in purchasing items solely for herself, neglecting to acquire gifts for others. This illustrates the nature of her social circle, wherein many had already traversed the globe, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Master Yin's visit to Country D was known to only a select few, primarily family and friends like Gao Yang, limiting the number of items he could bring back. However, Shui Yifan faced a different plight, inundated with requests from his circle for purchases. Ultimately, the journey to Country D concluded successfully, yet during airport security, Shui Yifan was halted due to exceeding the baggage limit. Reluctantly, it was Master Yin who had to call upon Vicus to intercede on his behalf, allowing him to pass. Upon returning home, he found himself alone for a brief moment, which caused Master Yin to pause in contemplation, though he quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. Upon learning of Yin Dajing's return to the country, many reached out to him, with Gu Hong being the first to make contact. Gu Hong and Ling Donglai were among the earliest to be informed. Gu Hong, in a sense, brought good news, as his cultivation had recently experienced a significant breakthrough. Ling Donglai also provided feedback to Yin Dajing regarding Zhao Li. As for Zhao Li, there truly seemed to be no connections. In essence, she was merely a fish that slipped through the net. It is undeniable that there are still malevolent cultivators in Huaxia. Yet presently, righteous practitioners overwhelmingly dominate the landscape, leading to a noticeable scarcity of nefarious figures making their presence known. Individuals like Zhao Li, who draw attention, are indeed rare exceptions. In terms of business, the achievements of the eagle spreading wings have been extraordinarily gratifying. Every day, one could aptly describe its progress as remarkable. Without exaggeration, the reputation of Yin Yun, the leading female entrepreneur in Jiangzhou, has soared to unparalleled heights. Currently, the entire market of Beihu province has been entirely claimed by eagle spreading wings. Numerous major companies from other provinces have expressed interest in collaboration. Although Yin Yun is keenly aware of the importance of steady and measured progress, choosing not to rush into things. In comparison to eagle spreading wings, the Liu family restaurant hardly merits mention. Even though the restaurant may flourish, it pales in comparison to the realm of cybersecurity. However, when considered in isolation, the accomplishments of the Liu family restaurant are indeed noteworthy. Originally, the restaurant's profits were quite commendable, and with its reopening and Frank's promotional efforts, revenues have multiplied fivefold. Nevertheless, reservations are still essential to secure a table. Moreover, the exquisite offerings of the mysterious chef have become a highly sought-after delicacy since Yin Dajing's return. Liu, who has inquired whether Yin Dajing could spare some time to prepare a grand meal. Almost daily, clients are eager to know when the mysterious chef will be available for dining. Coincidentally, tomorrow being Sunday, Yin Dajing readily agreed to the request. However, before heading to the Liu family restaurant, he planned to purchase a vehicle first. Chapter 148. A sinister intent. Initially, Yin Dajing merely sought to acquire a modest vehicle worth several $100,000 for his daily commute. However, on the very evening of his return to the country, he received a call from an individual claiming to be a Mercedes salesperson, requesting him to provide certain information for registration. Registration? For what purpose? Yin Dajing was utterly perplexed. He had not yet intended to purchase a car. Could it be that the driving school had sold his information? Hello, Mr. Yin. General Manager Tan has already ordered a vehicle for you from our dealership, and we are to deliver it tomorrow. Therefore, we kindly ask for your cooperation in completing some registration. The Mercedes representative spoke with remarkable gentleness. Please hold on. Let me inquire. Yin Dajing replied before terminating the call and reaching out to Tan Zihao to discuss the matter. Now that you have obtained your driver's license, it is only natural to require a car. I arranged the purchase before your departure to D country. We have simply been awaiting your return. The vehicle's license plate and insurance are all taken care of. We just need to input your information for you to drive it. Quite convenient, indeed. Oh, and I have also procured a villa for you by Yin Lake. All the paperwork is complete, and it will be delivered to you tomorrow. Tan Zihao said with a smile. Goodness, why have you done all this for me? It seems excessively extravagant, Yin Dajing responded. Extravagant? Such an expense is trivial to me. If it weren't for your aid, our Yuanjiang group would have been utterly ruined by the Sato Corporation. We owe you our very existence. Frankly, you are my savior. Tan Zihao expressed, fearing that Yin Dajing might decline. To be candid, Yuanjiang Group would inevitably rely on the soaring eagle's wings in the future. If a mere sum could foster a favorable relationship with Yin Dajing, it would be an unparalleled bargain. There is truly no deal more advantageous than this in the world. Unable to refuse, Yin Dajing accepted the offer, understanding that, at times, relationships hold far greater significance than mere monetary wealth. Shortly after hanging up, the Mercedes salesperson called again. After Yin Dajing registered his information, the following morning, the vehicle was brought to his doorstep, awaiting him to retrieve it. The representative arrived driving a sleek black Mercedes, valued at over $2 million, boasting commendable performance across the board. After securing the necessary documentation, Yin Dajing took the car for a brief drive. Upon returning to his residence, he descended to collect the gifts he had prepared for his two sisters, only to encounter an emissary dispatched by Tanzaheo, who was there to deliver the property deed and other pertinent documents along with the keys to the villa. Yin Dajing called Yin Lei to inform her of the car purchase and suggested an outing to present the gifts. The sisters, upon hearing this, were thrilled and urged him to hurry. When Yin Dajing arrived at the entrance of Jiangzhou University, he noticed a BMW trailing closely behind Yin Lei and Yin Rue. The owner of the BMW, appearing to be in his 40s and wearing glasses, leaned out and said, "Xiao Lei, Xiao Rue, hop in. I have no plans. Wherever you wish to go, I shall take you." In the passenger seat of the BMW sat a young student, comparable in age to Yin Lei and Yin Rue. While the twins adorned themselves like ordinary youthful girls, this young lady appeared far more mature in her attire. With a cheerful demeanor, she urged, "Yin Lei, Yin Rue, do hop in. This is a BMW worth over $1 million. If you miss this opportunity, you might never experience such luxury again." "No, thank you. My brother is here to pick us up. He has also bought a car. It doesn't matter what kind, as long as it's comfortable, of course. It must be our own," Yin Lei replied nonchalantly, her words laced with subtle defiance. The elegantly dressed girl, who was their classmate, was named Yao Billion. She was renowned in the school for her beauty, yet she had always felt overshadowed by the twins. Unlike other institutions, Jiangzhou University did not hold beauty contests. But Yin Lei and Yin Rue undoubtedly reigned as the most popular figures. Their innate purity and beauty, amplified by their twin status, rendered them undisputed queens without crowns. Convincing beautiful women to acknowledge others' attractiveness is indeed a daunting task, and Yao Billion was no exception. From elementary through high school, she had been the belle of their class, only to find herself eclipsed by Yin Lei and Yin Rue upon entering university, which irked her greatly. She often sought to trouble the two. The individual accompanying Yao Billion was none other than Wu Zhengtang, a prominent figure from the Yuanjiang Group, currently serving as the business promotion director at IELTS Company, earning an annual salary exceeding $2 million, a quintessential success story. Wu Zhengtang had met Yin Lei and Yin Rue during their internship, and naturally, he found himself enamored by the twins. However, both Yin Lei and Yin Rue remained cold towards him, and due to the nature of his work, he could not approach them directly. In a bid to learn more, Wu Zhengtang discovered that the twins were still enrolled at Jiangzhou University. He was a clever man married, and merely sought some amusement outside his domestic life. He feigned a chance encounter with Yao Billion, skillfully winning her over with his wealth. Through their conversations, he learned of Yao Billion's disdain for Yin Lei and Yin Rue, and through his probing, she expressed a desire to involve them in her schemes. A partnership that seemed to form effortlessly. This seemingly serendipitous meeting was, in fact, premeditated, as Yao Billion had contacted Wu Zhengtang upon realizing that the twins were heading out. "Your brother? Huh. He must have just graduated. What car could he possibly afford? A second-hand vehicle? Perhaps a dilapidated one worth just a few thousand? Can it possibly compare to Brother Tao's BMW?" As her words lingered in the air, Yin Dajing suddenly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt before them. He turned to Yin Lei and Yin Rue, saying, "Xiao Lei, Xiao Rue, it's time to get in. Is this your classmate's parent?" Having seen only the twins earlier, he had not overheard their conversation, but upon stopping, he mistakenly identified Wu Zhengtang as Yao Billion's father. Wu Zhengtang exclaimed with indignation, "Young man, do not presume that merely driving a Mercedes-Benz grants you the right to speak indiscriminately. This lady is, after all, my girlfriend. Are you incapable of engaging in polite conversation?" However, Yin Lei and Yin Rue unabashedly stifled their laughter, leaving both Wu Zhengtang and Yao Billion feeling quite embarrassed. Yin Dajing had witnessed numerous middle-aged men accompanied by young ladies and was unfazed by the situation, casually remarking, "Oh, my apologies, I mistook you for someone else." Upon observing the car driven by Yin Dajing, which was astonishingly more expensive than his own BMW, Wu Jingtang furrowed his brow in confusion. Were Yin Lei and Yin Rui not children of an ordinary family? How could they possibly have such a wealthy brother? Are you truly the brother of Yin Lei and Yin Rui? Is it by blood? Wu Jingtang inquired instinctively. Indeed, I am their biological brother, sharing the same father and mother. They bear a resemblance to our mother, while I take after our father, which may account for our differing appearances, Yin Dajing replied, still somewhat bashful but earnest in his response. Yin Rui, however, tugged at his sleeve and urged, "Brother, why are you discussing this with them? Hurry and open the car door so we can enter. You two girls are quite impolite," Yin Dajing chided playfully. Casting a fond glance at Yin Rui before turning to Wu Jingtang and apologizing, "My sincere apologies, good sir." Chapter 149, Expelling Yin Dajing? Yin Dajing believed that his two younger sisters were merely displeased with a classmate who had taken a much older man as a partner. However, having encountered numerous situations, he understood that such matters, as long as they were consensual, were virtually unstoppable and quite commonplace. He did not wish for his sisters to jeopardize their relationship with this classmate over such triviality. Wu Jingtang glanced at Yin Dajing with mild curiosity before casually stating, "I have heard that the brother of Xiaorui and Xiaolei is supposedly a programmer. When did programmers start affording luxury cars like this? Surely, you did not rent it?" Yin Dajing replied, No, this was a gift from someone. Originally, I intended to purchase a car costing around 100,000 for mere transportation." Wu Jingtang responded with a dismissive tone, "Oh really? Someone gifted you a Mercedes? This vehicle must cost 2 or 3 million, right? Young man, you are indeed too extravagant. Do you really think that by merely renting a car, you can attract the attention of the ladies at the university?" Like many successful individuals, Wu Jingtang enjoyed leisurely drives around the university town during his free time. He was well aware that many young people, including some opportunistic fraudsters, excelled at this charade of renting luxury cars to impress women. Yin Dajing was momentarily taken aback and fell silent, realizing that the situation was not as he had imagined. His stunned reaction only reinforced Wu Jingtang's belief that his assumptions were correct. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Today's university students are not entirely naive. One can discern genuine wealth from mere pretension. By the way, you are a programmer, correct? Which company do you work for?" Yin Dajing's expression darkened. "I am at Yuan Technology." "What of it? Do you have any advice?" "Yuan Technology? Huh, I have heard of it. Weren't they recently extorted by hackers?" "A rather dubious company," Wu Jingtang chuckled, adding, "It was our company's major shareholder who came to their rescue during that incident." Yin Dajing replied, "You are from Xiongning Jianxi Company?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jingtang's face lit up with pride as he stated, "Indeed, you are correct. I am currently the public relations director at Xiongning Jianxi Company. Although I am not involved in the technical side, I could introduce you for an internship at our firm. You know, our company is backed by formidable technical prowess, and countless programmers vie for a position here. Given your connection to Xiaolei and Xiaorui, I could significantly enhance your chances of securing a spot with us." Yao Billion interjected, "Yes. Don't let any sense of hesitation cause you to miss this opportunity. This could be a decision you regret for a lifetime. People strive for higher ground. While water flows downward, you should understand this principle. Once this chance passes, it may never return." Yao Billion's rationale was quite straightforward. If the brother of Yin Lei and Yin Rui were merely toiling under her boyfriend, it would imply that she had outshone Yin Lei and Yin Rui. Yin Dajing let out a cold laugh and remarked, "It's merely the Eagle Soaring Company. There's nothing remarkable about it. It may not even surpass Yuan Technology. Besides, even if Eagle Soaring were exceptionally strong, it has no bearing on you whatsoever. One might mistakenly think you are Vice President Yu of Eagle Soaring." He then turned to Xiaolei and Xiaorui, saying, "Come, let's get in the car." It is wise to limit contact with individuals of dubious character and distorted values. There is truly nothing worthwhile to discuss with someone like Wu Jingtao. As Yin Lei and Yin Rui were about to enter the vehicle, Wu Jingtao, already incensed, shouted, "You little brat, is it Yuan Technology, huh? Your company has recently begun preparations to collaborate with us at Eagle Soaring, but because of you, I am unequivocally stating my refusal." Yin Dajing paused for a moment before responding, "Who cannot boast? If you can sever the cooperation between Eagle Soaring and Yuan Technology, then I will apologize to you right here and now. What do you say? Although he had intended to dismiss the matter, Wu Jingtao's words ignited his anger. It seemed that even if this fellow let him off now, he would undoubtedly continue to be relentless. Thus, it was better to deal with him decisively. Wu Jingtao smirked and said, "All right, then let me show you my capabilities." He sought to impress Yin Lei, Yin Rui, and Yao Bilian, wishing to demonstrate his prowess and prove who the true successful individual was. This desire for showmanship made Wu Jingtao appear even more youthful. Yin Dajing chuckled softly and parked the car by the roadside. Wu Jingtao did the same, stopping alongside him. "Brother, is everything going to be all right? Please don't cause any trouble for Dasa." Yin Lei expressed her concern. "There's no need to worry. Just wait and watch the spectacle." Yin Dajing replied with a gentle smile. "Have you ever watched the television series The Legend of the Condor Heroes? In it, Huang Yaoshi allows Guijing to strike him without moving, resulting in Guijing being the one injured. Now, I will show you what happens if I remain still while this fellow meets his demise. Is that true?" Yin Lei and Yin Rui both looked on with skepticism. Meanwhile, Wu Jingtao retrieved a number from his phone and dialed it. It was Lu Yueran's contact. "Hello, President Wu." "Hello, President Lu." Wu Jingtao replied with a cheerful demeanor. After Lu Yueran went on a business trip, Wu Jingtao had been in contact with other executives at Yuan Technology. However, just yesterday, he had spoken with Lu Yueran, and they had nearly finalized the upcoming collaboration. Here's the thing. Wu Jingtao got straight to the point. "Does your company have a programmer with the surname Yin?" "Yes, that's correct." "Is it Yin Dajing?" Lu Yueran inquired. "Yes, exactly him. This person has offended me today. I need you to terminate his employment immediately," Wu Jingtao stated bluntly. "Terminate? President Wu, what grievances do you have with Yin Dajing?" Lu Yueran responded, puzzled. Lu Yueran would certainly not dismiss Wu Jingtao. However, she found herself perplexed. She was fully aware that Yin Dajing was indeed quite troublesome. Yet why would the publicity director of Eagle Spreading Company consider his termination? What on earth was happening? "President Lu, I believe you need not concern yourself with any internal conflicts. Dismissal is the solution. After all, he is merely a programmer," Wu Jingtao asserted with an air of arrogance. Currently, as Eagle Spreading Company slowed its pace, more businesses sought collaboration, which had led Wu Jingtao to feel somewhat elated of late. "Mr. Wu, if you do not clarify your position, I will find it impossible to proceed with the dismissal," Lu Yueran replied coolly, feeling somewhat irked by Wu Jingtao's tone. Initially, she had no intention of collaborating with Eagle Spreading. However, after some contemplation, she deemed it unnecessary to take advantage of Yin Dajing, prompting her eventual agreement. Wu Jingtao retorted coldly, "President Lu, are you truly willing to oppose Eagle Spreading over a mere programmer? Consider this carefully. If you refuse to comply, then the collaboration." "Enough. There is no need for further discussion. If the prerequisite for our partnership is the dismissal of Yin Dajing, then let this be the end of our collaboration," Lu Yueran declared, terminating the call. Wu Jingtao's expression turned a deep shade of anger. Chapter 150. One's own misdeeds lead to destruction. Wu Jingtao, a man of considerable pride, particularly in the presence of women, could hardly contain his fury as he caught sight of Yao Bilian gazing at him with longing. With gritted teeth, he hastily retrieved a number and dialed once more. "Hello," a woman's voice resonated through the phone. "Hello, General Yu," Wu Jingtao responded with a forced smile. The woman on the other end was none other than Yu Yun, the CEO of the Soaring Eagle Company. Wu Jingtao had been transferred from the Yuanjiang Group, and given that Tan Zihao was Yu Yun's husband, he knew better than to offend her. "Oh, Mr. Wu, what can I do for you?" Yu Yun inquired, her tone somewhat serious, acknowledging Wu Jingtao's prominent position within the company. Wu Jingtao explained, "It's about the collaboration with Yuan Technology we discussed a few days ago. Just now, their CEO, Lu Yueran, called to inform us that they no longer wish to proceed with the partnership. We had been in contact with other representatives at Yuan Technology, but Lu Yueran just returned from D country yesterday and has decided to withdraw." "Withdraw? Well, if that's the case, then let them go. It's no loss for us," Yu Yun replied almost instinctively. She was initially indifferent. As the Eagle Company was in high demand for partnerships, if they chose not to collaborate, it was of little consequence. However, Yu Yun, being astute, quickly grasped the underlying reason for Wu Jingtao's call. Why would he reach out to her about such a trivial matter? Before she could voice her thoughts, Wu Zhengtang interjected with enthusiasm. Great. I will proceed to cancel the collaboration with Yuan Technology. Wait, give me Lu Yuan's number. I'll reach out to her. Yu Yun interrupted, halting Wu Zhengtang. Taken aback for a moment, he smiled and said, Of course, I'll send it to you. However, General Yu, there's really not much to discuss with Lu Yuan. Her attitude is rather unpleasant. Don't worry, leave it to me. Until I have a clearer understanding. You shall refrain from taking any action, Yu Yun instructed. Wu Zhengtang provided Lu Yuan's contact information, and after her inquiry, Yu Yun promptly called back. General Yu, what is the outcome? Are we severing ties with Yuan Technology now? Wu Zhengtang inquired eagerly. Mr. Wu, do you have any conflicts with Yin Dajing? Why must you insist that Yuan Technology dismiss him? Yu Yun countered without answering directly. Oh, it's just that I encountered him earlier. He spoke disparagingly of our Eagle Company, even going so far as to call us garbage, which led to our confrontation. I simply didn't expect that our partner would retain such an unprofessional programmer, Wu Zhengtang asserted, attempting to distance himself from any blame. Ah, I see, Yu Yun replied, her demeanor surprisingly calm. After a brief pause, noticing Wu Zhengtang's silence, she finally stated, Mr. Wu, effective immediately, you are terminated. Please come to the office on Monday to complete your departure procedures. General Yu. Upon witnessing Yu Yun reaching out to Lu Yuan, Wu Zhengtao felt a flicker of anxiety, yet he dismissed it, convinced that Yu Yun would not take drastic measures over a mere programmer. He intended to offer further explanations, but Yu Yun abruptly terminated the call, leaving Wu Zhengtao momentarily stunned. What to do? Indeed, he must contact General Tan. There must be some misunderstanding. Moreover, if General Tan intercedes on my behalf, General, you would surely not disregard his request. If all else fails, I hope to return to Yuanjiang Group, which could serve as a contingency plan. Wu Zhengtao, in a state of unease, immediately dialed Tan Zihao. Upon connecting, Wu Zhengtao recounted the predicament. General Tan, I implore your assistance. Please speak to your wife. If there has been a misunderstanding, or if I have erred in some way, kindly elucidate so that I may extend my apologies. Tan Zihao replied coldly, Wu Zhengtao, what is the name of the programmer you clashed with? It seems to be Yin Dajing, as per Lu Yuan's account, Wu Zhengtao blurted out. Upon hearing the name, Tan Zihao's initial confusion dissipated, and a knowing smile appeared. Oh, Wu Zhengtao, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you. My wife's decision is not one I can alter. Then, General Tan, please allow me to return to Yuanjiang Group. I would be content to resume my previous position, Wu Zhengtao conceded, considering it a significant compromise. That is not feasible. Yuanjiang Group no longer requires your services. Every position has been filled, and you voluntarily chose to leave for Xiongning Zhanqi. Your former role has been occupied. Tan Zihao firmly rejected. General Tan, we are old schoolmates. Beyond colleagues, we are friends. Can you not extend this small favor? Wu Zhengtao expressed his dissatisfaction, incredulous that such a trivial matter could not be assisted. Wu Zhengtao, are you disregarding my words? Do you seek to provoke me? Tan Zihao retorted coldly. I have been more than accommodating. Do not overstep your bounds. Given your actions, you have no hope of returning to either Yuanjiang Group or Xiongning Zhanqi. It would be wise for you to seek employment elsewhere, for if you persist in this pursuit, I will ensure your existence in Jiangzhou becomes untenable. As Tan Zihao ended the call, Wu Zhengtao's face drained of color, becoming ashen. Yao Bilian remained silent. Yet she sensed Wu Zhengtao's miscalculation and noted his deteriorating mood. Meanwhile, Yin Dajing called out to Wu Zhengtao. How did it go, General Wu? Has the collaboration between Xiongning Zhanqi and Yuan Technology been dissolved? I am eager to witness the extent of your influence. Wu Zhengtao, pale-faced, found himself at a loss for words. Surely not. Has it truly not been resolved yet? General Wu, your influence appears to be rather limited, Yin Dajing jested. Yin Lei chuckled. Brother, what have you done? Why does that Wu fellow look so glum? Before Yin Dajing could elucidate, his phone rang, an incoming call from Yu Yun. Hello, Mr. Yin, this is Yu Yun. I've terminated Wu Zhengtao's employment. The Yuanyang Group will no longer require his services. Yu Yun spoke directly, without superfluous words. Very well, the company should be vigilant in the future. We must refrain from hiring individuals with poor character, Yin Dajing replied. Understood. I shall ensure stricter oversight in this regard. Yin Dajing had seldom concerned himself with company management, a fact that pleased Yu Yun. Since it was rare for him to offer an opinion, she was more than willing to heed his advice. Though Wu Zhengtao possessed talent, Yu Yun had no reservations about his dismissal. After concluding the call, Yin Dajing teased, Mr. Wu, I believe I just heard that you've been dismissed by the Eagle Wings Company. What is going on? Were you not the one seeking to terminate our collaboration with Yuanyin Technology? Yet, you've ended up dismissing yourself? Wu Zhengtao gritted his teeth. Who exactly are you? Why would Yu Yun? Oh, I see. That car of yours was also a gift from Yu Yun, wasn't it? You belonged to her. Then? Well, you sly Yu Yun. How dare you betray Tanzaheo? Heh, Tanzaheo is such a fool, oblivious to being cuckolded. Yin Dajing, I advise you to enjoy your life while you can. It may not be long before you meet your end. Wu Zhengtao appeared frantic and called Tanzaheo again. Observing this scene, Yin Dajing shook his head inwardly, recognizing the foolishness of Wu Zhengtao, a classic case of self-inflicted misery. He could already foresee the impending turmoil. Wu Zhengtao, have you lost your mind? Why persist in this entanglement? Are you not afraid I'll blacklist you in Jiangzhou? Tanzaheo, busy with his affairs, answered the call with irritation. Tan, listen to me. I suspect your wife, Yu Yun, has some undisclosed connection with Yin Dajing. She even secretly gifted him a car. Otherwise, why would she be compelled to dismiss me over someone like Yin Dajing? Wu Zhengtao spoke in a panic, his words tumbling out without thought. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Tanzaheo felt a surge of rage. You bastard Wu Zhengtao. Are you seeking death? That car was a gift from me to Yin Dajing. Get out of Jiangzhou immediately. From now on, there shall be no refuge for you here. Chapter 151. A dangerous game. Though Tanzaheo's voice was not particularly loud. At that moment, Wu Zhengtang perceived it as thunderous, resonating not only in his ears, but seemingly threatening to shatter his very mind. He realized that Tanzaheo was genuinely furious, and when Tanzaheo spoke, he meant every word. Should he remain in Jiangzhou, if Tanzaheo were to capture him, his life might very well be forfeit. In a state of panic, Wu Zhengtang cast a glance at Yin Dajing, who was smiling at him with an expression akin to that of a spectator enjoying a show. He then noticed Yin Lei and Yin Rui also present in the vehicle, both casting him sinister looks. Wu Zhengtang's imagination sparked, and in that fleeting moment, he conceived a potential truth. Now I understand why Yin Lei and Yin Rui are assisting Tanzaheo. Moreover, Tanzaheo maintains a deliberate distance from them. This charade is merely for the benefit of others. In reality, they share a clandestine connection. It is precisely this that explains why Tanzaheo purchased a car for Yin Dajing. Enlightened, everything fell into place. This was the most logical conclusion. A flash of malevolence glinted in Wu Zhengtang's eyes. He gritted his teeth and, once more, dialed Tanzaheo's number, this time activating the recording feature before the call connected. Wu Zhengtang, go ahead. Tell me how you wish to meet your demise. Tanzaheo's voice on the line turned somber, clearly indicative of his extreme anger. In Jiangzhou, Tanzaheo was a person of considerable standing, and Wu Zhengtang's repeated humiliations, including his insinuations regarding Yin Dajing's relationship with his wife, had provoked him to the brink. The words Tanzaheo had uttered were not merely empty threats. Should Wu Zhengtang persist in staying in Jiangzhou, Tan would indeed seek retribution. Just then, Wu Zhengtang's call came through again, a blatant affront to Tanzaheo's dignity. Mr. Tan, I am now aware of your relationship with Yin Rui and Yin Lei, and I possess evidence. At this juncture, Wu Zhengtang no longer felt the need for subtlety and aimed to deceive Tanzaheo. What relationship do I have with Yin Rui and Yin Lei? Tanzaheo paused, instinctively questioning. Mr. Tan, your taste is commendable. Having set your sights on the twin university students, Yin Lei and Yin Rui. TSK, you city folks certainly know how to indulge, Wu Zhengtang mocked. Wu Zhengtang, what utter nonsense are you spouting? You may slander me, but to defame two female university students? Have you lost all sense of conscience? Are you truly unafraid of the consequences? Tanzaheo struggled to contain his rage, nearly choking on his fury, and after regaining his composure, he could not suppress his indignation. Yin Lei and Yin Rui were indeed Yin Dajing's younger sisters, entrusted to him for an internship at Yuanjiang Group. Consequently, Tanzaheo had deliberately kept his distance from them in private, providing them with opportunities for growth while preventing any gossip from arising. Indeed, even if some were to slander him for cavorting outside, he remains untroubled, for as long as Yu Yun believes in him, all is well. Yet, It is certain that Yin Lei and Yin Rui would never place their trust in him, given Yin Dajing's esteemed status. Am I speaking nonsense? Am I truly rambling? Huh. Mr. Tan, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. I am aware of your discreet demeanor while at the company. You deliberately maintain distance from Yin Lei and Yin Rui. However, in truth, this is merely a ruse. Tell me, what would happen if I were to expose your relationship? Do you think I could divulge this matter to President Yu and still return? Tan Zaheo, filled with rage, laughed bitterly, replying, "It seems you truly will not shed tears until you see the coffin." He had no ties with Yin Lei or Yin Rui, and thus was certain that Wu Jingtao possessed no evidence against him. Without uttering another word, Tan Zaheo abruptly ended the call and began reaching out to contacts. Meanwhile, Wu Jingtao furrowed his brow in confusion. Had Tan Zaheo lost his mind? Did he not fear the ruin of his reputation? No, this cannot stand. I must retreat. Wu Jingtao opened the car door and informed Yao Bilian, "I have urgent business and must leave. Please exit the vehicle. I shall return to accompany you in a couple of days." Although Yao Bilian did not fully grasp Tan Zaheo's words, the expression on Wu Jingtao's face signified that something was amiss. At that moment, she dared not defy him and promptly alighted from the car. Wu Jingtao gritted his teeth and drove away from Jiangzhou. Given Tan Zaheo's remarks, it was clear he could not remain in Jiangzhou any longer, and likely would not even be able to stay in Behu province. After parting ways with Yao Bilian, he hastily drove, intending to escape Jiangzhou. However, unexpectedly, he was intercepted en route. Wu Jingtao was severely beaten and taken back, as Tan Zaheo conducted a thorough investigation, uncovering Wu Jingtao's embezzlement of company funds and reporting it to the authorities. It was highly probable that Wu Jingtao would face imprisonment. Initially, the situation was not so dire. Yet, Wu Jingtao's reckless actions led him deeper into trouble, ultimately destroying his future. Ah, what a delightful spectacle it was. Yin Dajing drove with Yin Lei and Yin Rui in the car, their voices filled with joy. The recent display of Wu Jingtao's disgraceful antics had them reveling in the moment, likening him to a mere buffoon. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage this?" Yin Lei and Yin Rui gazed at him with admiration. Like many younger sisters, they had idolized their brother since childhood, despite his previous lack of distinction, even struggling academically compared to them. Nonetheless, Yin Dajing had always doted on the two of them, and their sibling bond remained strong. Yin Dajing did not shy away from revealing, "It is simply because of my excellent relationship with your Mr. Tan. Otherwise, do you truly believe anyone can secure an internship at Yuanjiang Group? Moreover, this vehicle was a gift from General Tan. Since the matter of cultivation has been disclosed, these trivialities need not be concealed any longer. Tan Zaheo was once ensnared by dark sorcery, teetering on the brink of death, and it was I who salvaged him. I am his savior. In addition to this car, he also bestowed upon me a villa, located by the serene Baiyin Lake. Allow me to escort you there for a glimpse." Yin Lei and Yin Rui wholeheartedly agreed, as they too were engaged in cultivation and had begun to witness its wonders. Approximately half an hour later, Yin Dajing's vehicle entered the villa district. This area comprises over 30 standalone villas, with Yin Dajing's residence being the 18th, a most auspicious number. Wow, it's impeccably tidy in here. Upon Yin Dajing unlocking the door with his key, Yin Lei and Yin Rui gasped in astonishment. This 3-story standalone villa features a duplex structure, adorned with exquisite decor. Every appliance and household item is present, and the place has been meticulously cleaned, likely just within the last couple of days, as Tan Zaheo must have anticipated his return to the country and arranged for the cleaning in advance. Elated, Yin Lei and Yin Rui explored the villa, each selecting a room to claim as their own. Chapter 152. The esteemed Yin. This standalone villa surpasses even Lu Lao's in size, with a decor that leans towards a more modern aesthetic, in stark contrast to the rustic charm of Lu Lao's abode. The interior is adorned with the latest appliances, and it boasts a media room equipped for both singing and cinematic experiences. One of the rooms is dedicated to fitness, featuring a treadmill and various exercise equipment. Not far from here lies the scenic Baiyin Lake. From the top floor, one can gaze upon its shimmering surface. At this moment, several small boats drift leisurely across the water, as visitors seize the weekend to revel in the beauty of nature. Although the day remains warm, the refreshing breeze from Baiyin Lake invigorates the spirit. It is evident that Tan Zaheo did not whimsically acquire this villa for Yin Dajing. Thoughtful consideration has undoubtedly been involved, amplifying the sentiment behind this gesture. After a brief moment on the upper floor, Yin Dajing prepared to descend, only to notice a few individuals at the entrance of a villa 2 doors down. Initially indifferent, his attention was piqued when he overheard them mention Yin Lauda. His keen senses, far surpassing those of ordinary folk, sharpened as he focused his gaze and ears. To his surprise, he recognized Mo Jiajun, Xia Etian, and Gao Wei among them. They had, indeed, traveled to Jiangzhou. A faint smile graced Yin Dajing's lips. Mo Jiajun, Xia Etian, Gao Wei, and Wang Hao shared a camaraderie, though the distance often kept them apart. To have 3 of them reunite is, in itself, a rarity. Alongside the trio were 5 young men whom Yin Dajing did not recognize, having not encountered them at the Shinmen conference. Just as he was about to approach and greet them, his phone rang. It was Xia Etian calling. Upon answering, he heard Xia Etian's cheerful voice, Yin Lauda. What are you up to? Gazing at Xia Etian, who appeared to be on the verge of stepping outside, Yin Dajing replied with a smile, I am enjoying the breeze. Breeze? What breeze? Oh, never mind that. Yin Lauda, can you guess where I am? Xia Etian chuckled. You are in Jiangzhou, at Baiyin Lake. If I'm not mistaken. Besides you, there are Mo Jiejun and Gao Wei. What about Wang Hao? Is he not with you? Yin Dajing inquired. Yin Lauda, you know all this? Has your divination skill reached such heights? Xia Etian exclaimed in astonishment. Nonsense about divination. I am merely observing you. Are you all preparing to head out? Where to? Yin Dajing laughed. Do not leave. Wait for me to join you. After concluding the call, Yin Dajing made his way downstairs. A leisurely stroll would take no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Upon reaching them, Xia Etian was the first to rush over. Embracing Yin Dajing with joy, Yin Lauda, it has been ages. Mo Jiejun and Gao Wei followed suit, warmly hugging Yin Dajing and addressing him with the same affectionate title. After embracing the 3 individuals, Yin Dajing smiled and remarked, it has only been less than 2 months. How could that be considered a long time? What brings you to Jiangzhou? You could have at least given me a heads up. By the way, did Wang Hao not come with you? Yin Dajing held a favorable impression of Mo Jiejun, Xia Etian, and the others, genuinely considering them friends. Their presence brought him joy. Gao Wei explained, Wang Hao has some matters at home and cannot join us for the time being. However, he plans to visit Jiangzhou personally in a few days. We wanted to surprise you with a stealthy visit. Xia Etian added, what a coincidence. We specifically purchased a villa here, thinking we could come to visit you whenever we had the time. I didn't expect you to be so nearby. This place is indeed wonderful. And it seems you also own property here, Bossine. The group, all affluent individuals, regarded property purchases as mere investments and naturally assumed that Yin Dajing owning a home in the area was a given. Mo Jiejun squinted his eyes and said, Hey boss, there's another piece of good news I must share with you. Our visit is actually because we won a chance to dine with the mysterious chef at the Liu family restaurant. We can bring you along. Seeing Yin Dajing in shock, Mo Jiejun continued, Bossine, you haven't heard of the mysterious chef at the Liu family restaurant? This establishment has gained national fame in Jiangzhou, with countless people scheduling their employees to queue here. Not long ago, well, it should have been before your trip to Country D. Frank had a meal at the Liu family restaurant. Mo Jiejun elucidated the reasons behind the restaurant's fame, concluding, upon hearing about this mysterious chef, we eagerly arranged for our staff to draw lots, and to our fortune, we actually won. Today, we are here to dine. We hope this mysterious chef will not disappoint us. Yin Dajing opened his mouth and said, I believe that mysterious chef will not let you down. Xia Etian then suggested, since we have encountered each other, Boss Yin, why not take us to your home for a visit? It's still early to head to the Liu family restaurant. Yin Dajing acknowledged, the villa here was a gift to me, and I just came to take a look today. There's nothing to eat or drink yet, so I hope you won't mind. We merely wish to have a look around, to take a stroll. After all, we will be neighbors. So it's only fitting to pay a visit. Xia Etian chuckled. The notion of someone gifting a house to Yin Dajing did not raise any eyebrows among them. If Yin Dajing wished, Xia Etian would not hesitate to gift him the villa. Although Xia Etian had purchased the house, it was entirely for the purpose of having an excuse to visit Jiangzhou in the future. The others, with whom he shared a good relationship, could stay freely, just as they had properties in other cities where they could also reside. While on the road, Mo Jiejun introduced 5 other individuals, none of whom were practitioners, but all belonged to affluent families, rich young gentlemen, and were friends of the trio, eager to sample the culinary talents of the enigmatic chef. "Brother, where have you been?" Inquiringly, Yin Lei and Yin Rui, having completed their tour of the room and not spotting Yin Dajing, were about to step outside when they noticed him approaching with the group. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Who are these people?" "Wow, Yin Lauda, you're quite something, bringing in such a crowd," Xia Etian chuckled, only to receive a playful slap on the back of his head from Yin Dajing. "You fool. Don't speak nonsense. These two are my younger sisters. This is Yin Lei, and this is Yin Rui." He proceeded to introduce them properly. Realizing his misunderstanding, Xia Etian apologized to the two sisters, but Yin Lei and Yin Rui offered him no reprieve. "Brother, why don't you take them out for some fun? We'll head back to the school dormitory now, and we'll keep this key. We'll come over to stay next week, hee. Aware that Yin Dajing needed to entertain his friends, Yin Lei and Yin Rui chose not to linger any longer. Chapter 153. The Mu family of Gue City. Brother Yin, are we heading out for a meal? Why not invite your sister to join us?" Xia Etian pondered for a moment, expressing his hesitation. Having encountered numerous beauties, Xia Etian was not inclined to pursue Yin Lei and Yin Rui. In fact, he held a certain reverence for them, maintaining a respectful distance. This sentiment is quite understandable. Had they encountered a pair of twin beauties elsewhere, they might have devised ways to win them over. However, with the younger sisters of Yin Dajing, they dared not engage in frivolous pursuits. Acknowledging their inability to remain steadfast, they chose to refrain from overthinking the matter. Xia Etian's cautious inquiry stemmed from genuine concern about Yin Dajing's potential reactions. Yin Dajing replied, "What do we need to bring them along for? We're a bunch of men dining together. The Lu family restaurant isn't far from here. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Mo Jejun added, "Brother Yin, as long as we make a reservation in advance, we can definitely dine at the Lu family restaurant. However, the dishes prepared by that mysterious chef are not guaranteed. Frank is still insisting on having the staff queue up, and who knows when that will change. It's purely a matter of luck for us." "Indeed, brother, I hesitated to mention it earlier," Gao Wei chimed in. "This is our one chance to savor the mysterious chef's creations. Even if we wish to return, we cannot be certain when we might have that opportunity again. Perhaps you should call your sister after all. We're simply here to enjoy a meal, without any drinking involved." Yin Dajing discerned the intentions of Mo Jejun and the others. Clearly, they were merely seeking to benefit from bringing Yin Lei and Yin Rui along. "All right, let me be frank with you. Please don't spread this around, but I hold shares in the Lu family restaurant. I am a major shareholder. If I wish to taste the dishes prepared by that mysterious chef, I can do so at will." Mo Jejun, Xia Etian, and Gao Wei all wore cheerful expressions. Yet internally they were seething. They had painstakingly arranged several rounds of lotteries, waited nearly a month for this opportunity, only to discover that Brother Yin was already a major shareholder of the Lu family restaurant. "Brother Yin, you cannot be serious. The Lu family restaurant does not accept financing." Xia Etian expressed his confusion. If the Lu family restaurant were to consider financing, countless investors would eagerly jump at the opportunity. Not to mention, Frank would likely be the first in line to invest. Furthermore, in other enterprises, numerous individuals would attempt to force their way into financing deals, a common practice in the business realm. If one refused financing, they could face dire consequences in the market, much like a domestic company leveraging its vast and loyal user base to acquire or invest in other successful games. Should negotiations fail, they might simply replicate the concept and eliminate the competition. However, restaurants are somewhat different. A chef's skills cannot be easily replicated. Additionally, it is rumored that the Lu family restaurant has backing from influential leaders in Jiangzhou. In order to contend with the Lu family restaurant, one must weigh the implications carefully. After all, merchants are driven by the pursuit of profit. To offend Fang Qiming over a mere dining establishment seems rather imprudent. Thus, becoming a major stakeholder in the Lu family restaurant is no trivial endeavor. Yin Dajing chuckled and remarked, "Let us not forget, I am a disciple of the medicine Immortal Sect, and the sect leader, Gu Hong, happens to be my senior brother. As for Fang Qiming of Jiangzhou, he refers to me as his granduncle." Ah, how could we overlook this detail? Fang Tianzi's lineage, while not prominently featured in the mystical sect, is still well known to many. The fact that Fang Qiming ascended to the position of top leader in Jiangzhou at such a young age bears significance in this context. It appears that the Lu family restaurant's confidence stems from your esteemed reputation, Yin Dajing, as realized by Xia Etian and the others. Indeed, that is more or less the case. Now that you understand I speak the truth, I must mention that I have 2 younger sisters. Should they desire the stars from the heavens, I would strive to procure them. Regardless of how prestigious that enigmatic chef may be, respect must still be afforded to me. Yin Dajing refrained from revealing that he himself was the mysterious chef, concerned that Xia Etian and his companions might become addicted and pester him incessantly. Yin Dajing accompanied Xia Etian and Mo Jiejun to the Liu family restaurant, where Mo Jiejun proceeded to register while Yin Dajing seized the opportunity to venture into the kitchen. However, he informed them that he had other matters to attend to and urged them to begin their meal without waiting for him. After Mo Jiejun placed their orders, Yin Dajing set to work, and after approximately an hour, a splendid array of dishes was finally prepared. By the time Yin Dajing arrived at their table, they had already commenced their feast, utterly entranced by the flavors before them. Yin Dajing, what took you so long? You enigmatic chef, do tell us your price. I am ready to make a purchase, Mo Jiejun exclaimed, genuinely astonished. I had endeavored to estimate the prowess of this mysterious chef, yet I find my estimations woefully inadequate. Though these dishes were ostensibly familiar, their flavors were entirely unique. It is no wonder that a single dish could remedy Frank's appetite loss. Yin Dajing smiled and replied, that esteemed chef operates alone. We are no longer in an era of servitude. Should you possess the skill to lure him away, that would be quite an accomplishment. However, if you wish to dine again in the future, you must negotiate with me. Perhaps I could persuade that chef to make an exception for you. Xia Etian and the others found themselves unable to stop eating, having savored countless delicacies. Yet it had been a long time since they had been so enamored with a meal. After Yin Dajing joined them, they polished off the entire feast in a little over half an hour. Just as they were descending the stairs, a commotion erupted below. What is happening? Yin Dajing inquired of a server. The server replied, a group of people has arrived, claiming to have come in search of the legendary dishes prepared by the mysterious chef. However, they did not even make a reservation for the main hall, let alone secure a chance to enjoy a meal prepared by him. They are currently causing quite a stir. Yin Dajing let out a sound of acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Such incidents were not unprecedented, and naturally, security would address the situation. However, as they descended, Xia Etian suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that Mu Xian? Oh, how disgraceful it is for the Mu family from Gue City to behave in such a manner, akin to a shrew quarreling in the streets, causing a scene in a foreign land without a hint of shame." Among the group, a man in his 30s clad in a black shirt turned around, recognizing Xia Etian and the others. "Ah, I thought it was someone significant. Isn't this the so-called waste of the Xinmen? What business do you worthless individuals have here? Are you seeking to meddle and act as champions of justice? Perhaps you should first consider whether you possess the strength to do so. Pretending to be powerful without the ability is merely foolishness," the man in black, Mu Xian, scoffed. "I am currently composing the 2nd chapter, striving to complete it. If I cannot finish it, I shall make up for it in the following days. My apologies." Chapter 154, The Grievances of the Mystical Sect in the Mystical Sect. Xia Etian and his companions were seldom regarded with any significance. Their momentary prominence at the recent Sect conference was solely due to their association with Yin Dajing. By themselves, they possessed no particular qualities that would warrant special attention. The core members of the mystical sect overlooked them, and among the younger generation of practitioners, they were often looked down upon. Had it not been for their prestigious family backgrounds, they would likely have faced even greater ridicule. In the mystical sect, one could indulge in hedonism and even transgress moral boundaries, as long as one maintained a semblance of restraint. For individuals like Xia Etian and Mo Jiejun, their families allowed a degree of extravagance, provided they adhered to certain limits. The true sin lay in failing to cultivate one's abilities. The Mu family of Gue City chose not to participate in the Sect conference this time. Their strength was respectable. While they lacked peak practitioners in the late Qi refinement stage, they did have 4 in the mid-stage. Mu Xian was a standout among the younger generation. 3 years prior, at the last Sect conference, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Although no news of his breakthrough had emerged, it was widely assumed to be a foregone conclusion. Mu Xian, like many others, indulged in a lifestyle of excess, particularly concerning food and drink, to an almost obsessive degree. However, his talent and cultivation allowed his behavior to be tolerated within the Mu family. He and Xia Etian represented two extremes of the hedonistic spectrum, leading to mutual disdain. Who are you calling worthless? It is you who lacks any quality at your age. The Gue City Mu family is nothing but a joke. Mo Jiejun retorted disdainfully, displeased by Mu Xian's insults. Mu Xian held them in contempt, and they reciprocated his disdain. They were not true wastrels. Rather, they simply lacked exceptional talent and cultivation. Mo Jiejun, for instance, exhibited considerable acumen in business. Thus, they looked down upon Mu Xian, who, aside from his cultivation, seemed utterly inept and constantly embroiled in trouble. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? Mu Xian, temper flaring, prepared to take action. Yin Dajing furrowed his brow and admonished, "This is a restaurant. If you wish to brawl, take it outside. Your name is Mu Xian, correct? The rules of the Liu family restaurant must be observed by all. If you refuse, then leave this establishment and do not dine here. Do you expect special privileges? Who do you think you are? Do you consider yourself superior to Frank? If this restaurant were to grant you exceptions, what would that say about Frank and those who have waited in line for their turn? Do you believe you possess some extraordinary status that elevates you above everyone else?" The hall was filled with patrons who echoed in agreement. Indeed, we had to book our reservations 2 days in advance. If you can simply walk in and sit down, then what was the point of our wait? What era are we living in, that there are still individuals like you? How intriguing. Are you keen on making headlines? Haha. It just so happens that I am a journalist. In my opinion, the security at the Ru family restaurant is quite lacking. When confronted with such individuals, what is there to deliberate? Simply eject them without hesitation. Mu Xian's face contorted with a myriad of emotions before he cast a fierce glare at Yin Dajing and Xia Etian, leaving in a fit of ire. Damn it. The Wang family is currently at odds with the Mu family, which is precisely why Wang Hao has refrained from attending. Once outside, Xia Etian could not help but vent his frustration. It dawned on Yin Dajing that Wang Hao also hailed from Gue City. Being part of the same sect, it seems implausible that any significant entanglements would arise, he mused with a hint of concern. During this gathering of the sects, Yin Dajing's most profound realization was that the relationships among the various sects were entirely distinct from the martial factions depicted in novels. In such tales, martial sects often engage in power struggles, feigning harmony while secretly embroiled in fierce rivalry, with swords drawn and tension palpable. However, at this gathering, Yin Dajing discovered that the majority of those from the sects were amiable and eager to mentor the younger generation, with many elders selflessly contributing to the growth of others. Aside from a few provocateurs, the atmosphere was harmonious. While young individuals might engage in spirited competition, it rarely escalated to affect the underlying factions. Even when practitioners from countries D, T, and P clashed with those from Huaxia, their methods, though occasionally ruthless, ultimately resembled friendly sparring, likely to result in severe injuries, yet seldom fatal. Presently, the number of practitioners in Huaxia is dwindling, and with the spiritual energy waning, if they do not unite for mutual support, it is conceivable that in a century's time, the sects may vanish entirely. In comparison to the Mo, Xia, and even Gao families, the Mu family of Gue City is significantly weaker. Yet, Mu Xian dares to confront Mo Juns and Xia Etian because these conflicts stem from youthful bravado. As long as no lives are lost and no irreparable harm is done to one's cultivation, it is unlikely to lead to dire consequences. The Mo family would not seek out trouble with the Gue City Mu family simply because Mu Xian had a scuffle with Mo Jun. With this reasoning, Yin Dajing failed to grasp how conflicts could arise between the Wang and Mu families. Xia Etian elucidated, as the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. In Gue City, there are two prominent sect families, the Wang family and the Mu family, both of considerable strength, hence conflicts are inevitable. Naturally, these disputes are commonplace and generally tolerable. However, of late, the Mu family has taken on a more aggressive stance, leaving the Wang family struggling to cope. As they exchanged further insights, Yin Dajing absorbed the information without interjecting. Upon returning to the villa district, they fortuitously encountered Mu Xian at the entrance. "Ah, how ironic that fate has brought us together," Gao Wei remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Good dogs do not obstruct the path." Mo Jiejun rolled his eyes and remarked, "Damn it, I've long been displeased with you all. Well, it seems we meet at the right moment. Let's not waste any more words. Let's engage in a fight to avoid further bickering." Mu Xian also rolled his eyes and added, "Oh, right? I nearly forgot that these worthless individuals are too cowardly to issue a challenge. Isn't that just self-humiliation? What's the matter? Have you lost your nerve? Weren't you just boasting a moment ago? Upon the mention of a brawl, Xia Etian and his companions fell momentarily silent, prompting Mu Xian to immediately mock them. It was indeed true that Xia Etian, Imo Jiejun, and their three companions were the bottom dwellers of the entire Xinmin conference. They once displayed a bit more courage, willing to spar with others, but they had since become seasoned and cautious. Noticing the hesitation from Xia Etian and his group, Mu Xian instinctively assumed they lacked the courage to respond. Well then, let us see what you're made of. I've been itching for a sparring session with someone from the Xinmin for quite some time. Yin Dajing, unable to restrain himself, interjected calmly. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself so conveniently. Since the opportunity has presented itself, shall we engage in our duel right here? Mu Xian had been humiliated by Yin Dajing at the Liu family restaurant, and had it not been for the fervent emotions of those around him, he would have charged at Yin Dajing on the spot. Chapter 155. The Art of Vine Armor. Yin Dajing uttered a sound of agreement, saying, "Very well. Everything is up to you." Mu Xian paused for a moment and added, "Imo Jiejun, Xia Etian, Gao Wei, would you three like to join?" Xia Etian and the others couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Gao Wei remarked, "Let us not kid ourselves. If all four of us join, when you find yourself begging for mercy from our leader Yin, you'll just claim that we're bullying you because we have the numbers." Indeed, it was not far-fetched to think that someone like Mu Xian could engage in such shameless antics. "Hurry up, we still have cards to play. Let us settle this quickly. We don't have time to linger here with you." They urged him to move the car to the front, as they had already purchased property nearby. Expressing their disdain for being stuck at the intersection, Xia Etian and his companions looked down upon Mu Xian for his roguelike demeanor. Although he was skilled, his lack of decorum meant that even in defeat, he would concoct countless excuses, making him less straightforward than they were. With a character like Mu Xian's, even if he were at the bottom of the ranks, he would never truly be able to connect with them. With a cold snort, Mu Xian declared, "All right. There will certainly be a victor and a vanquished in this contest. We ought to set some stakes. If you win, I shall immediately bow and apologize, and never return to Jiangzhou. If this fellow loses, you shall all avoid me in the future." Agreed. Yin Dajing was the first to consent. He truly did not regard his opponent, who was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, as a threat. "All right, we accept," Imo Jiejun, Xia Etian, and Gao Wei echoed in unison. They subsequently parked their car in a corner of the residential area by Yen Lake. The villa district was indeed sparsely populated, which was rather pleasant. At this hour, when the heat outside was at its peak, there was no one around to bask in the sun, leaving only the four of them. Neither Mu Xian's companions nor Imo Jiejun's friends had come, as they were not cultivators after all. "Haha, boy, make your move quickly. I've just broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, and I'm looking for someone to test my skills." He laughed heartily, filled with confidence. Yin Dajing regarded him as one would a fool, saying, "If I strike first, you may not even have the chance to respond. What's with all the chatter? If I want you to attack, just do it," Mu Xian retorted disdainfully. "What kind of master could you be, hanging around with these losers? You're all just a bunch of nobodies." Yin Dajing grunted affirmatively, channeling his spiritual energy to draw a symbol in the air, directing it toward Mu Xian. The symbol shimmered in a vibrant green, and under the manipulation of his spiritual power, it transformed into a magnificent sight. A thick vine suddenly shot forth from the symbol, ensnaring Mu Xian with swift intent. Mu Xian sneered, thinking such meager skills were worthy of boasting. Yet, just as he prepared to counter with his own powers, he suddenly felt several slender, yet incredibly resilient vines erupting beneath his feet. Attempting to struggle, he found himself utterly ensnared, unable to break free or even channel his spiritual energy to escape. He raised his head and discovered that the vine before Yin Dajing had already reached him. "Fool, do you not understand the concept of feigning one thing to strike another?" Yin Dajing mocked. Bang! Before his words could fully resonate, the vine lashed out violently against him, tearing through his clothing and leaving a mark. "Will you concede?" Yin Dajing inquired, while Xia Etian and the others erupted in laughter. "Ha! Our boss Yin is the foremost among the younger generation of the Xinmen. Even you Sambian boast to him. What are you? A mere novice who has just broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, daring to flaunt yourself before boss Yin? You even asked him to strike first. How amusing. Your arrogance is palpable." Enough, just admit defeat. A few bows of apology won't cost you your dignity. I'd rather eat dirt than concede. If you have the guts, kill me. Mu Xian felt a sharp sting in his chest, but this pain was insufficient to make him yield. He still believed himself to be a man who would not submit. Yin Dajing chuckled. I am the one who is actually yielding here, offering you an escape route, yet you refuse it. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Yin Dajing unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Mu Xian, the previous blow having been delivered without much force. These subsequent strikes resonated with a sharp crack. Oh. It hurts like hell. Mu Xian's clothing was soon in tatters, leaving only 2 ragged sleeves, his body marred with wounds. I concede. Mu Xian had never endured such torment, tears streaming down his face. Do you have a hole in your head? You could have admitted defeat earlier. Yin Dajing shook his head and finally released his grip. Mu Xian collapsed to the ground, clutching his body, his legs trembling unsteadily. Uffed. I thought this guy had some backbone, but it turns out he is merely posturing. If you're so tough, keep holding on. Just admit defeat and hurry up with your apology, then get out of Jiangzhou. Mo Jejun and his companions mocked. But at that moment, Mu Xian suddenly sprang to his feet, sweeping his hand as 2 flames transformed into blades, racing towards Yin Dajing with lightning speed. This was his most formidable move. Most people struck by it would likely meet their end. With his spiritual energy, he could barely muster this single attack. The expressions of Mo Jejun and his companions shifted instantly. Boss Yin, be cautious. Even a master at the later stages of qi refinement could perish from such a blow. Die. Mu Xian's eyes were filled with a fierce and malevolent glare. This was the greatest humiliation of his life, and he was determined to reclaim his dignity. As for killing Yin Dajing, it was purely an act of rage. He was even unaware of who Yin Dajing was and did not consider the consequences of taking his life. Although Yin Dajing had not anticipated Mu Xian's relentless assault, he was nonetheless a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement, with a heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy. As soon as Mu Xian's spell was cast, it was immediately detected. Vine's armor. In the next moment, Yin Dajing found himself enveloped by a lush green foliage, intricately layered to form a perfect suit of armor that cloaked him entirely. Bang, bang. The fire blade struck him twice, cleaving through the vines. Yet it could not penetrate further. Although fire is indeed a bane to wood, the intensity of the fire blade would have overwhelmed an ordinary vine's armor. However, Yin Dajing's mastery of this technique was of a far superior caliber. As the flames dissipated, the armor upon Yin Dajing gradually faded from view. A surprise attack. Damn it, Mu Xian. You truly are a piece of work. Are you attempting murder? Let's take him down. Mo Jejun, Xia Yitian, and Gao Wei could no longer restrain themselves and charged at Mu Xian, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Out of respect for the Xian men, they did not seek his life, yet their need for retribution was undeniable. Chapter 156. The head of the Mu family. Enough. After delivering a thorough beating to Mu Xian, Gao Wei, possessing the kindest heart among them, intervened and restrained Mo Jejun and Xia Yitian, fearing that further violence might lead to dire consequences. Mu Xian, with a visage marred by bruises and a body covered in wounds, presented a truly pitiable sight that could evoke tears from onlookers, resembling those condemned prisoners who had been tortured beyond recognition. However, in reality, his injuries were primarily superficial. As a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, such external wounds were unlikely to be fatal. Mo Jejun and the others turned their gazes towards Yin Dajing, as this matter primarily concerned him, and they felt it inappropriate to intervene further. Observing Mu Xian's panda-like eyes, with his original double eyelids now stretched beyond recognition, was indeed striking. Nevertheless, Yin Dajing could not entirely quell the simmering anger within him. Had his cultivation been slightly weaker, he might not have survived the encounter. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Dajing approached Mu Xian, lifting him with ease while simultaneously replicating his cultivation method. Apart from his training technique, Mu Xian possessed no other notable skills. Yin Dajing had considered the possibility of severing Mu Xian's cultivation method or damaging his dantian. For Mu Xian had indeed attempted to kill him, and even if he did so, the Mu family would have no recourse. Yet, Yin Dajing remained kind-hearted, or as many would say, overly compassionate. Having been taught by his parents to assist others, he found it difficult to harm Mu Xian further in his weakened state. Ultimately, Yin Dajing discreetly inscribed a blood curse within Mu Xian's body. This curse was exceedingly concealed. Learned from his advancements in yin-yang techniques and other disciplines from countries D and T, as well as various martial arts. Much like a hidden illness, it might never manifest throughout Mu Xian's life, but should Yin Dajing choose to activate it, Mu Xian would meet an instantaneous demise. Confident in the curse's undetectability, Yin Dajing felt emboldened to proceed. Begone. Remember to swiftly leave Jiangzhou and do not return, Yin Dajing proclaimed as he cast Mu Xian aside. Rising painfully, Mu Xian departed without a backward glance. If he dares to show his face in Jiangzhou again, brother Yin, you have my permission to strike him once more, Xia Etian remarked with disdain. Yin Dajing chuckled softly and shook his head. I believe he will think twice before returning. Mo Jejun hastily interjected, Brother Yin, do not underestimate him. This scoundrel is no ordinary foe. He is likely to spread rumors and slander you upon his return. Fortunately, you are not an ordinary individual yourself. While the members of the Immortal Sect may be few in number, they hold significant positions, and the Mu family of Guicheng would not dare to act against you. However, it is likely that the Mu family will resort to petty tactics against you and your sect. Yin Dajing's identity was relatively easy to uncover, and it was probable that Mu Xian, even before leaving Jiangzhou, had gathered substantial information about him. Yin Dajing himself was unconcerned. Yet he could not allow his friends and family to fall victim to Mu Xian. Although he had set up precautions in advance, appropriate warnings and preventive measures were still necessary. After a brief acknowledgement, Yin Dajing made a call to Gu Hong, elucidating the entirety of the situation. Gu Hong chuckled and remarked, Junior brother, while our sect, the Medicine Immortals, may be small in number, we are certainly not to be trifled with. The Mu family of Gue City would not dare to lay a hand on us, even if they attempt to conceal their actions. They cannot withstand the scrutiny of Ling Donglai. Rest assured, the Gue City Mu family will not take action against us. Indeed, it was true. Ling Donglai's enigmatic department could easily investigate such matters. Moreover, in certain situations, merely knowing the perpetrator suffices, as evidence is not always necessary. Perhaps Mu Xian might employ some petty tactics against Yin Dajing, but the Mu family of Gue City would have to be quite foolish to dare strike against the Medicine Immortals. Additionally, I will ensure that Ling Donglai pays special attention to the movements of the Mu family, should they dare to act against you or those around you. I will not let them go unpunished. Gu Hong deliberately emphasized this point to assuage Yin Dajing's concerns. Grateful, Yin Dajing expressed his thanks and exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Meanwhile, Mu Xian wasted no time. After entering the vehicle, he instructed his friends to drive him back to Gue City with haste. They had come by car for leisure, intending to leave immediately. En route, they briefly stopped at a hospital to tend to some superficial injuries. It was during this interlude that Mu Xian made a video call to his father, Mu Kuei. As the head of the Mu family, Mu Kuei held great expectations for his son. In the realm of the Xianmen, the heirs required exceptional talent and cultivation. And among the younger generation of the Mu family, Mu Xian exhibited the highest potential. Were it not for this, Mu Kuei would not have permitted Mu Xian to act with such impunity. Mu Xian, what has transpired? The moment the video call connected, Mu Kuei was taken aback, almost failing to recognize his son. However, anger quickly surged within him. Who has done this to you? I will hold them accountable. My son is not someone who can be assaulted without consequence. I will ensure they pay dearly. Mu Xian, his lips swollen and words somewhat slurred, replied, Dad. It was Mo Jejun, Xia Etian, Gao Wei, and someone they referred to as Yin Laoda. Upon hearing these names, Mu Kuei hesitated for a moment. You have already broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining, and yet you were attacked by those three inept individuals? Mu Xian explained. The Yin Laoda they mentioned is remarkably strong. He completely overpowered me and was the one who injured me first before Mo Jejun and the others joined in. Yin Laoda? Who was this individual? Mu Kuei paused thoughtfully before inquiring. Are they referring to Yin Dajing of the Medicine Immortals? Although Mu Kuei did not attend the recent Su NMN conference in Hangzhou, it does not imply that he was entirely oblivious to the events unfolding. Given the remarkable prominence of Yin Dajing, it is reasonable to assume he was well aware. The renowned figure from the Yaoxian sect, Yin Dajing? I am not personally acquainted with him, yet his formidable prowess likely identifies him as the one in question. Mu Xian found himself somewhat bewildered. He had indeed heard the name before, But having devoted himself to intensive cultivation and seclusion recently, he was not well versed in the affairs concerning Yin Dajing. "Father, you must avenge this grievance for me. Otherwise, I shall find it impossible to endure this indignation." Mukuei gently cleared his throat and remarked, "What on earth is the matter with you? How did you find yourself embroiled in such a dispute? Please elucidate the situation." Only then did Mu Xian recount the incident at the Liu family's restaurant, detailing the conflict with Mo Jiejun and culminating in his confrontation with Yin Dajing. He held nothing back from his father. You reckless fool. If the restaurant has rules, then you ought to abide by them." Mukuei's tone began to shift. Chapter 157. Team building at Yuan Technology. "Father, what do you mean? I've been beaten to a pulp, and instead of defending me, you're blaming me?" Mu Xian expressed his confusion. For him, compelling a restaurant chef to prepare a meal was a commonplace occurrence. He relished indulgence, and such incidents were not rare. Mukuei was well aware of this and usually turned a blind eye, sometimes even offering assistance. Mukuei exclaimed in anger, "This is all due to my lax discipline. Enough of this chatter. After you've been bandaged, return to Gue City at once. No further complications, otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Mu Xian's disposition was, in part, inherited from Mukuei. It was akin to self-deception. Mukuei dared not provoke the medicine Immortal Sect, and rather than admitting defeat, he placed the blame squarely on Mu Xian. On the other hand, Yin Dajing and his companions found little joy in having defeated Mu Xian, as this outcome had been entirely anticipated. Upon returning to the villa, Yin Dajing did not spend much time with Mo Jiejun and the others, allowing them to disperse. Mo Jiejun and his group were restless and departed the following day. After returning from Country D, Yuan Technology's significant project officially commenced. Yin Dajing, having accompanied the team to Country D and performed admirably, was integrated as an official member of the project group, with responsibilities exceeding those of a typical member. However, Yin Dajing merely coasted through, finding the tasks effortless given his capabilities. The project's scope was expected to span a year and a half, divided into 5 phases, each phase allowing for 1 to 2 months of recuperation and preparation. Liu Yuan immersed herself entirely in her work, while the other staff members were exceedingly busy, leaving Yin Dajing seemingly idle. The first phase was completed in 2.5 months, a reduction of half a month from the original timeline, largely attributable to Yin Dajing's contributions. Many critical technical challenges were subtly navigated thanks to his insights. Liu Yuan was delighted by this progress. And since the team-building event for the latter half of the year had yet to commence, initial plans had pushed it to the following year, she decided to spontaneously organize a trip to a scenic area. The Human Resources Department devised several routes for voting, and Yin Dajing casually selected one, not giving it much thought. To his surprise, Gue City received the highest votes. The 5-day, 4-night trip to Gue City was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. During this period, Yin Dajing's cultivation was remarkably smooth, and he had also reached the 9th level of Qi refinement in the other 4 disciplines. Indeed, he had attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yin Dajing discovered a significant issue. He had initially assumed that his cultivation would progress step by step. However, it became evident that he was unlike others. Upon breaking through to the later stages of Qi refinement, he had directly ascended to the 9th level, achieving the pinnacle. Due to the interplay of the 5 elements, his initial progress in cultivation was indeed slower than that of an average practitioner. However, as he gradually harmonized the 5 elements, Yin Dajing discovered that this approach was far more expedient than pursuing a single path. For instance, while cultivating the fire element techniques, the insights gained from the other 4 elements significantly aided his mastery of fire. Additionally, with an abundance of resources at his disposal, even without utilizing the functions of orbs and mirrors, Yin Dajing successfully advanced all 5 elemental techniques to the 9th level of Qi refining, which marks the later stage of this phase. The next step is to establish a solid foundation. The foundational stage is the most critical juncture for any cultivator, directly influencing their future endeavors. While other practitioners from the Shuangguan of Huaxia only aspired to make incremental progress, Yin Dajing stood apart. In less than 6 months, he had elevated all 5 elemental techniques to the later stage of Qi refining. In simpler terms, his future prospects are boundless, necessitating careful consideration of his cultivation path post-foundation establishment. The foundational phase is akin to laying the groundwork for a building. The sturdier the foundation, the more favorable the subsequent cultivation will be. Regrettably, all the spiritual herbs he had gathered were now exhausted. During this period, he had depleted all the medicinal materials he sourced from Tree Essence, the Tianshan Sect, D Country, and the Herbal Immortal Sect. Transitioning from the mid-stage to the later stage of Qi refining is indeed a significant advancement, requiring far more spiritual energy than the leap from the early to mid-stage. Fortunately, through this period of cultivation, his understanding of the practice has deepened. Even though the foundational stage appears to be a distant goal, he at least possesses a clear objective for his cultivation. Where there are spiritual herbs, there are naturally methods for their utilization. The absence of these herbs does not preclude the possibility of cultivation. Yin Dajing's spirit-gathering array is already an extraordinary entity among other practitioners, and with the assistance of these spiritual herbs, it leaves little room for others to thrive. The feedback from Guhong on behalf of the Herbal Immortal Sect has been increasingly promising, particularly as Guhong, against all odds, has found himself on the brink of a breakthrough to become a powerful practitioner in the later stage of Qi refining. Previously, this milestone seemed insurmountable for him. Yet now it is within his grasp, prompting him to enter seclusion in pursuit of this advancement. Consequently, Yin Dajing has emerged as the highest-ranking member of the Herbal Immortal Sect, with nearly everyone acknowledging him as the sect leader. The sect does not boast many disciples. Among those Yin Dajing has encountered are Fang Tianzi and his father from the Fang family, as well as Ling Donglai and Ling Mo from Guhong's lineage. Over a month ago, Chang Qiu made a special phone call, his status being too unique for him to visit Jiangzhou casually. Nevertheless, during the conversation, Chang Qiu expressed profound respect for Yin Dajing. Both Chang Qiu and Ling Donglai were raised by Guhong and can be regarded as his adopted sons. However, Ling Donglai directly inherited Guhong's position, making his status widely known, whereas Chang Qiu's connection to the Yaoxian sect remains largely obscured, with few aware of his ties to Guhong or even that he is a member of the Xinmen. As for the lineage of Qin Yun, they have yet to be encountered. This journey to Gui City seems to present an opportune moment to meet with Chang Qiu, his esteemed disciple. Gui City is renowned as the most famous tourist destination in the West, and visiting his domain to take the time to meet him appears to be quite necessary. Oh, and what of Wang Hao? It has been a while since I last heard news of him, and I wonder how the Wang family is faring these days. The conflicts between the Wang family and the Mu family in Gui City have not come to my attention, leaving me rather uninformed. While I have maintained a cordial relationship with Wang Hao, I have no intention of involving myself in such disputes. Chapter 158. From joy to sorrow. On the eve of his journey to Guiqing, Yin Dajing accompanied Lu Yueran to her ancestral home, where they shared a delightful evening filled with a sumptuous meal and a game of chess. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, as Lu Lao had already designated Yin Dajing as his future grandson-in-law. The bond between Lu Yueran and Yin Dajing was intimate, and although they had not openly declared their feelings, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. It was close to 9 in the evening when Yin Dajing finally drove back home. Unlike before, when he would ride in Lu Yueran's car, he now drove himself, which made returning home more convenient. Of course, his vehicle was also a luxury car, though it paled in comparison to Lu Yueran's. Having vacated his previous rental, Yin Dajing had moved into the splendid Baiyanhui villa. Before leaving, he had informed Hua Xiaolei of his new living situation, assuring her that if she needed a place to stay upon returning to Jiangzhou, she was welcome to reside in his villa. Now that he commuted by car, the distance was of little concern. However, the vastness of the villa was initially overwhelming for him, as he was not accustomed to such spacious living alone. Nevertheless, the size of the house had its advantages. He could practice his cultivation without any distractions. On weekends, his 2 younger sisters, Yin Lei and Yin Rui, would visit and stay at the villa. Their progress in cultivation was remarkable. Yin Dajing had set up spirit-gathering formations in their rooms, and combined with their innate talents and the suitability of their techniques, their rapid advancement was well within his expectations. Yin Dajing had mentioned several times his desire to bring his parents to live with him and to alleviate their concerns. He had sent 5 million Huaxia coins back home, citing a successful software collaboration as the source of his earnings. His parents, aware of the lucrative nature of the internet, accepted his explanation, though they were wary of him spending recklessly and concerned about the potential failure of his entrepreneurial ventures, insisting that the 5 million was intended for his future marriage. Additionally, they had operated their restaurant for many years and could afford to take more time off, but they were resolute that it would never close its doors. It was their cherished legacy, and without it, they were uncertain about what their future would hold. Under the enthusiastic encouragement of Yin Dajing and his two sisters, their parents had shown understanding and hired extra help, allowing them to enjoy more leisure time. Particularly, his mother had recently taken to playing mobile games, and during their video calls, she often shared her experiences with him. Yin Dajing was pleasantly surprised to discover his mother's talent for gaming, and she played quite skillfully. As he drove back to the villa, Yin Dajing noticed a crowd gathered ahead, and not far off, police had cordoned off an area with caution tape. After parking his vehicle to the side, Yin Dajing approached the scene. Before he could draw near the cordon, he overheard a hushed discussion. It became apparent that a murderer had been apprehended, but unexpectedly. During the transport, he had violently resisted, breaking free of his shackles and taking a police officer hostage. Negotiations for his escape were currently underway. This criminal, to everyone's astonishment, possessed formidable martial skills, complicating the situation significantly. There was a lingering concern about whether he might successfully flee, for if he did, how many more lives could he claim? It was rumored that the secretary of the local party secretary was in the vicinity, engaging in discussions with him. One could only hope for a mutually beneficial resolution. Though the outlook seemed grim, the crowd gathered around was animatedly discussing the event, seemingly unafraid, yet the predominant worry remained for the officer being held captive. Yin Dajing surveyed his surroundings and stealthily moved closer. Meanwhile, Dai Shengnan was experiencing the very essence of the saying, "Joy can turn to sorrow." After enduring rigorous training with the traffic police, she had finally rejoined the criminal investigation unit. On this very day, a lead on a murderer had emerged, prompting a 5-person team to pursue his capture. Elated at the prospect of making a significant contribution upon her return, Dai Shengnan was buoyed by the excitement of the chase. The fugitive, named Xiao Wuliang, had spent 8 years as a laborer in a small county of Behu province. Now in his mid-30s, he remained a bachelor. However, 6 months prior, after a violent altercation with co-workers that resulted in the deaths of 2 men, he had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, 3 more incidents involving 3 victims each had occurred, all bearing the hallmarks of Xiao Wuliang's involvement. For Dai Shengnan, such a perpetrator was the epitome of malevolence. His willingness to kill over a dispute with co-workers, and the subsequent innocent lives lost, deemed him deserving of the harshest punishment. Despite Xiao Wuliang's notorious reputation, the seasoned detectives, including Dai Shengnan, were adept in their craft, and 5 of them were more than capable of apprehending a single individual. Initially, Dai Shengnan had anticipated a smooth outcome, as they swiftly subdued Xiao Wuliang and secured him in the police vehicle. However, to their dismay, upon arriving at the location, Xiao Wuliang suddenly erupted in violence, freeing himself from his restraints and taking her hostage while injuring the other 4 detectives. At that moment, Xiao Wuliang was a stark contrast to the man they had captured earlier. Had she not been involved in the arrest, Dai Shengnan would have questioned whether he had an identical twin. As he held her captive in a bid to escape, he was soon cornered. The Jiangzhou police acted with remarkable swiftness, quickly bringing Xiao Wuliang under control. Although his martial prowess was formidable, he remained a mortal man, unable to withstand the barrage of gunfire from the authorities. "Xiao Wuliang, you should surrender. With so many police officers around, escape is futile." Dai Shengnan, even when held hostage, remained undaunted. She epitomized the spirit of fervor, refusing to utter even a single plea for mercy in such dire circumstances. "Silence," Xiao Wuliang replied, his expression impassive as he suddenly uttered a sentence. This utterance resembled the mechanical recitation of a recording or a translation software, each word delivered in disjointed isolation. This was, in fact, the first statement made by Xiao Wuliang. During his arrest, despite his resistance and attempts to flee, he had not uttered a single word. "So you can speak. I had thought you were mute," Dai Shengnan remarked. As Xiao Wuliang fell silent once more, Dai Shengnan found herself at a loss. This individual, she pondered, seemed to harbor some hidden agenda. After breaking free, he could have easily seized a firearm, yet he opted for a knife to hold her hostage instead. With his skills, if he chose to flee, he could have easily escaped even amidst the entanglement with several detectives. Yet, he insisted on taking her along. She could not comprehend his intentions. Regarding death, Dai Shengnan had previously believed herself to possess a profound awareness, unafraid of its approach, yet at this critical juncture, a sense of panic began to creep into her heart. Chapter 159. The art of corpse refinement. Tong Xiao, the secretary of Fang Qiming, happened to be nearby attending to matters when this incident unfolded. After consulting with Fang Qiming, he joined the dialogue with Xiao Wuliang. Tong Xiao's direct line of communication with Fang Qiming allowed for a more convenient exchange, and many conditions could still be negotiated. Fang Qiming naturally hoped to capture Xiao Wuliang while also preserving Dai Xingnan's life. However, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. The guiding principle he imparted to Tong Xiao was to prioritize saving lives. Upon arrival, Tong Xiao promptly inquired about Xiao Wuliang's needs. Initially, Xiao Wuliang was rather dismissive, but eventually uttered a name, Qi Cici. When Tong Xiao probed for further details, Xiao Wuliang provided nothing more than those 3 syllables. Xiao Wuliang, do you wish to meet this person named Qi Cici? Given the vastness of Huaxia, many bear that name. Do you possess any more precise information? The more specific your details, the easier our search will be. While he organized a team to investigate, he continued to engage Xiao Wuliang in conversation. We may not be able to bring her to you immediately. We are uncertain about the nature of your grievances. We can assist you in addressing them. Yet, Xiao Wuliang repeatedly mentioned only that name. Coupled with his apparent instability, these factors were duly noted. Unlike others, Fang Qiming reported the matter to higher authorities at once and sought to isolate ordinary citizens from the situation. The public was only aware that a murderer sought to escape, locked in a standoff with the police, oblivious to the greater context. Before long, Tong Xiao obtained information regarding Qi Cici. It was relatively straightforward to uncover, as many shared her name. However, only one had a connection to Xiao Wuliang. Qi Cici, female, 25 years old, from Jiangzhou, was a web broadcaster. Within a mere 6 months, Xiao Wuliang had transferred over 300,000 yuan to Qi Cici. Upon reading this, Tong Xiao's first thought was whether Xiao Wuliang had been deceived by Qi Cici and was now seeking revenge. He had already dispatched personnel to contact Qi Cici while continuing to engage with Xiao Wuliang. Xiao Wuliang, we have managed to reach Qi Cici. She is indeed a web broadcaster, correct? Did she swindle you out of your money? When Tong Xiao mentioned Qi Cici and related matters, Xiao Wuliang clearly understood, his vacant eyes finally focusing on him. Qi Cici, where is she? I must see her. In his sudden agitation, Dai Xingnan's neck was gripped tighter, the blade piercing her skin, causing a trickle of blood to seep from her throat. Stop, stop, don't get agitated, Tong Xiao exclaimed, startled. We have already arranged for someone to summon Qi Cici. Apart from Tong Xiao, numerous detectives had arrived, and snipers were strategically positioned around the area. However, given that Xiao Wuliang possessed formidable martial arts skills, even the sharpshooters were hesitant, uncertain if they could eliminate him without jeopardizing Dai Xingnan's safety. This predicament placed Tong Xiao and his colleagues in a highly passive situation. Tong Xiao regarded this merely as a delaying tactic, as such scenarios typically unfolded in films. He harbored doubts about his ability to bring Qi Cici here. After all, not only Tong Xiao but even Fang Qiming could not casually sacrifice an innocent civilian's life. Unexpectedly, however, a response soon came that Qi Cici was willing to come. Her swift agreement took everyone by surprise. But new investigative findings emerged suggesting that Qi Cici might not have deceived Xiao Wuliang, and his desire to meet her might not stem from a thirst for revenge. Nevertheless, Xiao Wuliang's agitation escalated, rendering everyone increasingly passive. Despite Tong Xiao's continuous attempts to soothe him, Xiao Wuliang remained utterly unresponsive. Time was running out. Dai Xingnan was nearing her limit. She could not wait for Qi Cici's arrival. What should they do? Attempt a rescue now? However, that would compromise Dai Xingnan's safety. Yet, if they hesitated, they might not have another chance. Tong Xiao was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Secretary Tong, allow me to handle this. A voice suddenly drifted into his ears. It was Mr. Yin. Tong Xiao's spirits lifted. The situation surrounding Xiao Wuliang was fraught with malevolence, and it seemed Mr. Yin had been fortuitously assigned to oversee the operation. This was not his area of expertise, and after Fang Qiming's recent brush with peril, Tong Xiao recognized that many bizarre phenomena in the world were indeed real. With Yin Dajing's arrival, a seasoned expert in this domain, Tong Xiao felt a sense of relief regarding the impending crisis. After observing for a moment, Yin Dajing discerned that Xiao Wuliang was not truly alive. Strictly speaking, he was akin to a corpse. This was a manifestation of the legendary corpse refining technique, utilizing living beings in its dark arts. Yin Dajing quickly reached this conclusion. Although the corpse refining technique appeared sinister and had been relegated to the realm of malevolent practices, it essentially involved the manipulation of the deceased. With few instances of direct cultivation using the living, Xiao Wuliang, however, had been subjected to a gruesome process that left him suspended between life and death, neither a simple living being nor completely departed from existence. His form was engulfed in a thick miasma of resentment, a detail easily recognizable to those versed in the arts of cultivation. Regrettably, Dai Xingnan and her colleagues were merely ordinary detectives, wholly oblivious to the impending peril, which ultimately led to their significant misfortune. Yin Dajing initially scoured the vicinity but found no trace of the practitioner of the corpse refining technique, leading him to suspect that Xiao Wuliang might have conjured this situation himself. This exemplifies one of the inherent drawbacks of using the living for corpse refinement. The living possess thoughts and consciousness, and in instances where one's abilities are insufficient or the process remains incomplete, uncontrollable scenarios may arise. Upon reaching this conclusion, Yin Dajing discreetly communicated with Tong Xiao, preparing to stealthily subdue Xiao Wuliang. However, even he was unprepared for Xiao Wuliang's heightened vigilance. As he drew near, Xiao Wuliang's gaze unexpectedly fell upon him. "You are not permitted to approach. Otherwise, I shall kill her immediately." Dai Xingnan, following Xiao Wuliang's line of sight, beheld Yin Dajing, and her breath, already labored, became even more constrained in astonishment. What was happening? Wasn't he the master pianist? What was he doing here? Dai Xingnan yearned to cry out, urging him to flee for his safety, but the blade pressed against her throat rendered her speechless. Instead, she could only fervently signal to Yin Dajing with her eyes, imploring him to retreat. To Dai Xingnan, Yin Dajing represented a cherished glimmer of hope in her heart. Chapter 160, Why Don't You Kill Me? The onlookers had been cordoned off, leaving only the police to witness the sudden appearance of Yin Dajing. The officers were momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether Yin Dajing was an ally or a confederate of Xiao Wuliang. Tong Xiao promptly instructed, "This Mr. Yin holds a unique status. Everyone must maintain confidentiality." Indeed, some of these officers, well versed in the strange and the arcane, had sensed the presence of mysterious forces upon encountering Xiao Wuliang. Tong Xiao's words only confirmed their suspicions. At last, the nation's enigmatic powers were mobilized. These seasoned officers gazed at Yin Dajing's silhouette with fervor. Someone of his caliber was a rare sight indeed, and they were eager to absorb every moment, for it might be a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Tong Xiao swiftly relayed the news of Yin Dajing's arrival to Fang Qiming, who was equally astonished and delighted to learn of Yin Dajing's presence. Aware of his little granduncle's formidable prowess, Fang Qiming felt a surge of confidence. With Yin Dajing here, success in their endeavor was nearly assured. He cautioned Tong Xiao to keep Yin Dajing's identity under wraps to avoid any leaks. After being called by Xiao Wuliang, Yin Dajing suddenly broke into a smile, remarking, "Indeed, I underestimated you. However, even if you wish to kill in my presence, I doubt you possess the capability." "Capable? My blade only needs to advance an inch further to claim her life," Xiao Wuliang retorted, unusually verbose. Yin Dajing spread his palm, challenging, "Very well then. Give it a try and see if you can end her life." Xiao Wuliang's typically expressionless face twitched for a rare moment, though he struggled to move his lips. A semblance of emotion surfaced. Clearly, Yin Dajing's words had struck a nerve, and Xiao Wuliang harbored a profound apprehension towards him. Noticing Xiao Wuliang's silence, Yin Dajing continued, "Let us speak plainly. Your state is ambiguous, making your actions rather inconvenient. Perhaps I can offer assistance. I still have the leisure to resolve this for you. But if you persist in your obstinacy, I can eliminate you before you make a move. I do not believe you. I trust no one. If you take another step closer, I will kill her instantly," Xiao Wuliang asserted. Yin Dajing shook his head, expressing a hint of regret, and stepped forward, saying, "Let us see you try." Xiao Wuliang, like a machine devoid of emotion, reacted without hesitation. With Yin Dajing having pressed his buttons, he plunged the knife toward Dai Xingnan's neck. Or perhaps, he merely lifted his hand slightly, poised to sever her carotid artery. Yet, Xiao Wuliang suddenly realized that he could not exert any strength. In the next moment, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, vines had emerged from the ground, ensnaring him. Xiao Wuliang possessed extraordinary strength, surpassing that of 8 or 9 ordinary individuals combined. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly unable to break free. Yin Dajing's mastery of these vine-like restraints was unparalleled. Not only Xiao Wuliang, but even the powerful figure behind him was no match for Yin Dajing's prowess. Of course, another reason for this was Yin Dajing's desire to conceal the full extent of his abilities from prying eyes. Every individual must retain some hidden strengths, never fully revealing their capabilities. Kill him, if you dare, Yin Dajing scoffed, continuing to stride forward as he liberated Dai Shengnan from her predicament. You're safe now. Yet, Yin Dajing hardly acknowledged her, almost forgetting her presence entirely. Meanwhile, Dai Shengnan found herself momentarily stunned, astonished that this piano master possessed such formidable techniques. Are you not leaving? Hurry and find a doctor, Yin Dajing urged after casting her a pointed glance. Realizing the urgency, Dai Shengnan responded with a soft "oh" and departed. She had not walked far before medical personnel arrived to tend to her wounds. Tang Xiu swiftly approached Yin Dajing, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Yin, I cannot thank you enough. Without your intervention, I would have been at a loss. Now, I shall take charge of this murderer, Xiao Wuliang. Yin Dajing shook his head, replying, that won't do. If I leave him in your care, he will inevitably lash out again. Taking the opportunity, Yin Dajing assessed Xiao Wuliang's condition and discovered that he lacked any skills or abilities. His immense strength stemmed solely from being transformed into a living corpse. Thus, even if Yin Dajing wished to sever his powers, it would be futile. Even rendering his dantian ineffective would yield no results, for Xiao Wuliang possessed no spiritual energy. His strength was entirely derived from his physical form. Much like Yin Dajing himself, who, through rigorous training, had developed a physique significantly superior to that of the average person. Even without spiritual energy, unless I completely annihilate him, Yin Dajing concluded, recognizing this as the only viable option. He was uncertain whether Xiao Wuliang had been wronged. But given that Xiao Wuliang rejected his offer of mercy and ordinary law enforcement could not contain him, the only course of action was to eliminate him entirely. For Yin Dajing, this task was far from daunting. Xiao Wuliang was, at best, a living corpse with the physical strength of someone at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Even as a practitioner at the early stage, Yin Dajing had methods to deal with him. At that moment, someone interrupted with news, prompting Tang Xiu to glance back and inform Yin Dajing, Mr. Yin, the person Xiao Wuliang wishes to see, Qi Cici, has arrived. Should we arrange a meeting? Yin Dajing nodded in agreement. That would be most advantageous. I wish to delve deeper and ascertain whether there are any nefarious dealings behind Xiao Wuliang. With Qi Cici's assistance, we may achieve our objectives with greater efficiency. Stepping aside, Yin Dajing made a call to Ling Donglai to discuss the unfolding situation. What is happening now? In a place like Jiangzhou, such peculiar occurrences have been unfolding one after another. Donglai, you must be more vigilant, remarked Yin Dajing. First, Fang Qiming and his companions nearly met their demise at the hands of the tree spirit. Then there was that malevolent practitioner, Li Li. And now there are reports of animated corpses. It is likely that there are sinister forces at work behind these undead. And the sudden emergence of so many bizarre events within a short span has understandably caused concern for Yin Dajing. Uncle Yin, I understand. I will arrange for more personnel to conduct an investigation. Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Yin. Otherwise, today's incident might have harmed many innocents. Expressed Ling Donglai with gratitude. The personnel from the mysterious department are ultimately limited, and there are indeed many situations that cannot be anticipated. They can only address issues as they arise. As for Jiangzhou, he resolved to personally conduct an investigation. Chapter 161. The Puppet Master with the Police's Intervention. The vicinity had been cleared of onlookers. Within mere minutes, a police vehicle arrived, and a woman in her mid-20s, clad in a leather jacket and form-fitting black jeans, approached. This woman was none other than Qi Cici. Yin Dajing had always perceived her as a beauty. However, upon closer inspection, he found this internet personality rather unremarkable. Standing just over 5 feet tall and weighing at least 140 pounds, she did not fit the conventional mold of attractiveness. Are you the one who transferred money for me, little shrimp? Qi Cici inquired upon spotting the trapped Xiao Wuliang. She attempted to rush forward but was halted by Yin Dajing's outstretched arm, forcing her to stand aside and ask her question instead. Qi Cici, Xiao Wuliang, who had been struggling desperately, suddenly ceased his efforts upon seeing her. Thank you, little shrimp. If it weren't for you, my mother might have already perished. and my younger siblings would have dropped out of school. Thank you. Chi Cece expressed her gratitude, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, conveying her heartfelt sincerity. Though Chi Cece was not conventionally beautiful, her features and physique were far from the standards of allure. Her singing voice was quite pleasant. Most notably, her vocal quality was exceptional. If one were to hear her without seeing her in person, many might indeed be enchanted by her talent. Yet, Chi Cece was skeptical of this notion. She always broadcast her face during live streams, which ultimately led to few listeners appreciating her singing. The individual with the ID Little Shrimp was her very first fan. Upon hearing Chi Cece's words, a peculiar smile crept across Xiao Wuliang's face, revealing an unsettling aura. Chi Cece wiped her tears and said, "However, Little Shrimp, you must not resort to murder. If your money is derived from killing or robbery, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept it. Furthermore, I can no longer accept your assistance in the future." The people present were rendered speechless, particularly Dai Xingnan, who, as a woman, was the most emotionally affected. It was no wonder Xiao Wuliang had become so unrecognizable. His desire to see Chi Cece was not for vengeance, but perhaps merely a final wish, to meet someone who had not completely succumbed to darkness. What a pity! Had he not taken a life, there might have been a chance for love to flourish. Dai Xingnan found herself involuntarily glancing at Yin Dajing. Upon learning that he was the renowned piano master, she realized she had developed an infatuation with him. Yet, she was aware that such feelings felt inappropriate. During this time, she had endeavored to keep herself occupied and to forget about her emotions. However, when Yin Dajing descended from above moments ago, she truly recognized her feelings. If he were merely a piano master, perhaps there would still be hope for us. But if he is a figure from the mystical realm, then we may be. Dai Xingnan sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuliang struggled to articulate, My money was all earned through hard work. It was not obtained through robbery. I merely wished to see you, to gaze upon you one last time. If I could lay eyes on you, I would find solace. You may depart now." Dai Xingnan suddenly grasped the intentions behind Xiao Wuliang's actions today. Xiao Wuliang had escalated matters simply to meet Chi Cece, nothing more, devoid of any complexity. Chi Cece hesitated for an extended moment before uttering, You must take care." After taking a couple of steps away, she turned back to Tong Xiu and asked, "If Xiao Wuliang is sentenced to death, may I claim his remains? He confided in me that he is an orphan, without father or mother." Tong Xiu was about to grant her a concession when Yin Dajing sighed and replied, "I'm afraid you cannot claim his remains." Dai Xingnan and Tong Xiu looked at Yin Dajing in disbelief, particularly Dai Xingnan, who found it incomprehensible why Yin Dajing would do such a thing. A life had been lost. Allowing Chi Cece to claim the remains seemed like a compassionate act. Yet, they remained silent, especially Tong Xiu, who understood that although Yin Dajing held no formal title, even Fang Qiming treated him with utmost respect, making his words carry far more weight. Tong Xiu pondered further, suspecting that perhaps there was something amiss with Xiao Wuliang's corpse, making it unsuitable for retrieval. "Why? I merely wish to collect his remains," Chi Cece protested. "Even if you were to cremate him, handing me the ashes would suffice." Yin Dajing shook his head, stating, "Xiao Wuliang will indeed be reduced to ashes, but the remains cannot be entrusted to you." "If you refuse, then so be it," Chi Cece retorted angrily, turning to leave, but was intercepted by Yin Dajing, who positioned himself before her. "The primary reason Xiao Wuliang's ashes cannot be entrusted to you is that you cannot leave," Yin Dajing asserted, his words deliberate and measured. "What do you mean? Do you suspect that I am an accomplice of Xiao Wuliang?" Chi Cece glared fiercely. Many officers nearby were equally taken aback. Chi Cece had been invited by them. She was not a suspect. Even Dai Xingnan and Tong Xiu felt that Yin Dajing had overstepped his bounds. No, I do not imply that you are his accomplice. Rather, you are the mastermind behind Xiao Wuliang. You are a malevolent force, having transformed him into a living corpse. You are the true culprit, deserving of punishment." Yin Dajing's voice was low, yet it sent shivers down the spines of Tong Xiu and the others. This cannot be true. Chi Cece, a seemingly unremarkable online streamer, is the mastermind? Even Xiao Wuliang had been reduced to this wretched state by her? This was their first encounter. Even if Chi Cece were the puppet master, how could she have achieved such a feat? It seemed utterly absurd. Everyone found it implausible. Yet Xiao Wuliang was under Yin Dajing's control, and given his prowess, his assertions, however outlandish, could not be dismissed. All eyes widened in anticipation, fixed on Chi Cece, eager to unveil how this seemingly ordinary individual could embody the role of the true puppet master. Are you suggesting that I am the mastermind behind all this? Chi Cece coldly gazed at him, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Is this some sort of jest? Merely because a small fry transferred money to me, and I became the beneficiary, does that make me the orchestrator of these events? A police officer could not help but interject. Xia Wuliang transferred the funds to Chi Cece before committing the murder and fleeing. He should. Before he could finish, Yin Dajing interrupted, asserting, No, Chi Cece. My judgment does not rest solely on that. I am a cultivator. Although you have concealed yourself exceptionally well, the resentment within you remains palpable, and I have detected it. In truth, however, Chi Cece had indeed masked her emotions impeccably, revealing not a trace of resentment, nor even a ripple of spiritual energy. Yet, when Yin Dajing confronted her, he made contact, inadvertently absorbing her abilities. Chapter 162. A bitter jest. Chi Cece possessed no other skills, save for a singular earth-based cultivation method, which she had only mastered to a nascent level. While such a method might seem inconsequential on its own, she had an array of subtle tricks and minor spells at her disposal, among which was the art of corpse refining. Furthermore, she wielded numerous techniques designed to enhance her cultivation, all of which were steeped in malevolence. Yin Dajing began to comprehend why Chi Cece sought to transform Xia Wuliang into a living corpse. It was through this very act that she siphoned spiritual energy from her victims, drawing it directly from their corporeal forms. Whether born of resentment, misfortune, or even the essence of the deceased, all could be transmuted into spiritual power, exemplifying the formidable nature of Chi Cece's dark arts. Although her practice was ostensibly rooted in earth-based techniques, it leaned more towards necromancy. In locations rife with malice and ill will, the application of such a cultivation method proved remarkably effective, even capable of dispelling negative energies. Thus, the paths of cultivation are not inherently good or evil. Regrettably, Chi Cece chose to wield her powers for harm, which led to her classification as a malevolent practitioner. I cannot comprehend your words, Chi Cece retorted, mistaking Yin Dajing's intentions as a deception. What cultivator speaks of resentment and malice in this day and age? Are you attempting to bamboozle me with such antiquated notions? Yin Dajing replied, Do not presume I am trying to deceive you. It is unnecessary. Regardless of your acknowledgement, you shall not escape today. Will you submit willingly? Or shall I take action? Madman, I have no time to entertain you. Chi Cece shot him a glare, momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming force of Yin Dajing's spiritual energy. In an instant, she found herself bound tightly. I will lodge a complaint against you. Chi Cece, unable to evade her fate, resigned herself to the situation and began to protest. I was cooperating with you splendidly, yet you treat me in this manner? Had I known, I would not have come at all. I am a live streamer, and I will expose your tyranny to the world. Yin Dajing responded, Unfortunately, you have lost that opportunity. He then pointed decisively, piercing through her dantian. You. Chi Cece was rendered speechless. She had prided herself on her ability to conceal her cultivation level with confidence, convinced that even those of significantly higher prowess could not discern her true strength. She never anticipated that Yin Dajing could shatter her dantian with such ease. You scoundrel! Chi Cece seethed with fury, realizing just how foolish she had been. Had she known, she would have fought back with all her might. Suddenly, she felt akin to the wolf penned in Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio by Pu Songling, believing herself clever only to become the subject of ridicule. Moreover, Chi Cece now understood that the ability to effortlessly rupture her dantian was not a feat achievable by an ordinary individual. This man's cultivation level surpassed her own by a significant margin, likely placing him at least in the mid-stage of chi refining. Yet this young man appeared even younger than herself. Had she known, she should have exercised greater caution. How often does the beast transform into a cunning trickster? A bitter jest indeed. Have you studied this? Yin Dajing shook his head. He had completely seen through Chi Cece. Thus, every action of hers was merely a jest in his eyes. After a brief pause, he remarked with a smile, Regret is futile now. It is best you confess honestly. As he spoke, Yin Dajing subtly employed some bewildering techniques. Chi Cece, whose cultivation was already far inferior to his, was momentarily hypnotized after having her dantian exposed. All right. I will confess. I will reveal everything. Chi Cece began to murmur, her mind clouded. At this juncture, Tong Xiu appropriately dismissed the police, as certain matters were not suitable for so many years. Even Dai Shengnan was asked to leave. Under Yin Dajing's inquiries, Chi Cece divulged everything thoroughly, including the source of her cultivation methods and the number of people she had harmed using such tactics. Particularly, when discussing Xiao Wuliang, she provided intricate details. It turned out that Xiao Wuliang was not her sole target. In Chi Cece's eyes, such individuals were laughable. Although they sought neither wealth nor beauty, they were ensnared by their own vanity, engaging in actions solely to alleviate their sense of emptiness. As the saying goes, one compensates for what they lack. Xiao Wuliang, an orphan since childhood, yearned for familial affection. His assistance to Chi Cece was akin to fulfilling his dream of kinship. Chi Cece exploited this facet of human nature to ensnare others. Xiao Wuliang had been utterly incapacitated. His vitality was nearly extinguished, and keeping him alive would only spell disaster. Thus, Yin Dajing immediately incinerated him. As for Chi Cece, he thoroughly crippled her cultivation and severed the tendons in her hands and feet. The police would need to verify her statements, but given her actions, her demise would be a trivial consideration. Having resolved this predicament, Yin Dajing finally drove back to the villa. How to handle matters thereafter was not his concern. He trusted Ling Donglai and Fang Qiming to take charge. This time, Yueran Technology had nearly the entire team in attendance. However, the journey from Jiangzhou to Gui City was considerable, requiring a high-speed train, and it would take several days. Hence, they did not bring any family members. Though Yueran Technology was a youthful team, some members had families. They were less likely to travel with them compared to their slightly older colleagues. At this point, it was not the peak travel season. So the staff of Yueran Technology congregated primarily in the 3-carriage section of the train. Looking up, one would find mostly colleagues from the company, and the atmosphere was lively with conversation. Setting off early, they arrived in Gui City by noon, and then contacted a charter bus to transport them to their hotel. During the ride, a local tour guide began sharing the classic attractions of Gui City and outlining the itinerary. The guide, a local woman named Yuna, appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing black-framed glasses. She looked quite refined, yet her voice was remarkably loud, amplified by a megaphone, capable of shattering eardrums. Yuna is quite amiable, responding with a warm smile to the inquiries of many. She even took a moment to caution everyone about potential pitfalls that may arise during their travels, particularly regarding shopping, urging them to remain vigilant. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. As they disembarked, Yuna was still coordinating the exit of those remaining in the vehicle when, suddenly, a middle-aged man charged forward, violently kicking her and sending her crashing to the ground. The cement surface proved unforgiving, and the force of the blow resulted in an injury, with blood streaming from her forehead, creating a particularly alarming sight. "You wretched woman! I'll kill you," the man shouted, preparing to continue his assault, but was quickly restrained by several young men from Yueran Technology. Meanwhile, Yin Dajing rushed to check on Yuna's condition. Chapter 163. Scoundrel Yuna appeared rather intimidating, yet in reality, she was not as fearsome as she seemed. Her arm had dislocated, but Yin Dajing effortlessly set it back in place. A cut on her forehead had also been staunched, and after a brief visit to the hospital for a bandage, she would be fine. "Let go of me, you bunch of bastards. Release me at once, or I swear I'll make you regret it," shouted the middle-aged man, who was being restrained. Despite his considerable strength, the young men from Yueran Technology could only hold him momentarily. However, once he began to struggle wildly and retaliate, they found themselves unable to contain him, and he broke free. "I'll kill you, you wretched woman," he yelled as he lunged at Yuna, who had managed to stand up, clutching her forehead. Terrified, she ducked behind Yin Dajing for protection. "Stop right there. Let us discuss this calmly. We have already called the police. If you have something to say, you can do it at the station," Yin Dajing asserted, positioning himself in front of her. Uncertain of the truth, he could not definitively label Yuna as the victim. But regardless, it was evident that the middle-aged man was assaulting a woman in public, and his intervention was justified. The man, infuriated, retorted, "Call the police? To hell with that. Get out of my way, or I'll take you down too." With that, he aimed a kick at Yin Dajing's abdomen. In response, Yin Dajing swiftly slapped him across the face, admonishing, Can't you speak properly? If you can't, then shut up. The middle-aged man, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, was swiftly brought down by Yin Dajing's unexpected strike. Are you all right? What is going on? Who is he? Yin Dajing inquired, turning to Yuna. With a hint of distress, she replied, he. I suppose he could be considered my ex-boyfriend. When we were together, I believed he was single. But I later discovered he had a wife and children. His wife even came to confront me, which is why I broke up with him. The middle-aged man, clutching his mouth, spat venomously. You're talking nonsense. Do you have any idea that because of you, I've just been fired? If I don't deal with you, I'll have no outlet for my anger. And you, kid, do you know who I am? How dare you meddle in my affairs? This is Gue City. You'd better prepare for the consequences. His tirade ignited the ire of those present. The young employees of Ran Technology, sharing similar values, found it impossible to comprehend the man's twisted reasoning. Have you no shame? Is this the new breed of scoundrel? You dare come here seeking revenge after deceiving Director Yu? She is the victim here. How can you shamelessly demand retribution? Your dismissal was entirely your own doing. You deserve every bit of it. Men like you should be forced to leave with nothing and face insurmountable difficulties in finding new employment. We have already contacted the authorities. Prepare to face the consequences. The public was outrageously indignant as a tall and imposing man brazenly assaulted a woman in broad daylight, resorting to such brutal force. What was most despicable was that the issue stemmed from this man's own conduct. All right, you all just wait and see. He spat defiantly before fleeing, clutching his face. No one attempted to stop him as he ran away. Don't fear, Director Yu. I refuse to believe he can wield absolute power, remarked a young man from the marketing department. Director Yuna, holding her head in distress, cautioned, you all, well, how should I put this? Perhaps it would be wise for you to retreat. Rin Jixin is not someone to be trifled with. He has connections with a local underworld figure that even the locals fear. What chance do you, a group of visitors, stand? She appreciated their willingness to stand up for her, but it was precisely for this reason that she felt compelled to warn them. Fear not. We are in a society governed by law, Yin Dajing remarked nonchalantly, casting a casual glance at Lu Yueran. Lu Yueran felt reassured and nodded. Indeed. Our itinerary is set and will not change. Rest assured, Director Yu, we are mindful of the situation. Before long, the police arrived. Lu Yueran's assistant, Sima, engaged with the authorities, recounting the events and imploring them to ensure strict punishment for the assailant. The police advised Sima to remain cautious, indicating that Rin Jixin was not to be underestimated and urging them to report any issues immediately. Meanwhile, Yuna was taken to the hospital. In the afternoon, she arranged for another local guide to temporarily assist her colleagues from Ran Technology. Fortunately, they checked into their hotel and dined before taking a leisurely stroll along a nearby commercial street. During the meal, Yin Dajing reached out to Wang Hao, and after a brief shopping excursion with his colleagues from the technical department, Wang Hao arrived. Old Dajing, you should have informed me beforehand so I could prepare accommodations and extend my hospitality, Wang Hao exclaimed, embracing him with a smile. I joined the company trip with so many people, it would have been quite a hassle to arrange everything. It wouldn't do to come to Guicheng without reaching out to you, Yin Dajing replied, patting Wang Hao on the shoulder. It had been several months, yet it seemed Wang Hao's skills had not improved at all, which was quite disappointing. As the two chatted about mundane matters, they soon overheard troubling news. Lu Yueran and Sima had been captured. Damn it, Yin Dajing cursed under his breath, hastily making his way over. Not far ahead, he spotted a gang encircling Lu Yueran, Sima and two colleagues from the HR department. Lu Yueran, trained in martial arts, managed to fend off several attackers, kicking them away. However, among this group of thugs, some had indeed sustained injuries, and had it not been for her skills, she would have been overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. When Yin Dajing arrived, he immediately spotted Rin Jixin among the ruffians, astonished by the swiftness of this fellow's retaliation. Boss Yin, allow me to handle this. After all, we are in Guicheng. Wang Hao needed no further elaboration to discern the situation at hand. Damn it, these thugs are utterly oblivious, daring to offend our esteemed boss Yin. Are they not aware they are merely striking their own faces? Consequently, as Wang Hao and Yin Dajing entered, before they could utter a word, Rin Jixin had already pointed at Yin Dajing, exclaiming, "It's this guy, Brother Lien. This little punk assaulted me. Eliminate him, eliminate him." The individual referred to as Brother Lien was a young man in his 30s. He smiled lightly and, following Ren Jixin's gesture, turned his gaze toward Yin Dajing and Wang Hao beside him. The cigarette that hung from Brother Lian's lips fell unexpectedly, creating a palpable tension in the air. Chapter 164. Wang Xiao woof, woof, woof? Ren Jixin exclaimed in astonishment. Lian Gu, have you found your lost dog? Where is it? Ren Jixin was well aware of Lian Ji's fondness for dogs. He kept several at home. However, one of his pet dogs had recently gone missing, prompting him to enlist his subordinates in the search. You old dog. Lian Gu suddenly kicked Ren Jixin, sending him staggering away. Though Lian Gu was not as tall as Ren Jixin, the kick rendered Ren Jixin pale and speechless. In this realm, Ren Jixin was considered a formidable figure, yet much of his bravado stemmed from Lian Gu. Typically, they shared a brotherly bond, with Lian Gu showing considerable care for him. On the surface, they appeared as sworn brothers, but in reality, it was merely Lian Ji's method of managing his subordinates. He treated everyone with kindness. However, once angered, he would not hesitate to turn against even those closest to him. Before long, Ren Jixin observed Lian Gu striding purposefully toward Wang Hao, bending slightly as he greeted, Wang Xiao, what brings you here? At that moment, Lian Ji's figure trembled slightly. He was not foolish, since Wang Hao had arrived with Yin Dajing, who had previously assaulted Ren Jixin. It implied that Lian Gu might be considering revenge against Wang Hao's associate. He dared not entertain such thoughts. Do you know me? Wang Hao replied coolly. Although Lian Gu recognized Wang Hao, the latter was unfamiliar with this level of ruffian. Nonetheless, Wang Hao was not surprised by Lian Ji's recognition. For even if he was not a celebrity, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure in Gue City. Yes. I had the fortune of meeting you once, Lian Gu said with a forced smile. Oh, since you know me, how dare you cause trouble for my boss? Wang Hao's tone turned frigid. No, I wouldn't dare. Lian Gu nearly broke down in tears upon hearing this. He had initially thought he was merely provoking Wang Xiao's friend. Now, with this tone, Wang Xiao himself seemed to refer to someone as his boss. What kind of formidable figure was this? Wang Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Lian Gu anxiously explained. Had I known these were your friends, even if I had the courage of a bear, I would never have dared to provoke them. Damn it. You bunch of rascals, get back here now. After receiving Wang Hao's confirmation, Lian Gu hurriedly called back the few subordinates who had intended to confront Lu Yuerin and her companions. Wang Hao delivered a sharp slap to Lian Ji's face. What the hell are you doing? Some who had not overheard Lian Gu and Wang Hao's conversation immediately questioned Wang Hao's actions. Shut your mouth. Lian Gu glared angrily, silencing his would-be defenders. The subordinate who had intended to speak up for Lian Gu felt embarrassed and fell silent. Wang Hao then struck Lian Gu several more times, coldly instructing, whoever laid a hand on them, cut off their hands. Lian Gu inhaled sharply, realizing that more than half of his companions had previously harassed Lu Yueran and her 3 associates. If he were to sever their hands, it would entail mutilating at least 20 individuals, thereby rendering himself incapable of surviving in this region, or indeed, throughout the entirety of Gue City. However, should he choose not to comply, given Wang Xiao's influence in Gue City, his very life might be at stake. Lian Gu trembled uncontrollably, although the weather had turned cooler. The day was quite pleasant, yet he felt as if he were ensconced in an icy abyss. He was indecisive, struggling to articulate his thoughts, while his subordinates gazed at him with expressions of trepidation. Let us forego the amputation. It would be excessively gruesome. I still have many colleagues to consider. It would be best if they did not witness such a scene, Yin Dajing suggested, taking a moment to reflect. The vicinity housed numerous employees from Yueran Technology, and being inherently nonviolent, he felt a twinge of compassion at the thought of so many being dismembered. However, while the death penalty can be evaded, the living punishment is inescapable. Yin Dajing suddenly advanced, launching a swift kick towards the offenders. His speed was remarkable. Each individual who had retreated was struck and fell to the ground, howling in agony. During this process, he discreetly applied additional force. Those who dared to attack Lu Yueran would certainly not go unpunished. Although the perpetrators presently felt only the pain of the kicks, they were destined to endure weeks of suffering before any semblance of recovery. This was a minor correction to their egregious transgressions. After Yin Dajing had finished, Wang Hao turned to Lian Gu and remarked, "You might as well pray for mercy. If it weren't for my boss showing you leniency, I would have relished the opportunity to end you." Yes, Thank you, Wang Hao. I am deeply grateful, esteemed brother. Lien Ji's relief was palpable. He exhaled, believing that his subordinates had merely received a kick. They were no strangers to brawling. A kick was trivial compared to severing limbs, was it not? Damn it, Rin Jixin. You wretched scoundrel. You have brought my ruin upon me, Lien Ge thought bitterly, casting a fierce glare at Rin Jixin, who appeared dazed. His tall stature betraying him as he wobbled unsteadily, his legs trembling. The moment he met Lien Ji's wrathful gaze, he nearly lost control of his bladder. Fully aware of Lien Ji's temperament, this was a man who bore a deep-seated grudge. Rin Jixin contemplated a secret escape, but surrounded by Lien Ji's subordinates. He knew that fleeing would only lead to an even graver fate should Lien Ge catch him. Bring that fellow over here, Yin Dajing commanded, pointing at him. Without Lien Ji's prompting, two of Lien Ji's men seized Rin Jixin and brought him forth. Remember, keep your distance from Director Yuna in the future. If you dare to harass her again, I will ensure your demise, truly, Yin Dajing added, delivering another kick that appeared benign but inflicted far more severe internal damage. Get lost. During our recent travels in Guicheng, I found myself wishing to no longer encounter your group, declared Yin Dajing with a dismissive wave. Indeed, replied Lien Ge, instructing his men to seize Rin Jixin from the ground and drag him away. Once they had pulled him into an alley, Lien Ge tossed Rin Jixin onto the ground. Cursing furiously, as he vented his wrath, he delivered vicious kicks, and his brothers joined in without hesitation. In mere moments, Rin Jixin resembled a battered mess. Lien Ge, have mercy, Rin Jixin cried out in despair. After a while of relentless assault, Lien Ge began to tire. At that moment, someone inquired, Lien Ge, who exactly is this Wang Shao? Gasping for breath, Lien Ge replied, have your eyes become blind? In the entire Guicheng, how many Wang Shaos do you think there are? It's obviously the one from the Wang family. Remember this. For the next few days, stay at home and do not venture out. If you disobey, I will ensure your demise. This scoundrel, break his legs and throw him away. Since Wang Shao has spared his life, we shall refrain from killing him as well.